Chapter 1. Setting Sail. On a small island within the great maritime routes, a group of individuals stood at the water's edge, waving farewell to a young lad. This boy, towering at 3 meters, sported a pair of horns on either side of his forehead, modest in size, measuring merely 30 centimeters, yet curving backward in a striking black and white zebra pattern. The youth tossed his long hair and waved energetically at the shore, his face alight with excitement. "There's no need to see me off. I'm off now. Farewell. Travel well, and do not return. Make something of yourself, otherwise do not dare come back. Strive onward. The sea is the true romance for a man. Do not linger here any longer." The onlookers at the shoreline waved their hands and shouted with joy, their faces brimming with delight. It was best that this troublemaker never returned. The more they thought about it, the more jubilant their cheers became. Standing on the boat, the boy heard their words, his expression darkening. Was it really necessary to speak of him as a mere source of trouble? Not allowing him to return was out of the question. Gazing at his mother on the shore and the villagers' expressions of joy, he shouted back, "I promise I will return, everyone." With that declaration, the boys settled into the boat, rowing away towards the vast ocean. Suddenly, the jubilant crowd fell into a hush, replaced by expressions of panic. A towering man, 8 meters tall with horns adorning his head, exclaimed in terror, "What should we do? Did he just say he intends to come back? Should we consider relocating? That seems like a viable option. We cannot allow him to return. We have endured enough of his antics. Indeed, let us prepare to move. The food on this island is nearly depleted. If we do not relocate, we will have to resort to fishing." "Exactly, and we must ensure that Rotas does not find his way back." The villagers, in a flurry of voices, quickly settled on the idea of moving and began to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, a woman, towering at over 10 meters with immense horns, gazed at the receding figure of the boy, her expression a mix of complexity before breaking into unrestrained joy. "That little rascal, Rotas, has finally been tricked out to see what bliss. To hell with love. I shall never speak of it again. After bringing forth this calamity, I have felt imprisoned for over a decade." Tears of relief glistened in her eyes, who could comprehend the struggle she had faced. She bore a son who could consume more than a grown giant, a burden she could neither dismiss nor evict. The entire island community had suffered due to his insatiable appetite, with more than half of the island's food supply devoured by this foolish child. What infuriated her most was that scoundrel who had vanished without a trace after deceiving her. She could not fathom whether he had been captured by the Navy or had perished, but since Rotas' birth, he had been absenta, quintessential example of a wastrel. At last, she felt liberated with this thought. She joyfully returned home to assist the villagers in packing up their belongings in preparation for their move. As the sun set and the moon rose, stars scattered across the sky on the boundless ocean. A small wooden boat rocked gently, where a young man lay sleeping in the cabin, bubbles of mucus forming at his nose, expanding and contracting with his breath. This young lad was none other than Rotas, who had just embarked on his oceanic journey, blissfully unaware that he was drifting further and further away from his intended destination, lost in the vastness of the sea. As darkness enveloped the sky, the stars twinkled above, and the moon hung high, the slumbering youth finally turned over and awakened, roused by his hunger. "I'm so hungry," he murmured, rubbing his growling stomach as he slowly surveyed his surroundings. All he saw was the endless dark sea, not a single stone in sight. "It seems I must catch some fish. Hopefully, I encounter a weaker sea creature, or else it's anyone's guess who will end up as dinner." After a moment of contemplation, Rotas devised a plan. The provisions he had packed for the morning were already devoured as dessert, leaving him with no choice but to fish for his midday meal. Unfortunately, while the fish he caught at noon tasted delightful, they were rather small, only measuring 1 or 2 meters. It took him the entire afternoon to barely satiate his hunger. His prolonged slumber was a result of this predicament. Now, he hoped to encounter a sea creature measuring over 10 meters in length, one that could truly fill his belly, ideally one that was not too formidable. With determination, Rotas shed his clothing, tying a spare rope around his waist that had been securing the boat's rigging, and leapt into the sea. Almost immediately, the small boat began to spin in circles. While not far from it, waves surged as a nearly 20-meter-long serpent-headed fish flailed about, twisting and thrashing. A figure could be seen striking its head with 2 fists. Before long, the creature ceased its struggle, and the once turbulent waters calmed. Rotas released his tightly secured legs and plunged into the sea, seizing the creature's jaws and dragging it toward his boat. As he neared the vessel, Rotas untied the rope from his waist and secured it around the sea creature to prevent it from drifting away while he dined. Luckily, the buoyancy of the seawater allowed the creature to float despite its demise, sparing him the dilemma of how to consume it otherwise. Once he secured the creature, Rotas hopped onto the boat, retrieved his dining utensils from the cabin, and leapt back into the sea, surfacing with a knife and fork, a sword-like knife over a meter long and a finely crafted fork resembling a harpoon. "I'm ready to feast," he announced, grinning broadly as his pearly whites gleamed with one hand. He wielded the knife to slice the fish's skin, while the other forked the flesh, as if carving a steak, continuously sending morsels to his mouth. After a while, Rotas wiped his utensils with a towel. Gazing at the leftover fish skeleton with a satisfied smile gracing his lips, he casually tossed the rope into the cabin, climbed aboard, stowed his utensils, and donned his clothing. Once more Rotas reclined comfortably, resting his arm behind his head. He began to reflect on his life and the journey that had led him to this point. He had once chosen without hesitation to embark on a new chapter in life, ultimately finding himself in the world of pirates. Fortunately, he had not been born into some peculiar race. Had he been a fish man, his fate would have been dire. Thankfully, he belonged to the human race. Though his bloodline was somewhat mixed, overall, it was still quite favorable. He was half giant, half human, with his horns serving as undeniable proof. While their odd coloration might raise eyebrows, he was indeed a man with horns. At 3 meters tall, he paled in comparison to the giant Oz. Yet his strength was not inferior to that of ordinary giants. What pleased him most was his long golden hair, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan transformation, exuding a certain flair. The only source of discontent was his insatiable appetite. Akin to that of a glutton, it was as if he had inherited ounces voracious hunger in order to satiate his cravings. He had resorted to an unashamed existence of scavenging meals on the island. Anything edible was fair game. And while he refrained from touching the villagers' pets, he could never quite comprehend why they were so fond of keeping them. Yet, as he grew older, his appetite only intensified, prompting him to venture out to sea in search of sustenance, as the island no longer sufficed to satisfy his voracious needs. However, the ocean had proven to be a rewarding venture, at least now. He no longer had to struggle to catch small morsels, but could instead seize substantial meals that filled him to the brim. With an increase in consumption, his strength also escalated rapidly. It was a well-known fact in the pirate world that the strong could always eat. Fortunately, this was the case for him. Otherwise, he would have been utterly despondent. Despite consuming copious amounts of meat, his stomach merely exhibited a slight bulge. As he pondered his future endeavors, he contemplated joining the Navy. Although their actions often contradicted their words, he believed they could afford to sustain him. Given his considerable abilities, while he could not contend with the 7 warlords, he was still a formidable half-giant with years of experience in consuming food. His strength and speed were commendable, although he had yet to truly test himself in battle, leaving him uncertain of his capabilities should the Navy reject him. He would have no choice but to seek refuge with one of the 4 emperors. Surely, they would be able to sustain him. If all else failed, he could serve as a subordinate to one of the 7 warlords, as long as he was guaranteed full meals without the need for monetary compensation. He was merely a displaced wanderer, willing to humble himself for the sake of sustenance. After all, who would prefer to toil away when they could simply wait for food to come to them? Chapter 2. The Quest for Food. As the moon set and the sun rose, warm sunlight bathed the earth and the ocean alike on this morning, heralding the dawn of a new day. Everyone yearned for a day filled with promise and beauty. However, not all were in high spirits. Some felt a surge of irritation and even an urge to lash out. Indeed, this individual was Rotas, staring blankly at his surroundings, his mind racing with thoughts of frustration. What in the world is this place? Where is my anchor? He recalled that before drifting into slumber, he had dropped anchor, yet upon awakening, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, pondering his identity, his location, and his intentions. Most pressing was the question of where his anchor had gone. Without the anchor, how could he find solace in sleep or partake in a midday meal? The absence of an anchor rendered his vessel akin to a car bereft of brakes, leaving him utterly at a loss on how to halt his ship. Nevertheless, he now felt indifferent to the fate of the anchor. After all, its presence was futile, as his nautical charts had become obsolete, although, in truth, those charts had never served much purpose. For in his previous life, he had navigated solely with the aid of Baidu maps. Now, attempting to decipher a map felt akin to a blind man lighting a lantern. Very well, I shall take life as it comes, he mused. At the very least, I must address my hunger. Rotes swiftly reassured himself. After all, as a man, one must remain composed at all times. He would not admit to being on the verge of starvation. With his stomach growling ferociously, rendering him oblivious to all else, the acids in his belly churned ominously, and he feared that if he did not procure sustenance soon, he might meet an unfortunate end. Surveying his surroundings, Rotes seized a rope and leapt into the sea with a resounding splash, the white froth of the waves erupting at the side of the boat before swiftly returning to tranquility. After a considerable time, the surface of the sea erupted once more, revealing a colossal whale, its horned head leaping gracefully from the water in an instant. Rotas' small vessel shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, breaking through the spray as it pursued the majestic creature. Allah, 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 he uttered, his voice a mere whisper of confusion in his dazed state. He was aware that hunger could drive a man to madness after diving into the depths. He devoured a squid, and upon spotting the whale, he did not hesitate to consider whether he should evade its presence, for Timidor-long whale, while not necessarily carnivorous, was certainly no herbivore. Rotas' eyes gleamed with the prospect of meat. Such a substantial morsel could surely sate his hunger like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. He lunged at the whale without a moment's hesitation. As he sank his teeth into the flesh, he was overwhelmed with a sense of satisfaction. The rich taste filling his mouth, though the whale was large and somewhat sluggish, it could not ignore the bite of this audacious ant, especially as the tiny creature prepared to swallow an elephant. Even the slowest of whales would respond to such an affront. What followed was a spectacle of the whale leaping from the water. It became evident that the presence or absence of hands was indeed significant despite its massive size. The whale could not defend itself from Rotas, who was now embedded within its body, and the outcome was inevitable. Rotas was oblivious to his surroundings, and when he finally emerged from within the whale, he found himself in an even stranger locale. At that moment, he was further dismayed to discover the rope he clutched in his hand as knife and fork were gone, as was his ship, leaving only the remnants of the rope behind. Yet, glancing back at the whale, which now bore the marks of his feast, he felt a sense of relief. At the very least, he could indulge in a hearty meal, albeit one purchased at the cost of his vessel. Rotas took a deep breath, attempting to console himself, and soon transformed his sorrow into an insatiable appetite. He focused entirely on his food, and the once mighty whale vanished at an observable pace, while Rotas' belly began to swell as if he were 5 months pregnant. Burp! How full I am I could burst. I cannot go on, I must lie down for a moment. With a contented belch, Rotas reclined upon the surface of the sea, feeling rather embarrassed. The ship was lost, and not a single stone of land was in sight. Yet, he was exceedingly full. He could endure no more and needed a rest. He could simply drift upon the waves, for he was a demon, albeit only half of one, but his constitution was formidable. The desolate wind swept across the land, simultaneously pushing the sea as it carried Rotas away. Somewhere in the New World, a somewhat decrepit pirate ship broke through the waves, heading towards the territory of the 4 emperors. This pirate vessel bore a skull flag, the skull marked by a long, narrow scar. It belonged to the Scarface pirate crew, who, after departing from Fishman Island, had encountered another band of pirates, leading to a fierce confrontation. The reason for this clash was clear. The rival crew was none other than One-Eyed Wolf, the sworn enemy of their captain, Scarface. As for why they were arch-rivals, the details eluded them. All they knew was that whenever the two crews crossed paths, it was akin to a thunderous clash between fire and dry tinder. With a roar, they leapt from their ships to engage one another, while the crew members of both pirate bands, they were simply paddling in the water. Occasionally, one would strike while the other would block. A slow-motion exchange reminiscent of elderly ladies practicing Tai Chi in a park. The movements were languid, while the gunners aboard the ship fired cannonballs haphazardly, merely to create an atmosphere. Of course, the more commotion they stirred, the more their captain would believe they were fighting for their lives. Otherwise, should he discover the truth, there would be dire consequences. As for why they paddled, one could only attribute it to exasperation. With skirmishes occurring every 5 days and larger confrontations every 10. They faced a constant barrage of conflicts. If the captain was not irked, the underlings certainly were. Eventually, they realized their captain was largely indifferent to their antics, leading them to perform their little charade with remarkable coordination. Naturally, to make their act more convincing, some sacrifices were required, resulting in the ship's current state of disrepair. On this day, the sea remained as blue as ever, the sky equally azure, and the sun continued to hang in the heavens. Scarface's pirates busied themselves aboard their ship, mending the hull and casting nets for fish. As for why they were fishing, could they admit that they had missed an island and depleted their food supply? The pirates maneuvered the large net along the side of the ship, each working in perfect harmony, as though they had rehearsed this countless times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone pull together. This catch is certainly heavy. We must have caught a big one. Once we dry it into jerky, we won't have to toil so hard when we reach the next island. We can all relax. A robust man wearing sunglasses proclaimed loudly as he dragged the fishing net, striving to uplift the crew's spirits. Feeling the weight of the net in his hands, he was convinced that they had indeed caught something substantial. Otherwise, how could it be so heavy? He entertained the notion that they might have snagged a sea king, but the thought of a foolish sea king entering the net without causing chaos was laughable. If they had truly caught one, standing aboard the ship would be a mere jest. With this thought in mind, he felt a surge of reassurance. Had they not encountered the One-Eyed Wolf pirates, They would never have missed the chance to restock on the island. He reflected on how he had set sail with dreams in his heart, only to find himself reduced to the life of a fisherman, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. They are indeed pirates, ruthless marauders who pillage and plunder, opposing the world government and its navy. How could they have fallen to the status of fishermen? Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in their minds, their hands remained diligent. With the collective effort of the crew, the fishing net was hoisted aboard. The net sprawled across the deck, and the pirates, armed with wooden buckets, prepared to gather the fish. However, their attention was diverted from the catch to the peculiar presence of a person entangled within the net. Is that truly a person? Someone questioned uncertainly. They couldn't possibly have caught a human while fishing on land, and the individual's appearance did not resemble that of a fisherman. Indeed, it seemed he possessed a pair of horns. One of the pirates stepped closer to the net, scrutinizing the figure, and spoke. "What shall we do now? Should we slay him?" A voice inquired, noting the man was still alive, his heaving chest providing undeniable proof. For the safety of the crew, it seemed prudent to eliminate the potential threat, especially in this unpredictable new world where myriad monsters resided. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for them all. "No need for that. I have already informed the captain, and the officers are on their way," declared a burly man wearing glasses. "Any unforeseen circumstances aboard the ship must be reported to the captain. They, as subordinates, must understand their roles." That is reassuring. The rest of the pirates nodded in agreement. Settling into a quiet anticipation, their gazes fixed upon the horned figure. Chapter 3. Is the boss recruiting? Thud, 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 thud. The sound of approaching footsteps drew near, and the group of pirates instinctively parted to create a passage. "What is going on, lads?" the scar-faced leader inquired, having heard of an unexpected situation aboard and promptly leaving his previous task. "Boss, we've caught a person in our fishing net." The burly man with sunglasses stepped forward to explain the situation. "Is that so?" The leader's brow furrowed as he swiftly approached the net to examine the horned youth. "This fellow appears to belong to the demon race." As he spoke, a giant wielding an axe approached. "What is the matter? Do you recognize him?" the scar-faced leader asked without turning, observing the youth in the net. He noted that the figure bore no resemblance to a giant, after all. Giants of the demon race are colossal beings, often towering dozens of meters with horns extending 7 to 8 meters in length. The youth before him had horns, certainly, but his stature was nowhere near that of a giant. "I do not recognize him, but he seems to be of mixed heritage from the demon race." The giant replied slowly, his imposing frame, nearly 5 meters tall, burdened by the enormous axe he carried. "I believe it prudent to wait for him to awaken. Even a half-blood of the giant race should not be underestimated. As we are newcomers to the new world, having a local guide would be advantageous." "I see," the leader responded, turning his attention to Hank. "What is your opinion?" Listening to his subordinate, Scarface nodded, then turned to a lean man clutching a book, the ship's navigator, who also served as its intellectual backbone. Typically, when confronted with a challenging issue, he would first consult Hank, for the latter was merely a man of brute strength. When it came to intellectual endeavors, Hank found himself rather perplexed. This consideration had influenced the initial choice of navigator. After all, once aboard, everyone was in the same predicament, and any misfortune would affect them all. Thus, he was not overly concerned about Hank betraying him. "What about this?" Hank adjusted his glasses, his expression betraying some hesitation. After all, he was merely a navigator, not a scientist. Questions about rain and wind were within his purview, as he could assess the weather and ocean currents to some extent. However, when it came to more intricate matters, particularly those involving hybrid issues, he found himself at a loss. Moreover, as the captain, if he continuously sought guidance from him, it could become tiresome, despite the esteem he felt from such trust. Yet, considering that the captain placed such faith in him, he felt compelled to provide a more thoughtful response. What if this horned fellow turned out to be a rogue? Killing him outright would be a loss, especially given the empty-handed appearance of the man. There seemed to be no benefit in such an action. After a brief contemplation, Hank devised a plan and spoke. "Captain, I believe it would be prudent to let the crew decide on this matter collectively. After all, keeping this individual around presents both risks and benefits, but eliminating him guarantees no advantage whatsoever, unless, of course, you intend to resort to cannibalism." Indeed, Hank's reasoning held merit. "I concur. With so many of us, there's no need to fear this horned wretch," someone chimed in. However, another voice countered, "We cannot simply dismiss him based on age. Have you heard of Shanks, the Yonko? He may be older, but he has ascended to such heights. Relying solely on age is precarious. I believe it would be wiser to eliminate him. The pirates engaged in a fervent debate, their opinions on how to deal with the captured youth diverging widely. Enough. Silence. Scarface bellowed, irate at the incessant buzzing of his subordinates, akin to a swarm of flies, which only served to exacerbate his agitation. The atmosphere fell silent instantly. The pirates exchanging glances, uncertain of the source of their captain's ire. They regarded one another with a sense of understanding, pondering that it must surely be the fault of those less articulate among them. Surely someone as eloquent and astute as himself would not provoke the captain's wrath. Big Axe, I entrust this fellow to your custody. Notify me as soon as he regains consciousness, Scarface instructed, his expression one of exasperation. How had he ended up with such unreliable subordinates? Did he possess no discernment? They were all too busy looking around. Understood, Captain. This lad will be under my watch. Big Axe replied. The burly man with the great axe nodded and gestured to his subordinates to carry the long-horned youth away. Upon witnessing the man's actions, the scarred face finally felt at ease and made his way towards the ship's cabin, contemplating how reliable the axe-wielding figure truly was. If only he had more subordinates like him, there would be no concern for grand endeavors. All right, you all gather the fish. Lest the captain sees and flies into a rage, Hank remarked, observing the idle pirates before heading towards the cabin himself, for as a navigator, he was not required to attend to menial tasks on board. Everyone, resume your duties. The burly man with sunglasses addressed the other pirates after noting the captain had departed with his officers. Now that the matter was resolved, it was time to return to the main agenda. The other pirates nodded in agreement, for no one dared to contradict. On a pirate ship, strength was paramount, and the sunglass-clad man was the third strongest after the captain and his officers. Without the captain's word, the other pirates had no qualms following his command. The axe-wielding man led his subordinates into a room within the cabin, opened the door, and instructed them to unceremoniously toss the youth inside. There was no question of gently placing him on the bed. After all, they were pirates, not attendants, and had little regard for the comfort of the unconscious. Brother Axe, we're off, the pirates said after completing their task, addressing the man who stood nearby. He replied, waving his hand for them to leave. The pirates promptly exited the cabin, making their way to the deck. Once his subordinates had vacated the room, the axe-wielding man entered, set down his weapon, and found a chair to lean against the wall, drifting into a light slumber. He was a villager from a small island in the North Sea, possessing a trace of giant blood, granting him greater strength and stature than his peers from a young age. Eventually, he became a pirate and earned a position as an officer due to his prowess. Yet, these details were of little consequence. What truly intrigued him was the nature of the true giants. He had learned from his father that they were the mightiest of all races, and among them existed a technique known as the Dominion of Nations, akin to a clan's ultimate skill. If he could establish a connection and learn this formidable technique, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Despite having sailed for many years without encountering a true giant, today seemed fortuitous as he had come across a hybrid demon. The long horns might not necessarily indicate a bull, but could signify a giant. Given the pronounced horns and considerable height, coupled with origins from the New World, the lineage of this demon appeared significant. He was certain to know the whereabouts of the giant's island, which was precisely why he had advocated for the youth's survival. As the candle's flame flickered, the orange glow illuminated the room, and a voice gradually broke the silence. Where am I? Greetings, brother. My name is Lotes, a refugee on the run. My small vessel was unfortunately destroyed in an attack by a sea king, and now I am all alone and helpless. Might you take me in? Slowly awakening, Lotus surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, piecing together his fragmented memories. He then inquired aloud, realizing he was in a room and that someone must have rescued him from the sea. Observing the burly figure before him, he speculated that perhaps this individual was a pirate. Yet, surprisingly, he had not been confined, which sparked a glimmer of hope for possible allegiance. The thought of a future free from worries about sustenance, coupled with the prospect of engaging in brawls and leisurely activities, filled him with optimism. However, the large axe-wielding man felt somewhat dazed. What was the situation? Upon hearing a commotion, he had opened his eyes to a barrage of inquiries. This young man even audaciously offered himself to join their ranks. Do you even know who we are? Are you familiar with our pirate crew? What talents do you possess? He questioned, bewildered by the youth's eagerness to join them immediately. This matter requires our captain's judgment. I cannot decide on my own, he stated. Realizing that since the young man wished to join, the decision was beyond his control, leaving any troublesome matters for the captain to handle. Ah, I see. Fear not. Good sir, I hope you can speak favorably on my behalf to the captain, allowing me to join. In the future, I shall undoubtedly follow your esteemed lead and devote myself wholeheartedly to the crew." Without a moment's hesitation, Lotus spoke up, dismissing all concerns, believing that a trifecta of flattery was undoubtedly the right approach. After all, it was a rare opportunity to encounter someone willing to provide sustenance. He could not let this chance slip away. "Very well, wait here. I shall summon the captain." Defu felt somewhat bewildered. Although the words of this peculiar individual were certainly odd, he inexplicably found them quite agreeable, leaving him in a pleasantly dazed state. "All right, my friend." Upon witnessing the departure of the burly man, Lotus felt a surge of joy. Indeed, fortune seemed to smile upon him. Earlier that morning, he had pondered how to resolve his dining predicament, and by afternoon, he found himself presented with an opportunity for employment. Admittedly, the proprietor of this recruitment did not post any notices, yet piracy is undeniably a perilous profession, and one can expect to encounter losses along the way. To put it succinctly, this was a secure prospect. Chapter 4. "I am here to apply. You say you wish to join us?" the scarred-faced man inquired, observing the youth reclining at an angle. Moments ago, Big Axe had informed him that this newcomer aspired to become a member of their pirate crew, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He could hardly recall a time when he had exuded such allure. Indeed, that was correct. Rotas spoke decisively, his gaze fixed upon the scarred face before him, filled with a questioning look. He immediately rose from the bed, swiftly straightening his posture, for he recognized that the moment for his performance had arrived. Rotas, with a countenance brimming with enthusiasm, began his narration. "My esteemed leader, I have long held you in high regard, yearning for the day when I might serve under your illustrious guidance. Your silhouette looms like an expanse of ocean, vast and majestic. I am acutely aware that I could toil my entire life and scarcely attain even a fraction of your greatness. I seek only to follow in your footsteps, steadfastly trailing behind you. Ever since I learned of your arrival in the New World, I have hastened toward your direction, only to be thwarted by the whims of fate that delayed my journey. Alas, how I lament not being able to join you at the outset of your endeavors in the New World. This is indeed the greatest regret of my life. You shine like the sun and moon." Suddenly, the scarred face interrupted his flow of admiration, saying, "Hold on a moment, while I relish the praises of others. We are not alone here." "Ah, very well." Rotas was interrupted by the scarred-faced man, yet he displayed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he patiently awaited the man's forthcoming words. Meanwhile, the two individuals nearby were engulfed in confusion, questioning whether the long-horned youth was indeed referring to their captain. They couldn't help but cast curious glances at their captain, scrutinizing him with intrigue. Noticing the gaze of his subordinates, the scarred-faced man felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his weathered face, ultimately unable to restrain himself from interrupting Rotas. Although this young man was quite perceptive, his words resonating with the essence of the man's own life experiences. He feared that if the conversation continued, it would inflate his ego. He turned his attention towards the towering youth before him and spoke. "First, you possess keen insight and remarkable attention to detail, having thoroughly inquired into my background and character. I must admit, you are quite impressive. Second, we are indeed seeking new crew members, and your physique certainly qualifies you. I believe you will make a commendable companion." As the scarred-faced man paused to gather his thoughts, his gaze shifted back to Rotas. The latter, upon noticing this, quickly affirmed his resolve. "Indeed, I shall diligently and faithfully fulfill my duties. I will never disappoint you, Captain, nor will I forsake the meticulous guidance and tireless mentorship you have bestowed upon me." Lotus was poised to utter a few more words when the scarred face before him interjected, stating, "Indeed, I believe you are a remarkable pirate as well. However, as you are new, a period of evaluation is required, during which you will be under observation. Once you have successfully navigated this phase, you shall be one of our comrades. I am confident that you will undoubtedly pass." Having finished his statement, the scarred face patted Lotus's arm and gave him a knowing glance, wishing he could have clapped him on the shoulder, but alas, it was out of reach. "Rest assured, Captain, I will not disappoint you," Lotus replied. Rotas immediately assured, disregarding the consequences, that as long as he could secure a place on the ship, his future would ultimately be within his own control. Observing the imposing physiques of those around him, he mused that the provisions aboard would surely be satisfactory. This fellow, with his silver tongue and fanciful tales, seemed a source of concern. Indeed, Sweat and Big Axe exchanged hushed words, quickly discerning Rotas' true nature. In their eyes, he was merely a braggart, oblivious to his own captain's disposition. if they weren't aware that Rotas was conversing with their leader. They might have thought he was reminiscing about the glorious days of the four emperors, such was the fervor in his tone and the admiration he expressed for the strong. However, upon realizing who Rotas was addressing, they understood that this lad was no harmless fool. His capacity for deceit was remarkable, and his captain's audacity was likely rivaled only by the Red Earth continent. By the way, young fellow, do you possess any particular skills? Perhaps in swordsmanship, martial arts, or hockey? Scarface inquired eagerly, for he too hailed from the New World and was no stranger to hockey. Surely, if he lacked swordsmanship, he must have some martial prowess. Otherwise, how would he dare to venture into such treacherous waters? I have immense strength, Rotas replied slowly, hoping to impress. In truth, he had intended to say that he was particularly adept at eating. Yet he feared that such an admission would lead to his immediate expulsion into the sea by these pirates. As for hockey, swordsmanship, and martial arts, he was utterly ignorant. To sustain himself, he had to scavenge for food across the island, for without his mother's lazy disposition, he would never have developed such a robust physique. His strength was earned through hunting wild beasts, ensuring he wouldn't starve, but he would not have attained such muscularity otherwise. Moreover, in his quaint village, forging iron was acceptable. But swordsmanship? Old John at the village entrance would surely proclaim that wielding a hammer was the true romance of a man. Only women played with swords. A true man should wield a hammer, swinging it with vigor, sending clouds of dust into the air. Meanwhile, Miss Luna from the pancake shop would emerge wielding a kitchen knife, engaging in a fierce scuffle with old John, berating him, "You old fool, causing destruction. My pancakes are covered in dirt. If you don't buy them all today, I shall have words with you. I wouldn't buy your dreadful pancakes if my life depended on it, you foul woman. Each time, you try to swindle me," retorted old John defiantly. "You can forget about doing business today." With that, Miss Luna brandished her knife with increasing speed, while old John matched her fervor, and their altercation became nothing short of intense. Rotas quietly stood aside and contemplated the likelihood of encountering someone skilled in swordsmanship on the island. He surmised that there would be many who possessed proficiency in the arts of hammering and cleaving. As for the mastery of hockey, he was indeed eager to learn. Yet upon questioning the island's inhabitants, he found none willing to impart their knowledge. Their response was uniformly dismissive, suggesting that understanding would come in due time. This left Rotas feeling exasperated, as he could not discern the difference between this notion and the adage that with the right timing, one would naturally grasp the concept. Regarding physical techniques, he believed it best to abstain. The more he moved, the quicker his body digested food. If he were to practice such techniques, he imagined he would be left perpetually hungry, expending energy without respite. Furthermore, he claimed no pride in his understanding of the rudimentary physical techniques on the island, which he had comprehended over the years without formal instruction. However, he felt a sense of shame in admitting his lack of expertise, as it paled in comparison to the esteemed martial arts of the Navy's Six Forms or the Revolutionary Army's Dragon Claw technique, methods that exuded sophistication and grandeur, unlike his own, which seemed embarrassingly basic. Am I merely a strong yet ordinary individual? He pondered, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes as he realized he lacked mastery in swordsmanship, hockey, and physical techniques. The hope of discovering a promising ally appeared to vanish, leading him to question his earlier assumption of extraordinary fortune in encountering a capable leader. "Boss, I assure you, my strength is quite remarkable," he insisted. Rotas hastily remarked, for he could perceive the despondency lurking in the scarred man's eyes. If they were oblivious to his strength, perhaps their plans would falter. He was no ordinary individual. Within his village, his might was unparalleled. So what if his stature was not as imposing as others? Did strength truly correlate with height? Generally, one might argue yes, but he was no typical person. The scarred man's dim ember of hope rekindled upon hearing Rotas's fervent words, sensing a glimmer of confidence in this fellow. "How do you intend to prove your strength, Rotas?" the scarred man inquired, recognizing that mere words were insufficient. Tangible evidence was essential. Otherwise, not just him, but the entire crew would remain unconvinced. Chapter 5, Am I Not Dashing with My Axe? Boss, may I borrow this gentleman's axe for a demonstration? Lotus gestured towards the massive axe behind Scarface and remarked, "Isn't it quite simple to prove one's strength? The weight of that axe he carries must surely be considerable, if I can wield it with a flourish. Although I may not ascend to the rank of an officer, I am certain a position as a bosun would be within my grasp." "Are you certain?" Scarface mused, taking a moment to assess Lotus's stature before glancing back at the imposing axe. If he was not mistaken, Lotus's height was comparable to that of the axe itself. Should Lotus manage to swing the weapon, his strength might not surpass that of the axe, yet it would likely be on par. Turning to the axe wielder, he said, "Axe, allow Lotus to borrow your weapon for a moment." The axe wielder, taken aback by Lotus's words, quickly regained his composure and responded, "Of course, Captain." With that, the axe wielder loosened the strap securing the axe, which fell to the deck with a thunderous crash, sending vibrations through the ship. The impact was undeniably potent, a testament to the craftsmanship of the axe and an indication of the wielder's formidable strength. "Here you go," the axe wielder said, extending the axe towards the standing Lotus. "Thank you, my friend." Upon hearing this, Lotus promptly seized the axe, weighing it in his hands and finding it to his satisfaction. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. Scarface observed with delight as Lotus firmly grasped the axe, as the captain. He was well aware of its heft and had no trouble wielding it himself. However, it was inconceivable that anyone could take the axe from Scarface's hands without a tremor, leading him to suspect that Lotus might indeed possess the bloodline of a demon. The strength he exhibited was extraordinary. The thought of having such a capable subordinate brought a smile to Scarface's face. He was curious about the expression of One-Eyed Wolf upon their next encounter, remembering their wager that the losing pirate crew would have to join the winning side. With Lotus's displayed strength, Scarface was confident of victory in their next meeting. The merger of their crews would enhance their power. Although they still fell short of the 7 warlords, they would undoubtedly crush ordinary pirates. In contrast to Scarface, the axe wielder remained remarkably composed. As the first to recognize Lotus's demonic lineage, he was prepared for the fact that Lotus could wield the axe without faltering. Yet, he felt slightly irked by Lotus's antics with the axe. What was wrong with carrying it? Did that imply greater strength? Did the white-bearded man wielding a naginata possess less power? With hundreds of kilograms of weights aboard the ship, why utilize his axe? He worried that if Lotus were to brandish it carelessly, it might end up in the sea. What vexed him further was the inevitable comparison his crew would draw between himself and Lotus. Nevertheless, as the captain had spoken, he had no choice but to comply, lest he diminish his authority in front of outsiders. Still, he hoped Lotus would handle his axe with care, as he held a deep affection for it. Sank pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, striving to maintain his composure. It was impossible not to feel astonished. Having followed Scarface's pirate crew from the North Sea to the New World, few understood the weight of that axe better than he. Scarface, indifferent to the thoughts of the other two, urged Lotus to display his strength sooner rather than later, saying, "Lotus, how about we head out now?" "Indeed, Captain," came Lotus's response. Without hesitation, Rotas replied, after wielding the axe, "Surely I can still manage a meal. If I refrain from swinging the axe, a meal is assured. Though I cannot guarantee its sufficiency. Then let us proceed." Scarface showed no reluctance as he led the 3 towards the deck. The sea had already donned the hues of dusk, and upon the deck, the pirates, having set aside their tasks, gathered at the edge, their gazes fixed on the captain and the youth wielding the formidable axe. It was evident that a spectacle was about to unfold. Life aboard the ship could often be monotonous, and with the promise of entertainment, who would resist? Naturally, the prospect of a leisurely moment was even more enticing. The captain, noticing the crowds gathering, refrained from speaking, indicating his tacit approval. "All right, everyone make way. Allow Rotas some space to perform." As Scarface observed the increasing throng of crew members nearly filling the deck, he called out loudly. He certainly did not wish for his men to become spectators only to find themselves in peril should Rotas' axe veer unexpectedly. Who would they blame then? Others wielded their axes skillfully while these fools leaned in, inviting disaster upon themselves. "Understood, Captain. No problem," the pirates promptly replied, shifting towards the periphery. They had no desire to provoke the captain's ire. Otherwise, while others enjoyed the show, they might find themselves punished with menial tasks. "Well then, Rotas, do you believe we can commence now?" Scarface asked, observing the retreating crew with a sense of satisfaction, pleased with his management of the men. However, more than these mere spectators, he was eager to witness Rotas' prowess firsthand. "Very well, let us begin," Rotas affirmed. Rotas surveyed his surroundings, hefted the axe, and twisted his neck to prepare for a warm-up. On the second floor of the cabin, the burly man in sunglasses and the axe-wielding figure observed the events unfolding on the deck from above. "It seems we are about to welcome a formidable addition to our crew," the man in sunglasses remarked. He mused that the strength of Rotas, who could wield the axe with ease, surpassed his own. He felt no anxiety regarding his position. After all, the captain would surely assign Rotas a prominent role, and he was not in competition with him. Besides, he would not stand a chance in a confrontation. Indeed, The axe-wielding man replied with a silent acknowledgement, harboring no opposition to the burly man's words. He merely hoped that Rotas would swiftly finish his display and return the axe to him, as he felt quite unsettled without it. Moreover, Rotas had promised to follow his lead. Alas, it seemed that all men were rather unreliable. The man in sunglasses, noting the axe-wielder's lack of enthusiasm, refrained from further comment and continued to gaze intently at the deck. On the deck, Rotas grasped the axe firmly, inhaled deeply, and steadied his stance. The axe handle began to rotate slowly. He understood that his ability to secure his place depended on this performance. As he skillfully maneuvered the axe in a cross-handed dance, the 3-meter-tall weapon began to spin like a propeller preparing for takeoff, conjuring gusts of wind. Boss, I suspect Rotas possesses strength that might even surpass that of the axe wielder. Sweat approached the scarred-faced man, feeling the breeze generated by the axe. He feared that a momentary lapse in Rotas's grip could result in unintended calamity. The scarred man nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Yet he offered no further words. The pirates surrounding Rotas began to retreat into the cabin, wary of becoming unwitting victims of his axe. Despite their retreat, their expressions bore traces of fear and reverence. Observing the scene from the second floor, the man in sunglasses also took a cautious step back. Although he believed Rotas would not lose control, he was not a member of the captain's elite. He understood that those in the captain's cadre wielded haki and could endure a beating, whereas he might not be so fortunate should he fall victim to the axe. The axe wielder noticed the retreat of the man in sunglasses, but remained silent, his focus solely on the unfolding events on the deck. Observing the expressions of others, Rotas felt a sense of satisfaction, yet it appeared insufficient. Consequently, he intensified his grip, twisting his waist and accelerating the motion of his arms. Suddenly, a tempest erupted aboard the ship. The pirate flag fluttered violently on the mast, threatening to be torn away at any moment, while lighter objects on deck began to tremble and gradually lift into the air. Scarface and Sweatco, standing nearby, felt as if their garments were being tugged by an unseen force, and the book in Sweatco's hands rustled audibly, its pristine pages flipping incessantly. Then, the two men beheld Rothas's hand transform into a mere blur, the axe losing its form and becoming an inky black disk. A sense of foreboding seized their hearts. The air was filled with a whistling sound as a gale, 6 or 7 times stronger than before, swept in, causing the deck beneath their feet to sway and the entire vessel to rock perilously. Scarface and Sweatco, being closest, were forcefully blown towards the edge of the ship. With a resounding crack, the mast supporting the pirate flag splintered. Chapter 6. Great Sage, restrain your powers. The shattered mast flew away with the hurricane, leaving the terrified gazes of the pirates behind. In the place where the mast once stood, only a half-embedded wooden stump remained. Barrels, mops, and seats aboard the ship were all whisked into the sky. The nailed wooden planks on the deck creaked ominously, heightening the pirates' fear as they clung desperately to anything they could grasp, half of their bodies lifting off the ground. Scarface and Sweatco gripped the protrusions of the cabin, eyes tightly shut, their teeth clenched, striving to prevent the wind from forcing its way into their mouths. Sunglasses and Big Axe sought refuge in the cabin, pressing themselves against a corner, struggling to maintain their balance. The robust figure of Sunglasses observed the furniture sliding about and the cacophony of falling objects, and spoke. Big Axe, the strength of the wind now rivals that of a ferocious storm. If Rotas continues to unleash his power, I'm afraid the ship won't withstand it. I find myself equally powerless. We cannot escape now, Big Axe replied helplessly, pondering whether this was indeed the might of the giant race. If such a mixed blood possesses such formidable power, one cannot help but wonder about the true might of the giant race. However, the most pressing concern at the moment is the imminent danger to the ship. If this continues, they may soon find themselves without a vessel. The forces of nature are not to be underestimated. The infamous pirate, Gold Lion, learned this the hard way. Yet, he is unable to maintain his balance amidst the tumultuous winds, rendering even the captain's expertise futile. Otherwise, the tempest would have long since abated. One can only hope that Rotas becomes aware of the peril at hand. Failing that, the pirate crew may have to find a new ship. The once tranquil sea has transformed into a tumultuous expanse, with colossal waves crashing against the hull. The rocking pirate ship has already taken on water, and Scarface even glimpsed a 3-meter-long tuna, sliding across the deck in the gusts. Nevertheless, Scarface pays no mind to the chaos around him. His narrowed gaze is fixated on a figure on the deck. He senses that his crew is about to gain an extraordinary new member. As for the current crisis facing the pirate ship, it pales in comparison. even if all his subordinates were to perish in the depths, as long as he, Rotas, and the likes of Axe and Hank remain, the Scarface pirates shall endure. Of course, the pirates feel as if they are losing their grip on reality, floating helplessly in the air. The truth is evident. Many have yet to reach the cabin door before being swept off their feet. Their curiosity has led them to be caught off guard by the ferocious winds that exceeded their expectations. The consequence of this surprise is that they now find themselves drenched and disheveled, with only the upper garments clinging to their bodies while their headscarves, glasses, and scarves have been whisked away. In a state of sheer panic, they fervently hope that Rotas will bring the tempest to a halt. Their fingers, once clenched tightly, now stand upright, and should they release their hold, they would plunge into the sea. If they were to encounter a sea king, it is likely that the creature would find great interest in the unexpected delivery. If able to leave a review, it would undoubtedly grant a 5-star rating. For these offerings come without the hassle of packaging, as no one wishes to consume meat alongside plastic. The pirates now resemble the Dragon King, desperately pleading with Sun Wukong, who has seized his golden staff, not to wield it within the East Sea Dragon Palace. Their thoughts echo a singular plea. "Oh, celestial being, please cease this divine spectacle." Before long, as if Rotas had heard their unspoken thoughts, the pirates felt the wind subside, and their lower bodies returned to the deck. Those who touched the ground instinctively dashed towards their quarters, sprinting with all their might. The sensation of being bare-bottomed is perpetually chilling. Yet there is an undeniable lack of embarrassment. It is rather the one with lesser endowment who feels the awkwardness. After all, this particular shortcoming is a matter of pride for every man, for no one wishes to encounter the ridicule of being dubbed little brother during each meeting aboard the ship. Consequently, aside from a few fortunate pirates whose trousers remained intact, the rest hurriedly shielded their modesty. In an instant, the deck was left deserted. The scar-faced man released his grip, stepping onto the deck, his gaze fixed upon the halted Lotus, his eyes brimming with delight as he could not help but burst into laughter. Well, I never anticipated that you, Lotus, possessed such a skill. Had I not secured my hold, I might have been caught off guard. From this moment forth, you shall be the combat captain of the ship, holding a position equivalent to that of the Great Axe." "Very well, Captain," Rotas replied busily. Now that the captain himself had spoken, there was no escaping the ship. However, he was feeling quite famished. It had been a long time since he had exerted himself so. While the thrill of the moment had faded, his hunger was beginning to assert itself. Truly, it was a fleeting pleasure to show off, followed by the stark reality of consequence. Upon hearing Rotas's response, the scar-faced man's expression of joy deepened. He turned to Hank, who was tidying his clothing, and said, "Hank, inform everyone that we are holding a gathering tonight to welcome Rotas into our scarred pirate crew. Today is indeed a splendid day." "Understood, Captain," Hank promptly replied as he fixed his hair. It seemed that the captain was genuinely delighted. After all, their journey to the New World had seen few celebrations. And now they were honoring Rotas's addition to the crew. "A gathering? That sounds splendid," Rotas exclaimed in surprise at the unexpected gathering. It meant he could finally satiate his hunger. Just moments ago, he had been wielding his axe, when suddenly, his stomach began to grumble. It is worth noting that he was a man of endurance. How could he succumb to hunger so swiftly? Thus, Rotas endured for quite some time, yet ultimately, he could no longer withstand it. "Let us discuss the gathering later," Rotas said. "But first, please return my axe to me." Lotus was lost in thoughts of the delectable meats at the gathering when he suddenly heard the voice of the axe. Looking up, he beheld the imposing figure of the axe alongside a burly man clad in sunglasses. Both were disheveled, with their backs marked by mysterious stains, presenting a rather disarrayed appearance. "All right, brother," he said. Lotus deftly handed over the axe, simultaneously calming the unwelcome images that threatened to invade his mind. The large man retrieved his axe with a mere nod, then, along with the sunglasses-clad giant, returned to the cabin. Their garments were stained with the remnants of revelry, necessitating a change. As Rotas gazed at the silhouettes of the two departing figures beneath the setting sun, an inexplicable sensation of affinity washed over him. Could it be that he had arrived at the point of perceiving others through a lens of misplaced camaraderie? This was perplexing. After all, he considered himself a staunch heterosexual. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to maintain a respectful distance from those two gentlemen in the future. "Rotas, let us retreat to the cabin for a discussion. You are to become one of the officers aboard the ship, and it is imperative that you familiarize yourself with the other officers," said the scarred-faced man, oblivious to Rotas' musings. He was prepared to enlighten Rotas about the crew's hierarchy, for they would soon all be members of the same pirate crew. It was essential for Rotas to be acquainted with the names, backgrounds, and bounties of his fellow officers. "Ah, very well," Rotas replied. Rotas withdrew his gaze and followed the scar-faced man to the conference room within the ship's cabin. He felt it imperative to comprehend the strength of this pirate crew. Otherwise, the constant change of pirate factions could become quite burdensome. After all, the sea is a realm of unpredictability. Should this crew prove inadequate, they might either be vanquished by rival pirates or apprehended by the Navy. Rotas was well aware that companions could also be adversaries. For the positions on the vast ocean are limited. A significant portion of pirates must inevitably be eliminated, leaving only a select few, those of notable reputation or members of other pirate crews, with a mere handful emerging as true sea marauders. Rotas pondered the possibility of his pirate crew losing to another group of pirates. If the adversaries were open to incorporating new members, he would gladly forego the search for other patrons. However, should they intend to leave no survivors or reduce them to slavery, he would undoubtedly flee. He was neither reckless nor foolish. After all, he wished to live to see another day. As for the scar-faced captain and his crew, he could only express his apologies for not being well acquainted with them. He merely sought a place to indulge in food and drink, with no intention of accompanying them to their demise. He was quite the clever one, after all, and would not act so naively. Then there were the Navy. He believed that as long as he did not encounter Admiral Kaido, he could choose to surrender. At worst, he would end up in Impel Down, and he could not recall any pirates perishing from hunger within its confines. Speaking of Impel Down, it seemed rather appealing, with meals and lodging provided. The former king of the underworld seemed to thrive there, surrounded by a lively entourage that danced joyously. Should the day come when he found himself in need, he could always seek refuge and Impel Down for a while, biding his time. Chapter 7. This pirate crew is utterly destitute. Lotus followed Scarface into the conference room, with Hank trailing closely behind. Soon, the imposing figure of Axeman and the sunglasses-clad giant arrived, prompting Scarface to commence his introductions. The first individual was known as Old Man due to a prominent scar on his face, earning him the moniker Scarface. He named the pirate crew the Scarface Pirates, and his true name was Pugilu, with a bounty of 230 million berries, hailing from the North Sea. Scarface spoke proudly of his bounty as he introduced himself, though he did not linger long before moving on to the others. The individual wielding an axe, the first one to catch one SI, was named Yufei, boasting a bounty of 150 million berries. He was often referred to as the Bloody Axe due to his constant companion, the axe he bore, and he too had journeyed with them from the North Sea. You may casually refer to him as Axeman. The man clutching a book was Hank, also a companion from the North Sea. Apart from serving as the navigator, he acted as the ship's strategist and held a bounty of 80 million berries. The one donning sunglasses was the ship's first mate, overseeing over 100 subordinates. His name was Quarrel, though he was commonly called Sunglasses, and he had likewise followed them from the North Sea with a bounty of 100 million berries. Through Scarface's exposition, Lotus gleaned an understanding of the ship's dynamics, a pirate crew nearing 200 members with only 3 officers and a first mate, totaling a bounty of over 600 million. It appeared that their entrance into the New World was not merely a stroke of luck. Their strength was indeed formidable. It is well known that pirate crews capable of venturing into the New World are notorious and replete with powerful figures. Of course, upon entering the New World, many meet their demise, especially the supernovas, who, blinded by ambition, seek to challenge the 4 emperors. The outcome often results in either never encountering the emperors at all and facing total annihilation, or, if they do meet, falling swiftly, or alternatively, submitting to the 4 emperors' crews and becoming their subordinates. Rotas believed that the pirate crew before him was fortunate, though he could not articulate why. It was merely an instinct. He sensed that their strength was lacking, and he could easily topple them single-handedly. However, he certainly had no intention of doing so. Besides seeking sustenance, he aimed to broaden his horizons and perhaps glean some insights into hockey and its intricacies. After all, having reached this stage, even the luckiest of pirates must possess some degree of ability. They surely had at least a modicum of armament hockey, particularly in its partial application. Rotas felt an urgent need for learning. After all, possessing the formidable conqueror's hockey was essential upon the vast sea. His physique was robust, and his strength considerable. Yet he remained perplexed as to why he had yet to awaken the ability of armament hockey. He had contemplated the reasons behind this, suspecting it might be due to his demonic lineage or perhaps the fact that his body had not fully matured. However, he had yet to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Nevertheless, it was time for him to introduce himself, especially since the scarred-faced man had already shared the situation aboard the ship and regarded him with keen curiosity. I am Rotas, a half-demon hailing from an island known as Kabul. I possess immense strength, though I also have a hearty appetite. I hope the captain and my esteemed comrades will bear with me regarding this shortcoming. Lotus candidly expressed his shortcomings regarding his insatiable appetite, ensuring that he would not startle others later on. After all, he could not guarantee that others would not find themselves in want. Oh, it's nothing. There is plenty of food. I'm eager to see just how voracious you can be. The others merely chuckled, dismissing Lotus's foibles without a second thought. To them, Lotus was a hybrid of demon and human, inheriting the prodigious appetite of his demonic lineage, which they deemed inconsequential. It was merely a matter of being well fed. Their pirate crew could certainly accommodate him. Is that so? Splendid. Rotas scratched his head and laughed heartily. He had mentioned that if they intended to use this matter as a pretext to oust him, they would likely find it difficult to voice such intentions, especially since they had initially assured him of their support. Naturally, he suggested they proceed to the gathering, as the younger crew members were eagerly awaiting. Scarface remained unimpressed, believing the matters had been resolved, and led the group out of the conference room, with Rotas following closely behind, his heart brimming with anticipation for the feast, a banquet laden with meat. As night descended, the inky sea shimmered under the twinkling stars and moonlight, revealing a somewhat weathered pirate ship, aglow with lights. The Scarface pirate crew was presently indulging in a celebratory gathering. The once busy pirates had set aside their tasks to congregate on the deck, reveling in their libations with evident delight. They scarcely recalled when their last celebration had occurred. This time, they were determined to drink to their heart's content. After all, the ship's provisions were typically subject to stringent regulation, making it nearly impossible for them to indulge freely. Otherwise, such exuberance would not accompany their gatherings. The root of this predicament lay with their captain. The relationship between their captain and the one-eyed wolf was akin to opposing poles of a magnet. They were destined to collide. At times, the one-eyed pirate crew preferred to avoid conflict, particularly when nearing inhabited islands, as they too required supplies. However, the Scarface captain clung to them like a stubborn adhesive, insisting on engaging in battle. The one-eyed pirates had initially planned to dock, only to be forcefully repelled back to sea by the Scarface crew, who would launch cannon fire at their hull the moment they approached land. A ship at anchor required maneuvering to evade cannonballs, making their situation precarious. Consequently, the one-eyed wolf pirates, repeatedly thwarted in their attempts to resupply, finally lost their temper. They retaliated with actions of retribution, bombarding the Scarface crew whenever they showed signs of approaching the shore for supplies. This exchange resulted in a gradual depletion of resources for both crews, with even the once plentiful alcohol and meat becoming scarce. This scarcity also explained why the Scarface crew took on fishing as a secondary occupation. Despite the dire circumstances, neither side was willing to be the first to extend an olive branch for reconciliation, because the party that first speaks of reconciliation is deemed the loser. They have always wished to firmly integrate the opposing pirate crew's captain, unwilling to concede even the slightest semblance of dignity in the contest of pride. Of course, Rotas is oblivious to these intricacies. He currently sits with a goblet in hand, sipping his drink while gazing at the food before him, questioning why it is all fish. Beef, pork, lamb, game meat, or at the very least, chicken legs. Why must it all be fish? A glance around reveals that the other pirates are similarly served fish, with no sight of land or sky creatures. Only those that swim in the water adorn the table. He begins to feel he may have aligned himself with the wrong pirate crew. He recalls from his childhood comics that even the most modest pirate crews feasted on hearty meat during every meal, with an endless supply of alcohol. How unlike his current crew, which seems to have limited both fish and drink. As he contemplates, he realizes he must devise an alternative plan soon, lest he starve. For this pirate crew appears rather impoverished. If he were to indulge his appetite, it seems that the meager provisions on board would scarcely suffice to satiate him, casting a grim shadow over the crew's future. A pirate crew that cannot adequately feed its own members is unlikely to achieve any grand ambitions. Scarface, meanwhile, drinks while observing the jubilant crowd before him, filled with joy. The addition of a strong ally significantly bolsters the crew's strength. He intends to reveal his precious technique for mastering the armament hockey to Rotas once his probationary period concludes. After all, such knowledge cannot be consumed or imbibed. If it were to swiftly enhance Scarface's pirate crew, it would serve him well. Yet, this is a matter that must unfold gradually. Hank, Big Axe, and the others have all traversed this path, and it was only through acquiring the foundational techniques of armament hockey that sunglasses gained their loyalty. Of course, were Scarface to discover that Rotas is preparing to abscond with a fortune, he might well consider sacrificing Rotas as a tribute. In contrast to Scarface, some pirates, while drinking, find themselves beset by trepidation. They are acutely aware that they had originally intended to eliminate Rotas, and should he seek retribution, their fates would be sealed. This thought causes them to glance nervously at Rotas. Rotas was voraciously stuffing his mouth with food, entirely oblivious to the gazes fixed upon him. Though the fare was somewhat monotonous, he consumed it with reckless abandon. Chapter 8. Is this what they call being a glutton? Amidst the apprehensive stares of the pirates, Rotas resembled a glutton, his mouth agape as he crammed fish into it as if they were mere morsels destined for a basket. The trend showed no signs of abating. Having polished off the food before him, his gaze and hands simultaneously reached toward the table of a nearby companion. To the bewilderment of the onlookers, the dishes on the table vanished at an alarming rate, leaving behind a collection of empty plates. Was he a demon? The once timid pirates now gaped in astonishment, their minds echoing this thought. This fellow wasn't merely eating fish, he was devouring them whole. Remarkably, these were fish with bones. Yet he consumed them as if they were noodles, swallowing them without a single chew. They were utterly confounded, gazing at Rotas' gaping maw. They felt that he could easily swallow a person whole. The thought sent shivers down their spines as they resolved to speak to their fellow pirates later, ensuring Rotas remained unaware of the events that transpired during his recruitment. However, as they were lost in thought, they suddenly noticed the emptiness before them. The fish had vanished. Scanning the surroundings, they finally identified the culprit, Rotas, who was continuing his rampage across the tables of his comrades. A sense of foreboding welled up within them. It appeared Rotas' appetite was rather excessive, and they sensed that the days ahead might be particularly arduous. "Captain, Rotas has truly exceeded the limits of gluttony," Hank said, leaning toward the scar-faced man. Rotas had just cleared the food from his own table and was now sweeping through the others with the same insatiable fervor. It was worth noting that the gathering had only just commenced, and they had barely sipped their drinks, yet much of the food had already vanished into Rotas' gullet. Observing his relentless consumption, it seemed he was far from satiated. This was hardly a matter of mere appetite. It was as if Rotas were a giant, having consumed some fruit that shrank his size. How else could one explain the fact that he ingested fish several times his own weight without so much as a ripple? "Indeed, it is a bit much," the scar-faced man muttered, finally grasping the magnitude of Rotas' voracity. Yet, having made a commitment, he felt too embarrassed to intervene. "Hank, go to the hold and bring out all the food for tomorrow's catch," he commanded. He was determined to witness the extent of Rotas' appetite, so he could better strategize for the future. "Understood, Captain." Hank rose and beckoned several pirates to follow him into the ship's cabin, having sensed the captain's intentions. However, it appeared that this group of part-time fishermen would soon transform into genuine fishermen. After all, if Rotas continued to consume food at this rate, he alone would devour all the provisions meant for the crew of pirates. No matter how much wealth they possessed, they could not sustain such appetites without self-sufficiency. Their pirate band would need to seize hundreds of billions of berries merely to maintain their future expenses. Yet, observing Rotas' current demeanor, it seemed that he had yet to feel satiated after consuming everyone's food, which was even more alarming. The mere thought of the captain's assurances in the conference room filled Hank with pity for the pirates. For although the captain provided guarantees, it was undoubtedly the laborers among the pirates who would bear the brunt of the toil. When Rotas finally finished all the food, he beamed with delight upon seeing Hank and several others pushing a cart laden with provisions towards him, eager to rush forward. He felt that this pirate crew was quite commendable, with a captain who was remarkably honest. However, before indulging, he first apologized to the pirates, as he had taken all their food without prior consent. The pirates, in a display of camaraderie, expressed that they bore no ill will and quickly brushed aside the matter. What could they do? Rotas had previously demonstrated his strength, and the captain had declared him an officer. They had little choice but to accept their fate. This time, Hank brought food, specifically allocating 2/3 of the provisions to Rotas, wary of a repeat incident where Rotas might raid the supplies of others. Yet, he soon discovered that Rotas polished off the food with astonishing speed, devouring what amounted to hundreds of pounds, and still appeared unsated. When asked how he knew, the way Rotas fixated on the others served as ample evidence, his gaze reminiscent of a covetous hunger akin to that of a gluttonous gaze upon berries. Unexpectedly, the captain set down his wine cup and approached Rotas, whispering something to him. Hank then witnessed a glimmer of golden light slowly flickering in Rotas' eyes. which intensified until the captain's words seemed to manifest as a tangible golden glow. Could it truly be? Captain, this feels rather embarrassing. Rotas repeatedly confirmed, nearly unable to fathom that this frugal captain had actually told him he could freely indulge in the ship's pantry, as long as he satisfied his hunger. He felt as though he had stumbled upon paradise. This captain was akin to a deity in his eyes. Naturally, how could one allow their crew to go hungry aboard their vessel? Rotas remembered to indulge himself and eat to his heart's content. Today was a gathering in your honor. There was no cause for hesitation. The scar-faced man generously stated, having invested considerably this time, eager to ascertain just how much Rotas could consume. It appeared he still believed he could afford to feed him, although it seemed increasingly unlikely unless they were to shift careers and become fishermen. Nevertheless, he clung to a dwindling hope that Rotas would become satiated after a modest meal. Otherwise, after vanquishing the one-eyed wolf, he would have to devise a ruse to lure Rotas off the ship, allowing the crew to escape. What a splendid excuse it would be. Claiming Rotas had lost his way on the island, and, after failing to return within the stipulated time, they had no choice but to abandon him when enemies approached. This way, his reputation would remain untarnished, both internally and externally. After all, the stigma of abandoning a comrade would not be easily borne, if word spread. It would be challenging to maintain the loyalty of his subordinates. As he contemplated these matters, the scar-faced man outwardly summoned a crew member to escort Rotas to the ship's pantry. Lotus rose to his feet, following the pirate, his face brimming with joy, and his heart blossoming with happiness. For the first time, he perceived the world as a splendid place, where humanity existed in harmonious unity, truly a realm suffused with love. After Rotas departed, the gathering on the deck resumed its lively atmosphere. They were all taken aback by Rotas's prodigious appetite, now that he was gone. They had no concerns while indulging in their drinks, oblivious to the impending scarcity of food. Clearly, they had yet to grasp the hardships that awaited them in the days and weeks to come. Before long, Hank returned, having chosen not to accompany Rotas to the storeroom, as he preferred to continue reveling on deck. Upon seeing Hank's return, the scar-faced pirate continued to drink while anticipating Rotas's imminent reappearance, estimating that he would return shortly. However, as time passed and the stars shifted, Rotas remained absent from the deck, causing growing unease within the scar-faced pirate. He rose and made his way toward the storeroom, drawing no surprise from the other drinking pirates. With each step closer to the storeroom, his anxiety intensified. Upon reaching the entrance, his jaw dropped in disbelief. The vast storeroom, save for a pile of untouched fruit, was emptied of thousands of pounds of fish. At that moment, Rotas was seen with an oak barrel, pouring wine into his mouth, while simultaneously gnawing on the remnants of smoked beast legs, his gaze still scanning the fruit on the ground. This scene sent shivers down the scar-faced pirate's spine. Nearly half a month's worth of provisions had vanished just like that, and Rotas appeared far from satiated. He could hardly restrain his frustration, cursing himself for suggesting that Rotas should eat his fill. Alas, Captain, where are you? Upon hearing the footsteps, Rotas turned towards the doorway and exclaimed with delight, "Well, Captain, have you had your fill?" The scarred-faced man, struggling to maintain his composure, inquired with a tense smile. "I am quite satisfied, Captain. I have just filled myself to about 90%. Once I finish these fruits, I shall be thoroughly content." "Indeed. This has been the most delightful meal I have ever had, and I owe my gratitude to you, Captain." Rotas expressed immense gratitude, relishing the comfort of plentiful food and drink without the need for hunting. "Is that so? Take your time. I shall return to the deck," he replied. Scarface, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. They had consumed their rations for half a month and were still only 90% satiated. He was on the verge of confronting them, yet years of experience allowed him to maintain the dignity of his position as captain. Never before had he felt such regret. This was beyond mere appetite. It was monstrous. "Very well, Captain." As Rotas bid farewell to Scarface, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy, hoping that such days would persist indefinitely. Chapter 9. We might just be a bunch of pretend pirates. Scarface, weary and burdened, returned to the deck, longing for a moment of tranquility. Should anyone inquire about his desire for peace, he would send them to meet Roger. After laboriously recruiting a formidable subordinate, he found himself unable to support them, leaving him at a loss for words. With a heavy heart, he took a generous swig of alcohol, sighing deeply. Time waits for no one. If only he could wait 2 years until he secured his territory, he would not have to worry about food shortages. Though he felt a pang of reluctance towards his new recruit, the harsh reality was that he could not afford to sustain them, nor could the entire crew. Once he defeated the one-eyed wolf, he would devise a plan to abandon Rotas. However, For the time being, their pirate crew could still manage, but if things continued, they would inevitably have to pivot towards becoming fishermen. Hank regarded his captain with a complex expression, surmising the situation in the cabin and silently mourning for 3 seconds. The captain's words were overly optimistic. Nevertheless, Rotas' strength was undeniable. Having another powerful ally aboard would be advantageous, yet if their appetite were more modest, he felt it would be even better. As his thoughts spiraled, Hank found himself suffering from a slight headache. He gulped down another drink, shaking off these burdensome thoughts. After all, it was not his decision to set sail, so why should he fret? In contrast to Hank, Big Axe and Sunglasses displayed a more carefree demeanor. Perhaps indifferent altogether. With one hand clutching a bowl and the other holding an oak barrel, they drank and poured with unrestrained joy. No matter how lively a gathering, it must eventually come to an end. No matter how plentiful the fine wine, it will eventually be consumed. After a night of revelry, the Scarface Pirates celebration reached its conclusion. Having finished the food in the cabin, Rotas returned to his quarters, harboring no desire to join the festivities on deck. He feared that his recently filled stomach would stir with hunger upon witnessing the merriment of others. It was worth noting that he had just devoured all the provisions from the cabin, should he venture onto the deck for more. Even his thick skin would not withstand the embarrassment. Reflecting on this, he acknowledged that perhaps his pride was still too fragile. Yet, he remained anxious about breakfast the following morning, not expecting to indulge, given that he had consumed all the ship's food. However, it suffices for him to consume a mere 3 or 4 portions. He is acutely aware that apart from the days spent at sea when he indulged to his heart's content, he has seldom known true satiety. Most of the time, he has had to tighten his belt, merely convincing his stomach that it is full. After all, were he to indulge heartily, the island's fauna, no matter how abundant, would soon be depleted. In the interest of sustainability, he has made it a point to selectively hunt males while sparing females. A few males are sufficient. But if the females were to vanish, it would lead to extinction. Yet, even under these circumstances, it is evident that most of the island's wildlife consists of juvenile creatures. He cannot bring himself to hunt them, as he eagerly awaits their maturation. After all, they are diminutive and yield little meat. Not to mention their endearing fluffiness and their cute, plaintive cries. Finding himself increasingly unable to partake in such small game, he has resorted to fishing along the shoreline. However, the waters near the shore teem only with small fish, as the larger ones tend to be stranded, leaving him in a rather awkward predicament. Achieving a satisfying meal hinges entirely on fortune and effort. He pondered why there seemed to be no sea kings near the island he inhabits. If there were, he could easily catch one and fill his belly to satisfaction. Eventually, he learned from his mother that the villagers on his island were excessively ferocious, having nearly driven the marine beasts and sea kings to extinction during a past incident. Consequently, these creatures have fled, and others passing through the area now steer clear of the island. This has resulted in the absence of larger fish, while smaller fish have come to view this place as a paradise. Thus, he finds himself perpetually in a state of semi-satiation. He reflects that had he not endured such prolonged hunger, stunting his growth and depriving him of proper nutrition, he might have awakened his latent potential long ago. Perhaps he could now subdue formidable foes like Sand Crocodile, or even the 7 warlords of the sea with a mere hand. As for Moria, he wouldn't even need his hands. His feet alone could vanquish him. When asked about his confidence, he recalls that at the tender age of 7 or 8, his appetite was already double that of an average giant. Of course, it was then that he began to experience persistent hunger. Over time, he grew accustomed to such deprivation. Fortunately, his hunting skills combined with his knack for scavenging have ensured he has not succumbed to starvation. On the deck, following the conclusion of the gathering, the scar-faced captain swiftly announced that all pirates must rise at dawn to fish, otherwise they would face hunger. As for the rationale behind this, he could only jest that he had exaggerated, yet had his bravado been pierced? He silently lamented that his insatiable appetite had devoured all the provisions aboard the ship. Upon hearing this, the pirates harbored thoughts of exasperation, having labored from morning until afternoon only to see their catch consumed. Yet, they could only respond in agreement, assuring him they would indeed rise early the following day, for the display of strength by Rotas had instilled a sense of trepidation in them. After all, in the vast sea, men are measured by their prowess. The scar-faced captain, pleased with his crew's understanding, felt a sense of relief. However, the mere thought of Rotas prompted a slight shake of the head. As the moon waned and the stars faded, the moment the first rays of light graced the earth, the pirates of the scarred pirate crew began to stir from their slumber. Though they were a band of unruly and undisciplined rogues, They were acutely aware of their roles as pirates. As the sun ascended, casting its golden hue upon the sea, a vast net was cast into the depths. Over 100 pirates traversed the deck of their ship, meticulously pulling the fishing net taut, striving to spread it to its fullest extent while ensuring it remained free of tangles. The helmsman and lookout exchanged words, vigilantly avoiding any treacherous reefs. Everything appeared so harmonious. Surely, the parents of these pirates would look upon them with pride, uttering words of encouragement that they had become skilled fishermen, and suggesting it was time to procure a fishing vessel to contend with the unscrupulous merchants. On the upper deck of the cabin, Dax and Sunglasses were engaged in their workouts, seemingly indifferent to the activities of their fellow pirates. For them, strength was paramount. Other tasks could be entrusted to their subordinates. Sweat and Scarface had yet to make their presence known among the crew, while Rotas remained blissfully asleep, drool escaping from the corner of his mouth, utterly at ease. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the deck buzzed with activity, creating a stark contrast to the tranquility of Rotas. Thus, the entire ship advanced through this peculiar ambience. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the ship had sailed for an unknown duration, the net had been cast and retrieved countless times, and the pirates had gathered their share of fish. Rotas finally awakened. It was the first time since he had begun to starve that he had slept until naturally roused. He found it to be exceedingly comfortable, his entire body warmed and relaxed. Previously, on the island, he had to rise before dawn each day in search of food, and never had he experienced such comfort. Upon seeing Rotas emerge, the pirates on the deck momentarily froze, many of them feeling a tremor of unease as they hurriedly turned back to their tasks of fishing, fearing that Rotas might inquire about how he had been rescued the previous day. Rotas, feeling a bit embarrassed under the gaze of the crowd, suddenly noticed their continued diligence. He couldn't help but exhale deeply, reflecting on the fact that the pirates aboard the ship were indeed a group of hard-working laborers. Observing their demeanor, he would have thought, had he not known he had joined a pirate crew, that he had embarked on a large fishing vessel. Rotas stood for a moment, observing that no one paid him any mind, before he sauntered towards the kitchen, his stomach growling with hunger, yearning for a satisfying meal. After Rotas's departure, the bustling pirates began to slow their pace and engage in conversation. Previously, the towering figure of the axe-wielding officer had instilled the greatest sense of intimidation among them. Now, with the imposing presence of the 3-meter-tall Rotas before them, their anxiety heightened, especially since they had offended him behind his back. The events of yesterday, when they narrowly escaped being blown away, remained vivid in their minds. No matter how voracious Rotas's appetite, they dared not voice any complaints about having to fish daily. Their apprehension lingered, as they dreaded the possibility of Rotas unleashing his axe once more. Rotas remained blissfully unaware of the events that transpired after he left the deck. He was currently relishing a delightful meal in the kitchen. Upon inquiring with the chef, he learned that the captain had commanded an abundance of food to be prepared for him. Fresh fish, just caught from the sea, which, after a slight preparation, was exceptionally delectable. However, the sheer quantity proved to be quite taxing for the chefs. Grateful for the captain's thoughtfulness, Rotas expressed his appreciation to several of the chefs. They warmly accepted his gratitude, perceiving the sincerity in Rotas' demeanor and the evident joy he derived from the meal, which further fulfilled their purpose. After all, the chefs aboard the pirate ship were dedicated to bringing happiness to their guests through their culinary skills. On the other hand, Scarface observed his hard-working crew and mused that perhaps replacing the pirate flag with a fish would be more fitting. He felt increasingly that his pirate crew was straying from the true essence of piracy, and it was imperative that he locate the one-eyed wolf promptly. Chapter 10. Days of Suffering and the Dawn of Hope. The past few days had been both arduous and fulfilling for Scarface's pirate crew. They rose before dawn to cast their nets for fishing, only able to rest once the sun had set. And it was only when the moon rose high that they could truly find respite. Their daily routine of casting nets yielded barely enough sustenance, and the onset of their hardships could be traced back to that fateful decision to cast the nets in the first place. Meanwhile, for Rotas, these days were nothing short of paradise, a veritable heaven. Rotas is savoring the blissful routine of eating and sleeping, waking only to indulge in another meal. He wishes this idyllic existence would never end, and if it must, he fervently hopes it will be a decade or 8 years hence. Scarface, however, is under immense pressure, as his crew of pirates have begun to voice their grievances. Some have even threatened to abandon ship unless Rotas is ousted. Although Scarface has managed to quell the unrest for now, he himself is eager to rid the ship of Rotas, yet his pride holds him back. The more pressing concern is that he has invested so much, and to cast Lotus aside without any return would be utterly contrary to his nature. Yet, the notorious one-eyed wolf, who once frequented their encounters, has not been seen for a week, leaving Scarface uneasy, especially as his crew's dissatisfaction grows. Despite viewing them merely as expendable pawns, he realizes that losing them all would render the ship inoperable, thus he finds himself surprisingly accommodating and soothing their discontent. Nevertheless, while they grumble, they have yet to express their discontent openly towards Lotus, likely out of fear of his earlier display of menace. This knowledge grants Scarface a measure of comfort. After all, should Lotus learn of their dissatisfaction and leave abruptly, his efforts would have been in vain. Yet, the continued absence of news from the one-eyed pirate crew fills him with trepidation. Should they meet their demise, Scarface fears his own crew's fate would follow suit. At the height of Scarface's indecision, Hank entered the captain's quarters. "Captain, are you still troubled by Lotus?" Hank inquired, noticing his captain's furrowed brow. He was well aware of the discontent brewing among the crew, as Lotus had nearly exhausted them. Scarface's earlier bravado now left him in a precarious position, and to Hank, it was evident that his captain was distressed. "Not that," Scarface replied. "What news of the one-eyed pirate crew?" He had already devised a plan for dealing with Lotus. But first, he needed to extract the last vestiges of value from him, contingent upon locating the one-eyed wolves. Hank paused, taken aback by the captain's camaraderie with Lotus. Despite the turmoil aboard, Scarface still prioritized news of the one-eyed pirates. "We have yet to locate them," Hank reported. "However, while fishing, my men retrieved the flag of the one-eyed pirate crew. Based on my deductions, it seems they may have encountered misfortune, possibly leading to their complete annihilation." Hank meticulously organized his thoughts and expressed everything at once. The term hull felt so familiar to him. He recalled the last time he had encountered it was when he seized the flag of the Lotus crew. Now, he found himself in possession of the flag of the one-eyed pirate crew. He couldn't help but wonder if yet another misfortune awaited them. One crew of the Lotus was already more than they could bear. In light of this, it would be best to return home and resume fishing. They must continue their search, determined to uncover the whereabouts of the one-eyed pirate crew. Scarface fell into a moment of silence before speaking. Though the one-eyed wolf was his sworn enemy, both harbored a desire for the other to serve as their first mate. Life demands the living, and death demands the dead. Very well. Hank nodded in acknowledgement and exited the captain's quarters to continue observing the movements of the sea. "You scoundrel. One-eyed wolf, I hope you still breathe. I still wish for you to be my first mate," he muttered under his breath after Hank departed. Scarface now had to contemplate whether the island had deceived Lotus into disembarking and then fled. Initially, he had considered squeezing one last profit from Lotus before his departure. But it seemed that this troublesome asset would be better off disposed of sooner rather than later. Lotus remained blissfully unaware of the impending betrayal, for the ship had been enveloped in an eerie silence for days on end. His only sentiment was a deep disdain for the deplorable behavior of the people in this world, who had the audacity to cast their own pirate flag into the sea, a truly reprehensible act. Did they not consider the environmental repercussions? The potential harm to marine life that could result in intestinal blockages? They were indeed a collection of uncultured individuals. However, it seemed that this world did not advocate for civility or environmental stewardship. Well, he was merely venting his frustrations, in truth. He was lamenting how that wretched pirate flag had occupied the space meant for fish, thereby diminishing the ship's catch. He had entirely forgotten that he had broken the flagpole and the pirate flag, which now lay at the bottom of the sea, leaving the remaining flagpole on deck looking half new and half old, adorned with several unsightly patches, sunglasses, and the large axe wielder, each lifting weights that weighed hundreds of pounds, gazed enviously at Lotus, who lounged on a beach chair. They were acutely aware of the irony. Despite their relentless training, their strength paled in comparison to that of the indolent fellow who lay before them. These past few days had made it abundantly clear that Lotus had no intention of training. He spent his days eating and sleeping, and when he awoke, he merely ate once more. He exuded an air of utter laziness, and whenever questioned about his strength, he would dismissively attribute it to natural talent. Well, natural talent was indeed a convenient excuse. The two of them often fantasized about pinning Lotus down and giving him a sound thrashing. But the reality was that in a real confrontation, they would likely find themselves bested by him. After all, since his arrival, Lotus had casually picked up the barbells, declaring them too light repeatedly, only to tell them that he had no use for such training equipment and would prefer to continue lounging. Thus, Lotus had remained in a state of repose ever since. Sunglasses suspected that Lotus was merely concocting excuses to evade hard work, all the while maintaining the facade of diligent training for the sake of the crew outside. Had Lotus known, he would undoubtedly have clasped his hand and proclaimed him a kindred spirit. He was, after all, here merely to indulge in idleness, perpetually engaged in trivial pursuits. The captain was aware of his lack of engagement, yet the fishermen among the pirates would not be so forgiving, and Lotus would find it impossible to maintain his composure. With this thought in mind, he ventured into the training room. One cannot deny the comfort of the beach chair here. He mused that occasionally changing his surroundings could be quite pleasant. Look at how diligently these officers toil. In the future, the task of strengthening the pirate crew and establishing their renown shall fall to them. You may wonder why it seems to be others who labor. What of Lotus? He would merely retort, have you ever heard of a salted fish that strives? A salted fish need only to chant 6,666 to suffice. Thus, Lotus has secretly begun to practice this chant in his heart, envisioning that during battles, he could cheer from behind the captain, adding his own 6666. Surely, this would delight the captain. However, in reality, he suspects that the captain might be more inclined to wish him harm. He thinks it best to simply entertain the notion. For should he truly act upon it, he would likely find himself cast off the ship. As Rotas pondered in a daze, a towering column of black smoke emerged on the horizon, capturing the attention of the fishermen-turned-pirates. They paused momentarily, comprehending that it was the ominous sign of a ship ablaze. Having sailed the seas for many years, they were well versed in such phenomena. After a brief glance, they resumed their tasks. Atop the lookout, Hank raised his telescope, took a quick observation, and then hurriedly made his way to the captain's quarters. Inside, Scarface was indulging in drink, reminiscing about lost youth, when suddenly, the door burst open. Hank rushed in, exclaiming, a one-eyed pirate crew has appeared ahead. Their ship is on fire, likely having just endured an assault. Scarface paused, his nostalgic reverie shattered, his hand trembling around his glass. After a moment, he replied, let us approach the one-eyed pirates and ascertain if they yet live. Understood, Captain, Hank responded without hesitation, promptly setting forth to execute the command. I hope you still draw breath, One-Eyed Wolf. Scarface continued to sip his drink, rising only after savoring the last drop, and made his way to the deck. Chapter 11. Life finally strikes at me, the weak, pitiful, and helpless little sorcerer. The Scarface pirate ship advanced toward the smoke-belching vessel of the one-eyed pirates. As they drew nearer, the appearance of the one-eyed ship became increasingly discernible to the crew of Scarface. Leaning against the rail, One-Eyed Wolf gazed at the approaching Scarface ship, excitement illuminating his features. He had anticipated that his old rival, after so many days of absence, would seek them out. Indeed, they had come. Over the past few days, his crew had faced 3 battles, some victories, some defeats. Though each encounter bore its own perils, they had emerged unscathed, save for the ship that could not endure and certain expendables who had met their fate. The pirate vessel was slowly succumbing to the depths. Flames smoldering in its lower decks, salvation was no longer an option. The crew of the one-eyed pirates huddled at the stern, hesitant to plunge into the treacherous waters, where the capricious weather and sea monsters would teach them a harsh lesson, the tuition being their very lives. In this barren expanse of ocean, not a single rock was visible, let alone an island. In this grand age of piracy, land was a scarce commodity. Otherwise, so many would not be forced to make their living upon the waves. Yet, despair did not cloud their eyes, for they firmly believed that the Scarface crew would come to their aid. Their hopes were not in vain. The Scarface pirates soon materialized before them, and many surviving pirates waved their hands, shouting in exuberance to express their joy. Scarface stood at the bow, directing the ship to draw closer to the one-eyed vessel. Once the 2 ships were alongside each other, his crew seized ropes to secure the one-eyed ship's railing. One-Eyed Wolf, you scoundrel, you are still alive. What a stroke of luck. The scarred face regarded the One-Eyed Wolf with a semblance of indifference, albeit appearing somewhat disheveled. With a relaxed demeanor, he jested, indeed, ever since I lost an eye, fortune has never strayed from my side. The One-Eyed Wolf gently touched the eye patch covering his empty socket, a self-satisfied smile gracing his lips. Despite the loss of one eye, he found that he always managed to escape danger unscathed thereafter, perceiving the sacrifice of his eye as an offering to luck. Well, enough of your boasting. Bring your crew aboard my ship, he continued. The New World is far too perilous, unlike the earlier stretch of the Grand Line. I believe it is imperative that our 2 pirate crews amalgamate. Otherwise, our individual factions may easily face annihilation. The scarred face waved his hand dismissively at the One-Eyed Wolf's tails, opting instead to address the merger of their crews. Sensing that the One-Eyed Wolf too recognized their lack of strength. Yes, I believe we must indeed discuss this. The prolonged conflict should cease. However, I posit that I would be the more suitable captain, he asserted. After all, luck has always favored me. The one-eyed wolf nodded, feeling that the scarred face's intellect had finally regained its clarity. Merging was acceptable to him, yet he firmly believed the captaincy should remain with him. As the scarred face's luck had never been particularly favorable. Let us postpone this discussion for later. We should leave this place first, he suggested. The scarred face felt an urge to deliver a few sharp reprimands to the one-eyed wolf, curious as to what delusions of fortune clouded his judgment. Very well. Let us retire to your captain's quarters for a more thorough conversation. Kiria, you take the other officers and engage with Hank to foster some camaraderie, he instructed. The one-eyed wolf felt a tinge of sadness. The ship that had accompanied him through thick and thin was now lost, and he had lost a significant portion of his crew. Fortunately, his remaining officers were safe. He exchanged a brief word with his first mate before following the scarred face. Kiria, upon hearing his captain's words, understood that they would likely become one with the scarred crew, and thus, he warmly greeted Hank, Big Axe, Sunglasses, and Rotas. Although unfamiliar with Rotas, they quickly learned of his background through Hank's introduction. After a brief exchange among the group, Hank led Kiria and the others to the ship's cabin. Recognizing their need to change out of their battle-soiled attire and find some rest, Rotas stood on the deck, observing the joy etched upon the faces of the gathered crowd. A sense of happiness welled up within him. Not only did the increased number of members bolster the strength of the pirate crew, but it also alleviated some of the burdens faced by the fishing pirates, allowing them to pursue their endeavors with greater ease. Rotas has completely forgotten who it is that has caused such exhaustion among these pirates, who are on the verge of transforming from pirates into fishermen. With nothing more to attend to, the sunglasses-wearing figure and the axe-wielding one returned to the training room, while the other pirates resumed their fishing activities, restoring the bustling atmosphere aboard the Scarface pirate cruise ship. In the captain's quarters, Scarface and One-Eyed Wolf engaged in a lengthy discussion, and after some exchanges regarding their bets, they finally determined who would assume the role of captain and who would be the first mate. Why, it is you who has triumphed, Scarface declared. Damn it. Luck was clearly on my side, One-Eyed Wolf retorted, frustration evident in his voice, for he could not fathom losing. After all, he believed himself to be fortunate. Very well. My first mate, you must accept reality, Scarface replied with a mischievous grin, relishing the discomfort of One-Eyed Wolf. Did he not realize the truth of his own luck? It was laughable to pretend otherwise. If self-hypnosis were truly effective, there would not be so many pirates at sea. Those who convinced themselves of wealth would not embark on such perilous adventures. In Scarface's eyes, One-Eyed Wolf was hopelessly deluded, eternally convinced of his own fortune. Naturally, when has One-Eyed Wolf ever been untruthful? He scoffed. What is a captain but a title? I shall serve as such, and when Scarface realizes his own misfortune, he will willingly relinquish the captaincy to me. That is reassuring, Scarface sighed, feeling a sense of relief upon hearing the assurance, and soon turned the conversation back to Rotas. So, you have decided to abandon Rotas? One-Eyed Wolf inquired. The notion of forsaking a companion would not bode well for their reputation. Even the most ruthless of pirates seldom engaged in such treachery. After all, life at sea was perilous, and the loss of a crew member necessitated recruitment. If a pirate crew gained a reputation for abandoning their own, attracting new members would become exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, turning their backs on a companion would not only tarnish their external reputation but also undermine the morale of the crew, as no one could be certain they would not be next. Indeed, the crew has been grumbling for quite some time. Yet they are too intimidated by Rotas to voice their concerns openly. They have resorted to coming to me with their complaints. If I do not remove Rotas soon, our pirate crew will be reduced to mere fishermen. Moreover, the crew wishes for Rotas to be dismissed. I believe they would rejoice at the news. Scarface conveyed the recent developments to One-Eyed Wolf, lamenting that he truly wished to keep Rotas, as such a formidable ally was invaluable. Alas, he was unable to do so. Very well, the decision rests with you. The One-Eyed Wolf, upon hearing the latest news from the scarred pirate crew, refrained from excessive words. He noted how voraciously Rotas could eat, and he perceived the troubled expression on Scarred Face's countenance, prompting an involuntary sigh from him. After conversing for a while, as evening approached and mealtime arrived, Scarred Face and the One-Eyed Wolf announced the merger of their two pirate crews. They proceeded to assign positions to the members of the One-Eyed Wolf's crew. Scarred Face, maintaining a calm demeanor, exchanged a few words with Rotas, advising him to engage in amicable interactions with the One-Eyed pirate crew, emphasizing the importance of camaraderie among them, as they would now be one collective group. All of this appeared tranquil, devoid of any foreboding signs. Rotas merely assumed that the captain wished for the crew members to become better acquainted, oblivious to any underlying implications. Once the meal commenced, the one-eyed wolf finally grasped the gravity of Scarred Face's earlier comments regarding Rotas's insatiable appetite. It became evident to him that Rotas must be removed from the ship. Otherwise, some members of their crew would undoubtedly face hunger. He was compelled to question Scarred Face's audacity in bringing such a glutton aboard. In response to the one-eyed wolf's inquiring gaze, Scarred Face quickly turned his head away. Regretting his earlier decision, he vowed that in the future, any new recruits would first be treated to a meal before contemplating their acceptance. The peculiar atmosphere lingered until the meal concluded, after which Scarred Face summoned Hank. He needed Hank's navigational expertise to facilitate Rotas's departure from the ship. Chapter 12. Clearly assigned since being appointed as the vice-captain of the Scarred pirate crew, the one-eyed wolf had assumed control over the ship's affairs, while Scarred Face had comfortably settled into the role of a casual overseer. Over the past few days, the one-eyed wolf began to understand why Scarred Face, despite the potential backlash, was so determined to rid himself of Rotas. It was only when one bore the burden of leadership that they truly appreciated the value of resources. He now comprehended Scarred Face's earlier frustrations. The subordinates who accompanied him had begun to harbor significant resentment towards Rotas, the idler who consumed 2/3 of the ship's provisions. If not for the one-eyed wolf's efforts to pacify them, chaos might have ensued aboard the vessel. Fortunately, he had previously communicated to his men that they could voice any grievances to him, preventing a tumultuous atmosphere among the crew. This precaution was originally intended to mitigate any potential friction arising from the merger of the two pirate crews, and it had proven to be fortuitous. Fortunately, they would reach an island by afternoon, one that belonged to the formidable Whitebeard. Following Scarred Face's plan, the one-eyed wolf intended to provide Rotas with a sum of money and arrange for another pirate to escort him away. Meanwhile, they would swiftly replenish their supplies and ensure that Rotas's pirate accomplices were discreet in their departure. Once their ships set sail, even if Rotas became aware of the situation, it would be too late, for they would be long gone, having navigated to an unknown destination. After parting with Rotas, as long as they did not voluntarily disclose any information, they could easily deny any acquaintance with him if questioned, alleviating any concerns about their reputation. With this thought, the one-eyed wolf's spirits lifted considerably. Scarred Face, sharing in his good mood, had learned from his previous exchange with Hank that the nearest islands could be reached within days, allowing him to finalize his plans. The afternoon provided the perfect opportunity to create a substantial distance between them and Rotas, ensuring that he could not pursue their crew. While Scarred Face felt a sense of joy, he also experienced a sense of frustration, as this marked his first venture into a financially detrimental deal, potentially necessitating an additional investment of berries. Otherwise, apart from allowing Rotas to indulge in the culinary delights of the island, there seems to be little else that could entice this voracious consumer to disembark. It is evident that Rotas is not particularly affluent, and in order to persuade him to leave the ship, a considerable sum of currency must be offered. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite extraordinary for Rotas to consider stepping ashore. The demeanor of Rotas these days can be succinctly described as lethargy. He is utterly indolent, spending his days reclined on a beach chair, observing other crew members honing their skills while he remains motionless. Out of concern for his subordinates, Scarface decided to inquire personally, only to receive the response, "Captain, I cannot train. The more I practice, the hungrier I become, and my appetite grows insatiable. I fear that my comrades aboard will end up famished." Scarface, upon hearing this, deemed Rotas to be a considerate subordinate, yet in reality, his self-serving concerns were anything but commendable. What, then, is Rotas doing in the training room? He neither trains nor makes efficient use of the space. Moreover, it remains unclear whether he is genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance of the fact that ever since the merger of their two pirate factions, some aboard have been perpetually on the brink of hunger. He is, in fact, the root cause of this predicament, yet he shamelessly claims to fear that others might starve, when in truth, starvation is already a reality. It is important to note that while the fishing pirates may have experienced a reduction in their burdens, their catch has not increased proportionally to their numbers. This imbalance has led to a scarcity of food among the crew, resulting in discontent. Fortunately, he has delegated all trivial matters to One-Eyed Wolf. Otherwise, he would be faced with further headaches. However, for the sake of future tranquility, he must endure a financial loss. He had entertained thoughts of eliminating Rotas but quickly extinguished them, setting aside the fact that Rotas was personally recruited by him. Any act of aggression would lead his subordinates to recall past lessons, and merely witnessing Rotas' display of strength could instill a sense of dread. If they were unable to subdue him, they would be unaware of the repercussions of provoking such a formidable young force, which could usher in a world of trouble. Thus, Scarface would rather endure some discomfort than hastily rid himself of this mischief maker, treating this period as if nurturing a son. As the sun hung low in the sky, reaching its zenith, the pirates of the Scarface crew finally glimpsed the long-awaited island, eliciting a wave of joy that swept away their hunger-induced gloom. The island promised beauty, libations, sustenance, and all manner of merriment. The thought of these delights invigorated them, and had there not been a distance yet to traverse, Rotas felt that these exuberant souls might leap into the water and swim ashore. Rotas contemplated whether he desired to visit the island, knowing it was rife with culinary delights. Scarface, having emerged from the captain's cabin, stood beside Rotas and spoke with a voice laden with temptation. "Come now, why not join the revelry?" No, Rotas replied, "Captain, I shall remain aboard and keep watch." Rotas declined, his hands empty, not possessing a single Bailey. Upon reaching the island, he could only observe, unable to purchase anything. Why expend his energy engaging in such frivolities when he could simply remain on the vessel? "Is it that you are short on funds, Rotas? I can lend you 5 million Baileys. That should suffice for you to enjoy yourself on the island. We set sail tomorrow morning, so you can indulge to your heart's content." Scarface spoke, his words laced with temptation. He was well aware that Rotas would likely refuse to disembark. It seemed that these funds would be unavoidable. He could only hope that Rotas would not squander the money too quickly and would refrain from returning before they departed from the island. "Is that so? I am truly grateful to you, Captain." Rotas was pleasantly surprised and promptly expressed his gratitude, as he had not anticipated the captain's generosity in lending him 5 million Baileys. With this sum, he could leisurely explore the island. "It's nothing. It's only to be expected. You are, after all, a newcomer and likely short on funds." The scar-faced man waved his hand dismissively, his expression indifferent. He continued, "By the way, you can accompany the Swiftfoot when you go ashore. This fellow is remarkably swift, and should any issues arise, he can easily notify you. Moreover, his memory is quite sharp, making it difficult for him to lose his way." As he spoke, the scar-faced man beckoned a pirate over, one who was both quick and clever. He had previously instructed this individual to lead Rotas deep into the island, ensuring that Rotas would not return before the ship set sail. "Then I must extend my heartfelt thanks to the captain." Lotus took over from Bailey, feeling a surge of excitement as he gazed at the approaching pirates. He understood that the captain was concerned about him getting lost. The scar-faced man continued to converse with Lotus, emphasizing that time was running short and darkness would soon envelop them. Ultimately, he managed to send Lotus off the ship. As he watched Lotus depart, a sigh of relief escaped him. He retrieved his communication snail to notify the other officers in charge of procuring supplies and leisure activities to return immediately after completing their purchases. Those engaged in recreation were also instructed to return within an hour. Before his subordinates disembarked, he intentionally organized them into small groups centered around the officers for easier communication via the snail. It was imperative to acquire supplies, otherwise, they would find themselves devoid of even a single vegetable on board. The thought of becoming fishermen loomed ominously if they failed to procure essentials. Moreover, beyond food, they needed to acquire other vital resources such as timber, clothing, beverages, and medicine, as these were indispensable for life at sea. Without them, they would be perilously close to crossing into the realm of the dead. He fervently hoped that the pirates tasked with gathering supplies would act swiftly, avoiding any delays. If Lotus returned after exhausting his funds, his meticulously crafted plan would be rendered futile. As for his subordinates indulging in leisure, a brief stroll on land to inhale the earthy scent sufficed. There was no need for prolonged absence, especially when they were neither working nor guarding the ship. As captain, he refrained from indulging in frivolities, so neither should they. On the island, the pirates of the Scarface crew received their captain's orders through the communication snail and promptly set their plans into motion. They learned of the unfolding situation from the officers and were filled with exhilaration. Their leader was finally seeking to rid himself of Lotus, a piece of news that was nothing short of monumental. With hearts racing and footsteps quickening, they kept their mouths tightly shut, fearful that their excitement would attract the attention of the ascending Lotus. Chapter 13. Captain, I have successfully arranged for Lotus. Rotas and Fimaudi disembarked and proceeded along the dock towards Island Street. As Rotas walked along the pier, he paused for a moment, captivated by a pirate flag that stood prominently at the center of the dock. "Ah, to think there is a pirate flag here." Rotas found the scene somewhat peculiar. It appeared to be his first encounter with an island proudly displaying a pirate flag. He recalled that in the New World, such a practice typically indicated protection by one of the four emperors. As he gazed intently at the pirate flag, he noticed the skull adorned with a prominent white crescent mustache, fluttering gracefully in the sea breeze. This was indeed the territory of Whitebeard. Lotus recognized the pirate flag. Realizing that he had entered the territory of Whitebeard, a sense of elation filled him, for he was now within the domain of one of the four emperors, where safety was assured. He could dine without the fear of stray bullets suddenly firing from nowhere. It is well known that the most secure places in the New World are those under the protection of the four emperors. Here, outside pirates dare not act recklessly, while local pirates are mere subordinates of the emperors and typically refrain from causing trouble. After all, these islands pay a protection fee annually, and should they create disturbances, the emperors would be the first to deal with them. As sovereigns of the seas, they place great importance on their reputation, with the notable exceptions of Big Mom and Kaido. As Rotas strolled along, he beheld the harmonious coexistence of the island's villagers and pirates, a sight that stirred profound emotions within him. This was the manifestation of the four emperors' formidable influence. The pirates, bustling about like ordinary tourists, refrained from any misconduct, engaging in bargaining with merchants as if they were simply guests. Were it not for the skull tattoos adorning their bodies, he might have mistaken them for amiable individuals. Though the pirates grumbled and cursed during their haggling, they remained remarkably compliant, denouncing the overpriced goods while dutifully settling their accounts. Lotus stood still, gazing at the surroundings that appeared both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. He surveyed the area for a considerable time without moving, embodying the essence of a spectator. Beside him, the swift-footed companion was growing increasingly anxious, for his task was to lead Lotus away from the dock as far as possible. Thus, he engaged Lotus in conversation, hoping to encourage him to venture further ahead. Lotus, after all, the pirate crew departs tomorrow. Why not explore a bit deeper? You see, the shops near the dock tend to be rather expensive, while those further in offer more reasonable prices. Since the money is borrowed, it should be spent wisely. Don't you agree? The swift-footed companion understood that aside from food, Lotus rarely showed interest in anything else. To sway Lotus, he knew he had to rely on his wits, aware that the goods near the dock were priced significantly higher than those found deeper within the island. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Lotus soon began to move, following his lead. Seeing that Lotus had taken his advice to heart, the swift-footed companion couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Rotas followed closely behind Fimatwi, finding great wisdom in his companion's words. One must understand that this dock represents a prime location. Those who conduct business here undoubtedly incur substantial rental fees. And where do these rents originate? It is, of course, all too evident. They are derived from the pockets of hapless fools like themselves. Rotas contemplated his surroundings and felt a sense of admiration for the captain, who he believed was a genuinely kind-hearted individual. It was evident to him that the captain had anticipated the possibility of such an error on his part, which was why he had assigned the swift-footed companion to accompany him, preventing him from falling prey to unscrupulous merchants. As he reflected on his fleeting thoughts of switching allegiances, a wave of guilt washed over him. Meanwhile, the swift-footed companion, oblivious to Rotas' inner turmoil, was silently calculating the time, contemplating when he might extricate himself from the situation. He harbored no desire to remain stranded on the island, where he was unfamiliar with the surroundings and lacked the means to fend for himself, unlike Rotas. If he stayed, devoid of funds, he would likely revert to his former occupation as a laborer. The mere thought of toiling as a laborer, laboring from dawn until dusk merely to scrape by, living a dismal existence without even a warm bowl of soup, sent a shiver of anxiety through him. Yet, he dared not return to the ship prematurely, fearing the captain's wrath upon discovering that he had failed in his duties and had brought Rotas back. He imagined the captain might very well cast him off the vessel. As he pondered the time it would take to replenish the ship's supplies, he continued to meander with Rotas, occasionally engaging in casual conversation to prolong their time together. Eventually, they arrived in front of a restaurant, and Rotas found himself unable to move any further. A glimmer of joy illuminated his expression as he beheld the sign proclaiming buffet restaurant. He had never anticipated the existence of such a venue in this place and felt a surge of optimism, believing he could indulge in a hearty meal for a minimal expense. Observing Rotas' enthusiasm, the swift-footed companion realized that he need not worry about the impending events. As long as the establishment did not impose a time limit, Rotas could consume until the establishment faced bankruptcy. Even if there were restrictions, the matters aboard the ship would likely be resolved before Rotas finished his meal. In light of this, he felt a sense of accomplishment regarding his task. With this thought in mind, he tactfully remarked, "Brother Rotas, I shall take my leave now. Enjoy your meal here, and we shall reconvene tomorrow morning." "Yes, go ahead." Rotas replied, "Go ahead." Rotas waved his hand, his gaze fixed solely on the shop door, leaving nothing else in his sight. Upon witnessing this, Fimotwi quickly departed, sprinting towards the dock. Although he had not been out with Rotas for long, he was still fearful of being left behind. As Rotas entered the establishment and paid 200,000 berries at the front desk, he promptly seized a chair and sat at the food-laden table. Amidst the horrified gazes of the staff, he began to indulge in the feast. The table, originally intended for patrons to serve themselves, now became Rotas's dining vessel. As he grasped a 1-meter-long, 50-centimeter-wide metal platter in one hand and a colossal meat leg in the other, using the platter, designed to prevent the loss of juices, as his bowl. Hearing the commotion from the dining area, the proprietor descended from the upper floor. After casting a glance at Rotas, he ordered his employees to attend to their duties with utmost diligence. Having operated the establishment for many years, he had witnessed countless scenes. He was well aware that these pirates had hearty appetites, yet they would ultimately consume just as any ordinary customer would, eating their fill before departing. The 200,000 berries he had received was a consideration he had long anticipated. He was confident that even if giants were to grace his establishment, their indulgence would not harm his business. Over the years, many had sought to take advantage of his generosity, yet how many truly succeeded? Having navigated this trade for years, he had mastered its essence: desserts as sweet as the palate desired, meats lavishly saturated in oil, and sourcing ingredients at the lowest possible cost. In essence, he was assured of profit, hardly troubled by the current scene. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to continuously replenish the food, ensuring that no void appeared on the table. For he valued his good reputation immensely. After imparting his directives, the proprietor observed other tables where patrons were drinking and contemplated procuring inexpensive libations from the local distillery. He recognized that these pirates were drawn to his establishment primarily for his drinks. With these thoughts in mind, he returned upstairs to rest. Meanwhile, the employees, following the owner's orders, could only watch as a voracious Rotas consumed the food on the table, while they tirelessly fetched more provisions from the storeroom to fill the gaps. It seemed as though this cycle had no end, as they mechanically repeated their tasks. On the dock, the swift-footed individual, with legs crossed like the wind, dashed forward, leaving behind fleeting shadows. Upon reaching the ship, he leaped effortlessly aboard. "Have you completed your task?" Scarface inquired, reclining on a beach chair, as he noticed the swift-footed one's return. "Yes, Captain. Rotas is currently dining at a buffet restaurant. From his demeanor, it appears he intends to eat his fill." The swift-footed one recounted his encounter with Rotas. "Good work. You may take your leave now," Scarface replied. Scarface felt a surge of joy and waved flying legs away. Rotas aimed to indulge himself, knowing he would not return for at least an hour. Moreover, this establishment was a buffet, ensuring that he would feast until time dictated otherwise. Thus, they had a generous window of 3 to 5 hours, ample time indeed. With this thought, Scarface reclined comfortably, awaiting the return of his subordinates. Half an hour later, the pirates who had ventured out returned, followed by another half-hour's wait for those who had gone to procure supplies for the ship. Upon their return, the pirates scanned their surroundings and, finding absent the figure that had caused them distress in recent days, erupted into exuberant cheers. Observing that most of his crew had gathered, Scarface commanded the ship to set sail. One-eyed Wolf stood on the deck, gazing at the diminishing island, an indescribable sensation stirring within him. A vague premonition that they might one day regret abandoning Rotas. The Scarface pirate crew braved the waves, embarking on a new chapter of their piratical existence. Chapter 14. All day shooting geese. Ultimately pecked by geese in the buffet restaurant, Rotas indulged heartily, feeling as though he had found paradise. The service was commendable. As soon as he finished one platter, a waiter promptly whisked it away and replaced it with another. It seemed as if the food on the table would never diminish. He selected his favorites with abandon, relishing the joy of eating to his heart's content. Since arriving in this world, he had never experienced such blissful feasting. Reveling in the freedom to choose the dishes he adored, Rotas indulged in his feast, his mouth glistening with oil. While the other pirates found themselves in a less jubilant state, the dishes they longed for had been monopolized by Rotas alone, igniting a simmering frustration within them. Though they yearned to express their anger and cause a ruckus, they could only swallow their discontent, their expressions betraying their vexation. After all, they were merely an outsider pirate crew, and should they provoke trouble on the island under the protection of the four emperors. Their chances of leaving alive were as slim as a dreamer's fanciful illusions, unless they possessed the strength of a warlord or a vice-admiral. Even if they managed to escape, their existence would not improve. Without the shelter of another emperor, they would find themselves returning whence they came. The four emperors had neither the time nor inclination to hunt down this band of insignificant ants scattered across the seas. Should they opt to remain in the new world without making either choice, the emperors would surely pursue them to the ends of the earth. After all, to provoke a four-emperor and then linger beneath their very noses was to invite inevitable doom. The pirates exchanged glances, wary of one another, each fearful of sparking trouble. They whispered among themselves, biding their time until they could settle accounts with the gluttonous Lotus upon his departure from the island. The waitstaff continued to circulate with platters, their expressions somewhat numb. When patrons complained about Lotus's monopolization of a particular dish, the staff merely offered a perfunctory apology before dismissing their grievances. Overwhelmed with tasks, and with the owner indifferent to their plight, they could do little to alter the situation. After all, it was Lotus's skill that allowed him to feast unchallenged. They dared not admonish him to slow down, lest they offend paying customers. All were valued patrons, and none could afford to alienate them. The staff chose instead to remain deaf to the complaints, secretly hoping for a brawl to break out. Perhaps then, the Whitebeard pirates would whisk them away from their burdensome toil. As they stretched their aching arms and backs, they yearned for the chaos to erupt sooner rather than later. Yet, as time passed without incident, the disgruntled pirates resorted to drinking, revealing their true nature as bullies prone to preying on the weak. The staff, feeling somewhat disheartened, averted their gazes and resumed their duties, replenishing the plates. Rotas was oblivious to the passage of time, acutely aware only of the multitude of plates that had been exchanged before him. At last, he contentedly patted his round belly, emitting a satisfied belch as he unsteadily rose from his seat. The waitstaff, witnessing Rotas' departure, were filled with tears of relief, their eyes shimmering as they fought back the welling emotions. Their arms trembled involuntarily, and they silently rejoiced, finally liberated from the clutches of this tormentor. For a grueling 2 hours, the five of them had tirelessly served dishes, ensuring that the table remained perpetually filled. Those 2 hours felt akin to 2 years. And they had finally endured to the end. Setting down their tasks, they retreated to the kitchen, where they began to relax, leaning back in their chairs. The expressions on their faces transformed into one of ease, savoring this hard-earned respite. Meanwhile, the manager, emerging from the stockroom, bore a grim countenance. Clutching the inventory list detailing the day's food consumption, he compared it to the day's earnings, only to discover a disconcerting deficit. Indeed, they were at a loss, substantially so, nearly equivalent to half a month's revenue, as a staggering 10 tons of food had been consumed within those 2 hours. Yet the income failed to align with the cost of the consumed provisions. They had long been taken advantage of, and now, at last, they had encountered a predicament of their own making. The manager approached the owner with the disheartening ledger in hand. The encounter was peculiar, for this manager was the financial overseer, tasked solely with tallying the day's revenue. He was also a partner in the establishment. A loss for the business meant a loss for him as well. While he could easily vent his frustrations on his subordinates, he refrained, understanding that such actions would yield no resolution. He recognized that the root of the issue lay with the owner. In the upstairs quarters, the owner was still in slumber when he was abruptly roused by a kick from his own manager. Drowsily, he caught sight of a paper flying towards his face. Grasping it, he squinted at the document, and in an instant, all drowsiness dissipated. He leapt from his bed, disregarding the manager at his side, and hurried downstairs to interrogate the staff in the kitchen. The manager, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed suit. In the kitchen, after hearing the employees' explanations, both the manager and the owner wore expressions of deep dismay, particularly the owner, who had not anticipated that a single remark made prior to ascending the stairs would lead to such a debacle. The burden of responsibility fell predominantly upon him, with the manager bearing only a fraction of the blame. The manager, not only troubled by the grim situation but also feeling deeply frustrated, recalled the agreement made at the inception of their partnership. The owner would oversee the operations while he managed finances and logistics. This debacle was unequivocally the owner's fault. Yet, bound by their signed agreement, he had to swallow his grievances silently. Although the owner was equally disheartened, he recognized the necessity of resolving the issue. He promptly instructed that the individual responsible for the losses be blacklisted and began contemplating a transition to a more conventional restaurant model. Having already suffered once, he could not afford to experience a second setback. Lotus strolled along the street with great delight, blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired since his departure from the restaurant. With a buoyant step, he indulged in a leisurely post-meal walk. Observing the sun, which had yet to set, he contemplated whether to enjoy another meal that evening, for the night was still young. He had indulged to the point of fullness, feeling an immense sense of comfort, as if every cell in his body was absorbing the nourishment of the food. He felt utterly at ease, akin to the gradual subsiding of a once protruding belly after months of gestation. Rotas became acutely aware of his physical condition, recognizing that he had never truly been satiated in the past. This lack of nourishment had led to malnutrition and stunted development. Otherwise, his cells would not be so ravenous. He understood that if he could simply indulge in ample food and drink, his body would continue to grow. Perhaps due to his mixed heritage, he possessed boundless potential. Akin to a monster, as long as he continued to eat, he would gradually become stronger. Rotas had long realized this. Yet the sheer quantity of food required to fill his hunger was daunting. He believed that if he aspired to challenge the 4 emperors and confront the admirals, he must ensure he was well-fed every day. Perhaps after 2 years of proper nourishment, he could master hockey, wield a sea prism stone hammer, and ideally learn martial arts akin to the Navy's 6 styles. He imagined that by then, he might even be able to hold his own against the admirals. However, for now, he needed to focus on his development cautiously. Although he possessed considerable strength, raw power alone could not be entirely translated into true might. Once he could master the myriad techniques with sheer strength, he would be ready to reign over the seas, and at that point, establishing a formidable influence would no longer be a concern for his sustenance or attire. Rotas set aside thoughts of a glorious future, focusing instead on the present. He decided to savor his meal later that evening, for after all, 200,000 Baileys was not an excessive amount. With 5 million Baileys to his name, he could indulge in exquisite dining for several days. Rotas gradually ventured deeper into the island, meandering through the streets until he stumbled upon a seafood buffet. Although his enthusiasm for seafood had waned, he still craved the succulent, juicy taste of beastly meat, with its tantalizing juices glistening at the corners of his mouth. After casting a fleeting glance at the restaurant's location, Rotas resumed his leisurely stroll. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the insects began their evening chorus, he turned to make his way back, feeling a hint of hunger that signaled it was time to indulge in a meal. As Rotas made his way back, he returned to the familiar streets and the well-known buffet. When did they change the sign? As Rotas was about to step into the buffet restaurant, he glanced up and noticed that the establishment had undergone a transformation. The former buffet had been replaced by a new dining venue named Island Restaurant. On the steps, a sign stood prominently, indicating that the dining model had shifted to a la carte pricing. Furthermore, due to the sudden change, a promotion offering a 20% discount was introduced to compensate both new and existing customers. Rotas cast a skeptical glance and muttered to himself, "Do I truly care about a mere 20% discount? What concerns me is how much of a discount would allow me to satisfy my hunger, given that my pocket is sufficiently lined." After muttering to himself, Rotas turned and departed, contemplating a visit to a seafood restaurant for a meal. He felt that he might have overindulged at the previous establishment, leaving an unwelcome impression. Now, he intended to seize the opportunity to dine at the buffet seafood restaurant before it drew any attention, for he would be leaving the next day. And the fate of these eateries held no significance for him. As the moon hung serenely over the ocean, Rotas stepped into the buffet seafood restaurant. Chapter 15. So, am I unemployed? The moon shone brightly in the sky as Rotas emerged from the restaurant, feeling the fullness in his belly and suppressing a hearty belch. Behind him, a man clad in a suit leaned against the doorframe, his gaze vacant, mumbling to himself, "It's over, it's over. The boss will surely fire me. 7 million Baileys worth of food has been devoured by this fiend." Burp, burp. Rotas, having indulged in a hearty meal, paid no heed to the man behind him as he resumed his leisurely stroll through the streets. He had settled the bill. There was no sense of guilt weighing upon him. The proprietors of buffet establishments ought to be prepared for the possibility of being overwhelmed by customers. Otherwise, what purpose does the exorbitant pricing serve? This world is akin to an ocean, abundant in fish while the expanse of land is scarce, thus rendering the price of game meat exorbitantly high. At the restaurant he visited earlier that afternoon, he had deliberately chosen dishes featuring game meat, and the staff there had displayed commendable decorum. Upon finishing his meal and departing, not a single individual had raised a fuss or caused a scene. Yet, upon entering this new establishment, he found the atmosphere to be markedly different, with the staff exhibiting a distinct lack of civility. Indeed, It seemed that buffet restaurants existed on a spectrum of quality, and this particular one undoubtedly occupied the lowest rung. He resolved never to return. The variety of food was meager and the service stingy. Most disconcertingly, the staff scrutinized his dining experience with an air of suspicion, as if he were pilfering rather than paying for his meal. If not for the fear of wasting time dealing with such insolent individuals, he would have shown them the true meaning of a pirate's iron fist. Rotas cast aside these trivial thoughts and continued to stroll along the street, searching for other buffet restaurants to facilitate his next dining experience in this locale. He wandered for quite some time without discovering a third establishment, and a sense of disappointment crept into his heart. Turning towards the dock, he noted that the day was growing late, and it was time for him to rest. Spending the night on the island would incur costs rather than paying for a hotel. He would prefer to walk a bit further and return to the ship for a restful sleep. Speaking of which, he realized that his companion, the Swift One, seemed to have vanished. He must be aboard the ship now. Rotas recalled that he had been so focused on the buffet that he had neglected to keep an eye on him. He would need to explain the situation to the Swift One later, lest misunderstandings arise. Rotas pondered as he hurried along, his footsteps unceasing, gradually arriving at the dock. However, he found himself momentarily taken aback, for the scarred pirate ship that had once been moored at the pier had vanished. "Where on earth is my ship, Captain? I have yet to board." Rotas could not help but curse aloud. He glanced around, still clinging to a faint glimmer of hope. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no sign of the scarred pirate ship or its distinctive flag. "Damn it, where on earth is my long-term source of sustenance? Where could it possibly be?" Rotas was deeply despondent, particularly so, for after a prolonged period of reliance, he found himself bereft of support. He never anticipated that his beloved captain and cherished companions would so ruthlessly abandon him. Rotas clung to his last glimmer of hope, resolved to wait through the night to see if his beloved ticket would return by dawn. If it did not, he would truly be forsaken. After all, the captain had informed him that they would gather in the morning to set sail. Rotas gazed upon the tranquil dock, casually seeking a secluded spot. He took a tarpaulin from the ground and spread it out, preparing to rest. However, before succumbing to slumber, he placed his money beneath him, ensuring that he would be alerted at the slightest attempt to pilfer it. Wrapping himself in his clothing, Rotas crossed his arms and closed his eyes, drifting into sleep. The night at the dock was eerily quiet, devoid of the bustling activity of the day. His arrival and actions went unnoticed, save for his muttered curses that stirred the slumbering sailors and pirates. As the moon set and stars faded, the sun rose over the sea and the island. Rotas blinked against the harsh light, feeling a pang of resignation as he faced the unrelenting sun, which blazed uncomfortably upon his face. Observing his surroundings, he noted the gradual emergence of people at the dock. Rising, he collected his money from the ground and made his way toward the bustling area, leaving only the tarpaulin behind as evidence of his overnight presence. As he entered the dock, he scanned the rows of pirate ships, only to find that the scarred pirate crew was still absent. His final glimmer of hope extinguished, he was confronted with a sobering reality. He was unemployed, deprived of his steady livelihood, and had lost a long-term source of sustenance. Rotas meticulously recalled his experiences with the scarred pirate crew and found no irregularities. Initially, he had feared complaints from the fishermen among the pirates, but during those days, he had encountered none. At that time, he believed everything was perfectly fine. However, upon reflection, he realized that the captain had long intended to abandon him. Otherwise, how could the pirates have been so compliant in their fishing endeavors? Moreover, 2/3 of the provisions aboard had been consumed by him, and it was indeed peculiar that the pirates harbored no grievances. Clearly, the captain had suppressed their discontent, for he had already devised a plan. With this clarity, Rotas felt a profound sense of frustration, regretting that he had not moderated his consumption. Otherwise, he would not have frightened away the scarred pirate crew so hastily. Nonetheless, with the departure of the crew, longing for them was futile. His immediate concern was to find a meal, procure some clothing, and seek a place to rent. During his arrival on the island from the ship, he had noticed an abundance of marine creatures, with small sea kings frequently breaching the surface. He could reside here for some time, hunting these sea beasts for sustenance. And when the food supply dwindled, he could simply relocate. Having come to this conclusion, Rotas made his way to a seafood buffet, hopeful that he might still enjoy a meal there. Although he reassured himself internally, he rationally understood the improbability of such an outcome. Yet, driven by that faint glimmer of hope, he resolved to venture forth. The streets in the early morning were shrouded in mist as Rotas walked along the cobblestone path, observing the newly erected signs and notices. Realizing he had been overly optimistic, he concluded that the establishment must have been ill-conceived to offer him such an opportunity. Clearly, the establishment was neither foolish nor slow to adapt. It had swiftly transformed its model akin to that of the buffet, making it evident that if he wished to satiate his hunger, he would have to turn to the sea. However, he remained unperturbed. The hour was still early, and his stomach had yet to grumble. First, he purchased several inexpensive sets of clothing, trousers, and shoes, while also inquiring about available rental properties. Despite it being morning, with the sun barely peeking above the horizon, many shops had already opened their doors. Rotas efficiently procured his garments without much delay. As for accommodation, he had located a landlord through the guidance of a vendor. This landlord possessed a wooden cabin situated in a secluded area of the island, where human presence was scarce, and the foliage was lush. The two-story cabin, a newly constructed abode, boasted over 100 square meters of space and was not far from the coastline. Due to the numerous reefs near the cabin, which were teeming with marine life, the area was seldom frequented by boats. Upon hearing the landlord's description, Rotas felt as though the property had been tailor-made for him. He promptly resolved to rent it, yet he requested the landlord to accompany him for a viewing, as he could not place complete trust in the landlord's words. After a brief journey, Rotas arrived at the wooden cabin the landlord had mentioned. Upon meticulous inspection of both the interior and exterior, he found it to be exactly as the landlord had described, not only spacious but also of suitable height, thus sparing him the embarrassment of hitting his head against the ceiling. A smile crept onto his face, and noticing Rotas' expression, the landlord proceeded to show him the surrounding environment. After this exploration, Rotas had already made up his mind to rent the place. Once they had finished their tour, discussions about the price ensued. The landlord quoted a price of 200,000 belly, explaining that all the furniture within the cabin had been purchased at his own expense, allowing Rotas the convenience of moving in with just his belongings, significantly alleviating the burden of furnishing a new home. However, Rotas was not inclined to accept the landlord's price without negotiation. Thus, they engaged in a spirited bargaining session, centering around a figure of 150,000, but not exceeding 200,000, which culminated in a series of counteroffers. After several rounds of haggling, both parties made concessions, ultimately agreeing upon an annual rental price of 185,000 belly. Rotas has successfully rented a house with a lease term of 1 year. Although the duration is merely a year, this place shall be his home. While sleeping on the floor poses no issue given his constitution, matters that can be resolved with a bit of expenditure are hardly a concern. Rotas entered the wooden cabin, neatly arranged his clothing, and placed them into the wardrobe, while his shoes found their place on the shoe rack. Donning a pair of wooden clogs, he stepped outside and made his way to the shoreline. There, he removed his garments and clogs, and with a spirited leap, plunged into the sea. Delightful sustenance, here I come. Rotas gazed at the sea, where the aquatic beast drifted, his eyes glimmering with intensity. With a swift motion, he plunged vertically into the depths, leaving only a few splashes upon the surface. Chapter 16. Rotas was a man of integrity. Time flew by like a shuttle, and before he realized it, he had spent half a year on the island. One day, as he rose from his bed, he surveyed the familiar furnishings around him and felt a sense of contentment. Living this way for a lifetime seemed quite appealing. The surroundings were exceedingly comfortable, and his home was spacious. However, everything was nearly perfect, save for the absence of a wife. Lately, he had noticed a troubling scarcity of food. The aquatic beasts and smaller sea monarchs had seemingly vanished. Today, he had to venture out to the waters beyond the 10th sea to catch a hapless creature. It was rare these days for a sea beast to seek its own demise. Had its relatives failed to warn it about the recent arrival of a sorcerer dedicated to capturing aquatic beasts and sea monarchs? Observing the sea creature that collided with him, he speculated that perhaps this beast was an orphan, having traversed the waters from the coastline, while its fellow denizens of the deep had fled from 10 nautical miles away, leaving this unfortunate soul to present itself at his doorstep. To honor the affectionate gesture of this royal sea creature, he warmly guided it to a realm devoid of conflict, pain, and toil, a place of exquisite comfort. Naturally, this creature need not express gratitude. He, Rotas, was merely a benevolent sorcerer who delighted in aiding beasts without seeking recompense. As the sun began its descent, he sent another royal sea creature, resembling a 17-meter-long ribbonfish, to accompany the first. He believed the two would coexist harmoniously. Watching the sun nearing the horizon, Rotas resolved to find additional companions for the sea creature the following day, but for now, he needed to return home to rest. Since losing his job, Lotus had rented a house for 6 months, during which time many royal sea creatures had found their way into his belly, while others had fled to distant waters beyond 10 nautical miles. Though he occasionally encountered a few smaller sea creatures within this distance, Lotus felt little inclination to engage with them. They were diminutive, slippery, and unappetizing in appearance. He preferred to seek sustenance beyond the 10 nautical mile mark, where an abundance of royal sea creatures thrived, many of which were quite delectable, although some would flee upon spotting him. There were also the audacious ones that sought to consume him, and the larger creatures that disregarded him entirely, considering him too small to warrant attention. Lotus found amusement in their indifference, realizing that these larger beings had better pursuits than to chase after him. Upon arriving in this area, he could select his preferred sea creatures as one might choose vegetables at a market. Once he had identified his target, Lotus would pursue it with the fervor of a hound scenting a bone, relentlessly chasing until he succeeded, often covering hundreds of nautical miles in a single day. The initial months of this half-year had been quite pleasant for him, as the coastline near his home was rich in underwater reefs and abundant with algae and fish, attracting numerous royal sea creatures drawn by the scent of food. However, no matter how plentiful the food may be, Lotus's relentless hunting compelled these creatures to flee. As he consumed 3 royal sea creatures daily, sometimes resorting to 5 or 6 when they were particularly small. Under such persistent pressure, it was inevitable that these creatures could no longer remain in his vicinity. Thus, Lotus was compelled to venture farther from the shore in search of sustenance. Over these past months, he had come to deeply understand the rhythm of life, rising with the sun and resting with its setting. Each morning commenced with a leisurely swim of 10 nautical miles, followed by a chase, culminating in a meal somewhere on the open sea, after which he would swim back to the island. This routine often led him to traverse several hundred nautical miles in a single day. Initially, he ventured too far and nearly lost his way, but fortunately, despite the distance, his keen eyesight allowed him to spot a small black, his island. Thus, he resolved to always keep that dot in sight while hunting. Otherwise, if he lost sight of it entirely, he risked becoming disoriented in the vast ocean, adrift without a means of returning home. In this world filled with pirates and their ships, the ocean's vastness obscured the likelihood of encountering a passing vessel. If no ship were to appear, he would be left adrift indefinitely. By adhering to this principle, Lotus managed to maintain his bearings throughout the months. Although hunting proved arduous, the satisfaction and fullness that followed each meal brought him immense joy, compelling him to dive into the sea time and again. Despite only returning home each night, Lotus found contentment in this lifestyle. For as long as he could satiate his hunger, he believed he could endure any hardship, be it good or ill, as filling his belly was of utmost importance. Though his days were busy, Lotus could perceive the transformation in his body. His once frail frame had grown robust, his arms brimming with untapped strength, his heartbeat resonant and vigorous. A flat stomach now bore 8 distinct abdominal muscles, and his golden locks had become lustrous and silky. The strength that had once stagnated was gradually increasing. Months of swimming had honed his physical prowess, greatly enhancing his overall capabilities. He believed he could now hold his own against even the most notorious of pirates, those with bounties in the hundreds of millions. Yet, how true was this conviction? Rotas was not particularly aware of the bounty that reached several hundred million on the formidable pirate, yet he found himself in high spirits recently. This was due to the long-cherished desire for the mastery of armament hockey finally bearing fruit. He raised his middle finger, which suddenly transformed into an inky black, creating a striking contrast against his other fair fingers. Grabbing a kitchen knife, he struck the finger, and a cacophony of sounds erupted as the blade met skin, producing sparks. Yet the middle finger remained utterly unscathed. The reason for this remarkable resilience lay in the months of relentless effort. His body had been honed through countless voyages across land and sea. Coupled with a well-nourished diet over these months, his spiritual strength had reached its zenith. Finally, he had successfully harnessed the armament hockey, drawing it forth from within. Currently, Rotas can only partially harness the power of armament hockey, manifesting it in specific areas such as his arms or from his neck to his abdomen. He believes this limitation stems from his body not being adequately conditioned. Rotas has developed his own interpretation of armament hockey, likening it to the breath of human cells. The stronger the cells, the greater the breath they produce. When this breath reaches a certain potency, one can manipulate the density and pressure of the expelled air. By altering the density and pressure, one can achieve a force capable of clashing with steel. However, this remains solely Rotas's personal understanding, and he does not fully comprehend the intricacies involved. He merely needs to know that he can wield armament hockey. As for his training regimen, Rotas has devised a straightforward plan to relentlessly swim across the seas, engaging every muscle in his body, thus achieving the desired conditioning effect. Lotus's plan unfolded in a daily routine, and soon, his appetite began to surge significantly. This development perplexed him. After a few months of hunting in the sea, his consumption had already escalated, but now, with his singular focus on training, his appetite increased even further, doubling in size. Previously, a 20-meter sea beast was sufficient to satiate him, yet now he could barely manage to feel full. Were it not for the abundant marine life in this area, he might have contemplated heading to the docks to erect a sign. The sign would read, "Help wanted. I am diligent and hardworking, attentive and strong, capable of protecting my employer and engaging in laborious tasks at sea. Most importantly, I require no wages, merely 3 hearty meals a day." Passers-by would be urged not to miss this opportunity if they let it slip. He would await them in the next village. Such were the musings of Lotus, convinced that someone at the dock would take him in, especially since he sought no monetary compensation, only sustenance. Eventually, when these individuals realized they had been deceived, it would be of no concern to him. After all, they were the ones who had been greedy for a bargain. Suddenly, Lotus recalled that a consensual arrangement could hardly be labeled as deceit. He was no trickster, but rather an honest individual. Chapter 17. It must be a special fate that brought us together. Today, the sky was overcast, ominous clouds gathering as if a tempest were imminent. Lotus stood at the doorway, gazing at the brewing storm, somewhat dazed. Is it truly about to rain? Rotas could not help but curse at the ominous sight of the sky, which was heavily overcast and undoubtedly heralded an impending storm. After spending several months on the island, he had grown accustomed to the weather, which either shone with bright sunlight or poured with torrential rains. Yet today, as the clock approached 7, the sky remained as dark as night. This was unmistakably a prelude to significant upheaval. To be candid, Rotas was reluctant to venture out. After all, rainy days were cold and damp, and visibility in the sea was perilously poor. Moreover, the atmospheric conditions were unmistakably conducive to a tempest, with the winds picking up strength and clouds gathering in daunting numbers, while flashes of lightning danced among the darkened skies, punctuated by the rumble of thunder. He feared that if he entered the water to hunt, he might be struck by lightning. However, despite his inner reluctance, Rotas had no choice but to brave the sea today, for his stomach was growling. At present, it merely growled without the accompanying pangs of hunger. But once those pangs set in, his efficiency in hunting would be significantly diminished. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to prepare for his descent into the depths. Before departing, he meticulously counted his possessions to ensure that, should he fail to return, he would not leave anything for his landlord to gain. After rummaging through his belongings, he discovered he had no Bailey left, which left him puzzled. He began to recall where all his Bailey had gone. After a brief moment of reflection, he remembered that since renting the house, he had spent the remaining Bailey on vegetables, fruits, and various necessities, although his sustenance was primarily derived from the sea. The edible marine plants were few and far between. He was acutely aware that subsisting solely on meat without fruits and vegetables could lead to scurvy. For the sake of nutritional balance, he had to expend hundreds of thousands of Bailey each month on a stockpile of storable produce. Furthermore, while the wooden cabin was furnished adequately, essential items still needed to be purchased, such as soap, which Rotas used daily. After all, returning from the sea covered in salt made him feel sticky and uncomfortable. Without soap to cleanse himself, the scent of the ocean clinging to his skin was hardly pleasant. With his Bailey depleted, Rotas felt no sorrow. He swiftly moved about the house, packing his clothing and shoes into a waterproof backpack. The garments were secured inside this bag to remain dry, should he be swept away by the storm today. These clothes would keep him comfortable and dry, provided he could find solid ground. Otherwise, wearing them in the water would be of little use. Once everything was organized, Rotas cast a final glance at the wooden cabin before turning away, devoid of any lingering attachment. He understood that he might return today or may never return at all. After all, the forces of nature are formidable and merciless. No one can guarantee that everything will proceed smoothly in the face of nature's might. He could only assure himself of one thing, that he must survive. Rotas stepped gracefully to the shore, this time choosing not to shed his clothing or remove his shoes. Instead, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, he leapt directly into the sea, commencing his swim. The waves, stirred by the gusting wind, surged to heights of 1 to 2 meters, crashing relentlessly against Rotas' body. As the swells approached, he held his breath, mindful to prevent the salt water from invading his lungs. He attuned himself to his surroundings, noting the intensifying wind that churned the sea and the increasing frequency of raindrops from the heavens. With a deep inhalation, Roth plunged beneath the surface, embarking on a dive. Drawing from his experience, he understood that his primary concern in the water was to navigate the currents. Disregarding the tumultuous surface above, he merely needed to surface periodically for air, and beneath the waves, he found he could swim with greater speed. Rothas swam in the sea, intermittently surfacing to breathe. As time passed, amidst his continuous gasping for air, he witnessed the weather above the ocean deteriorating dramatically. The waves gradually grew to heights exceeding 10 meters, transforming from a gentle breeze into a roaring tempest. Astonishingly, what fell from the heavens were not raindrops, but hailstones the size of fists. As the icy shards erupted from the depths, they struck Rotas's head, leaving him with a chilling sensation atop. Gazing at the ominous skies that threatened to unleash a snowstorm, Rotas plunged beneath the surface. He soon discovered that the hailstones descending from above resembled stones. Instead of melting upon contact with the water, they sank deeper, leaving trails of white as they grazed his body. The once tranquil sea had transformed into a tumultuous arena, with whirlpools emerging in various spots. As Rotas submerged, he sensed immense forces propelling the currents, increasing the resistance against his movements. However, this chaotic aquatic environment caused many fish to halt their progress, swirling in place. Seizing the opportunity, Rotas expertly maneuvered toward them, capturing one after another with ease, thus commencing his breakfast. After numerous excursions, his previously flat stomach began to swell. As time passed, the undercurrents intensified, and Rotas found himself feeling as though he were swaying in the aisle of a bus, its journey becoming increasingly jarring as it traversed a bumpy, muddy road. He too was tossed about, rising and falling with the tumultuous waves. This relentless motion soon left him feeling nauseated and uncomfortable, prompting him to break the surface. Emerging amidst the towering waves and grapefruit-sized hailstones, he swam freely across the sea. As he breached the water, a wave of relief washed over him, inhaling the crisp, cold air invigorated his senses. Yet, each breath was accompanied by splashes of seawater, and he found himself lifted by the storm's force, soaring momentarily into the air before crashing back down, repeating this cycle with relentless vigor. As Rotas bobbed upon the waves, he refrained from resisting the tumultuous motion of the sea, choosing instead to remain alert and conserve his strength while awaiting the storm's conclusion. He was acutely aware of the capricious nature of the weather in this new world, where shifts could occur without warning, and one could find themselves basking in sunshine within moments. All he needed to do was bide his time. With the undulating tide, Rotas clutched his backpack tightly, convinced of the accuracy of his instincts. Had he not been prepared in advance, he would find himself bereft of all save his clothing, a true embodiment of destitution. Fortunately, he still possessed a change of garments. As time drifted by, Rotas lay upon the surface of the sea, swaying gently with the waves, and began to feel as if he were cradled in a soothing embrace, unwittingly succumbing to a sense of drowsiness. Lotus gazed upon the still tumultuous sea and the unsettled weather, feeling as though there was nothing amiss in taking a nap. Thus, he succumbed to slumber, remaining utterly unperturbed even as hailstones the size of footballs pelted his body, resembling a lifeless figure. This inclement weather persisted for several hours, until the sky finally began to clear, as if the once dominant dark clouds had never existed. Beneath the resplendent sunlight, a warship adorned with a seagull flag, its prow featuring a fierce dog gnawing on a bone, sailed steadily across the waters. On board, the Navy personnel clad in short sleeves were diligently clearing the remnants of ice shards from the deck. The recent tempest had inflicted considerable damage upon the ship, particularly from the fallen hailstones which had transformed into a thick layer of ice debris upon impact. Fortunately, aside from the deck, there was little ice accumulation elsewhere. The sailors wielded shovels to scoop up the ice shards, tirelessly casting them into the sea, while at the bow, Captain Carp, donned in a dog-headed hat and draped in a naval cloak, faced the ocean, his back turned to his crew. Although the sailors could not see Captain Carp's visage, the snores emanating from the bow revealed that he was enjoying a midday nap. Such scenes unfolded daily, and the sailors had long grown accustomed to them, admiring Carp's remarkable ability to sleep while standing and even during meals. As they cleared the ice, the sailors remained oblivious to a yellow object bobbing upon the surface of the sea, gradually approaching the warship. Chapter 18. The Heart of an Old Man. Devoted to his country, burns brightly thanks to the sailors' efforts. The ice debris on the deck was nearly cleared, as they beheld only puddles of water remaining. Slowly vanishing beneath the radiant sunlight, Expressions of joy illuminated their faces. They detested the treacherous, slippery deck and preferred it to be dry and bright. With shovels stowed away in the storage, the sailors returned orderly to the deck to resume their duties. Suddenly, the slumbering Carp jolted awake and inquired of his crew. "Is everything tidy?" "Ah, yes, it is all cleaned up, Admiral Carp," a nearby soldier exclaimed, startled by the abruptness of the question. "Oh, splendid. I do not fancy a damp ship," Carp remarked, stretching his neck and rubbing his arms. Having napped at the ship's bow during a snowstorm, he found himself slightly numb from the cold and the moisture clinging to him. "It's nothing. It is our duty," the soldier promptly responded, indicating that such tasks were expected of them. "Indeed, well done. You are truly commendable soldiers, living up to the ideals of justice that adorn your uniforms," Kapu continued, expressing his astonishment at having inadvertently fallen asleep amidst the blizzard. The diligent soldiers were tirelessly maintaining the warship, and he felt compelled to offer them encouragement, even if merely verbal. "Where are they?" Vice Admiral Kapu chuckled. The soldiers, upon hearing this, felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, as they considered themselves merely one among the many shoveling away the ice. It was difficult to bear such praise from Vice Admiral Kapu. "Do not belittle yourself, soldier. Have faith in justice, believe in yourself. You may well become the next naval hero." Kapu turned, placing a hand upon the soldier's shoulder, who was still bowing his head. As a senior naval officer, Kapu was eager to inspire the younger generation, having devoted much of his life to the Navy. "Ah, yes." Vice Admiral Kapu, the soldier, startled by Kapu's gesture, immediately raised his head, straightened his posture, and saluted with fervor, his excitement palpable. Good. Keep up the hard work. I shall go have some senbei." Observing the soldier's enthusiasm brought satisfaction to Kapu, who thought highly of these young recruits. "Yes, Vice Admiral Kapu. I will strive to do my best," the soldier replied, his face aglow with pride, for receiving the recognition of a naval hero was indeed an honor. Carp nodded. Striding towards the ship's cabin, the young sailors brimmed with vitality, their hearts inclined towards justice. Yet his own grandson aspired to become a pirate. All due to that detestable red-haired brat. The mere thought of that impudent child ignited Carp's ire. He harbored immense hopes for Luffy, wishing for him to join the Navy and bring honor to the family. However, all his aspirations were thwarted by the red-haired scoundrel, whom Carp believed sought revenge for the days he relentlessly pursued the Roger pirates, leaving him with no avenue of escape. The malice of pirates was truly vile. Yet his foolish grandson had fallen for their schemes. As Luffy grew older, Carp found himself increasingly unable to rein him in. His current visit was prompted by news of the red-haired rogue's appearance in these waters. Carp's purpose here was to teach that rascal a lesson, reminding him that experience still holds its weight. Daring to ensnare Luffy would not go unpunished. Yet, in addition to Luffy, Ace was proving to be a source of concern as well. Just months ago, he had learned from the village chief that Ace was already preparing to set sail as a pirate upon turning 17, which was enough to give Carp a headache. Even more troubling was the fact that Ace's birthday was fast approaching, and he would be traversing the New World, leaving no opportunity to return to Windmill Village. Rubbing his aching head, Carp's graying hair trembled with the motion. As he approached the ship's cabin, he suddenly paused, turning his gaze toward the sea. In his line of sight, a yellow object bobbed upon the water surface, appearing from a distance like yellow seaweed. However, as a naval hero, Carp's perception extended beyond mere sight. One must remember that the eyes can often be deceived, and through his observation hockey, he discerned that the undulating yellow object was indeed a person, a living being. Although he could not clearly make out their features, he sensed the rhythm of their breathing. Considering the recent tempest and the hail that had fallen, Carp surmised that a ship must have encountered misfortune, for his naval vessel was crafted with cutting-edge technology, far superior to that of pirate ships or merchant vessels. His ship could withstand hailstones the size of footballs, unlike ordinary boats. He also contemplated the possibility that villagers from nearby islands had been swept into the sea by the storm's fury. Within moments, myriad thoughts raced through Carp's mind. Though often carefree, he was meticulous when faced with challenges. After a brief contemplation, he quickly instructed his soldiers to adjust their course to rescue the drifting object. After all, as a member of the Navy, turning a blind eye to distressed civilians was unacceptable, though the unfortunate soul could very well be a pirate. One could never be certain if they might turn on their rescuer, but few pirates could stand their ground aboard Carp's ship. And even fewer could escape if they dared to strike. The soldiers on board were momentarily taken aback by Carp's command, as they had not detected anyone nearby. Yet, given Carp's assertion, they understood there must be someone in need. They altered their course towards the yellow object. Upon nearing the object by a few meters, the soldiers secured ropes along the ship's railing and descended into the sea, working together to bind the waterlogged Lotus tightly. Rotas was bound and appeared to be in a deep slumber, utterly unaware of how he had drifted to this place, or that he had been rescued by Karp. A handful of soldiers, having completed their task, called out to their comrades aboard the ship, instructing them to hoist the individual on board. They themselves grasped the rope and began their ascent. Upon hearing the soldiers' shouts, those on the ship slowly started to pull the rope, gradually bringing Rotas closer to the ship's railing. Observing the situation, several soldiers united their efforts to haul Rotas from the edge of the vessel into the interior. "He's quite heavy," one remarked. "Indeed," another soldier replied, as they urged their fellow soldiers to assist. Once they could finally lift Rotas, they ceased calling for additional help. They placed him upon the deck, rubbing their arms from the exertion, and began to scrutinize the labor-intensive individual before them. Karp stood nearby, also assessing the figure that he had instructed the soldiers to retrieve. Upon noticing the golden locks cascading down, a familiar adversary's name flickered through his mind: Gold Lion. The sight of those golden tresses momentarily distracted Karp, as they bore a striking resemblance to the legendary pirate, though the face and stature were unmistakably different. Moreover, he had no recollection of Gold Lion having a son. As Karp pondered this, he suddenly noticed the soldiers had gathered, murmuring about horns and demon kin. Curiosity piqued. He approached the cluster, and the soldiers, upon seeing Karp's approach, instinctively parted to allow him passage. "Admiral Karp, this fellow is of mixed demon heritage. Observe the horns," boldly declared one soldier, stepping closer to Karp to share their discovery. "Demon? How intriguing," Karp responded, his eyes gleaming with interest. It had been ages since he last encountered a demon, and now fate had presented him with one. He moved closer to Rotas, crouching down to tug at the horns atop his head, seemingly inspecting their authenticity. Rotas, with his head being tugged, exhibited a slight sway, his sleeping visage marred by displeasure. He swiftly swatted at the hand of Karp, who was intently examining the corner, pondering the age of this peculiar individual. Observing Rotas' approach, Karp remained undeterred, reasoning that despite Rotas' heritage as a half-demon, his strength could hardly surpass his own. Karp continued his scrutiny, dismissing Rotas' actions as trivial. However, as Rotas' hand came crashing down, it met Karp's with a sharp crack. A look of astonishment crossed Karp's face as he beheld his hand sent flying. He then glanced at the supine Rotas, who shook his head, seemingly liberated from restraint, his countenance brightening with joy as he murmured, "Enough of this. I wish to sleep. I am utterly exhausted after swimming in the sea." After murmuring, Rotas fell back into slumber. My goodness, what remarkable strength. Upon hearing Rotas's words, Karp glanced at his own hands, astonished by the little one's might. He found no surprise in Rotas sleeping atop the sea. Certain races possess an astonishing physical constitution, making it quite ordinary to slumber on the ocean. In contrast to this, Karp's ambition for the Navy began to ignite fervently. He scrutinized Rotas as if appraising a rare treasure, murmuring to himself, "Such a commendable physique and such immense strength. If only he could undergo Navy training, he would undoubtedly contribute to the cause of justice." Chapter 19. The new recruit Karp. To Karp's astonishment, his hand was effortlessly swatted away. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Karp's eyes as his mind raced with thoughts of how to enlist Rotas into the Navy. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing Karp's hand being dismissed, gasped in disbelief. It is worth noting that when Karp trained them, he used only one hand, and they could not budge him an inch. Yet this reclining fellow had easily knocked Karp's hand aside. This was sufficient evidence that he was no ordinary individual, and the soldiers' expressions grew serious. The once boisterous atmosphere now subdued. "Why are you all so apprehensive? This is my ship." Karp, pulled from his reverie, noticed the soldiers' demeanor and chuckled. "Indeed, that's right. Even Whitebeard would struggle to find favor against me." The quiet soldiers erupted with enthusiasm after Karp's assertion. After all, this was Karp's vessel. Even the man hailed as the strongest in the seas, Whitebeard, would surely be no match for Karp. "All right, everyone return to your posts." "No need to gather on the deck," Karp interrupted the still excited soldiers. Although he relished the praise from his juniors, they were on a mission, and as a Navy officer, they could not afford to be so lax. "Yes, Vice Admiral Karp." The previously exuberant soldiers suddenly straightened, their expressions serious as they saluted Karp before orderly returning to their respective duties. Karp nodded slightly, pleased with his soldiers. They were commendable, albeit lacking in mid-tier combat strength. Typically, he had to deal with minor pirates himself. However, now, glancing at Rotas lying on the deck, fingers pinching his nose. A broad smile revealed his white teeth. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? As long as he diligently trains at the naval headquarters, the pressures he faces in his daily life will surely diminish. Being a relic of a bygone era, his age is not insignificant. He yearns for retirement to return home and educate his grandchildren. However, his old comrade, now Fleet Admiral Sengoku, staunchly opposes this. Without the Admiral's consent, retirement remains an unattainable dream, obliging him to endure a few more years until he can retire alongside Sengoku. After all, Sengoku is of a similar age, and in a few years, he too will reach retirement age. With the passage of time, one's capabilities inevitably wane. It is unrealistic to maintain a peak state indefinitely. For the future of the Navy, it is imperative to provide opportunities for the younger generation. Thus, Sengoku is actively seeking a successor for the position of the next Fleet Admiral. Yet, these matters hold no relevance for him. His sole desire is to retire swiftly. In the meantime, he wanders the seas, equipped with several months' worth of rations in the form of senbei, sailing wherever the winds may take him. Upon encountering pirates, he swiftly deals with them. Unfortunately, he finds himself as the sole high-tier combatant aboard the warship. When faced with even moderately formidable pirates, he is compelled to intervene. For his subordinates lack the strength to prevail, potentially leading to casualties. This relentless pattern starkly contrasts with the very purpose of his aimless wanderings. He deliberately chose to wander aimlessly, avoiding the darker aspects of the Navy and the world government, partly to indulge in leisure. However, his constant need to personally intervene was quite disruptive to his enjoyment of senbei, prompting him to request assistance from Sengoku. Yet, Sengoku dismissed him entirely. Understanding the extent of Carp's laziness, Sengoku realized that Carp merely wished to serve as a mascot aboard the ship rather than embody the ideals of the Navy. Thus, he instructed Carp to recruit his own personnel, who would then be brought back to headquarters for training before joining Carp's fleet. Otherwise, sending other Navy officers to Carp's vessel would risk them adopting his indolent demeanor, which would be catastrophic for their careers. Consequently, Carp diligently searched the seas for promising candidates, hoping to liberate himself from responsibility. According to Carp's specifications, these recruits needed to possess exceptional talent, unwavering determination, and, most importantly, a certain level of strength. Otherwise, if they were too weak, he would have to start training from scratch, which could be a time-consuming endeavor. By the time he successfully trained someone, he would likely be nearing retirement himself. Now, a candidate who perfectly matched Carp's criteria had emerged, filling him with immense joy as he envisioned a future of comfort. Carp turned and entered the cabin, retrieving a beach chair and settling on the deck, where he pulled out half a pack of senbei and began to munch contentedly. He planned to instill the ideals of Navy justice in the young man once he awoke, guiding him towards a commitment to righteousness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow upon Carp, he abruptly set aside the senbei, clapped his hands, and stowed the chair neatly against the ship's railing before making his way to the bow. The sea breeze rustled his navy coat, and the sunset illuminated his figure, rendering him both imposing and profound. Many of the soldiers on duty caught sight of him, feeling a sense of serenity wash over them, their faces reflecting admiration. Sensing the soldier's gaze, Carp felt a surge of satisfaction and turned briefly to glance at the stirring Lotus, quickly redirecting his attention. He recalled having seen a mention in a social etiquette book, which noted the significance of first impressions. A positive initial encounter leaves a lasting impact, often resurfacing in the minds of both parties during future interactions. Carp wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, and, in order to leave an indelible impression of the Navy on the youth, he positioned Lotus to face the bow, ensuring he would behold Carp's majestic silhouette, delivering a profound psychological shock. As time passed, Lotus gradually opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a figure clad in a coat of justice, adorned with a sandy-colored hat that seemed to have a small tail trailing behind it. The sight almost elicited a laugh from Lotus. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself. He surveyed his surroundings and glanced at the weather, quickly clarifying his predicament. First, the blizzard had subsided. Second, he had been rescued and brought aboard a vessel, which turned out to be a naval warship. Observing the silhouette standing at the bow, it was likely an officer of the ship. Otherwise, he could not recall any soldier bold enough to don a naval coat while sporting an odd hat. Ordinary soldiers would not dare such a display, as it would surely offend their superiors. Only those of a certain rank would have the audacity to act so. He surmised that this individual might be a vice admiral from headquarters. After all, It was exceedingly rare for a rear admiral from the New World headquarters to wander about the treacherous waters alone without facing dire consequences, save for the elite vice admirals. Standing at the ship's bow, Carp's expression was somewhat rigid. This impudent brat had awakened and stared at him for so long without revealing a hint of emotion, which was particularly irksome to someone with his already limited patience. After he had painstakingly acquired some knowledge from Sengoku, what was the outcome? The moment he applied it, it bore no fruit. Others simply ignored him, choosing instead to observe in silence. Finally, as Carp was on the verge of losing his composure, Rotas spoke up. I do not know which esteemed vice admiral saved me from my plight, but I am immensely grateful. Rotas stared for a considerable time before deciding to speak, as such an approach would lend gravity to his words and help to create a favorable impression. Otherwise, if he appeared overly enthusiastic from the outset, it might raise suspicions among the Navy, complicating his aspirations to secure a position within their ranks. Well, it was not I who saved you, but rather my soldiers who brought you to safety. Carp found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This was far from the outcome he had envisioned. However, acknowledging that the rescue was accomplished by his men and that he had played little part in it, he spoke candidly. Is that so? I am truly grateful to all the esteemed members of the Navy. Rotas bowed to the other naval personnel as a gesture of gratitude. Of course, his primary intention was to convey that he was a person who cherished gratitude, thereby enhancing their favorable impression of him. It is nothing. This is what our Navy ought to do, Carp interjected, disregarding Rotas' expression of thanks, as he was solely focused on achieving his objective. Since subtlety was ineffective, he resorted to a more direct approach. Little one, do you aspire to be among the most esteemed individuals upon the vast ocean? Do you wish to fight for justice in the Second Great War? Consider the suffering of those innocent civilians. I believe those thoughts occupy your mind at this moment. Carp articulated with earnestness, turning to face Rotas as he slowly approached him. Carp? Ah, this was indeed Rear Admiral Carp. And Rotas felt a momentary surprise before his heart settled. Only Carp could afford to wander so leisurely in the New World. Observing Rotas' brief moment of distraction, Carp surmised that the young man was contemplating how to contribute to the cause of justice. Truly, he was a child imbued with righteousness. The Navy needed individuals like him. Slapping Rotas on the shoulder, and amidst Rotas' bewildered expression, Carp laughed heartily. Good lad, since you wish to join the Navy, I shall grant you that. From now on, you shall accompany me, and thereafter, undergo training at Naval Headquarters. In due time, I shall ensure you receive a colonel's rank, thus enabling you to shine and contribute to justice aboard my ship. The Luffy family was notorious for disregarding others' words, or perhaps they were simply lost in their own imaginations, as not a single one had uttered a word thus far. It was entirely Carp conversing with himself, forcefully recruiting others. However, Rotas realized he could not contend with Carp's authority. The situation was decidedly in Carp's favor. Although he initially intended to indulge in a leisurely life within the Navy, Carp's proactive insistence now compelled him to join. Rotas could only hope that the Navy could afford to feed him. Otherwise, he might find himself abandoned once more. Chapter 20. The ability to eat is paramount. Old Carp, I think you ought to reconsider my enlistment in the Navy. I have quite the appetite, and I fear you may not be able to support me. Rotas candidly expressed that he felt it necessary to clarify his intentions up front. Otherwise, he risked facing the embarrassment of being abandoned later. At this juncture, he yearned for a stable life to foster his growth. A hearty appetite? Carp mused, scratching his head, a contemplative expression gracing his face. Such an affinity for food? This sounds remarkably familiar, almost as if it mirrors my own family. It seems we are indeed fated to cross paths. Reflecting on the scenes of Luffy and Ace sharing meals, he remarked nonchalantly, "It's nothing to worry about. My family also possesses a robust appetite. The more one consumes, the greater their strength." Are you certain? Rotas inquired tentatively, believing it prudent to confirm such matters multiple times. He reflected on how the scarred pirate crew had cast him aside, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Initially, he had intended to bide his time aboard the scarred pirate ship for several months before orchestrating his departure from the crew. However, the captain had treated him with such kindness that he had extinguished any thoughts of switching allegiances. Little did he know that, before he could familiarize himself with all the crew members, he would be the one abandoned by the scarred pirate crew. Rotston was overwhelmed by a sense of profound loss, feeling as though he had squandered a fortune of 100 million. Fortunately, before the captain abandoned him, he had been given a small sum of money. Otherwise, he would have been left to the mercy of the elements, forced to make the sky his roof and the ground his bed. This was an ordeal he wished never to endure again. Of course, you little rascal. I am an esteemed naval hero. How could I possibly go back on my word? Carp replied with a hint of impatience, his tone laced with disdain. After all, he was Carp, a legendary figure of the seas. Was he truly reduced to the level of deceiving children? Is that so? Then I look forward to your esteemed guidance in the future, General Carp. Observing Carp's impatience, Lotus felt no discomfort. Rather, he was filled with joy. Carp's demeanor clearly indicated his desire to recruit him into the Navy. Consequently, the likelihood of being forsaken by the Navy seemed minimal. After all, if Carp had made such a statement, any reversal on his part would undoubtedly tarnish the Navy's reputation. Ha. Indeed, I shall take great care in nurturing you. Young man, what is your name? Carp was quite pleased to see Lotus so perceptive. His smile broadening as he thought to himself how remarkably honest this child was. While other children sought to highlight their strengths in hopes of joining the Navy, this one openly acknowledged his shortcomings. Such a commendable character deserved proper guidance. My name is Lotus, Vice Admiral Carp. Rotas found himself at a loss for words, quietly uttering his own name. Truly, he was the grandfather of Luffy, possessing an extraordinary level of nonchalance, as he only just thought to inquire about his name. Rotas? The name could use some improvement. It pales in comparison to that of my grandson. By the way, do you not have a surname? Murmured Carp, resting his chin on his hand. A look of contemplation crossed his face, and he soon uttered words that made Rotas feel an urge to strike back. Upon hearing this, a vein on Rotas' forehead throbbed slightly. However, Carp remained oblivious to Rotas' reaction and continued to probe into his perplexity regarding the lack of a surname. I have no surname. Admiral Carp. Just call me Rotas. Rotas contemplated the disparity in strength between himself and Carp, deciding it was best to remain composed. He suppressed the urge to retaliate and continued to respond to Carp's inquiries. Indeed, he chuckled. Carp, sensing the underlying agitation in Rotas' tone, chose to gloss over the conversation. Realizing he might have encroached upon Rotas' privacy, he resumed with a light-hearted demeanor, Rotas, do you prefer swordsmanship or physical combat? If it's swordsmanship, Bogart can provide you with guidance. If it's physical combat, I am quite adept. However, Bogart is currently at the Navy, instructing the soldiers in swordsmanship. Should you wish to meet him, you must accompany me to Navy headquarters next time. Moreover, Bogart is my aide, so if you wish to learn swordsmanship, opportunities will abound. But for now, you can only learn physical combat from me. Carp laughed heartily, his entire being vibrating with a sense of satisfaction at having achieved his aim. He spoke no falsehood. The Navy headquarters indeed required Bogart's expertise to assist soldiers who had reached a bottleneck in their swordsmanship. Bogart himself was among the elite in swordsmanship within the Navy. He should have accompanied Carp this time, but Sengoku had deemed him unworthy of such tasks, suggesting that having Bogart follow him was a waste of naval resources. Thus, Bogart was assigned to instruct the soldiers instead. Carp scoffed at Sengoku's remarks, knowing well that Bogart was a man of action, preferring to act rather than speak. Sending him to command soldiers would surely lead to some amusing outcomes. As for Sengoku's decision to recruit others to instruct the soldiers, Carp was indifferent, as it was only a temporary arrangement. Once the instruction was complete, Bogart would return, for he was Carp's aide and could not be absent from his post for too long. Meanwhile, Carp felt a surge of excitement, having not unleashed his loving iron fist on his grandson for quite some time. He glanced at Rotas, flexed his wrist, and revealed a broad grin, his eyes glinting with mischief. So, the effort you expend is clearly intended for me to teach you physical combat. Rotas's eyelids twitched. From Carp's words, he easily discerned that Carp's intention was clear. You must learn martial arts. Regardless of the myriad options available at this moment, you are left with but a single choice. That is to study the art of combat. Lotus observed the sinister grin and the malevolent expression of Captain Garp, fully aware that Garp undoubtedly intended to bestow upon him a rather forceful display of affection. However, he was not foolish enough to accept such a brutal gesture of love. Thus, Lotus spoke up, Captain Garp, might I first indulge in a meal? I have been adrift at sea for quite some time, and I find myself utterly devoid of strength. I believe that should I satiate my hunger, I would be able to absorb the techniques of martial arts more swiftly thereafter. Garp paused momentarily, ceasing his motion of rubbing his wrist, and contemplated Lotus's words. He recognized the validity of Lotus's reasoning, having just been rescued. It was evident that Lotus's stomach was empty. Moreover, a person who had not eaten would lack the energy to endure a beating. In that case, his beloved iron fist would not be able to perform to its fullest potential. Releasing his grip from Lotus's shoulder, Garp approached the soldiers nearby. As Garp drew near, the soldiers promptly stood at attention, awaiting his command. After all, they stood not far from Garp and Lotus, and with Garp's booming voice, they had heard every detail of the unfolding scenario. Although surprised by their commander's sudden interest in Lotus, they quickly regained their composure. For it was the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Seeing the soldier's demeanor pleased Garp immensely. He flashed a broad smile and instructed one of the soldiers to head to the kitchen and procure an ample amount of food to bring to the deck. The soldier swiftly complied with Garp's command, and after issuing these orders, Garp returned to Lotus's side. Many of the soldiers on duty perked their ears, keenly listening to the conversation between Garp and Lotus. Garp's volume was such that anyone within a reasonable distance could hear him clearly. Upon hearing Garp's directive for food, a sense of disappointment washed over them. They had hoped to glean some martial knowledge while Garp instructed Lotus, but it was evident that with Lotus's request for a meal, the lesson would be postponed indefinitely. Although Garp occasionally provided guidance during their training sessions, the number of individuals who received his direct tutelage was remarkably few. As a renowned hero of the Navy, Garp's prowess was unquestionable, placing him among the very elite. To receive hands-on instruction from Garp would undoubtedly lead to significant advancement in one's abilities. Unavoidably, a tinge of jealousy arose among the soldiers towards Lotus, as they mused how fortunate it would be if they were the ones receiving such esteemed instruction. Rotas was utterly oblivious to the thoughts of the other soldiers. Even if he were aware, he would dismiss them with a scoff. If they were to experience the methods by which Garp trained Luffy, they would soon abandon such notions. Furthermore, he sensed that Garp was always inclined to deliver a few affectionate punches, which sent a shiver down his spine. He had merely come to the Navy to make a living, yet Garp's demeanor suggested an unsettling resemblance to how he treated Luffy. Reflecting on his earlier admission of hunger, Rotas noticed Garp retracting his hand from massaging his wrist, but his face bore no expression of disappointment, causing Rotas to feel a sense of unease within. Chapter 21. Old man, I believe your deceit before long. A soldier emerged from the kitchen, bearing a hefty bag of provisions upon the deck. He approached Garp and Rotas, setting the food down before them, and then stood at attention, saluting as he reported, "Mission accomplished. I am uncertain if there are further tasks. Please advise, Vice Admiral Garp." "Excellent. Well done," Garp praised, recognizing the soldier's discipline and quality, truly one of his commendable subordinates. However, rather than dismissing the soldier to return to his post, he turned to Rotas and inquired, "Rotas, is this sufficient?" Garp recalled Rotas had explicitly stated his hearty appetite, and gazing at the substantial bag of food on the ground, he doubted it would satiate either of them. "Well, Vice Admiral Garp, I believe if we were to fill this bag to the brim and perhaps add another 100 or so, it might suffice to quell my hunger. Of course, there is no need to trouble this fine gentleman to carry it to the deck. I can simply venture to the ship's food storage and help myself." Rotas spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, beneath his composed exterior lay a tempest of anxiety. The corner of his eye was keenly attuned to the expression on Garp's face, apprehensive that a single misstep might result in his expulsion from the vessel. "Are you certain, Rotas? It is essential to recognize that both wastefulness and deceit are not virtues to be embraced. Should I discover any transgression, the consequences will be dire," Garp declared with grave seriousness, shedding his usual carefree demeanor. He rubbed his wrist, his gaze sharp and menacing as it bore down upon Rotas. "Indeed, Lieutenant Garp." Seeing that Garp had relaxed considerably, Rotas candidly replied, "If Garp were to show no reaction at all, I would indeed be alarmed." "Very well, soldier. You may return to your post. Your presence is no longer required here." Upon hearing Rotas' words, Garp maintained a serious demeanor. Yet internally he began to feel a sense of unease, pondering whether this mischievous fellow could truly consume such a prodigious amount of food. Surely that couldn't be the case. A glance at Rotas' physique led Garp to believe that his capacity was likely limited to a few 100 pounds at best. Despite these thoughts, an inexplicable anxiety gnawed at him. "Yes, Admiral Garp." The soldier, having received his orders, promptly returned to his duty, ears perked up, attentively listening to the conversation between Garp and Rotas. The soldiers were utterly astonished by Rotas' claims. What a jest! Even the formidable giant army of the headquarters would not dare to assert that a single giant could consume such a quantity of food. How could a mere 3-meter-tall Rotas possibly eat so much? To them, it was evident that Rotas was merely boasting. "Very well, follow me." Garp, having observed Rotas' demeanor and tone, which appeared genuine, decided to escort him to the storeroom for a meal. He was eager to witness just how much Rotas could actually consume. If necessary, he could always arrange for Rotas to procure his own sustenance from marine creatures. Carp was determined not to be outwitted. Is that so? Then that is splendid. Rotas listened, his face illuminated with uncontainable joy. Indeed, he was worthy of the title of naval hero, displaying such generosity by directly escorting him to the food storage. With a heart full of excitement, Rotas closely followed in the wake of Carp. Amid the attentive naval soldiers, the sound of footsteps echoed, gradually fading from near to far, signaling that Carp and Rotas had entered the ship's hold. The soldiers shifted their bodies, yet remained rooted in place, casting glances at one another, their gazes intertwining in the air. Do you suppose that fellow has such an insatiable appetite? One soldier pondered. Who knows? We shall find out when Admiral Carp returns. Another replied. I reckon Rotas possesses quite an appetite. After all, the appetite of a demon far exceeds that of a giant. Not necessarily, countered another. Rotas is of mixed blood, not a pure demon. Otherwise, do you think our vessel could sustain him? One cannot dismiss this notion. A half-blood demon is still a demon. Perhaps Rotas has inherited the demon's veracity. The soldiers exchanged silent dialogues through their gazes, sharing opinions in the atmosphere. Time passed, and as twilight began to cast its shadows, the familiar sound of footsteps approached once more. The soldiers soon realized that, unbeknownst to them, Admiral Carp and Rotas had finished their meal and were making their way back to the deck. However, instead of panicking, they instinctively turned to maintain a serious demeanor. As the footsteps grew louder, Carp emerged from the hold, with Rotas trailing behind him. Under the sunlight, Carp's expression appeared as if cloaked in a dark, imposing aura, his face gleaming with an oily sheen. He had never anticipated that Rotas had not only spoken the truth but had even downplayed his own appetite. To his astonishment, they had consumed nearly 30% of the several tons of provisions brought on board. If this trend continued without resupplying at the nearest naval base or capturing sea kings for sustenance, they would soon find themselves at the mercy of the wind in just a couple of days. As Rotas trailed behind Carp, a contented smile graced his face. He gently caressed his bulging belly, reflecting on the excellent quality of the military's provisions. The food aboard this warship was remarkably sumptuous, predominantly consisting of various meats, including some exotic game. Furthermore, these meats were either smoked or marinated, creating an exquisite flavor that tempted him to indulge more than he intended. Carp, shall we commence our training? Carp inquired, his expression dark and foreboding, as if ink might drip from his visage. He was eager to unleash his frustration upon Rotas, fully aware that once he brought Rotas to the Navy headquarters, he would surely face the wrath of Sengoku. However, having uttered his intentions, he found himself unable to retract them. With veins throbbing on his forehead, Carp was resolved to vent his anger on Rotas. Although Rotas had previously mentioned his considerable appetite and urged him to deliberate before making a decision, Carp still felt as though he had been duped. Just a moment. Admiral Carp, Rotas replied. I'm a bit full at the moment. Let us postpone the training until later so that I may digest. Rotas hesitated, feeling quite full. What if Captain Carp's blows were too forceful and caused him to vomit? That would be a great disservice to the delectable food he had just consumed. Just a moment? He inquired. Very well. Upon hearing this, Carp quickly acquiesced, though his back was turned to Rotas, his expression somewhat menacing. Carp cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously, revealing a set of white teeth that appeared quite fearsome. It seemed that the Vice Admiral was not in the best of spirits. Indeed, it seemed Rotas was in for a rough time. The soldiers on the deck felt a chill run down their spines after Carp's arrival, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. They could not help but wonder just how much Rotas could eat to provoke such a grim demeanor from Vice Admiral Carp. After all, if Rotas had merely jested with Carp, given the latter's boisterous nature, he would likely have laughed it off. However, if Rotas had truly deceived him, the Vice Admiral would surely demonstrate the meaning of his iron fist of love. The current disposition of Vice Admiral Carp clearly indicated that he felt duped. The cracking sound as he rubbed his wrist sent shivers through the soldiers, who could only imagine the dismal fate that awaited Rotas. They silently mourned for him, aware that while Carp was generally carefree, he could also harbor grudges and be quite petty. How are you feeling, Rotas? Have you rested enough? After a brief pause, Carp inquired, a sense of impatience creeping into his voice. I am ready, Vice Admiral Carp. Rotas rose from the deck, assessing his condition and concluding that he could withstand Carp's iron fists. He spoke up, having noticed a peculiar expression on Carp's face after finishing his meal. He surmised that Carp might be feeling rather irritable, as the old man was unprepared for the sudden predicament Rotas had thrust upon him, undoubtedly fueling his frustration. Having satiated his hunger, Rotas considered that enduring a few of Karp's affectionate punches would merely be a minor inconvenience, akin to enjoying a lavish meal without the means to pay, resulting in a mere thrashing. If he could indulge in such sumptuous feasts daily, a few beatings would be a small price to pay. Strangely, he found himself oddly anticipating such a lifestyle. Very well, come here, my boy. Karp beckoned Rotas to the center of the deck with a wave of his hand. Chapter 22. This old man is quite mischievous. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Please, Karp. Spare my face. If this continues, I shall be left disfigured. Rotas protested as he attempted to deflect Karp's punches on the deck, his voice rising with each impact. Upon hearing Rotas' cries, Karp refrained from striking his face and redirected his blows elsewhere. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Karp, please do not target my kidneys. Rotas crossed his arms to shield his kidneys from the two powerful punches delivered by Karp, exclaiming that the old man was undoubtedly acting with intent. Was it truly necessary to threaten his lineage over a mere increase in rations? After successfully parrying Karp's blows, Rotas felt a tingling in his arms and a pervasive ache throughout his body, particularly in his face, which had begun to swell. Karp, instead of targeting Rotas' kidneys, redirected his strikes to other areas, growing increasingly alarmed with each hit, unable to refrain from increasing his force. It was no surprise that Rotas had such a hearty appetite. His physical resilience surpassed that of most vice admirals, and astonishingly, amidst the assault, he occasionally managed to block a few of Karp's punches. It is noteworthy that although Karp was advancing in age, his strength had not diminished significantly since his prime. Even Aokiji, at Rotas' age, could not withstand a beating of such magnitude from Karp. While Rotas had indeed developed a larger appetite, his potential was boundless. Within a decade, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of strength. Karp's punches became increasingly rapid, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Though the era no longer accommodated old-timers like them, he could still usher Rotas onto the vessel of this age, allowing him to stand at the helm. Karp, are you intent on ending my life? This is hardly the way to settle a personal score. It's merely 10 tons of food. If you demand compensation, I shall catch you a sea king. But please, do not strike with lethal intent. Lotus found himself engulfed in a flurry of fists, unable to grasp the speed of Karp's punches. Pain coursed through his entire body as he caught a glimpse of the fierce glint in Karp's eyes, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Did Karp intend to strike him down? In a desperate bid for self-preservation, Lotus cried out. The soldiers on duty listened to Lotus's words, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They were astonished by Lotus's insatiable appetite, and simultaneously pondered why Karp's expression was so grim. With Lotus consuming such a substantial amount of food, their own rations would be severely limited. Unless they could catch some sea kings or resupply from the nearest naval outpost, they would not be able to sustain their journey for many more days. However, the Navy had strict guidelines regarding supplies. Exceeding these limits required a compelling justification to gain approval from Admiral Sengoku. Otherwise, at the end of the year, any excess expenditure would fall upon the highest-ranking officer of the ship. After all, with so many naval vessels, without a structured expenditure policy, it would be all too easy for individuals to exploit the system. Moreover, the Navy's funds were not as abundant as the world perceived. Nearly 90% came from the world government, with the remainder being seized loot from pirates, utilized to finance the training of the new generation of the Navy. Thus, while the Navy appeared to be a vast organization, its financial resources were consistently strained under the stringent control of the world government. If the Navy were to expand, how could there be so many pirates? The world government had no intention of allowing such growth. They sought to maintain absolute control over the Navy. An oversized Navy would pose a threat to their dominance. Consequently, Admiral Sengoku was perpetually frugal, diligently managing the Navy's expenditures to avoid constantly soliciting funds from the world government, which could lead to being compelled to undertake morally ambiguous actions. However, despite Sengoku's efforts, military funding remained constrained. After all, the Navy was in constant conflict with pirates, leading to inevitable casualties. As the number of pirates grew, he was compelled to request increased military funding from the world government each month. This predicament resulted in the Navy becoming increasingly subservient to the world government, now regarded as their lapdog by the pirates. Sengoku longed to break free from the world government's grasp, yet reality often thwarted his aspirations. He had to accept the circumstances, while Karp, content in his rank, roamed freely, unwilling to confront the true nature of the world government. Upon hearing Lotus's exclamation, Karp momentarily paused, then resumed his assault with a slightly tempered force. However, it was still significantly more powerful than when he had first begun. He nearly forgot the principle of moderation in eating. Realizing that if he struck Lotus too hard and inflicted serious injury, he would not only lose his meal, but also incur the cost of medical expenses. Nevertheless, Lotus's remark about eating a little more ignited his ire. Was that truly what one called a modest appetite? The giant race, tenfold his size, could not consume as much as he could. Since he was capable of capturing the Sea Kings, why not feast upon them in the ocean before boarding the ship? This was clearly a case of taking advantage while pretending to be virtuous. Upon this realization, Carp's previously restored countenance darkened once more. While the force of his punches did not increase, their speed doubled. Oh dear, that hurts. Admiral Carp, please be a bit gentler. Rotas found himself in a state of utter torment, his entire being trembling from the pain inflicted upon him. He was utterly incapable of perceiving the trajectory of Carp's punches. And any attempt to counter with a defensive strike was anticipated by Carp, leaving him in a position of helplessness. This sensation of being subjected to relentless blows without the ability to retaliate was excruciating for Rotas. Lacking the awakening of Kinbunchika Haki, he felt trapped in a frustrating predicament. While Carp, with his mastery of the observation Haki, effortlessly foresaw Rotas's every move, rendering his attacks futile, akin to striking against cotton. Rotas contemplated employing armament Haki for defense. Yet upon reflecting on Carp's unparalleled mastery of this technique, he ultimately relinquished the idea. Presently, he relies on the resilience of his body to endure blows. However, should he attempt to wield armament Haki, he is uncertain of his ability to withstand the onslaught. After all, armament Haki exists in varying degrees, and Carp's proficiency ranks among the elite. His own rudimentary Haki might easily be overshadowed by Carp's fortified fists, resulting in a potentially humiliating defeat. To master martial arts, one must first learn to endure punishment, young lad. I have yet to exert my full strength. Your physical prowess is commendable, comparable to that of a typical vice admiral, albeit your techniques are somewhat limited. Nevertheless, your reflexes are remarkably swift, far surpassing those of Akiji in his youth. If you commit to rigorous training with me, I assure you that neither Akiji nor Kizaru will stand a chance against you in the future. Upon hearing Rotas' cries, Carp showed no inclination to cease his assault, instead opting to elucidate his observations. After half an hour of relentless training, Carp had gleaned a substantial understanding of Rotas' capabilities. He was remarkably resilient and possessed excellent reflexes, a stark contrast to Carp's own performance at that age. Moreover, Rotas' physical condition was ideally suited for the path of martial arts. In due time, his strength and physique would likely become astonishing. It is preliminarily estimated that, upon reaching his full potential, he may only fall slightly short of Kaido's indomitable form. Yet in terms of sheer strength, Kaido would undoubtedly find himself outmatched by Rotas. The mere thought of cultivating a warrior who could rival Kaido ignited a fervor within Carp. Although he seldom intervened in the affairs of the sea, the prospect of contributing to the cause of justice filled him with delight. As Rotas listened to Carp's words, he displayed no signs of surprise on his face. He was well aware of his own capabilities. After all, he was merely a green pheasant, albeit born a decade or two earlier. Had they been born in the same era, there would have been no opportunity for them to rise amidst the vast ocean. In stark contrast to Rotas' composure, the soldiers on duty revealed expressions of astonishment. They were all too familiar with the identities of the green pheasant and the yellow ape. If Vice Admiral Carp asserted that Rotas could surpass these two admirals, then it was indeed a matter of great significance. They understood that Carp seldom made comparisons involving others. And when he did, it was invariably a statement of undeniable truth. They could not help but turn their gazes towards Rotas, who was enduring a beating on the deck, involuntarily drawing comparisons between him and the admirals. In a fleeting moment, it seemed as though Rotas were clad in the naval cloak of an admiral, engaging in battle with Vice Admiral Carp. The soldiers shook their heads, finally dispelling the illusions that had just occupied their minds. Chapter 23. The frustrated Rotas. You don't appear to be particularly surprised, do you, Rotas? Carp remarked, noting the lack of astonishment on Rotas' face. Curiosity flickered across his features, akin to a cat scratching at his insides, as he pondered why Rotas remained so unflustered. He had initially anticipated an expression of surprise from Rotas. Surprised by what? Vice Admiral Carp? Rotas dismissed with indifference, his hand firmly blocking the already slowing fist of Carp. Are you not astonished by my words? Carp, taken aback by this unexpected response, found himself even more intrigued. Why did this young man deviate from the expected script? Should he be expressing surprise or gratitude at this moment? After all, what Carp had said was not without merit, so why should he feel astonished? Rotas responded, effortlessly catching Carp's leisurely punch with one hand. Carp was not mistaken in his assertion. He could have easily toyed with Akiji for years, and certainly, it would not exceed a decade. This was an undeniable truth, so why should he be astonished? Haha, a fine lad indeed, quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes narrowed slightly. His fist halted mid-swing as he scratched his head and burst into hearty laughter. Surely, this fellow must be a fool. Rotas gazed at the mirthful Cap, who was laughing heartily before him, and silently mused to himself about the eccentricities of these members of the D lineage. They seemed so whimsical, so erratic. Perhaps it was a misalignment in their genetic makeup. As an ordinary demon, he found it difficult to tolerate their unorthodox thought processes. Well, Rotas, how do you find my punch? Quite flavorful, isn't it? Cap, noticing that Rotas did not join in his laughter, felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly ceased his merriment. He sought to divert the conversation to mask the recent discomfort, glancing at the oblivious Rotas. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about his grandchildren. After all, in Windmill Village, both Luffy and Ace would have shared in his laughter. Quite a delightful punch. I nearly struggled to rise. Rotas gingerly touched the swollen area on his face, grimacing in discomfort, his gaze filled with a sense of helplessness. He found himself unable to retaliate, having acquiesced to the circumstances. After enduring more than half an hour as a mere punching bag, he felt as though his very bones were on the verge of shattering under Carp's relentless blows. His body was now in a state of numbness, and he surmised that he must be covered in bruises. Ha ha ha, that is only to be expected. I am not so old as to have a feeble punch, Carp exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter, completely oblivious to Rotas's expression of frustration. Indeed, that is quite true. Rotas sneered, his lips twitching slightly. Were it not for his inability to match Carp, he would undoubtedly make Carp aware of why flowers bloom so vibrantly. It seemed that Carp's purpose was solely to ensure he understood that his fists were not soft and feeble as he delivered a thorough thrashing. I recognize your prowess. Your remarkable strength as you stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, capable of defying the very gods. However, do not grow overly complacent. Fortunes shift like the tides. And do not underestimate the youth in their struggle. I shall bide my time and develop my skills, and in due course, it will be you and the world government who will lament. Ha ha ha, little one, do you aspire to possess fists like mine? If so, you must toil diligently. Carp laughed heartily, perceiving the dissatisfaction in Rotas's words, which pleased him greatly. It is only through dissatisfaction that one strives for improvement, much like Luffy and Ace, who, after enduring a beating, would rise in defiance, and when that proved futile, would train harder, only to continue their resistance. Although he may still be unable to create waves in Carp's presence, his strength now is a far cry from his childhood days. This is the essence of Carp's training, a singular focus on delivering blows. As long as one does not strike them down completely, one can unleash a relentless barrage. Though care must be taken not to render the individual bedridden, otherwise, what good is training? Thus, Carp skillfully maintained a balance, ensuring Rotas did not suffer internal injuries while still eliciting cries of pain from him. I am indeed making every effort, Rotas countered, gripping his swollen cheek. Acutely aware of the painful lump that had formed, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. The pain was excruciating. Fortunately, his teeth were resilient, or else he might have shattered them. Is that so? Then you must strive even harder, Cap remarked, observing the rapidly diminishing swelling on Lotus's face. A glint of malice flickering in his eyes as he continued, Lotus, I trust you have rested sufficiently. Let us resume our training. Rotas rubbed his face, momentarily taken aback by Cap's words. They had just completed their training, and he felt utterly exhausted. The thought of starting anew was bewildering. Observing Rotas's expression, Cap remained silent, merely raising his fist as a gesture of determination. Damn, old man, are you serious? Do you intend to push me to my limits? Rotas shouted in alarm, hastily defending himself against the colossal fist of Carp, who seemed intent on playing him to his demise. Was it truly necessary to hold such a grudge over a mere indulgence? Ha! Rotas, this is training. Do you think I merely jest? You must take this seriously, or you might find yourself in grave peril. Carp's tone shifted dramatically, his previously languid demeanor transforming into one of fierce intensity. The force behind his punches doubled, and the speed of his strikes became nothing short of illusory. Old man, are you truly serious? Lotus sensed Carp's movements and could not help but curse aloud. The playful grin on his face vanished, replaced by a serious expression. A sudden change in his aura enveloped him, exuding a palpable sense of menace. In Carp's fist, he felt an impending crisis, a life-threatening peril. If he did not unleash his full potential, he could meet his demise. Thus, he was compelled to summon every ounce of his strength, adopting the mindset of a predator confronting a formidable prey. To hone his skills, he occasionally challenged adversaries beyond his current capabilities. After all, consistently targeting weaker prey would stifle his growth. In his relentless pursuit to vanquish his quarry, Rotas fought fiercely. And through countless battles, he became steeped in the blood of his prey. Though his aura of menace may not rival that of seasoned warriors, it was nonetheless formidable. Rotas now appeared utterly possessed, having relinquished all defenses and resembling a wild beast as he fully immersed himself in his primal state. His mind fixated on offense. He relentlessly attacked, for defense had become futile. It would only render him increasingly passive. Only through aggression could he seize the initiative. Rotas swung his fists towards Carp's neck, ribs, and joints. Well done, indeed, Carp thought, as he braced himself against Rotas' onslaught, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Rotas would forsake all defense to unleash a torrent of attacks akin to a feral creature, compelling Carp to adopt a defensive stance. It was not that Carp was incapable of overpowering Rotas. Rather, he feared that unleashing his full strength could result in Rotas' demise. Thus, he chose to defend, aware that his exertion had already surpassed Rotas' limits. Should he amplify his force, Rotas would either perish from this training session or be confined to his bed for several weeks. However, from Rotas' offensive maneuvers, it became evident that he was not as simplistic as Carp had presumed. Rotas exhibited an instinctual combat prowess reminiscent of a beast, engaging in battle with a clarity of purpose that rendered each strike lethal, fierce, and exceedingly difficult to counter. Carp found himself increasingly vexed by Rotas' relentless strikes. Yet he could not afford to escalate his own power. Instead, he sought an opportune moment to conclude the confrontation without inflicting severe harm on Rotas. Carp had originally intended to unearth Rotas' latent potential, yet conventional training methods failed to evoke such a response. To elicit Rotas' true capabilities, Carp now wielded his fists with a semblance of lethal threat. Through Rotas' attacks, Carp discerned a raw and primal fighting style, likely honed through encounters with formidable sea creatures. Though Rotas' techniques were rudimentary, their force and practicality were undeniably substantial, acquired through fierce struggle and no less effective than conventional techniques. The drawback, however, lay in the singularity of his attacks, lacking the devastating power of more sophisticated maneuvers. Even now, Rotas' strikes, while swift, lacked significant impact, despite the prolonged engagement. He struggled to inflict any meaningful damage upon Carp. After all, without systematic training and an understanding of how to harness his physical strength, it was only natural that Rotas could not fully unleash his potential. Rotas darted about like a nimble monkey, then lunged with the ferocity of a famished tiger, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Carp. Yet, to his dismay, Rotas found himself incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon Carp, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Whenever Carp retaliated, Rotas bore the brunt of his blows, emerging with bruises of varying shades. While his own strikes against Carp resembled a mere mosquito's bite upon a turtle shell, entirely ineffectual. In Chapter 24, Daydreaming Rotas, it became evident how astonishingly capable Rotas was, managing to force Vice Admiral Carp into a defensive stance. Conversely, Carp's prowess was equally remarkable, as he thwarted Rotas' every attempt to even graze the hem of his clothing. Since Carp had commenced training with Rotas, the rhythmic thuds upon the deck had been relentless, now reverberating throughout the entire expanse as Rotas circled Carp, striving to breach his formidable defenses, his feet pounding the deck with fervor. The soldiers on duty occasionally glanced over, momentarily distracted, captivated by the spectacle of Carp withstanding Rotas' relentless onslaught. Some expressed admiration for Rotas' strength, yet the majority marveled at Carp's extraordinary resilience. It was abundantly clear to the discerning observer that despite Rotas' fervent efforts, Carp remained utterly unscathed. While Rotas sported a swollen visage and bruised arms, evidence of the disparity in their strengths. Certainly, those who praised Rotas did so in acknowledgement of his remarkable endurance. Capable of withstanding such a prolonged beating and still attempting a counterattack, albeit one of little consequence. Nevertheless, to the onlookers, this was an impressive feat. They recalled instances when junior officers had sought Carp's guidance, only to find themselves airborne in a parabolic arc, landing with a splash in the sea mere minutes later. Thus, they dared only to observe discreetly, reluctant to approach Carp alone for instruction, preferring to gather as a group, for none wished to experience the indignity of an aerial trajectory. Although Carp possessed a rather casual demeanor, he would still offer verbal guidance to a group rather than engage in individual physical demonstrations. The prospect of a group of soldiers soaring through the air and drawing the ire of Admiral Sengoku was a source of considerable annoyance for Carp. Although the soldiers aboard the ship remained silent, it was inevitable that the naval personnel from other vessels would converse about such incidents, and should Sengoku catch wind of it, Carp would certainly face reprimand upon his next report. Although they were old comrades, Carp's thick skin could not withstand the embarrassment of being reprimanded. Especially if word of it reached Xiaoka, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Thus, Carp preferred to consult the soldiers privately. After all, he could easily justify it as one-on-one instruction. Such private guidance would certainly involve the physical memory technique of martial arts. Should Sengoku wish to reprimand him, he could assert that he was merely mentoring the younger generation of the Navy in the name of justice, leaving Sengoku with no grounds for objection. As the soldiers watched, they suddenly saw two figures on the deck, one standing still while the other unexpectedly soared into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before plunging into the sea. "Wow, that little rascal is quite a handful," Carp exclaimed, releasing a sigh followed by hearty laughter. It was indeed challenging dealing with Rotas, and Carp had to be cautious not to exert too much force. Seizing the moment when Rotas's attack faltered, he landed a blow that sent him crashing into the water. As anticipated, Rotas splashed into the sea. The soldiers exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that this training session would conclude in such a manner. "You little rascals. Stop staring and bring the ship over to fish Rotas out," Carp instructed the surrounding soldiers, a hint of worry creeping in. He feared he had hit Rotas too hard. And now he was attempting to escape. If Rotas managed to flee, Carp would regret it for quite some time. Today, he had finally encountered a promising young talent worthy of training, a chance to unleash his long-dormant iron fist. If Rotas escaped, it might be ages before he encountered someone like him again. Upon hearing Carp's command, the soldiers sprang into action, changing the ship's course toward the spot where Rotas had fallen. "Damn that old man for knocking me into the sea. I will make the Navy pay for this," Rotas muttered, his frustration palpable. Rotas emerged from the depths, expelling the seawater lodged in his throat, and indignantly cursed. How contemptible of Carp to have cast him into the ocean. If he were to train at the naval headquarters, he would surely drain the Navy's resources. Making Carp understand the consequences of his own actions. Observing the warship altering its course towards him, Rotas paddled through the water, determined to swim towards the vessel. It was not in his nature to flee after suffering a setback. He would endure any hardship to exact his revenge. Moreover, the rations aboard the ship promised a delightful taste, and he had no intention of escaping. He intended to stay for dinner. "Ha! This little brat isn't so bad after all." Carp, seeing Rotas swimming toward the warship, burst into joyous laughter. Had Rotas chosen to flee, it would have brought him great disappointment. Rotas' current resolve only reaffirmed Carp's keen judgment. "You old rascal, how could you strike so hard?" Rotas ascended from the sea onto the warship, striding towards Carp while hurling insults. "Ha ha ha, Rotas, I merely wish to gauge your prowess. Besides, you seem to be quite unoccupied at the moment," Carp chuckled heartily, his eyes narrowing into slits, revealing a dazzling set of pearly whites that nearly blinded Rotas. "Now that I have observed sufficiently, may I partake in dinner? I find myself rather famished." Rotas rolled his eyes in exasperation at Carp's nonchalance. At this moment, he bore no trace of his recent injuries. He seemed to have fully regained his usual composure. However, a slight hunger gnawed at him, as the recovery from his wounds demanded a considerable expenditure of energy. Otherwise, had it been a regular rear admiral who had received that punch from Carp, they would likely be bedridden for a week. "Come on, Rotas, haven't you just eaten?" Carp exclaimed, his surprise evident as he wiped away the sweat that had sprung forth. It was astounding that Rotas, having just finished a meal, felt hungry once more. Rotas cast a glance at Cap, his expression impassive, and quietly remarked, "It appears that hunger does not strike so swiftly. However, given that you have pummeled me for such an extended period, my digestion has indeed accelerated. Furthermore, with the weight of your powerful blows, I bear the marks of your assault all over my body. Were it not for my robust recovery, I would surely be confined to my bed. Therefore, is it not entirely natural for me to feel hungry?" Upon finishing his remarks, Rotas observed that Carp's expression had darkened significantly. The implication of Rotas's words was unmistakable. "Had it not been for your insistence on training me, leaving me battered and bruised, would I have been so ravenous? You are free to indulge in the food supplies on your own. Waste is not permitted. Furthermore, beginning tomorrow, You are mandated to capture at least 30 meters worth of sea beasts or sea kings each day. Otherwise, I shall cease to instruct you in the 6 forms of the Navy and the mastery of hockey." After concluding his statement, Carp swiftly retreated to the ship's cabin, seeking solace in a rice cracker to alleviate his vexation. Rotas's voracious appetite was becoming increasingly intolerable, and Carp found himself on the verge of wanting to discipline him further. However, he deemed that inflicting further punishment on Rotas would yield more detriment than benefit, thus abandoning that thought. Nevertheless, from the morrow onward, Rotas would have to fend for himself in capturing sea beasts and sea kings. Failure to do so would leave Carp's soldiers without sustenance. Carp's promise to teach Rotas the 6 forms of the Navy and hockey served as a strategic allure, for Rotas had not undergone formal training and was undoubtedly eager for such knowledge. Yet, while he claimed he would teach, he never specified when, leaving Rotas with little choice but to remain obediently aboard his vessel. Rotas was momentarily taken aback. However, his body obediently proceeded towards the ship's cabin. He felt the need to indulge in a hearty meal, for tomorrow there would be no provisions. Today, he intended to feast to his heart's content, contemplating whether he might catch a sea beast, a majestic creature of the deep, and have the ship's chef prepare it for him. After all, in the past, he had been deprived of the luxury of cooked food, but now, aboard the warship, conditions were favorable and a chef was at his disposal. Why would he opt for raw fare when delectable cooked dishes were available? He had no peculiar taste to endure such hardships. At this moment, he felt that aligning himself with Garp was indeed advantageous. Not only could he learn hockey and the Marine 6 styles, but he could also secure lodging and a bit of food. Naturally, he was not officially part of the crew, lacking benefits such as social insurance, end-of-year bonuses, or a monthly salary. Nevertheless, having a dependable support system was a blessing. Under the guidance and training provided, his strength was bound to increase significantly. Furthermore, leveraging Garp's reputation, he might just reap some benefits. Whenever hunger struck and funds were low, he could seek sustenance and shelter at the Marine branch. If any admirals from other branches inquired, he could simply claim to be the esteemed grandson of Garp. Upon investigation, they would surely discover his presence aboard Garp's vessel. Rotas believed that even in the branch, one could gain favor not merely through the merits of the monks, but by the divine presence itself, allowing him to indulge in the luxuries of the branch without cost. Chapter 25, covered but unconcerned with meals. Brothers, lend me your assistance. Help elevate this Neptune-like entity together. Rotas dragged a 30-meter-long sea king towards the soldiers on the warship, calling out to them. For the past few days, it had felt like staying in a hotel, accommodations provided, but no meals included. Fortunately, the ship chef had been assisting in preparing the Sea King, or else he would have had to resort to raw and bloody sustenance. All right, Rotas, just wait a moment. We'll fetch some ropes. The soldiers leaned against the ship's railing, peering over at Rotas with beaming smiles as they responded, hurrying off to retrieve thick ropes. They were aware that another feast of Sea King awaited them, and the joy on their faces was unmistakable. Over the past few days, the crew had enjoyed extra rations, thanks to the leftovers from Rotas' hunts, which the chef had skillfully prepared. What seemed like mere scraps to Rotas was a bounty for the soldiers. However, the soldiers did not share his perspective. It was common knowledge that Sea Kings were formidable creatures, manageable only by someone of at least a colonel's caliber. Even a colonel would not dedicate their efforts solely to hunting Sea Kings for the crew's meals, making the opportunity to indulge in Sea King meat a rare delight. The past few days had allowed each soldier to partake in substantial portions of this exquisite meat, which was a source of immense happiness for them. Sea King meat was not to be compared with ordinary beastly flesh. It was infused with far greater energy and benefits. Had they been raised on Sea King meat, their potential might have reached the rank of Rear Admiral. Although a Rear Admiral might struggle against notorious pirates, for these ordinary men, it represented a lifelong aspiration. After all, possessing the strength of a Rear Admiral would offer them a degree of safety on these treacherous seas, provided they did not court danger recklessly. The recent abundance of Sea King meat had significantly improved their impression of Rotas. Initially, they had harbored concerns that Rotas would consume all the food aboard the ship, leaving them hungry, which had caused a hint of annoyance towards him. Despite the military rations being decent, though not as delectable as Sea King meat, now that they had this delicacy, their priorities had shifted. While delicious food was appreciated, the benefits of Sea King meat far outweighed those of ordinary provisions. They were not gourmets, naturally. They chose what served them best. "You're back," Carp remarked with a hint of indifference as Rotas climbed aboard the warship. He had been feeling rather disheartened lately, as his popularity among the crew had begun to wane in comparison to the allure of Sea King meat. leaving the usually respected Carp with a tinge of dissatisfaction. "Ah, old man," Rotas replied. Lotus ascended the warship, casually responding while drying his damp hair with a towel. Behind him, a throng of soldiers tugged at a rope, ensuring that the Sea Kings did not plunge overboard, while on the opposite side, others wielded axes to butcher the creatures. They were currently aflame with excitement, entirely unconcerned that the blood spilled from the Sea Kings might attract more of their kind. In fact, they eagerly anticipated the approach of these formidable beings, well aware that Rear Admiral Garp generally refrained from slaying Sea Kings unless provoked. Should any attempt to assault their vessel, however, Garp would not hesitate to act. Moreover, there was not just one individual on board capable of handling these creatures. The more Sea Kings approached, the better, as some could potentially be transformed into jerky for their provisions. As the soldiers indulged in these delightful thoughts, Lotus finished drying the seawater from his hair. He found it somewhat sticky, yet washing it was not an option, for he would soon partake in a meal before heading back to the sea for training. Thus, washing his hair at this juncture would be an extravagant waste of water. In recent days, Garp had instructed the soldiers to secure the numerous hooks on the warship with hemp ropes, then fashioned all the ropes into a single reins, which he would carry while swimming, exerting his utmost strength to propel the vessel through the waves. Rotas was infuriated upon hearing Garp's training regimen. He felt no different from a rickshaw puller, laboring like a mule to navigate the vessel, and if word got out, he would forever be devoid of romantic prospects. It was utterly humiliating. However, Garp elucidated the rationale behind this approach. The ship lacked suitable training equipment for Rotas. The tools employed by the ordinary soldiers were entirely inappropriate for his use, and they lacked the capacity to facilitate any meaningful training. To enhance his strength, he needed implements that were both heavy and substantial, capable of imposing significant strain. Garp swiftly contemplated the warship beneath their feet, recognizing its considerable weight as an ideal challenge for Rotas. Although the ship appeared cumbersome and seemingly ill-suited for training, one must not forget that they were on the sea, and Rotas could indeed utilize it for his regimen. Additionally, the deck and surrounding areas were replete with rings, designed for securing ropes when the ship was damaged or incapacitated, thus simplifying the towing process. Therefore, the primary obstacle had been surmounted. Rotas merely needed to pull. With Rotas now tasked with the labor of towing the ship, Garp commanded that all power aboard be ceased. After all, if the vessel were still powered, Rotas would find the task considerably less arduous. This was not Garp's intention. He desired Rotas to exert himself fully in his training, rather than resorting to any form of deceitful shortcuts. Consequently, the soldiers aboard the warship found themselves largely idle, leisurely standing on the deck, either monitoring the sea's conditions or observing Rotas as he battled the waves. Initially, Rotas was quite disgruntled, as dragging a warship rendered his swimming speed comparable to that of a snail. Yet, reflecting on Garp's extraordinary prowess, which was undoubtedly cultivated through rigorous training rather than innate talent, he resolved to endure. After all, Garp was a master of martial arts, having ascended to the pinnacle of this world through sheer physicality. If he could adhere to Garp's training methods, it would undoubtedly shorten the arduous path ahead for someone like him, who thrived on raw strength. Rotas is currently embodying the spirit of the ancient King Gojin, patiently enduring and biding his time, recognizing that fame is not necessarily a virtue. Thus, until he possesses the strength to traverse the vast seas, Rotas has resolved to adopt a more cautious approach. Garp, observing Rotas' swift acceptance of his training regimen, feels a deep sense of satisfaction, believing that the youth is indeed teachable. Reflecting on his own troublesome son and his grandson's relentless ambition to become the Pirate King, he is struck with a pang of bitterness, despite their growing years. They seem to lack maturity, and rather, their antics have only intensified. Yet, what can he do? His own age limits his ability to intervene effectively. He can only hope that his grandsons do not fall into the clutches of the Navy. As Garp contemplates, Rotas has already dried his hair and made his way to the kitchen. After a brief period of anxious waiting, Rotas' lunch is finally served at the dining table. Amidst the gaze of numerous soldiers, Rotas showcased the phenomenon known as the insatiable maw. With a mere parting of his lips, he drew the food towards him as if by an irresistible force. The piled delicacies, akin to strands of noodles, swiftly slithered into his mouth with a delightful slurp. Such prowess in consumption was remarkable. No matter how many times they witnessed it, Rotas' dining abilities left them in awe. Indeed, it was astonishing. It was no wonder that he could propel a warship, for his appetite far surpassed that of any ordinary giant. The soldiers, acting as mere spectators, murmured among themselves, having observed Rotas eating spectacle more than once. Yet, each time, They remained utterly astonished by the sheer volume and manner of his consumption, which seemed almost superhuman. Is it not curious that this gathering of onlookers would refrain from partaking in a meal themselves? Why merely watch? As Rotas savored his meal, he caught a glimpse of a group of soldiers, their expressions frozen in bewilderment. He could not help but scoff inwardly. They had worn that same look for days, and it had grown tiresome. Were they truly so idle? Did they not partake in their own meals? Was it truly entertaining for them to watch him dine alone? As Roths pondered, the soldiers, initially taken aback, finally sprang into action and began to serve themselves food, casting glances at Roths as he dined. Their appetites were insatiable, each swallowing hard as they observed him, and when it came time to serve their portions, they indulged themselves, taking far more than necessary. They felt as if they could consume an entire cow. Under Roth's unintentional influence, the soldiers aboard the warship found their appetites growing, and it was likely that when they returned to the naval headquarters and stepped onto the weighing scale, they would be astonished to discover a noticeable increase in their weight. Chapter 26. The Slothful Man. Carp time slipped away quietly, and Roths had unknowingly spent a month aboard the warship. His daily routine consisted of rowing, followed by practice sessions with Carp every couple of days. Each time before their sparring, Carp would chuckle heartily, proclaiming that he was merely enhancing Roth's combat experience. However, the reality was a thorough thrashing, leaving Roths unable to retaliate. It was evident to any observer that Carp was toying with him, and Roths would emerge from each encounter battered and bruised, while Carp appeared utterly relaxed and content. Rothas has come to a profound realization. Kapu, out of boredom and a mischievous impulse, treats him as if he were Luffy or Ace, remarking on their apparent lack of common sense and their robust yet coarse demeanor. It is evident that during their childhood, they must have endured such relentless beatings from Kapu that it would be a miracle if they emerged unscathed. Indeed, the old adage rings true. Those who wear the heaviest armor often endure the most severe blows. It is astonishing that Luffy possesses such resilience, enduring Kapu's punishing strikes every few days. Fortunately, these hardships have not been in vain. Otherwise, he would be utterly despondent. Throughout countless sparring sessions with Kapu, Rothas can perceive a steady enhancement of his strength as the duration of each beating increases, a clear indication that even in his carelessness, he cannot help but notice his growth. Rotes felt that all his efforts had not been in vain. Indeed, the saying one must endure hardships to rise above others holds profound truth. He is currently devoting himself to rigorous training, hoping to master the 6 styles of the Navy and the art of hockey swiftly, for he longs to escape the confines of this warship. The promised naval system with its assurances of accommodation, social insurance, weekends, and salary has proven to be nothing but empty words. He is indifferent to other matters. Yet basic provisions such as food and shelter are essential. Each day, he pursues the Sea Kings, and one might think this endeavor is easy. However, these sea creatures are as slippery as eels. Initially, when he attempted to capture the Sea Kings alone, they hardly regarded him as a threat. Now, burdened with a warship, even the most foolish of Sea Kings recognize the danger he poses. It would be peculiar for them not to flee upon sighting him. Of course, some do not retreat. Immense Sea Kings, thousands of meters long, occasionally surface, resembling islands in the ocean. Rotes would be courting disaster to confront such behemoths, even if he could subdue them. There would be no space aboard the ship to accommodate them. Fortunately, every species has its share of reckless youths. Some smaller Sea Kings, despite their size, possess fierce tempers. Like rabid dogs, they will attack anything that intrudes upon their territory with open jaws. On one occasion, Rotes, while towing the warship, encountered a massive maw gaping towards him, a sight most gruesome, adorned with a row of large white teeth. He abandoned the rope and unleashed a flurry of attacks, executing a series of moves reminiscent of the Lushan Ascending Dragon and the Lightning Spiral Kick. The 70-meter-long Sea King immediately succumbed, floating on the surface like a despondent salted fish, stripped of its dreams of swimming. After completing his task, Rothas exhaled deeply, feeling a renewed sense of clarity and vitality. As the gloom of recent days dissipated, he couldn't help but think that only by transferring his own suffering to others could he find true joy. Just look at how jubilant Rothas appears now. He is on the verge of expressing his elation aloud. After defeating the headstrong youth, Rothas was soon approached by the warship, which arrived without the need for his invitation. The soldiers aboard displayed remarkable proficiency as they swiftly secured the defeated Sea King, who had lost all hope. Subsequently, they commenced their routine of cutting. As they worked, their conversations were invariably centered around Rothas. Over the past month, they had begun to view him as a beloved figure. After all, with such formidable strength, a kind demeanor, and the daily provision of sea kings for their meals, it was rare to find an elder brother like him. Rotas expressed his disdain for the group of admirers who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, referring to them as mere gluttons who only revered him for the marine creatures he caught for them. To him, they were no different from fair-weather friends. He sought not such sycophants. Recently, Garp was in high spirits. Although his soldiers had transformed into new admirers, it did little to dampen his mood. His body felt rejuvenated, as he could relax every couple of days, and his once rusty iron fist now gleamed with polish. He felt as though he had been reborn, returning to his youthful vigor. As Garp stood at the bow of the ship, he gazed at Rotas's golden hair. A desire to deliver a good punch stirred within him. It was impossible to ignore how reminiscent Rotas's flowing golden locks were of a lion. During their training sessions, the sight of Rotas's hair swaying would invariably compel him to exert a bit more strength. After all, that old scoundrel, the Golden Lion, had the audacity to escape from prison and had yet to show his face, which was utterly infuriating. It seemed that these relics of a bygone era had forgotten themselves. Wandering carefree, was it Garp who had dulled his blade, or had these rascals simply become too complacent? Nevertheless, he mused, someone was worse off than he, the unfortunate lone wolf, who had spent nearly several decades in confinement. The mere thought of this solitary figure brought a chuckle from Garp. That unlucky lad had benefited from his intervention, only to be sent to impel down for decades. Thankfully, during moments of nostalgia, he would visit him. Or else he might have forgotten about the poor soul entirely. Now, he finally felt he had a purpose, mentoring the younger generation, witnessing a strong individual gradually taking shape under his guidance. This sense of pride was one that perhaps only Zephyr could comprehend. As for Sengoku, he could hardly fathom it. As Garp contemplated, he suddenly realized he had overlooked something important. He beckoned a soldier on duty to approach. The soldier, who had been idly paddling, sprang to attention upon seeing Garp wave him over, standing straight and saluting. Please, give your orders, Vice Admiral Garp. That young lad. How long have we been away from headquarters? Garp scratched his head, chuckling slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he inquired. Having lost track of the number of days since their departure, he intended to return before Ace turned 17 to check on them. However, he needed to be mindful of his work schedule to avoid complications when applying for leave from Sengoku. 34 days, Vice Admiral Garp. The soldiers exhibited no hesitation, promptly voicing their thoughts. They perceived no issue with Admiral Garp's boisterous personality. To them, it was entirely natural for a formidable individual to possess eccentric traits. For instance, Kaido is a madman, Big Mom has an affinity for childbirth, Whitebeard revels in adopting sons, red-haired Shanks insists on receiving respect, Fleet Admiral Sengoku enjoys tending to goats. Admiral Akiji takes pleasure in cycling across the seas, Admiral Kizaru often speaks with an air of lewdness, and Vice Admiral Smoker frequently encounters failures in his romantic pursuits. Each of these powerful figures possesses their own peculiarities, and the soldiers had nearly grown accustomed to Garp's demeanor. Moreover, they found his character to be quite to their liking, providing a sense of relaxation and alleviating the pressures they faced. 34 days. Garp mused, counting on his fingers. He resolved to request leave from Sengoku in the coming days to return to Windmill Village, intending to bring Law along to practice hammering the mountains. As a naval officer meticulously trained by Garp, how could Lotus fail to embody the indomitable spirit of perseverance that Garp exemplified? It would serve as a valuable lesson for both Luffy and Ace, allowing them to witness the essence of strength cultivated by their grandfather, potentially extinguishing their aspirations of piracy and guiding them to follow the righteous path of the Navy under his tutelage. With this thought in mind, Garp instructed a soldier to fetch the transponder snail. Meanwhile, Sengoku sat in his office, diligently reviewing documents with one hand while passing the completed papers to the goat before him, who bleated contentedly, shaking the bell around its neck and munching on the documents with an air of satisfaction. Moshi moshi, moshi moshi, Sengoku heard the ringing of his transponder snail, setting aside the papers in his hand to answer it. The transponder snail revealed Garp's face, who was pinching his nostrils. Upon seeing this, Sengoku felt a momentary reluctance to engage. He knew Garp was likely calling for yet another vacation to visit his beloved grandsons. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided to answer Garp's call. Sengoku, I wish to take a week off to see Luffy and Ace, Garp declared, still pinching his nose, showing no semblance of respect for his superior, as if merely recounting a mundane occurrence. You rascal, can't you take your job seriously? Sengoku retorted. his tone mirroring the frustration of the transponder snail's expression. What does it matter? There's hardly anything happening on the sea, Garp replied nonchalantly, continuing his antics, utterly disregarding Sengoku's mounting anger. Do as you please, you old fool, Sengoku shouted, abruptly disconnecting the call. Garp was beyond redemption. And Sengoku had come to terms with the fact that expecting Garp to work diligently was an exercise in futility. Garp merely followed protocol. If he truly wished to return to Windmill Village, there was little Sengoku could do about it after all this time. Chapter 27. Trouble comes from within one's home. Ha ha ha. My vacation has been approved. I can finally return to Windmill Village. Garp exclaimed, laughter erupting from him as he hung up the transponder snail. Paying no heed to the soldiers nearby. The soldiers, observing Garp's exuberance, felt cold sweat bead on their foreheads, yet one bravely inquired, Vice Admiral Garp, should we traverse the doldrums now, or delay our departure for a few days? Let us set sail at once. I can hardly wait to see Luffy and Ace. Garp decisively responded, still pinching his nose, eager to return now that Sengoku had granted his request. Understood, Vice Admiral Garp. I will summon Lotus to halt the proceedings. The soldier received orders and turned to instruct Rotas to halt. Otherwise, they would be unable to traverse the doldrums. Rotas was advancing in the wrong direction. And the doldrums were a breeding ground for sea kings, making his venture into that region exceedingly perilous. Shortly after the soldier departed, Rotas emerged from the sea onto the warship. He first took a refreshing bath in the cabin, then made his way to the deck, where he observed Garp reclining in a beach chair. He inquired, Old man, are we returning to the naval headquarters? Has something occurred at sea that necessitates your early return? Rotas gazed curiously at the leisurely figure of Garp, who lay relaxed. He had just observed the soldiers aboard the warship unfurling the sails, signaling a halt. Thus, he had ceased his training and returned to the deck, yet he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Garp had unexpectedly instructed him to suspend his training and come back. The old man had just requested leave from Sengoku and was now preparing to return to the East Sea, with half of his face obscured by a dog-headed cap. Garp spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. The East Sea, Windmill Village? Upon hearing this, Roth immediately exclaimed, for he was aware of Cap's hometown. Oh, so you are familiar with my old home? Cap swiftly tugged at the hat that concealed his face, revealing a look of astonishment. He gradually rose to a seated position, gazing at Roth with great curiosity. Indeed, I not only know that your esteemed home is Windmill Village, but I am also privy to other details. Rotas spoke in a rather indifferent tone, mentioning that Garp's hometown, Windmill Village, was likely known to many across the vast ocean. Furthermore, he hinted at his knowledge of corrupt officials and pirates in the region. Oh, is that so? Do enlighten me, Garp replied, intrigued by Rotas's words. Sensing that he was privy to more than just the fact that Windmill Village was Garp's birthplace. Very well, I shall share, Rotas began. I have heard from merchants traveling from the East Sea to the New World that the East Sea is often regarded as the weakest sea, where pirates are scarce, and the surface appears quite tranquil. Rotas spoke with a grave absurdity, uttering a mix of nonsense that initially seemed quite normal to Cap. However, as the conversation progressed, Cap began to sense an increasing dissonance in Rotas's words. Yet, he refrained from interrupting, curious to see where Rotas's ramblings would lead. In truth, the situation mirrored that of the other three seas. Piracy was rampant. In the East Sea, there lay the village of Kokoshia, under the tyrannical grip of the dragon pirates, who dominated not only Kokoshia but also the surrounding villages, establishing a fisherman park within the village itself. The dragon pirates and all fishermen crew harbored a deep animosity towards humans, resulting in the villagers of Kokoshia suffering constant persecution, with many brave souls who dared to resist meeting a tragic end. These villagers sought assistance from the nearby naval base, but their pleas fell on deaf ears as the dragon pirates had corrupted the base's colonel. Instead of reporting the atrocities, the compromised navy acted as a shield for the pirates. Furthermore, Arlong, the leader of the dragon pirates, held an additional identity as a subordinate of the warlord, Jinbei, which emboldened his crew even further. The villagers, crying out for help, found themselves utterly forsaken, living perpetually in the shadow of Arlong's reign of terror. Upon reaching this point, Rothas could not help but glance at Garp's expression. He believed that since they were heading to the East Sea anyway, it would be prudent to utilize Garp's influence to directly eliminate the Arlong pirates. After all, it would expedite the liberation of the people of Kokoshia village, which would indeed be a noble deed. Excellent, splendid, particularly splendid. Jinbei, is it? Arlong, is it? The Navy branch, is it? I shall see if this group can withstand the force of my iron fist." Upon hearing this, Carp's countenance darkened, his eyes emanating a startling crimson glow that shocked even Rotas. Had he not known Carp was human, he might have thought him a pacifist. Hailing from the East Sea, Carp held a particular sentiment for his homeland, and now, to discover that chaos was being wrought in his own territory was infuriating. Had Rotas not spoken up, Carp would have remained oblivious to the extent of decay within the East Sea Navy. This time, he resolved to return to the East Sea and cleanse both the Navy and the pirates, ensuring they understood that although the East Sea may be deemed the weakest, it is not a playground for all. Carp stood up to instruct the soldiers to alter their course from Windmill Village to Kokoshiya Village, intending to inspect the local Navy branch and confront Arlong. As Lotus observed Carp's demeanor, he realized that the villagers of Kokoja were finally saved. However, he was apprehensive about the Blue Behemoth, Senpai, venturing to the Navy headquarters. Should he do so, Lotus could not guarantee a safe return to Fishman Island. A week later, the warship traversed the windless zone and reached the East Sea, proceeding relentlessly towards Kokoja Village. On the shores of Kokoja, the villagers were engaged in fishing when they suddenly spotted a warship adorned with the emblem of a dog gnawing a bone approaching their vicinity. Initially taken aback, they were soon overcome with exhilaration, almost at a loss for words. "That is the warship of the naval hero. How splendid! That esteemed gentleman has finally come to rescue us." The villagers erupted in fervent cheers. Carp, a hero of the Navy hailing from the East Sea, was a source of pride for them, and they had closely followed his exploits, particularly noting that his warship bore the fearsome insignia of a dog biting a bone. For 5 long years, they had suffered under the tyranny of the Arlong pirates, with many villagers losing their lives as they sought assistance from the Navy, only to be met with disappointment. Yet today, hope arrived with the Navy's revered hero, who they believed would vanquish the Arlong pirates. Orders were dispatched for all soldiers to surround Kokoja Village. Upon sighting any fisherman, they were to kill without mercy, ensuring none escaped. Carp stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the villagers on the shore, their faces illuminated with excitement and renewed hope. A pang of guilt welled within him. Despite being hailed as a hero, he felt unable to protect even the vicinity of his homeland. "Yes," the soldiers on deck replied in unison, promptly leaping from the vessel to commence the encirclement of the village. "All fishmen in the sea are entrusted to you," Carp instructed. "You may kill or capture them as you see fit." Observing the soldiers depart, he turned to Lotus, emphasizing the need to eradicate evil, aware that the fishmen would likely attempt to flee at the first sign of danger. Yet, he knew that ordinary soldiers might not suffice in halting their escape. Thus he required Lotus's intervention. "Not a problem. I shall eliminate them all. These wretched creatures of the sea are nothing but a waste of air." Rotas nodded in agreement. Feeling quite pleased, he had long desired to deal with this group of fishmen, not only because of their unsightly appearance but also due to their blatant racism. Kapu, acknowledging this, leapt down from the deck and approached the fisherman, bowing deeply in apology. "I sincerely apologize for the wrongs you have suffered at the hands of these pirates. It was my oversight that led to your suffering." No, Lord Kapu. This is not your fault. You need not bear such a burden," the villagers hastily reassured him. "Indeed, Lord Kapu, it is entirely the pirates' wrongdoing." Seeing Kapu bowing, the villagers rushed forward to support him, though they were utterly incapable of lifting his formidable frame. They could only offer their words of comfort. Despite being simple folk, they understood that Vice Admiral Kapu was undertaking dangerous missions in the treacherous Grand Line, where pirates were rampant and thus could not be expected to oversee their remote village. "Thank you all. I assure you, from this day forward, no pirate shall dare to show their face here," Kapu declared, finally straightening up in response to their reassurances. "Is that so? That is splendid news. Thank you, Lord Kapu." The villagers' eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. They could finally breathe easy, knowing their loved ones would no longer suffer persecution from Arlong's pirate crew. "Rest assured, I shall visit you all whenever I return to the East Blue. Should you discover any pirate threats to your village, do not hesitate to inform me," Kapu vowed, resolving to visit Kokoja Village each time he returned to Windmill Village. "Thank you, Lord Kapu. Thank you." The villagers expressed their heartfelt appreciation. "Fear not. Remain safely here. I shall now proceed to deal with the Arlong pirates," Kapu reassured them before setting off to confront the notorious crew. "Lord Kapu, take me with you. I know where Arlong and his crew are." Suddenly, one of the fishermen stepped forward, eager to accompany him. "Very well," Kapu nodded, and the villager excitedly joined him as they made their way to the Arlong pirates' hideout. Meanwhile, the disembarking soldiers split into 2 groups. One encircled Kakoja village, while the other gathered the villagers to prevent the desperate fishmen from resorting to violence. Chapter 28. The Elder remains the Elder. What? You say that Kapu has come here? A look of fear spread across Arlong's face, his body trembling slightly. Did he not know who Kapu was, a man born in Fishman Island? He was nothing short of a monstrous figure. Even Whitebeard, who protected their island, would not dare claim he could defeat Kapu. How could such a formidable presence suddenly appear here? Yes, Brother Arlong, Kapu is already on his way, guided by the villagers. The voice of the merman trembled as he hurriedly relayed the urgent news from his brethren on the shore to Brother Arlong. They had been bullying the innocent civilians of the East Sea, which was tolerable, but now they sought to confront the soldiers of the Navy headquarters, sending them into a panic. This was especially true considering these soldiers were under the command of the esteemed Navy hero, Garp, which heightened their fear. Though the mermen possessed strength tenfold that of ordinary humans, it was contingent upon whom they were compared to. Garp's soldiers would undoubtedly overpower them. Did that rat not send anyone to deliver the message? Arlong slammed his fist on the table in frustration. That scoundrel of a Navy officer had accepted his bribe, promising to keep matters concealed, yet Garp's formidable presence in the East Sea had gone unannounced. No, brother, the merman replied cautiously, aware of the unreliability of humans. Yet Arlong still chose to conspire with that rat. Curse be it. Let the brethren flee. Arlong reluctantly released his clenched fist, despite his constant denigration of humans as inferior. The truth remained that the mermen had long been treated as commodities by humans, rendering them the truly disadvantaged party. Understood, brother, the merman acknowledged, promptly exiting the room to inform the members of the Arlong pirates. Meanwhile, as the mermen of the Arlong pirates gathered to prepare for their escape, the island's villagers were also assembled, with Noki Gao and a Jin among the crowd of soldiers. They gazed at the protectors standing guard over them. Noki Gao felt a lump in her throat, prompting a Jin to offer her comfort. With the arrival of Vice Admiral Garp, the Arlong pirates had no chance of escape. Liberation was imminent, and Nami would no longer need to resort to thievery at sea to pay protection fees. Indeed, but they have arrived too late. If only they had come sooner, Belmare would not have. Noki Gao's voice faltered, nearly breaking into tears, while Ajian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet time could not be reversed, and Belmare would not witness this day. Outside Arlong Park, Garp stood at the entrance, ushering the villagers to safety, and then, with a single punch, he shattered half of the surrounding wall. The resounding crash sent shockwaves through the gathered mermen within Arlong Park, their expressions shifting dramatically. Arlong had not anticipated Garp's swift arrival and immediately issued commands for all mermen to escape into the sea from the park's pool. As Arlong's order was given, he was the first to leap into the pool, followed closely by many mermen ready to dive in. Suddenly, with a loud bang, all the mermen were propelled backward, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and unaware of their fate. To think he would attempt to flee in my presence, Garp declared. Garp emerged from the swirling dust, retracting his clenched fist, and surveyed the fallen mermen strewn across the ground with a sense of satisfaction. With a single punch, he had unleashed a powerful gust that sent all the mermen poised to leap into the pool flying. Although his fist had not directly struck them, many of the mermen had met their untimely demise. He inspected the surviving mermen, then entered an unscathed house, retrieving a bundle of rope to bind the living mermen together, dragging them away like a sack of discarded refuse. On the coast, Rotas glided across the water's surface, seeking any remaining fish that had evaded capture. Having traversed from the Grand Line to the East Blue for a week, he had refrained from sailing, choosing instead to learn the marine six styles from Garp. Due to his robust physique, he quickly mastered techniques such as the finger pistol, gale step, sorrow, moonwalk, and iron block. However, he struggled with the paper drawings, finding them uncomfortable and awkward, likely due to his preference for the visceral impact of physical combat. Despite the peculiarities of the paper drawings, he diligently practiced, recognizing that mere learning does not equate to proficiency. Once he attained mastery over the marine six styles, he aspired to develop his own techniques. Throughout his studies, he contemplated seeking Garp's guidance on the art of life return, but he ultimately deemed it imprudent to overwhelm himself so soon after mastering the six styles. Thus, he resolved to forego that inquiry. Lotus, stepping with a lunar grace, produced a resounding boom beneath his feet as he hovered in the sky, lying in wait for the members of the fearsome dragon pirate crew to escape from the waters of Arlong Park and plunge into the sea. After a brief moment, he spotted a blue-skinned sea creature, adorned with a Johnny hat, swimming through the water, accompanied by an octopus that appeared to be in quite a hurry. Arlong, Is that you, little eight? Lotus murmured to himself, quickly recognizing the two figures. He swiftly propelled himself through the air, then brought his feet together, his body commencing a graceful spin. His toes grazed the atmosphere, emanating a faint crimson glow, before he plunged into the ocean's surface with the force of a lightning strike. The sound of a resounding splash echoed. With a swift and lethal strike, Rotas executed an electrifying drill maneuver, piercing directly between a long and Xiaoba, treating the two fishmen, who were swimming, as if they were mere planks of wood. Rotas, akin to a high-speed rotating drill bit, made contact, resulting in the bones of a long and Xiaoba shattering upon collision with Rotas's rapidly spinning legs. Along swam towards the shore from the park's pond, where he encountered the waiting Xiaoba. Without exchanging many words, they commenced their escape, gripped by fear from the terrifying presence of Carp, leaving no room for distraction as they fled for their lives. In their singular focus, they failed to notice Rotas soaring above them, and by the time they did, both had completely lost consciousness, descending into the depths of the sea like two lifeless fish. It appeared they were still alive. Rotas grasped one in each hand and made his way towards the village. He had not gathered any momentum before striking. The two men remained unbowed, which did not surprise him. However, as he observed the two unconscious figures, their eyes rolled back in a daze, he realized that their bones must have sustained considerable damage. If they did not seek medical attention, they would likely be rendered incapacitated. Yet, he found both individuals rather unappealing, and their disability would be a fitting consequence. Glancing at the nose of Ulung in his grasp, Rotas was suddenly struck by the whimsical thought of severing it to fashion a dagger, for after all, Ulung's nose possessed a strikingly unique charm. Lotus swiftly arrived at the village, gliding gracefully as if walking on the moon. In the excited gaze of the villagers of Kokoja, he tossed two captives onto the open ground. Old man Cap, I have brought you these two stragglers. I must admit, I did not apply much force during the encounter, and it is somewhat regrettable that they remain alive. However, considering their feeble state, I had no intention of pursuing the matter further and thus present them to you. Before disembarking, Rotas had proclaimed his intention to slay these scoundrels, yet he returned with them alive, feeling compelled to offer an explanation. Well done, Rotas, Carp nodded in approval. He then addressed the villagers of Kokoja, inquiring, let us see if there are any remaining fishmen. If so, I shall have Rotas capture them immediately. The villagers of Kokoja murmured the names of the evil dragon pirates officers, Along, Little Eight, Kruby, Jio, Little Wu, Yen Xiao, Pisharo, and Kanehilo. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a conclusion. A Jian stepped forth from the crowd, bowing respectfully to Carp before excitedly stating, Lord Carp, the majority of the evil dragon pirates are indeed here. However, there is a creature known as the Moo Moo Manatee, which serves as the pet of the evil dragon pirates, currently wandering in the waters near our village. We kindly request your assistance in dealing with it, so that we may fish in peace. Is that so, Rotas? Carp said, clearly signaling for him to act swiftly. Understood, old man. With a lackluster demeanor, Lotus replied and then sauntered away to seek out the unfortunate manatee. During his time in the village, he did not encounter Nami, but instead came across Nojiko and Aiken, indicating that Nami had likely taken to her thieving ways. Feel free to divide these spoils among yourselves, he suggested. After Lotus departed, Carp brought forth the plunder from the dragon pirates, intending to assist the beleaguered villagers in rebuilding their homes. Thank you, Lord Carp. The villagers of Kokosia expressed with deep bows of gratitude. The treasures were precisely what they needed, and they recognized that their village was not the only one afflicted by the tyranny of the dragon pirates. They would take only their rightful share, with the remainder to be distributed among other oppressed villages. Once they had claimed their portion, Lotus returned, dragging along a massive manatee. Esteemed friends, is this the manatee you seek? If not, I shall continue my search. Rotas dragged one of the manatee's legs, the creature's body covered in bruises, clearly having endured a severe beating. Tears welled in the manatee's eyes, its mournful gaze pleading with the onlookers. It was indeed the one, Lord Rotas. The villagers promptly recognized the manatee. It had been a familiar presence in their vicinity for many years, so well known that they would recognize it even in ashes. So, shall we slaughter it then, to provide you with a sumptuous feast? Upon hearing this, Lotus proposed, expressing his curiosity about the taste of manatee meat, wondering how it differs from that of cattle and water buffalo. The manatee, overwhelmed by the suggestion, emitted a sorrowful wail, tears streaming down its visage. The sound was truly heart-wrenching and resonated with grief. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider, my lord. This manatee too has suffered at the hands of the nefarious dragon sea pirates. The villagers, witnessing the creature's distress, found it difficult to acquiesce to Lotus' request. Very well. Begone. Should you dare to reappear in Caucasia village, I shall have you transformed into a sumptuous tomato braised beef stew. Rotas released his grip and, with a swift kick to the manatee, spoke with fierce intensity. The manatee, upon hearing this, nodded in compliance, stifled its tears, and immediately began to dash back to the sea, avoiding even a blade of grass along the way, fearful of being slaughtered. Chapter 30. Windmill Village. Cap did not perceive the tumult within Rotas' heart. He was solely consumed by a yearning to return home, eagerly anticipating the reunion with his two grandsons. Old Master Cap, how do you intend to deal with these fellows? Surely you cannot keep them by your side indefinitely. I recall you mentioning that you plan to spend a week in Windmill Village. As Rotas observed Carp, he seemed to be in high spirits. Suddenly, he posed a question, expressing his disdain for the unsightly group before them, useless creatures that could neither be consumed nor fought. It baffled him that such inept individuals dared to roam the vast ocean, while he, Rotas, despite his formidable strength, refrained from engaging in such frivolity. I shall first escort you to Windmill Village to meet with Luffy and his companions. You will remain there to showcase the fruits of my training. I intend to linger in Windmill Village for a day before delivering this motley crew to Log Town, where that rascal Smoker awaits. Upon hearing Rotas' words, Carp found them to be quite sensible. He had no desire for his warship to be sullied by this detestable lot. Otherwise, his soldiers would be compelled to scrub the decks. Thus, he resolved to rest in Windmill Village for a day before dispatching this detritus to Smoker. Along the way, he would seize the opportunity to rid the seas of a few more pirates and naval nuisances. Indeed, that is an excellent plan, old man. I believe it would be prudent to dispose of this unsightly lot as soon as possible. Rotas wholeheartedly endorsed Carp's plan, simultaneously relishing the prospect of delivering a thorough beating to Luffy and Ace, intending to repay the blows he had endured from Carp in full measure to their family. As the adage goes, a debt owed by the grandfather shall be repaid by the grandson. Rotas felt no sense of wrongdoing, after all. It was the venerable Garp who had expressly requested him to showcase his training results to Luffy and Ace. How could he demonstrate without giving them a few good thrashings? Moreover, he surmised that Garp intended for him to alter Luffy and Ace's perceptions of piracy, instilling in them the belief that only by joining the Navy could they attain strength and realize their dreams. Yet, considering Luffy and Ace's personalities, one would think the old man would have grasped the futility of his efforts after so many beatings. If they could be swayed, there would be no need for him to intervene. However, Rotas was merely there to administer punishment, not to serve as a life coach advocating for virtue. Indeed, he felt similarly. Garp, upon hearing Rotas' sentiments, wholeheartedly agreed, utterly oblivious to Rotas' intention to unleash his pent-up frustration from the past days upon his two grandsons, nodding in deep approval. On the deck, a motley crew lay piled together, comprising members of the Dragon Pirates and soldiers from the 16th Division. Garp had ordered them to be thrown together, allowing this unruly assemblage to bond, lest they be separated upon entering impelled down. The individuals in this heap exchanged curses and grievances, yet none dared to speak ill of Garp and his men, for the first to utter a word of disrespect would find themselves tossed into the sea by Rotas, only to be used as bait for sea creatures. The unfortunate soul who had faced Rotas' wrath now exhibited signs of madness, mumbling incoherently, which instilled a deep-seated fear among the others in the pile, causing them to tremble and break into cold sweats. They realized that Garp held them in utter contempt, treating them like refuse, allowing Rotas to dispose of them at will. In their eyes, Rotas had transformed from a horned fiend into a genuine devil, toying with their lives without remorse. For an extended period, the officers of the Dragon Pirates and Arlong remained unconscious, as did their unfortunate mouse colonel, leaving the hapless soldiers and the rabble of the Dragon Pirates to hurl curses at one another in an attempt to alleviate their terror. This scene, witnessed by the patrolling soldiers, became a source of amusement to pass the time. Meanwhile, Rotas found himself unceremoniously punched into the sea by Garp, left bewildered by the sudden aggression of the very man who had just spoken to him. As he pondered the abruptness of the attack, a multitude of bodies was unceremoniously tossed beside him. Thus, Rotas set about pulling the ship, understanding that Garp had simply deemed him to be at leisure and decided to take action. Rotas indelibly remembered the punch that Garp had delivered to him. He was almost at Windmill Village, and while he could endure this grudge, he merely hoped that Ace and Luffy would be resilient. In the East Sea, within the residential district of the Goa Kingdom, two young boys dashed through the streets, pursued fervently by a group of chefs wielding pots and ladles, their curses echoing behind them. Luffy, they're catching up. Stop eating, Ace urged, tugging Luffy along as they sprinted through the alleyways. The chefs were relentless in their pursuit. But Ace's swift turn soon left them far behind. "Ah, Ace, slow down," Luffy protested, one hand clutching a beast's leg while he stuffed his mouth full of food. His words muffled and disjointed. Ace paid no heed to Luffy's complaints, continuing to pull him along at a rapid pace. "These kids are incredibly fast," one of the chefs huffed, stopping to lean against his knee, panting heavily with a flushed face. "It's infuriating, stealing a meal like that. Great, we finally lost them. Luffy, you fool, next time when I say go, you should just go. Don't keep eating." Ace sighed in relief as he noticed no one was following them anymore. Their plan for the day had been well laid out, but Luffy's insatiable appetite had once again led them into trouble. Had it not been for their experience, they might have been caught this time. Luffy swallowed the last morsel of the beast's leg and let out a long, satisfied belch. A goofy grin lighting up his face as his bright white teeth sparkled in the sun. "Never mind, let's head back," Ace said, exasperated by Luffy's antics. As he supported his forehead, conceding defeat to his friend's carefree nature while they made their way back to Windmill Village. At Windmill Village, a military ship docked at the harbor as Garp descended with Rotas, followed by a contingent of soldiers clad in varied civilian attire, all dressed down for a day of enjoyment in the village. With most of the crew on leave, Garp had given them a day off to truly indulge in leisure. "Where are we going, old man?" Rotas inquired, excitement evident in his voice. Rotes trailed behind Garp, casting curious glances around, eager to discover where Garp would lead him next. "I shall first pay a visit to Makino to inquire about Luffy, Ace, and the others," Garp stated without hesitation. For this had always been his practice upon arriving in Windmill Village, and this time was no different. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Rotas's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wasn't Machino the red-haired confidant? She was also the beloved elder sister of Luffy and Ace, who taught Ace the essence of politeness and instilled love in Luffy. Curiosity piqued. He decided to follow Garp, eager to catch a glimpse of Machino at her tavern. As they traversed the streets, passers-by occasionally greeted Garp, who responded with warmth and enthusiasm. Rotas observed the familiarity between Garp and the villagers of Windmill Village. Their interactions were devoid of the reverence typically shown by villagers in other places. However, as they walked, Rotas noticed that while the villagers greeted Garp, their gazes were fixated on him. The scrutiny began to vex him, were it not for Garp's presence. He might have exploded with frustration. He pondered, was it a crime to be handsome? Did his attractiveness warrant their judgment and envy? The villagers of Windmill murmured softly amongst themselves, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they regarded this peculiar figure accompanying Garp, taller than Garp himself, with flowing golden locks that shimmered in the sunlight, nearly blinding them. Yet, what intrigued them the most were the striking black and white horns adorning his head. Rotas finally arrived at the Tavern of Makino, amidst the villagers' curious gazes. He exhaled a long sigh upon seeing the bar before him. Indeed, the world was filled with the most peculiar sights, which perhaps explained the envy directed towards him, a striking demon. With a creak, Mr. Cap pushed open the door to the tavern and led Rotas inside. As Rotas crossed the threshold, he instinctively lowered his head, wary of causing any damage. "Ah, Mr. Cap. You've returned," Makino exclaimed cheerfully, carrying drinks as he moved about the tavern. Upon spotting Cap's entrance, a joyful expression illuminated his face. "Indeed, Makino. I trust that Ace and Luffy have not caused you any trouble?" Cap greeted him warmly and, with familiarity, selected a seat and sat down. "Not at all, Mr. Cap. Luffy and Ace have been quite well behaved," Makino replied, setting down the drinks and moving closer to Cap to share updates about Ace and Luffy. "They are truly lovely boys. And how fortunate you are to have such a kind-hearted girl with red hair." Lotus sat in his seat, observing the engaging conversation between Cap and Magino. Cap occasionally erupted into hearty laughter, while Magino, with a hand covering her mouth, stifled her giggles, prompting Lotus to deem her a truly delightful young woman. However, the incessant gazes directed at him within the tavern stirred a sense of irritation in Lotus, who noticed that Cap and Magino were engrossed in their exchange, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Rotes fixed his piercing gaze upon those who had been staring at him, leaving no one unscathed. A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in his eyes, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. His considerable height, towering over the others, caused the inebriated patrons to squirm under his intense scrutiny, their foreheads beading with sweat. One by one, they hastily set down their drinks and stumbled away in retreat. Before long, only Cap, Machino, and Rotes remained in the tavern. Rotes found the newfound tranquility rather pleasing. He relished the opportunity to deal with those who lacked respect. Cap and Machino, aware of the tavern's atmosphere, continued their conversation without a care. Chapter 31. The Iron Fist of Love. Mr. Cap. Who is that gentleman? Machino inquired after conversing with Cap for a while. She suddenly realized that she had overlooked the presence of Rotas, who had accompanied Mr. Cap, and felt a twinge of guilt. Haha, that lad is Rotas, my beloved disciple. Cap responded with a hearty laugh, his booming voice filling the tavern. To Cap, although Rotas had not formally become his disciple, the fact that Rotas had studied his martial arts made him feel a sense of ownership over him. Is that so, Mr. Cap? Machino said, covering her mouth in mild astonishment, her gaze lingering on Rotas before she averted her eyes. She was genuinely surprised that Mr. Cap had taken on a disciple. Haha, indeed. That young man had implored me for quite some time. It was only out of respect for his earnestness and determination that I reluctantly accepted him as my disciple. Cap proclaimed with pride, portraying Rotas as an ardent admirer who had exhausted every effort to become his apprentice until Cap could no longer refuse his earnest pleas. Am I invisible or something? Old man, do you truly regard me so lightly? As Rotas listened to Kapu's boastful chatter, he gulped down a large mug of ale. Untouched since he had frightened off his customers, his mood was as bitter and sour as the drink itself. Indeed, as one grows older, one becomes increasingly verbose. Kapu had not only become loquacious but also more adept at embellishing the truth. Rotas had never pleaded with Kapu, yet here he was, fabricating tales. Moreover, his martial prowess had been thrust upon him, leaving Rotas feeling quite stifled. He yearned to expose Kapu's fabrications, yet he hesitated. Should Kapu be confronted in front of Marquino? He feared the wrath of the irate man might lead to his demise. Thus, he opted for silence, resigning himself to his thoughts. Mr. Kapu, you truly are remarkable, Marquino remarked, casting a glance at Rotas, who displayed no emotion, swiftly choosing to believe Kapu's words. Ha ha ha, indeed. Kapu replied with delight, his peripheral vision catching Rotas' stillness, which only heightened his fondness for the honest lad. He had genuinely feared Rotas, the earnest boy, might suddenly unmask his deceptions. By the way, Mr. Kapu, the village chief is looking for you, Marquino interjected, as if struck by a sudden recollection. She remembered that the chief had mentioned wanting to speak with Kapu. Oh, is that so? Then I shall seek out that fellow, Kapu responded, momentarily taken aback that the old man sought him out through Marquino, indicating that there was indeed a matter of importance at hand. Well then, Mr. Kapu, take care, Marquino said with a slight bow, bidding farewell to Kapu and Rotas before tidying up the bar after the guests had departed. Old man, could you not take my feelings into account? You may revel in your boasting, but you ought to consider me as well. Rotas trailed behind Cap, exiting the tavern, observing the sparsely populated surroundings. He sought to express his pent-up frustrations. With no one around, he felt emboldened to challenge Cap's words, reasoning that the old man would never dare to strike him. Ahem. Ahem. Rotas, what splendid weather we have today, Cap coughed a few times, his face flushed with embarrassment as he desperately attempted to divert the conversation. Old man, you have gone too far. With a countenance as dark as a stormy sky, Rotas was incensed. Cap had just insulted him in his presence and now refused to acknowledge it. Did Rotas not deserve some semblance of dignity? Ha ha, Rotas. I assure you there will not be a next time. How about you simply pretend you did not hear anything? Realizing that diverting the topic was futile, Cap began to soften his stance with subtlety. Very well, but I have a request. Speak, Rotas replied. Whatever is within my power, I shall gladly concede. Cap readily acquiesced, hoping that Rotas would not take offense. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that Rotas might become enraged and flee. I demand the return of my life. Lotus articulated his intentions, expressing that it would be a lamentable waste to forego this opportunity to repay Captain's life. As for saving face, he had long abandoned that notion, being solely focused on reaping some benefits. Repaying life? Captain's curious gaze fixed upon Lotus, his thoughts shrouded in mystery, eliciting a sense of unease in Lotus. He hastily exclaimed, Old man, could you please provide a straightforward answer? Your stare is making me anxious. Ha ha ha, quite amusing. I shall oblige, Captain responded, surveying Lotus for a moment before bursting into laughter. Initially, he had intended to wait until Lotus had mastered the Navy's 6 styles before imparting further instruction. However, given Lotus's proactive request, he felt inclined to teach him earlier, recognizing the young man's considerable prowess. Thank you, old man. Lotus was quite delighted. He had not anticipated that Cap would agree so swiftly. He had thought this request would prove rather challenging. Just as Cap nodded and was about to speak, he suddenly paused, his gaze fixed on 2 figures racing in the distance. A smile crept across his lips, and his body began to lean forward slightly. Upon observing the situation, Rotas followed Carp's gaze and instantly recognized the two individuals, distinguished by the straw hat and the foolish expression. Simultaneously, Ace and Luffy, who were hastening towards the Magino Tavern, were taken aback upon spotting Carp by the roadside. Luffy's countenance froze, trembling in fear, unable to move even an inch, muttering, "Grandpa, why are you back?" "Luffy, we must flee." Ace, upon seeing Carp, suppressed his terror and promptly seized the dazed Luffy, urging him to escape swiftly. Anxiety gripped Ace's heart as he recalled that his plan to set sail at 17 had already spread throughout Windmill Village. With Carp's return, he was acutely aware of the impending consequences. "Old man, it seems your grandsons have mistakenly run off in a rather agitated manner." Lotus observed Ace pulling Luffy away as if he were flying a kite, and couldn't help but tease Carp, saying, "Ha ha, they are far too excited. Allow me to correct their course." Carp, with a stiff smile, made an effort to maintain the appearance of a benevolent grandfather, yet swiftly caught up with the fleeing Luffy and Ace. In an instant, he appeared before them, unleashing a powerful punch that sent gusts of wind whirling, causing dust and debris to scatter. The two figures tumbled through the haze and landed before Lotus. "Old man, you truly mean business." As Rotas witnessed the scene, his lips involuntarily twitched, feeling a twinge of sorrow for these two fools. To be burdened with such a grandfather, and yet to have survived without being beaten to death. Their resilience was extraordinary. That detestable grandfather, how could he be so merciless? Ace and Luffy, bruised and battered, gradually rose from the ground, cursing under their breath. They brushed off the dust from their clothes, suddenly growing tense as they beheld Carp emerging from the haze of dust. "Is this how I taught you to greet your elders?" Carp approached the two, delivering a loving punch to each of their heads, instantly forming a sizable bump. "I am clearly made of rubber. How can my grandfather inflict pain upon me?" Luffy exclaimed, clutching his head and grimacing in agony. "Ha ha. This is the loving punch of an old man, enveloped in my profound affection." Carp laughed heartily, blowing on his fist with glee. "How infuriating, you old rascal." Ace groaned, nursing his head. Though the bump on his head was noticeably smaller than Luffy's, the pain still caused his lips to twitch. "Old man, you may as well bully these two simpletons. I shall remain silent and watch from the sidelines." Rotas remained silent, standing still with a playful expression on his face as he observed the trio of grandfather and grandson, curious to see what antics they might conjure. It was quite amusing to him. The three behaved like children. Indeed, this was Rotas, who would accompany them for a week of training. The old man would return after a week. After delivering a thorough thrashing to the two, Garp felt a great sense of relief, finding this satisfaction even more pleasurable than confronting Rotas himself. He planned to escort the soldiers tomorrow to deliver the pirates captured today to Rogue Town and simultaneously cleanse the East Sea. "Really? That's wonderful," Luffy exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, completely oblivious to Garp's presence beside him. In response, Garp bestowed upon him another affectionate punch. Lotus stood beside, shielding his eyes, feeling a sense of urgency regarding Luffy's intelligence, as if his own intellect had been struck a heavy blow. "So you are Lotus, a member of the Navy?" Ace disregarded Luffy and Garp, instead approaching Lotus, scrutinizing him intently. "Yes, I'm indeed Lotus. Young Ace, however, I'm not part of the Navy." Rotas nodded slightly, tilting his neck to observe Ace, who was shorter than him. He thought to himself, what kind of Navy is this? They provide no sustenance, offer no salary. This Navy is a farce. Ace is nothing more than a temporary worker. "Don't call me little Ace. I am 17, Ace remarked, his face contorted in displeasure, as if someone owed him money. "Very well, Ace." Lotus readily complied with Ace's suggestion, eliminating the small print. Chapter 32. Departure. "Come and fight me, Lotus," Ace declared, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle. He challenged Lotus, who towered over him by more than half, eager to witness the prowess of someone favored by his grandfather. "No, you are too weak. I have no interest." Rotas displayed an unmistakable air of indifference, his lackluster gaze fixed upon Carp as he dealt with Luffy. Yet, within his mind, he was scheming to handle these two fools once Carp departed. Otherwise, if he exerted too much force in Carp's presence, he risked incurring the latter's ire. Hence, he was foolish to engage Ace in a lackluster scuffle at this moment. Rotas had not yet descended to such trivialities. "Do you look down upon me?" Rotas queried. Ace, upon hearing his words, donned an expression of ire. Although he had spent recent years learning decorum from Makino, it did not imply that he was devoid of temper when faced with disdain. No, please do not misunderstand. Ace, I harbor no intention of belittling you. Do not overthink it. Lotus raised his hands before his chest, repeatedly gesturing to indicate that he harbored no such intentions. However, he did not spare a glance at Ace. His gaze remained fixated on Carp and Luffy, which, in Ace's eyes, transcended mere disdain and bordered on outright disregard. Infuriated, Ace could no longer contain himself. His eyes ablaze with fierce determination as he assumed an offensive stance, bellowing, "Lotus, do not underestimate me." With that declaration, he swiftly advanced, akin to a predatory cheetah, and launched a powerful punch toward Lotus. Lotus heard Ace's words without so much as a blink, and in an instant, he executed a swift movement, vanishing from his original spot and reappearing on the opposite side of Carp and Luffy. Thud. Ace swung his fist, but struck nothing, surprise evident in his eyes. He had no time to rein in his force and found himself descending towards the ground. However, Ace quickly regained his composure, flipping gracefully to land steadily where Lotus had once stood. Turning around, he showed no trace of joy at having regained his footing. Instead, his expression was grave. He gazed at Lotus, now positioned across from him, his heart racing. Such speed meant that if Lotus had intended to kill him, he would have had no time to prepare. No wonder he dared to disregard him. Indeed, he had the confidence to do so, yet Ace felt no despair. He believed he would reach that level in due time. Well, Ace, the soldier I trained is impressive, isn't he? Carp had been watching intently since Ace had made his move, and upon witnessing Ace's struggle, he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight, prompting him to speak. Very impressive, but give me some time, and I too shall reach that level, Ace replied, nodding slightly, though soon a defiant expression crossed his face. You will be disappointed. Ace. Lotus did not even exert himself. Otherwise, you would have been dead the moment you attacked, Carp remarked without a hint of mercy. He was fully aware of Lotus's capabilities. Despite lacking a devil fruit or remarkable techniques, his formidable strength was the most effective weapon for taking lives. While Ace's physical skills were commendable, they still paled in comparison to Lotus's prowess. After all, Lotus engaged with relentless ferocity, employing a seamless barrage of attacks that left Ace feeling quite challenged. Unlike Ace, who tended to ramble during a fight, waiting for his opponent to recover before launching the next strike, Lotus pressed forward, unyielding and persistent. How could that be possible? Lotus isn't much older than I am, Ace said, momentarily lost in thought before incredulously adding that there was no way Lotus could possess such strength, capable of defeating him in an instant. He acknowledged that in a life-and-death struggle, Lotus could indeed kill him, but to think he could do so with such swiftness was unfathomable. It is indeed true. Lotus's training is far from the playful sparring you and Luffy engage in. He not only swims with battleships in the sea daily, but also hunts 3 sea kings over 30 meters long each day. Carp continued his relentless critique. Though Ace was strong, he was a mere sheltered flower in comparison to Lotus, who had forged his path through the harsh realities of the New World. The stark contrast between their environments had birthed 2 vastly different individuals. How could they possibly be the same? How impressive, Sea Kings. With a head full of bruises from being struck by Garp, Luffy, upon heeding his grandfather's words, exhibited glimmering diamond-like golden eyes and a wide-open mouth, a droplet of saliva lingering at the corner. Luffy, you fool. Ace, upon witnessing Luffy's demeanor, instantly comprehended the reason behind it. Luffy was undoubtedly exhilarated by the thought of feasting on the meat of Sea Kings, having vanquished one. After all, they had scarcely indulged in the flesh of Sea Kings on but a few occasions. Lotus rubbed his forehead, contemplating that it would be wiser to refrain from engaging with this group of individuals whose intellect seemed profoundly lacking. Their focus was particularly misguided, especially Luffy, whose sole interest lay in food. Initially, Lotus had exuded an air of superiority, but Luffy's antics shattered that carefully cultivated facade in an instant. It rendered his pretensions utterly futile. Carp turned around and delivered another punch to Luffy's head, wishing to impress upon him and Ace the immense effort Lotus had invested to attain his current prowess, rather than allowing Luffy to fixate on the meat of Sea Kings. Old man, please stop hitting him. I believe it would be prudent for us to find a more suitable place to converse, lest we become the subject of mockery. Rotas observed the surroundings, where individuals began to gradually appear, realizing that their commotion had attracted attention. He spoke up, expressing his desire not to be treated like a spectacle. Let us head to Dad's house, you rascals. Upon hearing Rotas' words, Garp, lifting Luffy, addressed the other 2, sharing his reluctance to let the villagers witness his reprimanding of his grandson. Indeed, Rotas nodded and matched Kapu's pace. Upon seeing this, Ace followed suit, walking alongside Rotas. Despite having just lost his temper, Ace bore a smile and inquired, Rotas, how old are you? 18, Rotas replied, I have reached adulthood. Rotas replied in a nonchalant manner. Continuing on his way, Ace pondered for a moment and then asked, Rotas, how is it that your strength is so formidable? Oh, do you wish to know? I could teach you, came the response. Rotas suddenly came to a halt, a meaningful smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Is that true? Ace's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Although he harbored doubts about his grandfather's words, he had witnessed Rotas' remarkable speed firsthand. If he could learn Rotas' training methods, he was certain his strength would improve swiftly. Indeed, it is possible, provided you can endure the arduous journey. Rotas turned his head to Ace, a sinister smile gracing his lips. That is indeed natural. Ace, observing Rotas' malevolent grin, felt an unsettling chill creep over him, an ominous premonition surfacing in his heart. Despite a growing sense of unease, he mustered his resolve, suppressing his trepidation for the sake of enhancing his strength. Very well then, today we shall rest. Tomorrow. Simply follow my lead. Lotus was plotting in his heart, deciding to exhaust Ace thoroughly and teach him a lesson, so that this foolish boy wouldn't end up sprawled on the ground gasping for breath like a dazed husky after a few punches from Blackbeard. This was also a preventive measure for Ace, ensuring he wouldn't become overconfident, mistaking his reputation as the Fire Fist for invincibility. Ace gritted his teeth and agreed. Yet a growing sense of unease gnawed at him. Meanwhile, at the Dayton household, Higura and Megura hid behind Dayton, observing the arrival of Carp, accompanied by a tall figure with long horns, trembling uncontrollably. Dayton, my disciple will be staying here for a week. I trust he will take care of his lodging and meals, Carp stated bluntly, pinching his nose and tilting his head. You bastard, what do you take my place for? Dayton retorted angrily, smoke curling from her cigarette as she felt an overwhelming urge to confront Carp, only to be restrained firmly by Higura and Megura. What did you say? Be careful, or I'll have you both sent to prison, Carp threatened, his gaze icy. Dayton's expression immediately wilted, surrendering to his authority. Higura and Megura trembled in fear, shrinking back into the house. That's more like it. Take good care of Lotus. I will return for him in a week, Carp remarked, a smile returning to his face upon witnessing Dayton's demeanor. I appreciate your assistance, Dayton. Lotus approached Dayton and bowed slightly, acknowledging the inconvenience he would cause the Dayton family this week. It was necessary to express some gratitude. He could not be as brazen as Cap, treating the Dayton family as mere caretakers. All right, little one, Dayton responded, a hint of fluster in her demeanor, but she quickly acquiesced. Ace, come with me, Cap commanded. Noticing that Lotus was becoming familiar with the Dayton family, he led Ace away to a secluded area, out of sight from the others. Upon seeing Ace, who was battered and unconscious, carried back by Cap as if he were refused, the sight startled everyone except Lotus. Even the fearless Luffy was rendered speechless. After Cap departed, the Dayton family lifted Ace and took him back to their home, while Luffy followed closely behind, weeping uncontrollably, his tears and snot mingling as he repeatedly pleaded for Ace not to die. Rotas felt a surge of frustration. This fool would surely infuriate Ace upon hearing it. He could roughly speculate about the conversation that transpired between Carp and Ace in the clearing. Undoubtedly, it concerned Ace's decision to set sail as a pirate at the tender age of 17. And what was the outcome? It was evident that an agreement had not been reached, resulting in a discordant parting. Chapter 33. Ace, I fear I might be a fool. Cough, cough, that damn grandfather nearly did me in. Upon regaining consciousness, Ace immediately began to cough, utterly astonished at the severity of his elder's actions. However, there was a silver lining. Before losing consciousness, he had heard the imperative warning to avoid capture by the Navy, signaling to him that his grandfather had tacitly accepted his choice and would no longer interfere in his affairs. Oh, how wonderful it was. Ace, you are still alive. This is truly splendid. As Ace reminisced, he was suddenly startled by the sound of Luffy's sobbing. Turning to glance, he instantly sprang up and distanced himself from the bed. Why are you running, Ace? Luffy exclaimed, his face a disheveled mess of tears and mucus, appearing rather unappealing. Clean yourself up before coming near me, you foolish Luffy. Ace shouted, not wishing to be sullied by the remnants of Luffy's weeping. Ah, all right, Luffy replied, quickly ceasing his cries and fetching a towel to wipe his face clean. Where's Rotas? Ace pondered, noticing the absence of Rotas, Dayton, Gorgora, and Megura, which struck him as odd since they usually remained at home. Rotas went hunting, and Dayton and the others are transporting the game, Luffy explained, his eyes gleaming with excitement, saliva at the corners of his mouth. Is that so? Ace furrowed his brow and hastily exited the room. As he stepped outside, he was met with a mountain of beast carcasses, many still oozing blood, indicating they had not perished long ago. Ace, impressive, isn't it? This is all meat. Luffy followed Ace outside, his face illuminated with joy at the sight of the abundant food. Such a bounty, but can we truly consume it all? Ace mused, aware of their collective appetite, yet perplexed at the sheer volume before him. Surely, the entire forest's wildlife could not have been decimated. Not at all. We can finish it. Rotes said it's too little for him, Luffy exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Luffy continued, his body instinctively moving forward to attend to the carcass of his prey. His mind was consumed by thoughts of meat, roasted, stewed, any form of meat would suffice. However, in order to savor such delights, he first needed to process these carcasses into edible portions. Under Ace's watchful gaze, Luffy transformed into a diligent worker, busily engaged amidst a sea of slain game. He glanced at the sky, then at Luffy, and after a moment of contemplation, Ace decided to lend a hand in the task. Before long, the two had cleared the area of their quarry, and a bonfire flickered to life in the clearing, with Luffy circling around it as a beast roasted over the flames. Ace, is it ready yet? Luffy called out eagerly, his senses heightened, and saliva pooling on the ground as he moved restlessly. Not yet, you fool, Ace replied, irritation evident as he felt the veins in his forehead throb, delivering a swift punch to Luffy's head. Luffy recoiled momentarily, his neck shrinking into his shoulders, only to quickly pop back out again. Come on, Ace, I want to eat meat. Ignoring Ace's reprimand, Luffy clung to his brother's arm with a pleading expression. All right. You silly fool. Just be quiet, Ace said, swatting Luffy's hands away. With a disgruntled expression, he took a small knife and began slicing through the glistening, roasted exterior of the beast. The animal was quite large, and it would take time for it to cook through, but the outer layers were already done. Here, Ace said, cutting off a sizable portion of meat while reserving a small piece for himself, which he neatly packaged on a wooden board and handed over to Luffy. Ace, you're the best, Luffy exclaimed, drooling in anticipation as he eagerly accepted the offering and began to devour it, showering Ace with praise as he ate. Ace, unfazed by his brother's antics, slowly savored the piece he had kept for himself. Suddenly, a dull thudding sound caught their attention, prompting both Luffy and Ace to set aside their food and turn towards the source of the noise. They beheld a colossal sea creature being carried on the shoulders of Rotas, slowly approaching them. Behind Rotas, Dayton and two others were hoisting a large refrigerator towards the house. You've really managed to catch something, Haven T.U.? You're quite fast. Rotas greeted the two of them while lowering the sea beast, and then turned to single-handedly lift the large refrigerator carried by Dayton and the others, effortlessly placing it inside the house. What a colossal creature! Upon seeing the enormous sea beast, Luffy set down the skewered meat in his hand and circled around the creature, saliva uncontrollably dripping from his mouth. Where have you been, Dayton? Ace inquired, glancing at the 20-meter-long sea beast. His expression one of slight astonishment before directing his question toward Dayton and her companions. We went to the village. You two rascals, having stayed at my place for so long, have yet to buy me a single piece of furniture. Look at Rotas. He arrives and immediately gifts me a grand refrigerator, Dayton exclaimed, her irritation palpable as she puffed on her cigarette, clearly annoyed that Ace and Luffy, having resided with her for such an extended period, had yet to demonstrate the courtesy shown by the newcomer, Rotas. Haha, Ace chuckled at Dayton's words, turning his head away, his face flushed with embarrassment. Dayton, let us eat. Rotas stepped out of the house and, glancing at the two individuals lingering nearby, expressed his mild hunger, indicating that he was not in the mood for their conversation. Indeed. Let us dine, responded Jayagula, promptly ushering Dadong away, while Magula nudged Ace, suggesting they avoid further awkwardness. Very well, Dadong sighed, taking a drag from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke, deciding to let the matter rest. As they approached the bonfire, they found Luffy sprawled on the ground, having eaten his fill and succumbed to sleep. A look of exasperation crossed their faces. Ace, observing the charred remains roasting over the fire, felt the veins on his forehead pulse as if a volcano were ready to erupt. Ace, do not behave thus, Jayagula quickly interjected, aware of Luffy's nature, which they all understood well by now. It was best not to embarrass themselves before outsiders. Very well, Ace replied, casting a glance at Rotas, calming his simmering frustration, as he wished to avoid striking his foolish brother in front of others. After a brief interlude, the group commenced their barbecue. And it was at that moment that Ace and the Dadong family truly grasped the concept of appetite. Rotas devoured an entire beast in mere bites, and even the largest sea creature was no match for his voraciousness. Gyagula and Magula, trembling in fear, sought refuge behind Dadang, terrified that Rotas might still be hungry and consider them as his next meal. Dadong, with shaking hands, lit his cigarette, his eyes betraying his alarm, while Ace stood frozen, his face a mask of disbelief. After finishing his meal, Rotas wiped his mouth and surveyed the scattered animal bones and a skeleton surrounding him. He licked his lips with a sense of lingering satisfaction, a sight that instantly terrified Magula and Gagula, who resembled startled cats with their fur standing on end, their faces etched with fear. Observing their reaction, Rotas felt somewhat speechless. After all, the meager 2 pieces of meat from Gagula and Magula were hardly sufficient to fill a gap between his teeth, and moreover, he had no desire to consume human flesh. Now that the meal was concluded, it was time to disperse. Ace, rise early tomorrow morning. I shall take you for a swim in the sea, and we can enjoy breakfast together. Do not be late. Rotas made his brief remarks before retreating to his chamber, paying no heed to the varied expressions of those around him. How terrifying. Gyagula, witnessing Rotas enter the house, stammered as he gradually emerged from behind Dayton. Indeed, it is quite frightening. Ace, do take care tomorrow, he expressed with genuine concern to Ace. It's nothing to worry about. Ace's confidence wavered. Yet the pride of manhood compelled him to face training with Rotas the following day. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the dense forest, casting dappled light upon the ground as 2 figures navigated the thicket, one trailing the other. Ace, do pick up the pace. Your speed is far too sluggish. By the time you reach the coast, we shall have already had our lunch. Rotas sprinted ahead, glancing back at the distant figure of Ace trailing far behind, persistently urging him on. Come on, Ace. Ace gasped for breath, striving to extract the last vestiges of energy from his weary body to quicken his pace in pursuit of Rotas. He felt like a fool for having foolishly challenged Rotas to train together, and now he found himself utterly defeated. Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you at the coast. Seeing Ace gasping for breath, Rotas regarded him as a burden. He decided it was more prudent to focus on his training rather than waste time waiting for Ace. The words of Rotas reached Ace's ears on the wind. Ace observed Rotas's figure suddenly accelerate, then vanish entirely. He paused momentarily, then swiftly surged forward. How infuriating. One must not underestimate others. Ace clenched his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he ardently pursued the direction in which Rotas had disappeared. Ace, Rotas, wait for me. In the distance, Luffy, amidst the dense forest, shouted and called out, resembling a frenzied husky, darting about in search of Ace's figure. After what seemed like an eternity of shouting, he finally succumbed to exhaustion, his face reflecting a sense of despair, mouth agape, tongue rhythmically lolling out as he attempted to cool himself. Chapter 34. The teachings of Rotas. Ace is truly slow. I've nearly finished my meal. Yet he has yet to arrive. Indeed, leaving him behind was the right decision. Rotas savored the meat of the sea beast, his gaze sweeping across the shoreline in search of Ace, only to find no trace of him. He felt justified in his decision to abandon Ace prematurely. Initially, he had believed in Ace's martial prowess, yet this encounter revealed the reality. He had already dispatched 2 or 3 sea beasts, and was nearing the completion of the last one, while Ace remained conspicuously absent. If Ace did not arrive soon, Rotas would have to commence his training alone. As he swallowed a morsel of meat, a sudden rustling from the coastal thicket caught his attention, and at last, a disheveled figure emerged. Ace, your pace is rather slow. I have already finished my breakfast. At this rate, how can you thrive as a pirate when you can't even secure a meal? Upon catching sight of Ace, Rotas immediately launched into a lecture. Emerging from the dense forest, Ace found himself utterly bewildered by Rotas' words. He had exerted himself to the utmost in his escape, unaware of how swiftly Rotas had pursued him. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to completing the training. Rotas observed Ace's bewildered expression and found it rather amusing. With a swift motion, he seized the remnants of the sea beast and cast it onto the shore. Raw, you say? Ace remarked, gazing at the mangled, bloodied carcass of the creature, a sense of unease washing over him. He turned to Rotas and inquired, Brother, this is a sea beast. The taste of it raw can be quite delightful. Surely, you do not always yearn for cooked meat? Being a pirate is not a leisurely endeavor. One is perpetually pursued by the Navy and has to contend with the ambitions of fellow pirates. Upon hearing Ace's words, Rotas could not help but express his bewilderment, remarking that Ace and Luffy seemed to be 2 foolish individuals. It is quite commonplace for ordinary pirates to consume raw meat. They appear utterly oblivious to the true essence of piracy. Do they merely follow trends? Or do they genuinely believe that being a pirate is fashionable? Ace, momentarily rendered speechless by Rotas' remarks, gazed at the remnants of the sea beast before him. He swallowed hard, contemplating the need to surpass that man, and his expression shifted to one of resolute determination as he proceeded to devour the sea beast. Now, that is more like it. Rotas observed Ace's actions with a nod of approval. This was the true essence of a pirate. One must embrace their craft with passion and authenticity. Before long, Ace finished devouring the sea beast's flesh and kicked the skeletal remains into the ocean, promptly following suit with a leap of his own. Have you finished your meal? Yes, I have. Then swim alongside me, and do not lose your way. Rotas glanced at the somewhat uncomfortable Ace and, after inquiring a few questions and receiving Ace's responses, began to lead the way in swimming. The Rotas cleaves through the waves, etching a lengthy white line upon the surface of the sea. Ace follows closely behind, exerting every ounce of his strength to avoid being cast aside. His gaze is fixed upon Rotas' silhouette, as gleaming with determination, he has set his sights on a goal. If he can reach the level of Rotas, he will be one step closer to surpassing that man. To transcend him, Ace would not hesitate to sacrifice his very life. He will not falter. Having long been invincible in Windmill Village, Ace has gradually grown complacent in his training. The fierce spirit he once shared with Luffy, forged through countless battles against beasts, has begun to wane. These past few years of tranquil existence have lulled him into a false sense of security. Now, at last, someone stands before him, shattering the illusion of comfort and compelling him to strive once more, rather than waiting until his 17th birthday to venture into the sea and fight. You are too slow, Ace. At this pace, we won't even manage to cover 100 nautical miles before nightfall. Rotas gazed at Ace's sluggish swimming movements, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It seemed that Ace was holding him back significantly. He contemplated whether to abandon Ace and train independently. Initially, he had intended to return from the beating he endured at Garp's hands, but it appeared he had instead dug his own grave. Ace was nearly 17 yet exhibited such meager prowess. His swimming was as slow as a snail, and his running was painfully sluggish. With such poor physical skills, and a lifestyle of idleness spent indulging in revelry within the city, it was no wonder that he would ultimately fall victim to Blackbeard. If only he could muster the same dedication to training, then in the future, it would not be far-fetched to envision a scenario where he could match Blackbeard in combat and part ways unscathed, rather than being reduced to a mere laughingstock. I'm sorry, Rotas, Ace said, observing the disappointment in Rotas' eyes, and sincerely apologized. All right. Grab hold of one of my feet. I shall show you what true training entails. Swimming like you do would have led to starvation in my village long ago. Rotas gazed at Ace, pondering the old man Carp, whose white hair contrasted with the black of youth, evoking a sense of pity. Reluctantly, he decided to lend Ace a hand, as a gesture of gratitude for Carp's guidance. Very well. Ace hesitated briefly before swiftly swimming to Rotas' side, firmly grasping his foot. Having secured his hold, he declared his intention to swim with all his might. Just as Ace tightened his grip, Rotas' voice reached his ears. He was about to look up when he felt an immense force pulling him, propelling him forward like a ship cutting through the waves. How swift! Ace marveled at Rotas, who effortlessly paddled with only his arms, astonished that he could achieve a speed far surpassing that of an ordinary sailboat. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Rotas carried Ace through the morning's waters, gradually easing his pace until they came to a halt upon the sea's surface. Ace, take a look around for any sea creatures. It is time for our lunch. Rotas extricated his foot from Ace's grasp, turning to him with a resolute demeanor. Very well, he stated. Ace promptly acquiesced. His heart brimming with exhilaration, he had glimpsed the path to fortitude. Throughout the morning, Rotas had unveiled to him the essence of physical combat and the rigor of training. Ace realized that he had previously been far too complacent. Henceforth, he vowed to diligently absorb Rotas' methods of empowerment, aspiring to become a formidable warrior and ultimately to surpass that man. After traversing the sea in search of adventure, they encountered 4 sea beasts engaged in their predatory pursuits. Rotas swiftly dealt with the creatures, and together, he and Ace relished a delightful lunch. Meanwhile, on the shoreline, Luffy lay sprawled like a languid fish, intermittently lamenting, Ace, Ace, I'm hungry, Ace. Where on earth have you and Rotas gone? Luffy, rubbing his belly, wore an expression of sorrow. The sudden absence of Ace, who was typically his constant companion, weighed heavily on him. Although he understood that Ace would set sail in a few months, while he himself would have to wait 3 years, he found this adjustment profoundly challenging. Casting his gaze upon the barren sea, Luffy, with his famished frame, trudged toward Makino, knowing she would prepare sustenance for him. In the waters distant from Windmill Village, after their midday repast, Rotas instructed Ace to swim back to the village, insisting that he would no longer assist him. Ace, swim faster. This sluggish pace will yield no training benefits, he urged. As Rotas swam swiftly, he urged, now we are heading towards Windmill Village. He was unperturbed by the thought of Ace getting lost, so he felt secure allowing Ace to follow closely behind him. All right, Ace replied succinctly. Intensifying his strokes to keep pace with Rotas, his face adorned with a look of earnest determination. Listen, Ace, Rotas continued, one must possess a sense of reverence in life. One cannot be blindly arrogant. The greater one's fame grows, the more susceptible one becomes to hubris. Once pride takes hold, death is not far behind. Take the Golden Lion and the Solitary Red. Those two were once as formidable as the old man carp. Yet, what became of them? Their arrogance rendered them blind to their own demise. One is now crippled, while the other languishes and impelled down for decades. This serves as a stark lesson. Moreover, showing mercy to one's enemies is akin to cruelty towards oneself. Remember, never hold back against adversaries. Admiral Zifa stands as a prime example. The first time, his wife and children were slain. The second time, he lost his arm and his ship filled with students to the very pirates he spared. What a ludicrous situation that is. Lastly, I must emphasize that in this vast sea, physical prowess is one's most vital asset. Unless one can awaken the powers of the devil fruit, it is imperative to hone one's physical skills while navigating these waters. Otherwise, those with abilities perish at an alarming rate. Lotus imparted his guidance to Ace with a gentle yet earnest demeanor. Concerned that this inexperienced youth might impulsively venture alone to deliver provisions to Blackbeard, Ace's countenance reflected a newfound seriousness as he humbly accepted Lotus's admonition. Although the concepts of the awakened devil fruit and the lofty red of solitude remained elusive to him, he possessed a clear understanding of his grandfather's character. Thus, he took Lotus's words to heart, recognizing the potential for growth in this young soul. Indeed, a promising pupil. Rotas nodded with satisfaction regarding his educational endeavors, feeling a sense of accomplishment, at least in the case of Ace, who seemed to comprehend. However, if it were Luffy, he mused that perhaps the best course of action would be to deliver a thorough beating, restrain him, and withhold sustenance until he could articulate the essence of his teachings. It seemed that only through such drastic measures would Luffy, akin to a wayward husky, heed his words. Yet, in Rotas's estimation, even if Luffy retained the information, he would be incapable of grasping its significance. This reasoning elucidated why Rotas refrained from including Luffy in training sessions. Chapter 35. Life mentor Rotas. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Rotas and Ace emerged from the sea, having shared an evening meal amidst the waves. The two, now drenched, made their way to a vacant patch of land. Ace, attack me with all your might, harboring the intent to defeat me, Rotas instructed, gesturing for Ace to approach him. I'm coming, Ace shouted as he charged toward Rotas, only to be swiftly struck down to the ground by a single palm. Observing Ace sprawled on the earth, Rotas's eyes reflected a mix of affection and bemusement. Ace, is this a battle, or are you merely performing in a play? Do you intend to elicit laughter before claiming victory? Ambushes are not the hallmark of a true man of the sea. Ace staggered to his feet. His body caked in dirt, yet his eyes sparkled with an unwavering belief. Individuals like you have perished countless times in the ocean. You shall face dire consequences in the future. Rotas spoke coldly, a hint of irritation etched upon his visage. This fellow, as stubborn as a mule, exhibited a foolishness that rendered him oblivious to the repercussions of his provocations. Such behavior would undoubtedly lead to his downfall in the future. I understand. Yet this is my unwavering conviction. Ace's gaze was resolute, brimming with confidence. He aspired to surpass that man, to attain a recognition from the world that transcended mere existence. And thus, he would not waver from his path. I hope you don't meet your demise too swiftly, he remarked. Rotas felt utterly helpless. This fellow was clearly lacking in judgment, and there seemed to be a pool of folly within his mind. He found it impossible to persuade him. Were all members of this D clan so utterly foolish? All he could do was hope that this individual wouldn't be too obstinate, lest he find himself in the unfortunate position of having to collect his remains prematurely. Until I surpass that man, I shall never meet my demise. Thus, I wish you all the best in achieving your desires. Rotas smacked his lips in disbelief. What a charming fellow Ace was, yet ultimately, what had come of it? He had chosen to become Whitebeard's son, fervently aspiring to assist Whitebeard in his quest to become the Pirate King. It is likely that Ace shall never surpass his father. In his youthful arrogance, he remains blissfully unaware of the folly of his ambitions. When the time comes for Ace to embrace his role as Whitebeard's son, I shall certainly ask him about the absurdity of his choices. Thank you. Upon receiving Rotas's well wishes, Ace straightened his posture and bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. No worries. Let us continue. To surpass others, one must possess an unwavering resolve to confront death. Thus, I shall ensure that you face it. Lotus waved his hand. And in the very instant Ace lifted his gaze, he immediately unleashed a flurry of strikes that left Ace desperately defending himself, without a moment's respite to counterattack. Lotus. You resort to ambush. You are no true hero. A hero of the sea would never employ such underhanded tactics. Ace, pummeled by Lotus's relentless assault, could only cry out in agony, powerless to resist, and thus retaliated with words. I am merely a refugee striving to survive. The distinction of heroism matters not to me. All that I require is strength in my fists. If I declare myself a hero, then I am one. Rotas paid no heed to Ace's words, instead fervently imparting his own theories while simultaneously quickening his pace. It was astonishing that Ace still possessed the strength to speak. It seemed that Rotas's blows lacked sufficient force. Ace found himself momentarily choked by Rotas's words. Having barely uttered a single syllable, he was soon engulfed by a torrential onslaught, leaving him no opportunity to divert his attention to conversation. Ace, be sensible and cease your empty rhetoric. With the energy you have left, you should consider whether you will crawl back tonight or be carried by me. Lotus struck Ace with a series of punches, serving as a stark reminder for the latter to contemplate his return. Though Lotus did not employ excessive force, his rapid succession of blows left Ace with little room for error. If he did not take the matter seriously, even the act of crawling back would prove arduous. Upon hearing Lotus's words, Ace's face reflected sheer terror, as he had not anticipated that Lotus would resort to such severity. How dare you still be distracted? You must have a head of iron, you stubborn fool. As Rotas observed Ace distractedly conversing, he delivered a swift blow to his head. The impact caused a noticeable bump to appear on Ace's forehead, eliciting a wince of pain that made his lips quiver. No longer daring to lose focus, he quickly recognized that Rotas was just as merciless as his own grandfather. Furthermore, Rotas was the type to strike hard and fast, embodying the adage that one should sweat more in training to bleed less in battle. Rotas continued to serve as a diligent teacher, striving to guide the stubborn child Ace. Time swiftly passed under Rotas' tutelage, and as dusk began to settle, he carried the exhausted Ace, who felt as heavy as mud, back to the Dayton household. Oh, Ace, he exclaimed, you are so weak. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already collapsed. How do you expect to surpass that man? You must dedicate yourself to your training instead of indulging in play. As your elder brother, it is your duty to provide for Luffy's future. Do you understand? Look at that little fellow Luffy. His mind is simple, and his nerves are thick. He believes everything he hears. If you do not take proper care of him, he might end up being sold by human traffickers on the high seas, counting money for someone else. I am putting forth so much effort to teach you, and you must commit to your training. Otherwise, you will disappoint me, disappoint Old Man Garp, disappoint Luffy, disappoint Luffy's father, disappoint Luffy's uncle, and disappoint Luffy's second uncle and second aunt. In short, you must not let so many people down. You must earnestly dedicate yourself to your cultivation. After further contemplation, Lotus realized that Luffy's numerous relatives, including aunts, uncles, and other kin, were all absent, prompting him to refrain from continuing his discourse. Ace, in a state of numbness, nodded slightly, absorbing none of it. He had just endured a severe beating from Lotus, leaving him in excruciating pain and making even the slightest movement a challenge. As he listened to Lotus's incessant chatter, his mind grew ever more muddled, leading him to respond only with a mechanical nod to whatever Lotus had to say. Truly, there is potential for guidance in the youth. Seeing Ace in such a state, Rotas felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that Ace would exhibit such patience in listening to his guidance. It seemed there was still hope for him, unlike Luffy, who was akin to a stubborn mass of clay that could not be molded. His efforts in imparting lessons through physical education had not been in vain. It was quite gratifying for Rotas to vent the frustrations he had harbored towards Garp upon Ace, causing him to feel remarkably invigorated, his steps becoming noticeably lighter. Buoyed by this uplifted spirit, Rotas moved with swiftness that far surpassed his earlier pace, and before long, shortly after the moon had risen above the sea, he arrived at the Dayton residence. Outside the Dayton household, Luffy paced anxiously, circling like a husky chasing its own tail, repeatedly murmuring, "Ace, Ace. Enough with the chanting. We have returned." From a distance, Rotes could hear Luffy's murmurs and thus called out, "Ah, Ace, you're back. Ha ha ha, that is wonderful." Luffy suddenly dashed in front of Rotes, a silly grin adorning his face. However, upon noticing Ace's injuries, the excitement on his face swiftly faded, and tears began to well up in his eyes. "Ace, I'm fine. These injuries are merely the result of training," Ace quickly interjected, aiming to halt Luffy's impending tears. He certainly did not wish to be smeared with Luffy's snot and tears. "Really, Ace?" Luffy asked, instantly stifling his tears and sniffing, retracting the snot that had been hanging from his nostrils. "Yes, indeed. Today, Rotes taught me many things. Luffy, when I have time, I shall teach you too." Ace sighed in relief. He felt utterly drained, and if Luffy latched onto him, he would certainly be unable to escape the deluge of tears and snot. "That's truly splendid," Luffy exclaimed, extending his hands and grinning foolishly, appearing as joyful as a child weighing over 100 pounds. "Well, let us leave it at that. Ace is quite tired today. You should take him to wash up and rest," Rotes suggested. Rotes gently placed Ace into Luffy's embrace, casually instructing him to bathe Ace. He had no time to concern himself with the troublesome antics of Ace. Luffy, taken aback, found himself cradling Ace, feeling somewhat awkward due to his own shorter stature in comparison. Additionally, being made of rubber, Luffy felt Ace gradually slipping downwards. Rotas paid no heed to the subsequent developments of Ace and Luffy, instead opting to take a bath. Upon finishing, Rotas discovered that the Dayton family had seemingly vanished. Not a single soul was in sight, indicating that they were not the reclusive type they appeared to be. The following morning, Rotas resumed training with Ace, while Luffy remained blissfully asleep. Today, Ace fared significantly better than the previous day when he could merely consume the dust beneath Rotas' feet. At least now he could see the dust itself, prompting Rotas to ponder whether Ace had experienced an extraordinary surge in ability, or if such traits were inherent to the D bloodline. Nevertheless, observing Ace's continued struggle offered Rotas some solace. Should Ace suddenly match his speed, he would have to contemplate whether to embrace a life of idleness. After all, it would be disheartening for one who worked so diligently to be outpaced by a novice. Continuing their training from the previous day, Rotas opted against further pummeling Ace. Instead, he commenced the task of hammering the mountain, a directive bestowed upon him by the elder, which he was determined to execute. It was evident that he had enveloped his fists in the armor of hockey. Otherwise, striking the mountain with bare fists would be excruciating. Chapter 36. Halfway through the task, thud, thud, thud. The muffled yet rhythmic sounds reverberated through the vast expanse of the forest as Rotas stood at the base of a small hill, delivering powerful punches. The resonating noise emanated from the hillside. In the distance, Ace, who was dragging a large stone forward, watched Rotas' training with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Each punch Rotas delivered caused Ace's scalp to tingle, and his eyelids fluttered in tandem with the rhythmic thuds. The dust kicked up by the hill, and the resonant sounds compelled him to maintain his distance from Rotas, yet the sheer force shattering the rocks captivated his gaze. Such formidable strength. Ace swallowed hard, marveling at Rotas' might, while simultaneously pondering the pain that must accompany such a relentless endeavor. "Continue your training. Do not slack off, Ace." Rotes noticed Ace's pause and, without turning his head, remarked that if Ace were not striving to master the formidable technique of carp, one might think he had nothing better to do than to strike the mountain. Not only did hammering the mountain strain his arms, but it also disturbed the creatures inhabiting the area, forcing them to flee. Such self-destructive behavior would only be undertaken by someone who had nothing to lose. Apologizing hastily, Ace resumed dragging the stone to continue his training. This young man, Ace, exhibited a lack of enthusiasm, which left Rotes concerned for his future. If he could not maintain his focus, all efforts would be in vain. However, Rotes felt it might not be his place to intervene too much, as according to the original narrative, Ace was destined to meet an untimely end within 4 to 5 years. He mused that he might find himself dancing on Ace's grave by then. There is a saying that goes, "I have an old friend much like you. Now the grass grows green upon his grave." If Ace continued to be disobedient, Rotes could only pay his respects at the grave. At present, Rotes realized he must also attend to his own training progress. Hammering this mountain proved exceedingly challenging, without at least 6 months of effort. It seemed nearly impossible to shatter a mountain with a single punch, let alone achieve Carp's astonishing feat of demolishing 8 mountains in a short span. He contemplated that perhaps this task of hammering was more about honing his Busashoka haki. At least, after this prolonged endeavor, while the mountain remained largely unscathed, he had made some progress in mastering the dark Busashoka haki enveloping his fists. He speculated that perhaps the old man Carp intended for him to develop his haki rather than to perfect some lethal technique. Otherwise, it seemed unlikely that Carp would have such a lush mane atop his head if he had already mastered a one-punch kill technique. Rotas was lost in thought, his hands unwavering as he continued to strike the mountain with powerful blows. The dull echoes of his efforts reverberated from beneath his feet, reaching far and wide. As the sunlight gradually took on a golden hue, the sky began to darken, a change in the atmosphere that did not escape Rotas' notice. He paused his labor, surveying the hillside, now missing a side, and glanced at his own dirt-covered form. Realizing it was not a suitable day for extended toil, he resolved to cleanse himself in the sea and then partake in a meal. With a firm decision in mind, Rotas brushed off the earth from his body and turned to call out to Ace, who was distancing himself from the training. "Ace, let us cease for today. Our training concludes here." "Ah, very well," Ace replied, promptly releasing the rope tethered to the heavy stone. Although this training was intended to build his strength, he found the stone quite burdensome, and having only trained for 2 days, he was still acclimating to the exertion. Once their training had drawn to a close, the two swiftly set off in search of sustenance and a bath. As nightfall descended, they returned to the home of Dadong. Days passed in this cyclical manner, with Rotas having trained Ace extensively. Over time, Ace had developed the initiative to train independently, no longer requiring Rotas' encouragement. Eventually, the day arrived for Cap to pick up Rotas. Rotas awoke early that morning, aware that Cap was scheduled to come for him. However, he dared not let Cap traverse through Windmill Village to find him, fearing that the old man would seize the opportunity to reprimand him. After all, Cap's temperament was somewhat capricious, reminiscent of the unpredictability of menopause, which left Rotas feeling rather insecure. As Rotas stepped out, the Dayton family along with Ace and Luffy emerged as well. Rotas waved his hand and said, "And Dayton, Gorgora. Magura, Ace, Luffy. I am off now, so there's no need to see me off." "Safe travels, Rotas," they replied. "Indeed, take care, and do return to visit us often." The group waved farewell to Rotas as he departed. Unbeknownst to him, Luffy intended to accompany him out of Windmill Village. However, Ace informed him that Grandpa Garp was at the dock, and from that moment, Rotas no longer saw Luffy emerge from the house. This made Rotas ponder that Garp's family might need a heartfelt conversation, for the state of their familial relations was concerning him. Upon reaching the dock of Windmill Village, Rotas beheld a warship anchored at the pier, with Garp, adorned in his signature doghead hat, standing at the forefront. Soldiers on the deck waved at him. "Ha ha, Rotas, you have arrived. I thought I would have to fetch you from Dayton S," Garp exclaimed with a hearty laugh, his demeanor radiating joy as he approached Rotas, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Old man, ease up a bit with your grip." Rotas braced himself, expressing his dissatisfaction with a hint of irritation. What was this old gentleman attempting to achieve with such force? He could only withstand the pressure on his shoulders to avoid losing his balance. "Ha ha ha ha." The elder chuckled. "I merely wished to ascertain whether you had grown complacent of late. It appears, Rotas, that you remain quite diligent." Kapu, laughing heartily, explained his intent, one hand playfully inserting his pinky into his nostril, showcasing his dazzling white teeth, which left Rotas momentarily dazzled. "Old man, could you please be mindful of your appearance?" Rotas swatted away Carp's hand, a look of disdain crossing his face as he found Carp's habit of picking his nose quite distasteful. After all, no one appreciates having nasal debris smeared upon them. "Ha ha, Rotas, do not concern yourself with such trivialities," Carp chuckled, gradually retracting his finger from his nostril. "Old man, let us return to the ship. It is indeed time for your well-deserved break." Rotas rolled his eyes and subtly reminded Old Man Carp that his vacation had come to an end. If it weren't for the fear of being reprimanded by Admiral Sengoku, Rotas believed it would be better for the old man to hasten his return to duty. "Had you not mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten," Carp replied nonchalantly. "However, it is of no concern. That fellow Sengoku won't mind if I return a tad late." Carp absent-mindedly picked at his nostrils, his expression one of indifference. His words were laced with nonchalance. While other soldiers might fear Sengoku, Carp was unfazed, having long been immune to his scoldings as an old comrade. "Old man, you clearly embody the essence of a dead pig that fears not boiling water." Rotas was somewhat at a loss for words, yet dared not voice his thoughts. Quietly lamenting within himself, he had come to terms with the fact that Carp was utterly unafraid, wearing an expression of nonchalance, as if the military orders held no significance. "Ah, by the way, Rotas, I instructed you to train Luffy and Ace. What are the results?" Carp suddenly inquired with a serious demeanor, startling Rotas. For the old man seldom adopted such a grave tone, and each instance left one taken aback. However, Rotas was quick to respond, having prepared himself in advance. He calmly replied, Ace has been training with me in weighted exercises and long-distance swimming. I have also imparted some techniques to him, along with my own experiences. Overall, Ace has been quite earnest, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to be a formidable new star among pirates in this generation. Rotas spoke with a tone of unwavering certainty, yet he did not forget to gauge the reaction of the old man Carp to his words. If the old man were to retort, then I must thank you for training up a pirate supernova, Rotas would surely expect to face some consequences. However, Carp maintained his usual demeanor, a smile gracing his lips as he uttered a statement that left Rotas momentarily speechless. Of course, one must consider whose grandson he is, huh? Well, as long as you find joy in it, old man. Fortunately, I refrained from mentioning that I nearly had Ace unable to rise again. Otherwise, might you not have turned your wrath upon me as well? Yet, observing Carp's expression, Rotas surmised that a reconciliation between Carp and Ace must have occurred. Otherwise, how could Carp boast so freely? He likely had already delivered a lesson in love's iron fist to Ace at Dayton's home. Having broached the topic of Ace, Rotas reluctantly turned to the subject of Luffy. He found himself utterly incapable of providing guidance to Luffy. How could one possibly command a husky to act as a military dog? It was akin to Rotas' inability to make Luffy behave. Old man, I truly cannot teach Luffy. You cannot lay the blame on me. I asked him to rise early the next day, yet he did not awaken until noon. In the time it took me to utter a few words, he vanished, as if he had simply evaporated. Surely, you are well aware of this. Nevertheless, I assure you that with Ace, I taught him meticulously, leaving no stone unturned. The lessons he is learning now will undoubtedly serve him well in the future. Lotus solemnly vowed that he had imparted all his knowledge to Ace, and from henceforth, Ace's progress would solely depend on his own efforts. Lotus himself had ascended to his current stature through such rigorous training. Very well, I understand, the old man replied. I do not blame you, Lotus. Carp rubbed his temples. A look of frustration etched on his face. Despite countless encounters with Luffy throughout the years, he found himself unable to instill proper discipline in him. Chapter 37. The little cat scrubbing the deck. That's a relief, old man. I was worried you might reprimand me. Rotes let out a sigh of relief. There was one thing he had yet to convey to Carp. He had only instructed Ace in physical training and had not imparted any knowledge of the six forms or haki. After all, he had endured considerable hardships to acquire such skills, and for Ace to expect to gain them without any effort was akin to dreaming of eating people. At least in his view, that was the case. As for whether Ace would seek Carp's guidance, Rotes believed the likelihood was no greater than Ace becoming the Pirate King. After all, the relationship between Ace, Luffy, and Carp was rather awkward, with the grandfather's affection expressed through his fists. Luffy and Ace's fear of Carp surpassed their fondness for him. In a typical grandfather-grandson relationship, one would expect the grandson to at least prepare some provisions for the grandfather's journey, yet Carp's family was quite the opposite. Ha ha ha. Rotes, do not worry. I am not that kind of person. By the way, when you board the ship, do not be startled. Carp wore a mysterious smile that left Rotes momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated such a display from Carp. Today, Carp seemed somewhat unusual. Perhaps something good was afoot, as it was rather rare to witness the old man in such high spirits. Rotes, you are aware of that red-haired brat, correct? Indeed. He is one of the 4 emperors, Shanks. Good. During my recent trip to Logtown, I happened to capture an old acquaintance of Shanks, a subordinate of Roger. That old man, what do you intend to do with him? I believe it would be best to confine him and impel down, particularly in the lowest level. After all, he is a former subordinate of Roger and a friend of Shanks, and thus deserves to be treated with utmost seriousness. I suggest shackling his limbs with sea stone handcuffs and adding several hundred kilograms of iron ball, providing him only 2 loaves of bread a day to prevent him from gaining enough strength to escape. As Rotas grew increasingly animated, he articulated nearly every conceivable tactic at his disposal. From the moment old man Carp mentioned Rogtown, Rotas deduced the identity of the individual in question. If his estimations were correct, it was none other than the infamous Buggy, a man rumored to possess the luck of a conqueror. Yet, faced with the Carp family, Buggy's so-called luck proved utterly ineffectual, resulting in his serendipitous capture by the elder Carp. Ha ha, Rotas, your proposed tactics are commendable, yet somewhat excessive. That Renault's little rascal hardly warrants such grandiosity. Carp chuckled heartily, finding Rotas' strategies to be somewhat overblown. This Renault's imp, during his time aboard the Roger ship, had always cowered in the background, and now, he seemed even more timid, unchanged in his disposition. Carp vividly recalled the scene from the day before, when he encountered the red-nosed fellow on his ship. Upon seeing Carp, the boy trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, his eyes vacant. Repeatedly muttering Carp's name in a comically absurd manner, utterly petrified. The prominence of his red nose made it easy for Carp to identify him as the same intern who had served alongside Shanks on Roger's ship. To Carp's astonishment, the crew of the red-nosed boy was oblivious to his past affiliation with Roger's crew until Carp revealed his identity, which ignited a wave of surprise among them. However, the red-nosed boy's face was a portrait of terror, which Carp found amusing. Initially, he had contemplated sending the lad to the headquarters and impel down, considering that every member of Roger's crew was no ordinary individual, and capturing them would undoubtedly warrant significant attention. Yet, upon reflecting on the threat level posed by the red-nosed boy, he opted instead to have him perform menial tasks aboard the warship. After all, Shanks had ensnared Carp's grandson into piracy, and Carp felt compelled to retaliate in some manner. Now, with the boy's significance elevated due to his close ties with Shanks, Carp deemed it appropriate to have a pirate serve as a deckhand aboard a warship. As long as that old man is pleased, that is all that matters, he mused. Rotas felt a twinge of melancholy. Initially, he had hoped to persuade the Elder Lord Cap to confine Baki within the confines of the advancing city for several decades, allowing him to coexist as a neighbor to the Red Count, thus preventing this individual from flaunting his pretentiousness in the future. Rotas harbored a profound jealousy towards Buggy's fortuitous prowess in the realm of conqueror's hockey. He relished the prospect of witnessing Buggy's misfortunes and would not hesitate to stoke the flames of his calamities. However, it appeared that Old Man Garp was not particularly receptive to his suggestions. Haha, come aboard with me, Rotas, and you shall discover just how entertaining the individual I have captured truly is. Garp, noticing Rotas's lack of enthusiasm, deliberately emphasized the word entertaining. Indeed, Rotas found Buggy rather unremarkable, devoid of any compelling allure. However, in order to not disturb the old gentleman's rare moment of good spirits, he dutifully feigned agreement. As the two boarded the ship, a figure clad in white attire, with a white hat, long hair partially obscuring their face, swiftly approached on a unicycle. Captain Carp. Welcome back, Kabaji exclaimed, his expression one of obsequious flattery, continuously gesturing in a solicitous manner. To avoid lingering in the city, he felt compelled to exhaust every means at his disposal to ensure satisfaction aboard the warship. Although Captain Buggy once served under the legendary Pirate King, Roger, it was evident that, like everyone else, he could not escape Carp's relentless pursuit. Despite Kabaji's perception of Buggy as formidable, the truth remained that strength alone could not secure victory. Ha ha ha, Kabaji, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you, Carp remarked, clearly pleased with Kabaji's display, which brought him a sense of pride. Though riding a unicycle aboard a warship seemed peculiar, it did nothing to diminish Carp's buoyant spirits. Old man, do you not find Kabaji's attire somewhat ominous? Rotas observed, noting the resemblance of Kabaji's outfit to mourning garments, which struck him as rather inauspicious while traversing the seas. Rest assured, Captain Carp, I shall endeavor to do my utmost. Kabaji responded promptly to Carp's encouragement, and to an uninformed observer, he might have appeared a fervent youth. Yet, Rotas was acutely aware of Kabaji's true role as the chief strategist of Buggy's pirate crew, known for his cunning swordsmanship and adeptness in various tricks, all while navigating the unicycle. As Carp waved his hand dismissively, Kabaji promptly pedaled away to attend to other tasks. With Kabaji gone, Rotas spoke up, Old man, do you not think Kabaji's clothing is somewhat ill-fated? I believe a different color or some embellishments would be more suitable. In response to Rotas' comment, Carp casually pinched his nostrils. Unperturbed, there are no spare garments aboard. What they wear now are outdated chef uniforms discarded by the headquarters. I had them changed into these odd outfits because they were ill-suited for the warship. Their original attire was far less presentable, which speaks volumes of their unfortunate circumstances. Upon hearing Carp's words, Lotus felt a twinge of sympathy for the Buggy pirates, realizing that their officers were clad in attire even less respectable than that of a naval cook. This predicament stemmed from the fact that their finances were entirely under the control of the greedy little rascal with the red nose, leaving them unable to afford decent garments. Carp shook his head and elaborated to Lotus that this little scoundrel, obsessed with wealth, donned only simple clothing himself, albeit in greater quantity than his crew. It was a rather frugal choice, as the savings amassed from their meager resources ultimately served to finance his own expenditures. Truly, it was a lamentable situation. Rotas perceived that Buggy's heart might be bleeding at this moment, having scrimped and saved, even appropriating funds meant for his subordinates' clothing. only to ultimately encounter Carp and be entirely apprehended. How pitiable indeed. As the two conversed while making their way to the deck, Rotas engaged in dialogue with Carp, when, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a fluffy creature meandering back and forth across the deck, its front paws seemingly pressing against something. Rotas came to a halt, scrutinizing the scene before him. On the deck lay a lion, half-crouched, its hind paws clad in thick leather shoes, while its forepaws pressed down on a plush towel, diligently scrubbing the deck like a dog digging in the earth. How astonished Rotas must have been. This little creature, acquired from the mischievous red-nosed rascal, was remarkably obedient. When the old man commanded it to clean the floor, it promptly set to work. Far more docile than his own grandson. Carp stood nearby, pride radiating from his demeanor, while Rotas, taken aback, pondered whether the elder truly found no issue in such treatment of an animal. Just moments ago, he had observed the lion's eyes glistening with unshed tears upon seeing Carp, after which it earnestly resumed its task. Rotas could scarcely believe that Carp had not employed some form of intimidation to elicit such diligence. Rotas is well aware of the lion's attributes. Mooches' beloved lion, with its razor-sharp teeth and claws, wields them as its weapons, preoccupied with thoughts of sustenance. Even during the funeral of Baki, the crew found that Leaky was similarly fixated on food. Leaky is a merciless and gluttonous lion. Had it not been for oppression, it would hardly exhibit such docility. This suggests that the rest of Baki's crew is undoubtedly faring poorly as well. Chapter 38. The complete annihilation of the Baki pirates. As long as you are content, old man. Lotus could only utter these words, for he truly did not know how to jest about the obedient little kitten that Kapu had mentioned. By the way, Lotus, I have made a significant gain this time. Take a look behind you. Kapu suddenly pointed to the platform behind Lotus, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. Oh. Lotus raised an eyebrow and turned to observe three individuals walking on a tightrope, each wielding a long brush to paint the wall. This was the trio of tightrope walkers. Rotas observed for a moment and discerned the identities of the three individuals. He remarked on Captain Carp's apparent elation, realizing that he had captured a group of laborers. What do you think? Quite splendid, isn't it? Ever since I brought these individuals aboard, the soldiers have felt an immediate alleviation of their burdens. And now they are all invigorated. Carp, content, pinched his nostrils, pleased to have the crew of the little red-nosed fellow aboard. During the day, they could assist with various tasks, and in the evenings, they would entertain them with performances. So what is that little red-nosed fellow up to now? Rotas felt a tinge of curiosity about what the infamous Buggy was up to. Observing the members of the Buggy pirates, he noted that they seemed to be faring quite well, suggesting that old man Garp had secured a decent position for Buggy. To his surprise, he learned that Buggy was in the kitchen, washing dishes. Garp remarked nonchalantly, his expression remaining unperturbed. Rotas, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless. After all, hadn't Luffy been caught and condemned to do the same for indulging in extravagant feasts at sea? It appeared that Garp had a fondness for this particular arrangement as well. Surely, Buggy must be reveling in this newfound role. Rotas believed that Bucky would undoubtedly take pleasure in washing dishes, considering he always donned gloves, which surely enabled him to clean them impeccably, not to mention that red-nosed imp, who had already shattered numerous bowls, prompting the chef to express his grievances to the old man for quite some time. Garp felt a sense of disappointment. This red-nosed rascal was utterly useless, constantly breaking dishes and causing the chef to seek him out. Were it not for the diligence of this red-nosed fool's crew, he would have already dispatched him to impel down. Nonetheless, the devil fruit that this red-nosed boy possessed was indeed intriguing. It served remarkably well as a target for darts. And Garp had recently been reminiscing about the joys of throwing darts in his childhood. Rotas found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that Buggy had become so inept that he could not even manage to wash a bowl? Suddenly, a thought struck Rotas surely. The esteemed Captain Carp and his companions would not resort to washing dishes with seawater. If that were the case, it would indeed explain why Buggy frequently shattered bowls. After all, those endowed with abilities lose their strength upon contact with the sea. Captain Carp, esteemed sir, allow me to offer you a glass of water to alleviate your travel fatigue. A figure swiftly approached, balancing a tray in hand, and presented 2 glasses of water before the venerable Captain Carp. Upon seeing the figure before him, Lotus nearly crushed the cup in his hand. Was this not the most repulsive member of the Buggy Pirates, Machi? He vividly recalled this individual's previous attire, clad in a half-white fur-beast costume. While the female version of such a costume could be somewhat acceptable, it was utterly jarring on a male, and Machi's appearance in it was nothing short of an eyesore. Rotas suppressed the overwhelming urge to eliminate this creature, for after all, Machi had tarnished the image of the beast maiden within his heart. "My lord, may I inquire what brings you here? If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Machi stammered. In that fleeting moment, he perceived an unsettling transformation in the presence before him, as if this esteemed individual had morphed into a fearsome specter wielding knife and fork, poised to feast upon the very essence of his being, rendering him akin to the meat upon the plate. This sensation instantly raised the hairs on his neck and sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. "You may depart," came the curt reply. Rotas waved his hand, dismissing the individual before him, his gaze filled with disdain, contemplating a swift and humane obliteration. "What is it, Rotas?" Carp inquired, observing as Machi retreated into the distance. He had just sensed Rotas' murderous intent surge forth, only to be retracted in an instant. "It's nothing, old man. This fellow simply nauseates me." I nearly felt compelled to take action. Lotus offered a casual excuse. "You must be cautious. You are to become a just Navy officer, and such behavior cannot be tolerated." Carp admonished seriously. "As a member of the Navy, how can one resort to murder simply because someone is unattractive? At most, a good beating will suffice." "Oh, I shall be more mindful next time." With a lackluster tone, Rotas expressed his desire to tell Carp that he would only join the Navy once they provided meals. Otherwise, he felt he would merely be a temporary worker. Is that truly the case? Indeed, within Rotas' cabin, 3 individuals were laboring diligently, despite their unfamiliar appearances. One should not underestimate their capabilities. Carp suddenly realized that Rotas was unaware of the crew members, particularly the red-nosed lad. If those 3 were to be moving cargo and Rotas mistakenly perceived them as thieves, it could lead to unfortunate consequences, for those 3 were indeed skilled laborers. "Ah, I see. Old man, it would be prudent for you to clarify any unfamiliar individuals at once. Otherwise, I fear I may strike the wrong person." After a moment of contemplation, Rotas concluded that it would be more prudent for the old man Carp to elucidate everything at once. Otherwise, who could say how many more individuals had boarded the vessel? It had taken him over a month to familiarize himself with the soldiers aboard, and now, with the addition of a pirate crew member, he would have to exert effort once again to remember yet another face, which was indeed a bother. Besides the 3 laborers toiling in the hold, there were also 4 individuals in the kitchen assisting with the preparation of potatoes and other ingredients. Carp did a quick mental tally and realized that the crew of the red-nosed lad was not particularly numerous, and thus he introduced all of them. "Ah, I shall remember them now," he remarked. Upon hearing Carp's account, Lotus swiftly calculated the members of the Buggy pirate crew. Buggy, Machi, Kabeji, Leaky. The trio of the Monster Trio, the quartet of the Special Effects team, and the trio of the Tightrope Walkers. These individuals were of little concern to Lotus. Merely a motley crew, hardly worthy of his attention, let alone a beating. "Just remember," he thought, "it is time for me to train with the old man. No slacking off." Without hesitation, Carp unceremoniously hurled Lotus into the sea and then kicked a pile of ropes off the deck into the water. Having completed these tasks, Carp settled into a beach chair, retrieved a packet of senbei from his coat pocket, and began to leisurely munch while reclining. The cantankerous old man, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Rotas emerged from the sea, spitting out a mouthful of salt water, his face etched with dissatisfaction as he muttered curses. Nevertheless, he swam towards the rope, straightening it as he commenced his tugboat training. Observe, Rotas has begun his training once again. I knew that Admiral Carp would not allow him any respite. Indeed, it seems we can enjoy a moment of leisure. With Rotas pulling the ship, we need not worry about unforeseen circumstances. What a relief it is. The soldiers, having witnessed Admiral Carp tossing Rotas into the sea, began to converse among themselves. Before long, the warship stirred to life and swiftly departed from Windmill Village. How terrifying! Machi, clutching a tray, cowered in a corner, trembling. He had witnessed the Admiral's violent methods firsthand. If this was how Carp treated the formidable demon without provocation, one could only imagine the consequences should it err. This thought filled him with concern for himself and Captain Buggy. Although the surrounding navy claimed that Carp was merely training the demon, it was not beyond imagination that the Admiral might whimsically turn his wrath upon them. With that in mind, Machi quickly stepped out of the shadows and hurried to the kitchen to confer with Captain Buggy on a strategy. "Captain Buggy, are we truly to languish here as mere deckhands?" "Indeed, Captain Buggy. We are notorious pirates. How can we stoop to being kitchen laborers? If other pirate crews were to learn of this, the Buggy pirates would surely become a laughingstock." "Lord Buggy, as a crewmate of the Pirate King Roger, you must have a plan." "Yes, Yes, Captain Buggy. The special effects quartet's eyes sparkled with hope, yearning for Captain Buggy to lead them from Admiral Carp's clutches. Sure. You fools. Buggy's face was a mask of panic, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He urgently urged them to lower their voices. If the kitchen staff overheard and reported to Carp, Buggy feared he would spend the remainder of his life in the deepest depths of Impel Down. He had evaded the world's gaze for so long, only to encounter the very person he wished to avoid in the East Blue, Carp. Who was Carp? As a crewmate of Pirate King Roger, Buggy was well aware, in what seemed like the glorious days to outsiders. Carp would casually hurl iron balls larger than ships toward them, causing Buggy to tremble at the mere sight of one. He had thought that by avoiding the Grand Line and living incognito, he could safely seek treasure, but fate had played a cruel trick on him. Not only had he failed to discover treasure over the years, but the riches he had plundered were also confiscated by Carp. Each night, this realization brought him to tears. First, he had crossed paths with that red-haired scoundrel early on, missing his chance at treasure. Now, in middle age, he found himself once again robbed of his fortune. But what could Buggy do? Carp was already aware that he had consumed a devil fruit. Should he be imprisoned and impelled down, he would be shackled with sea prism stone. He may never emerge again. In his relentless quest for treasure, Buggy can only endure hardship and remain patient. Each time Buggy thinks of the devil fruit, tears stream down his face, and his anger surges, wishing he could slay that scoundrel Shanks in the New World. Chapter 39. The Overlooked Kabaji. Captain Buggy, are you there? Mooches whispered cautiously as he approached the kitchen, glancing around nervously, relieved to find the chefs absent. Come in, Mooches. Do you have news for me? Buggy's expression brightened at the sound of Mooches' voice. He knew that Mooches must have important information to come so discreetly. Captain Buggy, I need to discuss something with you. Once inside the kitchen, Mooches began recounting his concerns. Captain Buggy, what should we do? That Vice Admiral Carp is quite violent. I feel we are in great danger here. Mooches quickly inquired, not wanting to be cast into the sea to pull a ship. Haha, this is splendid. This is our opportunity. Buggy's face darkened, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. The great Captain Buggy had spotted a chance to escape. Of course, this depended on the assistance of that demon Mooches mentioned. Buggy was certainly not as simple-minded as the country bumpkin Mooches, unable to distinguish the complexities of a devil. Buggy surmised that the demon must be coerced by Carp to pull the ship. After all, Mooches mentioned that Carp had thrown the demon into the sea to force him into servitude. Buggy believed this demon harbored resentment towards Carp, but, under Carp's oppressive rule, dared not act out and could only suffer in silence. Now, if only the great Captain Buggy could engage in earnest conversation with this demon. Surely that hulking brute would be eager to heed his commands. Thus, they could escape Carp's clutches. Buggy was convinced that his clever mind could outwit the muscle-bound demon. Buggy shared his plan with Mooches and the other four subordinates. The special effects quartet gazed at Buggy with admiration, their expressions akin to fervent fans, while Mooches remained perceptive. Having accompanied Buggy for some time, he did not harbor wild notions, even knowing Buggy was a crew member of the Pirate King. Mooches felt there was a flaw in Buggy's plan. Having encountered that demon, he knew the creature was not as foolish as Buggy portrayed. On the contrary, the demon was rather fierce and quite clever. Captain, I believe we should reconsider. That demon is not easily deceived. Mooches gently advised that it would be preferable if the situation was indeed as Captain Buggy described. However, if it were not, he feared they might be subjected to a severe beating from Garp. After all, judging by the camaraderie displayed between Garp and that formidable being, it was evident that their relationship was quite close. Mooches merely intended to caution Captain Buggy to be wary of being tossed into the sea by Garp, not to incite discord. That is an order from the captain, Buggy declared with utmost seriousness, his face radiating authority. He could not possibly believe that the muscle-bound creature possessed an intellect superior to his own. After all, Captain Buggy had sailed alongside Roger. There was no way he could be outshone by some beastly entity. Then, Captain Buggy, I suggest we have Kabaji engage with that creature. I truly dread the thought of approaching him. He nearly tried to kill me upon boarding, Mooches explained, feeling the weight of Buggy's command pressing upon him. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, hoping to persuade Buggy to send Kabaji instead. Very well, relay my order to Kabaji, Buggy mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He quickly made a decision. Since Mooches seemed unappealing to the creature, sending Kabaji was indeed a prudent idea. Splendid. Thank you, Captain Buggy. I shall take my leave. Mooches exclaimed with palpable relief, grateful to avoid any direct interaction with the demon. He was impressed by Buggy's astuteness in devising such an effective plan. Indeed, truly remarkable. In my opinion, the red-haired emperor should cede his position to Captain Buggy. Mooches' companions chimed in, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Ahem, the cooks are approaching. Everyone, let us expedite our tasks. Buggy interjected, stifling the continued praises of his crew. He was taken aback by their unwavering faith in his mere boastfulness and their adoration, which he found somewhat overwhelming. Mooches ascended to the deck and found Kabaji, conveying Buggy's instructions verbatim. Oh, I see. I will handle it, Kabaji affirmed with a nod, confident in his ability to fulfill Captain Buggy's directive. Engaging with that creature would be no challenge for him. After all, he was the strategist of the Buggy pirates. And his position was not without merit. Then it's in your capable hands, Kabaji. I shall attend to my duties, Mooches replied, elated, and promptly departed. Anxious that Kabaji might have second thoughts. On the deck, Ricky, having finished cleaning, approached Mooches with a look of deep sorrow, his lion-like face quivering. Mooches felt a pang of sympathy and caressed him gently, saying, Old friend, do not despair. We shall soon escape this plight. Here, have a piece of meat. Mooches, while soothing Ricky, tenderly presented the meat he had stealthily procured from the kitchen. As Ricky consumed the meat, his demeanor began to stabilize. What is the matter with Brother Mooches? Is Ricky all right? The trio, known as the tightrope walkers, descended after completing their wall painting. Their faces adorned with curiosity upon witnessing Mooches comforting Ricky. Oh, it's nothing. Just focus on your work, Mooches replied, all the while cautiously surveying the surrounding soldiers. Anxious that Captain Buggy's plans might be revealed. Very well, we shall take our leave. Noticing Mooches' reluctance to divulge any further details, the tightrope walkers made no delay, carrying their buckets and brushes towards the storeroom. As time passed gradually, the sky transitioned towards noon, and Rotas emerged from the sea, having captured several sea creatures, and climbed aboard the warship. As soon as Lotus stepped onto the deck of the warship, he encountered Kabaji, who approached him with a tray and offered a glass of juice. Thank you, he replied. Rotas was unceremonious. After all, the juice belonged to the venerable Lord Kapu's battleship. Why not indulge, when one could gain from it? No worries, my lord, Kabaji said with a smile, his eyes darting about as he contemplated how to engage the individual before him. Indeed. Rotas downed the juice in one gulp and placed the cup back onto the tray held by Kabaji before departing without a second glance. Kabaji, watching Rotas fade into the distance, felt a twinge of embarrassment. His eyes, partially obscured by his hair, involuntarily twitched. He had not anticipated that Rotas would disregard his contemplation, viewing him merely as a menial worker. Indeed, the members of the Buggy Pirates possessed a remarkable aptitude for servitude. It seems that Old Man Carp's decision to retain them as laborers was indeed a wise one. Rotas felt a twinge of sentimentality as Kabaji handed him juice. Lion Ricky provided him with a towel, and the special effects quartet served his meal. These fellows were remarkably considerate, truly a cadre of exemplary attendants. If he were their employer, he would undoubtedly reward them with bonuses. Yet, Cap's words suggested he regarded their efforts as rather mediocre. After finishing his meal, Rotas took a brief respite before continuing to haul in the ship from the sea. Observing Rotas, who seemed oblivious to his presence, Kabaji's face turned a shade reminiscent of a liver, unable to fathom that the chief strategist of the Buggy Pirates would be disregarded. It appeared that Rotas had little regard for them, which left Kabaji feeling quite perturbed. To escape the clutches of Cap, Kabaji stealthily ventured into the kitchen in search of Captain Buggy. That scoundrel, the magician, thinks so little of our Buggy Pirates? How infuriating. I must teach him a lesson, Kabaji declared. Upon hearing Kabaji's account, Buggy's fury ignited, his already crimson nose appearing even more vivid in his rage. He tossed aside the cloth he was holding, his eyes ablaze with wrath, ready to confront that insufferable magician. Captain, please do not jeopardize yourself, Kabaji quickly interjected, preventing Buggy from engaging in combat with the magician. It was no jest. As the chief strategist of the Buggy Pirates, Kabaji was acutely aware of Buggy's limitations. The magician, who could maneuver such a massive warship, would likely dispatch Captain Buggy with a mere flick of his hand. Impressive, indeed. Such is the valor of Captain Buggy, even in dire straits. He remains unwavering in defending the honor of our crew. Only the great Captain Buggy could achieve such a feat. The special effects quartet looked on with admiration, their words flowing incessantly. Were it not for Kabaji's intervention, he would have been tempted to reprimand these four individuals. Their lack of assistance was one thing, but their incessant embellishments were adding fuel to the fire. Given Captain Buggy's vanity, Their remarks could easily provoke him. No wonder our pirate crew has fallen to such depths. The abundance of thoughtless minds aboard has led to our current predicament. Kabaji now comprehended how the buggy pirates had descended to this state. It was the presence of these dim-witted companions that had precipitated their downfall. Reflecting on his unparalleled strategies, yet finding himself surrounded by a band of inept allies, Kabaji could not help but feel a surge of sorrow, tears streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 40. The multifaceted buggy pirates. The Milky Way spilled across the ocean like a belt adorned with gemstones. Under the cloak of night, Kabaji stealthily guided Buggy to the door of Rotas' chamber. "Kabaji, are you certain this is the magician's room?" Buggy inquired, trailing behind Kabaji with a sinister grin upon his face. "Indeed, Captain Buggy. I witnessed him enter with my own eyes. But let us agree beforehand, do not engage in violence." Kabaji pounded his chest and assured that he had exerted considerable effort to temper Captain Buggy's impulsiveness. If Buggy were to act rashly upon entering, then by the morrow, Carp would utilize them as bait for the sea beasts. Kabaji did not underestimate the time it would take to manage someone capable of commanding such a formidable warship. I understand. Kabaji hastily rapped on the door. Buggy, growing increasingly impatient, urged him on, his hand stealthily retrieving a dart from his pocket, poised for a sudden attack. "All right," Kabaji replied, sensing Buggy's irritation, and began to knock on the door. Thud, thud. "Who is it? Who's knocking?" Inside the room, Rotas, having been roused from his slumber, wore an expression of fury, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red. He swiftly rose from his bed and opened the door. "Rotas!" Kabaji exclaimed, retreating in fright, his words stammering. Behind him, Buggy was equally shaken, both collapsing onto the floor, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the crimson gaze and the palpable aura of menace enveloping them. "You two had better provide me with a reason that will prevent my wrath, or else even Old Man Carp will be unable to save your lives." Rotas, filled with indignation, exclaimed that these two foolish individuals, having satisfied their appetites, had the audacity to disturb his sweet slumber in the dead of night. If they could not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would send them to meet Roger. "My Lord Rotas," one of them began, "we, along with Captain Baki, are well versed in the art of massage. We have come this evening to assist you in alleviating the fatigue from your long day." Kabaji, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, swiftly organized his thoughts. "Do you possess such a skill?" Rotas cast a scrutinizing glance at the two individuals before him. A look of skepticism etched upon his face. He had not anticipated their possession of such skills. This was, of course, expected. For the captain of this ship was a crewmate of the Pirate King, well versed in various arts and knowledge. Suddenly, Buggy interjected, his countenance brimming with pride, a stark contrast to the timorous demeanor he had displayed moments earlier. "Now, come in and give me a proper massage. I must inform you that I possess the power of Haki. Should you harbor any mischievous intentions, beware, for your fate may be dire." Rotas summoned two individuals to provide him with a massage, thinking that one should not refuse free labor. After all, as long as they possessed basic massage skills, he had no expectations of their expertise. The presence of armament Haki left Buggy utterly dumbfounded. The individual before him wielded such formidable power, rendering his preparations entirely futile. Clearly, this adversary was beyond the realm of his minor tricks, and he realized he was in dire straits. Kabaji observed Captain Buggy's astonished expression, standing frozen like a pale statue, and promptly dragged Buggy into the room, fearing to delay. If this formidable being truly unleashed his wrath upon them, Kabaji doubted that Garp would intervene on behalf of a few pirates. Thus, Buggy entered Rotas' chamber, and the following day, Kabaji and Buggy emerged, their fingers swollen and joints bruised, resembling two desiccated fish as they shuffled back to their quarters. From the moment they entered, they had been engaged in massage, laboring tirelessly throughout the night. Whenever they paused, the slumbering Rotas would abruptly awaken, demanding their continuation, leaving the despairing Buggy and pitiable Kabaji devoid of the courage to resist. The moment they glimpsed Rotas' eyes, filled with a murderous intent, their hearts leapt to their throats. Buggy never anticipated that Rotas would possess such astonishing vigilance. Any slight movement on their part would rouse him instantly. He would first issue a warning glare, followed by verbal threats. With neither the strength to fight back nor the means to employ their tricks, they could only succumb to his oppressive presence, laboring fervently throughout the night, utterly drained in body and spirit. In contrast, Rotas appeared invigorated and refreshed, relishing the massage, finding the two skills surprisingly commendable. Alas, what a pity it was Lotus felt a tinge of regret that these two individuals were rather lacking in strength, their stamina woefully inadequate. They could only endure a night of toil, and afterward. They resembled withered eggplants, causing no small amount of concern. However, after some contemplation, Lotus came to terms with the fact that these two could only manage to scrape by in the East Sea. If their capabilities were sufficient, they would not be languishing there. They would have ventured forth to the Grand Line to seek treasures far and wide. Rotas cast aside his chaotic thoughts and strode directly to the deck, leaping into the sea to procure breakfast. Time passed swiftly, and before long, afternoon arrived. Both Buggy and Kabaji emerged from their rooms simultaneously, swaying slightly as they did. Upon seeing each other, they momentarily froze, only to realize that both bore dazed expressions, with sparse stubble adorning their faces, reflecting their mutual fatigue. "Captain Buggy, do you think we should still engage with that Rotas? I feel he is far more formidable than you described," Kabaji inquired, expressing his reluctance to confront Rotas again. The man struck fear in him, and he dreaded the thought of provoking him further, fearing yet another night of providing Rotas with massages. After the last encounter, Kabaji felt as though he had glimpsed Roger, and after another, he feared he might join him. No, Buggy hastily waved his hand, his face etched with trepidation. He was genuinely frightened. He had never anticipated that this devil would be so unyielding, dismissing his words and resorting to threats and intimidation, compelling them both into servitude. The thought of being reduced to such a state filled Buggy with sorrow. Here he was, a proud crew member of the Pirate King Roger, captain of the Buggy Pirates, now relegated to the role of a mere masseur. All of this misfortune, he believed, could be attributed to that scoundrel with red hair. Had it not been for him and the cursed devil fruit, Buggy would never have left the Grand Line, nor ventured into the Four Seas. If he had remained there, he would have never been captured by Garp, and thus would not find himself in this predicament of massage duty. "That's good, Captain Buggy. I'm still quite exhausted. My fingers are aching. I must return to rest." Kabaji sighed in relief, glad that Buggy also seemed averse to further suffering. After their conversation, the two returned to their rooms to sleep. Meanwhile, on the deck, Garp munched on rice crackers, sensing that something was amiss. He set down his snack and beckoned to the bustling Machi. Upon noticing Garp's gesture, Machi hurried over. "Lord Garp, how may I assist you? Where is that long-haired brat? I haven't seen him all day. Is he slacking off?" Garp said, pinching his nose, his expression nonchalant. It suddenly dawned on him that he had not encountered the ceremonial performer who rode the unicycle throughout the day. He felt the absence keenly, knowing that other Navy officers would report to him without the courtesy of a proper reception. "Well, Lord Garp, Kabaji is unwell," Machi replied. Machi swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, and found himself compelled to weave a fabrication. Captain Buggy and Kabaji had ventured into the sorcerer's chamber the previous night. Yet as of now, he had seen neither hide nor hair of them. This morning, Machi knocked several times on their door, receiving no reply, which sent a chill of dread coursing through him. The grim conclusion emerged. Both Captain Buggy and Kabaji had likely fallen prey to the sorcerer. The thought sent icy sweat cascading down Kabaji's spine, yet he could not confess his ignorance to Cap. He had no choice but to feign composure, biding time and seeking an opportunity to escape. For if the sorcerer grew fond of Buggy and Kabaji's essence, he would undoubtedly turn his attention to him next. "Oh, feeling unwell? Very well then, you may handle his responsibilities as well," Cap responded to Machi, suspending any further suspicion, thus instructing him to take over Kabaji's duties. After all, the ship still required a receptionist. "Yes, Master Cap," Machi replied, tears welling in his eyes. Now, not only was he to serve as a steward, but he was also to assume the role of a receptionist, effectively taking the fall for Kabaji. Chapter 41. Buggy's circus truly lives up to its reputation. As the sun gradually descended, Machi, weary from a day of labor, wiped the perspiration from his brow with a towel draped over his shoulder. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of two figures emerging in the twilight. "Buggy and Kabaji, I've missed you both terribly. Where on earth have you been?" Machi exclaimed, rushing towards them, tears streaming down his face. Today, he truly understood the meaning of helplessness, shouldering all burdens alone while the crew proved utterly unreliable, devoid of any initiative to address problems themselves. "What on earth is wrong with you, Machi?" Buggy barked, irate. He had just awakened and sought fresh air on deck, only to be met with Machi's tears, which infuriated him further. "What has happened to you, Machi?" Kabaji, though equally perturbed, sensed Machi's distress. It is as follows. Machi recounted his dismal ordeal, word by word. Buggy, upon hearing this, was consumed by fury. Machi had never been treated in such a manner by him. How dare that wretched Cap issue orders to him first? It was utterly intolerable, as if Cap thought Buggy's crew was devoid of worth. How dare he command Machi with such disdain? Buggy's indignation grew, his nose reddening with rage, and combined with the frustration from last night's massage. His entire visage contorted in anger. He rolled up his sleeves, storming towards the deck. "Captain Buggy, what are you doing?" Kabaji quickly grasped Buggy's arm, fearing that his fury might lead him to act impulsively. "What do you mean? What am I doing? Do you question your captain's actions?" Buggy forcefully swatted away Kabaji's hand. His face contorted with rage, his eyes devoid of their usual spark, entirely consumed by fury. That detestable carp has destroyed this captain's pirate ship, plundered this captain's treasures. And now, he dares to bully this captain's subordinates. This captain shall confront him. In a flurry, both Kabaji and Machi hurriedly covered Bucky's mouth and cast wary glances around. Relieved to find that the soldiers were oblivious to their predicament, they began to counsel him. "Captain Bucky, one must sometimes bow their head when under a roof. Think carefully before you act. Indeed, Captain, you stand no chance against carp," they added. Reluctantly, Bucky conceded. "Very well, for your sake, I shall endure this humiliation." After being persuaded by the two, Bucky's emotions began to stabilize. He realized that had he sought out carp moments ago, the repercussions would have been unbearable. Now, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Kabaji and Machi for their usefulness, as they had successfully restrained him at a crucial moment. "Reno's brat, you've been slacking off all day." Just as Bucky, Kabaji, and Machi were deep in conversation, a voice unexpectedly pierced the air, followed by a figure slowly stepping into view, casting a shadow over the trio as the sunlight was obscured. Carp. The three were nearly startled out of their wits, their previously rosy faces turned ashen, beads of cold sweat breaking out across their bodies, trembling uncontrollably. This voice was one they both feared and recognized. It heralded the onset of their tumultuous days. "Looks like you lot are quite unwell," Carp observed, stroking his chin, taking note of their perspiration in the cool weather, suggesting they were indeed ill. "Yes, Lord Carp." They eagerly nodded, their hearts leaping with joy at the prospect of being excused from work, secretly hoping for a reprieve. "Then, I shall send you to impel down upon my return to headquarters. It's south the perfect place for you to recuperate," Carp declared, believing that sending these pirates to such a place was the best course of action for their ailments. "Lord Carp, I believe I have fully regained my health." "Just look at me," Kabaji exclaimed, hastily picking up a broom to demonstrate his vitality, desperate to avoid being sent to that dreadful place where returning seemed a distant hope. Kabaji had come to understand that as pirates, they had no rights. Falling ill could lead to being dispatched to impel down, and Carp was truly terrifying. "Very well. You may remain aboard the ship. These two, however, must go for treatment," Carp decided, nodding in approval at Kabaji's evident vigor, deeming him fit to continue working on the ship. "Please, Lord Carp, we are not ill. We merely caught a slight chill," pleaded Machi and Bucky in unison. Indeed, upon hearing that they were to be taken to Advance City for recuperation, Buggy and Machi immediately became flustered, scrambling to retrieve mops. It is no jest that entering Advance City may be easy, but emerging from it could lead to decades later, or perhaps even as a corpse. "Oh, is that so? Well then, you should prepare for tonight's performance. Remember to put on a good show, as Rotas has surely never witnessed acrobatics before." Kapu, with a leisurely demeanor, articulated the tasks for the evening assigned to the three of them, who, it appeared, wished to shirk their responsibilities. Did he think Kapu was a fool? With a slight ploy, these fellows had unwittingly confessed their intentions. "Yes, Master Kapu," the trio replied, resembling wilted eggplants, their spirits utterly deflated. They were engulfed in a gray pallor, filled with despair regarding their lives. The buggy pirate crew had indeed descended to the point of performing for their survival. "Then I'll await your performance," Kapu declared before departing toward the ship's cabin, intending to procure a few packs of snacks to enjoy while watching the show. Kabaji, Machi, summoned the other crew members to prepare as well. "Understood, Captain Buggy." The two nodded, promptly embarking on their task. As night fell, the darkness enveloped the ship, yet its deck radiated with light and activity, bustling with excitement as the buggy pirate crew commenced their acrobatic display. Buggy showcased his most prized act, the human cannonball, along with a pancake-like disintegration. Machi, atop Ricky, performed a series of animal training feats, easily navigating through fire hoops and rolling about. Kabaji, riding a unicycle, twirled plates with chopsticks while breathing fire. After completing his unicycle act, he presented several plates of meat, demonstrating his signature steam technique. transforming the meat from a vivid crimson to a usable pink. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the observing soldiers, and soon, applause filled the deck. "Thank you, everyone," Kabaji said, bowing deeply before continuing with the next act. He tilted his head back and slowly extracted a sword from his mouth, leaving Rotas in a state of disbelief. He had never witnessed someone pull a sword from their mouth, only having seen sword swallowing. Rotas could only think, "Young man, your oral skills are impressive to manage such a length." Kabaji then presented the wind-spinning top theater, where dozens of spinning tops whirled about, creating a gust that awed the crowd, who marveled at Kabaji's prowess in making so many tops spin simultaneously. The trio of extraordinary strength performed a human pyramid upon the deck, while the tightrope trio secured a wire between the balcony and flagpole, executing their daring act of tightrope walking and unicycle riding on the wire. The special effects quartet, each wielding 6 or 7 knives, tossed them into the air and caught them, creating a mesmerizing display as the blades spun like silver wheels in their hands. "Rotas, what do you think? These fellows are indeed remarkable in their acrobatic performances, aren't they?" Cap chewed on the rice crackers and remarked to the ever-watchful Lotus beside him. "It's a pity. I believe they should not form a circus troupe, but rather embrace the life of pirates, for it would truly be a waste of their talents." Rotas believes that the acrobatic talents of the buggy pirates are truly remarkable, especially Kabaji, who is worth 3 to 5 individuals, possessing a plethora of skills and performing an endless array of acts. If they were to establish a circus, Kabaji would undoubtedly be the cornerstone of the troupe. It is unfortunate, however, that these individuals have chosen a path of piracy instead of pursuing such artistry. You share the same sentiment as I do, Rotas. I intend to encourage them to form a circus and perform at the headquarters. Are you serious, old man? Rotas believed that old man Kapu should indeed exercise caution. Allowing the pirates to perform acrobatics at the headquarters was a notion that few could conceive amidst the vastness of the ocean. Naturally, young Haku had likely never encountered such entertaining acrobatics before, and it was high time for Sengoku to unwind. If you ask me, he should have retired long ago. Yet here we are, with me also having to run around because he lingered. Very well, old man. Just ensure that the buggy pirates do not fall victim to Admiral Akainu's wrath. Rotes found it rather amusing that old man Carp could utter such words. Nevertheless, he believed that if Akainu were at the naval headquarters, the buggy pirates would pose a significant threat. "No worries, that little brat is no match for me," Carp replied nonchalantly, clearly dismissing Rotes' concerns. "If Akainu dares to make a move, I'll simply teach him a lesson." Chapter 42. Arrival. Are we heading back to the naval headquarters? Rotas inquired openly, sensing from Carp's demeanor that they were indeed heading towards the Navy headquarters. "Well, this time, I shall assist you in obtaining a proper rank. And then you can attend a few classes to learn the discipline of the Navy." Carp, rarely exhibiting a serious expression, clearly took Rotas's enlistment in the Navy to heart. "Old man, what rank can you actually secure for me at the headquarters? Don't tell me you can genuinely get me the rank of colonel." Rotes believed it prudent to inquire in advance, for if that old man were to shift the blame onto Sengoku, he would find himself in a predicament. It is essential to recognize that the adage "higher ranks crush the lesser" is not uttered lightly. Within the Navy, the hierarchy of ranks, from highest to lowest, is as follows: Marshal, General Admiral, 3 positions, Lieutenant General, Major General, Brigadier General, Colonel, Daisuke, Lieutenant Colonel, Chuzai, Major, Shisai, Captain, Lieutenant, Ensign, Warrant Officer, Sergeant Major, Sergeant, Corporal, Private First Class, Private Second Class, Private Third Class, Recruit, and miscellaneous personnel, Zatsuyu. The rank of colonel and above in the Navy headquarters is approximately 3 ranks superior to that of a colonel in a naval branch. Thus, if the former Colonel Axeman Monka were to return from his village alongside Nami and her compatriots, he would likely only be regarded as a lieutenant at the headquarters. The naval branches are divided into 2 categories, those of the 4 Seas and those of the Grand Line. The rank system in the 4 Seas branches is roughly 3 ranks lower than that of the headquarters, with colonel being the highest rank attainable. However, this is not the case for the Grand Line branches, which follow a naming convention of GX, as they are directly subordinate to the Navy headquarters and share the same rank system. Officers ranked as warrant officer and above are considered naval officers, while the admiral is not classified as a general, but rather as a naval governor, existing in the same echelon as the marshal. The marshal serves as the Grand Admiral and possesses the authority to initiate the demon extermination order. Haha, This old man will endeavor to assist you in your endeavors. You may rest assured and focus on your studies at headquarters. Carp found himself slightly unsettled by Rotes' inquiry, for the regulations at headquarters are stringent, and ascending the ranks necessitates corresponding military accomplishments. Initially, he had merely intended to deceive Rotes into believing he could become a colonel. However, should he truly seek a colonel's position under Sengoku, one must consider whether Sengoku would acquiesce, and it is likely that the soldiers would be the first to dissent. After all, the Navy's traditions have persisted for so long that each individual ascends the rank step by step to attain their position. Rotes' desire to ascend to the rank of colonel at once would undoubtedly cause unrest and provide fodder for gossip. Thus, Carp must engage in a thorough discussion with Sengoku to determine Rotes' military rank. Very well, once I have completed my studies, I shall not be required to follow others in their duties, correct? Rotas felt it prudent to seek clarity. Otherwise, if he were assigned a predetermined path upon completing his studies, he would merely be a foolhardy sailor. His aspiration to join the Navy was not solely to acquire knowledge or secure a stable position, but rather to enjoy the freedom that came with following Garp. Otherwise, should he be placed under the command of some wretched subordinate like a spider, he would find their presence intolerable and might even seize an opportunity to eliminate them. No need for concern. You are personally entrusted to me, Garp declared with unwavering confidence. Sengoku had instructed him to select his own personnel, and he had successfully done so. All that remained was to deliver them to the headquarters for training. If, during their journey, someone were to intercept them, Garp believed that those would-be interceptors would find the ensuing days, if not longer, exceedingly unpleasant. In such a case, they would have to contend with the repercussions of their actions while ensuring the safe return of the individuals. Let us hope, as you, old man, have suggested. Rotes glanced at Carp, sensing that the old man seemed to be contemplating something malicious. Marie Ford, situated at the heart of the Grand Line, is adjacent to the Shabandi archipelago, the Red Line, and the Holy Land of Mariewa. Between the Judicial Island and Impel Down, a vortex current, reserved for governmental use, is formed by 3 gates of justice. From above, the island resembles a crescent moon. After a lengthy voyage, Carp and his companions finally arrived at this destination. Old man, you ought to provide me with a complete Navy uniform, as we are nearing the Navy headquarters. By the way, you should seek out Admiral Sengoku. I will wander around the Navy headquarters, for I fear being captured and sent to Impel Down as a pirate. Rotas candidly approached Kapu, requesting attire, for it pertained to a matter of significance. Although he claimed to be idly wandering about the naval headquarters out of fear of apprehension, the true motive was to indulge in a more sumptuous meal, for Rotas firmly believed that soldiers could not partake in the same fare as the officers. Even if the dishes were identical, his higher military rank would afford him a larger portion. Otherwise, garbed in his current attire, he would undoubtedly find himself deprived of delectable options, given that he was not a part of the official ranks. Alas, Rotas, we have no garments suitable for you aboard. Kappa replied with a hint of embarrassment, for the ship lacked such grand naval uniforms ever since that young rascal, Akiji, departed. Come now, old chap. Why not relinquish the coat you are wearing? The weather is mild, and you need not burden yourself with layers. Lotus cast a glance at the cloak draped over Cap, contemplating that such a garment was certainly more preferable than the uniform he himself wore, although the cloak was somewhat small for his frame. One ought not to underestimate its significance. It is worth noting that within the Navy, all personnel below the rank of first-class sailor don the basic naval uniform and hat. Upon promotion to the rank of corporal, one is granted the liberty to choose from various attire options, including civilian clothing. However, the wearing of garments that do not align with the Navy's esteemed image remains strictly prohibited. Officers of junior rank are permitted to don coats emblazoned with the word justice alongside standard uniforms, while senior officers and generals transition to a combination of the justice coat paired with civilian attire. The moment the Rotes cloak was donned, it was akin to attaining the rank of a major. Admittedly, Rotes was merely an empty facade, possessing nothing but the garment itself. Nonetheless, it proved advantageous for him. Very well, I shall oblige you. Kappa pondered briefly and found Rotes' assertion to hold a modicum of truth. Thus he removed his justice cloak and bestowed it upon Rotes. Thank you, esteemed elder. I must say, you look incredibly dashing in a suit. Rotas, with an unflinching demeanor, complimented Carp on his dapper appearance in a suit. Before donning the Navy justice coat, it felt somewhat snug and a tad short, leaving his calves a bit chilly. Indeed, the comparison revealed a transformation. What was once lacking now seemed abundant, an impression that came to mind as Rotas donned the cloak. Naturally, he mused, One could look handsome in anything. Carp, filled with pride, contemplated whether he might opt to wear only suits in the future, forsaking the cloak altogether. That is certainly the case. Rotas has obtained what he desired. Consequently, he pleased Carp by speaking falsehoods against his better judgment. While Carp and Rotas engaged in jovial conversation, the buggy pirates were engulfed in panic. After all, one has never heard of a thief being recognized by the police without feeling a sense of dread. Thus, the atmosphere among the buggy pirates turned anxious, a wave of fear sweeping through their ranks. "Captain Buggy, what shall we do? Ahead lies the Navy headquarters, a veritable graveyard for genuine pirates," they lamented. "Indeed, Captain Buggy. You must devise a plan for your crew." The trio of tightrope walkers surrounded Buggy, weeping profusely, their demeanor suggesting they were moments away from the gallows. Buggy, exasperated by their incessant whining, felt his forehead twitching in frustration. His fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly until he could no longer endure their antics. Delivering a blow to each of them. As the trio continued to speak, one of them suddenly sported a new bump on his head. All three of them now sprawled on the ground, bottoms in the air. With a sigh of relief, Buggy felt a weight lift from his shoulders. These dim-witted fools were under the protection of that old man Carp. Any other Navy personnel would think twice before laying a finger on them. "Captain Buggy, I believe it would be prudent for us to remain aboard the ship," Kabaji suggested, glancing at the distant Navy headquarters. The thought of stepping ashore while being observed by a host of Navy officers was indeed unsettling. "This vessel requires maintenance. We must disembark," Buggy conceded, despite his reluctance. He understood that Navy ships needed regular upkeep, especially since soldiers had informed them of impending maintenance. "What shall we do, Captain Buggy?" his subordinates exclaimed, their anxiety palpable. While they felt secure aboard the ship, stepping onto the Navy's turf could spell disaster. They might encounter colonels, brigadiers, or even admirals. And should they be unfortunate enough to cross paths with a fleet admiral, their fates would likely be sealed. "The captain has already devised a plan," Buggy proclaimed. "Do you see that demon? We shall follow him. If trouble arises, we can push him forward." Pointing at Rotas, Buggy outlined his straightforward strategy of leveraging the demon's association with Carp. It would be a grave misstep not to exploit such an advantageous connection. "How impressive, Captain Buggy. Truly remarkable." His crew members erupted in admiration, their spirits lifted as they began to shower him with praise. Buggy, with his head held high and nostrils flared in arrogance, clearly reveled in the adulation of his subordinates. Chapter 43. The lobbyist within the office of the Admiral at Navy headquarters. Carp reclined in his chair, chewing on rice crackers, leaving Sengoku with nothing but his two large nostrils. "Carp, you rascal, this is the Admiral's office. Your behavior hardly reflects that of a vice-admiral." Zhangguo, with an expression of exasperation upon his face, contemplated the audacity of Carp, that old rascal, who truly seemed to disregard the boundaries of their relationship. Having descended to the point of conversing through his nostrils, "I have declared my intention to retire, and yet it is you who have thwarted my desire," he lamented. Carp, with an air of nonchalance, continued to munch on his rice crackers. If this group refused to permit his retirement, he could only resort to idleness, which would surely leave them with nothing to say. Then continue to lounge about, Zhangguo sighed. If Carp chose to wield this argument, Zhangguo could do little but acquiesce. The reluctance to allow Carp to retire stemmed not only from Zhangguo's fear of solitude, but also from the disapproval of the world government. After all, Carp was perceived by the world as a naval hero, a symbol of justice. Many young recruits admired him, only to discover that this naval legend possessed a unique and ineffable quality. "Well, I have come with a matter of significance, not merely to reminisce," Carp declared, setting down his rice crackers and straightening his posture, eager to conclude the business at hand and depart, lest the incessant stream of messengers render him uncomfortable. "Ah, you, old scoundrel, actually have something of importance to discuss?" Zhangguo chuckled, finding the notion amusing. The last time Carp had claimed to have a pressing matter was years, if not decades, ago. Now, having grown so leisurely, he dared to assert the same, perhaps once more suggesting retirement. Carp, feeling the weight of Zhangguo's skeptical gaze, felt his old face flush with embarrassment. Though he had indeed enjoyed a leisurely existence in recent years, he had nonetheless exerted considerable effort in combating the evils of the sea, albeit limited to those he happened upon. "Speak, then. What is it?" Zhangguo relaxed in his chair, preparing to lend an attentive ear to Carp's so-called important matter, for Carp's presence in the office was quite disruptive to his document reviews. "Aha." Zhangguo, Do you recall your words regarding my recruitment of individuals to bring to the naval headquarters for training, after which they could serve under me? Carp inquired, a mischievous glint in his eye. I do remember, Jean Gua replied, nodding, acknowledging that he had indeed uttered those words. Carp, that scamp, had the audacity to suggest that the younger generation of the Navy undergo training on a ship, which he euphemistically termed training, but in reality, it amounted to employing them as deckhands. He had grown so lazy as to desire assistance in capturing pirates. If merely serving as deckhands were the extent of it, that would be one thing. However, Carp's methods of instruction left much to be desired. Akiji, once a fervent and ambitious youth, had transformed into a lethargic admiral, perpetually wearing a vacant expression. Under Carp's tutelage, with this cautionary tale in mind, Jean Gua could hardly permit the younger generation of the Navy to embark on Carp's vessel. Yet, Carp frequently lamented during his visits to the headquarters, bemoaning the lack of colonels and lieutenant colonels among his subordinates compared to other rear admirals, and insisting that the headquarters assign him a few. Jean Gua, thoroughly exasperated, had eventually relented and permitted Carp to recruit his own crew. Now, upon hearing Carp's words, it appeared he had indeed found some recruits. Very well, I have brought the individuals you requested. As I meander through the headquarters, I must remind the canteen to prepare an ample amount of food, for the individual I have recruited possesses a hearty appetite. It is imperative to convey to the canteen the importance of this matter. Garp reiterated his point, ensuring that Sengoku would take it to heart, lest the soldiers at the naval headquarters find themselves without sustenance. One must be aware that that little rascal, Rotas, has recently increased his food intake. He mentioned that during his recent physical training, he noticed his body developing, thus necessitating a greater intake of nourishment. Indeed, during such growth, it is essential to consume more, or else he risks stunting his growth and lacking strength in the future. Garp believed it crucial not to let Rotas go hungry, as it could significantly affect his future endeavors. However, Garp also could not allow the soldiers at the naval headquarters to suffer from hunger, which is why he emphasized this matter repeatedly to Sengoku. All right, I will handle it, Sengoku replied, dismissing the concern. He assured Garp that with so many giant soldiers in the headquarters, the regular soldiers would not go hungry, and questioned whether Garp's recruits would be any different. Fine. Just don't come complaining to me later, Garp warned, having stated his concerns. He noted that if the soldiers ended up hungry, it would not be his fault, as he had taken precautions in advance. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. If it were merely about increasing the food supply, you wouldn't still be here. Sengoku waved his hand, urging Garp to get to the point and leave, as he had a mountain of documents from various branches awaiting his approval and was quite busy. Well, Garp hesitated, an unusual look of embarrassment crossing his face. Speak quickly, you rascal, Sengoku nearly shouted, finding Garp's demeanor quite irritating. Here is the thing, Sengoku. I promised the officer I recruited the rank of Rear Admiral. At the time of recruitment, I assured him of that rank. Now, he is here. But what about the promised title? Garp swiftly stated his purpose, albeit altering the rank from Colonel to Rear Admiral. Garp, you scoundrel. Is a Rear Admiral something to be given so casually? What do you take the Navy for? Sengoku exclaimed, gripping Garp's collar in anger. He realized that Garp had been waiting to confront him about this matter, having promised someone a Rear Admiral position. Is that rank something to be handed out so frivolously? If this gets out, it would tarnish the Navy's reputation and make it difficult to manage the soldiers under our command. Wait a moment, Sengoku. A Rear Admiral is not a loss. That little rascal has the strength of a Vice Admiral after my training. It's merely a Rear Admiral position. We stand to gain from this, Garp asserted, convinced that this was a profitable endeavor. We're making a wise investment by securing someone of Vice Admiral caliber for the position of Rear Admiral. Huh? You old rascal truly believe this is business? In the midst of the tumultuous events surrounding the warring states, Sengoku found himself nearly exasperated to the point of asphyxiation by the old rascal, Garp. This aging scoundrel, as he grew older, seemed to become increasingly muddled, uttering such absurdities that, if they were to spread, would undoubtedly invite ridicule from countless individuals. What shall we do then? Sengoku implored. You cannot simply disregard this matter. Garp shrugged nonchalantly, suggesting that since Sengoku disapproved, he would leave the matter in Sengoku's capable hands. After all, Sengoku held the esteemed title of Fleet Admiral, while Garp was merely a Vice Admiral. Should Roths express dissatisfaction, the blame would not fall upon Garp, for he had made diligent efforts, and Sengoku's disapproval left him with no recourse. At best, Roths would attain the rank of lieutenant. If he truly possessed the strength of a Vice Admiral, he would inevitably ascend to that position on his own merit. Sengoku pondered the ranks, ultimately assigning a position that was neither excessively high nor too low. After all, attaining the rank of captain was relatively accessible, and as long as Rotas diligently pursued pirates, achieving the status of Commodore would merely be a matter of time. Very well then, I shall assist him in acquiring his uniform, Sengoku concluded. Garp calculated that the rank of lieutenant would likely be acceptable to Rotas, thus he refrained from seeking a higher rank. After all, with Rotas under his wing, reaching the rank of Commodore was simply contingent upon how many pirates they were prepared to confront. Now be off with you. And do remember to register with Vice Admiral Tsuru, Sengoku instructed before ushering Garp out of his office, ensuring that Garp would provide the necessary documentation for Rotas, so as to avoid any embarrassing situations where allies might inadvertently clash. As Garp leisurely exited the office, he made his way toward Vice Admiral Tsuru's office. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the Marine headquarters, Rotas was busy filling a massive tray with food, followed closely by the crew of the Buggy pirates. Captain Buggy, do you think we stand out too much like this? Kabaji inquired, glancing around to note that it was not yet mealtime, and few soldiers had arrived in the cafeteria. However, their actions were keenly observed by a group of vigilant cafeteria chefs. Stand out. Kabaji, hurry up and eat, Buggy retorted, as he seized a chicken leg and began to gnaw on it. Dismissing Kabaji's concerns entirely, to suggest they were conspicuous was laughable. Could they possibly outshine Rotas, who donned a navy coat and utilized the cafeteria tray as a bowl? In comparison, they hardly stood out at all. After all, Buggy had nearly starved aboard the ship, and now that he was finally on land, he intended to indulge. I quite like this cafeteria, especially its rules, he mused. The food was served without limit, yet wastage was strictly prohibited, with offenders facing punishment. Rotas found the mess hall absolutely splendid. He longed to settle there, yet reality dictated otherwise. He could only linger at the naval headquarters for a brief moment before he had to assist Old Man Carp with his tasks. Nevertheless, for now, he could indulge in food and drink until he could consume no more. Boss, I believe we must work overtime. This food is insufficient. The chef glanced at the gluttonous figure in the mess hall and realized that they would indeed have to extend their hours. The food they had prepared was vanishing at a visibly alarming rate, proving inadequate for the entire naval headquarters. Very well, let us all get back to work, the head chef declared, taking a puff from his cigarette before turning to the previously halted cooks, urging them to resume their culinary duties. As chefs, how could they allow eager patrons to leave the mess hall with empty stomachs? Chapter 44. The mighty Hammer Carp exited Sengoku's office and briskly approached the door of Tsuru's office. Just as he was about to knock, he heard Tsuru's voice from within. Carp, come in. Ha ha ha, little Tsuru, it has been quite a while. Carp pushed the door open, donning his signature grin. What happened to your naval coat, Carp? Tsuru inquired, observing Carp's attire of mere suit and tie with a hint of exasperation. As a vice admiral, one could not be so leisurely as to forego the naval cloak. I gave it to my delightful subordinate, little Tsuru, Carp replied playfully, deftly seating himself across from Vice Admiral Tsuru. Really, you still act like a child. Are you here for your charming subordinate? Tsuru questioned. Oh, little Tsuru, you are as perceptive as ever. It's hard not to know, Carp, Tsuru sighed, rubbing his temples before handing Carp several photographs. Oh, Carp accepted the pictures curiously, his eyes immediately drawn to the golden hair and the black and white horns adorning a figure clad in a naval coat that appeared quite snug. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the location where the photograph was taken. Little Tsuru, it seems you are already aware, huh? This is my newly recruited subordinate, Rotas. What do you think? Does he not embody my youthful spirit? Carp laughed heartily, exuding an air of pride, as if urging Tsuru to compliment him. Ah, this little fellow named Rotas, is it? He is certainly causing quite a stir in the mess hall. Hawk, with a sense of resignation, organized the intelligence gathered from Carp and the soldiers. Ever since Carp arrived at the headquarters, news had reached her that he brought along a group of individuals of ambiguous identity, one of whom appeared to be a young member of the demon race, clad in an ill-fitting naval coat. Initially, Hawk harbored doubts about whether the youth was indeed wearing Carp's coat, as Carp rarely shed his naval attire. However, she could now ascertain the truth from Carp's words. It was evident that he held a deep admiration for this Rotas. At present, Carp seemed to be treating Rotas almost like a disciple. Ha ha ha, little Hawk. I'm counting on you with the cafeteria. After all, you are familiar with the headquarters, Carp implored, playfully requesting Hawk's assistance with matters concerning the cafeteria. as Rotes had an insatiable appetite. Let us put that aside for now. Please fill out this form, Hawk insisted, presenting Carp with a document to record Rotes' information, which would facilitate the processing of Rotes' paperwork. She had already taken care of the cafeteria issues. Otherwise, the matter would have escalated to Sengoku. Carp accepted the form, grasped a pen, and within moments, completed it. He handed the filled-out document to Hawk. She was somewhat astonished by Carp's speed, yet promptly took the form. As she scanned its contents, a look of indignation gradually surfaced on her face. Carp, you scoundrel. You filled out only one name. What about the rest? Hawk was exasperated. The form contained merely a name and gender, while fields for birthplace, age, parents, and experiences were glaringly absent. Little Hawk, please don't be angry. I truly only know this much. I am quite ashamed to admit that I found Rotes in the New World Seas, Carp lamented, feeling a headache brewing. He genuinely had no further information to provide. All he knew was Rotes' name, that he was male, and likely not yet 20 years old. So, you brought an individual of unknown origins to the Navy headquarters. Should I commend your audacity or question your judgment, Carp? Hawk thought Carp's actions transcended mere carelessness. To have rescued someone from the New World and brought him aboard was reckless, especially considering it was the territory of the four emperors. What if this were part of a scheme devised by one of them? They would be inviting danger into their midst. Ah, don't say that, little Hawk. Rotes is a fine lad, diligent and obedient. Carp defended Rotes, striving to alleviate Hawk's suspicions. After all, Rotes was someone he had painstakingly acquired. If Hawk were to dismiss him, he feared it might be ages before he encountered someone so compliant and resilient again. Very well, let us register him first and observe. Kazan's attitude suggests an understanding that preventing Rotes from joining the Navy is an impossibility. Otherwise, he would only trouble Sengoku further. Let us have a set of superior uniforms prepared for Rotes, and simultaneously inquire with the weapons department if there are any large hammers crafted from sea prism stone available, preferably one that stands 3 meters tall. If not, a one-handed hammer exceeding half a meter will suffice. Prior to his arrival, Carp had asked Rotes what weapon he desired, to which Rotes replied with a preference for a hammer, the heavier the better, ideally made of sea prism stone, one swing for each devil fruit user. As for the Navy uniform, Carp insisted on a higher quality. Considering Rotes' daily training, it would be quite inappropriate for him to tear his clothing during practice. Previously, Rotes had trained bare-chested. As he had not formally joined the Navy, now that he is a member, he must be mindful of appearances. Carp, do you think sea prism stone weapons are as common as cabbages? Kazan sighed, realizing Carp truly lacked an understanding of the value of resources. Does he genuinely believe that the Navy is replete with sea prism stone weaponry? It is crucial to note that sea prism stone possesses the hardness of diamonds, making it exceedingly challenging to work with. To forge a 3-meter-tall hammer is not merely a matter of the stone's rarity. The time required for such craftsmanship is incalculable. Is there perhaps an alternative material that is both heavy and durable, Kazan? As long as it can yield a substantial and weighty hammer, that will suffice. Upon hearing Kazan's words, Carp reluctantly decided to seek materials of a slightly lesser grade than sea prism stone to construct the hammer. Indeed, Dr. Vegapunk has developed a new type of alloy that matches the hardness of sea prism stone, though it is excessively heavy. However, it aligns well with your requirements. I shall instruct the research department to incorporate some crushed sea prism stone into it to assist in crafting a formidable hammer. Kazan quickly recalled Vegapunk's recent invention, an alloy of comparable hardness to sea prism stone, originally intended for the latest warships. However, it was deemed unsuitable due to the excessive weight, resulting in slower speeds than pirate vessels, leading to its rejection. Thank you very much, Kazan. Carp expressed great satisfaction, as most matters had been resolved, allowing him a much-needed respite. But hold on to your gratitude. Bogart cannot accompany you just yet. This is at the behest of Peach Rabbit and Tina, who believe Bogart's talents would be better utilized instructing soldiers at headquarters rather than following you. Kazan waved his hand, signaling Carp not to rejoice too soon. Peach Rabbit is adamant about not allowing Bogart to return to Carp's side, arguing that such an exceptional swordsman should not be wasted on Carp's ship, but rather contribute to nurturing the next generation of the Navy. No worries. If Bogart is content to remain where he is, I shall not interfere with his decision. However, concerning Rotes, Kazan, you must assist me in ensuring everything is in order. Carp was unconcerned about whether Bogart would return to the ship. After all, having Bogart aboard merely provided him with conversation, while Rotes and the others could serve as training dummies and perform acrobatics. Ah, By the way, Carp, are you still apprehending the pirates of the Buggy crew? Tsuru inquired, as she produced a photograph of Buggy's crew following the footsteps of Rotas, handing it to Carp. She recalled that Buggy, the red-nosed pirate, was once a member of Roger's crew and had a long-standing acquaintance with Shanks. Although uncertain as to why Carp allowed Buggy's crew such freedom, Tsuru merely sought clarification, given that it was Carp who had captured them. That red-nosed brat possesses little skill. As you are well aware, my intention in capturing him was merely to take revenge on that young scoundrel Shanks. By the way, tonight the red-nosed lad will perform acrobatics alongside his crew. Make sure to attend. Little Tsuru, Carp invited her to the performance, a plan he had devised long ago. As for Sangoku, Carp had not considered him in the slightest, knowing full well how occupied Sangoku was to attend an acrobatic show. Carp, are you not concerned that Akaina might eliminate them? Tsuru expressed her apprehension, believing that if Akaina were to learn of Carp's actions, the Buggy crew would likely face total annihilation. Not at all. That magma brat poses no threat to me, and besides, I have no intention of letting him know. Carp asserted, confident that the magma boy would not make a stir. He was solely focused on presenting the acrobatic performance for Tsuru's enjoyment. Anyone who dared to interfere would face his wrath. Very well, Carp. Tsuru nodded in agreement to attend the performance. She had been quite busy with work lately, and a chance to relax while watching acrobatics seemed a delightful plan. That is splendid. I shall leave the matter of Rotas to you, little Tsuru. I must take my leave now, Carp said, rising to depart, having achieved his goal. He needed to ensure that Buggy and his crew were adequately prepared to avoid embarrassment during the show. Carp truly resembled a child in his enthusiasm. Tsuru watched him leave with a smile, reflecting on how Carp had not changed at all, remaining as youthful and carefree as ever. Chapter 45, Mother no longer needs to worry about my meals in the Naval Headquarters cafeteria. Rotas had just finished a plate of food and was preparing to fetch another when a soldier in a Navy uniform, adorned with the emblem of the Marine, approached him and said, "Greetings, sir. I am here on the orders of Vice Admiral Tsuru. You were requested to dine at the Giant S restaurant." "Ah, the Giant S restaurant? Are there two cafeterias at the Naval Headquarters?" Rotas listened with great curiosity. There are indeed two cafeterias at the Naval Headquarters? Yes. Due to the presence of the Giant Brigade, a special giant restaurant was established, where the chefs are also giants. Thus the speed of food preparation surpasses that of the other cafeteria considerably. The messenger nodded, affirming that this was indeed the situation. He felt quite bewildered upon receiving the order from Vice Admiral Crane, which instructed him to accompany the young demon who came with Vice Admiral Carp to dine at the giant restaurant. "Very well then, lead the way, my good brother." Lotus, with a familiar gesture, patted the soldier on the shoulder, eagerly anticipating a visit to the giant's restaurant. In his eyes, the giants, with their impressive stature, surely prepared meals of grand proportions, far more magnificent than the scattered offerings of their current mess hall. "Very well, please follow me," he urged. The soldier, momentarily taken aback by Lotus's casual demeanor, assessed the considerable difference in their heights and realized the importance of discretion over obstinacy. "Captain Baki, Lotus has been taken away. Should we follow?" Kabaji inquired, glancing at Lotus's departure while continuing to enjoy his meal. After all, Lotus was a legitimate patron, whereas they were not. Observing Lotus's interaction with the soldier, he sought Baki's counsel. "Follow? We've been here for so long without incident. I doubt there will be any trouble now," Baki replied dismissively. "Just remember, do not cause any disturbances here." He cast a brief glance at Lotus's retreating figure before losing interest. Given the duration they had remained unbothered, it was unlikely they would attract attention now. Though Baki appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was not foolish. This was the Naval Headquarters once they disembarked. Their identities would undoubtedly be scrutinized by the Navy. The absence of any arrests indicated that Garp had established connections with the higher-ups in the Navy. As long as they kept a low profile, they would be treated as inconsequential. Is this truly the Giant's restaurant? It is indeed colossal. Rotas followed the messenger to the so-called Giant's restaurant. Though referred to as a restaurant, it resembled a grand stadium, spacious yet somewhat distant from the central base, suggesting that the Navy preferred not to erect such an immense structure at the heart of their establishment. After escorting Rotas to this venue, the messenger departed. At that moment, with mealtime yet to arrive, Rotas found himself alone in the vast dining hall, his eyes glistening with excitement as he beheld the roasted sea beasts arranged upon the enormous wooden stumps. A foolish grin spread across his face as he leaped into action, scaling the towering stumps with both hands and feet. "Delicious morsels, here I come." Rotas, with drool trickling from the corners of his mouth, began to gnaw at the colossal sea creatures that stretched for dozens of meters. At long last, Rotas felt that his hardships had borne fruit. He would not relinquish his name unless he could recoup his losses. In pursuit of a hearty meal at headquarters, he shamelessly sought knowledge from Carp, ultimately mastering the art of life restoration. This technique proved to be remarkably effective. Previously, he had nearly satisfied his hunger at the ordinary cafeteria. Yet here in the giant restaurant, after consuming merely half of a sea beast, he was already feeling full, his belly distended. However, upon employing life restoration, his stomach instantly deflated, reigniting his appetite and allowing him to indulge once more. Since acquiring this skill, Rotas felt liberated from the necessity of 3 meals a day. He could now feast to his heart's content, transforming the food he consumed into life force stored within his body. As long as his life force was ample, he would not succumb to hunger as swiftly. Admittedly, the quantity of food required for a single meal might be substantial, as he had only dined for a brief period. Yet, behind him lay the skeletal remains of 3 sea beasts, each measuring 50 to 60 meters. Rotas had significantly enhanced his efficiency in eating. In essence, ever since mastering life restoration, he could confidently declare, "Mother, you need not worry any longer. I will no longer be outpaced at the dining table." At this moment, the Baratai was still bustling with activity, while the buggy pirates had already finished their meal. However, they did not leave. Instead, they lingered in the dining hall, awaiting someone to fetch them. They were acutely aware that, as outsiders, wandering aimlessly could lead to trouble, especially since they were uncertain whether their escort would be heading to impel down for a rest. After all, there were undoubtedly restricted areas within the Navy headquarters that they were not privy to, thus they resolved to remain in place. It was certain that Garp and Lotus would come to find them, particularly Garp, who had explicitly requested their performance at the Navy headquarters. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Garp arrived. He first inquired about their situation, and upon learning that Lotus had gone to the giant restaurant, he instructed his soldiers to escort the buggy pirates to rest, to prevent any mishaps during the evening's performance. After ensuring the buggy pirates were settled, Garp made his way to the giant restaurant, his spirits buoyed by the completion of his tasks. Soon, Garp reached the giant restaurant. Upon entering, he was greeted by rows of pristine white bones resting atop enormous wooden stumps, and the flickering yellow light dancing upon the meat of sea beasts. The yellow light lingered momentarily on the glistening surfaces before darting away to another shiny spot, leaving behind only the stark whiteness of the skeletons. "Lotus, have you had enough to eat? If not, I shall return for you later," Garp called out, raising his voice to ensure Lotus could hear him. He paid little mind to the quantity of food Lotus had consumed, as he trusted that little Crane had managed everything, rendering it a non-issue in his eyes. "Grandpa Garp, just wait a moment. I have only a few left. I will finish soon, and then I will join you at the ordinary dining hall for another meal." "I am still quite hungry," Lotus replied. Rotas paused slightly in his meal, raising his voice in a desperate shout, fearful that Garp might escape. Having finished the food, he felt he could still consume more. However, navigating to the regular cafeteria required a guide, especially considering the previous dining experience had been somewhat intense. "Then, do hurry," Garp responded, pulling out a pack of senbei and crunching away, intending to pass the tedious time. "Very well," Rotas responded and resumed his meal. He felt that the giant restaurant was indeed preferable, as the food was simply laid out before him, with no one lingering around. He could dine without the burden of curious gazes, which was truly delightful. Before long, as Garp was savoring his rice crackers, he noticed a yellow light descending before him. He paused his actions, looking quizzically at the individual before him. "Rotas, how could I possibly think you've grown a bit taller?" Garp observed Rotas directly, suddenly realizing he had to slightly elevate his gaze to meet his eyes. "Is that so?" Rotas glanced at Cap and felt around his own body, realizing that Cap indeed seemed significantly shorter, while he himself appeared to have grown considerably taller. "It appeared to be true, old man. See, I told you. I've been growing lately, old man. Please take me to the cafeteria. I feel quite hungry again." Lotus gestured towards his current state, expressing that he was indeed undergoing development. The prolonged pauses during his journey, scavenging for sustenance, were not merely for the sake of experimenting with the return of life. Rotas has yet to comprehend how he has suddenly grown taller. Could it be a side effect of the vitality restoration? He certainly does not wish to become excessively tall, for it would complicate his search for a spouse. Rotas decided to set aside the reasons for his sudden growth. Feeling somewhat constricted, he swiftly returned the coat he had been draped into Cap, which brought him considerable relief. It was indeed time to nourish his development. "Come, follow me to dine." Cap suggested. He nodded, leading Rotas to the dining hall. Although puzzled by Rotas's unexpected height, he was certain that during such a phase of growth, one must not endure hunger. Old man, how does my rank stand? Rotas followed closely beside Carp, filled with curiosity about the rank Carp had procured for him. A captain. That was all Sengoku was willing to bestow. Despite my earnest entreaties, they proved in vain. However, fret not, when the time comes, I shall lead you to capture a few pirate crews, and you shall swiftly ascend to the rank of colonel. No need for concern, old man. I merely wish to inquire how long we may remain at headquarters. Lotus mused that it would be splendid to stay here for an extended period. Surrounded by an abundance of food, without the need to spend time or money, truly an ideal environment for unrefined development. At most, he could endure a week, after all. Even he could not remain at headquarters for too long, as it had become rather tedious. Carp pinched his nostrils, expressing his reluctance to linger at headquarters, finding it rather dull and a place where one could encounter the murky underbelly of the Navy. Very well then. Rotas felt a tinge of disappointment. It was truly regrettable that he could not linger at the naval headquarters. However, as a subordinate of Garp, he found himself powerless in this regard. Chapter 46. The Cafeteria. The demon has returned, and is once again at the side of Rear Admiral Garp. I fear we may have to work overtime. Is it not so? Wasn't that demon taken to the giant's restaurant? Why has he returned? Surely he hasn't consumed all the food designated for the giant troops. Do not jest. The giant's restaurant prepares an abundance of food, sufficient for the soldiers of the giant army. You know well how much food is prepared there. Indeed, considering the stature of this fellow, even with the bloodline of a demon, he could hardly devour it all. Upon hearing this, one chef felt the reasoning of his companion was sound, yet soon he began to question the logic. If the food at the giant's restaurant is so plentiful, why would he come to us? That is precisely because our fare is superior. Do you not realize how coarse the skills of those giant chefs are? I surmise he could no longer tolerate the taste of their food, which is why he has sought refuge here. As the chef spoke, a proud smile adorned his face. Chefs take great pride in their ability to attract diners with their culinary skills, and even now, as they serve in the Navy, it remains unchanged. In his eyes, those who initially ventured to the giant's restaurant returning to their establishment was a testament to the superior flavor of their dishes. That makes sense, another chef concurred. Realizing that this was the only plausible explanation, what are you still doing here? Do you wish for our patrons to go hungry? Just as the two were conversing, a voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Upon hearing it, both chefs instinctively recoiled, their previously confident demeanor replaced by timidity. Chef Captain, we shall attend to it immediately. Yes. My apologies, Chef Captain. They quickly offered their apologies and immediately rejoined the other chefs in their tasks. What a lazy bunch. The Chef Captain mused as he watched them depart, shaking his head. Such indolent individuals could never aspire to be exemplary chefs. Taking a deep breath, he extinguished his lit cigarette, glancing at Garp and the demon, who was indulging heartily. He recognized this would be a challenging battle, a contest between the speed of the diners and that of the chefs. Rotas, do take your time. There is still plenty left. Garp gently advised, observing Rotas piling an enormous amount of food onto their table. Even he felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he could clearly see the significant dent Rotas had made in the food supply. Not to worry, old man. I can handle it, Rotas reassured him. Rotas assumed that Garp, fearing a rapid intake might lead to choking, expressed his gratitude by offering a few explanations. Upon concluding his remarks, he resumed his pace of consumption with fervor. Garp, feeling a sense of responsibility towards his subordinates, was determined to ensure their well-being, albeit with a touch of sorrow. However, one solace remained. All these provisions were funded by the headquarters, sparing him the expense of a single berry. Seated beside Rotas, Garp partook in the offerings each time Rotas presented them. Amidst this repetitive exchange, Garp found himself bloated and unable to consume more, while Rotas's abdomen, under Garp's watchful gaze, swelled and receded in a rhythmic dance. Time passed unnoticed until the first soldier, ready for a meal, entered the mess hall, prompting Rotas to finally halt his actions. Are you full? Garp inquired, somewhat astonished, having grown accustomed to observing Rotas's relentless eating. He had anticipated Rotas would continue, yet was taken aback by a sudden pause. No. Soldiers have arrived for their meal. I shall take my leave for now and return after they have finished, lest they work on an empty stomach. Rotas wiped his mouth and glanced around the kitchen and dining hall, observing the food laid out on the tables. He noted that the chefs were still bustling about, and the dishes were gradually returning to a state of normalcy, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that when the soldiers from the naval headquarters arrived in the mess, they would find no sustenance, which would surely make him infamous, along with Carp. Alas, such notoriety would likely be of a negative nature. Thus, when the first soldiers entered the dining hall, he abstained from eating, opting instead to assist the chefs in replenishing the empty dishes, ensuring that the soldiers had ample food to consume. Very well, follow me, Carp said, rising to depart with Rotas. Their exit from the dining table was witnessed by the chefs, who were diligently preparing the meals. Some chefs felt their eyes welling with tears, while others quietly sobbed. In contrast, the head chef, observing the departing duo, managed to smile, fully aware that this time they had triumphed. Of course, there were also chefs who had endured considerable strain. Upon seeing the two leave, one with a numbed expression murmured, "At last, they have finally departed." After uttering this, the chef seemed unable to support himself any longer and collapsed to the ground. A fellow chef rushed to assist him, while the head chef instructed someone to take him to rest. The head chef, watching the departing colleague, recognized that the battle had been exceedingly intense. It was only natural for these chefs, unaccustomed to such prolonged high-stress conditions, to experience fatigue. Therefore, he resolved to commence training for them, for his chefs. They could not allow themselves to be outpaced by the patron's appetite. "Rotas, will you be able to dine in the mess on your own later? I have some matters to attend to," Carp suddenly remarked as they walked, not wishing to accompany Rotas to the dining hall any longer, as he could no longer bear the scrutiny he attracted while Rotas ate. "Certainly, old man. Go ahead and take care of your business. As long as I catch a whiff of food in the air, I shall know where the dining hall is, and besides, my memory serves me well. I need no guidance from you." After a moment of contemplation, Rotas posited that Kapu might be arranging a performance for the buggy pirates. He then confidently expressed his remarkable navigational talent. "Indeed, it is an admirable skill. By the way, you are to commence your studies tomorrow. A dedicated soldier will escort you, so there is no need to await my arrival." Kapu felt a slight embarrassment regarding Rotas' navigational prowess, yet it was a relief that Rotas could find his way, sparing him the responsibility of guiding him. Tomorrow, Kapu had no intention of accompanying Rotas, as he needed to check on Bogart's well-being at the headquarters. "Is it really that soon? I suppose it would be fine if I go after finishing breakfast," Rotas remarked. Lotus was slightly taken aback, wondering why the naval headquarters was moving at such a rapid pace when school typically began with a day of rest. He had intended to indulge in another day of feasting. However, there was no issue with that, yet he needed to be mindful of the time to avoid being late. Carp pondered for a moment before advising Lotus to be cautious not to lose track of time while dining. "That would require your esteemed self to arrange for someone to remind me." Rotas expressed that he pays no heed to time while dining, as long as there is sustenance. He will partake, regarding time as ephemeral as smoke. "Very well, I shall assist you." Cap contemplated Rotas's dining demeanor today and resolved that it would be prudent to assign someone to accompany Rotas, lest he arrive late on his inaugural day of learning. Although this education is merely a formality, given that they typically engage in tasks at sea and return to headquarters only sporadically over months, such formalities must still be observed. "My gratitude. Esteemed elder." Rotas expressed his gratitude to Carp, remarking on the elder's remarkable thoughtfulness. "It's nothing," Carp replied. What could Carp do? He had personally recruited them, and he had to ensure everything was in order, even if it meant dealing with their grievances. As nightfall quietly descended, Carp led the buggy pirates to a secluded clearing, a remote area of the headquarters where few ventured. Carp chose this location deliberately to evade the watchful eyes of numerous soldiers. After all, inviting a pirate crew to perform acrobatics at the headquarters was not a matter to be taken lightly. "Listen up, you little rascals," Carp commanded. "Put your hearts into this performance. If you impress, perhaps your bounties will be lifted, but those who slack off should not be surprised when I come to collect later." Carp first offered them a sweet promise before instilling a sense of fear, ensuring that these miscreants would not underperform. It would be one thing if he were the only audience, but he had invited Tashigi this time. Should these young scoundrels allow him to lose face before her, he would show them the true meaning of justice with his iron fist. Yes, Master Carp. We will give it our all, rest assured." The buggy pirates replied fervently, eager to prove themselves and shed their pirate identities. Among them, Buggy was particularly enthusiastic, having long desired to keep a low profile. If he could manage to have his bounty reduced, he would seize the opportunity to escape, making his future treasure-seeking endeavors far more manageable. "Good," Carp nodded, satisfied with their response, before turning to seek out Tashigi. As Carp and the buggy pirates departed, Rotas emerged from his quarters, his intentions clear and focused. There were only two places to go, the mess hall and the giant's dining area. In the pitch-black night, a storm of chaos was brewing silently. In the mess hall, chefs busily cleared tables, moving between the kitchen and dining area. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared in the empty space of the hall, arriving without a sound and disturbing no one but the chefs, who were filled with trepidation. "Prepare yourselves," the figure commanded. "Let us indulge this ravenous patron." The head chef, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, instructed his brigade to prepare the ingredients, for yet another culinary battle was upon them. They would not falter. Such was the dignity of a chef. Chapter 47. The hungry ghosts. It was a morning like any other, as the dawn's light broke, dispelling the shadows of the night. Sunlight bathed the earth, and the soldiers of the headquarters made their way to the mess hall for breakfast. However, upon their arrival at the usually fragrant dining area, they were met with an unsettling absence. The delightful aromas and the tables brimming with food were nowhere to be found. Initially taken aback, the soldiers quickly began to converse, inquiring if anyone knew the reason for the mess hall's unexpected closure. Amidst the ensuing clamor, the word "closed" echoed amongst them. Determined to uncover the reason for the kitchen's silence, they ventured towards the kitchen, where the lights were inexplicably on. Their confusion deepened. If the lights were illuminated, surely there must be chefs present. Yet, the utter stillness was unnerving. Cautiously, the soldiers approached the kitchen door, a chill creeping down their spines. Some of the more timid among them distanced themselves from the entrance, opting to peer through the window instead. What they beheld sent a shock of terror through them. The chefs lay sprawled upon the floor, unconscious. A startled cry escaped their lips. "What is happening? Why the commotion?" came the irritated retort from other wary soldiers, startled by the outburst. "The chefs, they're all down," one soldier exclaimed, his face etched with fear, his words stumbling forth. "What? Everyone, quickly into the kitchen," urged another soldier, and they all rushed inside. Within the kitchen, the once animated chefs lay scattered on the ground, each in a state of unconsciousness, their eyes shadowed and weary. The kitchen was strewn with remnants of spices and ingredients, clearly neglected. "Head chef, what has happened to you? Who attacked you?" The soldiers, lifting the chefs, hurried towards the infirmary, their inquiries pressing as to who had wrought such havoc upon them. "The hungry ghosts from hell. We have lost." "We have lost," murmured the head chef, awakening momentarily before slipping back into unconsciousness. "Hungry ghosts from hell? What does that mean?" One soldier pondered aloud. "I do not know. But we must expedite their treatment," another replied, aware of the dire state of the chefs. In the marshal's office, Carp sat with a disgruntled expression before Sengoku, leaving only the slightest room for air between them. "Carp, do you know why I summoned you?" Sengoku inquired. "How could I possibly know?" Carp retorted. Kapu's forehead was adorned with a multitude of creases, reflecting his displeasure at being summoned by Sengoku so early in the morning. After all, it was still dawn. What could possibly warrant such an early call? Perhaps it was related to his omission of inviting Little Crane and the others to the acrobatics show yesterday. Yet, it seemed unlikely that Sengoku would be so petty. The previous night, Kapu had intended to invite Crane to the acrobatics, but instead, Crane had invited Peach Rabbit, who in turn brought Tina along, and then Chibuta followed with Peach Rabbit. Ultimately, the gathering swelled, and Kapu lost count of how many had attended the performance. "Is this the group you brought?" Sengoku inquired, producing a photograph and handing it to Kapu. Curious, Kapu accepted the image, which, though somewhat dim, was recognizable as belonging to Rotas. "Yes, what of it?" Kapu replied, puzzled. "Has Rotas committed a crime or engaged in some scandal?" "Not at all," Sengoku shook his head, clarifying that Rotas had done nothing wrong. "Then why am I here?" Kapu's expression darkened. If nothing was amiss, what was the purpose of this meeting? Was it merely to toy with him? "That's not it, Kapu," Sengoku quickly gestured, assuring him of his sincerity. "If there's something to discuss, please be swift. I must find Bogart." Kapu, visibly irritated, urged Sengoku to get to the point without wasting his time. "Did you know that all the chefs in the cafeteria collapsed last night?" Sengoku asked. "I did not," Kapu replied curtly. The chef's predicament held no relevance for him, as he was nowhere near the cafeteria, situated in a remote area of the headquarters. "Well, nearly all the supplies in the headquarters were depleted. Are you aware of that?" Sengoku pressed. "I am not," Kapu continued with his brusque demeanor. The depletion of supplies was of no concern to him. He was not in charge of the storeroom, and any inquiry should be directed towards the chefs, not him. "Would you like to know more?" Sengoku probed. "I do not," Kapu reiterated, disinterested in matters that did not pertain to him. However, this is connected to the people you brought with you, Sengoku insisted, pointing to the photograph in Kapu's hand. Though Sengoku himself was skeptical about the link, the evidence captured by the imaging bug spoke volumes. Are you suggesting that Rotas injured the chefs and then pilfered the supplies? Kapu's expression betrayed disbelief. While he could not vouch for Rotas' character, he was certain that such an act of burglary was beneath him. No, Kapu, you misunderstand, Sengoku clarified. What I mean is that the individuals you brought consumed all the supplies in the headquarters and left the chefs utterly exhausted. Zhangguo hastily clarified, anxious that Carp might misunderstand the situation. Indeed, Carp had brought with him a remarkable glutton who, within a single day, devoured all the stored provisions and exhausted the kitchen staff, leaving the soldiers with no choice but to venture onto the ocean in search of fish. What relevance did this have to Rotas? Wasn't the mess hall intended to ensure the Navy's sustenance? Moreover, I had forewarned you in advance. Carp insisted that he would not bear the blame. After all, the mess hall was precisely for feeding the Navy. So what if the supplies were depleted? If they ran out, they could simply procure more. Surely the Navy would not allow a soldier to go hungry. Wait, Carp, why are you taking him away? Zhangguo's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Carp's companion would be so extraordinary and insatiable. News had already spread throughout the headquarters about the glutton who, in just one night, had consumed all the provisions and incapacitated the entire kitchen staff. Zhangguo wished for Carp to swiftly remove him. Although the headquarters could barely sustain this, the chefs were suffering. The talent has just begun to learn. Why rush him away? I've only just arrived at the headquarters. You can't expel him so soon. Carp, visibly displeased, protested that he had only just settled in and had not even spent 2 nights there. Why must I be forced to remove someone? Zhangguo scolded him vehemently, grabbing Carp by the collar. You scoundrel, can't you recruit someone more normal? Is such a person easily found? Do you truly believe the Navy is a place for endless resources? Carp had indeed brought in a uniquely ravenous individual. Even if Rotas possessed the strength of a vice admiral as Carp claimed, the sustenance required to maintain such an appetite would suffice for many vice admirals. Before Rotas achieved the power of an admiral, sustaining him with such large quantities of food was tantamount to incurring losses, while the headquarters might manage to support him. It was not a wasteful enterprise. Zhangguo could only hope that Carp would take Rotas away soon. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. He wished to hear no more about Rotas. Fortunately, Carp intended to take Rotas aboard his ship, had he remained at the headquarters. Zhangguo feared he would truly be overwhelmed. Do not speak in such a manner, Zhangguo. Rotas possesses immense potential. The Navy would undoubtedly benefit from recruiting him now. I assure you, within a decade, the likes of Akiji and his peers will not stand a chance against Rotas. Just imagine, in 10 years. The Navy will have an additional force on par with the 4 emperors. Wouldn't that be a great gain for us? Carp proclaimed with unwavering conviction, exuding an air of certainty that they were destined for great fortune. Enough of that, Carp. In 10 years, we shall both be retired. This vast ocean will forever belong to the youth. We old-timers will no longer possess ships to sail. Zhangguo was wholly unconvinced by Carp's argument. 10 years hence. Who could predict the course of events? If Rotas failed to attain such prowess, who would reimburse the resources expended on him over the decade? Zhangguo. Do you not wish to contribute to the cause of justice? A splendid opportunity has indeed arisen. Carp, while earnestly advising, secretly contemplated whether to allow Rotas to consume such food aboard the ship for an entire day. Should he permit Rotas to indulge? One must consider not only the origin of this abundance of food, but also the considerable time required for him to eat. It is likely that by the time Rotas has satisfied his hunger, the battle would have concluded. Thus, Carp resolved to let Rotas continue his consumption for a few more days, hoping to ascertain if his appetite would return to a normal level thereafter. Carp, I grant you 2 days. After that, regardless of circumstances, you must depart with your men, Sengoku stated, refraining from further argument, as Rotas' presence at headquarters rendered his position as marshal untenable. Very well, I understand, Carp replied, calculating that a 2-day time frame was acceptable and conceding. For who could oppose the marshal? Chapter 48. 2 days, old man. Didn't we agree to stay for a week? Why must we leave in just 2 days? Upon his return, Rotas was met with disheartening news from Carp. What transpired? How did the itinerary change so abruptly? Alas, Rotas, your insatiable appetite is quite remarkable. That fellow from the Warring States is intent on expelling you, and I have only just managed to secure an additional 2 days for you. Remember, during these 2 days, indulge yourself and eat your fill. Otherwise, there will be scant provisions aboard the ship. Carp, tapping his nostrils, reminded Rotas to feast generously for once aboard. Sustenance would be limited, and at least here in the headquarters, one need not spend any berries. Very well, old man, Rotas replied. Rotas declared that even if the old man remained silent, he would indulge himself thoroughly. Otherwise, what was the purpose of his visit to the headquarters? Was it merely for a leisurely trip? It is worth noting that he had meticulously planned for this day for quite some time, and it would be unacceptable not to savor the experience. By the way, Rotas, you should refrain from dining at the ordinary cafeteria. Instead, opt for the giant restaurant. You have already gained notoriety at the ordinary cafeteria, where the chefs refer to you as the glutton, and now your reputation has spread throughout the entire headquarters. It would be wiser for you to keep a low profile. Are you aware of the commotion you caused yesterday? You depleted the food supplies and left the chefs utterly exhausted. Carp advised Rotas to avoid the ordinary cafeteria and to dine at the giant restaurant instead, where Sengoku had already made arrangements for him to eat over the next few days. Well, I certainly did not anticipate the chefs at the headquarters to be so dedicated. I had prepared to wait for the dishes yesterday, but their relentless efforts led them to exhaustion. Am I to blame for that? Furthermore, we are at the Navy headquarters, surely. You jest, old man. How could I possibly deplete the food reserves? I suspect that Marshal Sengoku has unjustly accused me. Is it so outrageous that I can eat a bit? Why should such a heavy burden be placed upon my shoulders? Rotas asserted that this is undoubtedly Sengoku's attempt to shift the blame. He lacks the capacity to consume all the provisions of this headquarters. Furthermore, even if he had indeed partaken of them, Rotas firmly stated that he would not bear the culpability. I share the same sentiment. It is implausible that Rotas could have consumed such a vast quantity. Carp nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Rotas' statement. After all, this is the headquarters, where the stored provisions are measured in hundreds of tons. He could not believe that Rotas, having just arrived yesterday, could devour so much food. In Carp's perspective, this was undoubtedly the stingy Sengoku, reluctant to part with the funds for purchasing provisions, deliberately shifting the blame onto Rotas. Indeed, old chap, you are the most sensible person in the entire Navy. Rotas found Cap to be a remarkably sensible individual, albeit with a rather irritable disposition. Ha ha ha, that is only natural. Cap, brimming with pride, exhibited no hint of embarrassment. By the way, my dear sir, it is getting late. I must depart for lunch, as I have to study this afternoon. Rotas remarked to Cap that if he continued their conversation, he would miss lunch. With only 2 days to spare, missing a meal would be a significant loss for him. Very well, go ahead. Cap waved his hand, urging Rotas to eat promptly, lest he suffer from hunger, which would be detrimental to his health, particularly since Rotas was still in his developmental years. All right, old man, I'm off. Rotas received Carp's consent and immediately hurried towards the giant restaurant. Was it that I, an old man, failed to rest well last night? Or is it simply the passage of time that has taken its toll? It appears that Rotas has grown noticeably taller. Carp, observing Rotas' departing figure, felt as if Rotas had indeed gained some height. In a dormitory within the base, Buggy and Kabeji were engaged in a clandestine meeting, with the three of them seated cautiously around a table. Have you uncovered any insights during your time at the base? Is there any opportunity to exploit? Buggy inquired quietly of his subordinate. They had put forth considerable effort in their performance the previous night. Even Leaky had jumped through the fiery hoops multiple times. Yet that old man Carp had proven to be untrustworthy, failing to retract their bounty notices. Initially, it had been agreed that should they perform admirably, their pirate crew's bounties would be revoked, yet Carp had utterly failed to deliver on this promise, much to Buggy's ire. It was evident that Carp's crew had enjoyed their performance immensely. No, Captain Buggy, the defenses here are formidable. Securing a warship is exceedingly difficult, and the premises are teeming with den mushi. We have no chance, Kabeji reported after his reconnaissance. He had discovered that the base was riddled with den mushi, and any misstep within its confines would lead to immediate detection. Indeed, Captain Buggy, he continued, through discussions with the soldiers stationed here, I learned that the docks housing the warships are heavily guarded, with numerous soldiers present, and some ships even have a colonel supervising them. Machi, riding the wave of popularity from their performance the previous night, had conversed with several soldiers, but unfortunately, none of the information he gathered proved to be of any use. We absolutely must devise a plan to escape. We cannot remain tethered to Carp any longer. That old man is untrustworthy, and should we return to his ship, our chances of fleeing would be non-existent. Only here at the base do we hold a sliver of hope. Buggy, having listened to their reports, spoke with resolute determination. In all my years, aside from being duped by that scoundrel Shanks, this is only the second time I have endured such indignities. Were it not for the fact that I cannot match Carp's strength, I would certainly confront him head-on. But that is a daunting task, Captain, Kabeji replied. Though he recognized the harsh truth of the situation, their small frames were no match for the Navy's might. Regardless of the difficulty, we must escape. Have you forgotten the life we currently endure? How does it compare to our past? As Buggy spoke, he could no longer contain his emotions. Once, he reveled in freedom and joy, galloping across the seas with his crew, despite the meager treasures they found. Yet now, his existence was fraught with anxiety. Living each day under the scrutinizing gaze of Garp, fearful that one discontented moment could lead to his imprisonment. Kabaji and Machi, upon hearing Buggy's words, began to reminisce about the joyous days aboard Buggy's pirate ship, contrasting it with their current plight. Overwhelmed with nostalgia, they embraced and wept bitterly. Captain Buggy, we must escape. They cried in unison, their voices laced with determination, having grown weary of their present circumstances. Indeed, we shall find a way out, they affirmed. The clandestine meeting of the three unfolded successfully, as they collectively grasped the significance of freedom, resolutely setting their sights on liberating themselves from Garp. Unaware that they had but 2 days remaining. In the office of the Marine headquarters, Tsuru sat across from Sengoku, holding a photograph he had handed her. A playful smile gracing her face. So what are your thoughts? She inquired. That old rascal Garp, though often careless and lazy, has a knack for recruiting. But this time, his choice is nothing short of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, Sengoku lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. Garp may excel in recruitment. Yet this particular recruit is insatiable. It was one thing for him to consume his own 10 tons of food at lunch. But to devour the supplies meant for the giant brigade, leaving them to return to empty stomachs, is quite another matter. If that were all, I might have simply had the giant cafeteria prepare another meal. However, I never anticipated that this Lotus would consume even the ingredients for the next meal, leaving nothing but bare floors. Let us not be too harsh, Sengoku. While Garp may be somewhat lackadaisical, his intentions are certainly good. As you mentioned, it's only 2 days until he departs with his crew, Tsuru replied with a smile, her eyes glimmering with amusement at witnessing Sengoku's rare vexation. Especially at the hands of Garp. Do you have any idea how voracious that Lotus is? He shows no restraint whatsoever. I suspect Garp recruited him as a form of retribution for denying his retirement, Sengoku remarked. Tsuru, you must intervene and persuade Garp to reign in Lotus. In the face of Rote's insatiable appetite, Sengoku found himself utterly powerless. He could not allow a newly inducted sailor to go hungry, nor could he deny him sustenance. After all, should word spread that the Navy neglected to feed its soldiers, future enlistments would dwindle to nothing. Yet, permitting Rotes to indulge in such excess raised concerns about the ever-depleting treasury of berries. Sengoku, at his wit's end, could only enlist Crane to speak with Garp, urging him to persuade Rotes to exercise restraint in his consumption. I will do my utmost, Crane vowed, though she could not guarantee success, after all. The soldier merely sought to fill his belly, without resorting to theft or deceit. Chapter 49. Kazara, this sunset evening echoes the days of my impending departure. Alas, I am truly a pitiable soul. Rotes gazed at the dusk, unable to suppress a sigh, reflecting on how swiftly time passed. In the blink of an eye, the day had turned to evening, and he had scarcely eaten anything. A whole day had slipped away. This simply would not do. He must indulge in a late-night snack. For to neglect such a pleasure would be a grave loss. Rotes resolved to hasten to the dining hall without further indulging in his musings. Moreover, you seem to have grown quite rapidly. You must be over 4 meters tall by now. Carp pinched his nostrils and assessed Rotes' current height, recalling how much shorter he had been when he first boarded the ship. Upon comparison, Carp realized that Rotes had grown by a meter, and notably, this growth had occurred recently. Very well, old man. I shall make my way to the mess hall at once. By the way, old man, although I am a half-blood demon, I am still a demon in essence. A little growth is hardly remarkable, so do not dwell on it too much. Lotus was preparing to dine, yet before his departure, he felt compelled to remind Carp of his identity as a demon. Although of mixed heritage, he was indeed a demon. Was it not entirely natural for him to grow rapidly? In comparison to other demons, he considered himself rather diminutive. Nevertheless, even as a small stature by demon standards, he still towered over ordinary humans, which caused him considerable distress. As he traversed through the crowd, he was easily noticeable, making any nefarious intentions far too conspicuous. Indeed, Lotus, you are rather petite. Now, hasten to your meal and strive to grow taller. Carp contemplated the demon race, recalling their immense physiques, and glanced at Lotus, realizing that he truly was quite small. Very well, I shall take my leave now, old man. Lotus remarked that being this tall was already sufficiently conspicuous. If he were to grow to the height of an ordinary demon, it would be quite absurd. Off you go, he urged. Remember to eat well, Lotus. Our department is not lacking in funds. Cap watched as Lotus departed, adding a final note, encouraging him to indulge freely in his meals, for after all, it cost nothing. As soon as Rotas departed, two individuals arrived, their voices reaching Carp's ears before they even set foot near him. Little Carp, we just heard everything, they remarked. You claim that the headquarters isn't short on funds, allowing that little rascal to feast freely. Do you realize how furious Sengoku would be if he found out? It's fine. If you don't speak of it, he won't know, Carp replied nonchalantly. What brings you here, Little Crane and Peach Rabbit? Where's T-Pig? Carp showed no concern that Crane and the others might inform Sengoku. After all, it would be futile. Sengoku had once been wary of Rotas, but now his worries had dissipated. Instead, Carp found himself puzzled that T-Pig had not accompanied Peach Rabbit. Why do you care about T-Pig, Little Carp? You should be more concerned about the ones you brought along. Sengoku hopes you can rein in Rotas's appetite a bit. Ha, that child Rotas is in a growth phase. We cannot let him go hungry. You should have seen how much taller he has grown. Carp chuckled, dismissing Peach Rabbit's words. If Rotas didn't eat his fill at headquarters, how could he afford enough food on the ship? If asked to limit Rotas's intake now, he would only end up consuming even more once aboard. This is a request from Sengoku's sister, Little Carp, Peach Rabbit noted, casting a meaningful glance at Carp, indicating the purpose of her visit. Haha, Little Crane. You must understand my predicament. Rotas is merely a child. We cannot allow him to go hungry. Carp scratched his head, his face a mask of difficulty, secretly cursing Sengoku for sending Little Crane. It's all right. I understand, Crane said with a smile, completely unconcerned about the task assigned by Sengoku. Ha, that's good to hear. Little Crane. Carp felt relieved. As long as Little Crane was indifferent, it mattered not who else came, for he was under no obligation to show respect. By the way, Little Carp, how have you managed to feed Rotas on this journey? I've heard from my sister that Rotas has quite the appetite, Peach Rabbit inquired, curious about how Carp had managed to care for the troublesome child. Rotas is a well-behaved child. He can hunt for himself. I haven't put much thought into it. His appetite has indeed increased a bit lately due to his growth. Carp explained the sudden spike in Rotas's food intake. So, you mean Rotas only began to grow after arriving at headquarters? Peach Rabbit looked at Carp suspiciously. His statement implied that Rotas's appetite had only surged upon arriving at headquarters, suggesting that he had not been so voracious aboard the ship. Indeed, I find it quite curious as well. However, one can never predict when a young person will develop. Kapu nodded thoughtfully, realizing that it was indeed at the headquarters that Rotas began to develop and exhibit an increased appetite. However, isn't it quite normal for young individuals to grow? Well, Little Kapu, my sister and I have merely come to ascertain the situation. We do not wish to involve ourselves in matters concerning you and Sengoku. Tao-Tu sighed slightly, discerning the underlying intricacies from Kapu's few words. Yet she had no intention of entangling herself further. Rotas, it seemed, always possessed a hearty appetite, but for reasons unknown, had restrained his consumption aboard Kapu's ship. Now, however, it appeared that he had suddenly unleashed his hunger. Tao-Tu pondered whether this was at Kapu's behest, perhaps as a means of retribution against Sengoku for denying him retirement, or if Rotas had simply endured such restraint for too long and could finally no longer suppress his true nature. The notion of development was merely a pretext for Rotas to justify his burgeoning appetite. After all, how could one's consumption fluctuate so dramatically, regardless of the circumstances? She found herself in the position of an amused observer, thus harboring no intention to interfere. On the sidelines, he listened to the exchange between Kapu and Tao-Tu. A smile gracing her face, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. To her, the unfolding events were becoming increasingly entertaining. Rotas remained utterly oblivious to the events that unfolded in his absence. Currently, he found himself in the giant restaurant, face to face with an odious older man. This man, clad in an orange checkered shirt and draped in a navy coat, exuded an unsettling aura as he incessantly addressed Rotas as little brother. Admiral Kizaru, might you refrain from pestering me? Surely, you must be quite busy. Why have you come to the giant restaurant to disturb me? I am merely a lowly captain. And it is my mealtime. Could you not extend me a modicum of respect? The individual who was so bothersome to Rotas was none other than Kizaru. Rotas could not fathom the extent of Kizaru's idleness today, as he had seemingly made the effort to seek him out. He recalled that, as an admiral, Kizaru ought to be occupied with pressing matters. Goodness, your anger is truly terrifying, Kizaru remarked, patting his chest with an exaggerated demeanor that belied the lecherous undertones of his words. Lotus listened to the words of Kizaru, feeling utterly speechless. It was quite surprising that a general of his stature could exhibit such a lack of decorum. He felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of continuing the conversation, leading him to disregard the general altogether. After all, he was under the protection of the old man and had no fear of this clock in general causing him any trouble. What an astonishing appetite! Kizaru, noticing that Lotus was ignoring him, was not offended. Rather, he was taken aback by the young man's voracious consumption. Upon returning to headquarters, he had intended to rest. But Admiral Sengoku had assigned him a minor task, to observe Lotus at the giant restaurant and uncover the secret behind his extraordinary ability to devour such vast quantities of food. Kizaru had readily agreed, as he himself was preparing to dine, and thought there was little difference between eating in the cafeteria and at the giant restaurant. However, he was unprepared for the sheer magnitude of Lotus's appetite. The speed at which he consumed his meals was nearly on par with Kizaru's own. The Admiral witnessed a flash of yellow light darting over the food, leaving only a pile of white bones in its wake. This spectacle made even Kizaru, who had consumed the Pika Pika Nomi, feel as though he had ingested a counterfeit fruit, for he had never eaten at such a pace himself. Admiral Kizaru, is there anything you wish to discuss with me? After finishing his meal, Rotas finally had the opportunity to discover what the Vice Admiral Kizaru sought from him. He found it hard to believe that this punctual individual would come to him out of sheer boredom. The young man was indeed astute, as he had correctly surmised that the Admiral had sent him. Kizaru, while speaking, displayed a look of astonishment on his face, which appeared quite exaggerated to Rotas. It was evident that this was something he had stated himself. I merely made a conjecture. Rotas found himself somewhat exasperated. He had initially suspected that the yellow monkey might be sent by the crane, only to discover it was actually Sengoku. Speaking of which, hadn't the old man made arrangements with the fleet admiral? Why then was Sengoku still dispatching someone to keep an eye on him? Did they think Rotas was the sort to indulge and then take leftovers? How absurd. There wasn't even enough to satisfy his appetite, let alone pack anything up. Chapter 50. The strategically astute Garp, you admirals truly embody leisure. I was merely trying to enjoy a meal while under scrutiny. I have no intention of taking anything with me, so there is no need for you to monitor my every move. Rotas spoke earnestly, noting that with the intensity of the surveillance upon him, the pirates were oblivious to how many could be captured. The considerable effort exerted by Admiral Sengoku, dispatching a vice admiral for such scrutiny, was a rare occurrence upon the vast seas. He requested the young men's understanding, emphasizing that this was the order of Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Kizaru affirmed that he too was merely following orders, having taken on this task out of convenience. Very well then. Admiral Kizaru, you may continue your watch. I shall take my leave now, as I have studies to attend to this afternoon. Rotas expressed that as long as they were happy, he would take his leave, as he had to continue to the military discipline lecture in Shanghai that afternoon. With no time to waste here, the young man departed. Huang Yuan waved his hand, kindly bidding farewell to Rotas. After Rotas left, Huang Yuan's posture shifted from standing to leaning against a wooden stump. The task was accomplished. Now, he could pursue his own desires. Huang Yuan murmured, his form dissipating into countless specks of light, vanishing from the giant dining hall. That night, Rotas returned to Karp's quarters. Upon entering, he saw Karp wielding a hefty hammer in one hand, rhythmically striking with the other, producing a continuous clinking sound. Rotas, you're back. Karp remarked upon hearing footsteps behind him. Yes, old man. By the way, you wouldn't believe it. Admiral Sengoku is so bored that he actually sent Admiral Huang Yuan to watch me eat. Ha ha, that is nothing. That rascal Sengoku even sent little Crane as a negotiator, insisting that I make you eat less. Karp chuckled at the notion of Sengoku dispatching Huang Yuan to keep an eye on Rotas. Realizing that Sengoku was truly out of options, it seemed absurd to monitor Rotas's meals. No matter how closely Huang Yuan watched, Rotas would not eat any less. Well, you didn't agree to that, did you? I'm still a child. You can't let me go hungry. Upon hearing that the warlord of the warring states had appointed Crane as an envoy, Rotas felt a surge of anxiety. Lord Karp, do not be beguiled by the allure of beauty, he exclaimed. Ha ha, fear not, Rotas, for I have already thwarted that attempt. Karp replied with a hearty laugh. presenting Rotas with the very hammer he had requested, freshly delivered by the soldiers. So swift, old man. Lotus was somewhat taken aback, as he had initially believed that Carp was holding a mere sample. Hence, he had refrained from inquiring. However, upon hearing this, he realized that the efficiency of the Navy was indeed remarkable. Within just a few days, the finished product had emerged. After all, this was a request personally made by him, and they dared not be negligent. Carp, proudly pinching his nostrils, remarked that he had enlisted the assistance of Xiaohe, which undoubtedly expedited the process. You truly are impressive, old man. Rotes could not help but reflect on the advantages of familiarity. Indeed, it is far easier to accomplish tasks when one is acquainted with those involved. Were he merely an ordinary captain seeking to procure such a weapon from headquarters, the quality of the item aside, the time required would be no less than several months, if not a year. It is remarkable how effortlessly he could acquire it in just a day or two now. Naturally, Rotes replied, "How does it feel in your hands?" "I just tried it and found it less effective than my own fists." Carp felt that the hammer was not as useful as his own hands. Its weight distribution awkward and uncomfortable, with one insignificantly lighter than the other. "Let me give it a try, old man." Rotes first weighed the hammer and found it somewhat light. Then, he tapped it with his finger and discovered that its hardness was quite satisfactory. Finally, he swung the hammer and noted that it felt comfortable in his grip. Fortunately, while the hammer's weight was slightly lacking, its hardness and tactile quality were commendable, making it suitable for my swift and agile strikes for the time being. Lotus offered a rather candid assessment, stating that this hammer is well suited for his method of delivering precise strikes. However, when faced with opponents of superior prowess, the hammer's weight may prove to be somewhat inadequate. Nevertheless, Lotus can continue to utilize it for now. When the time comes for a replacement, I shall arrange for another one to be crafted for you. By the way, allow me to introduce the materials used in the creation of this hammer, so you are well informed and can wield it without hesitation. Upon hearing Lotus's remarks, Carp prepared to enlighten him about the materials used in the hammer's construction, ensuring that Lotus would not be apprehensive about damaging it. "Very well, old man." Rotes ceased his playful antics with the hammer and perked up his ears, prepared to discern the material from which this hammer was forged, lest he inadvertently wield it too forcefully and risk its integrity. This iron hammer was crafted from the latest alloy developed by Vegapunk Bashi, its surface adorned with speckles of a delicate azure hue, derived from crushed sea stone. Although composed of sea stone remnants, it possessed an efficacy indistinguishable from that of pure sea stone when encountered by a user with abilities. Thus, Rotes, you need not fret about damaging this formidable hammer, for it is exceptionally durable. By the way, Rotes, I observe that this hammer, standing at 3 meters, falls considerably short of your height. Might you consider extending it? Carp, having nearly finished his explanation regarding the hammer, pondered whether its dimensions would be somewhat inadequate for Rote's stature. "No need for such complications, old man. I find this height quite satisfactory. It serves well as a one-handed hammer and feels quite comfortable to wield." Rotas found the height of the hammer resting against his chest quite satisfactory. It swung with a certain fluidity, and its elevation was rather convenient for carrying. He certainly did not wish to resort to holding it in his hands wherever he went. Furthermore, the material of the hammer was commendable, an alloy crafted by Vegapunk, combined with fragments of seafloor stone, which ensured its exceptional quality. Although he did not possess a hammer entirely forged from seafloor stone, this one presently suited his preferences quite well. "That's good," Carp nodded, feeling somewhat burdened by complications. He preferred to resolve matters in one go. And since Rotas deemed the hammer usable, they would proceed with it for now. Whenever the need arose for a replacement, he could employ the telephone bug to notify Little Crane for assistance. "By the way, old man, where is Baki and his crew? The last I saw of them was in the cafeteria, and since then, they have vanished. They wouldn't be plotting an escape, would they? You must remain vigilant." I could tell that Renault's fellow was no good. Lotus recently discovered that Buggy's gang had seemingly vanished without a trace. Not even a specter could be seen. He harbored suspicions that these rascals were plotting an escape. After all, this band had sought him out while aboard the ship. Although they had not disclosed their intentions at that time, and were instead conscripted into labor, Lotus realized that Buggy and his crew were indeed formulating a plan to flee. Otherwise, why would they come knocking at his door specifically? No need to worry, the red-nosed imp was unlikely to stir up any significant trouble. Tomorrow marked the final day for Lotus, and he advised his companions to ensure they consumed ample sustenance for once aboard the ship. He would not have the luxury of time to wait for them to satiate their appetites. Kapu remained indifferent to whether Buggy was scheming an escape. After all, this was the headquarters, and he need not trouble himself with such matters. The premises were equipped with surveillance through countless transponder snails, and at the slightest hint of movement, Little Crane would swiftly apprehend them. It was well known that the headquarters closely monitored such outsiders, and soon enough, the red-nosed rascal would truly find himself in the depths of Impel Down. Time indeed seemed to fly by swiftly. Rotas curled his lip, completely forgetting about the matters concerning Buggy and his crew. All he felt was the swift passage of time. In 2 days, he would have to depart. Rest assured, Rotas, I shall take you to capture some pirates, and then, when you escort them back to headquarters, you shall be able to dine in the mess hall. Carp tapped his nostrils, pondering over whether Sengoku had not instructed them to leave promptly. They could indeed depart, but the captured pirates could not possibly remain on his warship. Could they? Ultimately, they would have to be delivered to headquarters, from where they would then be sent to Impel Down. After all, it was only reasonable that Rotas, as the one who apprehended the pirates, would need to find lodging at headquarters. Sengoku would surely have no grounds to dismiss him. The notion of preventing them from coming to headquarters was sheer folly, and to dare send Little Crane as an envoy was truly underestimating Carp's resilience. Old man, your strategic prowess is truly exceptional. Rotas gave a thumbs up to Kapu, signifying that the old man was splendid. He never anticipated that Kapu could devise such a clever strategy. It was simply remarkable. What a legitimate justification, what a flawless excuse. No one, not even the fleet Admiral Sengoku, could find fault with it. Of course, while I may not rival Little Crane, I am certainly superior to that Sengoku fellow. Kapu found Rotas' remarks quite enjoyable. It was delightful to have the opportunity to disparage Sengoku in front of the younger generation. Chapter 51. The Baki Trio in Action. Captain Baki. I have recently noticed an increased presence among our soldiers. Do you think our plan has been compromised? Impossible. Our scheme is impeccable and cannot be discovered. Machi, I instructed you to procure a Navy uniform. Have you managed to do so? Report to Captain Baki. I sent Leaky to the bathhouse to steal one, but he has yet to return. I fear he may be in serious trouble. Machi, you fool. Why did you send Leaky? Are you unaware that he is a lion? His presence could jeopardize our plan. Baki scolded Machi vehemently, astonished that the imbecile would dispatch a lion to acquire a Navy uniform. As if it were not peculiar for a lion to be in a bathhouse. What shall we do, Captain Baki? Machi shrank back, realizing his error, hoping that Baki could devise a remedy. Otherwise, they might spend the rest of their lives aboard the ship. Go find Leaky, and while you're at it, swipe a few Navy uniforms. Without them, we cannot seize a warship, Baki mused, contemplating that sending Machi to locate Leaky while opportunistically acquiring a few uniforms was a sound plan. Yes, Captain Baki. With the order given, Machi promptly set off to find Leaky. Captain Baki, I believe we should exercise caution. I have an unsettling feeling about the atmosphere, Kabaji advised in a hushed tone, covering his face with his hand. He sensed a disquieting tension and noticed that the soldiers in their vicinity were moving more frequently, raising his suspicions that their recent activity might have drawn attention. Kabaji, what are you afraid of? We have old man Kapu watching over us. As long as we are not caught red-handed, no one can touch us. Baki was solely focused on their escape, indifferent to whether they had been detected. As long as they were not apprehended on the spot, they could carry on. That may be so, but I still think we should strategize carefully. Kabaji felt that Captain Baki was becoming somewhat reckless to utter such sentiments, perhaps forgetting that Kapu hardly regarded them with seriousness. Kapu's true concern was solely for Rotas. Should they indeed be discovered while attempting to steal a warship, it would likely lead them straight to Impel Down. I am the captain, and you are not. Kabaji, remember, this is the captain's command. Upon hearing Kabaji's words, Buggy was immediately incensed. He felt that Kabaji was disregarding him as the captain. After all, he was the captain, while Kabaji merely served as an advisor. The decisions were to be made by Captain Buggy alone, not by Kabaji. Since he had made a decision, Kabaji was obliged to follow his directives. Otherwise, how could they hope to escape the clutches of Carp? Yes, Captain Buggy, Kabaji replied, observing Buggy's mounting fury, and thus complied with Buggy's instructions. However, should the situation take a turn for the worse, Kabaji would not hesitate to betray him. After all, they were currently without a pirate ship, and their crew was on the brink of dissolution. As Buggy and his companions set their plans in motion, Crane in her office received reports from the soldiers. Gazing at the photograph in her hand, a wry smile spread across her face. This was a rather amusing band of pirates. The sight of the trio in the picture, so cautious and tentative, was quite humorous. Three pirates whose combined bounty did not exceed 40 million berries were attempting to steal a naval ship. What a ridiculous notion. Nevertheless, Crane did not dispatch soldiers to thwart their endeavor. This escapade of Buggy and his companions would provide her with an opportunity to assess the facilities at Navy headquarters and identify areas in need of improvement. In the naval bathhouse, Machi was busily searching for Ricky while also on the lookout for suitable naval uniforms. It was imperative that they avoid retrieving ill-fitting attire, as it would not only be unwearable but also likely to attract the attention of the naval soldiers. As Machi continued his search, he suddenly heard a whimpering sound. Instantly recognizing it as Ricky's, he sensed that something was amiss, as Ricky appeared to be in distress. Machi hurriedly ran towards the sound, calling out, "Ricky, Ricky." Inside the bathhouse, Ricky was perched on the steps, incessantly patting a man's shoulder with his paws, accompanied by a series of whimpering sounds. "You are a lion. How can you be so weak? Put some force into it. Your touch is far too gentle. I can hardly feel it." Carp, half submerged in water and leaning against the wall, was the recipient of Ricky's shoulder massage. Ricky had originally entered the bathhouse to steal clothes, only to stumble into Carp's bathing quarters and was subsequently coerced into servitude. Upon entering the bathhouse, Carp had spotted the lion and immediately recognized it as Little Ricky, perfectly positioned to serve as a shoulder massager. Thus began Ricky's arduous life of massage. At first, he struck Carp's shoulder with vigor, only to recoil in pain as Carp's robust frame absorbed the impact. Ricky let out a pained roar and quickly withdrew his paws. But before he could escape even a centimeter, Carp firmly held him in place. Ricky had never encountered anyone as terrifying as Carp, who, with a laugh, remarked, "I've heard that soaking in a bath pairs excellently with roasting lion meat. What do you think, Little Ricky?" Upon hearing the call, Liji, momentarily oblivious to the pain, immediately commenced his labor. He realized that the human before him was exceedingly terrifying. He was merely a pitiful little lion, while this human callously tormented and intimidated the beast worker. "Liji, your master has arrived." Kapu, with his eyes previously shut, suddenly opened them, having just heard someone calling the little lioness name. The voice was familiar to Kapu. It belonged to the audacious little Machi. Just as the little lion's strength was waning, this little imp was perfectly positioned to take his place. "Liji, I'm here. Who dares to bully you?" Machi, following the sound, quickly located the bathing area where Liji was, and without a moment's hesitation, burst inside. "Oh, little imp, quite impressive," Kapu remarked, slightly astonished at Machi's sudden audacity, as he had not anticipated that the previously timid Machi would possess such courage to address him in that manner. Upon entering, Machi's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the individual in the bath, his mouth agape in disbelief, caught momentarily speechless. "Come here, you little imp. Assist this old man with a shoulder massage." Kapu waved his hand, urging the stunned Machi to approach him swiftly. "Why, yes." Machi stuttered, gradually moving toward Kapu. He understood that he could not fulfill Captain Buggy's task this time, and having put himself in jeopardy, you wouldn't dare steal in front of Kapu, even if he had 100 lives to spare. Wiping away non-existent tears, Liji promptly shifted his position to allow Machi to take over. He was exceedingly delighted that Machi had come to relieve him, and while he attempted to massage Kapu's shoulders, he nearly fractured his own forelimbs in the process. "What are you doing, Kabaji? Acting all sneaky?" Lotus observed as Kabaji approached, his demeanor rather furtive. "Ah, Lord Lotus, how have you grown so tall?" Kabaji, who was surveying the terrain leading to the dock, was startled when someone called out to him, nearly losing his balance. Upon turning to see it was Lotus, he exhaled in relief, only to abruptly glance back and notice that Lotus indeed appeared significantly taller than just a few days prior. "This is to be expected, after all." "I am a demon," Lotus replied. Kabaji, eager to steer the conversation away, inquired, "Are you planning to flee?" "Let me tell you," he continued. "If you cause any trouble here at headquarters and are apprehended, you will find yourself spending the rest of your days in Impel Down. The old man has made it clear that he will not intervene on your behalf." Rotas half menacingly, half threateningly warned this group of fools to refrain from causing disturbances at the naval headquarters. Otherwise, it would adversely affect his livelihood. Who could possibly know if some lunatics within the naval headquarters, having nothing better to do, would come after him? "Ah, how could that be? We lack the audacity for such actions." Kabaji, upon hearing this, felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead and hurriedly denied any wrongdoing. They had done nothing. Yet their intentions were already suspected. If they had truly planned to act, they would likely have been apprehended the moment they attempted it. No, he must inform Captain Buggy. He could not allow Buggy to act foolishly. If something were to go awry, Even if he had no involvement, he would still bear the consequences. For he was part of Buggy's pirate crew. It would be best if there were no issues at all, and even if there were, he insisted on extinguishing any such thoughts. Otherwise, no one would come to their aid when the time came. Kabaji, please convey a message to Buggy for me. The old man will not detain you for long. Before you know it, you will be under my authority. At that time, as long as you heed my words, you shall enjoy abundant delicacies, and should you desire berries, they will be at your disposal. Rotas harbored reservations about allowing Buggy to infiltrate the city. This fellow Buggy possessed a certain degree of capability, especially with his homemade Buggy bomb, which exhibited considerable power. Given a bit of time to refine it, one could surmise it might even achieve the destructive potential to obliterate an island in a single blast, akin to that of Pluto. Very well, Lord Rotas. Kabaji nodded repeatedly, indicating his understanding. He intended to inform Captain Buggy that their chances of escaping under Rothas's command were significantly greater than evading Admiral Carp and the headquarters. Given the considerable risks involved, it would be wiser to endure a little longer and bide their time until they could escape under Rothas's subordinates. Chapter 52. Departure. As time flowed gradually, the day of departure finally arrived. This day was a source of anguish for Rotas, but a moment of relief for Sengoku. On this day, the soldiers at the naval headquarters were astonished to witness their usually busy fleet Admiral Sengoku bidding farewell to Vice Admiral Carp at the docks. The soldiers couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie between the two. Finally gone. May he never return, Sengoku silently prayed as he watched Carp's warship sail away, hoping that Carp would not bring anyone back with him. In recent days, he had invested considerable time with Bailey regarding matters pertaining to Rotas. Thankfully, Rotas had only planned to stay for 2 days. Had he lingered longer, the headquarters might have had to recruit another batch of cooks. On board the warship, the Buggy pirates continued with their usual tasks while Rotas engaged in discussions with Carp concerning their forthcoming journey. Old man, I believe heading to Fishman Island in Sabaody Archipelago would be quite advantageous. It is a gathering place for the supernovas and a crucial passage to the New World. If we station ourselves there, those pirates won't stand a chance of escaping. Rotas proposed to venture to 2 locations, both notorious for their pirate presence. Yet the pirates there lack formidable strength, making them suitable targets for their intentions. However, this plan may not be feasible, Rotas. The Sabaody Archipelago, although a haven for pirates, is not a place where they readily engage in trouble, as it frequently attracts the celestial dragons. Should any disturbance arise, an admiral would swiftly intervene. If we were to pursue pirates there, it would likely incite chaos within the Sabaody Archipelago, and some desperate individuals might resort to taking celestial dragons hostage. Carp is reluctant to approach the Sabaody Archipelago, for it harbors the darkest aspects of this world, including the abhorrent trade of human trafficking and the repugnant celestial dragons. Moreover, their presence could easily lead to disorder on the island, resulting in civilian casualties. What about Fishman Island, then? Well, since Carp has voiced his concerns, Rotas decided against pursuing the Sabaody Archipelago any further, given the distasteful nature of the celestial dragons. If Sabaody is off the table, surely Fishman Island would be a viable option, as pirates often seek passage to the New World via this route. If they were to intercept pirates there, it would ostensibly be an act of justice, considering the frequent plundering faced by the fishmen. However, this too may prove impractical, Rotas. Unless Fishman Island requests assistance from the Navy, we typically refrain from intervening in the internal affairs of allied nations. Furthermore, Fishman Island thrives economically on the very presence of passing pirates. Should we capture all the pirates, the island would find itself devoid of consumers, and the consequent decline would surely be blamed on me. I refuse to shoulder that burden. Carp asserts that a mission to Fishman Island would be futile, as its prosperity hinges on the patronage of pirates. If we were to apprehend all the pirates, the depths of the ocean, 1,000 meters below, would become desolate, devoid of any souls, save for the human traffickers, who deserve no better than to be treated as beasts. What then shall we do, old man? Where shall we go to capture pirates? We certainly cannot venture into the New World, for that territory belongs to the 4 emperors. Rotas felt utterly speechless. The inhabitants of Fishman Island harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humanity, yet simultaneously relied on human patronage. If both locations were off-limits, did that mean they would resort to capturing individuals in the territory of the 4 emperors? Well, this time, I intend to take you to the New World to apprehend some pirates. We shall lie in wait near the exit of Fishman Island, ensuring that none of the pirates emerging from the New World can evade us. Carp sniffed disdainfully, asserting that the four emperors were merely formidable figures, not insurmountable adversaries. Their objective was merely to intercept the supernovas in the New World, not to confront the pirate crews of the four emperors. Thus, there was no cause for trepidation. The old man truly was a master of strategy. Lotus gave a thumbs up, greatly admiring Carp's scheme. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving, and the depths of the sea are unfathomable. Though Carp's exterior may seem rugged, it is surprising to discover his meticulous nature. He had meticulously planned everything in advance. Naturally, in these vast oceans, I have traversed numerous locales, allowing me to possess an intimate understanding of the routes taken by pirates venturing into the New World. Carp remarked that this is merely fundamental practice, for he has spent the better part of his life at sea. Throughout the Grand Line and into the New World, there exists no place accessible to pirates that remains unknown to him. Thus, the ability to capture pirates now rests in your capable hands. Ratsu now truly believes in the saying that having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. Just look at the old man Carp. He is nothing short of a living map on the vast ocean. Wherever pirates may roam, the old man, like a tracker, can lead them there in an instant. Indeed, Carp, who does not paddle through life, proves to be unexpectedly reliable. Captain Buggy, where are we headed now? Kabeji inquired. Standing beside Buggy and gazing at the unfamiliar waters and unpredictable weather with curiosity. The New World, Buggy replied slowly, uttering those three words. He surveyed the surroundings, both strange and familiar, with a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. It was here, in this very expanse, that he and Captain Roger had once sailed, ultimately becoming a part of the crew that claimed the title of Pirate King. Isn't this the territory of the four emperors, Captain Buggy? Kabeji expressed a hint of trepidation. The New World was indeed the domain of the four emperors. Was it truly wise for them to navigate their warship into such perilous waters? The four emperors? That bastard Shanks is here as well. This captain intends to take him down. Buggy's expression darkened at the mere mention of the four emperors, his nostalgia instantly igniting into a blazing fury. He could never forget how that scoundrel Shanks had frightened him into swallowing a devil fruit, rendering him a landlubber. More infuriating still was the fact that his treasure was lost to the winds and drowned in the sea. Were it not for Shanks, he wouldn't have found himself in such dire straits. If he were to encounter that scoundrel again, he would certainly not let him escape. Captain Buggy, he is a four emperor. Although you were once a member of the Pirate King's crew, your strength may not suffice to defeat Shanks, Kabeji cautioned. He believed that despite their shared history as crew members of Roger, the disparity in their current strengths was staggering. It would be nearly impossible for Buggy to take down Shanks. Otherwise, why would they still be laboring aboard Carp's warship? What? You scoundrel, are you actually defending Shanks? Upon hearing Kabeji's words, Buggy's hands instinctively left his body, grabbing Kabeji in a fit of rage. No, Captain Buggy, I meant no such thing. I was merely suggesting that Shanks could never hope to match the greatness of you. Captain Buggy, Kabeji stammered, his body suspended in midair, terror etched across his face. He had not anticipated such a fierce reaction from Buggy for merely speaking the truth. That's more like it. This captain will certainly give Shanks a taste of his own medicine this time, Buggy declared with satisfaction at Kabeji's response before releasing him. Although Shanks might be slightly stronger than himself, in a proper fight, that fellow could hardly be considered a match for him. Captain Buggy, your confidence is truly remarkable. I hope you achieve your desires, Kabeji thought silently to himself, feeling that Buggy might be somewhat overestimating his own capabilities. After all, if they couldn't even defeat someone like Ratsu, how could they ever hope to contend with Shanks, one of the four emperors? Did Buggy not have a clear understanding of their circumstances? 2 days later, the warship arrived at the entrance to the New World, specifically the waters off the Fishman Island exit. As the vessel reached this location, numerous pirates who had just emerged from the island were initially taken aback, only to soon fire upon the ship in unison. To them, the appearance of the warship signified the Navy's intent to encircle them. They were not the kind to surrender easily. They were the most unrestrained and ferocious pirates of these seas. Truly a pathetic bunch, rendering me devoid of any desire to engage. Rotas, take care of them all. Capture those you can, and eliminate those you cannot. Carp stood at the bow of the ship, observing these pirates with little enthusiasm. The crew that had emerged from the Paradise was indeed feeble, offering no challenge whatsoever. Aside from their cannon fire, none dared to charge forward. Very well, old man. I shall handle this thoroughly. I will bring you glory. Lotus declared that he would swiftly deal with these insignificant individuals, those oblivious fools who could not even recognize Admiral Carp's warship. It was a mystery how they had managed to survive until now. You should hurry, he urged, as Carp waved him off, eager for him to depart. Once Lotus was gone, Carp turned back to his reclining chair, retrieving some rice crackers from his pocket, and began to chew contentedly. Chapter 54. I, Lotus, have acquired a ship. Lotus effortlessly captured the pirates from the sunken ship, which had been vanquished by Cap, among whom were two individuals endowed with special abilities. As they plunged into the ocean, they immediately sank beneath the waves, prompting the other pirates to swim towards them in haste. Upon witnessing this situation, Lotties was filled with joy, for these pirates had directed him to significant figures within the pirate crew, thereby saving him considerable time. Lotus seized a piece of driftwood from the water, and with a swift throw, executed a perfect home run. The abilities of those previously rescued by the pirates were immediately cast back into the depths of the sea. Many of the pirates struck by the plank floated on the surface for a fleeting moment before they began their descent into the abyss. Those pirates who do not resist are deemed honorable, while those who do are regarded as wicked. Rotas emerged from the sea, triumphantly retrieving two individuals endowed with abilities, his face alight with joy. The mere fact that these individuals had plunged into the depths was advantageous, for even a wielder of natural powers would be rendered powerless, akin to a feeble shrimp. This made his task of capture exceptionally convenient. In that moment, he felt as if he were wandering through a bounteous forest, effortlessly gathering an abundance of resources. Before long, Rotas' gaze fell upon a group of pirates who exuded a certain gravitas. These individuals swam with swiftness surpassing that of their peers, their aura emanating a strength far greater than that of ordinary marauders. Rotas, with a discerning eye, recognized their formidable prowess, deeming them significantly superior to mere cannon fodder. This discovery filled him with elation, for he had been lamenting the lack of worthy pirates to bolster his ranks, and now they had conveniently presented themselves. Rotas swiftly seized a floating plank, executing several perfect skips across the water's surface. The plank collided with a few pirates who were swimming nearby. One was sent flying, while another staggered back, his mouth awash with blood. Two others managed to block his water-skimming assault, which took Rotas by surprise. However, he quickly dismissed any lingering thoughts and resumed his relentless barrage of water-skimming attacks. Initially, the two pirates were able to defend themselves, but as more and more planks soared through the air, propelled by immense force, they found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Ultimately, they were reduced to mere remnants, sinking beneath the waves. I had anticipated they would withstand more. It turned out they were nothing but a facade of strength, crumbling under pressure. Lotus curled his lips in disdain. These newcomers, just emerging from the novice village, were far too fragile. Just as he was reveling in the game, it unexpectedly came to a halt. Rotas felt a tinge of disappointment, prompting him to begin rescuing others. After finishing his task and surfacing from the depths, he was astonished to find that the pirate ships, which had previously been firing their cannons, had been reduced to mere wreckage, with numerous planks floating around him. Did these fellows not know how to flee? How could they so brazenly match their firepower against the warships? What audacity they possessed! Lotus gazed upon the wreckage of the pirate ship, filled with admiration for the audacity of these individuals who, astonishingly, chose not to flee. What led them to believe that their vessel could possibly contend with a warship? Nevertheless, their refusal to escape proved fortuitous for him, as it afforded him the opportunity to salvage from the pirates. In such an expansive ocean, aside from the fishmen, who are inherently adapted to life in the sea, and beings imbued with vitality akin to Kaido, it is rare for anyone to survive and return to land from the embrace of the surrounding waters. Rotas need not worry about the pirates he has sent flying. They will assuredly find their way back to land. After dealing with the pirate crew's officers, Rotas prepared to return to the warship, for with merely 2 hands, capturing another pirate vessel would be beyond his capacity. On board the warship, Carp was counting the number of captured pirates while Rotas leaned against the railing, feeling rather bored. This operation had been uneventful, devoid of any worthy adversaries. You performed admirably this time, Rotas. Maintain this momentum, and I shall take my leave for a while. You will be in command of the warship during my absence, Carp stated, instructing the soldiers to confine the captured pirates before turning to Rotas. He had invested considerable effort, and now it was time to reap the rewards. Very well, leave it to me. You can rest easy, old man. Rotas thumped his chest in assurance, reveling in the notion that such a grand vessel was now under his command. It was indeed a delightful prospect. Although the headquarters had yet to assign him a warship, merely stepping into the role of captain was a thrill in itself. Rotas, remember to remain here to apprehend pirates. Do not let the warship roam aimlessly, Carp advised, slightly taken aback by Rotas' exuberance. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to impart his instructions to ensure Rotas would not venture off to unknown territories. Rest assured, old man. This is a veritable gold mine. How could I possibly leave? This place is a crucial passage for pirates entering the New World. Rotas recognized that this was the optimal spot to lie in wait for pirates. He was no fool. He had no intention of wandering off. In fact, he hoped for more pirate ships to arrive, enabling him to gather enough crew to return to headquarters directly. Very well, then. I shall retire now, Carp mused, realizing that Rotas indeed had no compelling reason to abandon this area, and thus he felt at ease to retreat to his quarters. This is under my purview now. It feels absolutely splendid. Fellow comrades, there's no need for such exertion. Leaving just 3 individuals to monitor the sea's condition will suffice. Old Man Carp has entrusted me with complete authority over the management of the warship, so you can all rest easy. Rotas was quite elated. The first thing he did after Captain Carp departed was to instruct the soldiers, who stood like flagpoles, to leave a few to monitor the situation at sea while allowing the others to engage in leisure activities. Rotas, this may not be wise. If Admiral Carp finds out, you might face reprimand, cautioned one of the soldiers. Indeed, we should continue with our duties to prevent any mishaps, Rotas replied. Although the soldiers were pleased with the respite granted by Rotas, they were acutely aware that if Admiral Carp learned of this, the repercussions would be dire, likely resulting in Rotas facing punishment once more. Furthermore, they were in the New World, where the capricious weather could change at any moment. Having more eyes on the lookout was undoubtedly preferable to just 3. How about this, suggested another. Let's split into 2 teams and alternate resting every hour. This way, the numbers remain steady, and the old man would likely not object. Upon hearing the soldiers' words, Rotas found their reasoning quite compelling. However, he realized that without implementing some changes, the situation aboard the ship would remain unchanged under the old man's command. Having finally been granted the opportunity to captain a warship, Rotas was eager to savor the experience. Since the soldiers deemed it inappropriate to maintain only 3 individuals on duty, they would undoubtedly accept a shift system. This idea appeared to be quite promising. Indeed, while we do have a rotation, the intervals are excessively lengthy. Transitioning to a morning and afternoon schedule would be far more advantageous. The soldiers, feeling inspired by this proposition, quickly began to engage in discussions amongst themselves. Before long, they collectively decided to adopt the new morning and afternoon shift system. Rotas stood upon the deck, gazing at the diminished number of soldiers with a sense of delight. The presence of so many individuals had been cumbersome, and in this new world, victory was not merely a matter of numbers. It was, after all, contingent upon strength. Even if the vessel were filled to capacity with subpar fighters, it would avail them nothing. Having resolved the matters at hand, Rotas proceeded towards the cabin, intent on engaging in a thorough discussion with Buggy. He required Buggy's unique talents for a particular endeavor. Within a certain chamber of the ship's cabin, Buggy, the flamboyant captain, sat on one side while Rotas occupied the other. Although Buggy's faction was larger in number, their faces betrayed a palpable anxiety. They were acutely aware that Admiral Carp had entrusted command of the warship to Rotas, which was a double-edged sword. It was both a boon and a bane. From their perspective, Rotas posed a greater challenge than Carp, while Carp had dismissed their significance. Rotas was ever vigilant, closely monitoring their every move to thwart any attempts at escape. Captain Buggy, are you willing to engage in a transaction with me? If you fulfill this arrangement, I shall grant you your freedom. Furthermore, I will assist you in withstanding any pressure from the old man, Rotas proposed. Is that truly the case? Buggy and his companions responded with excitement, for the greatest obstacle to their escape was Carp. If Rotas could persuade Carp, they would not merely flee, but would depart with their heads held high. Indeed, I, Rotas, am an honest man, devoid of deceit, he assured them. What do you require from this captain? Buggy inquired directly, aware that Rotas' proposition was unlikely to be straightforward. I have heard that Captain Buggy possesses exceptional skills in bomb-making. Thus I wish to enlist your expertise to fabricate a batch of explosives with the potency to rival that of the King of Hell's cannon, Rotas stated. Do not jest. I lack such capability, Buggy retorted. Although he prided himself on his bomb-making prowess, he did not possess the confidence to create explosives that could compete with the King of Hell's weaponry. If he had such talent, he would not be confined to the 4 seas. Can the bombs you produce achieve the strength of explosive rock? Rotas pressed. Rotas inquired with an air of persistent defiance. Since we have reached the level of the underworld king, surely a lesser explosive like the dynamite rock should suffice. That is impossible, Buggy replied anxiously. his expression betraying his apprehension. The dynamite rock is second only to the underworld king. I lack the capability to create explosives of such magnitude. Chapter 55, Justification. Very well. Then, this time, I shall impose upon you a bit of labor. I happen to require a few pirates to bolster our ranks back at headquarters. So you shall have to endure this inconvenience, Rotas declared. With Buggy and his crew rendered ineffective, Rotas intended to utilize them for his own purposes, thus saving him considerable time. It was astonishing that they could not even produce a bomb with the power of a dynamite rock. Yet they shamelessly boasted of their superior bomb-making skills. He had foolishly believed Buggy's crew had some utility. However, they remained as ineffectual as ever, merely floundering without any hope of transformation. Rotas, why are you sending us back to headquarters? Buggy questioned, his anxiety palpable. Though he harbored suspicions about Rotas's intentions, he still yearned for a clear answer. Indeed, Rotas, what is the purpose of sending us back? Mooches and Kaido echoed Buggy's concern, seeking clarity. Surely you have surmised the answer, Rotas replied with a smirk. I am escorting you to the charming and vibrant Impel Down, where you can enjoy a leisurely retirement among delightful company. Rotas cast a glance at the trio, utterly speechless. Had their intellect sunk to such depths? His previous statement had been quite clear. They were merely filling numbers among pirates. Apart from these three rogues, was there anyone else in the room? He was, after all, a bona fide naval officer. Yet, you claimed that we would follow you to a life of indulgence and luxury. Kaido, undeterred, pressed on, recalling Rotas's own words. Indeed. Kaido had relayed this to the captain. Rotas, you cannot be untrustworthy. Baiji clung to this hope as if it were a lifeline. I did make that promise, but Baiji, you are incapable of crafting a bomb with the power of the Pluto, nor can you create one with the might of the bomb rock. Pray tell, why should I keep you around? Your efforts are half-hearted, and you represent the lowest echelon of pirates. You would be better off assisting me once, and in return, I shall visit you at Impel Down each year at this time, bringing along some delectable treats for you. Rotas harbored no intention of retaining idlers, should he seek laborers. He could easily recruit Kaido, a diligent young man known for his industriousness and aspiration to join the Navy, whose efficiency in work was remarkable. You mustn't be so heartless. Rotas, after all, we are all aboard the same vessel. How can you cast us into the Push City? They lamented. Indeed, once we enter, there is no escape. They wept. As they spoke, tears flowed freely. For just a moment prior, they were in paradise, and now they faced descent into hell. They had presumed Rotas had come to enlist them, only to discover his utter ruthlessness. No, this era, or rather this world, is inherently cruel. I have merely made a decision akin to that of many others. Baki, you must understand that in this world, only interests remain the unchanging theme. Rotas ardently imparted a lesson on life to them, believing that only by crafting explosives comparable to the formidable plutonium bomb would he find any utility in his endeavors. If he could not achieve this, then the value of Bucky and his gang would be rendered null. The ambitions he harbored had been contemplated by others before, and would certainly be pursued by many in the future, albeit they had all met with failure. If you can procure some plutonium, I might be persuaded to give it a try. Suddenly, amidst his anguish, Bucky experienced a moment of clarity. Although he could not create a bomb rivaling the plutonium, he realized that if he utilized plutonium as a material for his explosives, the resulting bomb would possess a potency far exceeding that of the original plutonium. Do I appear to be a fool, Bucky? Do you think I need your assistance to acquire plutonium? Rotas pointed at himself, a look of incredulity on his face as if to say, do I appear to be a fool? If he could acquire explosives, why would he require Baki at all? He could devise the plan himself. Rotas, you are unaware of my capabilities. If you provide me with the explosive rock, I assure you that the bombs I create will possess far greater power than the original explosive rock. While I am uncertain of your intentions, it is evident that you desire a more powerful explosion. Am I right? Baki exclaimed urgently, fervently promoting his bomb-making prowess in the hope that Rotas would consider allowing them to remain aboard the vessel. Indeed, Rotas, Captain Baki's bomb-making skills are truly unparalleled in the world, Kabaji chimed in, quickly recognizing Baki's intentions and striving to bolster the persuasiveness of his claims. Are you certain? Liquid can be used to create explosives, sealed within a confined space. Once exposed to air, it will detonate. Is this something you both can achieve? Rotas felt it necessary to issue a warning to this group, as he surmised they possessed little understanding of explosives like dynamite, and he hoped they were not deliberately deceiving him. Certainly, there was no cause for concern. Captain Buggy had a flawless track record in bomb making, regardless of the perilous materials involved. Before Buggy had a chance to respond, Kabaji hastily assured him that all members of the Buggy Pirates had unwavering faith in Buggy's bomb-making prowess. Otherwise, they would not risk their ship and lives by allowing Buggy to conduct experiments on new types of explosives aboard. Very well, I shall trust you this once. However, do not even think of fleeing. Should I catch wind of any treachery, I cannot guarantee your survival and impel down. Rotas pondered over Buggy's fortunate use of the Conqueror's haki and deemed it worth a try, for the greater the explosive power, the more advantageous it would be for his plans. However, before locating the explosive rocks, Rotas was determined not to allow Buggy and his crew to escape. Otherwise, if they found what they were seeking but slipped away, he would be the one outmaneuvered. No, no, no. Buggy and his companions shook their heads fervently, for they dared not flee at that moment. Rotas was known for his ruthlessness, often threatening to send them to impel down or to meet Roger himself. Attempting to steal a warship from Rotas would be akin to sipping poison with an ancient sage. That's the spirit. Focus on the task at hand, and I shall not treat you unfairly. Lotus was quite pleased with the fearful expressions of Buggy and his companions. Were they not intimidated by him? He would have to resort to more physical methods of instilling fear to manage this unruly group. As it stands, he still exudes considerable authority, able to keep these individuals in check. Indeed, indeed. Everything is as you say, esteemed sir. The trio nodded like chicks pecking at grain. Harboring no illusions that Lotus would treat them kindly, they had come to realize that this demon was even more ruthless than Carp. Carp merely exploited them as laborers, but this demon sought to extract both blood and tears from them. Judging by the task of creating explosives he had set for them, it was clear that he was not one to be trifled with. Their only hope now was that this demon would cause no trouble that might expose the Buggy Pirates. Otherwise, they would be like mice scurrying through the streets, reviled by all. Unlike Lotus, who could withstand exposure, they lacked such strength. Well then, I shall take my leave. From now on, you need not toil so hard. Simply devote 2 hours in the morning and 2 in the afternoon to cleaning. Remember, do not attempt to flee. Before departing, Rotas alleviated the workload for these gentlemen, sparing them from incessantly traversing the ship, which had become quite bothersome to behold. Very well, my lord. Upon hearing this, the trio of Buggy nearly welled up with tears. They could finally lighten their burdens, marking this as the most delightful news they had received in recent times. After Rotas departed from the trio in Baki, he ascended to the deck, pondering whether the soldiers had adequately prepared the fishing nets and ropes. He intended to venture into the depths of the sea to salvage the treasures from the sunken pirate ship. Even if the bounty of berries were to be thoroughly drenched, the gold and silver artifacts would still hold considerable value. Although these pirates appeared rather feeble, one could surmise that anyone who managed to reach the New World must possess some tangible wealth, regardless of their circumstances. Captain Rotas, all preparations are complete. Are you ready to descend into the waters? The soldiers maneuvered the warship to the side of the sunken pirate vessel, readying the ropes and nets, now awaiting Rotas's command. The soldiers maintained a cordial disposition towards Rotas, especially since he currently held the position of acting captain, which only heightened their enthusiasm. However, their address now included the title of lieutenant, yet this did little to alter the familiarity of their relationship with Rotas. Thank you kindly. I shall take a look at what lies within the sunken pirate ship. If I manage to retrieve any gold coins, we shall share the spoils. Lotus generously addressed the soldiers, his expression radiating the delight of having discovered something valuable to share with them. Is that so? Then I am most grateful. The soldiers' faces illuminated with joy, and many of those nearby mirrored their happiness, although they had joined the Navy in pursuit of justice. Who could refuse the prospect of upholding righteousness while simultaneously attaining wealth? Chapter 56. Prosperous Ventures. Rotas descended into the depths of the sea, meticulously sifting through the ocean floor, and emerged with a considerable bounty of damp berries, along with an assortment of jingling gold coins. Although this pirate vessel had met its demise beneath the waves, the sanctum of its treasures remained largely unscathed. Many of the berries and riches were merely wet, untouched by ruin. Lotus emerged from the sea, laden with treasures, only to be immediately surrounded by soldiers. The soldiers gazed at the salvaged riches with excitement glimmering in their eyes, filled with admiration as they exclaimed, "So much treasure! It seems this pirate crew is indeed affluent. Indeed, it appears we are set to make a modest profit this time," they continued, praising Lieutenant Lotus for his remarkable prowess. "Now, you may divide the berries among yourselves. Simply leave the remaining gold and silver for me. The next batch of treasures brought ashore shall be shared with the other comrades aboard the ship, including a portion for the cook and a share for the Buggy pirate crew as well." In just a few words, Lieutenant Rotas adeptly distributed the spoils among the soldiers, ensuring that every soldier received their share of the bounty. This way, no one would utter a word of discontent. Otherwise, if headquarters learned of any malfeasance, he would be unjustly branded as a thief of war treasures, which would spell trouble for him. Very well, Lieutenant Rotas. We all comprehend this, rest assured. The soldiers accepted their shares with remarkable ease, suggesting that Captain Carp had also indulged in his fair share of the spoils. Otherwise, how could these soldiers exhibit such proficiency? Very well then, let us set sail for the next destination. The waters here are turbulent, and we must not linger lest we find ourselves unable to recover anything. Lotus harbored doubts that if they did not act swiftly, the sunken ships might escape with the tumult of the ocean's currents. Upon hearing that there was nothing to salvage, the soldiers immediately sprang into action, moving towards the sunken pirate vessel, an opportunity too tempting to ignore. If they were to miss out, it would surely leave them despondent for quite some time. Indeed, how formidable they were. Rotas observed the soldiers operating at peak efficiency, feeling a deep admiration for Bailey's charisma. In recent days, countless pirate crews had emerged from the depths of Fishman Island, a staggering 10,000 meters beneath the waves, arriving in the New World. As their ships broke the surface, the pirates inhaled the fresh air above the sea, a stark contrast to the musty atmosphere of the ocean's depths. The air there was damp and heavy, yet now, basking in the radiant sunlight, their faces radiated vitality, just as they were about to express their grand aspirations. A golden-haired demon descended from the sky, stepping lightly as he wielded a charmingly large hammer. Upon spotting his target, he plummeted earthward, shattering their sails with a single blow. Imparting the lesson of life, it is replete with both surprises and shocks. One can never predict what may occur next. Yet these pirate crews understood well that when the seagull emblem appeared before them, their fate was sealed. Either they would perish or find themselves imprisoned and impelled down. As for escape, this was the New World, a realm ruled by the sea, and these pirates, fresh from paradise, had no hope of fleeing. With their sails, the primary means of propulsion, rendered useless, their ships floundered like limbless beings, struggling to move with an air of desperation. Initially taken aback, the pirates soon erupted in anger, brandishing their weapons against the audacious marine. However, their defiance was swiftly quelled, and they were captured, along with their treasure, which now lay in the hands of Rotas as spoils of victory. In recent days, Rotas has developed a penchant for capturing pirates who hail from the amusement park. Their lack of strength is offset by their abundant riches. These inferior, lowly pirate crews often yield fortunes of 60 to 70 million berries from their vessels. When encountering slightly stronger adversaries, securing sums exceeding 100 million berries becomes an effortless endeavor. Indeed, the adage holds true. One cannot amass wealth without unexpected fortune, just as a horse cannot thrive without midnight fodder. Rotas found this statement profoundly accurate. In recent days, every soldier aboard the ship possessed a fortune of over 100,000 berries, all bestowed upon them by these selfless pirates who traversed great distances to deliver their bounty. Since these enthusiastic marauders had generously offered their spoils, Rotas felt compelled to accept them, albeit reluctantly. When he claimed the loot, he did not forget to allocate a portion to Carp, while he himself took a smaller share, reserving the remainder to support his soldiers' families. Rotas primarily targeted pirates from the Four Seas, giving little heed to those from the New World, as he believed it was wiser to seize opportunities while they were ripe. When the pirates from the New World spotted the naval flag and the ship's prow adorned with a dog's head, they immediately submerged, evading any confrontation with the formidable Carp. Although they were affiliated with the Yonko, they lacked the audacity to challenge such a renowned figure. Had it been another naval officer, they might have acted with more bravado, but with Carp, they chose discretion. However, as time passed, the situation in this region would inevitably come to the attention of the headquarters and the various forces of the sea. Thus, Rotas understood that he could not linger here for long. To placate the headquarters, he planned to prepare a modest yet adequate bounty to send back. After all, he could not afford to give his superiors any cause for complaint. If he were to operate independently, he would take as much as he could for himself, without any need for such caution. The Navy, it seemed, was only generous with provisions. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago. He contemplated returning to headquarters soon, counting the pirates he had captured recently, and concluded that a few dozen should suffice for a return. However, he was acutely aware that returning to headquarters would likely result in significant losses of berries and gold. For who could predict when these New World pirate crews would catch wind of his activities, retreating to the relative safety of the first half of the Grand Line, or remaining hidden beneath the waves? He required this wealth to execute his plans. Without funds, he could not finance his ambitions. Initially, Rotas had taken only gold and silver, distributing the berries among his men. Yet, as the precious metals dwindled, he found himself compelled to accept berries as well. As the primary operative, he could not simply relinquish all the berries to his soldiers. While it was important to show consideration for his subordinates to earn their loyalty, he had to maintain a balance. Otherwise, they might grow too demanding, expecting more than he could provide. The berries he had amassed were still insufficient to initiate his plans, necessitating further accumulation. Yet, the desire to return to headquarters plagued him, creating an internal conflict. On one hand lay his long-held ambitions, and on the other, his love for the bountiful provisions. As Rotas grappled with his dilemma, the circumstances in this maritime region became known to all factions across the sea. After all, the absence of any pirate ships from the four seas venturing into the New World for several days had piqued the curiosity of both New World pirates and indigenous inhabitants. The first to uncover this information was the world government, followed closely by news agencies, then the Yonko, and finally the darker forces lurking in the depths of the ocean. The government spies were ever vigilant, gaining knowledge swiftly, while reporters from news agencies scoured every corner of the sea, ready to detect any whiff of news. Pirates returning from the New World relayed information to the Yonko, and merchant vessels traversing the route between the New World and the first half of the Grand Line spread the news far and wide. In no time, the waters were abuzz with activity, as many turned their attention to this area. Numerous pirates preparing to venture into the New World trembled in fear. Having learned of the legendary exploits of this naval hero, they deemed it wiser to remain in the first half of the Grand Line, for venturing forth would likely lead them to impel down. Though they held a certain arrogance, they recognized they were no match for a formidable figure like Carp. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard pirates were reveling in a gathering. Whitebeard sat comfortably in his chair, a barrel of liquor in hand, laughing heartily as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! That old soldier Carp has become so dull, resorting to bullying the younger generation. Life seems to become increasingly convoluted. Ha ha ha! Father, I have heard that it was a demon under Carp's command who acted, not Carp himself." Marco, while sipping his drink, remarked that the information he received from his fellow brothers indicated that Carp did not intervene. Rather, it was his subordinate, the demon, who took action. "Oh, well?" He retained some semblance of dignity. "He has not brought shame upon our generation." Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard took a hearty swig of his drink, expressing his delight, stating that Carp, that old rascal, has finally shown some sense of decorum, refraining from laying hands on the younger generation, thus preserving the honor of their era. "Father, do you wish to pay him a visit?" Marco suddenly inquired. "Carp has arrived in the New World as one of the 4 emperors of pirates. It would be remiss of them not to extend the courtesy of hospitality to their guest." "Ah, indeed, that is precisely what I was contemplating. It has been quite some time since I last saw that old soldier. This occasion presents a perfect opportunity to ascertain whether he still possesses the same vigor as before." Whitebeard laughed heartily, noting that there are hardly any old acquaintances left from the bygone era, and he genuinely fears the day when another one is lost. With Carp's arrival in the New World, it is a perfect chance to reminisce with the old soldier. Chapter 57. A dismal business in recent days. Lotties has found business to be rather bleak. After waiting for 2 days, he managed to catch only a crew of particularly obstinate pirates, and then nothing further transpired. Rotas felt that their plan to lie in wait in these waters had ultimately failed. Just a couple of days ago, they were torn between the decision to continue pursuing pirates or return to headquarters. Now, however, the dismal state of affairs had made the choice for them. The entire crew shared Rotas' despondency, and even the buggy pirates unexpectedly felt a sense of disappointment at the absence of pirates, having already divided their spoils multiple times. They found it disheartening that there were no new opportunities for gain, despite Rotas' apparent ruthlessness towards them. The buggy pirates had noted with surprise that he treated those around him with unexpected kindness. This time, he even distributed a modest sum of berries to them. Though each individual received only a few 100,000 berries, collectively, the buggy pirates gained several million berries. This windfall nearly tempted the previously impoverished crew members to defect to Rotas. Had it not been for their captain's esteemed status as a member of the Pirate King's crew, which they deeply admired. Were it not for this, the buggy pirates would likely have dwindled to just 3 members and a lion, the latter of whom would swiftly rebel at the mere scent of meat. "Old man, there's no longer any reason to stay here. Without pirates, let us return to headquarters." Rotas entered Carp's quarters, immediately expressing a desire to return to headquarters. stating that he could no longer remain here. Ha ha ha, Rotas, do not be so hasty. Have we not only just departed from headquarters not long ago? We shall patiently await the arrival of the pirates. Carp reclined languidly on the sofa, exuding an air of leisure and relaxation. Over the past few days, Carp had been enjoying a most comfortable existence, akin to an early retirement. There were no pressing matters to disturb him aboard the ship, allowing him to indulge in his snacks and doze peacefully. How long must we wait, old man? Perhaps we could explore the Sabaody archipelago. We need not set foot on the islands. We could simply catch those passing by on the sea. What do you think? Rotas felt that waiting here was less advantageous than taking the initiative. They could capture pirates further away from the Sabaody archipelago, avoiding any intrusion onto the islands, thereby minimizing any impact on Sabaody. While this was indeed a feasible plan, the old man was concerned that if they departed, the pirates would receive word and emerge from Fishman Island. Consequently, their efforts would yield little in terms of capturing pirates and Rotas. Do not forget that my warship lacks a coating. To return to Sabaody, we would either have to go back to headquarters or navigate through the calm belt. Kapu, leisurely munching on rice crackers, lazily reminded him that he was effectively retired now, having entrusted all matters aboard the warship to Rotas. Although pirate appearances were infrequent here, those rascals could not remain holed up in Fishman Island and the Sabaody archipelago indefinitely. They would inevitably venture into the New World. The primary issue they needed to address was the visibility beneath the sea. If they chose to head to Sabaody, they would either have to return to the Navy headquarters or traverse the calm belt, which would lead them back to the earlier segments of the Grand Line. Both options were exceedingly time-consuming. If the pirates, lurking in the earlier sections of the Grand Line, became aware of their movements, they would likely band together to evade them upon reaching the New World. What, then, should they do? Must we, the old man and I, simply wait here? Ross pondered and found the old man's words to bear considerable wisdom. However, would they remain here indefinitely? What if those pirates failed to appear? Ha, Rotas, you are simply too impatient. You must learn to remain calm and cultivate patience. Your days ahead are plentiful, Carp exclaimed, laughing heartily as he patiently imparted life's lessons to Rotas. The old man's disposition was a matter of character. I am not particularly fond of waiting for others, yet I relish the thought of them waiting for me, or I prefer to seek them out directly. Lotus expressed that the act of waiting for others is unbearable, and he detested above all else. With countless pirates roaming the vast ocean, how could one possibly capture them all? You are still quite youthful in your aspirations. Carp shook his head in response, noting that this sea is abundant in many things, yet the presence of pirates is inescapable. The notion that Lotus could apprehend all the pirates at sea is utterly implausible. If it were that simple, why has the Navy, despite its long establishment, still witnessed rampant piracy? Is it that the Navy lacks diligence? Have they not made earnest efforts to apprehend pirates? No worries, old man. I'll capture whoever I can. I'm not particular in my pursuits. Rotas asserted that any pirate would suffice. He was not particularly selective about capturing those with renown or notoriety. As long as he could bring them back to the headquarters, that was sufficient. Moreover, he was not so idle as to endeavor to apprehend every single pirate across the vast seas. His intent was merely to capture a few more to meet his quota. If he were to pursue every pirate relentlessly, he would soon find himself utterly exhausted. The reality is that the pirates of the ocean are inexhaustible, a reflection of the era itself. Rotas believes that to bring an end to this great pirate era, it is essential for this epoch to be supplanted by another. Indeed, this is quite astute. I have not misjudged you. Upon hearing Rotas' words, Carp's face radiated joy. It was truly remarkable for Rotas to articulate such thoughts, reaffirming Carp's faith in him. In Carp's perspective, regardless of their stature, all pirates ought to be apprehended, rather than merely focusing on those with bounties who pose significant threats. Many pirates, having not been subdued before inflicting harm, have caused casualties among civilians. Naturally, my esteemed elder, allow me to assure you that while I may lack various merits, my integrity is beyond reproach. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for you to find someone as principled, upright, and responsible as myself. One might say it is a boon to the Navy. Furthermore, what is my greatest virtue, you may ask? It is my honesty, unlike others in the Navy who often engage in fanciful pursuits. I am dedicated to the straightforward task of capturing pirates and serving as a diligent member of the Navy. Those who merely speak of the dangers posed by pirates while languishing in their offices, offering empty rhetoric, are often quite rotund. In contrast, look at me. As a warrior, my stature may be modest, and my physique, rather lean, clearly indicative of someone who has endured the rigors of frontline combat. You mentioned that Admiral Sengoku does not provide me with benefits. I do not complain. However, he ought to ensure that I return to headquarters weekly to partake in a nourishing meal. As a hard-working and dedicated member of the Navy, it would be unreasonable for the headquarters to allow me to go hungry. My personal suffering is inconsequential, but I fear it may dampen the spirits of countless soldiers. Upon hearing Kapu's self-praise, Rotas immediately seized the opportunity to climb the metaphorical ladder, his words becoming increasingly detached from reality. He shifted the focus from his own accolades to the matter of his meals, expressing a desire to return to headquarters weekly for a proper meal. Ahem, Rotas. I am well aware of your exceptional qualities and integrity. There is no need for you to vocalize them, for I am already cognizant. Kapu, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, coughed a few times, realizing that his casual flattery had inadvertently touched upon the disheartened state of countless sailors. Should Sengoku learn of this, one can only imagine the repercussions. Furthermore, Sengoku currently harbors no intentions of allowing their return, making Rotas' wish for weekly visits utterly implausible. My mother once said that one must be honest in life, that one should express their thoughts candidly. As an honest person, I cannot be so frivolous. Rotas maintained an unflinching demeanor, exuding an air that suggested, "This is how my mother taught me. Feel free to do as you wish. I am slightly unwell, so you may take your leave," Karp said, pressing his forehead, feeling a dull ache at his temples, and gestured for Rotas to depart. "Very well, esteemed sir, I shall take my leave. Do remember to take care of your health. You are at the golden age of life, and must not overexert yourself." Before departing, Rotas did not forget to inquire about Karp's health. The old gentleman appeared quite robust, yet he still had some minor ailments. Indeed, time is an adversary that cannot be vanquished. Alas, it truly does not allow this old man a moment's peace. After Rotas departed, Cap lowered his hand from his forehead, retrieving a packet of rice crackers from his pocket to nibble on. At this moment, indulging in these treats was his sole means of alleviating his troubled mind. He vowed never to engage in idle chatter with Rotas again, for Rotas was indeed excessively loquacious. Chapter 58. Approaching as the sun descended, the enchanting twilight cast a golden hue across the vast sea, transforming it into a mesmerizing expanse of liquid gold. Rotas stood aboard the warship, gazing at the ocean, yearning for it to be a true golden sea. In such a case, he would be the wealthiest person in the world. "Lieutenant Rotas, everything is prepared. The gathering can commence." Just as Rotas was lost in contemplation of the sea, a soldier rushed over to deliver the report. "Very well, let us begin." Rotas turned around with a smile and then joined the soldiers on the deck. On the warship's deck, all the soldiers, along with the Baki pirate crew, and even the cooks, had gathered for a celebration. Why the festivity? Naturally, it was due to the exuberance that came from the bounty of over 100,000 berries each. Who wouldn't be elated? Moreover, the food and drink for this gathering were all acquired from the captured pirate ships, alleviating any concerns about supplies. The capture of the pirates was executed with remarkable finesse, without sinking their vessels. Each time, Rotas would descend like a celestial being, delivering a decisive blow to the pirates, allowing the soldiers on the warship to come and clear the battlefield afterward. The advantage of this method was that the resources on the pirate ships remained intact, ready for immediate use rather than having to be retrieved from the sea. With each successful transfer of supplies, the warship's resources flourished, providing ample provisions for Rotas, thus leading to this celebration. Of course, the only stipulation for Rotas to feast was that he must not pay with his life. Otherwise, no amount of food would suffice. "Old sir, just look at how joyful everyone is. Here, allow me to raise a toast to you." Rotas approached Karp, raising a wine bowl and a toast. "Ah, it has been quite some time since I have felt such joy." Karp surveyed the lively atmosphere on the deck and the cheerful crowd, unable to suppress a smile. It had been ages since he had hosted a gathering at sea, and he was genuinely delighted by this occasion. Karp clinked his wine bowl against Rotas, and then downed its contents in one swift motion. "The old man has a hearty constitution. Let us continue." Rotas observed as Karp drained his cup in one swift motion, promptly refilling it. "You little rascal, you have quite the cunning mind," Karp chuckled, mockingly scolding him. He raised his bowl of wine, making no attempt to evade the gesture. Today was a rare occasion of joy, and he decided to indulge and share a drink with these young ones. "How can you say that, old man? I am merely serving you wine, nothing more. Why would you think I have ulterior motives?" Rotas set down the wine barrel, somewhat speechless in his rebuttal. His good intentions had been misconstrued as malice. "Ha ha, Rotas. A man should possess a broad heart. How can you be so petty? Cap laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by Rotas' demeanor. By the way, old chap, you mentioned that perhaps my vision is a bit blurred from the drink, but it seems I spy in the distance a majestic whale with its sails unfurled, approaching our way. As Rotas and Carp engaged in a spirited debate, a fleeting glance caught Rotas' eye, revealing what appeared to be a colossal whale gliding across the distant sea. However, this whale bore an unusual sight, a sail protruding from its back. You little rascal. You've surely had too much to drink, spouting nonsense. How could a whale possibly have a sail? After all my years at sea, I have never encountered such a thing. You must be intoxicated. You may have a hearty appetite, but it seems your tolerance for alcohol is rather poor. Perhaps you should practice more, Carp jested, dismissing Rotas' claims without a second thought. A whale with a sail? Even if it were a creature of the ocean, it would be no match for a few of his punches. What was there to fear? I assure you, old man, that whale resembles a pirate ship adorned with a sail. I must go capture those pirates. I have taken quite a liking to that magnificent whale. Rotas slowly rose to his feet as he spoke, seemingly captivated by the sight of a grand whale adorned with sails, where he perceived figures leaping up and down. What initially appeared to be the head of the enormous whale now resembled the prow of a ship. This vessel exuded an undeniable charm and allure, igniting a yearning within Rotas to possess it. Perhaps it was the prolonged interaction with the villagers on the island that had fostered his fondness for delightful things. This ship was simply too tempting for him to resist. Rotas, you audacious lad, with an eye for opportunity, to set your sights on the legendary Moby Dick of Whitebeard. Impressive indeed. Cap laughed heartily, recalling his own youthful bravado. It was only after Rotas had stood that he realized the sail-adorned whale he had mentioned was, in fact, the infamous Moby Dick of Whitebeard. Had Whitebeard heard Rotas' words, one could only imagine the laughter that would ensue. This young rascal was truly amusing. What of Whitebeard? You, old man, are a hero of the Navy, and we fear them not, Rotas disdainfully remarked, exhibiting no hint of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he drew his chair closer to Carp, who was presently in a state of cautious development, avoiding confrontation with the prominent figures of the sea. Ha ha ha, Rotas, you are indeed correct. I hold no fear of him. Let us patiently await that fellow's arrival and observe his intentions. Carp joyfully laughed, entirely unperturbed by Rotas' proximity. After all, Whitebeard was merely an old man, not someone to invoke fear in Carp. It had been many years since they last met, and he was curious to see how Whitebeard's health had fared over time, particularly considering the considerable strain the tremor fruit placed upon one's body. Vice Admiral Carp, a pirate ship is approaching us, flying the flag of the Yonko, Whitebeard's Moby Dick. A soldier reported shortly after Carp and Rotas sensed Whitebeard's emergence. Ha ha ha, there is no need for concern with me here. Whitebeard cannot stir up any trouble. Everyone, continue your revelry, pay no mind to Whitebeard, Carp declared, observing the tense atmosphere on the deck with amusement. As his words settled, the previously subdued ambience transformed into one of lively chatter, with numerous soldiers cheering loudly, reassured by Carp's presence. Captain Buggy, who was stronger, Carp or Whitebeard? Kabaji cautiously inquired, seeking insight on the balance of power so they could navigate the situation accordingly. That's hard to say. I'm not certain, Buggy responded, shaking his head. After all these years, he remained unaware of the true strength of either man, but one thing was certain. Both were among the most formidable forces upon the ocean. What should we do, Captain? Kabaji fretted, concerned about being caught in the crossfire without clarity on who held the upper hand. Fear not. Regardless of who emerges victorious, we face no peril, Buggy replied, indifferent to the outcome. Should Whitebeard triumph, he would likely show leniency out of respect for Captain Roger, and if Carp were to prevail, they would incur no losses. Father, we are quite close now. Carp shows no signs of fear towards you, Marco reported from the sails, observing the ongoing festivities and the Navy's apparent disregard for their presence. Addressing Whitebeard seated nearby. Ah, it seems the old soldier Carp is entirely unafraid of me. Waiting here for my arrival, Whitebeard laughed heartily, slowly rising from his chair. Father, shall we approach the warship? Of course, prepare the drinks. I intend to have a grand feast with that old warrior Carp. Understood, Father. Jaws received orders and promptly instructed the pirates aboard the ship to fetch the wine from the hold. Whitebeard, you audacious fellow, have you come to challenge me? On the military vessel, Carp stood at the bow, with Lotus beside him, while Buggy and his crew leaned against the railing. Ah, old soldier, I assure you, I am not here to engage in combat this time. I heard of your presence and have come to extend my hospitality, Buggy declared. Whitebeard stood at the helm of the Moby Dick, flanked by Marco and Joss. Ha ha ha, you are indeed amusing. I shall see just how genuine your hospitality is, Whitebeard replied. Let us go, Lotus, and witness the grand well you desire. Carp laughed heartily, finding it rather entertaining that Whitebeard had come to reminisce. Very well, old man. We have an agreement. You deal with Whitebeard while I handle the food. Rotas remarked that such a grand vessel must surely be stocked with ample provisions, assigning himself the task of consuming all the food aboard Whitebeard's ship, while Carp was to engage in banter with Whitebeard. Chapter 59. Aboard the ship. As the two ships drew ever closer, the Moby Dick came to a halt when they were merely a dozen meters apart. Carp and Rotas gracefully boarded the Moby Dick. Haha, Whitebeard, it appears you truly come to extend your hospitality, having brought only 2 captains with you. Carp laughed heartily upon noticing that Whitebeard was accompanied solely by Joju and Marco. Of course, that is only natural. And you? Emboldened enough to bring a mere child aboard my ship, Whitebeard chuckled joyfully, pleased that Carp dared to approach with just one companion. This is Rotas, my disciple. Carp explained as he settled into a spot on the ship, casually introducing Rotas. Ah, an old soldier taking on the role of a teacher, how surprising, Whitebeard remarked. His curiosity piqued as he regarded the young lad whom Carp had taken under his wing. Well, what of it? I have plenty of sons aboard my ships. What is wrong with taking on a disciple? Carp replied, smirking as he retrieved some rice crackers from his pocket and began to munch on them. Indeed, they are family, Whitebeard said with great pride, reflecting on the children he had taken in over the years, who were his source of pride. Whitebeard, may I inquire about your hospitality? Surely there must be food and drink available? Rotas sat beside Carp, observing the increasingly heated banter between the two venerable gentlemen. Unable to contain himself any longer, he raised his hand to pose a question, for he had come to dine, not merely to witness the verbal sparring of these titans. Indeed. Josu instructed for the food to be brought forth, allowing the Navy to witness the hospitality of our pirate crew. Upon hearing Rotas' inquiry, Whitebeard graciously commanded for the food and drink to be served. Very well, old man. Josu promptly descended into the cabin to prepare the feast, ensuring it was delivered to the deck. Ha ha ha, my disciple does possess quite the appetite. Surely, Whitebeard, you wouldn't let him return to the warship hungry, Carp remarked, casting a sinister grin at Josu as he prepared the provisions. I am Whitebeard. How could I ever allow my guests to go hungry? Whitebeard laughed heartily, unfazed. For even young oars had never known hunger within the Whitebeard pirates, let alone a hybrid like Rotas, who was considerably smaller in stature. That is your assertion, Whitebeard. Carp replied with a smile, eagerly awaiting those words from his comrade. A hero of the seas never forsakes his promises. I certainly shall not, Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, his presence radiating an aura of authority. Rotas, did you hear that? Whitebeard has given you the green light to indulge, Carp remarked, turning to Rotas, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Very well, old man. I shall not hold back. Whatever food there is, let it come my way. I hail from the countryside and revel in such grandeur. The mighty Lotus could hardly contain his salivation. Remarkably, instead of returning to his base, he encountered a local magnate. This time, he resolved to devour every morsel of their provisions before considering his return. Little rascal, the feast is laid before you. Indulge yourself, declared Whitebeard, gesturing grandly towards the bountiful spread upon the deck. Then I shall not hold back, esteemed Whitebeard, he replied. Rotas was quite delighted, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to make his way toward the food, a sly grin crept across his face as he exclaimed, Old Whitebeard, by the way, Little Oars is actually my distant cousin. ISNT, you wouldn't only provide me with food, would you? After all, we are somewhat related. Shouldn't you offer me a drink as well? Eating meat without wine is rather dull. I certainly prefer not to eat dry fare. At that moment, Rotas felt that his identity as a demon should serve some purpose, as revealing it could bridge the gap with the Whitebeard pirates, allowing him to indulge further. In the future, if he encountered the Whitebeard pirates, he would have a solid reason to escape if necessary. Now that I think about it, I do bear a striking resemblance to Little Oars. Upon hearing Rotas' words, Whitebeard scrutinized him closely and noted that Rotas resembled Little Oars quite a bit, especially with his long, diagonal hair, which was quintessentially characteristic of the demon lineage. Given that Rotas and Little Oars were relatives, it established a connection with the Whitebeard pirates, especially since Little Oars was his son. Marco, fetch Rotas some more barrels of wine, large ones. Since Rotas is Little Oars' cousin, we cannot neglect him as family. Whitebeard instructed. Rotas, my lad, eat well and don't let yourself go hungry. Since Rotes had distanced himself from Little Oars, Whitebeard's attitude had noticeably improved. And Rotes felt that his strategy was indeed astute. After all, demons bore similar traits, all sharing the same bloodline. Claiming to be Little Oars' distant cousin was entirely plausible. "All right, Dad." Marco rolled his eyes, sensing that this self-proclaimed cousin of Little Oars was rather suspicious, though he could not pinpoint exactly why. He simply proceeded to the cabin to fetch the wine. Indeed, Rotes bore some resemblance to Little Oars, so his identity should pose no issue. "All right, Carp. Come here and share a few drinks with me." Having settled Rotes' matter, Whitebeard finally turned to the main event. "Haha. I'm just curious to see how much you can drink." Carp, delighted to see Whitebeard fall for his antics, played along and shared a few drinks with him. The meat was delectable, both fragrant and chewy, though he wondered what sea creature it originated from. As for the pork chop, it was simply divine, bursting with flavor and juiciness. This pig truly lived a fulfilling life. "What is this? Wow, this is incredibly delicious. Do you Whitebeard pirates eat this well, every day?" "It's simply blissful. Marco, my friend, may I come to visit more often? You Whitebeard pirates are truly wonderful. If I weren't a Navy man, I would consider joining you. Alas, I owe a debt to Carp. Otherwise, I might have defected from the Navy." As I indulged in my meal, I simultaneously engaged in conversation with Marco, who wore an expression devoid of emotion, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish. "This fellow is exceedingly bothersome. Is he truly the cousin of Little Oz?" Little Oz was never this tedious. Marco initially intended to extract the latest naval information from Rotas, but it appears he has overestimated his chances. Not only did he fail to glean any insights, but he also found himself on the verge of being exasperated by Rotas. "Rotas, there is a matter on the ship that requires my attention. I must take my leave." "Please enjoy your meal at your leisure," Marco declared, unable to endure Rotas's incessant chatter any longer and seeking an excuse to depart. "Wait, dear brother Marco. Surely, we have forged a remarkable connection, have we not? While we may not swear brotherhood, it is evident that our meeting is long overdue. Would you not indulge me in a few more exchanges?" Upon seeing Marco preparing to depart, Lotus immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Marco, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, was someone whose relationship he desired to cultivate. Fostering a rapport with him might allow for future visits to the crew, where they could share meals and deepen their camaraderie. However, the urgency of the matters at hand left no room for such social niceties. Marco swiftly waved his hand in refusal, his once dull eyes now alert. Startled by Lotus's presence, it was absurd. There was no camaraderie between them, and Lotus lacked the honesty and straightforwardness of the late Oars. Instead, he exuded a cunning, loquacious demeanor that was exceedingly irksome. Remaining in his company any longer would surely test Marco's patience. Alas, what a pity it was. "Safe travels, dear Marco." Lotus observed Marco's resolute demeanor, feeling a pang of sorrow. After all, this was a VIP discount card. Once he departed, the membership package would vanish, and the chance to board the Whitebeard pirate's ship would only arise when Ace joined. Otherwise, he would find himself bereft of reasons to dine and converse aboard the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. Lotus was overwhelmed with a sense of cosmic injustice, lamenting his exceptional qualities yet unable to secure a patron for his endeavors. Chapter 60. Self-praise. Old man, I hear your body is failing you, requiring daily doses from the medicine bottle. Can you truly indulge in alcohol in such a state? Carp's face bore a skeptical expression. He was well aware of Whitebeard's deteriorating health. Could he truly handle drinking like this? Carp hoped fervently that Whitebeard would survive for a few more years, allowing the new world a semblance of stability. After all, the demise of one of the four emperors would unleash a torrent of pirates eager to seize their place, wreaking havoc upon the civilian populace of the seas. The ocean had only just begun to calm, and Carp wished to avoid further turmoil. Alcohol is the balm for my wounds. This is the only remedy I require. Whitebeard relished his drink, an expression of sheer enjoyment on his face. Alcohol was his finest medicine. To expect him to abstain was to wish for his demise. Then drink up, Whitebeard. Otherwise, I fear you may find yourself without any later. Carp remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lotus, who was voraciously consuming the food. He figured Whitebeard ought to indulge while he could, lest Lotus finish the feast and subsequently set his sights on the wine. Old soldier, you possess a fine sense of humor. Who could possibly restrain me from drinking? Whitebeard boomed with laughter. The idea that he could be deprived of alcohol was laughable. Who had the audacity to deny him? I shall await the spectacle, Carp replied, anticipating the moment when Whitebeard's joviality would turn to lamentation. Such carefree indulgence would not last. and he looked forward to seeing the man's bravado wane in the absence of drink. Marco, do you not think that Lotus devours food at an astonishing pace? Jozu inquired, seated beside Marco. After completing the task assigned by their captain, he had been observing Carp and Lotus, only to realize that a significant portion of the once plentiful food on deck had vanished, all while Lotus continued to hop about the remaining dishes. Oh, Marco replied, his eyes resembling those of a lifeless fish, appearing as though he had not slept in months, his eyelids drooping. However, upon hearing Lotus's name, his eyes snapped wide open. Recalling the incessant chatter of that individual, he earnestly advised Jozu, pay no mind to Lotus, let him eat as he pleases. He will eventually cease. But remember, do not engage him in conversation, you will be driven to madness. Unlike Little Oz, he is far more loquacious, his mouth never finds respite even while consuming food. As Marco recounted the tale, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him. He had merely sought to extract a piece of information, yet nearly found himself utterly exasperated. Oh, is he truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Jaw's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The fact that Rotas could render Marco in such a state of disquiet suggested he possessed remarkable eloquence, igniting within Jaws a desire to forge a friendship. Once upon a time, he too had yearned to articulate his thoughts with finesse and bond with his comrades aboard the ship. Hey, Jaws. You aren't seriously considering conversing with that fellow, are you? Marco gazed at Jaws in astonishment, utterly taken aback that Jaws, of all people, wished to befriend a stranger. Such behavior was indeed rare. Indeed, Marco, do you not perceive the prowess that Rotas possesses? He is worth befriending, Jaws affirmed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This spectacle sent a shiver down Marco's spine, prompting him to caution, but he is with the Navy, Jaws. Do you truly believe he would befriend a pirate such as yourself? And what of the Navy? Jaws retorted, isn't my father sharing drinks with that Carp fellow? Moreover, Rotas is the cousin of Little Oars. I believe he would be quite eager to befriend me. He gestured towards the jovial scene of Carp and his father sharing laughter over drinks. Are they not pirates? Are they not part of the Navy? What are they engaged in at this moment, if not drinking? Very well, Jaws. But do not place your trust in him too easily, Marco sighed, pressing his forehead in resignation, astonished at the rapidity with which he had been proven wrong. Rest assured, Marco, I shall merely engage him in conversation. I will not delve too deeply, Jaws replied with a smile, rising from his seat and making his way towards Rotas. Ah, let us hope that is indeed the case, Marco murmured, his eyelids drooping in resignation. It was truly an unprecedented occurrence for Jaws to wish to converse with a member of the Navy. Greetings, Rotas. I am Jaws. Ah, well, if it isn't Brother Jaws. Come, surely you haven't eaten yet. Join me, do not stand on ceremony. We are all family here. As Jaws approached Rotas, the latter, who had been indulging in food, instantly halted, flipping himself around to warmly greet Jaws. Rotas gazed at Jaws with fervent intensity. After all, this was a valuable opportunity, arriving at just the right moment. He recalled that aboard the Moby Dick, aside from Marco, it was this very brother, Jaws, who had remained steadfastly present. Ah, no, Jaws chuckled, scratching his head in a gesture of polite refusal. The provisions were meant for Rotas, courtesy of his father, and he felt it would be inappropriate to partake himself, especially since he was not hungry. What a pity, dear brother Jaws. You should indulge a bit more. The fare of your pirate crew is truly splendid, absolutely delectable. Rotas wore a look of feigned regret, yet his heart soared with delight. If Jaws did not partake in the food, it would all be his for the taking. Oh, not at all. I have been aboard the ship all along. Whenever I desire a meal, I can indulge, unlike you, who must depart after this meal to return to the battleship. Upon hearing Rotas extol the delectable dishes aboard his father's ship, Jaws' face radiated with pride, for indeed, the chef on their vessel surpassed that of the Navy. You are truly fortunate, unlike me, who is perpetually occupied with apprehending pirates and often endures hunger. The most unfortunate part is that Admiral Sengoku does not permit me to return to the headquarters for a meal, leaving me to wander with old man Garp. As Rotas savored his meal, he confided in Jaws, lamenting that his life was less enjoyable than that of a pirate, deeming it a profound failure. Oh, really? Then why not leave the Navy and join us? Our captain treats us exceedingly well, Jaws replied, his eyes lighting up at Rotas' grievances, encouraging him to abandon the Navy. If Rotas were to leave, the Whitebeard pirates could effectively challenge the Navy. No. Admiral Carp has shown me great kindness. I cannot betray that trust. Once I have repaid his generosity, perhaps then I shall consider it. As a man, one must honor one's debts. Rotas waved his hand, remarking that if he were to sever ties with the Navy, it would bring great shame upon old man Carp. Moreover, the old man had bestowed upon him a significant favor, one that he felt compelled to repay before considering his departure. Otherwise, it would be an act of ingratitude. Indeed, for a man at sea, the essence of honor lies in recognizing and repaying kindness. Jaws, appreciating Rotas' sentiment, cast a glance in his direction, acknowledging that gratitude and loyalty are paramount in these waters. Ha ha ha, indeed. I, Rotas, am a man of integrity, valuing camaraderie and deep bonds above all. What do you say? Brother Jaws? Shall we share a cup of brotherhood? You would not regret forging a bond with me, though I may be in a humble position now. In just 2 or 3 years, my fortune shall surely transform. Lotus boasted with great enthusiasm, expressing his desire to befriend the formidable stone Joes. Joe's remarkable abilities were impressive, and Lotus mused that becoming his disciple would be ideal. However, he quickly clarified that while they weren't close enough to consider themselves brothers, he was open to the idea of friendship. Joes, taken aback by the rapid progression, found it hard to accept such a sudden proposal. After all, how could one consider becoming brothers after mere minutes of acquaintance? Nevertheless, he agreed that friendship was a fine start, and once they became better acquainted, they could indeed become brothers. Rotes felt that starting as friends was quite agreeable, taking things slowly. After all, he had already secured a ticket to the cafeteria. How far could VIP status be? Chapter 61. Baki's little fan Whitebeard. Your pirate crew is disrupting Rotes' meal. Shouldn't you intervene? Carp remarked, sipping his drink, yet remaining mindful of the situation involving Rotes. Upon noticing Jaws stepping beside Rotes, Carp sensed impending trouble. That foolish Rotes was far too loquacious, with someone to chat with. He had forsaken his meal entirely. Indeed, Rotes had opted to forego his food, engrossed in conversation with Jaws. Carp, witnessing this, felt a pang of despair. How could Rotes prioritize chatting with a rough fellow over nourishment? Oh dear, how can one say this is an influence on children's matters? Whitebeard chuckled, stroking his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Carp, this seasoned veteran, seemed quite invested in Rotes. If he could lure Rotes away from the Navy, the expressions on Carp and Sengoku's faces would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. Carp, feeling somewhat speechless, pondered when Whitebeard had become so glib. He had changed. No longer the honest man Carp once knew. On the warship, Baki and his crew were huddled in a corner of the deck, murmuring among themselves. Captain Baki, Carp and Rotes have boarded Whitebeard's ship, but they haven't returned yet. Do you think something has happened to them? Kabaji expressed concern over their prolonged absence. What are you worried about? They are Navy. If anything were to occur, the Navy headquarters would handle it. What you ought to be focusing on is how we can seize this opportunity to escape, Baki retorted, irritated by his crew's misplaced anxiety over 2 Navy officers, urging them to consider their current predicament instead. But Captain Baki, we cannot escape. The warship is right beneath us, and the Whitebeard pirates are ahead. How can we possibly flee? Machi lamented, caressing his cherished weapon, feeling hopeless about their chances of escape. You fools. At a crucial moment like this, I knew you wouldn't be reliable. Baki chastised his subordinates, frustrated that they could not devise a plan to escape such a fortuitous opportunity. Then, Captain Baki, do you have any brilliant ideas? Kabaji, after receiving a scolding from Baki, did not feel anger. Rather, he felt elated, knowing that Baki must have a plan up his sleeve. Ha ha ha, of course. As Buggy spoke, a sinister smile crept across his face. The moment that smile appeared, both Kabaji and Machi turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Whenever Captain Buggy displayed such a grin, misfortune was sure to follow. This time seemed no different. It was evident they ought to tread carefully. They recalled the hour before they were captured by Garp, when Buggy had worn a similar smile, and also when he had grinned while being held captive by Rotes for an entire night. Now, Captain Buggy's smile had become an ominous harbinger, a foreboding sign of impending doom. Do you scoundrels doubt my words? Buggy, noticing the frightened expressions on their faces, felt a surge of anger. How dare these two question him? Had they already begun to contemplate defecting to the Navy? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that these two had changed significantly since joining his crew, perhaps even planning to alter their outward demeanor to infiltrate the Navy. If that were the case, Buggy sensed he was in peril. Observing Kabaji and Machi, he felt compelled to prepare an escape route. After all, 2 of his long-standing subordinates were potentially plotting against him. Perhaps they had already betrayed him and were now merely spying on him. Buggy's eyes darted shrewdly between the 2, increasingly convinced they were indeed monitoring his every move. Meanwhile, Kabaji and Machi grew increasingly restless, aware that calamity loomed, yet uncertain of its exact nature. Just as the two were deep in thought, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The three, each lost in their own concerns, turned in unison to the newcomer, a soldier whose anxious demeanor revealed the urgency of the moment. Upon seeing them, relief washed over his face. "What are you three doing here? I've been looking everywhere for you. Hurry, come with me. Vice Admiral Garp is looking for you." "What does Vice Admiral Garp want with us?" Kabeji interjected before Buggy could respond, his expression betraying a newfound caution. It was clear to him now where the source of their unease lay. "How bold of you, Kabeji. To speak before your captain," Buggy thought, already concocting a plan in his mind as he observed Kabeji's eagerness. "The Vice Admiral wants you to perform acrobatics on the Moby Dick. I hear Whitebeard wishes to meet you." "Buggy," the soldier continued, his gaze lingering on Buggy. Initially, he had assumed Buggy was merely a deckhand aboard the Pirate King's ship, but it appeared that, in Whitebeard's eyes, Buggy possessed some merit. Otherwise, he would not have been remembered. "Whitebeard wishes to meet Captain Buggy." Kabaji and Machi were filled with astonishment. They were genuinely taken aback by the words brought forth by the soldier. Initially, they had perceived Buggy merely as an inconspicuous figure aboard the Pirate King's ship. Yet it now appeared that the seemingly cunning captain had possessed considerable strength in his time. After all, he would not have been remembered for so long by the formidable Whitebeard, who even wished to meet him now. "Whitebeard wishes to see me," Buggy stammered, pointing at himself, his face awash with a myriad of questions as he gazed at the three men. Indeed, they collectively nodded in affirmation, an expression of certainty evident in their demeanor. "What? Whitebeard wants to meet me." Upon receiving their confirmation, Buggy's countenance shifted to one of sheer shock. Though he had crossed paths with Whitebeard long ago, he understood that the notorious pirate would not harbor ill intentions towards him. Nevertheless, the prospect of meeting a grand pirate from the same era as Captain Roger left Buggy feeling profoundly anxious. "Buggy, Vice Admiral Garp and Whitebeard are awaiting your arrival." "We must hurry," urged the soldier, observing Buggy's peculiar demeanor. "Captain Buggy, shall we go?" Kabaji inquired, his voice laced with unease. The thought of meeting the Emperor, Whitebeard, was undeniably nerve-wracking, for he was renowned as the strongest man in the world. At that moment, Kabaji could only place his hopes on Buggy, recognizing that Buggy had once been a member of the Pirate King's crew. "Let us go," Buggy managed to stutter, beads of sweat cascading down his face, his legs trembling beneath him. He understood that avoiding the meeting was not an option. Whitebeard sought him out, and escape was futile. Rather than become a source of ridicule, he resolved to confront Whitebeard, believing it would project an image of strength. After making his decision, Buggy gathered all his subordinate pirates, readying them for their journey to Whitebeard's ship. Although his crew consisted of mere novices, Buggy could not allow Whitebeard to underestimate him. He intended to convey to Whitebeard that despite his current circumstances, he, like Captain Roger in years past, sailed forth with his own convictions. "Captain Buggy, how impressive!" one exclaimed. "Indeed, who would have thought that the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, would come to pay a visit to our captain? Captain Buggy is truly remarkable." The group of acrobatic performers, alongside the trio of prodigious strength, gazed at Captain Buggy with profound admiration. They regarded him as a truly remarkable figure. Not only a former crew member of the Pirate King Roger, but also someone whom the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, had expressly requested to meet. As for their own capture by Admiral Garp, they paid it little mind. After all, even the legendary Pirate King had once been apprehended by Garp. To them, it was no surprise that Captain Buggy had also fallen into Garp's clutches, for Garp's prowess was simply unparalleled. They believed that even the formidable red-haired Shanks would struggle to escape were he to face Garp, considering Buggy's strength was on par with Shanks. Chapter 62. Deception. Whitebeard observed as the red-nosed lad approached. "You can have a proper chat with him. I captured him in the Four Seas, and now he serves as a deckhand on my ship," Garp boasted, pointing to the advancing Buggy, his face radiating pride. He had just mentioned this young rascal to Whitebeard, and to his surprise, Whitebeard expressed a desire to meet him. "Ah, this red-nosed lad. It has been ages since I last saw him. I have encountered that rascal Shanks a few times," Whitebeard reminisced, his expression tinged with nostalgia as he watched Buggy approach, stirring memories of the past. "What brings you to me, Buggy?" Whitebeard inquired as Buggy stepped forward, his stature dwarfed by the giant before him, causing him to feel somewhat diminutive. "Ah, red-nosed lad. A few months back, I ran into that rascal Shanks. He mentioned you had started your own pirate crew, which piqued my curiosity. I heard you were captured by Garp, so I thought I'd come see how you were faring. You seem to be in quite a predicament. That rascal Shanks is faring much better than you," Whitebeard remarked, raising an eyebrow at Buggy's disheveled appearance, which he found rather unappealing. How did I end up in such a state? It's all that scoundrel's fault. That bastard Shanks. I came to the New World to take him down. Buggy's fury ignited at the mere mention of Shanks, his eyes ablaze with wrath. He disregarded the presence of Whitebeard and began to unleash a torrent of curses. Ah, I thought you and that rascal Shanks were on good terms. Who would have guessed it would come to this? I still remember the days aboard Roger's ship when you and Shanks were inseparable, Whitebeard reflected. A smile gracing his lips as he recalled the youthful camaraderie of Buggy and Shanks charging forward. That scoundrel Shanks. I trusted him wholeheartedly. Yet he led me to this disgraceful fate, Buggy lamented, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the loss of his treasure map and the devil fruit worth a staggering 100 million berries. Everything is gone, all gone. Ah, it seems that rascal Shanks still thinks fondly of you. Are you not going to pay him a visit, Renault's lad? Whitebeard found the situation increasingly amusing, a playful smile adorning his face. Naturally, he intended to confront that scoundrel, determined to teach that red-haired rascal a lesson. How splendid! Exclaimed Buggy, his face brimming with excitement. This time, there's no escape for him. He shall truly understand the might of Buggy the Clown. I have dispatched someone to gather intelligence on that red-haired brat. Once obtained, I shall present it to you, my dear Renault's imp. Whitebeard displayed an almost mischievous delight. It had been a long time since he encountered something so entertaining. While he chuckled at Buggy, Marco approached with a somber expression. What troubles you, Marco? Whitebeard inquired, puzzled by Marco's presence. Wasn't he typically averse to the Navy? Why the sudden interest? Father, look over there. Marco pointed to two figures on the deck, Roth and Jozu. Is Jozu making friends? How delightful. Whitebeard laughed heartily. As any father would support his sons forging bonds, irrespective of their affiliations, be they pirates or Navy. Not quite, father. Look more closely at the situation on the deck, Marco said, pressing his forehead in exasperation, wondering if his father had been influenced by Garp's antics, failing to grasp the crux of the matter. Whitebeard, somewhat bewildered, pondered Marco's words. What was happening on the deck that he was unaware of? How amusing, Garp remarked, turning his head away, stifling laughter. Clearly, he had underestimated Roth. He had assumed that Roth would slow down when disturbed by Jozu, but evidently, nothing could hinder Roth's appetite. Father, it's the food. Half of our provisions are laid out on the deck, courtesy of Jozu, as you instructed. Marco, unable to contain his irritation at his father's obliviousness, leaned closer. That is a significant portion of the food aboard the Moby Dick. It's being consumed, and you haven't even noticed. How careless. Moreover, he had observed Garp suppressing laughter. Indeed, Garp's intentions aboard their ship were anything but benign. Merely food. Let us just send more to that rascal Roth, Whitebeard retorted. Our crew does not allow guests to go hungry. Upon hearing Marco's concern, Whitebeard finally comprehended the source of his son's urgency. However, as the host, how could he allow his guests to suffer hunger? Wasn't it just food? In the vastness of the sea, it was trivial if they desired more. They could simply catch it. Could the Whitebeard pirates truly starve at sea? Ha ha ha. Your words resonate with me, Whitebeard. I admire your spirit. Come. Let us share a drink together. Kapu, unbeknownst to him, turned around, holding a bowl of wine as he addressed Whitebeard. At that moment, he felt a surge of joy. The fact that Rotas had managed to trick the Whitebeard pirates into fishing was a source of amusement for him. All right, old man, he said, upon hearing his father's words. Marco quickly set about to execute them. As for Kapu's remarks, Marco could only think to himself, that cunning old man, I'd be a fool to believe him. With a sardonic glance, he passed by Kapu, heading to the cabin to bring all the provisions up onto the deck. He had come to realize that the Navy was filled with unsavory characters, particularly the older ones, who harbored a deeper malevolence within, much like Kapu himself. The Whitebeard pirates had kindly invited them aboard for a friendly gathering, yet Kapu had brought along such a gluttonous companion, who appeared intent on consuming all their provisions. Brother Jaws, your ship is indeed generous, unlike the stingy Navy headquarters that keeps a close watch on my meals. I'm merely indulging in some food, not stealing anything. Is it truly necessary to be so cautious? By the way, Brother Jaws, could you fetch me a few more barrels of wine? I find my palate parched as I partake in this feast. Lotus, with a straw clenched between his teeth, sat beside Jaws, gazing at his newly acquainted friend with eager anticipation. Lotus, I must say, your appetite seems rather excessive, Jaws remarked, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Had he not witnessed with his own eyes as Lotus devoured an entire platter of food, he would scarcely have believed that the shorter fellow could consume such a staggering amount. Now, as Lotus uttered such words, their nascent friendship faced a formidable test. Oh, but of course, I am a demon. It is entirely normal for me to have a prodigious appetite. Rotas shook his head, indicating that this was merely the usual conduct of the sorcerers, devoid of any fault. He urged not to overthink it. However, your physique does not quite align with your appetite, Rotas. Jaws, somewhat trembling, gestured toward Rotas's stature and the amount of food he had prepared. Marveling at the stark contrast in their sizes and pondering how such a quantity could possibly be consumed. Fear not, dear brother Jaws. I, Rotas, am a man of integrity, one who has never resorted to deceit. Lotus claimed to be an honest magician, professing ignorance of deceit and asserting that he would never betray a friend. He has always been a paragon of integrity, lawfulness, and compassion towards both the elderly and the young, as well as a fervent lover of animals. Is that so? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you, Jaws, are gesticulating in a manner that suggests something amiss. Although Lotus's words seem quite reasonable, I sense a dissonance. My dear friend Jaws, you're mistaken. What is paramount in friendship? It is the sincerity and openness we share. After witnessing my actions, could there possibly be any doubt? Rotas spoke passionately, exuding an air of sincerity that suggested a lack of education on your part. Indeed, Jaws nodded in agreement, having witnessed Rotas consume the meal without apparent issue. Chapter 63. The Healing Potion. Jaws, do not waste your breath on this fellow. He is not a man of good character. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, Marco approached, his dead fish-like eyes scrutinizing Rotas with palpable suspicion. Hey, Marco. My friend, while we may be familiar with one another, I must protest against your baseless accusations. I shall not hesitate to sue you for defamation. Rotas smirked, never anticipating that Marco, with his expressive eyes, would so brazenly undermine his influence before Jaws. He was not unlike a good person, in fact. He was genuinely a good person, indeed. Haha, enjoy your meal. Jaws, let us depart. Marco scoffed, convinced that Rotas harbored ulterior motives. This fellow had conspired with that old curmudgeon, Cap, to deceive their Whitebeard pirates, displaying an insidious cunning that he found utterly distasteful. He certainly did not wish for Jaws to continue engaging in conversation with such a character. Marco, are you possibly misunderstanding something? Rotas is not that kind of person. Jaws remarked, perplexed by Marco's assertions. He could not discern any malevolent traits in Rotas. Although somewhat verbose, Rotas had a rather humorous disposition. Indeed, Jaws, my dear brother, you are quite discerning. How could I ever be the sort of person you suggest? Lotus nodded appreciatively. Indeed, brother Jaws was a discerning individual, possessing a keen understanding of matters. As for Lotus, he was a man of integrity and could never act as Marco suggested. So, do you trust him or your family? Marco replied with a vacant stare, revealing his trump card. He had no desire to continue prattling with Lotus, lest his head explode from the incessant chatter. I trust my family. Jaws regarded Lotus with an expression of helplessness. Having been a part of the Whitebeard pirates for many years, he undoubtedly trusted his family. Yet he also had faith in Lotus. However, when faced with two evils, he could only apologize to Lotus. Well, I truly feel like Doughy today, experiencing such a day of grievance. Rotas raised his hands in feigned innocence, perceiving himself to be quite wronged. He watched as Jaws and Marco departed, feeling as though the promise of sustenance under the setting sun drifted further away. Fortunately, a deck laden with provisions remained to accompany him. Otherwise, he would truly feel the harshness of the world. Whitebeard, your son has arrived. It appears you harbor some grievances against Rotas, Carp remarked, clearing his nostrils while observing Jaws and Marco's exit, releasing a sigh of relief. For now, Whitebeard would truly be without his drink. Ah. The affairs of the younger generation are of no concern to me. Whitebeard chuckled heartily, glancing at the disgruntled Marco. The sea, ever unpredictable, revealed that Marco's experiences were still too limited. May I take my leave, Whitebeard? Buggy inquired loudly, having witnessed the two engage in a rare moment of firmness. He now discerned that Whitebeard had no intention of confronting him. This invitation was merely a desire for acquaintance. Consequently, he felt emboldened to act without trepidation. Go forth, little red-nosed brat. I shall indulge in drink with the veterans. Seek your pleasures wherever you may find them. Whitebeard waved dismissively, permitting Buggy to explore at his leisure. I am departing now, Whitebeard, Buggy proclaimed, standing tall. He felt this visit had been a resounding success. At least, it appeared thus far. His display of bravado had garnered admiration from his subordinates. Depart? Where do you think you're going, little red-nosed brat? Do you believe this was merely an invitation from Whitebeard to see you? Be honest and perform your acrobatics for me, Carp interjected, expressing his dissatisfaction at Buggy's newfound confidence, which reminded him of that little rascal, Shanks. The mere thought of Shanks ignited his frustration. Understood, Lord Carp, Buggy responded, instantly deflating from a proud rooster to a defeated hen as he slumped his shoulders and prepared to entertain with his crew. Ah, Carp, you handle the little red-nosed brat quite adeptly. If Roger were to learn of this, I would indeed relish witnessing his reaction. Whitebeard laughed heartily, genuinely curious about how Roger would respond upon discovering that his apprentice was being utilized as a laborer by Carp. Ha ha. That fellow Roger might very well come to brawl with me to rescue this little red-nosed brat, Carp mused, chuckling at the thought. Confident that Roger would undoubtedly come to the aid of his protege. Alas, it is a pity that Roger met his demise too soon. Whitebeard's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. A rival like Roger was a rare find, and it was unfortunate that he had departed this world prematurely. Though he was gone, the chaos he unleashed upon the seas persisted, and even in death, he continued to disrupt Whitebeard's peace. Truly a scoundrel. Kapu, with a drink in hand, indignantly cursed. That scoundrel Roger, on the brink of death, still finds time to create trouble for us. Alas, Roger is indeed a restless soul. Whitebeard erupted into hearty laughter. How Roger fell into the clutches of the Navy may be unclear to others, but I, Whitebeard, am well aware. In my eyes, Roger forged an era and truly deserves the title of Pirate King. Indeed, that's precisely why he stirs up so much trouble. Kapu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Roger's knack for instigating chaos. At that moment, as the two elders conversed, Lotus unexpectedly interjected, I have heard there are medicinal drinks available here. Might I indulge in some? He had just finished his meal and recalled Whitebeard mentioning that alcohol serves as a remedy. Now, he found himself in need of such a tonic to soothe his wounds, having been wronged by Marco, leaving his heart laden with distress. Alas, young Lotus, do you wish for a barrel? Whitebeard chuckled, effortlessly tossing a barrel of liquor toward him. Certainly. I raise a toast to you, old man Whitebeard. Lotus took the barrel of wine, removed the oak cork, and began to indulge. His purpose for this visit was to feast and drink. The meal was complete. Yet the wine must not be lacking. He was currently in high spirits, but soon enough, there would be tears. Cap, sipping his drink, observed Lotus as he solicited wine from the old man with the white beard, stifling his laughter. The old fellow was unaware of Lotus's true prowess. By the time he realizes, it would be too late. Old man, he remarked, this wine has a delightful flavor, yet the quantity is rather scant, lacking in vigor. Rotas, holding a barrel of wine, tilted it towards the ship's deck, indicating that he had finished his drink. Ah, what a delightful little rascal he is. Whitebeard observed Rothas's antics with great admiration. A man of the sea should indeed behave thus. Marco, fetch all the wine from the hold. I cannot allow my guests to suffer from thirst, Whitebeard commanded, summoning Marco to retrieve more wine from the ship's quarters. Old man, are you certain about letting this fellow drink? Marco's expression conveyed his uncertainty. While he would be pleased if Rotas consumed all of Whitebeard's stock, leaving the old man without any to drink, considering Whitebeard's inability to indulge in alcohol due to health reasons, he also worried that the lack of wine might provoke the old man's ire. For wine had been a lifelong companion to him. Of course, are we, the Whitebeard pirates, unable to provide drinks for our guests? Whitebeard nodded, dismissing the concern. After all, Rotas was merely a child. How could he possibly outrink Whitebeard? Very well, Marco acquiesced, leading the crew, who were still bewildered by Rothas's earlier feast, towards the ship's hold to procure the wine. Chapter 64. Sweating the old man truly speaks with authority. Worthy of the title of Emperor of the Seas, Rotas raised his thumb in a gesture of astonishment, observing Marco's displeasure with great satisfaction. It delighted him that this fool dared to slander him in front of Jaws, truly exhausting themselves in the process. Oh, Rotas, my dear boy, I am eager to see how much you can drink. The old man leaned back in his chair, a smirk dancing across his face, aboard the Pequod. There may be a scarcity of many things, but certainly not of wine. Having a lifelong passion for fine spirits, he was assured that the ship would not lack in such delights. Now, it was Rotas' turn to behold the abundance of exquisite wines that graced their vessel. Ha ha. My dear old fellow, I assure you, I am a person of utmost honesty, unable to refuse others. I shall certainly finish every drop of the wine you offer. Rotas was filled with delight, for there was now ample wine to indulge in, and of a kind that promised to satiate. This time, he was determined to showcase to Whitebeard what it truly meant to be impervious to inebriation. Ah, you better catch it, he jested. Whitebeard, casting a sidelong glance at Rotas, was imbued with a sense of disdain. Who in their right mind would fear drinking? It was audacious of a young upstart to flaunt his prowess before him. As their conversation unfolded, barrels of wine began to appear on the deck, and soon after, Marco approached. "Old man, the deck is brimming, and the remaining wine is still stored in the hold," Marco informed Whitebeard, having ensured that all the wine was moved to the deck. Though the sheer volume from the Moby Dick proved overwhelming. "Ah, splendid work, Marco," Whitebeard replied with a proud smile. Beyond his beloved family and ship, these libations held a special place in his heart. "Indeed, the quantity of wine aboard this vessel is astonishing," remarked Carp, his expression one of surprise as he surveyed the deck filled with bottles. While other pirate crews amassed gold and treasures, Whitebeard was surrounded by an abundance of wine. "Ah, these are indeed the essence of my existence," Whitebeard exclaimed, greedily inhaling the aromatic bouquet that enveloped him, his face alight with ecstasy. These wines served as his elixir, and without them, he felt his very life force waning. "Today, it seems your life may very well come to a close here," Carp observed, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Whitebeard's relationship with alcohol was evidently profound. Previously, he had merely recognized the man's fondness for drink, but after years apart, he found that it had escalated into an obsession. Carp's gaze shifted from Whitebeard to Rotas, who was already panting heavily, and he surmised that Whitebeard's fate today might indeed be sealed, especially considering the excitement radiating from Rotas, a state he had never before witnessed. "Good wine, truly magnificent wine. Ha ha, I shall claim it all. What an enchanting little sprite." Lotus's eyes sparkled with a fervent glow, saliva cascading down as his face flushed a deep crimson. He gasped for breath through his nostrils, embodying an uncontrollable excitement. It had been ages since he had inhaled such a soul-stirring aroma of wine. He reminisced about the days when he surreptitiously sampled Uncle Camisir's brew in the village. The fragrance and flavor of that liquor lingered in his memory. Now, the intoxicating scent wafting through the air transported him back to that cherished barrel of wine. Rotas surveyed the deck, adorned with barrels of wine, barely able to suppress his desire to uncover the one that evoked cherished memories. "Ah, young Rotas, who would have thought you possessed such discernment? However, this wine belongs to me. Drink as much as you wish, but do not entertain any notions of taking it with you, for it is my very lifeblood." Whitebeard was slightly taken aback by Rotas's understanding of wine. Nonetheless, comprehension alone would not suffice. The idea of taking away his prized collection was out of the question. A culmination of years of dedication that he could never part with. "Fear not, old man. I, Rotas, am a man of integrity. Since you have stated that I cannot take it away, I shall adhere to your wishes. I am here to deal with these troublesome little imps." Rotas wiped away the drool, striving to master his emotions lest his intentions become too apparent. Nevertheless, the allure of the wine was nearly irresistible, captivating his gaze utterly. "Oh dear, what are you waiting for, young Rotas?" With a flourish of his white-bearded hand, the elder permitted Rotas to venture onto the deck in search of his preferred libations. "Is this truly wise, father? I can't shake this unsettling feeling," Marco expressed, casting a worried glance at Rotas, who was bouncing about with unrestrained enthusiasm. He harbored concerns that their father's generous allowance for Rotas to select wine might lead to trouble. "Do you believe it would be detrimental for our ship to run out of wine, Marco?" Joss asked, his expression flat as he rolled his eyes. "Surely, the absence of wine would outweigh any drawbacks, particularly given their father's health condition, which precluded excessive drinking." "Perhaps not," Joss replied, scratching his head. It seemed that a lack of wine might indeed be a blessing, as it was mostly their father who indulged daily. Given his current condition, from a medical standpoint, consumption was inadvisable. Yet, they could not sway him, so it appeared that the depletion of their stock was the most effective means of curbing his drinking habits. "Then let us simply observe," Marco said, narrowing his eyes and crossing his arms, leaning against the railing as he awaited the unfolding events. "Agreed," Joss nodded, mimicking Marco's stance, ready to witness the outcome. "Old man with the white beard, let us toast. A true friend is worth 1,000 cups. Allow me to raise a barrel in your honor." Rotas raised the wine barrel and proclaimed loudly, then proceeded to down the entire contents in one swift motion. As the liquid coursed through him, his previously dry hair began to glisten, and beads of perspiration formed densely upon his forehead. "Oh dear, young Rotas, what ails you? Sweating profusely while drinking with me? Surely, you are not frightened by my presence." The white-bearded man chuckled, his curiosity piqued as he observed Rotas drenched in sweat. Having navigated the vast ocean for many years, he had yet to encounter anyone who perspired so abundantly upon indulging in spirits. "It is merely a natural response of the body. There is little I can do about it." Rotas shrugged helplessly, portraying an air of resignation. Yet the truth was that he was sacrificing his very life to expel the excess moisture from the alcohol, lest his stomach be unable to accommodate such a quantity. After all, the sustenance provided him with abundant energy, while the liquor, in comparison, offered considerably less. To maximize his energy absorption, Rotas needed to empty his stomach as much as possible. Thus, he conceived the idea of sweating to divert attention. For if he were to expel the excess water in a conventional manner, it would take him an eternity. How peculiar, indeed, this little imp, Whitebeard, upon hearing this, gave it little thought. After all, the ocean was teeming with oddities, and one more drunken soul sweating was hardly remarkable. The crux of the matter was that Whitebeard did not catch a whiff of alcohol in Rotas' sweat. Otherwise, he might have dealt Rotas a severe blow. For Whitebeard had no tolerance for anyone who wasted his fine liquor, especially not a mere acquaintance. How amusing indeed. Kapu pinched his nostrils, a broad smile adorning his face. His gaze towards Rotas imbued with a hint of admiration. The fact that Rotas could sweat while drinking was a revelation that had never been disclosed aboard the warship. It only surfaced in the presence of Whitebeard, which seemed quite deliberate, as if Rotas were intentionally trying to outwit Whitebeard. Kapu felt vindicated in his efforts to nurture Rotas. Chapter 65. The High Spirits Little Imp, your capacity for liquor is commendable. You've managed to drink with me for such an extended period, Whitebeard exclaimed, casually discarding the empty barrel with genuine appreciation for Rotas. It had been quite some time since he had encountered someone who could keep pace with him in drinking. Today, he felt an unusual surge of joy, nearly succumbing to the impulse of claiming Rotas as his son. Indeed, that is only natural. I, Rotas, am the unrivaled champion of drink, simply splendid. Lotus's face was flushed, his demeanor slightly inebriated, as he pointed to himself with his thumb, exuding an air of supreme confidence, proclaiming himself the best in the world. Oh, you little rascal, truly unaware of your own limitations. How dare you claim to possess the greatest capacity for drink? Today, I shall show you what it truly means to be the best in drinking. The elder with the white beard chuckled, recognizing that although young Lotus could hold his liquor, his audacity in claiming supremacy was rather presumptuous. Today, he intended to impart a lesson to this arrogant junior, making him aware of the prowess of his seniors. Marco, do you not think our father appears somewhat inebriated? Jaws observed his father at the bow of the ship, displaying an unyielding spirit, and sensed that perhaps his father had indulged a bit too much, for it had been quite some time since he had witnessed such a countenance. Just look at the barrels of wine on the deck. Do you truly believe father isn't tipsy? Marco gestured towards the half-deck filled with barrels, wearing an expression that suggested Jaws was jesting. Given the sheer volume consumed by their father, it was indeed miraculous that he was not intoxicated. Yet, it seemed that Lotus was also quite inebriated. Perhaps he has had a bit too much, Jaws remarked, observing his father's complexion with uncertainty. He realized he had never seen his father drunk before, and thus lacked experience in identifying the signs of inebriation. White-bearded elder, I have finished a barrel of wine. It is now your turn. Rotas casually tossed a barrel of wine, addressing Whitebeard with a tone laced with provocation, as if his demeanor proclaimed his superiority. Ha! You insolent brat, behold my prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Whitebeard seized a barrel of liquor and commenced drinking voraciously. Upon finishing, he did not forget to shake the empty barrel before Rotas, conveying a clear message. You wish to challenge me? You still have much to learn, young one. Impressive. Now witness my strength. As Rotas witnessed Whitebeard's retort, he promptly seized a barrel of liquor and began to guzzle it down. Before long, the barrel was emptied. Observing Rotas's behavior, Whitebeard swiftly engaged with his own barrel of drink, and thus, the two commenced a contest of drinking on the deck. Marco, is father in good health? Jaws looked on with concern at the old man who was indulging in this drinking challenge. As time passed, the old man's health had noticeably declined. A few years prior, it was hardly discernible, yet in recent times, he had resorted to his medicine bottles with increasing frequency. This bout of heavy drinking raised concerns about the potential harm to his already fragile health. What can we do? He is the strongest man in the world. Do you think we can persuade him to quit drinking? Marco sighed, acknowledging their inability to dissuade the old man from his vice. Much like a fish cannot survive without water, Whitebeard could not endure life without his drink. While the two conversed on the foredeck of the Moby Dick, Kabeji halted his unicycle and approached Captain Buggy, who was engaged in throwing knives. Captain Buggy, we've performed for quite a while. Is it not time to take our leave? Kabeji croaked, his throat nearly parched from the numerous fire-breathing acts he had executed. He felt it was high time for a respite. Let everyone take a break. We shall remain here to observe the spectacle, Buggy replied, noticing that all the pirates aboard the Moby Dick were preoccupied with the duel between Whitebeard and Rotas. No one was paying attention to them, which brought a sense of relief to Buggy. He relished the anonymity, allowing him to pursue the treasures of the sea without scrutiny. Even though his true identity had been revealed, Buggy still preferred to go unnoticed. As for performing, he could afford to merely skim the surface. There was no need for excessive effort. Kaido, despite his usual cleverness, had become overly earnest in his performance aboard Whitebeard's ship, seemingly oblivious to the lack of attention from the crew. "Very well, Captain Buggy," Kaido responded, his expression one of relief, as he promptly signaled the other performing pirates to cease their acts and take a breather. "Captain Buggy, are we not returning to the warship?" Mooches inquired nervously. Tiptoeing closer to Buggy, he felt an unsettling aura emanating from the Whitebeard pirates, a palpable danger that far surpassed that of any ordinary pirate crew. This was the essence of true strength, and it left him profoundly uneasy. Mooches believed they ought to depart the ship and return to Captain Carp's vessel. The atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick was overwhelmingly formidable. "You disappointing fool, you have left me quite disillusioned." Upon hearing Mooches' words, Buggy immediately delivered a resounding slap to his forehead, swiftly following it with a barrage of invective. "Back to the ship. What do you think? The ship is your home. They are ruthless, lawless pirates. When did we start longing for a naval vessel?" Mooches' utterance was a blatant embarrassment to Buggy before Whitebeard, igniting his ire. "Captain Buggy, I was wrong. Please, don't hit me," Mooches lamented, clutching his head with tears welling in his eyes. He merely sought to caution Captain Buggy that this location was fraught with danger, teeming with formidable presences that could not linger here. Buggy's reaction was disproportionate. The ship was their sole sanctuary. Where else could they seek refuge? Were they to procure another pirate ship? "You coward! You've disgraced our crew, infuriating me beyond measure." Buggy's rage intensified as he berated Mooches. The moment Mooches begged for mercy, Buggy felt even more humiliated by Kaido, who had been present. A pirate could not exhibit such weakness. They were the most ferocious beings upon these seas. As Buggy's indignation grew, he began to kick at Mooches. For days, he had yearned to discipline this traitorous wretch, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, Buggy was relentless, determined to impart a lesson Mooches would never forget. "Captain Buggy, I believe this is unwise. After all, we are still on Whitebeard's ship. If the Whitebeard pirates witness this, it will bring great shame to our crew." Although Kaido had grown accustomed to Buggy's treatment of Mooches, it was still Whitebeard's territory. As the saying goes, a family disgrace should not be aired in public. They had never garnered much respect from the Whitebeard pirates, yet it was preferable to avoid further degradation in their eyes. "Indeed, you make a valid point, Kaido," Buggy conceded. "Mooches, you spineless wretch. Should you utter such cowardly words again, I shall see to your demise. You have truly brought shame upon our crew." After delivering a thorough thrashing to Mooches, Buggy felt a surge of satisfaction. Hearing Kaido's advice, he decided to relent, albeit after a stern verbal reprimand. Believing he had made his point sufficiently clear, once these matters were concluded, Buggy's gaze fell upon Kaido, contemplating when he might also deliver a proper reprimand to him. For the traitorous nature was not confined to Mooches alone. However, at present, Buggy found no just cause to punish Kaido. Resolving instead to wait for the opportune moment to educate this turncoat in due time, ensuring both would remember the formidable nature of Captain Buggy. Chapter 66. The Drunken Stupor. "Captain Buggy, why are you looking at me? I haven't done anything wrong." As Kaido sensed Baki's gaze sweeping over him, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He pondered whether he had inadvertently transgressed any of Captain Baki's taboos, such as making remarks about the captain's prominent red nose. After reflecting several times, he reassured himself that he had committed no offense nor breached any of Captain Baki's prohibitions, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. However, Baki, noticing Kaido's evasive demeanor in the presence of his gaze, concluded that this scoundrel had indeed betrayed him. Baki's suspicions deepened. Convinced that Kaido must have allied himself with the Navy and was likely engaged in some treachery against him, otherwise, why would he flinch at the mere meeting of their eyes? Meanwhile, as Baki continued to indulge in his tumultuous thoughts, Rotas and Whitebeard were nearing the end of their revelry on the deck, having nearly consumed all the liquor. Rotas leaned against the railing with his head drooping, his body drenched as if he had just emerged from the sea, while Whitebeard appeared dazed, a cryptic smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Leaning against the railing, Rotas could not suppress a burp that erupted from his throat, his visage resembling that of a monkey's rear. With each breath he took, a potent aroma of alcohol emanated from his mouth. He gazed at the old man seated in the chair and bellowed, "Old man, where's the liquor? Bring me a drink." Ha ha ha, little Rotas, you must be inebriated, aren't you? The old man chuckled heartily. Upon witnessing Rotas in such a state, he could not help but laugh uproariously. It seemed rather premature for this young lad to challenge him, the venerable one, in a contest of tolerance for spirits. It was evident that Rotas was already quite far gone. Who was drunk? Do not speak nonsense, I am not inebriated. Rotas retorted. You must be afraid to let me drink more, which is why you say such things. Upon hearing the old man with the white beard claim that he was intoxicated, Rotas felt a pang of urgency. How could Rotas, of all people, be so easily inebriated? He conceded that his mind was somewhat muddled, yet his awareness remained sharp. He could still indulge in more drink. This was not drunkenness, surely. The old man did not intend to go back on his word. He had promised that as long as Rotas could drink, he would be allowed to do so, provided he did not leave the premises. Alas, you stubborn little rascal. I shall ensure that you concede gracefully. The old man found Rotas' defiance amusing. Despite his tender years, the lad had a commendable tolerance for alcohol. Though his stubbornness was rather excessive, even in such a state of inebriation, he refused to yield. It was evident to anyone that he was drunk, yet he insisted otherwise. Much like a stubborn duck refusing to admit defeat, Marco ventured into the cabin to retrieve all the liquor. Today, he was determined to witness just how much this obstinate young fool could consume. The old man gestured grandly, exclaiming his intent to see just how much Rotas could truly drink. After having downed half a deck's worth of alcohol, the boy still claimed sobriety, demonstrating a rather insatiable appetite for drink. All right, father. Jaws, let's go. Marco called out to Jaws standing nearby, then summoned a group of astonished pirates. Marco, do we really need to bring more alcohol? Father's current state is rather concerning, Jaws inquired anxiously. Although Rotas was beginning to show signs of drunkenness, his youth and vigor meant he could likely withstand it. However, their father, being of advanced age, was more susceptible to the adverse effects of the fruit he consumed, and he was not in a condition to handle such copious amounts of liquor. Are you going to heed Father's words or not? Marco retorted, sidestepping Jaws' question. On a pirate ship, the captain's words were beyond reproach, even amongst family. Moreover, their father had spoken in the presence of outsiders. Failing to comply would tarnish his reputation. As members of the Whitebeard pirates, they could advise their father, but they could not make decisions for him, for he was their captain and patriarch. Jaws was certainly listening to their father, though concern for his health lingered in his thoughts. Nevertheless, he could not allow their father to lose face before others. So he hesitantly followed Marco to fetch the alcohol. Alas, Rotas, come forth. Do not be shy, drink heartily. I have brought forth my cherished collection for you. Surely, you are not about to waver now? The old man observed as Marco and the others brought the liquor onto the deck, a playful glint in his eye as he addressed Rotas. Now that the drinks were present, it was time to see if Rotas had the audacity to continue. The old man intended to teach this younger generation that while aspirations to surpass their predecessors were admirable, their prowess still required significant honing. Do not underestimate me, Whitebeard. If we are to drink, let us drink. After all, the first to succumb shall undoubtedly be you. Upon hearing this, Rotas felt a surge of indignation. How dare that old man with the white beard look down upon him? This was intolerable. He resolved to make Whitebeard aware of the consequences of provoking him. Then drink up, young Rotas. If you do not, you shall be deemed a coward. Whitebeard's face bore a mischievous grin reminiscent of a child, an expression that conveyed a taunting challenge, inflicting upon Rotas a profound sense of ridicule. Do not push your luck too far, Whitebeard. Rotas blushed with indignation as he argued, then leaped toward the array of beverages laid out on the deck. How dare that wretched old man look down upon me? This is utterly intolerable. I shall consume every last drop of this liquor, leaving not a single drop for that fellow. Hiccup, hiccup, hiccup. As Rotas belched loudly, he muttered in indignation, unable to fathom how the old man with the white beard could dare to look down upon him. He vowed to make the fellow pay for his insolence. Rotas seized a barrel of wine and indulged in it voraciously, consuming one barrel after another, until the crew aboard the ship beheld a spectacle of empty barrels soaring through the air. Rotas navigated through the liquor like a loach in muddy waters, exhibiting an astonishing agility. Oh, ho ho! Young Rotas, I am here as well, Whitebeard exclaimed upon witnessing Rotas weaving through the libations. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he bent slightly, then leaped into the sea of barrels covering the deck. Grasping a barrel, he drank it down with great fervor, subsequently tossing the empty vessel into the ocean. The Moby Dick and the warship remained adrift upon the sea, surrounded by frothy white waves and the drifting empty barrels. After a considerable time, not a single barrel remained on the deck, nor in the hold, as the Moby Dick shed the weight of the liquor, becoming considerably lighter and more agile. Oh ho ho, young Rotas, I acknowledge your prowess. Your capacity for drink is commendable, yet you still pale in comparison to me, Whitebeard remarked, leaning against the railing, a joyful smile gracing his lips as he addressed Rotas. This young rascal had managed to keep pace with his drinking, revealing a rather impressive tolerance. La la la, I am the greatest, I am the most handsome. La la la, I am the jolly little devil. La 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 la, la la la, I am the charming figure beloved by all. La li la 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 la. Rotas, entirely oblivious to Whitebeard's words, unleashed his voice upon the deck, embarking on a nonsensical serenade. La la la, Carp, your disciple is utterly inebriated. Just look at him, he exclaimed, his laughter ringing out. Whitebeard, in turn, roared with laughter, finding the sight of the little rascal drunkenly cavorting on the deck to be utterly hilarious. Do you not realize you are equally inebriated, Whitebeard? Carp replied, exasperated, casting a sidelong glance at Whitebeard. It was amusing to witness this man, usually so formidable, bickering like a child with Rotas. He was merely more discreetly inebriated. Marco, I believe father requires some repose. Do you concur? Marco nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, it is apparent that father, typically so commanding, has succumbed to a state of childlike banter. It seems he is quite intoxicated. Thankfully, Rotas is currently more unruly, diverting attention away from father. Otherwise, word of this drunken escapade would circulate across the seas indefinitely. Chapter 67. Intoxicated Whitebeard. I shall escort Rotas back to the ship. He is quite inebriated. We shall meet again another time, Carp stated, rising as he observed Rotas' drunken state, seizing the opportunity while Whitebeard was also under the influence. He intended to return Rotas to the ship, lest any untoward incidents arise once Whitebeard regained his senses. Who could tell if Whitebeard's temperament had shifted during their time apart? If he were to awaken and discover that Rotas had emptied his precious liquor, what recourse would Carp have? With no wealth to compensate Whitebeard, he deemed it prudent to depart promptly, knowing that if Whitebeard could not locate them, he would be left to stew in his frustration. La la la, off you go, Whitebeard waved dismissively, understanding Carp's need to take the raucous Rotas away. For the young lad's purse singing was a perturbation to his peace. We shall take our leave, no need to see us off, Carp declared as he grasped the animated Rotas, turning his back to Whitebeard and waving. Old man, I'm not drunk. Really, I'm not, Rotas protested, punctuating his words with a hiccup. As Rotas struggled against Carp's iron grip, he belched drunkenly, his efforts proving futile. His incoherent ramblings elicited a shake of the head from Carp, who firmly gripped Rotas' arm and dragged him towards the warship. Rotas left a long trail of water across the deck of the Moby Dick as he was pulled along. Let us go, everyone, Bucky proclaimed to his entourage, having observed the commotion come to a close. With Carp departing, it was time for them to follow suit. Otherwise, they might incur the wrath of Carp's righteous fury, which remained uncertain. As Carp and Bucky's group left, the Moby Dick set sail on its return journey. I hope Dad isn't angry when he wakes up, Marco said, glancing at the slumbering figure of their father with a hint of concern. The alcohol stored aboard the Moby Dick had required considerable time and effort to procure, and now it had all been consumed. Would their father be upset upon regaining consciousness? Let him be angry. After all, those spirits were a source of trouble. It's for the best that they're gone, Marco replied with a nonchalant demeanor, even managing a jest. He maintained a perspective that having no alcohol was preferable, yet having it was inconsequential, as they could not persuade their father to quit drinking. Indeed, the ship felt significantly lighter. As Jaws observed the vessel's speed and its elevation above the water's surface, he realized the Moby Dick was much swifter than during their arrival, nodding at Marco in agreement. Isn't that splendid? I believe our return journey will be considerably faster, Marco remarked. By the way, it's getting late, Jaws. You should rest now. We shall meet again tomorrow. Marco gazed at the full moon hanging high in the sky, and, unable to stifle a yawn, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He waved goodbye to Jaws, turned, and retreated to his quarters for slumber. Jaws had intended to detain Marco, but upon witnessing Marco's farewell gesture, he abandoned the thought. They had seemingly been conversing about the old man's awakening, yet somehow the discussion had veered off course. The warship was ablaze with light, and the inebriated Rotas had begun to lead a group of soldiers in the buggy pirates in song. The soldiers found the novelty amusing and, without protest, joyfully joined in the chorus. In stark contrast, the buggy pirates wore expressions of despondency. Having just concluded their performance, they lacked the spirit for song. All they desired was to cleanse themselves and retire for the night. Kabaji, the most emblematic among them, had executed multiple fire-breathing acts that day, leaving his throat painfully dry and devoid of any inclination to sing. Yet, under the oppressive influence of Rotas, Kabaji could only feign participation, moving his lips in sync with the singing crowd. Soon, however, despair gripped him, for Rotas not only led the soldiers in song but also had them stepping in rhythm. There was no room for laziness this time. He could not blend into the group and was left to awkwardly shuffle alongside those around him, swaying his body in time. With each movement, Kabaji felt his back and waist ache, the repercussions of his earlier performance on a unicycle while juggling plates becoming painfully evident. Indeed, it was no easy task to be the centerpiece of a circus. In contrast, Buggy felt quite content with the utility of his fruit. He merely needed to remain stationary while his body moved. This arrangement spared him from fatigue, allowing him to observe the soldiers' swaying forms. Of course, he had to remain vigilant to avoid having anyone step on his feet, as everything but his feet could levitate off the ground. Rotas, that should suffice. The hour grows late, Kapu remarked, reclining in his chair. He felt it was time to rest, deeming further revelry unnecessary. Besides, Rotas's raucous antics aboard the warship were disrupting his peace. He was no longer a young man, and preferred the tranquility of sleep. La 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 la, come on. Old man, let's enjoy ourselves. What a splendid time this is. Why sleep when we can revel? Rotas twisted his waist and shouted loudly at Carp. Why waste such a splendid time? Let us indulge in merriment instead of sleeping. This is the moment for joy. Carp replied, continue your revelry. But remember not to let the festivities last too late. I shall retire for the evening. After contemplating, Carp felt that employing a physical silencing method might be somewhat inhumane, considering that Rotas had become this way entirely at his behest. Thus, Carp resolved to allow Rotas to continue his drunken antics. For the soldiers aboard the ship also deserved some entertainment to unwind. However, as for him, being of advanced age, he would refrain from participating. Old man, don't go. Join in the merriment. Stay with us. As Rotas observed Carp's intention to depart, he promptly leapt from the deck, gracefully gliding to stand before Carp, seizing his arm to prevent his escape. You little rascal, are you still inebriated? Why do you cling to me? I am off to rest, Carp retorted, irked by Rotas' insistence. This impudent youth compelled him to indulge in his frivolities, disregarding Carp's dignity. Should word of this escapade spread, the entire ocean would know by the following day, and he would be left to endure the embarrassment, especially in front of Xiaohe. I'm not drunk. Do not speak nonsense, old man. Upon hearing Cap's assertion of his inebriation, Rotas felt a surge of indignation. How could he be intoxicated? Who, in a state of drunkenness, could maintain such vitality? Certainly, the venerable Cap was merely jesting with him. You child, truly. The old man sighed, expressing his reluctance to resort to such measures, yet felt compelled due to the circumstances. Cap shook his head, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Initially, he had not intended to employ this tactic, but given the present situation, reasoning with Rotas proved futile. Thus, he resolved to adopt the most rudimentary and straightforward approach to address this impish boy. What is it? Old man. Rotas was filled with questions, perplexed, and unable to comprehend the peculiar words of the old man Carp. Rotas, come and see what I have in my hand. Carp did not respond to Rotas' inquiry, but instead opened his palm for Rotas to behold. There is nothing here, old man. Rotas lowered his head and glanced, only to find that the old man Cap held nothing in his hands. Aside from the lines of his palms, there was nothing to behold. You foolish child. Lower your head a bit more, and take a good look at what this old man is holding. Very well, esteemed elder. Upon hearing Carp's words, Rotas gradually bent down, bringing his head closer to Carp's outstretched palm. Chapter 68. Evasion. Is there truly nothing at all, old sir? Rotas tilted his head, a look of bewilderment on his face as he inquired, for he had observed quite clearly that there was nothing at all. No, there was indeed something. Cap, upon seeing Rotas approach, wore a mischievous grin. The more Rotas pondered Cap's response, the more perplexed he became, wondering if perhaps he had truly overindulged in drink and was unable to see clearly. Yet, he did not dismiss the possibility that the old man might be jesting with him, and thus he continued to inquire, what is it? Before Ross could finish his inquiry, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed abruptly. What was this? The old man wanted to demonstrate the strength of his fist, and yet this insolent youth dared to provoke him repeatedly. Truly, it was quite vexing. Kapu continued from Roth's last words, expressing his irritation. This little brat, even inebriated, was a source of annoyance, obstructing him as if he believed Kapu was of a temperate disposition. Withdrawing his hand, Kapu addressed the soldiers on the deck. who were rendered speechless. A few of you carry Roths to his quarters. It is late, and he should not be causing such a ruckus. His drunken antics are one matter, but you all ought not to indulge in this folly as well. Yes, Lieutenant General, the soldiers responded. Although they were startled by the sight of Kapu knocking Roths unconscious, upon hearing his command, they swiftly mobilized, with dozens of them lifting Roths and heading towards the cabin. At last, it was over. I am utterly exhausted. Kabaji, trembling, leaned against the railing, a look of relief washing over his face. He now found himself considering Kapu as a genuinely good man. In his moment of torment, Kapu had stepped forward to vanquish the demon and rescue him. How dull. After finally showcasing my gentlemanly dance, it was so abruptly interrupted. Buggy pouted, his expression betraying his dissatisfaction. Although he had just mingled into the fray, he had gradually immersed himself in the rhythm, swaying like a leaf falling from a barren tree one moment, and like a verdant boat upon the ocean the next. However, with Roth's defeat at the hands of Kapu, all came to an end. The soldiers had taken Roths away, leaving only the remaining few. Buggy was compelled to cease his elegant dance. Otherwise, he would be the sole performer on the deck, which would be exceedingly awkward. As night deepened, apart from the soldiers on night watch, everyone else had returned to their quarters for rest, and the deck once again fell into a hushed tranquility. The following day aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard awoke from his slumber, rubbing his throbbing head, feeling rather unwell. He glanced at Jozu and Marco, who were basking in the sun on the deck, and said, "Ooh la la, Marco, could you fetch me a barrel of wine? I am quite parched, ooh la la." "We have no wine left, old man," Marco replied, eyes closed, leaning against the railing, comfortably soaking up the sun, uttering words that left Whitebeard momentarily stunned. "Ooh la la, Marco, do not sulk. Hurry and bring your old man some drinks. I am truly thirsty." Whitebeard assumed Marco was jesting and did not take his words to heart. Surely, he knew how much wine was aboard the Moby Dick. How could there possibly be none? "Really, old man, yesterday, you and Roth consumed all the wine on the ship. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jozu." Marco opened his lifeless eyes and gestured towards Jaws, who was also basking in the sun by the railing, indicating that Jaws could attest to his honesty. Jaws, roused from his sun-soaked reverie upon overhearing Marco and the old man's conversation, interjected, "Indeed, old man, Marco speaks the truth. There is not a single barrel of wine left aboard the ship. Just yesterday, Roth consumed 3/5 of it, and you, old man, drank 2/5. Currently, the entire Moby Dick is devoid of wine, and have you not noticed how much lighter the ship feels?" To bolster his claims, Jaws pointed towards the ship, inviting the old man to perceive the changes aboard the Moby Dick. Listening to Jaws and Marco, Whitebeard slowly rose from his chair, gazing out at the distant sea, a shadow of gloom crossing his face. He rubbed his temples, feeling a heaviness in his chest, as if something within him yearned to break free. Having spent half his life upon these waters, he never imagined he would fall victim to that scoundrel, Cap. The old soldier appeared so honest. Yet he allowed his disciple to drain his healing remedy, seeking to deprive him of fine wine during their voyage, a truly malicious scheme. Is the old man truly all right, Marco? Jaws asked anxiously, observing the unusual expression on Whitebeard's face. In his recollection, the old man seldom exhibited such demeanor. When he did, it signified grave circumstances. "Fear not. We shall reach an inhabited island in a matter of days. By then, the old man will be himself again," Marco replied, displaying no concern for Whitebeard's condition and even finding amusement in it. The old man's current state seemed to stem from the absence of wine. And once they set foot on an inhabited island and procured some, he would surely return to form. A momentary dip in his spirits was far preferable to a decline in health. As the two conversed, Whitebeard withdrew his gaze from the distant sea and, in a somber tone, addressed them. "Marco, Jaws, should Ross appear again, inform me in advance so we can avoid him." After much contemplation, Whitebeard uttered this seemingly weak statement. What else could he do? He had never felt such despair. Ross was a relative of Little Oars, and he could not simply cast aside the kin of his family. Such word would tarnish his reputation. Yet, inviting Ross aboard would mean sacrificing his precious wine. Thus, avoiding Ross entirely seemed the most prudent course of action. The thought of a man of his stature having to evade a younger counterpart filled Whitebeard with melancholy, reminding him of the passage of time and his own aging. "Old man, we are the Whitebeard pirates. How can we cower from a mere Navy officer? If word of this spreads, it would utterly disgrace us," Jaws exclaimed. Before Marco could utter a word, Jaws stood up first, declaring that the Whitebeard pirates feared no one. Today, would they really yield to Rotas? If news of this were to spread, Would they not lose face? Then, he urged his father to devise a plan to prevent that little brat Rotas from boarding their ship. After all, that fellow was a cousin to Little Oars, which made him a quasi-relative. If he were to seek them out, what could they do? They couldn't simply turn him away. Furthermore, as you've seen, that fellow's appetite was monstrous, akin to that of a beast. Though their pirate crew was wealthy, they certainly could not afford such extravagance. If he were merely a common pirate, they would have dispatched him long ago. However, the complication lay in Rotas's connection to Little Oars. They could neither take action nor dismiss him. Jaws found it curious that the Navy was still able to sustain Rotas. It was truly remarkable. Marco, with his deadpan expression, rather agreed with their father's approach, as the Whitebeard pirates preferred to remain unbothered. As long as Rotas did not proactively seek them out, they could continue to roam the seas as usual. However, Jaws found himself at a loss for words after Marco's speech, his mind racing but failing to conjure a viable solution. All right, Jaws, Marco, cease your bickering. He is merely a junior. Let us consider it a kindness. A matter of face. At my age, I no longer place importance on such trivialities. Whitebeard, observing Jaws' awkward demeanor, could not help but laugh, coming to his rescue. For him, the greatest honor lay in family. All else was inconsequential. Yielding to Rotas was merely an act of compassion to prevent the boy from being harmed in their presence. Indeed, Jaws, try to see it this way. Let us grant Little Oars this favor, Marco chimed in, hoping to steer Jaws away from his stubbornness. After all, it was just one Rotas. He could not persistently pursue them, for the Navy was far more disciplined than pirates. Chapter 69. Annoyance, old man, you've gone too far. To trick me into looking at your hand, and then knock me out? This is utterly wrong and indefensible. As a spirited young naval officer, I have suffered at your hands. If you do not allow me to eat my fill 3 times, no, 4 times, my tender heart will surely remain scarred. Rotas rose from his bed and immediately confronted Cap on the deck with an impassioned lamentation, demanding compensation in the form of a hearty meal. Using the frequency of their discussions as a means to denounce Cap's misdeeds. Come now, you little rascal, you are truly vexing me, he exclaimed. Do you think at my age I still relish brawling? You came to me, and I have no choice but to respond. Cap, reclining comfortably on his sun lounger, savored the long-awaited pleasures of retirement. Upon hearing Rotas' grievances, he merely opened his eyes slightly to glance at Rotas, then returned to his indolent state, indifferent to Rotas' insistence that their matter would remain unresolved unless he received restitution. Regardless of how much Rotas bothered him, he decided to let Rotas rest a little longer. Old man, this is too much. Who is being bothersome here? I, Rotas, am a model Navy officer, always adhering to the rules, upholding the principle of never taking so much as a needle or thread from the masses, and cherishing camaraderie among my comrades. Rotas expressed that Garp is indeed a cantankerous old man, shamelessly claiming he does not enjoy fighting, which is nothing short of deceitful. The entire crew of the warship can attest to how Garp used to strike fear into his opponents. It is utterly audacious for Garp to assert that he refrains from violence. Does his conscience not ache? Moreover, who is truly bothersome? What he exhibits is merely a talent for social interaction, not annoyance. He sacrifices his own time to cultivate a communicative environment with others. After all, without his initiative to spark conversation, the rest would be left in awkward silence. This clearly embodies a spirit of selflessness, where he aims to achieve greater good through personal sacrifice. How has it devolved into mere irritation in the old man's eyes? As Garp listened to Rotas' incessant and indignant tirade, he felt a familiar throbbing in his head. Rotas is admirable in many respects, yet his incessant chatter is irksome. Garp closed his eyes, massaging his throbbing temples, sensing that he was on the verge of losing control over his fists. What do you intend to do, old man? He mused. As the saying goes, a gentleman speaks rather than resorts to violence. It is unjust to act without words. Furthermore, given your seniority over me, you ought to respect your elders and cherish the young. You just proclaimed your aversion to fighting. I have come here with the sincere intention of communication. Are you truly willing to forsake your own principles? Upon witnessing Kapu's demeanor, Rotas immediately bent his legs and leapt back a considerable distance, assuming a defensive posture. He then commenced a verbal onslaught, aiming to assault the opponent's psyche in pursuit of his own safety. Rotas has always adhered to the principle of taking action when faced with those weaker than himself, yet when confronted by someone stronger, he consistently opts for psychological warfare before resorting to physical confrontation. After all, his future is undeniably bright. There is no need to jeopardize himself over trivial matters. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Rotas not only possesses the patience to wait but also the endurance to bide his time. Kindly grant me some peace, for all I seek is tranquility. Do you truly doubt my word? You little rascal, hurry along with your tasks. In a few days, I shall escort you to the headquarters. Kapu deemed it wiser to restrain his fists, considering they had clashed just the day prior. Today, he resolved to spare Rotas, for he is a man of his word. Old man, I shall take my leave now. Remember, you promised we would return to the headquarters in a few days. Do not deceive me. As soon as Lotes returned to the headquarters, he immediately fell into a loquacious mode, repeatedly seeking confirmation of Karp's words. You, hurry and get to work. Stop your incessant chatter. Do you not trust me, old man? Speak another word, and I shall not take you back. Karp's forehead pulsed with veins, as the suppressed primordial power within him began to resurface. Lotes, with his persistent inquiries of, is that true? 3 times, and do not forget, sir, for times, continued to press for answers. Even Karp's typically good temper began to wane. Fine, fine, I shall take my leave. You, old man, are a man of your word. Do not deceive me. As Ross witnessed Karp's impending explosion of anger, he promptly took flight, leaving behind only his 2 utterances. That insufferable brat is so verbose. Karp, seeing Ross vanish in an instant, could not help but curse aloud. After all, he had finally found someone to bear the burdens of labor, only to discover he was a chatterbox. It was unclear whether he should consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, Roths was indeed a promising talent. It had taken little time for him to thrust Karp into an early retirement. Yet, on the other hand, who could endure such an incessantly loquacious individual? He was already on par with a man in his 60s or 70s. Sigh. Regardless, the old man would soon retire in a few years, when that time came. It would be Roths who would vex Sengoku. Why should he dwell on such matters? Karp contemplated his age, realizing that retirement was on the horizon. If Roths were still a Navy officer then, it would be Sengoku who would bear the brunt of his annoyance, unless Sengoku too was nearing his own retirement. At present, Roths had his share of minor flaws, yet no significant issues. Thus, Karp continued to savor his leisurely retirement. Meanwhile, in the East Blues Windmill Village, at the Dayton residence, Ace was busily packing his belongings. Though his birthday had not yet arrived, Ace was eager to set sail. His recent rigorous training had made it abundantly clear that remaining in Windmill Village would hinder his progress. He needed to venture into broader horizons and encounter stronger foes to further his own development. Ace, your birthday isn't here yet. Why are you packing so early? Luffy, with a displeased expression and a tinge of jealousy in his eyes, watched Ace prepare his luggage. Ace's birthday was just around the corner, granting him the freedom to sail, while Luffy would have to wait several more years, an outcome he deemed profoundly unfair. Luffy, one must always be prepared. If I pack now, I shan't forget anything later. Ace concluded, folding his last article of clothing, hoisting his backpack up, and imparted earnest advice to Luffy. After all, Luffy had a knack for causing his elder brother concern with his forgetfulness and carelessness, traits that would undoubtedly pose challenges at sea. However, Ace was resolute. He could not wait several years for Luffy to accompany him on his journey. Thus, he could only hope that Luffy's future companions would be somewhat reliable. After all, having an unreliable captain was already quite vexing. Encountering a crew of similarly undependable individuals would render their pirate crew nearly dysfunctional. It's all right, Ace. When the time comes, I'll remind you. Let's hurry and grab a bite to eat. Luffy beamed with a silly grin, drool unconsciously escaping the corners of his mouth. No, you go ahead, Luffy. I'm about to dive into the sea. Just remember not to get caught by the boss or the chef. Run fast, and when it's time to eat, don't overindulge. It's better to leave early. Finally, remember to avoid the places where we have dined before. Seek out distant locales for your meals. Ace is reluctant to squander time on dining and evading the wrath of irate chefs. His sole focus now is to enhance his strength before setting sail, in order to confront the myriad perils of the sea. After all, even someone merely a few years his senior, like Lotus, possesses a formidable prowess. So one can only imagine the monstrous capabilities of those significantly older. This simple comparison underscores the countless dangers that lurk upon the ocean. However, prior to training, a warning must be issued to Luffy lest his scatterbrained younger brother unwittingly revisit their previous dining establishment, for such folly would leave Luffy without even a chance to dine, forced instead to flee. Chapter 70. Garrison Ace, come train with me, will you? It has been ages since we enjoyed a meal together, Luffy implored, shaking Ace vigorously. Since Lotus departed, Ace had not accompanied him to dine in the kingdom of Goa, dedicating himself instead to rigorous training and seldom indulging in play. Luffy, you must understand that in this vast ocean, strength is paramount. I cannot waste time in Goa, Ace replied, shaking his head, unwilling to squander precious training time on such trivialities as he aimed to surpass that man. Very well, Ace. Luffy's head drooped, his demeanor resembling that of a forsaken kitten, eyes brimming with disappointment. Ace no longer accompanied him, and being a devil fruit user, he could not venture into the sea to train alongside Ace. However, if you join me for weighted training, I can catch fish from the sea for you, Ace proposed. Observing Luffy's despondency, relenting, he abandoned his plans for swimming, inviting Luffy to join him in their training regimen. Really, Ace? Luffy's previously forlorn gaze transformed into one of excitement. As long as it did not involve the sea, he could engage in other activities. Of course, Luffy. Ace responded with a smile, as an elder brother should, ensuring he would take good care of Luffy, especially since he had recently become absorbed in his training and distanced himself from his younger sibling. But that would not be the case any longer. Splendid. Let us train. Ace, Luffy exclaimed, his face aglow with joy as he eagerly pulled Ace toward the forest. Today, they would once again share in merriment. As the two brothers trained in the forest, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku sighed, burdened with documents in hand. Sengoku, why do you fret? Isn't Garp diligently capturing pirates without slacking off? Tsuru remarked, resting her chin on her hands, a playful glint in her eyes. Garp, that eternal child, was once again striving to capture pirates upon the high seas, much like in his youth. It is amusing to see Sengoku, who is usually composed, wearing an expression of distress. Crane, you are unaware that Garp will soon return with that gluttonous little rascal. I am currently vexed about how to manage the extraordinary appetite of that small child. Sengoku, rubbing his temples in frustration, acknowledged that while it is commendable that Garp is diligently working, the return of that little imp is indeed troubling. He has only recently dispatched this troublesome child, and now he is back again. What is he to do? Sengoku now regrets allowing that unreliable fellow to recruit personnel. Just look at the kind of individuals he has brought in. At your age, Sengoku, is it truly necessary to be concerned about a junior? It is merely a matter of accommodating a bit more food. If need be, we can hire a few more cooks. Crane laughed heartily, offering a somewhat impractical, yet practical suggestion. Is it not simply about food? Our Navy is certainly capable of affording it. Do not jest, Crane. Our Navy's finances are far from optimistic. Recently, the number of pirates on the seas has been increasing, and our expenditures are rising correspondingly. Sengoku waved his hand decisively, rejecting the proposal. The funds of our Navy do not come easily, should we follow Crane's suggestion. No amount of money would suffice to fill the bottomless pit that is Rotas. He merely wishes for Rotas to visit the Navy headquarters less frequently. After all, each time Rotas arrives at the headquarters, the mess hall is emptied, and replenishing supplies takes time. The headquarters cannot be in a constant state of resupply. If that were the case, what would our Navy be doing about pirates? We might as well convert the headquarters into a mess hall. Perhaps it would be better for Garp to take Rotas to guard a specific sea area. That way, Rotas would not return frequently, and Garp could finally enjoy the retirement he has long desired. After reflecting on the Navy's economic situation in recent years, Crane began to think more straightforwardly. As long as Rotas is stationed in a specific sea area and not allowed to return, Sengoku's current troubles could be alleviated. Additionally, Garp's consistent presence in a particular area would allow him to relax without worry. This is a win-win situation. And surely Garp would only grumble a bit but would not object vocally. Which sea area do you think would be suitable? Rotas has an enormous appetite and should be placed in a region abundant with sea beasts and sea kings. Moreover, it should be a location where pirates are prevalent. Otherwise, Garp would truly be slacking off. Upon hearing Crane's suggestion, Sengoku's eyes lit up. Stationing Rotas in a specific sea area is indeed a splendid idea. But the exact location requires careful consideration. It must be rich in sea beasts and pirates. Otherwise, assigning Garp to that area would be a waste of talent. For Garp is undeniably a hero of the Navy and possesses considerable strength. What do you think about the sea area between Alabasta and Water 7? It is not far from the East Blue, and there are plenty of sea beasts and sea kings. Most importantly, many pirates frequent this route to build ships at Water 7. After a moment of contemplation, Tsuru inquired of Sengoku regarding his opinion on a certain maritime region she deemed suitable for the station presence of the marine hero, Garp. She believed this area, frequented by numerous pirates, would significantly reduce the pirate population in the New World if Garp could apprehend them. While the prospect was promising, There lingered the concern of proximity to the territory of the warlord, Crocodile. Dispatching personnel there might invite scrutiny and criticism. Sengoku acknowledged Tsuru's suggestion, recognizing the potential of the region. After all, Garp had been incessantly lamenting his desire to retire and return home to educate his grandchildren. Assigning him to this particular maritime domain would likely please him, given its close distance to the East Blue. However, the advantageous location also raised concerns regarding the Navy's reputation and the risk of being perceived as colluding with pirates, as the warlords are acknowledged by the world government and typically remain unmonitored unless they engage in significant misconduct. But what does it matter, Sengoku? We can simply announce in the newspapers that the Navy, in its unwavering commitment to combating maritime crime, has appointed the esteemed hero Garp to oversee the initial stretch of the Grand Line. This way, no one could find fault with our actions. We can stabilize public sentiment while managing the narrative on the seas. What issues could possibly arise? Tsuru asserted, tapping the table, effectively alleviating Sengoku's concerns. As long as they proactively addressed potential complications, they could quell any negative repercussions before they emerged. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at Sengoku. He found Tsuru's plan sound, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something ominous might transpire, though he could not articulate what that might be. It felt like a matter neither grave nor trivial, a vague discomfort that persisted. Sengoku, you must be overworked. It is time to consider retirement. Have you decided who among Akiji and Akainu will be your successor? Not yet. Among the troops, Akiji has garnered the most support. Yet the whispers from the world government seem to favor Akainu, Sengoku replied, feeling an increasing headache at the thought of succession. He intended for Akiji to take the helm, but it was evident that the world government preferred Akainu, which could lead to conflict between the two in the future. Things will work themselves out in due time. We shall simply observe. The crane spoke with remarkable calmness, stating that who would assume the mantle of marshal was beyond their control, largely contingent upon the desires of the world government. Thus, rather than futilely fretting, it would be more prudent to observe the unfolding events. After all, this vast ocean would inevitably belong to the youth. The remnants of the old era could only cling to existence for so long, rendering any further concern utterly pointless. Chapter 71. Influence. A few days later, Garp departed from the hunting grounds aboard his warship, returning to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Concurrently, news spread across the seas, disseminated by the news coup, announcing that the naval hero Garp would soon engage in a campaign against crime in the New World. The pirates who received this newspaper exhibited a spectrum of emotions, from joy to sorrow. The jubilant ones were those who had already reached Fishman Island and the Sabaody archipelago. Upon seeing the report, they realized that Garp would undoubtedly be returning to the Navy headquarters, for this announcement was a communication to the seas. It implied that a meeting was imminent within the Navy. Once Garp vacated that maritime region, it would signal their definitive advance into the New World. Indeed, as they had anticipated, shortly thereafter, they acquired intelligence from the black market regarding Garp's departure from that area. The pirates who learned of this news were exceedingly pleased. Immediately, a multitude of people gathered, bravely venturing into the New World. In stark contrast to the jubilance of these pirates, the pirates occupying the forefront of the four seas in the early segments of the Grand Line were filled with sorrow upon receiving the newsprint. Who exactly is Garp? He is the Navy officer who captured the pirate king Roger alive, a man revered as a hero of the Navy. Why then would such a formidable figure abandon the New World to trouble these obscure pirates who merely aspire to pursue their dreams and wealth? On the terrifying triangular ship, Moria surveyed the newspaper he had procured from the newsbird, his expression dark with foreboding. With Garp now in the forefront, he felt compelled to retreat to the four seas, for he had unearthed numerous corpses and captured shadows that were tied to the Navy. Should Garp become aware of his deeds, Moria feared he might lose his status as a warlord of the sea, and survival in these waters would prove exceedingly difficult. It is well known that Garp once pursued the pirate king Roger to the ends of the earth, as a pirate returning from the New World. Moria was acutely aware of the weight that the title hero of the Navy carried. After a moment of contemplation, Moria, having accumulated a considerable number of pirate corpses, maneuvered his massive sailing vessel stealthily away from the enchanted triangular zone. In Alabasta, amidst the rain, Crocodile sat in his casino. His eyes clouded with frustration as he gazed at the newspaper before him. Just as he was poised to execute his plans, Garp had to appear, disrupting any chance of enjoyment. He did not believe that the Navy headquarters dispatched Garp solely to combat the evils of the sea. He suspected it was primarily to monitor the warlords, for why else would Garp arrive at this juncture if not to keep an eye on them? However, Now that the Navy had made its move, Crocodile realized he would have to slightly amend his plans. Recruitment could continue, but instigating turmoil in this nation would have to wait until Carp departed. Otherwise, he feared that if his plans were discovered by the Navy, Carp could swiftly arrive from the surrounding seas to apprehend him, in the face of a formidable opponent from the same era as Whitebeard. Crocodile deemed it prudent to remain low-key, having long since moved past the reckless exuberance of youth. Aboard the naval vessel, Carp sat at the bow, newspaper in hand. Utterly bewildered, he had received no notification from headquarters and found himself unexpectedly featured in the newsprint. Surely, this was the doing of that rascal Sengoku, who had taken it upon himself to act without informing him, assigning him to the forefront of the Grand Line without so much as a word. Had Sengoku sought his opinion? Such a hasty decision was unfathomable, though Carp felt that being stationed there was not entirely unfavorable, as the forefront of the Grand Line was relatively close to Windmill Village, allowing him to visit and educate his two grandsons during his idle moments. He could entrust this segment to Rotas, as there were no particularly formidable pirates in this area, given Rotas' current strength. As long as he did not encounter the four emperors or other powerful figures, he should be able to evade any trouble. Nevertheless, Rotas is not weak at present, rather. It finds itself in a rather awkward position, superior to some yet insufficient against others. The old gentleman, the Marshal of the Warring States, seems intent on challenging us. Should we not retaliate against him? After perusing the newspaper, Rotas fanned the flames beside Carp, sowing discord with the intention of provoking the old man into a confrontation with Admiral Sengoku. His aim was to portray Sengoku as a foolish puppet. For if stationed at the front of the Grand Line, returning to the Navy headquarters would become an impossibility. Rotas, despite his limited education, understood the implication of being stationed. In essence, it bore a resemblance to exile. It confined one to a specific locale, and any return to headquarters required formal requests, a cumbersome ordeal. Most crucially, Admiral Sengoku would undoubtedly deny such a request. If he apprehended a pirate, the headquarters would likely send someone to retrieve the captured, rather than allowing him to escort them back himself. The newspaper laid it out clearly. Sengoku was evidently prepared to act decisively. Perhaps the entire sea was already aware of the situation. What good would it do for me to quarrel with him? Moreover, I am merely a vice-admiral. While that rogue Sengoku holds the rank of admiral, I must heed his authority. Carp raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, acknowledging that Sengoku, being an admiral, had the power to act unilaterally, whereas he, as a vice-admiral, did not possess such privileges. The adage that a higher rank bears significant weight was not merely a saying. Furthermore, that scoundrel Sengoku had publicized the matter in the newspaper, effectively blocking any avenue for negotiation or retreat. Are we then left with no choice but to retreat to that desolate corner? Rotas asked, feeling quite frustrated about that old rascal from the Warring States who seemed determined to leave them no avenue for escape. It indeed appeared to be the case. Carp, picking his nose, contemplated and realized that they truly had no means to refuse the orders issued by headquarters. Very well then, it was he who assigned me to that side. If anything were to go awry, he must not place the blame on me. Rotas raised an eyebrow, expressing his displeasure towards the miserly General Sengoku, who seemed intent on making his life miserable. If that were the case, then no one would find respite. The early stages of the Grand Line were rife with opportunities for mischief. Ha ha ha, feel free to cause a ruckus, the bigger the better, as long as the innocent remain unharmed. Carp chuckled heartily, believing it would be splendid if Rotas could stir up some trouble for Sengoku. As long as it did not endanger civilians, he was welcome to wreak havoc, for the more chaos Rotas created, the more Carp would revel in it. After all, Sengoku had betrayed even his old comrade. If Carp did not reclaim some dignity, Sengoku would continue to take advantage of him in the future. Rest assured, my old friend, I shall not let you down. Hee hee. Encouraged by Carp, Lotus's smile blossomed even more radiantly. Aboard the New World Moby Dick, Whitebeard held a newspaper in his hands, his face illuminated with joy. Marco, observing this, inquired with curiosity, "Father, what news in the paper has brought you such delight today?" "Oh, Marco, take a look for yourself," Whitebeard replied with a grin, handing the newspaper to Marco. Upon receiving it, Marco's eyes were immediately drawn to the headline, and he couldn't help but pause for a moment. The Navy headquarters had acted swiftly, relocating Carp to the front of the Grand Line. This meant that for a considerable duration, they would be free from the bothersome presence of that impish Lotus. "Oh, how splendid!" Whitebeard exclaimed, raising a barrel of wine and drinking heartily, his face brimming with elation. With Carp stationed at the forefront of the Grand Line, it was likely that Lotus would accompany him, alleviating Whitebeard's worries about someone coveting his fine wines for a long while. The atmosphere in the Grand Line's front would likely become tumultuous. Marco set down the newspaper, contemplating the misfortunes that awaited the pirates in that region. Carp and Lotus were cut from the same cloth, and if they were intent on capturing individuals, it was probable that for the next few years, few pirates would venture into the New World. Chapter 72. Arrival at the dock of Navy headquarters, a menacing warship. Its jaws clenching a bone, approached slowly. As the water level along the shore rose, the ship drew nearer to the dock. Just as the ocean threatened to spill over the edge, the vessel's advance came to a halt, and the encroaching waves receded. With the warship anchored, Carp disembarked first, accompanied by Lotus. As they walked along the dock, they encountered a squad of soldiers on duty. Upon sighting the two, the soldiers immediately came to a standstill, prompting Carp and Lotus to pause as well. "Old man, here comes another salute for you," one soldier remarked. Rotes stood beside Carp, speaking softly with an air of certainty. He observed the soldiers, who, without hesitation, approached to pay their respects to the venerable Carp. The admiration and popularity Carp commanded within the headquarters were astonishing. During his last visit, Rotes was taken aback by the fervor. "Indeed, it should be so. These youngsters need not go to such lengths," Carp remarked, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness. Although he feigned modesty, his heart swelled with joy, for these younger generations regarded him as an idol. "Good day, Admiral Carp." The soldiers stood at attention, saluting with a display of unwavering respect and adoration, their eyes shining with admiration. Rotes could not help but close his eyes, overwhelmed by the brilliance radiating from them, which was almost blinding. "Greetings, young soldiers. Might I trouble you for a favor? My ship is currently housing an abundance of pirates, and the crew may be overwhelmed. Could you assist in escorting them?" Carp addressed the throng of youthful admirers with warmth, waving amicably and greeting them with enthusiasm. Witnessing this scene, Rotes pondered that Carp might very well pursue a career as an idol, for his ease in such interactions was unmistakable, indicating considerable practice. Just as Rotes was lost in thought, Carp had already dispatched his young admirers to assist with the pirates. "What are you pondering, Rotes?" Carp inquired, noticing Rotes lost in contemplation, a sight he had not witnessed before. "I am surprised, sir, that you have taken on the path of an idolized Navy figure." "It is quite unexpected," Rotes replied. Lotus jested, claiming that his daydreaming was, of course, a reflection on how to preserve the ocean, safeguard the world, and achieve global harmony. He harbored grand ideals and a sense of justice, yet what he lacked was action. When asked when he would take action, the answer was simply that he was merely lost in thought, devoid of such lofty ambitions. Naturally, the old man proclaimed himself a hero of the Navy, with a hint of self-congratulation in his tone. When Roger surrendered, the Navy publicly declared that it was he who had captured the Pirate King, aiming to elevate himself as a symbol for countless young idealists at sea to aspire to join the Navy. "As long as you are happy, old man," he added. Rotes cast a glance at Carp, indicating his reluctance to engage in conversation. The title of naval hero held significant weight, yet Carp's self-congratulatory demeanor was quite absurd. "Ha ha ha, young Rotes, I shall seek out Sengoku. You may dine at the Giant's restaurant. Remember to indulge yourself. Otherwise, we may not have the opportunity to savor the headquarters cuisine anytime soon." Carp, unfazed by Rotes' dismissive attitude, shifted the focus to their forthcoming actions. Naturally, he intended to confront Sengoku. After all, with such matters making headlines, Sengoku would undoubtedly require an explanation. It would be unwise to underestimate Carp's resolve. Meanwhile, Rotes could enjoy his meal at the Giant's restaurant since his presence was of little utility. Carp was already intimately familiar with Sengoku's office, as if it were his own home. "Very well, old man. I shall take my leave now." Rotes nodded, his face alight with joy, for he greatly admired the old man's perceptive nature. How well the old man understood him, compelling him to dine. Go on, Carp waved his hand, urging Rotes to depart, as he himself made his way towards the headquarters building. Thus, the two advanced towards their respective destinations. In the naval headquarters office, Sengoku sat in his chair, addressing the crane across from him. "Little Crane, Carp has arrived at the headquarters. You must assist me shortly in ensuring that Rascal dutifully takes up his post in the early sections of the Grand Line." "Fear not, Sengoku. I have come precisely for that purpose. I shall clarify matters with Carp," Crane replied with a smile, exuding an air of confidence. She knew that Carp would likely throw a temper tantrum upon his arrival, hence her presence was to prevent any potential conflict between him and Sengoku. "That is splendid." "Little Crane," Sengoku exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. He had hastily announced Carp's reassignment to the Grand Line to the personnel, seeking to prevent Carp from negotiating further. Yet Carp had a troublesome tendency to be rather obstinate. Should he feel displeased, he would not care who you were. Instead, he would roll up his sleeves and deliver a loving, albeit forceful, punch. Sengoku was certain that without Crane's intervention, Carp would indeed engage him in a brawl at the headquarters. You need not fret excessively, Sengoku. After all, Carp is our longtime comrade. I doubt he will strike too hard, Crane remarked with amusement at Sengoku's demeanor. Carp possessed a childish temperament, yet he was mindful of his strength. Sengoku truly need not be so anxious. Little Crane, you do not grasp Carp's temperament. As he ages, his disposition has soured. It is possible that this time he may unleash his wrath upon me, perhaps even demolishing the office in the process. You must understand he is capable of such actions, Sengoku asserted, wary of placing his hopes in Carp. The rascal had long been disgruntled by Sengoku's refusal to allow him retirement, and one could never tell if he might seize this opportunity to wreak havoc, for Carp excelled at dismantling structures. Indeed, Carp's troublesome habit ought to be amended, Crane agreed, nodding in recognition of Sengoku's concerns. While the prospect of Carp and Sengoku fighting was not alarming, the potential destruction of the office and headquarters presented a significant issue. It was not merely a possibility, it was a certainty. After all, whenever Carp engaged in a conflict, there was no measure to his force. And he had even practiced his punches on mountains. If the two were to clash, at least half of the headquarters would surely be devastated. Sengoku, you rascal. I have arrived. You must provide me with an explanation, otherwise, I shall demolish your office today. As two individuals engaged in conversation, the voice of Garp intruded, prompting Sengoku to reveal a sinister smile upon hearing it. He turned to Tsuru and remarked, Little Tsuru, did you hear that? That scoundrel Garp actually wants to dismantle my office. You must have a serious talk with him later, otherwise, he will become even more uncontrollable in the future. Seizing the moment, Sengoku expertly took hold of Garp's weakness. Indeed, I shall, Tsuru replied. Once he enters, I will deal with him. With her chin resting on her hands, she smiled, displaying no trace of anger, but rather an expression of affection. You bastard Sengoku, I won't let this go, Garp muttered as he approached the marshal's office, cursing under his breath. Upon seeing the door marked with the title of marshal, he delivered a forceful kick. The flimsy door could not withstand such a blow and shattered instantly, splintering wood flying throughout the office. Chapter 73, Banner Little Tsuru, what brings you here? Garp asked, momentarily pausing amidst the flying wood shards as he spotted her. His furious demeanor transformed into a sheepish grin, a change so rapid that it left Sengoku astounded. If I hadn't come, you would have surely demolished the office, Tsuru replied, casting him an exasperated glance. Honestly, Garp, why are you still acting like a child, throwing tantrums? I am fortunate to have arrived early. Had I been any later, who knows what damage might have occurred. That's nonsense, Little Tsuru. Don't listen to that scoundrel Sengoku. He simply wants to slander me, Garp said, scratching his head in a feigned display of embarrassment. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Sengoku watching with amusement. Quickly realizing that Sengoku had set this trap for him, that old rascal was becoming increasingly shameless, it was evident this was a matter between the two of them. Yet he insisted on involving Tsuru. Little Tsuru, don't listen to Garp's nonsense. You just heard him express his desire to dismantle my office. You must teach him a lesson this time. Otherwise, he will only grow more unruly in the future. Sengoku had no intention of allowing Garp to weasel out of this situation and was instead fanning the flames beside Tsuru. He had finally caught Garp off guard and could not resist the opportunity to reprimand the old scoundrel. You shameless rascal, Sengoku. If you have the guts, face me in a duel like a man. Instead of hiding behind Little Tsuru for support, Garp retorted, his anger boiling over as he pointed an accusing finger at Sengoku. How despicable to stand behind her while being so treacherous. As the marshal, I shall not engage in such undignified conduct, Sengoku replied, adopting a serious demeanor, embodying the stature of a prominent figure. The notion of stepping outside for a duel with Garp was absurd. Having satiated his hunger and finding himself at leisure, he decided to engage, despite the formidable prowess of Garp's fists. He had no intention of seeking discomfort, even though Garp, a user of a devil fruit, could amplify his attacks with shockwaves. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly impose a considerable strain on his own body. Presently, he held the advantage of time, place, and circumstance. Why would he choose to confront Garp in a manly duel, a scenario that would only place him at a disadvantage? A coward, a weakling. Observing this scene, Carp immediately erupted into a torrent of invective. How shameless could this scoundrel be, hiding behind Little Crane and audaciously proclaiming righteousness while exhibiting such weakness? Truly, he had no sense of shame. All right, enough of your bickering, both of you. At your age, you should not be acting like children. Little Crane, watching the two squabble, rubbed her temples in exasperation. It was disheartening to see her comrades, despite their years, behave so recklessly, lacking any semblance of decorum. Their childish antics in the office of the Fleet Admiral would undoubtedly tarnish the esteemed image of Admiral Sengoku and the Navy's heroes. Upon her intervention, their quarrel ceased immediately, though the silent exchange of glances persisted. Sengoku's eyes glimmered with smug satisfaction, while Carp's teeth ground in frustration. Little Crane, it's all Sengoku's fault. He deceived me first. Please don't let the shameless scoundrel fool you. Carp produced a newspaper and handed it to Little Crane, recounting how Sengoku had unceremoniously publicized a misdeed without prior consultation. What pained him most was Sengoku's betrayal, an act that not only betrayed his trust but also dishonored the position of Fleet Admiral. In Carp's narrative, Sengoku morphed into a treacherous, ungrateful, and despicable character. Carp was determined to tarnish Sengoku's reputation, having been wronged first, and now he was seizing every opportunity to expose his faults. For months, Carp had endured harassment from Rotas, and it had not been in vain. He had learned a thing or two from the experience. Do not slander me, you scoundrel. Sengoku's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, then darkened further, as he struggled to regain his composure, utterly incensed. He could hardly believe that the formerly straightforward Carp had now become so eloquent, so adept at twisting truths. How have I slandered you? Speak up. Speak up. Carp relished Sengoku's distress, his voice rising with an assertive edge. You wretched scoundrel, truly detestable. Sengoku's face darkened further at Carp's words, realizing the depths of his adversary's relentless pursuit of victory. Enough, Carp. It was my decision to publish your affair in the newspaper. Do not hold Sengoku accountable any longer. Seeing Sengoku in such a predicament, Crane couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She spoke up, attributing 70% of the situation to her own idea, while the remaining 30% was Sengoku's doing. Little Crane, what on earth is happening? Why have I been assigned to the front of the Grand Line? Carp inquired cautiously, his face adorned with a goofy grin, yet his mind was swirling with various speculations. Could it be that the old geezers in the world government were behind this? After all, he had been coasting for years. Why now? This decision was made considering that having Rotas trailing you everywhere isn't ideal, especially with the recent surge of pirates across the seas. Thus, it was decided to send you to the front of the Grand Line to combat those fledgling pirates. This arrangement not only facilitates your visits to the East Blue to see your two grandsons, but also allows Rotas to accumulate military merit. Crane articulated her premeditated explanation to Carp. After all, she couldn't divulge that the Navy found the people he brought along quite troublesome, for that would not only sound unpleasant but could also jeopardize their relationship. Thus, she opted for a more tactful rationale. Ah, I see. That is quite considerate of you. Little Crane, considering my inconvenient return from the New World to Windmill Village, you've arranged for me to be at the front of the Grand Line, Carp responded, feeling grateful for Crane's thoughtfulness, unlike Sengoku, who often put him in difficult situations. Such a fool, Sengoku mused, observing Carp's joyful demeanor. It was evident that Carp believed every word Crane said, remaining unchanged from the past. Yet, Sengoku pondered where Carp had acquired such a knack for twisting words. He felt compelled to investigate, lest he find himself at a disadvantage in future debates with Carp. You're just like a child, Sengoku remarked. All right, Carp. You've asked your questions. Now go about your business and refrain from causing any more disturbances in the office. Sengoku, too, had his own affairs to attend to. Crane, observing Carp's elation, cautioned him to avoid troubling Sengoku further, for her visit would be in vain if Carp were to seek out Sengoku once more. After all, Carp could be quite vindictive at times. Little Crane, don't you worry. I have no intention of visiting that rascal anytime soon, Carp assured, expressing his disdain for Sengoku and his desire to give him a piece of his mind. Once he received the transfer documents, he intended to leave with Rotas for the front of the Grand Line. He had no desire to return to that dreary Navy headquarters. Training Luffy in Windmill Village was far more enjoyable. Very well, I shall have someone deliver the documents to you shortly, Crane replied, nodding in acknowledgement. With Carp's assurance, she felt confident that he would not seek out Sengoku's trouble again, thus resolving this troublesome matter, allowing for a semblance of peace within the Navy headquarters. Chapter 74. Departure. Old man, it seems you've fallen for a femme fatale's trap, someone remarked. Rotas gazed at the smiling carp with a scrutinizing glance. Convinced that the old rascal Sengoku had indeed employed a beauty trap to ensnare the infatuated carp. It was a despicable and shameless act, and carp, as expected, was a hopeless romantic. A mere few words from Advisor Crane had him believing wholeheartedly. Indeed, love can render one foolish, and infatuation can lead to utter folly. Once a man free to roam wherever he pleased, Carp now found himself confined, stationed in one place under the pretense of facilitating his return to Windmill Village. As if he were merely seeking to slack off, and as if the headquarters could truly restrain him. Rotas, we shall set forth shortly. You have lingered in the giant's restaurant long enough. Surely you have eaten your fill, Carp remarked, perusing the documents in his hand while glancing at the sky. Deciding that a nighttime departure would be more refreshing. Well, it was somewhat satisfying, though I still felt a bit unsated. The restaurant ran out of food before I could indulge fully, Rotas replied, a slight frown upon his face. Although there had been a fair amount of food today, it hardly filled his belly. It seemed the headquarters was rather stingy. He was about to embark on a lengthy journey. Yet they would not allow him to eat his fill. Such is the harsh reality of life. Haha, Rotas, your appetite is insatiable. It is only natural that the headquarters cannot satiate your hunger. Fear not, for on this venture to the Grand Line, all the provisions we seize from pirates will be yours to enjoy. Carp laughed heartily at Rotas' grievances. Their assignment to the forefront of the Grand Line was largely due to Rotas' voracious appetite. After all, accommodating such a consumer was a significant concern for the headquarters. Sengoku must surely be fretting over the daily consumption. Though Crane had claimed it was for their benefit, Carp could discern the true reason, yet chose not to voice it. After all, he and that scoundrel Sengoku were comrades. He could only offer assistance, for it was no easy task for Sengoku to bear the mantle of admiral. Thus, he would take Rotas, the great consumer, along to the Grand Line to commandeer provisions from pirates. Truly, old man, you are astute and majestic, radiating an air of grandeur. Upon hearing Cap's words, Rotas felt an overwhelming conviction that following Cap was indeed a most astute decision. Just observe what true responsibility entails. This is the essence of leadership, ensuring that one's subordinates do not go hungry, embodying the true essence of a big brother. Naturally, Rotas, please inform everyone that we shall return to the warship and prepare for departure. Cap, while pinching his nostrils, acknowledged Rotas' perceptiveness as his words resonated deeply with him. He genuinely cared for his subordinates, unlike that scoundrel Sengoku, who was always undermining him. Very well, old man. After Rotas signaled an okay gesture to Kapu, he proceeded to notify the soldiers, announcing his arrival at the first section of the Grand Line. Days later, a warship sailed across the surface of the ocean, commanding respect from other vessels that encountered it, as they all yielded to its presence. This warship, not only immense in size, bore a striking figurehead of a colossal dog's head gnawing on a bone, a clear emblem that revealed its identity. Those who had navigated these waters for years were well aware of whose ship it was. Indeed, the vastness of the ocean and the azure sky heralded the dawn of prosperity for Rotas. Rotas stood upon the deck, gazing at the vast expanse of sea and sky, and could not help but express his sentiments. He resolved to toil earnestly in this place, actively combating the forces of evil, transferring the treasures of those pirates into his own possession, and converting their provisions for his own use. This thought stirred a sense of exhilaration within Rotas, for there is scarcely anything more thrilling than outmaneuvering pirates. Rotas, I shall leave you here, Carp suddenly declared to Rotas, his gaze fixed upon the ocean. Rotas was utterly bewildered, expressing his confusion about the situation. What on earth was happening? Did the old man intend to leave him here to fend for himself? The truth was that the pirate strength in the early stages of the Grand Line was not formidable, and he should be able to manage it. The old man wished to return to Windmill Village to train Luffy, hence they would part ways here. As Carp observed Rotas's dazed expression, he quickly discerned his thoughts and began to elucidate the reasons. Old man, are you implying that I am to go it alone? Lotus pointed at himself, inquiring whether Carp meant this. What on earth is this so-called Grand Line? There are no formidable pirates here. Are you jesting with me, old man? Who knows if any powerful figures would meander about here? Indeed, Lotus, Carp replied, chuckling heartily, his smile radiant. That is precisely the meaning. My long-awaited retirement is finally on the horizon, and I am quite elated. I can now allow you to operate independently while I head to Windmill Village to educate Luffy. Old man, you cannot be serious, Lotus protested. You hold me in far too high regard. The Grand Line still harbors many dangers, and without your presence, I feel quite apprehensive. Rotas expressed his current state of anxiety, feeling overwhelmed by the presence of Old Man Carp, who, when present, made him feel invincible. However, in Carp's absence, he felt like a mere fool, filled with worry. How could he not be concerned with such a colossal figure departing? He is still but a child, in need of Carp's protection. Fear not, Rotas, Carp chuckled. I have resolved to visit you once a month henceforth. Focus on honing your skills in the early stages of the Grand Line. And remember, daily training is indispensable, otherwise your growth will languish. Carp's hearty laughter served as a source of comfort for Rotas, emphasizing that this was a trial for him, a place for his cultivation. He must exert himself and not succumb to laziness, for Carp would return each month to assess his progress. Old man, please, don't say that. Rotas protested. You haven't yet taught me how to cultivate observation haki. What do you mean by having taught me everything? Does your conscience not ache? With a hearty laugh, Carp interrupted Rotas' protestations, gracefully leaping away from the deck and ascending towards the sky, seemingly intent on journeying to Windmill Village. Lotus expressed his frustration at being interrupted by the Old Man Carp. After all, the statement above was precisely what he intended to convey. He pondered how to cultivate the elusive observation haki, a skill that Carp had never imparted, leaving him to learn from a specter. It was truly perplexing. One ought not to be led astray in such a manner. In the vastness of the ocean, lacking the power of observation haki would confine him to relying solely on his finely honed instincts developed over years of hunting. Yet, these instincts pale in comparison to the efficacy of observation haki. He mused whether he should attempt to blindfold himself in hopes of attaining some understanding of this enigmatic ability. After all, the notion of observation haki sounded rather mystical. Perhaps it was worth exploring this arcane method. Lieutenant Lotus, where are we headed now? The soldiers, noticing that Major Carp had departed, gathered around to inquire. Among them, Lotus was the most formidable, and they relied on his protection in a world rife with lawlessness. After all, in the open sea, strength was the only currency that mattered, regardless of one's affiliation with the Navy. What is our current location? Lotus inquired, for he needed to ascertain the situation in his own tangled affairs. Otherwise, how could he plan where to linger for a while? He was certainly not inclined to wander aimlessly, lest he suffer a misfortune. Chapter 75. The favorable voyage in the illustrious city of Seven Waters, Lieutenant Lotus found himself. The soldiers glanced at the nautical charts and, after a brief exchange with the navigator aboard the warship, hastened towards Lotus to relay the information they had gathered. The city of Seven Waters, the city of Seven Waters. As Rotas pondered deeply, he recalled that at this juncture, Frankie had already resided in Water 7 for a year, and the iceberg had entrusted him with the design blueprints of the Pluton. Moreover, the CP9 agents had been lurking for 2 years. He contemplated whether it was appropriate to intervene at this moment, fearing it might draw the attention of the world government and the CP9 operatives. His warship, rather substantial in size, would undoubtedly attract notice while docked at the harbor. Fortunately, the newspapers had reported on the warship's presence in the earlier segment of the Grand Line. Otherwise, the arrival of such a large vessel would have spread like wildfire. Lieutenant Rotas, shall we head to Water 7? A soldier queried, perplexed by Rotas's repeated mention of the city. Are we going or not? Of course we are going. Why wouldn't we? Rotas replied. Although the initial stretch of the Grand Line lacked formidable pirates, one could never be too cautious. It would be prudent for us to seek refuge in Water 7 for the time being. After expressing his concerns to the soldiers, Ross garnered their unanimous agreement. They too believed that it would be prudent to exercise caution in the absence of Admiral Carp, especially since Carp had previously apprehended numerous formidable pirate crews. Who could tell if remnants of those pirate factions, aware of Carp's absence from the vessel, might seek revenge? The decision to head to Water 7 indeed seemed advantageous, as it was said to feature a sea train and was not far from Eni's lobby, making it easier to summon aid should they encounter an ambush. Thus, under Roth's guidance, the warship set sail towards Water 7. Initially, Roths had contemplated taking it easy, but considering Carp's absence and his own somewhat precarious position, he resolved to diligently continue his training, eschewing laziness, intensifying his efforts to reach the esteemed level of Admiral Carp. In doing so, he envisioned a future where he could roam freely across the seas. Speaking of which, how did the old man manage to traverse the skies with such agility? Roth scratched his head, pondering a question worth delving into. After all, it seemed that Luffy and his family had a penchant for losing their way. He hoped the old man wouldn't end up lost across the four seas. If that happened, he would be unable to assist Carp. Where am I now? I must ask someone for directions, Carp mused, having set off with ease through the air. After a considerable while, he realized he might have strayed from his path, as the surroundings felt unfamiliar. However, Carp remained unfazed, for he was not far from an island where he was certain to encounter individuals who could guide him. I tell you, the naval hero Carp will soon be capturing pirates in the early stages of the Grand Line. We must be clever, do you understand? Wherever the warship appears, we must head in the opposite direction. Otherwise, we might not catch a single pirate, a pirate hunter admonished his comrades on an island. Addressing several hundred fellow hunters gathered around him, lest they return empty-handed in the coming weeks, left only with the bitter wind. These hunters operated in teams, primarily targeting those pirates newly arrived from the four seas. As their success rate was considerably higher, and dealing with them was far simpler than engaging with pirates who roamed the Grand Line. However, the recent news of Admiral Carp's impending arrival had placed immense pressure on their profession. After all, their livelihood depended on the bounties offered for capturing pirates. If Carp frightened the pirates from the four seas into avoiding the Grand Line, they would be compelled to contend with the pirates already present there. Without bounty income, they would find themselves destitute, forced to rely solely on fishing for sustenance. For these accustomed hunters, that prospect was akin to death, as they had indulged in years of feasting and revelry, and the thought of laboring in menial tasks was utterly unthinkable. Young man, I just heard you mention my name. Do you have an issue with me? As the captain of the pirate hunters concluded his speech, a chill coursed down his spine. Almost instantaneously, he heard those fateful words. The pirate hunter, drenched in cold sweat, realized that someone had silently appeared behind him in the presence of his numerous companions, a testament to their formidable strength. What instilled deeper fear within him was the name of the esteemed elder that had just been uttered. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around, cautiously gazing at the visage before him that bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure depicted in the newspapers, Kapu. With utmost respect, he inquired, Lord Kapu, what brings you to this humble place? Old man is merely traversing the moonlit path back to the East Sea, Kapu replied, and upon hearing my name mentioned, I was compelled to descend and ascertain who it was. With a hand pressed against his nose, he cast his gaze skyward, assuming an air of inscrutable wisdom. Yet, beneath this facade lay a hint of embarrassment, for Kapu had spent the better part of his life at sea, only to find himself lost while returning to the East Sea alone. Should this information leak, he would find himself in an awkward predicament. Alas, I fear my impoverished surroundings offer little in the way of hospitality for your esteemed self, lamented the captain. Upon hearing this, he nearly slapped himself in disbelief, realizing he had foolishly chosen to address matters in the open air instead of convening in a tavern. Despite their current hardships, with a significant decline in pirates along the Grand Line leading to diminished earnings, he would have preferred any situation over an encounter with Kapu. After all, their pursuit of pirates was motivated by financial gain, distinguishing them from the Navy. The captain could only hope that Kapu did not belong to the faction of the Navy that held disdain for their kind. I harbor no aversion towards you pirate hunters, Kapu declared, dismissing the trivialities. As long as you uphold maritime stability, I shall remain indifferent to your endeavors. With a wave of his hand, Kapu acknowledged their trepidation. Yet he had little interest in their trivial concerns. The Navy's ambition to eradicate all pirates was an unattainable goal. Thus, the presence of pirate hunters was indispensable. Thank you, Lord Kapu, for your fairness, the captain expressed, feeling a sense of relief. It was indeed fortuitous that Kapu held no grievances against them. However, just as he began to relax, he noticed his subordinates huddled together like frightened shrimp, heads bowed, and some trembling visibly. Angered by their behavior, he scolded them. You lot, in the presence of Lord Kapu, have the audacity not to offer your greetings? Is this how I have taught you to treat esteemed guests? Greetings, Lord Kapu. Greetings, Lord Kapu. They stammered, scrambling to rectify their oversight. The startled pirate hunters, upon hearing their leader's reprimand, gradually emerged from the overwhelming presence of Carp, offering their greetings. It was inevitable. Carp's reputation on the seas was both extensive and formidable. For these mere subordinates of the ocean, the chance to witness Carp in person was a rare occurrence. That they did not flee in terror was quite remarkable. Enough of such trivialities, Carp declared. I have a question for you. Are you bound for the East Sea? How fortuitous, for I am headed there as well. You have no objections, I trust? Carp pinched his nostrils, his gaze piercing as it fell upon the pirate hunters before him. It appeared he might catch a favorable ride back to the East Sea. Today seemed to be his lucky day indeed. Certainly not. These are all minor matters. Please, Lord Carp. The pirate hunter leader stammered, instantly submitting to Carp's menacing glare. He feigned a desire to escort Carp home, conveniently ignoring any mention of capturing pirates. Those words were mere illusions. Figments of a vivid imagination. Chapter 76. The Bomb in Water 7. Iceberg sat in his office, reviewing documents. Since assuming the role of mayor, his days had become exceedingly busy, especially as this was a renowned shipbuilding hub along the Grand Line. However, he was increasingly troubled by the dwindling number of pirates, which posed a significant threat to the island's economy, reliant as it was on tourists and merchants, along with the pirates themselves. Mayor, are you concerned about the economic situation on the island? Califa inquired, placing a cup of coffee on his desk with a thoughtful demeanor. She had heard whispers of the Navy dispatching Carp to the Grand Line for patrol duties. Indeed, the number of pirates has decreased significantly of late. The shipyards are suffering, and fewer tourists are arriving. I fear for the island's future, Iceberg replied, taking a sip of his coffee. He genuinely worried that Water 7 might descend into desolation. With Carp stationed here, he would likely remain for a time, and the notoriety of Water 7 was not always beneficial. Do not fret too much, Mayor. Everything will improve. Califa reassured him with a smile, moving to stand beside him, her delicate hands beginning to massage his shoulders. Thank you, Califa, Iceberg said, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him and expressing his gratitude. This is merely my duty, Mayor, Califa replied with a smile. If you truly wish to show your appreciation, perhaps you could hand over the design plans for Pluton? Words alone hold little value. The cursed fisherman Tom has concealed the design blueprints in an unknown location, causing CP9 to remain in hiding for over 2 years without even a hint of the Pluton schematics. Had it not been for the knowledge of this individual being the disciple of the fisherman, who may very well possess the Pluton designs, CP9 would have long departed from this accursed island. Buggy, take this bounty and procure materials on the island to craft some explosives. I wish to witness your capabilities. The remaining bounty after purchasing the materials shall be yours to keep. After Rotas escorted Buggy into the room, he presented him with a suitcase brimming with berries. This visit to Water 7 was not merely for leisure, it was a matter of significance. Should everything proceed favorably, he would secure his livelihood henceforth. However, before committing fully, he wished to assess Buggy's capabilities, for he felt an unsettling lack of assurance. To ensure Buggy's compliance, Rotas had recently assigned him a position aboard the warship that required little effort, akin to a role devoid of authority, yet imbued with leisure. It was a dilemma. It would be too regrettable to eliminate someone like Buggy, yet releasing him seemed equally unwise. Thus, he sought to manipulate him for his own ends. Fortunately, Buggy's affinity for wealth made him manageable. Otherwise, Rotas would have found it challenging to deal with such a troublesome individual. With glee, Buggy rubbed his hands together as he accepted the suitcase of berries. After purchasing materials, he anticipated a considerable surplus, which was splendid. His current existence was far superior to life aboard a pirate ship. He no longer needed to plunder merchant vessels or raid towns to earn money. This newfound comfort was delightful. The only lament was that he could not pursue the grand adventure of treasure hunting. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred, for he now held a position of authority on the warship, commanding the sailors, a rather prestigious notion for a pirate. For the time being, Buggy resolved to accumulate wealth slowly aboard the vessel, as he found himself lacking a ship and sufficient savings to undertake any ventures. Luckily, Rotas distributed a portion of the berries captured from pirates to everyone on the warship, or else Buggy's financial aspirations might have remained unattainable. One day, when he had saved enough to procure a formidable ship, he would escape from the warship and resume his noble quest for treasure. As for Rotas, he wished never to cross paths with him again. The man was far too cunning. Imagining Rotas's reaction upon discovering that Buggy had utilized the very berries he provided to purchase a swift ship for his escape filled Buggy with a thrill of excitement. For now, he resolved to dutifully serve under Rotas. Presently, Rotas was stationed in the early stages of the Grand Line. Should Buggy attempt to flee now, he would undoubtedly be recaptured swiftly, given the warship's superior speed. Thus, Buggy decided to diligently save his earnings, aspiring to one day acquire a vessel that would leave the warship in its wake. Reflecting on his once proud pirate flag brought a tear to his eye. He lamented that it was precisely the lack of a worthy ship that had led to his downfall at the hands of Carp. After experiencing such a setback, he was determined to secure a swift ship. Buggy, I provide you with berries to purchase materials for bombs, not for you to skimp on the essentials. You'd best understand this clearly. Do not return with only a meager amount of materials while pocketing the rest of the berries. Rotas observed Bucky's avaricious demeanor and felt compelled to offer a cautionary reminder to this man, blinded by the allure of wealth. Otherwise, who could foresee whether he might indulge in self-serving misconduct? What if the procured materials could only yield a mere handful of explosives? Such a substantial investment would be squandered. And that suitcase contained all his savings. Although he harbored no affection for Bailey, such extravagance was unwarranted. Rest assured, Rotas, the captain reassured himself. I am well aware of the materials required for bomb fabrication, so you need not worry. Bucky wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, lest his secret intentions be discerned by Rotas, and he clutched the suitcase even tighter, fearful that it might flee from him. It is best that you are informed. Should the endeavor falter, Bucky, do not hold me accountable for my lack of leniency, for I may well dispatch you to Impel Down to spend the remainder of your days. Lotus remained unconvinced about the individual who had fallen into the money pit and decided to employ his trump card to advance further into the city, lest this person truly jeopardize the mission. The captain assured him that everything would be handled proficiently, so he should rest easy. Crafting explosives was indeed his forte. Observing Lotus's lingering apprehension, Baki pledged an oath of military commitment to alleviate his concerns. After all, creating a bomb was a trivial matter. The materials were quite affordable, and he would procure an ample supply, being well versed in the local market. Very well, prepare yourself, Lotus instructed. We are nearing our destination. Once we arrive in the city of Seven Waters, procure a duplicating machine for me. Remember to acquire plenty of paper for the copies, and also bring your subordinates along to avoid inconveniencing the soldiers aboard the warship. As Rotas observed Baki, who appeared to be issuing military orders, his anxiety was finally alleviated. Baki proved to be a trustworthy individual, at least more so than the mischievous Luffy, who had a knack for turning good intentions into calamities. What do we need a photocopier for? Isn't that something only newspapers use? Baki inquired, a look of confusion and concern etched on his face. Isn't a photocopier used solely for printing newspapers? Why would we need one on our warship? Those devices are rather expensive, and if we purchase one, my precious belly will dwindle significantly. Of course, there is a purpose behind my acquisition. Otherwise, would I frivolously spend money on something useless? Once you bring it back, there will be plenty of belly in the future, and it would be foolish to let a trivial expense jeopardize our opportunities for greater profits. Remember, we must procure the finest photocopier. Do not settle for inferior quality. Our future prosperity depends greatly on this machine. Lotus discerned the underlying concerns of Bucky, prompting him to offer a cautionary word, lest this money-obsessed individual procure a subpar copier, rendering his blueprints illegible and jeopardizing his livelihood. Oh, understood. Upon hearing the prospect of substantial profits, Bucky's eyes sparkled with ambition, and he promptly ceased further conversation. Although Lotus was somewhat unsentimental, he was nonetheless a man of his word. Having declared the promise of great wealth, he would not deceive him. Chapter 77. The City of Seven Waters. As the warship advanced, the silhouette of the City of Seven Waters gradually emerged on the deck, captivating the gaze of all present. It truly resembled a grand six-tiered cake. Lotus gazed at the vast metropolis in the distance and, for reasons unknown, was reminded of a cake. Just look at the Seven Waters City, with its numerous layers resembling a multi-tiered confection. The flowing waterways closely resemble the cream and chocolate embellishments atop a cake, while the buildings appear as intricate patterns crafted from fruits and chocolate. Indeed, Captain, I must admit that I share your sentiment. Standing nearby, Bucky, upon hearing Lotus's words, suddenly perceived that the City of Seven Waters bore a striking resemblance to a cake. As he contemplated the appearance of the cake, he realized that his view of the city had transformed. It was no longer merely a collection of brick, steel, and concrete, but rather a grand cake adorned with flowing cream. Well then, do restrain your salivation. It seems you are even more tempted than I, Bucky. Rotas patted Baki, urging him to wipe away the drool that lingered at the corner of his mouth. It was quite unbecoming for a man of his stature to be drooling, especially in the presence of a city. The sight was undeniably peculiar. Baki chuckled, wiping his mouth as he remarked that had Rotas not likened it to a cake, Captain Baki would never have made such an association. The more he thought about it, the more it resembled a cake, and thus the drool had unintentionally escaped. Well then, we shall soon arrive at Water City. Do keep an eye on Bailey. We wouldn't want the local ruffians to snatch him away. Shortly, I must pay a visit to the shipyard and meet with the esteemed mayor of this place. Rotas gazed at the approaching buildings and spoke to Baki regarding the matters upon their arrival at Water 7, ensuring that Baki would not fall prey to the thugs of the Frankie family who might attempt to seize his precious Bailey. The waterways here were abundant, with land being scarce, and Baki, possessing abilities, could easily be at a disadvantage in such an environment. Rest assured, Captain Rotas, I shall not afford those ruffians any opportunity. Baki replied with a casual smile, confident in his seasoned experience as a pirate who had navigated the seas for many years. He was well aware of the nuances that demanded caution. Nonetheless, the location of Water 7 did pose certain challenges for him, though he was comforted by the fact that he had visited this place before. After all, it was here that Captain Roger's ship was crafted by the esteemed Tom. A pity that Tom had passed away. Otherwise, Baki would have sought his assistance in constructing a swift vessel. Just be mindful of your surroundings and remember that you are an ability user. I do not wish for you to encounter any misfortune here. After uttering these words, Lotus turned away from the bow of the ship, contemplating how to concoct a plausible reason to dine at the iceberg later. After all, the iceberg was not only the mayor of this realm but also the proprietor of the shipyard, undoubtedly a man of considerable wealth. It was rumored that the shipyard was the favored establishment of the world government, which meant this individual could certainly afford to cover his meal. Speaking of which, I believe I am part of the Navy. Thus, engaging in a convivial dinner with this mayor of the iceberg under the guise of friendly dialogue seemed rather appealing. Rotas pondered the prospect of leveraging his naval identity to engage in amicable discourse with Mayor Iceberg, believing that the mayor would not disdain him for merely being a captain. Besides, it was high time to don the justice cloak that the venerable Carp had bestowed upon him. Adorning himself in the emblematic navy cloak would undoubtedly elevate his stature. And Iceberg would likely perceive him as formidable. Perhaps the mayor would even extend an invitation for a meal, to which he could graciously acquiesce. Mayor, Carp's warship has been sighted approaching Water 7. Should we pay him a visit? Asked Califa, adjusting her spectacles as she stood beside Iceberg's desk. She had just received word of Carp's vessel heading towards the city. Although she was uncertain of the Navy's intentions, she believed it was prudent to inform Iceberg, adhering to her duties as his secretary. Oh, is that so? What brings the Navy to Water 7? Could it be that their ship is in need of repairs? Iceberg inquired, setting down his pen, a look of surprise flickering across his features. He stroked his chin, contemplating the Navy's purpose in visiting Water 7. While pirates did roam their waters, it hardly warranted the presence of a naval hero for protection. Thus, apart from potential ship repairs, he found it perplexing to ascertain the Navy's true motives. That remains unclear, Mr. Mayor, Califa replied, shaking her head. It's not as if CP9 has nothing better to do than monitor the Navy's movements. Our primary focus is the pursuit of the Pluton blueprints. Other matters do not concern us. I see. It appears we must pay this esteemed Carp a visit, Iceberg declared, rising from his chair, resolved to discover what this legendary naval hero sought in Water 7. If their intentions were shrouded in mystery, then inquiring directly would provide clarity. Iceberg recalled reading in the newspapers that the Navy was engaged in combating maritime crime in the early sections of the Grand Line. How curious it was that they had now arrived at Water 7. Very well, everyone. Let us proceed to meet the mayor and perhaps apprehend a few petty pirates to replenish our long empty ship holds. As the warship navigated towards the harbor, Rotas left a contingent of soldiers behind, leading the rest towards Dock 1. Shortly after his departure, Buggy, accompanied by his crew, sauntered off in another direction. Captain Buggy, why don't we make a run for it? This is a golden opportunity, Mooches inquired, trailing behind Buggy with curiosity. They were flush with funds and in Water 7. Why not procure a ship and escape? This was indeed a prime chance, as they were close to the four seas. If they could flee, freedom would be theirs before long. Do you really think the ship we buy could outrun a warship? Fool, Buggy retorted. And let us not forget where we were captured. You imbecile. Baki, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, what nonsense is this about running away? With their mere suitcases, how could they possibly outrun a warship? They've already been captured on the high seas, and now they dare to return? Have they lost their minds? The waters are no longer safe. Baki pondered whether he should consider seeking refuge in the doldrums for a while. After all, the furious Rotas might scour the ocean in search of him. Captain Baki, surely you have a plan. Otherwise, how could you be so confident? Kabaji, witnessing Mooches being thoroughly scolded, couldn't help but flatter, since you quietly serve Rotas. You must have devised a strategy. Otherwise, given your indomitable spirit, you would have fled by now. Indeed, that goes without saying. Have you forgotten who I am? Baki replied with a sense of satisfaction, acknowledging that after their heartfelt conversation last time, he had come to trust the two veterans who had accompanied him for many years. So, Captain Baki, where shall we head next? Kabaji, Sensing Baki's newfound resolve, refrained from pressing further but was curious about their next move. Were they truly going to procure materials for bomb making? First, we will acquire the necessary materials, followed by purchasing a quality copier. Subsequently, we shall organize a gathering at a tavern for the Baki pirate crew, Baki declared, holding his suitcase and uttering words that left his crew utterly astonished. Captain Baki, is this truly the case? Is it really all right? The members of the Baki pirate crew gaped in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. Had they truly heard correctly? Captain Baki was treating them to a gathering, a most extraordinary occurrence indeed. What are you lot gaping at? Don't you wish to drink? Baki scolded, witnessing their astonished expressions. Were it not for the need to secure their loyalty and ensure he had trustworthy allies in case of a future escape, he would never part with his precious belly. Chapter 78. Missed opportunities. After departing from the warship, Rotas and his soldiers arrived at the boat rental shop. Given their considerable number, they felt that walking to Dock 1 would attract undue attention. Thus, they decided to rent a larger boat to approach Dock 1 instead. After all, visiting the Seven Waters City without experiencing its unique offerings would be akin to entering a treasure mountain and leaving empty-handed. Welcome. Are you here to rent a boat? The proprietor inquired, adjusting his spectacles and reclining slightly in his rocking chair, newspaper in hand, as he heard the footsteps of the newcomers. What types of boats do you have? Do enlighten me. Rotas and his soldiers entered the shop, whereupon they observed the proprietor engrossed in a newspaper. He inquired, what kind of fish do you have? Arrowfish, hammerhead shark, or perhaps the kingfish? The owner, his gaze fixed upon the paper, replied absently, as he was currently preoccupied and had little time to attend to his business. Thus, he responded only to the customer's queries. What are your prices for these, good sir? Rotas continued. Furthermore, do you have any larger specimens of the blue fish? The ones you have appear rather diminutive. Can they truly withstand the weight of a person? Rotas assessed the pond within the shop, contemplating whether the soldier he had brought could indeed take a seat. Should he choose to do so, it might prove precarious, as one would not wish for an unfortunate incident resulting in the demise of the soldier. How large must the soldier be, he wondered. Upon hearing the prospect of a lucrative transaction, the proprietor promptly set aside his newspaper, turning to regard the patron. The sight that met his eyes was astonishing. A line of impeccably arranged naval personnel stood before him. He pondered the peculiar nature of their visit, as he had not been involved in any wrongdoing to warrant such a gathering. At least 10 meters in length, something a bit larger would suffice, the patron continued. It must be able to support my weight, though if you can procure something even larger, that would be acceptable as well. Rotas pondered and concluded that the larger the blue, the better. After all, a more spacious blue could accommodate a greater number of people, lending an air of grandeur upon his arrival at Dock 1. Indeed, it is so. Upon hearing this, the proprietor suddenly recalled that these naval officers had come to rent the blue, and his heart gradually eased, with so many sailors. It seemed a modest profit was on the horizon. How much will it be, dear proprietor? Surely, you must offer us a discount, for our numbers are quite considerable. Lotus cast a glance at his employer, deeming it prudent to issue a warning. After all, who could tell whether this boss might be blinded by greed, leading them to suffer at the hands of the Navy? What do you think of the price of 800 berries for the two-seater blue? The boss inquired cautiously. He was apprehensive about offering too steep a discount, fearing significant losses. The thought of incurring the Navy's ire was even more daunting. They could easily fabricate charges against him, imprisoning him and impelled down for life. No, you've only offered a mere 10% discount. The two-seater blue should be priced at 600 berries for us, the single-seater at 900 berries, and the large blue at 12,000 berries. After contemplating, Rotas thought about the occasion when Luffy and his companions arrived at Water 7 to rent a large boat. The price for a two-person boat was set at 2,000 berries. Yet the owner was offering him a mere 1,800 berries, which was only a slight discount. Feeling it was insufficient, he decided to press further on the price. Sir, the price for the large boat is exceedingly low. This vessel can accommodate about 10 individuals. How about 18,000 berries? The owner, addressing the naval officer before him, found the initial two prices somewhat acceptable, but he simply could not agree to the final price for the large boat. A price of 12,000 berries was undeniably a loss, considering that large boats were quite rare in Water 7, warranting a significantly higher cost. Very well, please expedite the preparation of the boat. The day is drawing to a close. After a moment of contemplation, Rotas acquiesced to his employer's proposed price, recognizing that time was of the essence. Delaying further would mean missing the opportunity for a meal. Very well, very well. Please hold on for a moment, esteemed sir. Upon hearing Rotas's words, the employer's face blossomed with a smile, and he joyfully set about his tasks. After securing a seat for Blue, the employer was gratified to receive the due payment in Bailey's. Rotas, filled with joy, rode alongside his throng of soldiers towards Dock 1 atop Blue. As Rotas made his way, Iceberg, accompanied by Khalifa, advanced towards the location where the naval warship was anchored. Is the naval vessel indeed stationed in the bay? Iceberg inquired while adjusting his attire upon Blue. It appears so. According to the citizens, the naval fleet is moored in the bay, Khalifa responded, adjusting her glasses. Many citizens riding Blue along the way had provided them with ample information regarding the naval ship. That's reassuring. Let us hasten our journey, Iceberg sighed with relief. Hoping that the naval vessel would not cause any significant disturbances, their island could scarcely endure such upheaval. It was imperative that he personally greet the naval officers while they were docked, inviting them to the island to mitigate any unforeseen incidents. What did you say? The mayor of Water 7 is not at the dock? Where could he possibly be? Rotas felt a twinge of headache upon hearing the boatman's words. His luck seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. How could the mayor of the city of 7 Waters be so idle? Instead of remaining diligently in his office or the docks, he wandered aimlessly about. What was even more infuriating was that this Iceberg had not communicated his whereabouts to anyone, leaving Rotas in complete ignorance. It was entirely possible that the Iceberg and Khalifa were off somewhere indulging in flirtation, deliberately evading everyone. Rotas believed this was the most plausible outcome. After all, the mayor had been in office for quite some time, and given his advancing age, he surely sought a place to unwind with his secretary. However, Rotas had come here to dine, not to indulge in romantic whims. It appeared that he could only find something to occupy his time, as the hour for lunch had long passed. Why had everyone gathered here? It hardly required elaboration. From this moment forth, I instruct each team to scour the entirety of 7 Water City for pirates. Should you encounter any troublesome foes, notify me, and I shall attend to them. Now disperse. Yes, Captain Rotas, the soldiers responded, their faces alight with enthusiasm as they eagerly set off to hunt for pirates. For they were in pursuit of bountiful rewards, their eyes gleaming with the promise of wealth. Excuse me, sir, a shipwright ventured cautiously. Is this truly appropriate? While it is commendable for the Navy to capture pirates, those of us in shipbuilding rely on the patronage of customers to sustain our livelihoods. And many of our clients happen to be pirates. If the Navy apprehends all the pirates, our business will surely suffer. There is nothing inappropriate about it, Rotas replied. It is my duty as a Navy officer to apprehend criminals. If I were to ignore pirates wreaking havoc on the island, that would indeed be a dereliction of my responsibilities. Rotas spoke with righteous conviction, exuding an air of naval authority. He jested, revealing that his expenditure on the ship had cost him a considerable sum of berries. Initially, he had hoped to indulge in a meal upon arrival, willing to part with a few coins, but now, with the Iceberg man absent, he found himself reluctant to pursue pirates to plunder their wealth. Would he truly resort to capturing sea beasts for sustenance at night? This was a bustling island metropolis, teeming with beauties and affluent women from all corners of the globe. What if a charming young lady were to take notice of his striking visage and athletic physique, yearning for a passionate romance? The moment she witnessed him chasing sea creatures for food, her infatuation would surely dissipate, leaving the budding romance to wither away. In such a scenario, who would be accountable for his plight? One must maintain a sense of dignity. His height was nearing 5 meters, and if he did not seek out a lovely companion soon, he would be left with no choice but to pursue relationships with other races for the sake of procreation. Indeed, esteemed naval officer, the shipwright remarked, gazing at Rotas with admiration. What an upstanding Navy man he was. If the seas were filled with such honorable mariners, life would undoubtedly be much more pleasant. Very well, you may resume your duties. I shall take my leave. Rotas glanced at the desolate dock and decided it would be best to leave. After all, most of the personnel had gone to dine, leaving only a receptionist behind. He could hardly subsist on wood shavings, so it was prudent to seek out a few pirates to gather some funds for a meal. Chapter 79. Inquiry. What a splendid warship. It appears to be well maintained. Iceberg stood on the brew, gently caressing the battleship while murmuring. Truly a testament to the Navy's engineering prowess. Not only is it immense and robust, but it is also meticulously cared for. Who are you? Please do not approach the warship without permission. The soldiers stationed on the deck heard the voices emanating from below and immediately aimed their rifles at the 2 intruders encroaching upon the vessel. What audacity it is to point a firearm at one of the world's foremost shipbuilding engineers and the mayor of Water 7. Khalifa, witnessing the soldiers brandishing their weapons, swiftly expressed her indignation. "Calm down, Khalifa," Iceberg urged, hastily attempting to placate her. He then turned to the soldiers guarding the ship and declared, "I am Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7. I have come uninvited to meet Vice Admiral Karp." Upon hearing this declaration, the soldiers on the deck exchanged bewildered glances. "What seems to be the problem? If we have inadvertently trespassed on any taboos, we shall leave immediately." Iceberg felt a weight in his heart as he observed the soldiers' expressions, his hopes for a fruitful conversation waning. How to articulate this? It cannot exactly be deemed a breach of etiquette. Should we speak the truth? It seems Vice Admiral Karp and Lieutenant Rotas have not mentioned this matter as being confidential, he pondered aloud. Indeed, it appears we can disclose this information. After a brief discussion, the soldiers addressed the two individuals on the sea, stating, "Vice Admiral Karp is not aboard the ship. It is presently under the command of Lieutenant Rotas. Furthermore, prior to your arrival, Lieutenant Rotas had already sought you out, Mr. Mayor." Having relayed their message, the soldiers leaned curiously against the railing, eager to observe the expressions on the faces of the two individuals. "What? Khalifa, you were aware of this news?" Iceberg was taken aback, realizing that he had misinterpreted the hushed discussions on the deck. He had thought they had committed some grave faux pas, only to discover that Vice Admiral Karp was absent from the warship and the command had shifted to a mere lieutenant. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Lieutenant Rotas had indeed sought him out. How could that be? He had come directly from Dock 1 and had seen no naval personnel along the way. Moreover, the citizens he encountered had not mentioned any such information. If my analysis is correct, Lieutenant Rotas must have been stationed elsewhere, coincidentally avoiding an encounter with me. I surmise they have gone to rent the brew. Otherwise, with so many naval soldiers appearing on the streets of Water 7, it would be impossible for us to remain unaware. Khalifa adjusted her glasses, analyzing the situation. This Rotas must be well acquainted with Water 7. Otherwise, a newcomer to the city would have no knowledge of what a blue is. Moreover, the rental place for the blue is not far from here, and the shop is quite spacious. If the soldiers were to enter, those outside would be completely oblivious to the circumstances within, leading to their current predicament. The truth is, Rotas, accompanied by the naval fleet, went to rent a blue. During the time they were engaged in this rental, Iceberg and his group happened to pass through the riverway where the blue was being rented. By the time Iceberg and his companions crossed this stretch of water, Rotas had only just finished renting the blue, resulting in the two parties missing each other. Furthermore, the citizens encountered by Iceberg did not witness Rotas and his crew renting the blue, thus they naturally provided Iceberg with news of the naval fleet being docked in the bay. "We must return immediately, Khalifa. Thank you all for the information." Iceberg expressed his gratitude to the soldiers before instructing Khalifa to turn the blue around and head back. The Navy had gone to Dock 1, while he had come to the bay, unaware of who this Lieutenant Rotas was, hoping he would not be an arrogant individual. "Haha, how interesting. What do you suppose Lieutenant Rotas's expression is like?" one soldier remarked, recalling the urgency of the two, and he mischievously shared his thoughts with the other soldiers regarding Rotas's current state at the dock. "Perhaps he is quite furious. I heard that Lieutenant Rotas has quite the reputation as a glutton at headquarters. This time, he may well have come to Water 7 under the pretext of capturing pirates, only to dine with some mayor," another soldier added. He had heard plenty about Lieutenant Rotas at headquarters, and given Rotas's clear objective this time, he could not help but suspect that Rotas was indeed motivated by the prospect of food, especially after a long voyage at sea. However, the land-based delicacies are expensive, and Lieutenant Rotas would surely be reluctant to part with his coin. Hence, he set his sights on the mayor here. He had heard that the mayor is quite wealthy, being the owner of the shipyard. Poor Lieutenant Rotas indeed. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Ha ha ha. The soldiers, upon hearing this, immediately envisioned the angry visage of Rotas. After exchanging knowing glances, they burst into hearty laughter, collectively amused by the thought of Lieutenant Rotas's frustrated expression. Having spent considerable time with Lieutenant Rotas, they were well aware that such situations were entirely plausible, especially given his well-known appetite. "Report to Lieutenant Rotas. We have discovered the Iron Hook pirate crew. Captain Golden Hook has a bounty of 3,000 berries and is currently located on West Street. Please advise." The soldier located Roths, who was leisurely indulging in sweets at the dessert shop, and reported the intelligence regarding the pirates they had encountered. "Oh, a mere 30 million berry small fry dares to come to Water 7? I shall apprehend him forthwith. Inform the others to seize that fellow's ship. It is our rightful bounty and must not be left to the shipyard here. Additionally, inquire at Dock 1 regarding their timber procurement. We should dismantle the Iron Hook pirate crew's vessel for lumber, which ought to fetch a decent sum of berry. This money will be used to provide sustenance for everyone. Upon hearing of the pirates, Rotas immediately initiated a division of labor, determined not to let an opportunity slip through his fingers. This time, he invested all his savings into procuring materials for explosives from Buggy. After settling his debt with Blue, he found himself with only enough berries left for a modest dessert. He resolved to bolster his own treasury, while also enabling his soldiers to earn a little extra. He paid no heed to the Navy's stringent regulations. All he knew was that his men risked their lives to capture pirates, and if they managed to seize a substantial bounty, so be it. This was far preferable to the corrupt dealings of the Navy. Moreover, he was not evading his obligation to remit berries to headquarters. He merely intended to contribute a lesser amount. Rotas believed in rewarding his loyal soldiers for their service, and his conscience remained clear. He owed no one anything. Very well, Lieutenant Rotas. I shall inquire at Dock 1, one soldier responded. Lieutenant Rotas, I will gather our scattered brethren at once, another added. Following Rotas's directives, the soldiers split into 3 teams, each embarking on their assigned tasks. Let us proceed to investigate this fellow known as the Golden Hook. If he fails to provide me with satisfactory berries, I shall ensure he regrets his choice of piracy. Rotas, with an ice cream cone in hand, addressed the soldiers with a countenance full of delight, remarking on the delectable desserts, yet lamenting the absence of meat. If that Golden Hook were a miser, he would first deliver a sound thrashing to that fellow. It was truly disgraceful for a pirate to be so impoverished, tarnishing the reputation of their profession. Indeed, they're in that direction. The soldiers nodded in agreement, guiding Rotas towards the Iron Hook pirate crew, hoping fervently that this crew possess some wealth, lest their share of the treasures be meager. After all, they aspired to enrich their pockets whilst executing justice. Chapter 80, The Iron Hook Pirate Crew. Haha. Lads, drink to your heart's content. Once we fill the record pointer, we shall set sail for Sabaody Archipelago. Captain Golden Hook of the Iron Hook Pirate Crew. Caressing his golden iron hook, wore an expression of rapture. He intended to use this hook to announce to the world who the next pirate king would be. Naturally, Captain, you are the strongest. None among us would dare contest your claim to the title of Pirate King. A pirate from the Iron Hook crew approached, gazing at his captain with admiration, his eyes sparkling with reverence. Ha ha ha, such discernment. Captain Golden Hook chuckled heartily, his prominent yellowed teeth gleaming in the tavern's dim light. I hope you, my friend, can amass wealth akin to that of the Pirate King. Otherwise, my soldiers may very well drag you back to the warship today. Just as the jovial captain laughed, a voice rang out from the tavern entrance, followed by a brick flying directly towards the captain's prominent teeth. Crack! Ah! The sound of the brick shattering echoed alongside the captain's anguished wails as the patrons of the tavern turned to witness the entrance being forcefully opened. A towering figure, over 4 meters tall, adorned with black and white horns and draped in a navy cloak, entered, with a golden mane of hair and a hammer in hand. His menacing gaze fell upon the prostrate Captain Golden Hook. Navy, brothers, arm yourselves. The pirates of the Iron Hook crew, upon realizing the identity of their visitor, clamored and hastily retrieved their weapons, aiming their firearms towards the entrance. Damnable Navy! Today, Golden Hook shall make you recognize my might. Golden Hook spat out a few shattered teeth, glaring with resentment at the Navy officer. He was determined to teach this despicable sailor the consequences of crossing him. You lot, dressed so slovenly, causing disturbances everywhere. Surrender now, and I may grant you passage to Impel Down. Otherwise, it will be too late. The officer sneered, and you blundering fool, your words flow like a leaky windbag. I can hardly decipher what you're saying. Rotas found it quite amusing to observe the group of pirates brandishing their flintlocks at him. Such toys might suffice against the common folk. But when faced with someone of his caliber, a bullet crafted from sea stone would be more appropriate. Moreover, what was this individual, who spoke incessantly like a blower, rambling about? If he could not articulate his thoughts clearly, perhaps he should consider writing them down. Rotas felt fatigued merely listening to him, and he could scarcely fathom where the audacity of these pirates came from, believing they could challenge him with no more than 30 men. Such arrogance was laughable. They were destined to meet their demise. Upon hearing Rotas' scornful remarks, Golden Hook immediately raised his gilded iron hook and charged toward him. The other pirates of the Iron Hook crew revealed cruel smiles at this display. While their captain seemed poised for a direct confrontation, he was, in fact, preparing to activate the mechanism of his hook, intending to launch it at Rotas, and then employ the concealed sword within the Golden Hook to launch a surprise attack. What a tedious adversary he was. Fortunately, there was a glimmer of something worthwhile amidst the tedium. Lotus observed the subtle antics of the golden hook fellow and remarked with a hint of boredom, fortunately, this individual's golden hue was not merely for show. At the very least, his hook was crafted from gold, making this venture worthwhile. Lotus swung a colossal hammer, executing a swift maneuver that left an ethereal silhouette in his wake. He instantly appeared beside the golden iron hook, delivering a devastating blow. The air buzzed with a cacophony reminiscent of swarming bees around the golden iron hook, which then collapsed to the ground, a sinister smile lingering at the corner of its mouth. So feeble, yet still attempting to boast and provoke. Rotas weighed the hammer in his hand, finding its heft quite satisfactory. Alas, the golden iron hook could withstand but a single blow from him, unable to endure a second. Otherwise, he could have unleashed a flurry of strikes. As the golden hook fell, the iron hook pirate crew finally reacted, their mouths agape. Faces painted with disbelief as they gazed upon their captain sprawled on the ground. They quickly huddled together, trembling, and stammered at Rotas, who stood at the doorway. Do not approach unless you wish to see the tavern owner perish. You are from the Navy, are you not? Surely. You are bound to protect the innocent. Let us go, and we shall spare his life. The pirates brandished their guns at the tavern owner, now acutely aware that this Navy man posed no threat with his outdated firearm. Thus, they resorted to the desperate measure of using a hostage. Oh, is that so? You truly are quite amusing. Lotus glanced at the tavern owner polishing a glass and nearly burst into laughter. What a bunch of fools. Whom did they think they were holding hostage? If they intended to kill this tavern keeper, he certainly would not intervene. On the contrary, should they proceed with such an act, he would apprehend this golden iron hook alone and set the rest free. Noble Navy, save me. I do not wish to perish. Bruno exclaimed, placing the cup down and raising his hands high, his face a mask of terror, embodying the image of a civilian threatened and seeking the protection of law enforcement. Had Lotus not been aware of this man's true identity, he might have been deceived. Bruno, a member of the CP9 spy organization, possessing a combat power of 820 and the capabilities of the door fruit, allowing him to create doors anywhere, including on human bodies. His ultimate skill is to open doors in midair, suggesting a considerable physical strength. His mission, to infiltrate Water 7 for 5 years under the guise of a tavern owner, to acquire classified information. If Lotus recalled correctly, this man was indeed Bruno, truly. Spies are all accomplished actors, adept at masquerading as ordinary citizens. Hey, don't you care about your boss anymore? Lotus glanced at the golden iron hook lying on the ground, and with a swift kick, he sent the discarded melon peel flying towards the group of melon peel pirates. Since Bruno preferred to remain concealed, he was disinclined to create any trouble. Their encounter was merely a matter of happenstance. Quickly, go catch the captain. The pirates, upon seeing the golden iron hook soaring towards them, could not suppress their delight. Indeed, these self-proclaimed champions of justice had capitulated under the pressure of their threats against the hostages, unwittingly delivering their captain into their hands. It was splendid. Once they escaped this predicament and awaited the captain's revival, they would once again embark on their grand journey. Life's path is inevitably fraught with challenges. Yet they held steadfast in their belief that overcoming this ordeal would lead them to smoother sailing ahead. The members of the Iron Hook pirate crew hurriedly reached out to catch their captain, oblivious to the fact that Lotus's figure had already begun to fade into the distance. Bang! Bang! Rotas, wielding his hammer, executed a magnificent home run. The crew of pirates, fixated on their captain, remained oblivious to the chaos, only to find themselves soaring through the air. With a resounding crack and thud, debris fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The once-dim tavern was instantly illuminated, though a gaping hole in the roof would certainly fail to shield against the rain. Fear not for your safety any longer, dear proprietor, and there is no need for gratitude. This is but our duty as the Navy. Now, I must take my leave. Farewell. After finishing his words, Rotas strode towards the door and addressed the soldiers stationed there. Have you discerned where those pirates have fled? Go and locate them. Whoever finds them shall claim the bounty upon their heads. Additionally, ensure that they are apprehended, and if necessary, bring back their heads as well. Once more, I urge you to prioritize your safety. Oh, and do not forget to fetch that pirate captain. He possesses a golden iron hook that belongs to me. So do not keep it for yourselves. Very well, I take my leave. Having disclosed everything, Rotas promptly fled. It was no jest. He had demolished half the tavern and could not afford to await Bruno's demand for compensation. Although he was apprehending pirates, Bruno wished to conceal his identity and was likely to seek reparations. Furthermore, Rotas had no desire to entangle himself with the foolishness of the world government, nor did he intend to part with any funds. Thus, rather than lingering idly while Bruno remained in contemplation, he chose to make his escape without delay. Chapter 81. A meeting with terrifying prowess. The ability to wield the 6 forms with such finesse. Who on earth is this Navy officer? I have never heard of him before. Bruno surveyed the ravaged tavern, devoid of sorrow, instead astonished by Rotas's strength. He had not been aware of such formidable talent among the younger generation of the Navy. Evidently, they should not be underestimated. Just moments prior, Rotas had employed the Sara technique, and Bruno had failed to detect it. By the time he comprehended the situation, it was already over. It appeared that his prolonged engagement in undercover operations had dulled his vigilance, a serious concern that he would need to report to Lucci. Clearly, he had not approached me to demand compensation. Indeed, the intelligence apparatus of the world government seems to possess some resources. After fleeing for a considerable distance, Rotas sensed no unusual activity behind him and exhaled in relief. He had genuinely feared that Bruno would come seeking reparations, which would have put him in an awkward position. Fortunately, it seemed that was not the case. Having dealt with a foolish pirate, he had secured a golden hook, which was quite valuable at present. Now, he intended to investigate what spoils awaited him aboard the pirate ship of this ridiculous crew, hoping they would not be too disappointing. Mayor, please take your time. Just as Rotas prepared to check if the soldiers had finished handling the pirate ship of the Iron Hook crew, he suddenly heard this remark. Turning, he saw a man with a slicked-back hairstyle, clad in a suit, rushing towards him with an anxious expression. Trailing behind him was a woman dressed in professional attire. It was she who had just spoken. Good day, Mr. Mayor. May I inquire what brings you to seek my assistance? Rotas believed that the mayor should approach him. So when the iceberg unexpectedly loomed before him, before a word was uttered, he boldly inquired, Greetings, Mr. Navy. The iceberg was momentarily taken aback by this abrupt question. Was he, perhaps, at a disadvantage? He had only arrived here after hearing the commotion, having just received news from a soldier at the tavern. And his intention was to urge Rotas to calm down and cease the disturbances. However, Rotas' sudden inquiry left him with the words he had prepared lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Mr. Mayor, did you come to inquire about the events at the tavern? With a smile, Rotas inquired, sensing that the urgent summons from Iceberg likely pertained to the matter of the tavern. Otherwise, he would have been at the company, instructing the shipwrights. Indeed. I have just received news regarding a confrontation between your navy and pirates at the tavern, which prompted my immediate arrival, Iceberg replied, taking a moment to steady his breath before articulating his purpose. It appears that the Iron Hook pirate crew has taken the tavern owner hostage, and upon hearing this news, I hastened to rescue him, for it is our duty as the Navy to apprehend pirates and safeguard the populace. There is no need for further gratitude, Mr. Mayor. By the way, my visit also presents an opportunity to discuss the rampant piracy in Water 7. I wonder if you might have a moment to converse. Let us find a suitable place to dine and talk. Rotas pondered for a moment before recounting the event he had meticulously crafted to Iceberg. In Rotas' narrative, he described how he, accompanied by the Navy, had rescued a tavern owner who had been taken hostage by pirates. In their eagerness to save the individual, the Navy regrettably had to damage the tavern. As for the reason behind the tavern owner's abduction, Rotas candidly admitted that he had no knowledge of such matters, as he was not affiliated with the Iron Hook pirate crew. Regarding Iceberg's belief in his tale, Rotas asserted that his own conviction sufficed to deceive others. One must first deceive oneself. At that moment, Rotas had replayed the recent memories in his mind, growing increasingly convinced that his account was indeed accurate. I truly appreciate your assistance, Navy officer, Iceberg expressed gratefully upon hearing Rotas' words. When he arrived at the tavern, aside from the walls, it was nearly impossible to discern it as an establishment for drinking, as the roof appeared to have been forcibly demolished, and the owner was nowhere to be found. The only certainty was that the owner was safe. His current whereabouts, however, remained a mystery. Lacking the owner's first-hand account, the surrounding populace only possessed scattered bits of information, for it was hardly feasible for them to venture into a tavern teeming with pirates. Hence, after absorbing Rotas' words, Iceberg instinctively accepted the narrative as truth, expressing profound gratitude and extending an invitation for Rotas to join him for dinner. Rotas expressed his satisfaction with Iceberg's attitude, and rightly so. He had resolved a grievous issue plaguing the city of Water 7, alleviating the burdens imposed by a notorious pirate upon its citizens. Such recognition was deserved. Mayor, should we not verify the situation? Khalifa leaned closer to Iceberg, adjusting her glasses as she spoke softly. as a covert agent cultivated by the world government. She was accustomed to scrutinizing dialogues and their underlying meanings, often probing until clarity emerged. While Rotas's assertions appeared logical and well-founded, a deeper examination revealed several inconsistencies, prompting Khalifa to deem it necessary to investigate further. "There is no need for that," Iceberg replied quietly, simultaneously noting Rotas's meaningful gaze. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness, he cleared his throat and smiled at Rotas, stating, "Please do not misunderstand, Mr. Navy. Our relationship is not of that nature. Khalifa was merely inquiring about my dining arrangements." "It's quite all right, I understand," Rotas responded. Rotas nodded, his smile broadening. "Explanation merely serves as a guise, a veil over the undeniable truth. They are no longer children, and certain matters are within his comprehension." It was evident to Bingshan that his expressions might inadvertently deepen the misunderstanding, leaving him with a wry smile. Yet, he harbored no desire to elaborate further, for he recognized that he could not alter the perceptions of others. Regarding Khalifa's remarks, Bingshan deemed further investigation unnecessary, as he wished to avoid any discord between the parties involved. He found the current situation rather satisfactory, and though he possessed some understanding of the actual circumstances, his sole wish was to keep a watchful eye on the naval officer. "Rest assured, I shall keep this confidential. By the way, let us dine together. I have recently absorbed advanced naval ideologies and a resolute commitment to combating evil from Admiral Cap. This occasion offers a splendid opportunity for me to promote these insights." Compared to idle gossip, Rotas harbored a greater inclination towards satiating his appetite. Thus, he swiftly shifted the conversation from the private life of the Iceberg to the evening meal. After all, he had come to champion the noble cause of the Navy. How could he possibly embark on this journey without like-minded companions? Upon observing the Iceberg, he discerned that it was indeed a fellow crusader for justice. In pursuit of maritime stability and global peace, he resolved to enlighten the Iceberg about the grand endeavors currently undertaken by the Navy, whilst also encouraging his ally to contribute in a modest manner, perhaps by providing a meager supply of sustenance to quell the hunger of one dedicated to righteousness. "Very well," the Iceberg replied with a smile, though a sense of bewilderment lingered in his heart. Had the Navy recently introduced something new? How was it that he, the mayor, was entirely unaware of such developments? Could it be that the intelligence of the Seven-Water City had fallen so far behind? "Then let us depart swiftly," he urged. Glancing at the sky and sensing that time was of the essence, Rotas exclaimed with exuberance, remarking on the rare opportunity to enjoy a meal, and he felt compelled to finalize matters swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. "Ah, splendid." Iceberg nodded, guiding Rotas towards the restaurant, somewhat taken aback by Rotas' enthusiasm. He mused, could it be that the Navy is quite impoverished? How could a mere meal elicit such delight from this naval officer? Perhaps he should consider offering a shipment of provisions to cultivate camaraderie with this Navy man. He appeared rather amenable, and such an offering might indeed foster goodwill. Chapter 82. The Frankie Family, the Clown Buggy, with a bounty of 15 million berries. In the shadows, Captain Zambai of the Frankie family held a bounty notice. Observing Buggy and his crew ambling along the road, a smile creeping upon his lips. Truly, they were delightful prey, presenting themselves so conveniently. And though the sum was far from what Brother Frankie required to realize his dreams, diligent accumulation would surely yield results. "Captain Zambai, shall we make our move now?" queried one of the Frankie family members, eager to engage. "This group seems feeble, resembling a troupe of circus performers. They should be easy to handle." "Patience. Let us wait a while longer," Zambai replied, surveying the surroundings. He deemed it prudent to strike in a more secluded corner, for engaging here would likely cause considerable destruction. "Captain Buggy, we seem to have attracted unwanted attention," Kabaji remarked cheerfully to the captain striding ahead. They had been shadowed by some peculiar individuals, and their demeanor suggested ill intentions. "Huh, is that so? It seems a pack of arrogant fools wishes to challenge me," Buggy laughed dismissively, glancing back at the lurking figures. "A group so clueless about their own worth dares to threaten me, truly a testament to their ignorance. After all these years as a pirate, have I not encountered countless bounty hunters and those eager to claim my head? Yet here I stand, quite alive. Does that not speak volumes?" "Captain Buggy, allow me to deal with these foolish souls," Machi volunteered, riding on Ricky. He had long endured Buggy's reprimands and was eager to vent his frustrations upon this hapless group. No. You must not engage them. I still harbor hopes of profiting from them," Buggy interjected. Baki raised a finger and shook it at Machi, explaining that upon returning to the warship after shopping, they discovered a number of soldiers discussing their spoils. Upon inquiry, Baki learned that Rotas had instructed the soldiers to capture a band of pirates, dividing the bounty of the pirates and the value of their ship among themselves. Hearing that he had missed out on a lucrative opportunity, Baki felt a pang of regret for spending too long on his purchases. Otherwise, he could have claimed a substantial share of the bounty. However, Baki soon recognized an opportunity to recuperate his losses, and his spirits brightened. Pirate hunters, indeed? Capturing pirates for profit, right? Surely, they must have amassed a considerable amount of bounty, he thought, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. He, Baki, was now working under the Navy, not merely a ruthless pirate. If this group of pirates dared to make a move, all he would need to do was inform Rotas, who would undoubtedly be eager to eliminate this band of pirate hunters. After all, through their interactions, Baki had discerned that Rotas bore a closer resemblance to a pirate than he himself did. Thus, he was confident that Rotas would not let this golden opportunity slip away. Make a profit? Machi muttered to himself, scratching his head in confusion. Did they really expect to gain something from this group that appeared even more ragged than they were? Looking back at his own crew, he felt their poverty was palpable. Captain Zambai, shall we take action now? The members of the Frankie family, seeing that Baki's crew had wandered into a secluded area, began to flex their muscles, eager to charge forth. Yes, let us strike. Zambai, sensing the moment was ripe, swiftly drew his sword and led his subordinates towards Baki's group, shouting, "We are the fearsome Frankie family. Clown Baki, surrender your head for 15 million berries." A bunch of tiresome fools, Baki thought, hoping to extract some bounty from them. He regarded the peculiar group charging towards him with a sense of boredom. Captain Baki was a user of the chop-chop fruit. He feared nothing less than blades. How audacious for these simpletons to approach him wielding swords. What a death wish they bore. Machi, Kabeji, step aside. I shall properly deal with these oblivious ruffians. Baki brandished a dagger, gesturing for his subordinates to retreat. He intended to demonstrate his terror to this group, audacious enough to confront him so brazenly. Understood, Captain Baki. Kabeji and Machi instantly moved aside, preparing to watch the unfolding spectacle. They gazed at the approaching figure wielding a long blade, fully aware that Captain Buggy could effortlessly handle the situation. As anticipated, moments later, Buggy reassembled his disjointed upper half and strode confidently towards the bloody group of Janbai, laughing unabashedly. Ha ha ha. I am a user of the chop-chop fruit. To think you could wield swords against me is a notion far too premature. Don't celebrate too soon. Brother Frankie will not let you off the hook. Janbai retorted through clenched teeth. It was no wonder their attempts to strike had been futile. This jester, Buggy, was indeed a devil fruit wielder. However, he should not revel for long, as Frankie would surely avenge them. Ahahaha. Is that so? Then I shall await your brother's arrival. Men, render this group unconscious and take them aboard the warship. We shall seek out Rotas. Buggy had little patience for the idle chatter of this individual. He was determined to consult Rotas about dismantling the so-called Frankie family. After all, a family by that name ought to possess some berries. Yes, Captain Buggy. Upon receiving Buggy's orders, Kabaji swiftly and efficiently subdued the group that had come seeking their demise, binding them neatly. Captain Buggy, where shall we find Rotas now? Kabaji inquired after dealing with the ruffians. First, take this lot to the warship. I shall seek Rotas myself, Buggy replied, stroking his chin. He knew Rotas's whereabouts. But considering Rotas' policy of sharing the spoils, Buggy thought it wise to minimize his entourage. After all, the fewer the witnesses, the greater the share of berries he would receive when Rotas apprehended the Frankie family. As for why the illustrious Buggy did not directly confront the Frankie clan himself, it was due to his awareness of the precarious situation. Rotas was currently capturing pirates in Water 7, and he would be foolish to stir up such a scandal in opposition to Rotas. After all, the Frankie family was a notable entity. Should he capture their leader, the news would undoubtedly spread far and wide. Would Rotas apprehend him or not? If he did not, the citizens of Water 7 would grow suspicious. If he did, the process seemed straightforward, yet Buggy pondered whether he should surrender outright or feign hesitation. Surrendering immediately might appear disgraceful, yet hesitating could risk incurring the wrath of the duplicitous Rotas. After considerable contemplation, Buggy resolved to concede this time, allowing Rotas to deal with Frankie. After all, it was merely a family in Water 7, and Buggy was confident that Rotas would easily concoct a reason to eliminate them. Chapter 83. The Meal, Mr. Mayor. Let me assure you, our Navy is more than willing to assist cities like Water 7, which suffer greatly from the scourge of piracy. Furthermore, I am currently stationed at the forefront of the Grand Line. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I will aid you in resolving them. Indeed. Could you summon the waiter? The wine here is exquisite. Please bring me another 10 barrels. Lotus sat opposite the iceberg, his hands ceaselessly shoveling food into his mouth while engaging in conversation with the iceberg. He fervently assured that should any matters arise, the iceberg could reach out to him, all the while beckoning the waiter to bring more dishes. Are you certain, esteemed guest? Once the food and beverages are served here, they cannot be returned. The waiter confirmed with palpable excitement as he approached Lotus, although the guest had ordered an abundance of food and drinks, entitling the waiter to a commission according to the establishment's rules. He remained exceedingly cautious to ensure all was in order. Consider your words, after all. It is the esteemed mayor of your city who has invited me to dine. Do you truly believe that such a dignitary would default on his obligations? Rotas shamelessly proclaimed. Ensuring that the waiter acknowledged the esteemed figure seated across from him, the mayor of the illustrious city of Seven Waters. This is your mayor, after all. While I, Rotas, may escape, your mayor certainly cannot. Do you truly believe that such a distinguished mayor would flee? He continued, moreover, this mayor is a man of wealth. He would not tarnish his reputation over such a trivial sum. In my estimation, the president of the shipyard, Iceberg, must possess a fortune in the realm of hundreds of millions of berries. This modest meal would merely cause him a slight pang of discomfort. Mayor, the waiter inquired with a look of uncertainty, glancing at the dazed mayor beside him. Shall we proceed? Go ahead, Iceberg replied, his face twitching, as if he had expended all his strength. The implication that a dignified mayor could possibly default on payment seemed to weigh heavily upon him. Realizing that the mountain of dishes before him rendered 10 barrels of drink inconsequential, he resigned himself to the inevitable expense. Very well, please hold on, the waiter exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. With that, he hurried off to the kitchen to prepare the beverages. The mayor is truly generous. On behalf of the Navy, I express my gratitude here. Captain Rotas raised his barrel of wine in gratitude towards the iceberg, acknowledging him as a commendable mayor. Knowing that Rotas had endured the hardships of the sea, he had thoughtfully prepared a sumptuous feast to honor him. Indeed, true compassion exists in the world, and warmth abounds everywhere. Oh, not at all, the iceberg replied with a forced smile, yet thoughts of escape began to swirl in his mind. Rotas could truly indulge in both food and drink, if this continued, even if the restaurant offered discounts out of respect for him. The iceberg would soon find himself unable to afford the bill. Not yet, esteemed mayor. Are you suggesting I should order more for you? I must apologize for that. Rotas scratched his head, sporting an awkward smile akin to a Navi country boy caught off guard when addressed. Well, please, go ahead and eat. Once you're finished, we can order more. Upon hearing Rotas's response, Bing Shan nearly choked on his own blood. He pondered whether Rotas truly failed to grasp the implications of his words or was merely feigning ignorance with such a reply. It appeared that Rotas was not only a voracious eater and drinker, but also remarkably shameless and audacious. While Bing Shan was lost in his troubled thoughts, Khalifa emerged from the kitchen, making her way directly to his side. Leaning in, she whispered in his ear, Mayor, I just negotiated with the restaurant owner. He is willing to offer us a 40 discount. Is that so? I am truly grateful to him, Bing Shan replied, his previously distant gaze suddenly sparked with renewed hope. A 40 discount would significantly lessen the amount of belly he would need to pay, which was indeed splendid news. However, Mayor, the situation is rather grim. This naval officer seems to possess an extraordinary appetite. Khalifa adjusted her glasses, reminding the beleaguered mayor of this harsh reality. She could hardly fathom the enormity of Rotas's consumption. The sight of the numerous plates had startled her just moments ago, and now there seemed to be even more. Sighing, Bing Shan's initial joy was swiftly dampened by Khalifa's blunt words, and he could not help but lament his predicament. Indeed, Khalifa's observation was accurate, with Rotas's insatiable appetite. Even a mere 10 discount would not suffice to sustain him. Oh dear, what was I thinking when I foolishly agreed to Rotas's dining proposal? Lieutenant Rotas, I have a report, a soldier called out as he jogged into the restaurant, saluting Rotas as he approached. Oh, what is it? Rotas paused slightly in his act of eating, casting a puzzled glance at the soldier before him. Surely, the soldier must be aware that he preferred not to be disturbed during his meals. Indeed, it is so, Captain Rotas. The soldier discerned the confusion in Rotas's eyes and promptly leaned closer, whispering the details of the matter. I see. It appears that this meal shall remain unfinished. Lotus delicately dabbed his mouth with a napkin, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had yet to confront Frankie, and now this fellow had set his sights on the simpleton. Bucky, inspired by this encounter, Bucky had now turned his attention to Frankie as well. This presented quite the conundrum for him. To refrain from intervening felt like a squandered opportunity, yet to involve himself would mean foregoing a sumptuous meal. After a moment's contemplation, Lotus ultimately decided to relinquish the prospect of that delightful feast. After all, there would always be other meals, but such a fortuitous opportunity and excuse were rare. He, as a naval officer, had to uphold the principles of propriety. "Captain Lotus, do you have pressing matters to attend to?" Iceberg inquired, observing Lotus's actions with barely concealed excitement. His insinuation was that Lotus appeared to have affairs to handle, suggesting that it was not a matter of his inability to continue dining. Indeed, this was splendid news. "Indeed, Mr. Mayor." Lotus nodded, casting a glance at the somewhat exuberant Iceberg. He mused that if the Iceberg were aware of his true purpose, it might not wear such a cheerful expression, for he was on a mission to capture his junior disciple. Was the Iceberg truly justified in its excitement? "Then, Mr. Lotus, please take care. I shall not see you off any further," the Iceberg replied with a smile, feeling a profound sense of relief as he bid farewell to this unwelcome presence. How splendid it was. He had nearly feared for his financial ruin. "Thank you for your hospitality. Until we meet again." After bidding farewell to the Iceberg, Rotas followed the soldiers in search of Buggy. Having captured Frankie, he intended to depart from Water 7. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward to face the Iceberg later, especially if he was invited to dinner after apprehending a disciple. "Mayor, since Captain Rotas has left, should we proceed with the evening's affairs?" Califa adjusted her glasses and pulled out her notepad, seemingly preparing to read the mayor's plan for the night. No, Califa, I wish to return to the dock." Upon seeing Califa's demeanor, the Iceberg immediately waved his hand, expressing his disinterest in political matters, preferring instead the allure of ships. Rather than squander time on politics, he would rather visit the dock. "Very well, Mayor." Upon hearing the Iceberg's words, Califa promptly tore up the plan, realizing that since the mayor was disinterested in the evening's arrangements, she need not worry excessively. Chapter 84. Speech. Where have Zambai and the others gone? Why have they not returned yet? Frankie, sitting in the patriarch's chair, looked around in confusion. Noting that while his younger brothers were present, Zambai and his crew were absent. "Big brother Frankie, they must have targeted someone and thus haven't returned," replied Kiwi, somewhat tipsy from his drink. "Have you forgotten? This has happened before. Isn't it common for them?" "Yes, big brother Frankie. You need not worry. Zambai and the others are fine. We shall see them first thing tomorrow morning," Maz added in agreement. "Those fellows are typically quite mysterious and only return once their tasks are complete." "Oh, is that so? I must be overly concerned." "Ha ha ha," Frankie chuckled, rubbing his steel nose, realizing he might indeed be worrying too much, and he broke into an unrefined laugh. "Wait a moment. I will swiftly eliminate that Frankie and send him to the Navy's base prison for 5 or 6 years. As for you all, ensure you take everything you can from them and dismantle what can be taken apart. Understood? Our Navy's rule is to refrain from taking even a single thread from the public, but the Frankie family is clearly not of good character. So as long as you don't go too far, inflicting superficial injuries is permissible. Understood?" Rotas stood in the open space, gazing at the 20-odd soldiers before him, and spoke earnestly, intending to alleviate any moral burdens they might bear. His actions were entirely for Frankie's benefit, to prevent him from being discovered by CP9 in the future, thereby sparing Iceberg from any repercussions. Iceberg, that earnest fellow, should have known better than to be reckless, given his disciple's foolish tendencies. Had he forgotten how his mentor, Mr. Tom, met his end? Speaking of which, it was rather amusing that a fishman would name himself after a cat. The mere mention of Tom conjured images of that all-capable feline. Wait. Rotas realized his thoughts had drifted. Where had he been? He smacked his forehead and suddenly recalled. Yes, he was indeed a good person. Rotas prided himself on being grateful and helpful, believing in the principle of repaying kindness with great generosity. Everything he did was for Frankie's sake. Just look at that fellow Frankie. Instead of laying low, he brazenly made his presence known in Water 7. Although Frankie had undergone significant transformations, a glance at his photos from years past would reveal that his resemblance to his younger self was still remarkably high. What could Frankie possibly be thinking? Believing that a mere name change in Water 7 would shield him from scrutiny of his past? If Frankie lived quietly, perhaps he could evade detection until his dying day. Yet, consider the antics of this fool. He had nearly become a household name in Water 7, especially with his ship repairing skills. Any diligent investigator could easily uncover the truth. making it almost laughable that Frankie had managed to remain undetected thus far. His continued freedom was largely due to CP9's discreet operations and their focus on Iceberg, compounded by their belief that Mr. Tom's disciple, Cutty Flam, had long perished. Hence, they had never suspected Frankie's true identity. Unlike others, Rotas was well acquainted with this fool's background. If one doubted him, Rotas could recite it from memory. Frankie's original name was Cutty Flam. Abandoned by his parents at the age of 10 due to his hyperactive nature, he was taken in by Tom, who recognized his talent for crafting weaponry. 8 years prior, the battleship Frankie, which he had invented, was exploited by the then CP5 chief, Spandam, leading to Tom being wrongfully accused of attacking a judicial ship and subsequently imprisoned in Eni's lobby. In an effort to thwart the maritime train that intended to take Tom away, Frankie sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, he was able to utilize the abundant steel from a nearby derelict ship, transforming himself into a cyborg powered by cola. Moreover, his registration in the Water 7 census still bore the name Cutty Flam. Flandra, does the world government only know him as Cutty? Flandra, at that time. Although the Navy could not locate Frankie's body and thus declared him dead, no one else was aware of his alias, Frankie. For years later, in the form of a cyborg, he reunited with his mentor, Ace Bug. Ace Bug entrusted Cutty Flandra with the schematics of the ancient weapon, Pluton, which had long been coveted by the world government, and requested him to abandon his true name. Naturally, Cutty Flandra refused to leave, and henceforth, he continued to reside on Water 7 under the name Frankie, establishing the Frankie family as a ship dismantling business. Should you inquire how Rotas knows all of this so well, you would gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle, wearing an enigmatic expression, and say, "Do you think I would reveal that I learned it through Baidu? You must be dreaming. I, Rotas, am a person of integrity, and of course, I acquired this knowledge through my own intelligence. If you ask me why I am so impressive, it is simply because beauty is justice." After roaming the expanse of the sky, Lotus's thoughts finally returned to his mind. He was poised to utter something to the soldiers standing at attention when he suddenly sensed a malevolent gaze fixed upon him, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Rotas followed the source of the cold gaze and discovered that Buggy was squinting at him with an expression of disdain. This sight ignited a fire of indignation within Rotas, compelling him to nearly retaliate with a sharp slap across Buggy's face, intending to teach him a lesson in respect and hierarchy. After all, Rotas was a valiant ally of justice and a companion of the people. How could he be subjected to such contemptuous scrutiny, especially from a despicable and shameless pirate? However, considering the imminent need for teamwork to combat evil, he suppressed his urge to retaliate. Ultimately, one must always bear in mind the larger picture. Yet, Rotas would not let this transgression slide. He resolved to note Buggy down in his book of grudges, planning to deal with him when time permitted. Rotas was no mere saint. He firmly believed in settling scores immediately or, at the very least, allowing the passage of time to ensure his adversaries met their demise. The notion of forgiving and forgetting was utterly foreign to him. Truly, Buggy was a treacherous and shameless character. It was evident that even amidst the turmoil of this world, he remained blissfully naive. Unaware that he had been marked for future retribution, Buggy was rather pleased with himself, convinced that in this era of great pirates, he maintained his original ideals. After all, upon witnessing Rotas speaking with the soldiers, exuding an aura of righteousness and a commitment to serving the people, Buggy nearly believed they were embarking on a noble quest to vanquish evil and contribute to justice upon the seas. However, upon realizing that they were merely seeking a legitimate pretext to subdue the local tyrants, seize their wealth, and even frame one of these local lords to hand over to the Navy, Buggy felt a sense of failure in his piratical endeavors. Resorting to cunning tactics, he found himself outmatched by the Navy. In his moments of self-doubt, he could only look down upon his opponents, for he lacked the strength to confront them directly, relying instead on his gaze as a means of passive aggression. Chapter 85. Frankie's House. All right, everyone, let us proceed to encircle Frankie's house. Buggy, you should return to the warship. Your presence at Frankie's house may incite unnecessary trouble. After instructing the soldiers to encircle the residence of Frankie, Rotas summoned Baki, advising him to return to the warship to avoid the prying eyes of ever-intrusive journalists who might capture him in clandestine photographs destined for the front pages of newspapers. Well, Rotas, Baki said, rubbing his hands nervously, his gaze cautiously fixed on Rotas, considering the intelligence I've provided and the considerable efforts I've exerted. What do you think about my share? He spoke with a hint of trepidation, fearful that any displeasure from Rotas might lead to him being unjustly accused and imprisoned. The personal assets of the Frankie family will be yours, while the belongings of the other underlings will be divided between myself and the soldiers. Do you have any objections to this arrangement? Rotas cast a disdainful glance at Baki and articulated the distribution plan. This foolish Baki had offended him and still dared to covet the bounty. How naive. However, there are rules of the state and regulations of the family, and he had established the principles that he must also abide by. Thus, Rotas contemplated playing a trick on Baki first. After all, Baki surely believed that the leader of the Frankie family was the wealthiest, perhaps reveling in that notion at this very moment. Is that so? Rotas. Baki's eyes sparkled with the gleam of wealth, and he could hardly contain his excitement as he inquired. The head of a family must indeed be the most affluent. With this fortune, he was one step closer to escaping Rotas. As for whether Rotas would deceive him, Baki had not considered it at all. After all, not long ago, Rotas had given him a suitcase full of riches. If Rotas were truly stingy, he would have confiscated the remaining wealth from Baki as purchases and even arranged for someone to monitor him. Of course, I, Rotas, am an honest man. When have I ever been untrustworthy? Rotas nodded, affirming the veracity of his words. However, the wealth possessed by the master of the Frankie household was contingent upon the whims of luck for Buggy. If Rotas recalled correctly, Frankie harbored a rather peculiar habit of never keeping overnight money. This implied that should Buggy thoroughly search Frankie, he would be fortunate to uncover merely 3 bottles of cola. After all, given Frankie's eccentric attire, it was highly improbable that he could conceal any significant amount of berries. Nevertheless, such matters held no relevance for Rotas. His sole interest lay in acquiring the blueprints within Frankie's being. He had never anticipated extracting gold from a pauper. I am exceedingly grateful, Rotas. I shall return to the warship now and await your favorable news. With Rotas' affirmative reply, Buggy nearly burst into laughter, promptly bidding farewell to Rotas as he prepared to return to the warship and await good tidings. Depart, Rotas urged. Rotas waved his hand, urging Baki to hurry away. He laughed heartily, but one could only wonder if he would still wear that smile after capturing Frankie. Inside Frankie's abode, Frankie sat in the master seat, joyfully celebrating with his underlings when suddenly he heard a synchronized sound of footsteps approaching. He froze momentarily. Who among you will check what's happening outside? Those footsteps seem a bit unusual. Let us go, Frankie brother, the Block sisters, tipsy from drink, eagerly volunteered. They linked arms, swaying as they rose from their seats and made their way to the door. You two come back. I'll go. Frankie glanced at their state and swiftly halted their movements. If enemies arrive in this condition, it could spell trouble. It's fine, Frankie brother. Maybe it's the Zambai crew returning. The Block sisters waved dismissively at Frankie, appearing unconcerned. It's late. That group should be back by now. Besides, this is the stronghold of Frankie's family. Who would dare act arrogantly here? I'll go check it out. Despite their reassurances, Frankie felt an unease within and, disregarding their pleas, stood up and walked towards the entrance. Everyone, put down your drinks and follow Frankie brother to see who dares to disrupt our peace. Upon seeing their leader heading to the door, Frankie's underlings immediately set aside their bottles and followed him outside. As they stepped out, they were met with a line of soldiers clad in naval uniforms, rifles in hand, surrounding them. What is the meaning of this? We are not pirates. Lower your weapons and do not threaten my underlings. Frankie shouted at the soldiers, positioning himself protectively in front of the Block sisters. Why were the Navy surrounding Frankie's abode? Were his true colors exposed? As this thought crossed his mind, a grave expression overtook his face. His life was of little concern to him, but he could not let his innocent underlings be embroiled in this mess. Indeed, what do you intend to do, Navy? What are your intentions towards Frankie brother? This is Frankie's home. Seeing Frankie's stance, his underlings rallied passionately, shouting at the naval soldiers. Frankie was their protector, shielding them from adversity, a leader worthy of their lifelong loyalty. Enough of this melodrama. It's as if we, the Navy, are some malevolent force bullying innocent civilians. Rotas observed a rather melodramatic scene unfolding before him, feeling utterly speechless. He stepped forward from behind the soldiers, questioning the fervor of the crowd as if he were part of a nefarious plot to silence dissent. What do you intend to do? He inquired. The Navy. Frankie, noticing the noble cloak adorning the figure before him, realized that the true authority had arrived and thus posed his question. What do you intend to do? Surely, you are well aware. The soldiers proceeded to elucidate the rationale for their presence, addressing the members of Frankie's household, who were implicated in the assault on the naval vessel and the conspiracy to harm Mr. Baki, the esteemed expert in naval artillery research. Rotas waved his hand, summoning a soldier to elucidate to the individual named Frankie the reasons for their visit. As for why Rotas himself did not provide the explanation, it was simply a matter of prestige. Allowing his subordinate to articulate the matter carried a certain gravitas. Very well, Lieutenant Rotas, the soldier acknowledged, promptly setting down his firearm and retrieving an A4 sheet of paper from his pocket. Clearing his throat, he proceeded to read aloud with clarity. Today, a group associated with the House of Frankie was apprehended while assaulting Mr. Baki, a naval artillery research expert, and was consequently seized by the Navy. The captured individuals claimed they would not relent in their attacks on naval vessels and would persist in their assaults. Therefore, the Navy, while acknowledging that the House of Frankie may not have been directly involved, has deemed it prudent, in consideration of the safety of the civilians in the City of Seven Waters and the stability of the seas, to request Mr. Frankie from the House of Frankie to accompany us for further inquiries. We hope for your understanding in this matter. Now that you are aware of the situation, we kindly ask you to accompany us without resistance. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to regard this as a premeditated and organized conspiracy. As Rotas observed the soldier's conclusion, he understood that it was his moment to step forward. With a tone that was half threat and half admonition, he declared, "If Frankie possesses any sense, he will obediently accompany me, lest he endanger his companions. Should he choose folly, I shall be compelled to assume the role of the villain." Imparting a lesson to Frankie, so that he may remember what truly governs the seas after spending so long in Water 7. Chapter 86. Departure. Do not slander us, you Navy scoundrels. It is utterly impossible for them to have committed such an act, exclaimed Kawe and Moss, vehemently grasping Frankie's arms as they directed their ire at the naval soldiers. You are clearly mistaken in your accusations against them. They only dare confront pirates, and would never challenge the Navy. There is undoubtedly a conspiracy at play here. Perhaps the Navy seeks to pin the blame on our esteemed Frankie for some exorbitant price offered by a nefarious party. This is not an uncommon occurrence on the seas. At this juncture, their sole hope was that Frankie would not be deceived by the Navy's machinations, allowing his emotions to cloud his judgment in an attempt to protect them, thereby unwittingly following the Navy. If he were to do so, they feared it might mean the last they would ever see of him. "Hey, what are you insinuating?" one Navy soldier retorted. "You must not malign us. We are not like you ruffians, causing chaos on the island and disturbing the peace of the citizens. If you were to inquire about your own reputation, you would quickly learn how the citizens perceive you." Lotus expressed disdain for their self-image, questioning their lack of self-awareness. Ironically, they accused the Navy, despite their own tarnished reputation in Water 7, which, while not universally reviled, was hardly exemplary. Any local citizen could recount at least 3 transgressions committed by the Frankie family, to say nothing of Frankie's outrageous public nudity and noise pollution. It was likely that citizens harbored a desire to punish him. His indecent exposure not only marred the city's aesthetic, but also set a poor example for the youth, adversely affecting their development. Most grievously, such antics subjected the already burdened populace to mental distress, a truly unforgivable offense. "Release them, and I shall accompany you," Frankie calmly replied to Lotus. The Navy's assertion was not without merit. Their reputation in Water 7 was indeed poor. Yet, if it meant safeguarding this cherished location, bearing infamy was a small price to pay, a penance for protecting the beloved Water 7. Today, for the sake of his dear younger brothers, he might not be able to shield Water 7, but as the head of the family, he bore that responsibility. Regardless of the misdeeds of his subordinates, he was accountable. The captives could not be freed. After all, they were the ringleaders. If he truly cared for his younger brothers, he should comply and follow them, or else face the consequences for his subordinates, who would be treated as accomplices. It would be folly to release this group. Who knew what rumors they would spread in Water 7? Tomorrow, the seas might echo tales of their captain colluding with pirates against the local forces. If such rumors spread, Lotus would lose face, and perhaps even Admiral Karp would be the first to confront him, given the gravity of his intentions. Should they be discovered by the world government or the Navy, his life could very well be forfeit. Thus, releasing them was out of the question. Confinement was the only option to maintain secrecy and avert unnecessary complications. He had painstakingly evaded the attention of CP9, and he could not afford to jeopardize his efforts now. "You shall not harm Frankie and the others. I will accompany you." Frankie gritted his teeth, incensed that these despicable Navy officers would threaten the lives of his brothers. Indeed, the Navy was no different from the scoundrels who once harmed Mr. Tom. Their methods were fundamentally unchanged. "Ha ha ha, you demonstrate wisdom. Let us proceed, Frankie." Rotas chuckled appreciatively. Remarking how Frankie's initiative spared him considerable trouble, it was indeed a welcome relief, as he wished to avoid drawing excessive attention, especially with CP9 present on the island. "Brother Frankie, you must not accompany them," someone urged. "Indeed, we shall stand our ground. They are merely the Navy, nothing extraordinary," another retorted. "Yes, let us confront them head-on. We can rescue Zambai. There are only about 20 Navy personnel, and we outnumber them." The younger members of Frankie's crew became increasingly animated, and by the end of their fervent discussion, some had already fetched weapons from the house, distributing them among their comrades, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Navy. "Frankie, you need to rein in your crew. Do not let their excitement spiral out of control," a voice cautioned. "Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the promise I just made." Rotas gazed at Frankie with keen interest, urging him to swiftly pacify his younger brother, lest he be accused of breaking his promise. While it was true that he had spared Frankie's kin, should they recklessly charge towards the Navy, he would be compelled to retaliate and apprehend them. "If you still regard me as the head of the Frankie family, then lay down your arms and await my return here in peace. Regardless of the year or the season, as long as I, Frankie, draw breath, I shall return." Frankie turned, suppressing the weapons raised by his brethren, and solemnly declared that the Navy would not relent today, for the safety of his younger siblings. He had no choice but to accompany the Navy, hoping that this opportunity might allow him to rescue Zanbai. As the head of the Frankie family, he could not forsake Zanbai's rescue. "Did you hear that?" he called out. "Your leader has spoken. Quickly lay down your weapons. We, the Navy, have no desire for conflict, but do not compel us otherwise. Remain here patiently for news. I shall ensure that you receive word." Rotas cast a somewhat disdainful glance at the underlings of Frankie's family and remarked, "I merely confined Frankie for a few years. Once the time has elapsed, he shall be released. It is not as though I intend to execute him, so why the overreaction? Listen well, you naval fools. Should anything befall our esteemed Frankie, even to the point of death, we of Frankie's family shall not let you off lightly." "Indeed," they echoed, "Frankie, do remember to safeguard yourself. We shall devise a means to rescue you." The loyal followers of Frankie embraced him, not neglecting to threaten Rotas, asserting that Frankie had chosen to accompany the Navy for their sake, and they would undoubtedly come to his aid. "Very well, I shall take my leave. You must take care of yourselves. I will surely return. Kiwi, Maz, while I am away, the responsibility for Frankie's family rests upon your shoulders. You must protect yourselves and the younger members diligently," Frankie proclaimed, embracing Kiwi and Maz before releasing them and approaching Rotas with a defiant demeanor. "Let us proceed. I am eager to discern what intentions the Navy harbors." "Then let us be on our way, Frankie." Rotas waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to regroup and return to the warship, as he too was weary and yearning to be aboard. Frankie, seizing the opportunity, proposed the idea, which was quite timely. The soldiers retracted their rifles aimed at Frankie and his companions, forming an orderly line and leisurely following behind Rotas as they made their way to the ship. What to do? "Brother Frankie has been apprehended by the Navy. Woe is me." After Roths departed with Frankie, the younger members of Frankie's household succumbed to their emotions, breaking into inconsolable tears. "Do not fret. Brother Frankie will undoubtedly return. Our current task is to safeguard all that he has left behind and patiently await his return." Kiwi reassured the younger members, while Maz gathered the fighters from Frankie's family. At this moment, unity was paramount. They must stand together rather than scatter. Her focus was on stabilizing the spirits of Frankie's household. Chapter 87. Frankie and Bucky, your warship is quite impressive. I wonder how much it would fetch if dismantled. Frankie approached the hull of the warship, caressing it before turning to Roths with a provocatively confident smile. "You may attempt it, but I believe you would not wish to provoke old man Carp. Otherwise, Pirate King Roger serves as a cautionary tale." Rotas gazed at Frankie with great interest, simultaneously making a gesture of invitation. Should Frankie dare to act against the warship, he would find himself unable to walk freely upon the grounds of Water 7 come tomorrow, marking his defeat. Although Old Man Carp had never overtly displayed his affection for this naval vessel, were anyone to attempt dismantling it, Carp would undoubtedly return from Windmill Village in a flash, imparting a lesson on the iron fist of justice. Who would have thought this was indeed Admiral Carp's ship? Frankie clicked his tongue, releasing his grip and cautiously averting his gaze. He had heard tales of the naval hero Carp, and he considered it unwise to offend a man who had repeatedly cornered the Pirate King, all for the sake of avenging Rotas. After all, Frankie was not nearly as formidable as the Pirate King. That is certainly the case, but for now, it is under my temporary jurisdiction. Rotas was unperturbed by engaging in a verbal spar with Frankie, for he had already captured the individual and his scheme had succeeded. The ensuing years would bring ceaseless turmoil to these waters. The naval hero truly had lost his discernment, allowing someone of such character to assume control. Upon hearing Rotas's words, Frankie immediately retorted. For once aboard the warship, he had no intention of yielding. The notion that he would bow before a cadre of corrupt naval officers was utterly fanciful. Indeed, what could one do? Young man, perhaps it would be prudent to spend a few years in prison, reflecting on your choices. Lotus was not the slightest bit angered. Instead, he approached Frankie with keen interest and gently patted him on the shoulder. The fool could only resort to verbal attacks, as he was incapable of any further actions, rendering anger unnecessary. Indeed, you are slandering me, you despicable Navy, Frankie thought. His conviction solidified that this group of Navy personnel was insidious and vile. It was evident that this scoundrel was framing him, which explained his audacity. Do not be so upset, young man. I assure you, I have not accused you falsely. You will understand once you meet your subordinates. Rotas felt a sense of delight at the sight of Frankie gritting his teeth in anger. Yet this joy was tempered by the discontent stemming from the other's slanderous accusations against him. What folly it was to accuse him falsely. He had both witnesses and evidence to support his claims. Did they truly believe he would shy away from confronting such baseless allegations? Oh, is that so? Then I shall indeed observe what my little brothers have to say. Frankie strode towards the warship, eager to witness how his companions had allegedly assaulted the Navy. Let us proceed. Once aboard, the ship shall set sail, and you all can address them shortly thereafter. As Rotas witnessed Frankie board the warship, he turned to the soldiers beside him and expressed his relief that they could finally depart from the city of Seven Waters. He certainly did not wish to let a cooked duck fly away. It was far safer to have it served on a platter, stripped of its bones. Very well. Lieutenant Rotas, the soldiers nodded in agreement and promptly hurried back to the ship to inform the crew in the helm to commence their actions. Ah, how is Rotas faring? Where is the head of the Frankie household? Upon seeing Rotas board the vessel, Baki rushed over from the deck, rubbing his hands encircling Rotas, his eyes glimmering with the allure of riches. Oh, you mean him? He is none other than that peculiar individual with blue hair and a rather revealing outfit. Lotus gestured towards Frankie, who was surveying the warship with keen interest, and remarked, let those two blue-haired oddities create a ruckus, as long as Frankie does not flee. All shall be well. You promised to entrust him to me, Lotus. Surely, you do not intend to retract your word. Buck followed Lotus's gaze and immediately spotted a peculiar figure clad in shorts, exploring the warship with an inquisitive demeanor, eyes gleaming with curiosity. While Frankie appeared as an eccentric to Lotus, to Buck, he shone like a nugget of gold. Nevertheless, out of concern for his own safety, Buck sought reaffirmation from Lotus once more. Indeed, I have entrusted him to you. Just remember not to harm him and ensure he does not escape. Rotas nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling Frankie's remarkable cannon, and advised Buggy to be cautious, lest he end up empty-handed and injured. Haha, rest assured, Rotas. I shall keep a vigilant eye on him. Buggy promised eagerly, already propelling himself towards Frankie. You must be the master of the Frankie family. Hand over your berry swiftly. Otherwise, I shall show you the true meaning of terror. As Buggy approached Frankie, he noticed their height disparity and immediately activated his powers, separating his upper body from his lower half, hovering in the air while clutching Frankie's shirt as he interrogated him. Oh, you red-nosed clown dare to ask me about berries? When have I ever carried berries? Whatever I had, I spent on the spot. Frankie responded, bemused by the absurdity of the red-nosed figure before him. You scoundrel! How dare you insult my red nose? You seek death. Buggy, undeterred by Frankie's denial of possessing berries, fixated solely on the insult to his nose. Don't be so agitated. Red-nosed fellow. When I have berries, I shall reward you, Frankie taunted, pushing Buggy's head down and prying his hands off his clothing, reveling in his triumph. You insolent wretch. Dare to mock the captain? You shall perish. Buggy, infuriated by Frankie's words, fragmented his body into several pieces and launched an attack. Haha, Red Nose, are you performing acrobatics? Frankie observed Buggy's antics with interest, gradually puffing out his cheeks, and sparks began to flicker at the corners of his mouth before he unleashed flames at Buggy. Ah, you scoundrel! Buggy yelped, feeling the searing heat, quickly retreating from Frankie, drifting away into the distance. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Who knew the Navy had such a comedic character? Truly amusing. Frankie knelt on the deck, one hand clutching his belly and the other supporting his forehead, laughing uproariously, delighted by the absurdity of having a clown aboard. You dare to mock the captain? Buggy exclaimed, inspecting his singed clothing, and shouted towards the cabin, "You can breathe fire, can you? So can my subordinates." Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy. Kabaji and Machi, hearing Buggy's call, promptly appeared on deck, their gazes fixed on Frankie. "You too, kill this wretch. How dare he set fire to the captain?" Upon witnessing the arrival of the two individuals, Buggy commanded with intent to teach the scoundrel a lesson, asserting his formidable prowess as the illustrious Buggy the Clown. "Yes, Captain Buggy," they replied. Following Buggy's orders, Kabaji and Moji, their fists clenched in anticipation, cast sinister glances at Frankie. After enduring their confinement aboard for so long, the moment for retaliation had finally arrived. They could not let this opportunity slip away. "Enjoy the hospitality of your captain, you wretched boy," they jeered with raucous laughter. Buggy, observing Kabaji and Moji's fervor, grinned widely at Frankie, proclaiming, "When it comes to fire breathing, Kabaji has never been outmatched." Chapter 88. Kabaji and Frankie, Fire Breathing. A homicidal incident. The Kamikaze Tornado Theater. As Kabaji launched himself forward, he unleashed his signature maneuver against Frankie, forgetting the presence of Moji, who yelped in alarm. "Hey, Kabaji. Be careful. You nearly scorched my clothes," Moji exclaimed, extinguishing the flames that had caught on his attire and glaring at Kabaji, bewildered by his reckless antics. "My apologies, Moji. Once I deal with this fellow, I shall offer my apologies," Kabaji responded sheepishly, yet his assault remained unabated. "Ah, yet another pair of acrobatic performers. How amusing." Frankie mused as he deftly dodged the spinning blade of the tornado, countering with his own fire breath to neutralize the flames hurled at him. After evading a series of attacks, Frankie, intrigued, began to comment, "Young man, prepare to meet your demise for daring to provoke Captain Buggy." Steam attack. Kabaji charged towards Frankie. Employing a steam attack, oblivious to whether his adversary could evade the onslaught, he was solely focused on the offensive. "Ouch, that's quite hot," Frankie exclaimed. As the abundant steam enveloped him, the intense heat causing his body to flush crimson, reminiscent of a lobster. The sudden pain elicited a grimace from Frankie. "You're unscathed? Impressive," Kabaji remarked in astonishment as he witnessed Frankie standing firm, unharmed. Typically, foes struck by such an attack would be writhing in agony on the ground. "Ha ha. I am a cyborg, crafted of steel. While I may feel pain, I cannot be injured. To harm me, you are far from capable," Frankie declared proudly, raising his hands and showcasing his signature pose, extolling the virtues of his cyborg nature. "Oh, is that so? Truly remarkable. Would you mind if I conduct a personal experiment?" Kabaji replied with a sinister smile, brandishing his long blade. "A cyborg, you say? How intriguing." It seems that Kabaji has yet to engage with the cyborgs, and this presents a perfect opportunity for excitement. "You two ought to exercise restraint. This is a warship, not an island. Should the vessel sustain any damage, I shall repurpose you as planks to repair the ship." Rotas emerged from the cockpit with arms crossed, directing his ire towards the two individuals. "What nonsense is this? If you wish to fight, then fight, but must you spew flames as if we are at sea? Do you truly believe a warship is impervious to fire? Should any damage befall the vessel, I shall hold you two imbeciles accountable, utilizing your very frames to patch the hull." Rotas, the patriarch of the Frankie family, was indeed insufferable, audacious enough to mock my prominent red nose. You must ensure he receives his due punishment. Upon seeing Rotas, Baki immediately turned to him for assistance, exclaiming, "This Frankie is utterly detestable, a mere cyborg. No wonder my dagger proves ineffective against him." "I shall not assist you, Baki. I have delivered you the man. Whether you can extract your compensation from him is of no concern to me." Rotas crossed his arms, clearly indicating his disinterest in their foolish antics. Were it not for their reckless use of fire aboard the warship, he would have preferred to remain far from the deck. Yet, this scoundrel possesses not a single belly. "Rotas, you must assist me in dealing with this rogue, for only then can my bitterness be alleviated." Upon hearing the term compensation, Buggy's red nose nearly twisted in fury. This Frankie lacks even a solitary belly, making it impossible for him, Buggy the Great, to amass the funds necessary for a swift vessel. Even more infuriating is the fact that this Frankie is a cyborg, rendering Buggy's abilities utterly ineffective against him. "This matter does not concern me. I shall not involve myself in your childish squabbles." Rotas lifted his head, exuding an air of righteous indignation as he declared, "To think that I, Lieutenant Rotas, would be compelled to intervene against such a trivial adversary is utterly laughable. Can you imagine the ridicule that would ensue?" "Oh, so you are that naval artillery research expert. Buggy, my younger brother was apprehended for assaulting you, was he?" In the interlude of their conversation, Frankie finally recalled the identity of the red-nosed figure before him. Wasn't this the very Buggy that the naval soldiers spoke of in hushed tones? Indeed, that would be I. What of it? You insolent wretch, come forth and meet your demise. Upon hearing Frankie's inquiry, Buggy immediately elongated his neck and hurled insults at Frankie, rebuking him for daring to question the esteemed Buggy. After all, what right did a pauper have to assume the role of a leader when Buggy, at least, had some treasure to his name? Hey, enough of this commotion. Frankie, do you wish to reunite with your younger brother? If so, cease your bickering. And you, Buggy, there are no treasures to be had this time. Perhaps next time, a greater share shall be yours. Just refrain from causing any more disturbances. Rotas scratched his ear and shouted at the two individuals, expressing his frustration that if these two foolish fellows continued their commotion, he would never find peace. One was a pervert, and the other a loquacious character. Together they resembled two rambunctious huskies, capable of arguing for an entire day. I shall not engage with this fellow any further. Do allow me to meet my admirers swiftly. Upon hearing Rotas's words, Frankie immediately ceased his banter with Bucky, eager to reunite with his companions. Then follow me, Frankie, he said. Bucky, if you find yourself so idle, do remember to examine the materials we acquired. As Rotas turned to accompany Frankie to the cabin, he addressed Buggy, hoping to prevent him from idling and subsequently seeking trouble with Frankie. He certainly did not wish to be startled by Buggy's unexpected antics while engaged in his tasks later on. Very well, Rotas. However, do not forget what you just mentioned. Buggy replied, acknowledging his understanding while reminding Rotas to remember his earlier words. When have I ever deceived you, Buggy? Now, I have matters to attend to, and you should hasten to your own duties. Rotas waved his hand and led Frankie away from the deck towards the place where Zambai was imprisoned. This indeed brought a sense of relief to Bucky, who, after contemplating for a moment while observing Rotas's retreating figure, felt a significant easing of his earlier anger. Rotas had not deceived him, which calmed his tumultuous emotions considerably. Frankie, come here, he called. Your little brother is inside. But I must forewarn you that they have all sustained injuries from the assault on the naval researchers. However, their wounds are merely superficial. I have ensured they received proper bandaging. Do refrain from making any rash decisions. This is a warship, and while you, as a cyborg, may have the means to escape, your little brother may not share the same fortune. Rotas opened a door in the ship's cabin and addressed Frankie with a tone that was both a half-threat and a warning, cautioning against the possibility of this deranged individual causing havoc on the warship, while he possessed the ability to swiftly eliminate this menace. Out of respect for the iceberg that had invited him to dine, he chose to extend a courtesy to the iceberg, acknowledging that one should not bite the hand that feeds. I understand. I only wish to see my subordinates now. Upon hearing Rotas's words, a serious expression crossed Frankie's face. He contemplated escaping, but not aboard the warship. Rather, he envisioned making his escape on the island. He harbored doubts about the Navy's capability to keep him adrift at sea indefinitely. Once he set foot on land, he believed he would have ample opportunities to flee. Then let us proceed. Rotas led Frankie into the place where prisoners were held, a space filled with cages. Although many of these enclosures stood empty, Frankie could still discern the dried bloodstains upon them, signifying that they had recently housed captives. Chapter 89. What are you capable of? Where are my little brothers? Let me see them at once. Frankie exclaimed anxiously, deeply concerned for Zambai and their well-being in such a grim environment, fervently hoping they had not fallen victim to the brutality of the Navy. They are here. Come forth. Rotas beckoned to Frankie and ventured deeper into the shadows. Upon seeing this, Frankie hurriedly followed suit. As the illumination grew more intense, Frankie finally caught sight of his subordinates, a band of individuals swathed in bandages, relishing their evening meal within a cage forged from iron. Observing their nimble hands and the delectable nature of their feast, Frankie felt a weight lift from his heart. Brother Frankie, what brings you here? One of them inquired. Is it the Navy that threatens you? You have no idea of their shamelessness. They have colluded with the notorious clown Buggy, whose bounty stands at 15 million berries, leading us into a trap. Zambai wiped the remnants of meat from the corner of his mouth and rushed to the bars of the cage, denouncing the Navy's disgraceful tactics of luring them into an assault on Buggy, only to ensnare them afterward. Hey, have you forgotten I am here? He exclaimed. What do you mean by collusion? What do you mean by shamelessness? Upon hearing the words of this individual, Rotas felt compelled to interject, deeming it necessary to remind them of his presence as a naval captain and to elucidate the circumstances to prevent any unfounded speculation. The jester, Baki, whom I had previously apprehended, has since reformed and is now officially serving in the Navy. He currently holds the esteemed position of an expert in naval artillery research. However, due to his lack of significant contributions thus far, the bounty on his head remains intact. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from making baseless assertions in this regard. Captain Lotus, with arms crossed and a righteous demeanor, succinctly elucidated how the Joker, Bucky, came to recognize his transgressions and subsequently endeavored to reform himself, contributing to the noble cause of justice. Therefore, this incident was merely an unfortunate misunderstanding. Captain Lotus, might you consider releasing us? My younger brother's actions were purely inadvertent. Should compensation be required, the House of Frankie is prepared to provide it. Upon overhearing their conversation, Frankie swiftly grasped the situation's essence. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Given this, could the Navy not release them? If any damage has been incurred, they are willing to make amends. Although the House of Frankie is not affluent, he would strive to assist his younger comrades. No, this is a matter of principle. Compensation is due for the attack on the research personnel, as it is rightfully owed to them. As a Navy officer, I must uphold the Navy's regulations, despite the incident being a misunderstanding. Protocol dictates that you shall remain detained for 3 to 4 years. After all, this serves as a minor reprimand. It is fortunate that you are not being sent to the penal colony. Rotas waved his hand, signifying that he was an upright naval officer, unwilling to accept corruption or bribes. Matters that ought to be conducted according to established protocols would indeed be adhered to. His leniency was evident in merely confining them to the branch office rather than sending them to the more stringent confines of the city gates. There is no need for concern, for I possess a great sense of humanity. Each year, you shall be granted the opportunity to meet your families, provided you conduct yourselves well during your time in prison. 3 or 4 years will swiftly pass. Consider, your loved ones in the city of Seven Waters are awaiting your return. Thus, it is imperative to reflect diligently while incarcerated and embrace the path of reform. Lotus continued, cautioning against Frankie and his companions harboring thoughts of escape, reminding them that he was no longer a solitary individual but the head of a household. As he contemplated fleeing, he must also consider the family he had in Water 7. All right, I understand, he conceded, but I wish to remain with our younger brothers. Upon hearing the implicit threat in Lotus's words, Frankie abandoned the idea of escape. After all, 3 or 4 years was but a fleeting moment, and he could patiently wait. However, it was imperative that he be incarcerated alongside his younger brothers. For who could ascertain the presence of malicious pirates within the prison who might prey upon his cherished companions? No problem, I agree to these terms. Rotas nodded in agreement to Frankie's request, considering that 3 to 4 years would suffice, as long as Frankie refrained from causing any disturbances once his plan was realized. No one would be the wiser about his involvement. Meanwhile, the naval officer inquired if they were still accepting researchers. I'm the Golden Hook of Iron, offering a bounty of 30 million berries, double that of the clown buggy. On the other side, the Golden Hook had just awakened from slumber in his cell when he overheard the conversation between Rotas and Frankie. A flicker of hope ignited within his chest. After waiting for a considerable time, he finally interjected, "What do you intend to do? A 30 million berry little pirate? I have captured countless like you in the New World, effortlessly defeating those with bounties higher than yours, at least 70 or 80 of them. Are you a researcher? Or perhaps a doctor? If you are neither, I regret to inform you that I shall send you to Impel Down to spend the rest of your days." Lotus gazed at the battered Golden Hook he had so mercilessly dismantled and mused over Buggy. While Buggy may lack various talents, his proficiency in bomb-making is undeniably exceptional. Furthermore, despite Buggy's bounty being a mere 15 million berries, the moment his background is unveiled, it would undoubtedly reveal a foundation worth several hundred million. Not to mention the fortuitous luck he brings along. Having such a remarkable fool by his side appears to be an infallible venture. Yet, contemplating the prospect of accompanying this damaged pirate, he felt that he would be better off with Kabeji, who at least could entertain him with acrobatics. Thus, possessing a marketable skill upon the vast ocean is indeed of paramount importance. After all, the adage that having a craft ensures survival wherever one may roam is not without merit. However, that jester Buggy lacks these very skills. The Golden Hook, rendered speechless by Lotus's inquiry, lamented the plight of Buggy, asserting that he too was devoid of such abilities. Why then should Buggy ascend to the status of a naval researcher while he himself is condemned to the confines of Impel Down? He is an expert in artillery, not a mere researcher. The bombs he casually concocts could obliterate anyone. Thus, even if he does not possess these skills, the Navy would still welcome him with open arms. Moreover, He is a seasoned professional, a rarity surpassing even researchers and doctors. Furthermore, who says that munitions are not a facet of scientific inquiry. His focus may be somewhat unconventional, but you, foolish one, should dutifully accept your fate and impel down. Rotas patiently explained to him. Not only for his sake but also for Frankie and the others, to elucidate why Buggy could transition from a pirate to a naval researcher, thereby sparing them from incessantly insinuating a collusion between the Navy and pirates. So, can we become researchers? Frankie inquired, his eyes brimming with hope as he gazed at Rotas. Being a disciple of the esteemed Tom, he had acquired extensive knowledge about ships and had also dabbled in various mechanical fields. The prospect of joining the Navy would mean securing a protectorate for Water 7 and a solid foundation for himself. I'm afraid that may not be feasible, Frankie. Our Navy possesses considerable expertise in maritime affairs, thus we do not require additional talent to join us. If you were an elite of another caliber, perhaps you might have a chance to enlist. Lotus spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. With such a multitude of personnel in the Navy, could they possibly lack shipbuilders? Moreover, the title of Naval Artillery Research Expert that Baki claimed was nothing but a fabrication of his imagination, wholly unrecognized by the headquarters. This moniker may circulate among the ships without consequence, as the soldiers, sharing a common bond with him, would refrain from spreading rumors. However, should it reach the open seas, the headquarters investigation would be a formidable challenge for him to face. Chapter 90. The Pursuit of Education. Upon hearing this, Frankie immediately felt deflated. The Navy indeed had no need for his shipbuilding skills. After all, it had existed for many years and had already established its own dedicated shipyards and personnel. This meant that his confinement was all but assured. The only solace he found was in the companionship of his comrades, sharing the ordeal of these 3 to 4 years in prison, rather than enduring the solitude alone. Do not be so pessimistic, Frankie. It is merely 3 to 4 years. Before you know it, it will have passed. Lotus gently patted Frankie's shoulder, offering words of solace. 3 or 4 years will pass in the blink of an eye. For your own sake, for the sake of Iceberg, and for my plans, endure a bit of hardship and spend some time in prison. Of course you would say that. It's not you who will be imprisoned. Upon hearing Lotus's remarks, Zanbai immediately became incensed, having never encountered someone so shameless. It was he who had sent them to prison, and now he was offering them comfort, claiming that their time there would soon be over. Was he a devil? If he truly wished to console them, he should at least demonstrate some sincerity, perhaps by allowing them to leave right now. You cannot say such things. You are not me, so how can you know that I am not in prison myself? Just as I am not you, how could I ever know what you think? Rotas raised a middle finger in defiance, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. Though he spoke with a veneer of righteousness, one could hardly ignore the theatricality of his performance. If the play had commenced, he was bound to deliver the full spectacle. Yet, how could one, a naval officer, even contemplate imprisonment? The younger members of the Frankie family regarded him with expressions of incredulity, for while they may have been simple-minded, they were certainly not blind. As a naval officer, how could he utter such falsehoods without a pang of conscience? Or was it that all naval personnel were cast from the same mold? Alas, you are still young. And these matters pertain to adults. Children should refrain from probing too deeply. Rotas let out a sigh, withdrawing the hand that rested upon his shoulder, and lifted his gaze towards the ship's deck, as if attempting to pierce through the boards and behold the vast expanse of the starry river. If we cannot even escape this sky, are we not imprisoned? Your youthful minds may lack experience, and I do not hold it against you. Yet you must nurture your aspirations. Rotas lamented, expressing his dismay over a group of foolish youths who seemed content to meander within the confines of this small sea. Their aspirations ought to reach for the stars and the vast oceans beyond. After all, what distinguishes a person without dreams from a desolate fish? Moreover, they are indeed living fish within the sea, and their ambitions should be even grander. Brother Frankie, what is this Navy speaking about? I cannot comprehend. Inquired the younger members of the Frankie family, puzzled by their elders' inability to decipher the naval officer's words. The sky, aside from clouds, is still just clouds. Why would they seek to ascend into the heavens? I don't know, but I have a nagging feeling that he is insulting us, Frankie replied, shaking his head, uncertain of the Navy's true intent, yet sensing a hint of reproach in Rotas's speech. Hey, Frankie, do not tarnish my reputation. I have not uttered a single vulgar word. How could you claim that I am insulting you? Upon hearing this, Rotas felt displeased, although he was indeed commenting on their narrow-mindedness. To be confronted directly was a blow to his pride. Was he to be perceived as incapable, or as if he had lost his edge? Frankly, it appeared that he had not actually insulted them. Zambai, tilting his head, found Rotas's words quite reasonable, noting that he had not heard any disparagement directed at them. Look, Frank, even your subordinate displays more intelligence. To commend your junior, I shall share this with you. A great individual once proclaimed that the most precious possession of a person is their life, and that life is granted to each individual but once. One's existence should be spent in such a manner that, when reflecting upon the past, one feels no regret for wasted years nor shame for a life of mediocrity. Thus, at the moment of death, one may declare, I have devoted my entire life and all my energy to the most magnificent cause, the struggle for the liberation of humanity. Ahem. You should aspire to this standard. Do you understand? As Roth spoke, his face was alight with fervor, and his grandiose declarations nearly inspired him to embark on a revolution himself. Fortunately, his impassioned fervor had only surged to his superficial thoughts, not yet permeating his deeper consciousness, thereby allowing him to retain self-control. Brother Frankie, though I could not comprehend his words, I felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through me, a primal roar echoing within. The younger members of Frankie's entourage stripped off their upper garments, brandishing them in fervent gestures, their eyes ablaze with an inner fire. They were consumed by an urge to break free and fight for the liberation of humanity. How beautifully spoken! I could not help but yearn to raise my voice in song to express the emotion swelling within me. Tears streamed down Frankie's cheeks as he engaged in his usual eccentric antics. Regrettably, he lacked a microphone, yet his display remained rather unpalatable. Roth slowly turned away, closing his eyes as he struggled to suppress the impulse to strike Frankie, for after all, one must respect the face of the monk, even if the iceberg's dignity was to be preserved. After a considerable time, as the exuberance of Frankie's group began to wane, Roth gradually turned back. Observing the tears that had dampened the deck, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Your ability to feel moved by my words indicates that there is hope for you yet. Thus, I have decided that prior to your arrival at the prison, you shall reside in ordinary quarters and enjoy the treatment befitting soldiers. Once you are in prison, you must reflect deeply and contemplate how to achieve your lofty aspirations. Do you understand? We understand, and we shall, Frankie's group replied, wiping away their tears, their faces now illuminated with expressions of hopeful yearning, their spirits ablaze with fervor, utterly unable to contain themselves. Indeed, there is great promise ahead. Lotus nodded, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction with his educational endeavors. In this first endeavor, he had indeed managed to influence such a group of individuals. He was truly destined to be a beacon of hope. That naval officer, I shed tears too. I yearned to fight for the liberation of humanity. Could you possibly transfer me to an ordinary room, so I may enjoy the same treatment as the soldiers? Just as Lotus reveled in his role as a great educator, the words of the Golden Hook suddenly reached his ears. Turning his head, his expression darkened instantly. In the cage, the Golden Hook's eyes brimmed with tears, gazing at him with a pitiful look. Upon seeing Lotus turn, the Golden Hook's heart leaped with joy. He would finally experience the warmth of a comfortable bunk and the sweetness of fine wine. After spending what felt like an eternity in this cage, he felt as though he had been there for years. Now, upon hearing the prospect of returning to his former life, tears of genuine emotion flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Do you think I, Lotus, am a fool? Stubborn and resistant to change, deserving of punishment. Under the gaze of the Golden Hook, Lotus transformed into a colossal beast, wielding boundless fury as he struck directly at him. As the fist loomed larger, the pity in the Golden Hook's eyes swiftly morphed into terror. With a crack, splinters of wood and fragments of iron flew through the air, and the once pristine cage was contorted beyond recognition, leaving the Golden Hook embedded in the ship's deck. Unaware of his fate, I, Lotus, detest being deceived by others, especially when they attempt to treat me as a fool. You, imbecile, if it weren't for the ship's constraints, I would have sent you straight to meet Roger. Rhodes retracted his fist and cursed, observing that after receiving his education, Frankie's crew bore in their eyes a fearless, passionate gaze that proclaimed their indomitable spirit. You foolish buffoon, he scoffed. Do you truly believe that I, Rhodes, am a simpleton? Chapter 91. The Plan. Brother Frankie, I believe it would be prudent for us to avoid provoking the Navy further. That fellow strikes with such ferocity. This foolish pirate is surely beyond salvation, one crewmate remarked. Indeed, Brother Frankie, just look at that individual. He has been reduced to a mere heap. After a single punch from Rotas, Frankie and his companions, who had been immersed in their aspirations for a noble cause, were immediately struck with fear. They glanced at the pirate, now reduced to a mushy mass embedded in the ship's deck, and began to discuss in hushed tones. We are individuals of integrity. How could we possibly engage in communication in such a savage manner? Frankie adjusted his sunglasses, wiping the sweat from beside his ear, and remarked, "What a barbaric navy it is, resorting to such violence at the slightest provocation. It seems their temper is rather foul as well. Retrieve this scoundrel from the deck. If he can be saved, do so. If not, dispose of him into the sea to feed the fish. After all, allowing a pirate, who has committed countless misdeeds, to linger is merely a waste of resources." Rotas wiped the blood from his fists and summoned the formidable trio of the Strong Brothers to extract the intruder, lest he tarnish his vessel. How audacious for a pirate to dare disturb the tranquility of his domain. He must truly be weary of life. Does he think Rotas is so easy to deceive, to be swayed by feigned tears? "Yes, we shall comply at once," they stammered, trembling as they approached Rotas. This naval officer is utterly terrifying. With a mere flick of his hand, he turned men into mere lumps. "We are fortunate that Captain Buggy is so illustrious, safeguarding us. Otherwise, we might have met a similar fate. What are you lot doing? A bunch of grown men huddled together, and you're not even feeling the heat?" After Rotas finished his account of the formidable trio of brothers, he turned around to discover that Frankie's crew within the cage was inexplicably embracing one another. This sight was so astonishing that it nearly blinded him, under the bright light of day, in the midst of a clear sky. They were brazenly engaging in such acts of intimacy. Indeed, it seemed that his lack of eccentricity rendered him incapable of assimilating into this world. "Not hot, not hot," he muttered. Upon hearing Rotas's words, Frankie's crew quickly disentangled themselves and reverted to their individual selves. Could this Navy man truly be masquerading as a pirate? The threats he uttered were more menacing than any pirate they had encountered. If it's not hot, then let us continue embracing, they thought. "Frankie, could you assist me in repairing the hull? There is such a large hole. If Old Man Carp finds out, I will be in serious trouble." Rotas scratched his head, displaying a somewhat perplexed expression as he gazed at Frankie. Such a substantial hole needed to be mended. Otherwise, the old man would undoubtedly flay him alive upon discovering it. Fortunately, Frankie specialized in this field, so it seemed prudent to enlist his assistance. Surely, the repair would be completed swiftly. Frankie swallowed hard and nodded in agreement, acutely aware that refusing might result in him being strung up on the ship's deck. "I appreciate your help," Frankie Rotas said. "Now, follow me. I shall lead you to your quarters." With Frankie's assistance secured, Rotas readily unlocked the iron door of the cage and escorted Frankie's comrades to select their rooms. Once Rotas and his group departed, the formidable trio, known for their strength, began their excavation work. "This shall be your room," Rotas instructed. "Stay inside and refrain from wandering about. It could lead to unfortunate circumstances. Frankie, once you have repaired the hull, please come to my room. I have matters to discuss with you." After Rotas led them to the room, he exchanged a few words before departing. He needed to inspect the items purchased by Bucky for any potential flaws. Should they prove to be subpar, he would ensure that Bucky learned a lesson. Drawing upon the iron fist he had acquired from Old Man Cap brother Frankie, "Let us assist you," one remarked. "Indeed, we are here to lend our support." After Rotas departed, Zambai, accompanied by his subordinates, approached Frankie with the intention of assisting him in repairing the ship, hoping to lighten his burden. "All right, let us proceed," Frankie said, adopting an eccentric posture and gladly accepting the request of his comrades. They were family, after all, and it was only natural to support one another. "Bucky, where is the machinery I asked you to purchase?" Upon ascending the deck, Rotas sought out Buggy, who was engrossed in the construction of a bomb. Inquiring about the whereabouts of the purchased photocopier. "You mentioned a photocopier? I delivered it to your quarters. You should have seen it," Buggy replied, materials in hand, his expression one of confusion. He had indeed selected a fine photocopier, avoiding any inferior models, and had it placed in his room upon boarding the warship. "Oh, then there's no issue. Focus on your work and avoid idleness," Rotas admonished before taking his leave. Once Rotas departed, Kabaji and Machi emerged from an undisclosed corner, their faces etched with concern. "Captain Buggy, did Rotas seek you for any trouble? I just overheard one of the guards mention that the recent commotion was caused by Rotas. They say that pirate looked utterly pitiful, having been thoroughly beaten by him," Kabaji relayed. "Indeed, Captain Buggy, I just accompanied Kabaji to take a look. That fellow was truly battered beyond recognition," Machi chimed in, gesturing with the materials on Buggy's desk to illustrate the unfortunate state of the pirate in question. "No worries. Who is the captain of this ship?" "The illustrious Buggy the Clown," Buggy proclaimed, striking a pose with confidence. He had been well prepared. spending lavishly on the photocopier to avoid any inquiries from Rotas. "Indeed, Captain Buggy, your foresight is commendable," Machi remarked, approaching Buggy with an admiring thumbs up, his face practically glowing with admiration. Such flattery. Kabaji scoffed at Machi's display, considering it a poor performance. Only someone like Captain Buggy would appreciate such antics. Had I been the captain, I would have swiftly dispatched Machi from the ship. Naturally, Buggy basked in the praise, his already vibrant nose shining almost luminescent with delight. It seems this miserly fellow, Buggy, has not deceived me after all. Upon returning to the room, Rotas gently touched the copier nestled in the corner. As he opened its accessible compartments, he discovered that every part of the machine was pristine, exuding a pungent scent of machine oil. This revelation eased his mind. For at least it was not a relic of the past. Subsequently, Rotas set about the task of making copies, his initial target being the newspaper. After spending a brief moment poring over the manual, he embarked on his inaugural venture into the realm of high-tech devices. First this step, then that step, and finally the conclusion. Quite simple, indeed, merely 3 stages. Rotas, following a 3-step process, swiftly acquired a newspaper imbued with the scent of ink. The 2 newspapers, differing only in material, were nearly identical text. Indeed, the words were clear and well organized, with no signs of blurriness. It appears that this photocopier is quite satisfactory. Now, all that remains is to await the arrival of the design blueprints. Rotas set aside the copied newspapers and reclined leisurely on the boat, feeling fully prepared, awaiting only a favorable wind. When Frankie entered, should he deliver a swift 3-hit combo to render him unconscious, or resort to a sedative? However, considering Frankie was a modified individual, the sedative might prove ineffective. Conversely, should he opt against the sedative, he would need to employ conventional methods to intoxicate Frankie. As Rotas contemplated this, he departed from the room and made his way to the kitchen. If his memory served him correctly, he had procured an ample supply of spirits aboard the warship. By lacing the liquor with a sedative, he could easily incapacitate Frankie and achieve his aim effortlessly. Chapter 92. Let me ponder. How many ingredients should I add to the 12 barrels of alcohol? A single bottle seems rather extravagant. Yet adding too little might render the potency insufficient. What a vexing dilemma this is. It gives me quite the headache. Rotas, feeling a throbbing headache, rubbed his temples. Pondering the considerable challenge presented by this task, it truly tested his skill in concocting potions. Should he err on the side of excess, Frankie and his crew would succumb to inebriation after only a few bowls. And anyone with a modicum of sense, unlike the foolhardy Luffy, would surely discern that the libations had been tampered with. Conversely, if he were to underdose, Rotas surmised that, based on the drinking capacity prevalent in this world, 12 barrels of liquor would scarcely incapacitate Frankie and his band. After all, who could say whether Frankie had equipped himself with some internal mechanism during his modifications, allowing him to bypass his system and expel alcohol directly? Never mind. If this approach proves ineffective, he would resort to other strategies. After all, there is ample time ahead. The more Rotas pondered, the more his head ached. Ultimately, he decided to resort to the method of physical dizziness, for after all, opportunities abound. Alas, in the end, having to increase the quantity by half truly pained him. Rotas, with a hint of reluctance, retrieved a small glass vial from his pocket. Within this vial resided a vibrant emerald liquid, which swirled restlessly as he held it aloft. This elixir was a pristine concoction, crafted solely from untainted herbal ingredients. It was a remnant from his youthful escapades in the village, where he had surreptitiously infused the brews of the master distiller with this very essence, rendering him inebriated and incapacitated. As Rotas emerged from the shadows, he quietly filled a large bowl with wine from the barrel. Each time he employed this tactic, he was able to quench his thirst, for the seasoned winemaker, upon awakening, could only recall having consumed alcohol, with no memory of the precise quantity. It pained Rotas to witness such a waste, especially since these were precious plants he had painstakingly gathered. They were the fruits of his labor from the woods and thickets of Windmill Village and the Navy headquarters, and he could not fathom when he might have the opportunity to procure them again. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his design blueprint, Rotas reluctantly dripped the precious potion into 12 barrels of wine. The emerald liquid swiftly vanished into the depths of the mixture, leaving no trace behind. All was accomplished. Rotas concealed the poignant potion, silently wiped his hands, and after marking the barrel that had been tainted with the potion, he swiftly departed, making his way to the deck. Upon reaching the deck, Frankie, having repaired the hole, began his search for Rotas. After inquiring about Rotas's quarters from a naval soldier, he proceeded to knock on the door. But after an extended period of no response, he left and returned to the deck. After all, the fate of that unfortunate pirate was still vivid in his mind. And Frankie dared not intrude upon Rotas' room, fearing that he too might find himself embedded within the ship's planks. "Frankie, come here for a moment." Just as Frankie was wandering about the deck, he suddenly heard Rotas' voice. Turning around, he noticed Rotas beckoning to him. Initially taken aback, Frankie quickly approached Rotas. "Come with me," Rotas instructed. "I have marked 12 barrels of liquor in the cabin for you to enjoy. After all, you will soon be imprisoned, and it will be challenging to partake in such festivities. Thus, I have specifically selected these 12 barrels to bring you some joy. Consider this my farewell gift to you." After finishing his words, Rotas immediately made his way to the cabin, not allowing Frankie the opportunity to respond. Even before he had spiked the drinks, Rotas had already devised a rationale. After all, as the old adage goes, no good deed goes unpunished. One is either a rogue or a thief when offering undue kindness. Thus, Rotas considered the stringent regulations within the prison, where organizing a gathering posed significant challenges regarding food and beverages. He planned to exploit this angle, using the pretext of delivering the spiked drinks as a farewell gesture. This way, he could evade suspicion while simultaneously presenting himself as generous and compassionate, truly a twofold advantage. Wouldn't you agree? Frankie, following closely behind Rotas, felt a spark of excitement upon hearing his words. As a cyborg, the consumption of food was inconsequential to him. Yet his younger brothers were not so fortunate. In such a harsh environment as the prison, the prospect of organizing a gathering would be an arduous task. If he could host a celebration before entering the prison, showcasing his vocal talents and dance skills, it would undoubtedly bring immense joy to his comrades. "There's no need for gratitude. I pride myself on my sense of justice and compassion. However, as a naval officer, I cannot permit your release. It is my duty. But worry not, for I will ensure your stay in prison is well arranged. You shall only be there for 3 to 4 years." Rotas had no desire to be perceived as a virtuous man, for the fate of such individuals often proves to be bleak. Thus, he declined Frankie's offer of a good person card, asserting instead that he possessed a sense of justice. After all, there exists a distinction between a just individual and a merely good one. "Regardless, I extend my gratitude to you." Frankie, donning an expression of understanding, observed that after half a day's interaction with Rotas, his impression had undergone a significant transformation. Rotas had shifted in Frankie's mind from a cunning and treacherous naval officer to one imbued with humanity and a sense of justice. "It is nothing, it is my obligation," he replied. "God does not forsake any soul yearning for redemption, just as a devoted mother never abandons her child. You must strive for reform within these prison walls and engage in deep reflection. I am confident that in the near future, you will achieve great things. Now, here are 12 barrels of wine, each clearly marked. Ensure that your associates come to retrieve them. Shortly, I shall have the kitchen prepare a meal for you. Enjoy this gathering to the fullest. I shall not intrude further." After Rotas disclosed everything, he took his leave. He jested that if he lingered any longer, he might burst into laughter. To his astonishment, Frankie had indeed fallen for his ruse and was now expressing gratitude towards him. How delightful! A celebration is in order. After Rotas departed, Frankie joyfully dashed to the deck to inform his companions that a celebration was in order. Upon receiving this delightful news, Zambai eagerly led his crew to the cabin to procure libations, then proceeded to the kitchen to collect the provisions that Rotas had thoughtfully prepared for them. The merry group gathered in the cabin, reveling in their festivities, their joyful songs resonating late into the night. When the cheerful melodies finally subsided, Rotas approached their door. Surmising that Frankie and his entourage had likely indulged to the point of inebriation, presenting him with an opportune moment to act, he knocked lightly, conducting one last test. With a click, the door swung open, and Frankie peered out, his expression one of confusion as he regarded Rotas. "Captain Rotas, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I have come to remind you that after your festivities, it is essential to tidy the room. Otherwise, it will be filled with unpleasant odors." Rotas pinched his nose and spoke, yet his gaze incessantly scrutinized Frankie. Indeed, Frankie had consumed alcohol. The scent of it lingered around him. However, how is it that Frankie still possessed such vitality to open the door for him? Moreover, he detected no signs of inebriation on Frankie. Could it be that Frankie was one of those rare individuals who could drink endlessly without feeling the effects? That seemed unlikely. The others were undoubtedly intoxicated and utterly incapable of cleaning the room. "Lieutenant Rotas, might it be possible to postpone the cleaning for a while?" We shall certainly attend to it tomorrow, Frankie said, scratching his head, clearly embarrassed. My younger brothers are all inebriated, and the space in the room is simply too cramped to facilitate any cleaning. Chapter 93. An excuse, but what of you? You can manage to move your younger brothers while tidying up at the same time. Rotas gestured towards Frankie, stating that he had come with hope, only to be informed that Frankie was not intoxicated and that his medication was ineffective. What was the point of his arrival then? Since it's clear that Frankie is sober, Rotas undoubtedly desires to vent his frustrations upon him. Haha, can we postpone this, Captain Rotas? I am a cyborg, powered by cola, and at present, I find myself lacking in cola. I wish to replenish my supply before continuing my tasks, Frankie replied, scratching his head, clearly attempting to evade the responsibility of cleaning alone. However, with Rotas having spoken thus, he had no choice but to muster his courage, assisting his subordinate while tidying up. After all, the grim fate of that pirate was still vividly etched in memory. Very well, Rotas conceded. By the way, your capacity for alcohol is truly impressive. All your subordinates have succumbed, yet you remain entirely sober. It appears you are no stranger to drinking. Rotas, with subtle flattery, praised Frankie, hoping to extract some words from him. After all, having invested significantly, Rotas would not rest easy without discerning the underlying reasons. Ha ha ha, I am a cyborg, Frankie boasted, feeling quite pleased by Rotas' compliments. He elaborated on his remarkable ability to remain sober, explaining that as a cyborg, alcohol passed through his system without lingering, being expelled almost immediately. He had undergone extensive modifications, having altered every part of his body except for his back. Now, his stomach was filled with cola for energy, leaving no room for food or alcohol. Oh, I see. So you mean to say that although you consumed those drinks, they were swiftly eliminated from your body? Listening to Frankie's words, Rotas inquired slowly. He now understood the situation clearly. Frankie indeed possessed remarkable skills, capable of such feats. Haha, of course. My body has no more room, so it must expel the excess, he remarked. Frankie nodded, affirming the truth of the matter. If the body had no capacity to contain the drinks, they would inevitably be expelled. Otherwise, the components of his body would begin to rust from accumulation. That is well, Rotas replied. You have admitted it yourself. Frankie, you have committed the gravest sin aboard a warship, the waste of food. Snap. Rotas interlaced his fingers, producing a crackling sound from his knuckles. His gaze fixed menacingly on Frankie. What a fortuitous excuse, he thought. He would be remiss not to seize the opportunity. Hey, Captain Rotas, you can't possibly hold me accountable for this, Frankie protested, his tone filled with indignation. This isn't fair. Just as Frankie was reveling in his self-satisfaction, he was abruptly met with Rotas's threatening words. Instantly, he pivoted, his hands flailing in a desperate attempt to defend himself, insisting that it was merely an inadvertent mistake. How could he have known such a rule existed aboard the warship? Wasting food is an unforgivable offense. Prepare to take my punch. Rotas had no intention of granting Frankie the opportunity to explain himself. It was a mere jest to suggest such a possibility. The crew aboard the warship was not entirely roused, and it seemed that a swift resolution was the only prudent choice. But Frankie, with his arms crossed in defense, continued to articulate his pleas for justification, yet Rotas offered him no chance, swiftly incapacitating him with a decisive strike. No one approached. It appeared my suspicions were confirmed. After rendering Frankie unconscious, Rotas listened intently to the surrounding sounds. Realizing no one was coming to investigate, he breathed a sigh of relief, all thanks to Frankie's vocal prowess, which had drawn half the ship's soldiers and buggy's crew to the opposite side of the vessel. Consequently, this area was devoid of onlookers. When Frankie was singing, soldiers had attempted to reach him, but he had deftly deflected them with excuses about the last revelry before his crew faced imprisonment. Otherwise, his sudden appearance before Frankie would not have been so easily managed. He had not shattered Frankie's chest. It seemed that this fellow had not lied after all. He truly had no cola left. Rotas seized Frankie and assessed his condition. Noticing that he had applied a suitable amount of force, he sighed in relief upon realizing that he had not crushed Frankie's chest. Just moments ago, Frankie had mentioned his lack of cola, prompting Rotas to adjust his strength accordingly. Otherwise, he might have pierced Frankie's chest, leading to his demise, which would have been an unwarranted act of violence on Rotas' part. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly, and he still had to provide him with some cola. After a brief glance at the situation, Rotas carried Frankie back to his room. He could not afford to squander any time. He was uncertain about Frankie's status as a modified being, who knew if he would perish without his beloved cola. akin to a lifeless phone devoid of power? If that were the case, it would be hardly different from ending Frankie's life altogether. After Rotas escorted Frankie back to the room, he retrieved a large box. Upon opening it, a collection of tools emerged, including tweezers, iron wire, a stethoscope, and a miniature chainsaw, among other items. These were the very instruments Rotas had mastered in his previous life as a professional locksmith. This time, he intended to extract the design blueprints concealed within Frankie's body, perfectly aligning with his expertise. It was said that when specialization meets necessity, great things can happen. As long as Frankie had hidden the blueprints within himself, Rotas was more than capable of retrieving them. Tom silently slipped away. After what felt like an eternity of searching Frankie's body, Rotas finally unearthed something resembling a small booklet. Upon seeing it, he donned gloves and immediately commenced his task without a second glance, embarking on the monumental endeavor of replication. Of course, he did not forget to fill 3 bottles of cola for Frankie from his room. Fortunate for him that he had the habit of keeping cola on hand. Otherwise, retrieving them from the kitchen would have consumed precious time. With the whirring of the copier, Rotas soon held a perfect replica of the original document. He then gingerly returned the design blueprint to Frankie's body, exercising utmost caution. He meticulously checked the page count, scrutinized for fingerprints, and ensured that no scent had tainted the paper. All done. Mission accomplished. Rotas clapped his hands, carefully stowing away the copied blueprints before returning Frankie to his room. He had no intention of allowing Frankie to spend the night in his quarters. While Rotas was not averse to sharing a room with a man, he certainly could not tolerate having a deviant stay in his space. The following morning, Frankie awoke, rubbing his head as he emerged from sleep. Upon opening his eyes, he momentarily stared around in bewilderment, then began to feel his body. Upon discovering the absence of any wounds, he sighed in relief, yet remained perplexed. How strange, he mused. I distinctly recall Rotas delivering a punch that should have left me injured. Could it be that my body is so resilient? This thought seemed incongruous, considering he had consumed copious amounts of cola. Glancing at the bottle filled with cola, Frankie found himself utterly baffled by his lack of injuries following Rotas' punch. Your body is hardly resilient. Had you not collapsed from the force of my punch, you wouldn't be here now. Rotas' voice drifted in as the door swung open, resolving Frankie's confusion. It must be that my cola has run out. Frankie blushed at Rotas' words, hastily attempting to defend himself. Given that his body bore no marks, it seemed Rotas' explanation was the only plausible one. He had indeed fainted. Chapter 94. The reaction, however, should this information become public. The reputation of Frankie would surely be tarnished. In the future, people would refer to him as the man who could not withstand even the punch of a naval captain. The mere thought of the scornful expressions on others' faces sent Frankie into a panic. He would never admit to having fainted from the punch's force. The truth was that he had merely exhausted his energy due to the depletion of cola within him. That was the reality, without a doubt. Well, now that you seem to be in better condition, hurry and clean the room. And remember, upon your release from prison, you are to deliver 12 barrels of beverages to me as punishment for your wastefulness. It's astonishing how weak a modified individual can be. Rotas spoke with a disdainful expression, yet inwardly felt a sense of relief. It appeared that he had exerted his strength judiciously, merely rendering Frankie unconscious without inflicting any harm. Otherwise, he would not have overheard Frankie's mutterings outside the door. Understood. Upon hearing Rotas' final remark, Frankie felt a flush of embarrassment. He could hardly believe there would come a day when he would find himself in such a humiliating predicament. As long as you understand, I shall take my leave. Rotas waved goodbye and departed, confident that Frankie would remain oblivious to his actions. When the rumors of his deeds spread across the ocean, only the heavens and the earth would bear witness, aside from the two of them. After Rotas left, Frankie rose cautiously from his bed, meticulously surveying his surroundings. He rummaged through the room, ensuring everything was secure before carefully extracting the design blueprint from his body. Upon confirming that the blueprint was intact and untainted, he breathed a sigh of relief. With a nostalgic glance at the design, he swiftly concealed it back within himself, for it was entrusted to him by Mr. Tom and the iceberg. He must not fail them. The day was splendid, with bright sunshine and a gentle breeze. Fish peeked shyly from the water, birds curiously observed him, and the sea creatures whispered, "Rotas, oh Rotas, what brings you such joy?" It was simply because of him. He was filled with delight. Emerging from Frankie's chamber, Rotas was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune. He had secured all he needed, and now awaited the buyer, wondering who the fortunate soul would be to encounter him. Ha ha ha. I'm back, my dear grandchildren, the old man has returned. As Lotus reveled in his happiness, Carp was equally elated, gazing at the distant islands. He had returned to the East Sea aboard a favorable wind, soon spotting the familiar windmills of Windmill Village. Sir Carp, now that we've arrived, may we take our leave? The pirate hunter's captain asked cautiously, fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure. Their crew had been on edge for days, sleep eluding them, leaving them weary and disoriented. Yes, you may go. I shan't keep you from your meal. Just be careful on your journey, Carp said generously, tapping his nose. Now that they had reached Windmill Village, he was eager to reunite with his beloved grandchildren. With that, Carp strode away, leaving the ship behind. Quickly. Why are you still standing there? Get the ship ready to sail. Do you want that naval hero to return? The captain of the pirate hunters, filled with excitement at Carp's departure, immediately ordered his crew to set sail. However, upon noticing his subordinates moving sluggishly, he kicked one who was lazily steering the helm. You useless lot, get out of my way, he scolded, taking it upon himself to steer the ship. If that naval hero were to return, he would rather not be humiliated again. This crew displayed no initiative, working at a snail's pace. It was no wonder they were relegated to his subordinate roles. Now, he wished to distance himself from this cursed place as much as possible. In the future, he would never return to the entrance of the Grand Line. Not even if it meant his life. He merely sought to save some money. Yet, fate had other plans, and he unexpectedly encountered a formidable figure. Spending several days in servitude, too afraid to utter a word. This experience was one he never wished to endure again. In the woods of Windmill Village, Ace and Luffy were laboriously hauling stones when suddenly, Luffy slapped his forehead, halted his steps, and flashed a goofy grin at Ace. Ace, what is it, Luffy? Ace inquired, turning around with curiosity about his silly younger brother's sudden outburst of laughter. I heard from Makino and the village chief that Grandpa has been reassigned to the front of the Grand Line. Luffy exclaimed, his smile beaming. He had learned this while visiting Makino's tavern, and the news was already making waves across the seas, widely reported in the newspapers. What? Ace shouted in shock, as if struck by lightning. When did this news come out? If Grandpa is at the front of the Grand Line, wouldn't that make it exceedingly difficult for him to reach the New World? Given Grandpa's nature, he would undoubtedly try to capture him. Although he had received a beating last time, Grandpa had ceased to interfere with his future. However, he had never stated that he would let him go once he became a pirate. Ace pondered his grandfather's formidable strength, feeling a headache coming on as he cradled his head. How could he possibly evade Grandpa's pursuit? Ace, what kind of place is the Grand Line? I've never heard of it, Luffy queried, leaning in closer with curiosity. If Grandpa was stationed at the Grand Line, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't come to Windmill Village? And perhaps he could avoid a beating? But what exactly was the Grand Line? The mere thought of it left Luffy perplexed. The first half of the Grand Line is known by some as the Pirate's Graveyard, while others refer to it as Paradise. There are 7 routes leading to the Grand Line from the 4 seas, each corresponding to a specific number of islands. Choosing one of these routes is only possible at the initial reverse mountain. Once the voyage begins, it cannot be altered. This implies that Grandpa is quite close to us. And once you and I decide to venture into the New World, we are bound to encounter him. Unlike Luffy, who was unaware of all this, Ace had been gathering information about the sea long before he aspired to surpass that man, particularly regarding how to reach the Grand Line. He was well aware of what the Grand Line entailed. We might run into Grandpa? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. If they were to meet, there would be no escaping. Grandpa's fists were simply too powerful. It was baffling how, despite being a rubber man who had consumed a devil fruit, he could still feel pain from Grandpa's punches. Indeed, Luffy, if we wish to avoid being caught by Grandpa, we must dedicate ourselves to training so we can escape. Luffy has arrived. Let us hasten our training. Ace, after a brief setback, was immediately ignited with determination. Clenching his fists, he addressed Luffy, asserting that if they wished to evade their grandfather's pursuit, they would need to dedicate double the time to their training. Otherwise, they might not only fail to become the Pirate King, but also struggle to traverse even the initial stages of the Grand Line. I will, Luffy replied. Yes, yes. Let us train diligently. Upon hearing Ace's words, Luffy, infused with fervor, began to sprint wildly, dragging stones behind him. Chapter 95. Slacking off after stepping off the ship of the pirate hunters, Carp set his sights on Windmill Village. Upon landing, he made his way to Makino's tavern. As he approached, he pushed open the tavern door, revealing Makino, who was busy tidying up. Spotting her, Carp scratched his head and smiled. Good morning, Makino. Do you know where those 2 rascals are? Ah, Mr. Carp, you have returned. Makino exclaimed, startled by his voice. However, she quickly regained her composure and greeted him warmly. Just 2 days ago, she had seen the news of his patrol in the initial stages of the Grand Line, and she was surprised by his swift return. Ha ha ha, indeed. I was merely longing for Luffy and the others, so I came back to check on them. There's no need for me to remain on the warship with Rotas aboard. He can handle things himself, Carp chuckled, succinctly explaining his reason for coming back. With no formidable foes in the early Grand Line, he thought it better to return to Windmill Village. Is that so? I'm sure Ace and Luffy will be thrilled to see you. Mr. Carp, allow me to take you to them, Makino said, setting down her cloth with a smile. Her fondness for Ace and Luffy was evident. And since there were no customers that morning, she had the time to escort Carp. That would be splendid. Thank you, Makino, Carp replied appreciatively, scratching his head. He often wondered where Ace and Luffy were being mischievous, and without someone to guide him, he would have searched for quite some time. Not at all, Mr. Carp. Please. Follow me, Makino said with a gentle laugh, leading Carp towards the forest where Ace and Luffy trained. Their training grounds were not far from Windmill Village, and Makino had been familiar with their area, often bringing them water during her free moments. Just ahead is where they are. Ace and Luffy have been training diligently lately, she informed him. Oh, is that so? Then I must have a good look, Carp replied, eager to witness their efforts. Upon hearing Makino mention that Ace and Luffy were training, Garp's curiosity was piqued. He eagerly parted the leaves obstructing his view and soon beheld the distant figures of the two boys laboriously dragging stones forward, leaving behind long traces and shallow ditches in their wake. Take your time, Mr. Garp, Makino said with a smile, sensing his intrigue. Having escorted him thus far, she decided not to intrude on the reunion between grandfather and grandson, for she had to return to oversee the tavern. Thank you, Makino, Garp replied, scratching his head in appreciation. He thought her a considerate young woman, understanding his desire for a discreet observation of Ace and Luffy, and thus, she chose to leave. No problem, Mr. Garp. I cannot be away from the tavern for too long. I must return immediately, Makino said with a slight bow before quickly departing towards the tavern. Once she was gone, Garp turned his gaze back to Ace and Luffy, his eyes filled with pride. These two mischievous boys had finally taken up training. His decision to send them to Rotas for a week had indeed borne fruit. Ace, I'm hungry. Shall we go catch some fish? Luffy exclaimed, abruptly halting his efforts with the stone and turning to Ace, his mouth watering at the thought of meat. He was ravenous and craved an abundance of it. But it's still morning, Luffy. Didn't you eat plenty this morning? How can you be hungry again? Ace questioned, looking at Luffy with a pleading expression. Feeling somewhat troubled, though he had hoped for progress in their training, Luffy's appetite had only grown, escalating from 3 or 4 meals a day to 6 or 7. This meant that Ace now found himself compelled to fish daily. A small comfort was that Luffy was diligently training alongside him, forgoing playtime. Witnessing Luffy's gradual growth, Ace felt he was honoring Sabo's wishes. No, Ace. I'm truly, really hungry. Just listen to my stomach, Luffy retorted, dropping the rope and rushing to Ace, tugging at his arm. To emphasize his point, he pointed to his grumbling belly. Gurgle, gurgle. As if on cue, Luffy's stomach let out a loud growl, prompting Ace to rub his forehead in resignation as he sighed. All right, I understand. Luffy, I'll go catch some food. Just promise me you won't venture into the sea. With a slight admonition to Luffy, Ace waved and dashed towards the water. Seeing Ace set off to gather food, Luffy gleefully raised his arms to the sky, shouting, hurry back, Ace. I'll be waiting right here. After Luffy shouted, he wandered over to a lush patch of grass and lay down. To enhance his comfort, he placed his beloved straw hat over his face to shield himself from the sun. This insolent boy, instead of diligently training, chose to laze about and sleep. Observing from a distance, Garp was seething with rage upon seeing Luffy slacking off. While Ace had gone to the sea to catch food, Luffy was not taking his training seriously, lying on the ground instead, which was utterly unbecoming of a man. Garp clenched his fists, his veins bulging like serpents. Unable to contain his frustration, he had intended to closely observe Ace and Luffy, but Luffy's idleness pushed him over the edge. You little rascal, get up, Garp bellowed, his body darting like lightning to appear beside Luffy, delivering a swift kick that sent him soaring. The gust created by Garp's movement rustled the surrounding trees. Ah! What is happening? That hurts, Luffy cried out, clutching his waist mid-air, his face contorted in agony. Why am I up in the sky? Oh no! I'm going to fall. Once the pain subsided, Luffy opened his eyes and realized he was airborne, feeling bewildered. However, as the ground drew closer, he widened his mouth, inhaling deeply, puffing himself up into a large balloon. Rubber balloon. Once Luffy landed back on the ground, his body gradually returned to its original form. Yet he remained puzzled about how he had ended up in the air. Thus, he began to scan his surroundings for an explanation. Before long, Luffy discovered the source of his predicament, his mouth agape in astonishment, stuttering as he trembled, uttering the name that frightened him. Grandpa? What are you doing here? You little rascal. Of course, I came back because I missed you, but I am quite disappointed that you chose to slack off while Ace was out gathering food. Garp pinched his nostrils, revealing the reason for his return. He had hurried back from the Grand Line not for anything else but these two rascals. Otherwise, wouldn't he be far more comfortable enjoying his meal aboard a warship? Oh, no. Grandpa, don't come back. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Luffy immediately expressed his true feelings, which prompted Garp to start a lesson of tough love, delivering a flurry of punches that left Luffy with a sore head. You have no respect. I am your grandfather. After thoroughly chastising Luffy, Garp felt a sense of relief and sighed deeply, declaring, this time, I will diligently guide your training. You little rascal, so don't even think about slacking off. After Garp indulged in his habitual tendencies, he gazed at Luffy, who lay sprawled on the ground, and seized his ear, saying, no, don't. Dazed and bruised, Luffy, upon hearing his grandfather's words, instantly regained his composure and vociferously expressed his discontent. You little rascal. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Garp scolded, delivering another punch that added yet another bump to Luffy's already swollen head. As a renowned hero of the Navy, Garp's mere desire to teach would draw countless admirers, yet this impudent boy dared to defy him. Ace, flee quickly. Grandfather is back. After receiving another blow, Luffy, realizing escape was futile, shouted at the direction Ace had taken with all his might. You little brat, shout all you want. Ace is far away, and even if you scream your throat raw, he won't hear you. Garp, indifferent to Luffy's desperate struggles, merely pinched his nostrils. That foolish boy couldn't even save himself and still wished to alert Ace, completely oblivious to how far they were from the shore. Is that so? No. I must tell Ace. Luffy, momentarily stunned by Garp's words, immediately voiced his intentions, entirely disregarding the fact that Garp was well aware of his actions. You little rascal. Do you still wish to run and inform Ace? Come here. Garp's face darkened upon hearing Luffy's words, veins throbbing on his forehead as he seized Luffy's arm. Delivering yet another affectionate punch, Garp felt that Luffy, this insufferable boy, had no respect for him as a grandfather, audaciously attempting to alert Ace in his presence. It hurts. You old bastard. After being schooled once more by Garp's affectionate iron fist, Luffy collapsed on the ground, utterly incapacitated, feeling as though his body might fall apart. Unable to move an inch. You little rascal, I will train you to become a competent Navy officer. All you need to do is accept the training peacefully, Garp said, observing Luffy's wretched state on the ground. No, I am destined to be the Pirate King. Upon hearing Garp's words, Luffy transformed from a nearly lifeless fish into a distressed but still fighting one, adamant about his dream of becoming the Pirate King, not some Navy officer. You little rascal. I am your grandfather. How dare you disregard my words? It seems I have failed to teach you the importance of respecting your elders. Garp, infuriated by Luffy's retort, felt that perhaps his affectionate punches had not been sufficient. No, I shall become the Pirate King. Luffy remained resolute, unwilling to yield. He had no desire to become a Navy officer, but aspired solely to be the Pirate King, and no one could sway him. Then you shall reflect on your actions. You little rascal. Garp, both infuriated and helpless, found himself at a loss with Luffy's obstinate nature. Resigning to the situation, he abandoned his intention to discipline the young rogue with his iron fist, opting instead to bind Luffy like a rice dumpling and gag him. After all, he truly feared that this troublesome lad might provoke him to the point of delivering a fatal blow. Suspended from a tree, Luffy emitted furious roars, resembling a writhing caterpillar striving to break free from its cocoon. Where on earth was that rascal Ace? After tidying up Luffy, Garp's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the coastline. He had been dealing with Luffy for quite some time. Why hadn't Ace returned yet? Could it be that he had learned of Garp's arrival and had deliberately fled? That shouldn't be the case, Garp mused, scratching his head. He believed the news of his return was known to no one, least of all to Ace. Yet, the question lingered, why was that scoundrel still absent? After waiting in vain for what felt like an eternity, Carp grew increasingly agitated and retrieved some senbei from his pocket, beginning to chew. The crisp sound of the senbei cracking gradually filled the forest, while Luffy, who had been roaring in frustration, now lay with bubbles of mucus escaping his nose, snoring peacefully. As Luffy's mucus bubbles fluctuated in size, a new sound of snoring emerged, revealing that Carp, who had been munching on senbei, had ceased his movements, maintaining the pose of raising the snack to his mouth. His eyes tightly shut and a bubble forming at his nose, mirroring Luffy's. At last, I have you in my grasp. From afar, the sea near Windmill Village erupted with waves as a sizable fish, around 7 to 8 meters long, flipped onto its back, surrounded by a flurry of smaller bubbles. When the bubbles dispersed, Ace emerged beside the great fish. This should suffice for both Luffy and me. I must hurry back, lest that crybaby be left waiting too long. Ace murmured to himself while stroking the belly of the fish, before grasping its gills and commencing his swim toward the shore. Suddenly, Carp, who had been snoring in the woods, jolted awake, the bubble at his nose dissipating. He glanced at Luffy and then at the sky, scratching his head in contemplation. Ah, I've grown old. I've dozed off again. Where is that rascal Ace? Carp, reflecting on the relentless passage of time, peered irritably toward the coastline. Luffy, I've brought food. Quickly, start a fire. Just as Carp prepared to offer Luffy some much-needed guidance to alleviate his boredom, a distant voice invigorated him. You troublesome brat. Returning so late. You've truly kept this old man waiting. Carp rubbed his hands together, a broad smile gracing his face, as he thought about how long that rascal Ace had kept him waiting. Soon, he mused, he would not allow Ace to leave without feeling a grandfather's love after such a long wait. Woe is me. Woe is me. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had been peacefully slumbering, was stirred awake by Ace's voice. Instantly, the bubble of mucus at the tip of his nose burst, and he began to thrash about desperately, trying to signal to Ace that their grandfather had returned. However, with his mouth sealed, only muffled whimpers could escape. That little rascal. I shall summon Ace to keep you company. Carp chuckled heartily at the sight of Luffy wriggling about. These two rascals think they can escape without consulting my iron fist. In the distance, Ace, dragging a large fish toward the training grounds, noticed the absence of smoke rising from the cooking fire and that Luffy had not rushed over to help him haul the fish. A sudden pang of anxiety gripped his heart. He wondered if something had happened to Luffy. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped the fish and sprinted toward Luffy's location. That crybaby, please don't let anything be wrong. Ace prayed fervently as he ran, for he knew that the moment Luffy heard he was bringing food, he would typically come bounding over with shouts of joy, rather than remaining silent as he was now. Oh, that little rascal can run quite swiftly, Carp remarked, standing beside Luffy, who was tied up like a dumpling. The trees around them swayed in an unnatural rhythm, indicating that someone was racing through the woods. Let go of Luffy, you old rascal. Bursting from the forest, Ace beheld Luffy bound up like a dumpling and, without a second thought as to why Carp was there, leaped toward him. The next moment, thud, Carp withdrew his fist while Ace half-kneeled on the ground, his head adorned with a steaming bump, as if he had lost all vitality. You little rascal, daring to lay hands on your grandfather after just a few days apart. It seems I have been too lenient in my discipline, Carp remarked, feeling his anger dissipate after dealing with Ace. Chapter 97. The difference why? Why is grandfather here? Ace's face was buried in the dirt, yet he voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. Isn't grandfather supposed to be on the Grand Line? Why is he in Windmill Village? This doesn't make sense. Could it be that grandfather has retired? The thought was so daunting that Ace could scarcely imagine how he would venture out to sea in a few months to fulfill his dream of surpassing that man. Of course, it is my love for you too, you little rascal, Carp scolded. If it weren't for you, I would not have had to run back from the Grand Line to Windmill Village. I would have long been enjoying a peaceful retirement aboard my warship. There is no grandfather who would strike his grandson like this, you old rascal. Upon hearing Garp's words, Ace immediately withdrew his head and shouted at Garp, lamenting how every time his grandfather returned, both he and Luffy, as grandsons, would end up bruised and battered. In Windmill Village, he had never encountered a grandfather who treated his grandchildren in such a manner. Other grandfathers would shower their grandchildren with sweets and new clothes, while his grandfather only resorted to beating him and Luffy. This is because my love for you is profound and intense, Garp declared, pinching his nostrils and casting his gaze sideways, uttering such nonsensical words that even he struggled to believe. Why should I conform to the ways of other grandfathers? In my family, filial piety is forged through discipline. Such soft affections pale in comparison to my iron fist of love. You're lying, you old scoundrel. Ace retorted, his expression one of knowing deceit, realizing his grandfather was merely brushing him off. You little rascal, daring to argue with your grandfather. Garp responded with a swift punch that left Ace, his eldest grandson, embarrassed and subdued. Garp had no desire to justify why he was unlike other grandfathers. Ouch, that hurts. Ace whimpered, nearly on the verge of tears as he rubbed his head, lamenting his predicament, with no time left to pose further inquiries. At that moment, Garp felt a sense of peace wash over him. From now on, you two will train diligently under my guidance to become competent Marines. As for anyone who dares express a desire to become a pirate, I shall educate you with due love, Garp warned, his fists cracking ominously. These two little rascals thought he had no time for them, but it was precisely because he had once been too busy at sea that he entrusted them to Dayton. Now that he had the time, he intended to discipline these two miscreants and correct their pirate aspirations. As his grandchildren, they ought to aspire to be Marines. What? Luffy writhed in a futile attempt to voice his opinions, but bound by vines akin to nails entangled in wire, he resembled a caterpillar awkwardly bouncing on a tree. How infuriating. This hurts. Ace pounded the ground in frustration, yet he found himself unable to counter Garp's assertions. The throbbing in his head was too intense. And should he endure another blow from his grandfather's iron fist, he would surely be incapacitated. Thus, to conserve his strength for escape, Ace chose to endure. Haha. That is more like it. I will train you into the finest Marines. Garp chuckled heartily upon witnessing Ace and Luffy's acquiescence to his words, delighted that his beloved grandsons were behaving as they ought. What? Luffy strained to shout his resolve to become the Pirate King, yet only incoherent sounds emerged, which Garp, of course, misinterpreted as agreement. Meanwhile, as Garp reveled in his joviality, Rotas was not idle. Standing at the bow of the warship, soldiers flanked him on either side, their expressions grave and serious. Rotas, to where are we bound, my soldiers? Soldiers, we are upon the vast ocean, Captain Rotas. Rotas, so what are we doing now? Soldiers, we are cruising, dear Captain Rotas. Rotas, so how many pirates have we captured, my soldiers? Soldiers, not too few, not too many. We have precisely captured 3 ships. Captain Rotas. Rotas, where shall we venture now, my brave soldiers? Soldiers, we are bound for the branch, esteemed Lieutenant Rotas. Rotas, how splendid it is, my soldiers. Soldiers, indeed. Captain Rotas. In the corner of the deck, Buggy and his crew gazed at Rotas and the naval soldiers, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend their actions. Were they conversing? Yet their manner of speech resembled song. Were they singing? It certainly sounded like dialogue. Mooches, scratching his head in confusion, turned his attention to the erudite and seasoned Captain Buggy, a crew member of the illustrious Pirate King Roger. Surely, the captain would possess the knowledge, so he inquired. Captain Buggy, what are they doing? Singing? Perhaps this is the latest mode of singing upon the seas. Standing nearby, Buggy stroked his chin, assuredly proclaiming that as a crew member of the Pirate King and a captain himself, it was impossible for him to be unaware. Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. Indeed, Captain Buggy was remarkable, having an understanding of the latest trends. As soon as Buggy finished speaking, the trio of acrobatic pirates gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration, perceiving Captain Buggy as omnipotent. Now he even grasped the latest fashions. Truly, he was Captain Buggy. However, I perceive that their manner of speaking bears a striking resemblance to a theatrical performance. Kabaji tossed his long hair and murmured to himself, recalling the stage plays he had witnessed, where performers would punctuate each line with such intonation. Yet, out of deference to Captain Buggy's recent declaration, Kabaji dared not voice his thoughts in front of so many and could only murmur quietly, fearing that if he questioned Captain Buggy's words, he would face dire consequences in the future. Indeed, my soldiers, you learn swiftly, and your tone is commendable. Rotas clapped his hands with great delight. Currently, he found himself aboard a warship, feeling rather bored and in need of some engagement. Strangely, he had scarcely encountered any pirate vessels lately. Having spent nearly 3 days in Water 7, he had only captured 3 pirate ships. In this era rampant with piracy, such a meager record is undeniably dismal. The captains of these 3 pirate ships seemed to emerge from some obscure corner, akin to rustic miscreants. Their vessels were dilapidated, resembling wood that had been ravaged by termites. Utterly fragile and unworthy of sail. What infuriated Rotas further was that the combined worth of these pirates barely reached 10 million berries, a disgraceful sum for the pirate world. In contrast, he recalled the infamous pirate crew with the Golden Hook, who had managed to extort a fortune of 10 million berries from their exploits. Indeed, the old adage rings true, There are always those more destitute than oneself. If not for the consideration of the numerous empty cells aboard his ship, Rotas would have contemplated offering these impoverished pirates as a sacrifice to the heavens, seeking a stroke of good fortune. After all, it is said that the ancients sought blessings in this manner. As Rotas reflected on the current circumstances, he could not help but reminisce about the joyful times spent at the entrance of the New World, thwarting those pirates. Indeed, those pirates were extravagantly wealthy, and their ships were laden with delectable food, in stark contrast to the ragtag brigands of the earlier segments of the Grand Line. Chapter 98, The Tavern Bruno. What prompted your summons? Asked Califa, seated comfortably in a chair, as she observed Bruno pouring drinks. Adjusting her glasses, she inquired about the necessity of their gathering, especially when he insisted they attend. Indeed, I must join the captain in shipbuilding tomorrow. I cannot afford to stay up late. If you have something to discuss, please do so promptly, Kaku interjected, adjusting his hat, eager to conclude the meeting. After all, he was currently undercover in the Carrera Company as a shipwright, unlike Bruno, who seemed to be enjoying a leisurely evening. Though not vocal, Lucci's expression conveyed his alignment with Kaku's sentiments. His own undercover mission within the Carrera Company necessitated minimal interaction. The less they met, the lower the risk of exposure. Despite being trained spies of the world government, they could not underestimate the vigilance of the public. Discovery would spell disaster. It is late at night. There is no cause for concern, Bruno remarked cheerfully, placing 3 glasses of liquor before them. Given the hour, our clandestine meeting here in the tavern will go unnoticed. Caution is always prudent, Califa replied, bringing her glass to her lips for a sip, moistening her parched mouth before adjusting her glasses with a smile. I would prefer a glass of ice water, not liquor, Bruno, Kaku stated, his arms crossed, swaying slightly. Consuming alcohol at such an hour was ill-advised, especially since he needed to rest for work the following day. I do not drink, Lucci added, refraining from reaching for the glass. Instead, he spoke coolly, alcohol dulls the senses and can lead to mistakes. This is a time for executing our mission. I cannot afford any lapses. Very well, I shall fetch you some alternatives, Bruno replied nonchalantly. Then proceeded to the bar to exchange the drinks for 2 glasses of ice water, bringing them back to the table. Upon receiving the ice water, Lucci accepted it without hesitation and began to drink. Kaku followed suit, taking a sip before continuing. Bruno, can you now reveal the reason for summoning us? Bruno, noticing their impatience, elaborated on the events of that day. A naval officer has no bearing on my mission. Why should we concern ourselves with him? Kaku set down his ice water, revealing a look of boredom on his face. The Navy may be formidable, but as long as they do not obstruct their mission, their presence bears no significance. Incidentally, had Bruno not mentioned that the bar had been renovated, he would have assumed it remained unchanged. You know, I have encountered that Navy officer. You cannot fathom the expression our esteemed mayor wore while dining with him. It was utterly hilarious. Califa licked her lips, a playful smile gracing her features as she recounted the day when the ice mountain was startled by Lotus's prodigious appetite, unable to suppress her laughter. You mention his speed with Soru. Just how swift is he? In contrast to Kaku and Califa, Lucci was more intrigued by Bruno's remarks regarding the opponent's velocity. As the strongest of CP9 and 8 centuries, he considered his own use of Soru unmatched. Hearing of someone else's speed piqued his interest. Bruno remained silent, contemplating whether to disclose the potentially disheartening truth. He had witnessed Lucci's use of Soru, and in comparison, Lucci's speed paled. Bruno, speak up. I wish to hear the truth, Lucci urged, his expression darkening as he pressed for the answer he sought. Fast, exceedingly fast. In all my life, I have seen no more than a handful of individuals who could use Soru at such a speed, Bruno replied cautiously, mindful of not discouraging Lucci too severely for fear of retaliation. Oh, really? Where do I rank? Lucci's interest was piqued, and he longed to know his standing. 5th, Bruno admitted, unable to evade Lucci's intense inquiry. Is that so impressive? It appears you've been surpassed, Lucci, Kaku chimed in, tilting his head with a gleeful demeanor. Califa adjusted her glasses, choosing to remain silent, and simply observe. Is that so? Lucci did not engage with Kaku or the others, merely uttering a calm remark before lapsing into silence. Though hailed as the strongest of CP9 and 8 centuries, he was not the strongest of the world government during that time. Indeed, I have gathered you all here to convey a message. I believe we must dedicate ourselves to training. These past 2 years of espionage have led us to neglect our practice, which is unacceptable, Bruno stated, relieved to see Lucci unperturbed. finally articulating the purpose of their assembly. After Bruno's words, a moment of silence enveloped them before Califa adjusted her glasses once more and spoke first. I have been serving as the secretary to the Ice Mountain and have had no time for training. You must understand. Califa, feeling quite exasperated, raised her hands in surrender. She wished to cultivate her skills, but time was a scarce commodity. Serving as a secretary to the stoic Iceberg was akin to being the mayor herself. Iceberg showed little interest in administrative matters, leaving her inundated with documents that required her review before reporting back to him. Consequently, her schedule was exceedingly tight. I am diligently practicing every day without faltering. Whether it be hauling timber or inspecting damaged pirate ships, such as my occupation, Kaku reclined in his chair, asserting that his work as a shipwright was akin to training, albeit lacking in targeted practice. I shall carve out time for my cultivation. If Bruno has no further matters, I shall take my leave, Lucci interjected last, rising from his chair with the intent to return to his training. Hold your horses. I have an announcement to make. Bruno waved his hand, signaling that he had more to say, urging them not to depart so hastily. Upon hearing Bruno's words, Lucci and his companions paused, waiting in silence for him to continue. Bruno, relieved by their attention, began, Frankie from Water 7 has been apprehended by the Navy under the pretext of assaulting a naval artillery research expert. I obtained this information from one of Frankie's associates. Just a thug. No need to dwell on it, Kaku remarked, his face betraying a hint of boredom. Frankie is merely a freak and a ruffian. We need not concern ourselves with him. Moreover, Bruno, this news seems somewhat outdated. I recall the naval ship departed several days ago. Alas, I am merely a bartender. Bruno scratched his head sheepishly. Water 7 is quite vast, and news does not travel with precision. We, as a mere handful of informants, are often preoccupied with maintaining our cover. Where would we find the time to gather intelligence? Understood. Bruno, you ought to venture out more often beyond the confines of your bar, Lucci suggested, glancing at the sky. Their current objective was Iceberg. Frankie was a trivial matter, and the pressing concern was Lucci's need to train. Certainly, I shall, Bruno replied with a smile, recognizing Lucci's impatience and refraining from further discussion. Now, we shall take our leave. Bruno, please open the door for us, Califa stated once the matters had concluded. Of course, Bruno nodded, gesturing with his hands through the air, and a door materialized before them. Chapter 99. Tedious, what a convenient ability you possess, Bruno. Carlifa gazed enviously at Bruno as he opened a door with his extraordinary ability. If only she possessed such a remarkable power. She would no longer fear the sun's harsh rays, for she could simply open a door to wherever she wished to go. Upon the completion of this mission, I shall request a devil fruit for you, Carlifa. Seeing her in such a state, Lucci spoke up, assuring her that once their task was accomplished, he could indeed apply for a devil fruit. Although acquiring a Logia type might be a challenge, a Paramecia type would certainly be feasible. Thank you very much, Carlifa replied with a smile, adjusting her glasses. The world government has a considerable collection of devil fruits, although Logia types are rather scarce. There is an abundance of powerful Paramecia and Zoan types. She had no desire to transform into a beast covered in fur, so she could only hope for a potent Paramecia type. Oh, could you possibly procure one for me as well, Lucci? Kaku, who had been seated nearby, interjected, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Among CP9, only a handful possessed abilities, and he yearned for a devil fruit to enhance his own powers. Once this mission is complete, you shall have your share, Kaku, Lucci replied, adjusting his hat. As long as they succeeded in their task, obtaining an additional devil fruit would pose no difficulty. However, if they failed, the time wasted here would be incalculable. That is splendid. As long as it's a devil fruit, I have no preference between Zoan or Paramecia. I merely wish for CP9 to appear more unified, Kaku exclaimed joyfully. Whether it be a Zoan or Paramecia devil fruit, acquiring one would significantly bolster his strength. Now, let us focus on our work. I must take my leave, Lucci stated, dismissing Kaku with little patience. He had no intention of wasting precious time in this wretched place, and he needed to make up for it promptly. All right, Lucci, shall we go together? Kaku inquired as he rose to follow him. No, you may return on your own. I have matters to attend to. Lucci waved him off, wishing to train without interruption. Very well, it appears I must return alone, Kaku sighed, feeling a touch of loneliness as he watched Lucci exit through the bar's back door. Would you like me to open a door for you, Kaku? Bruno, having seen Carlifa off, noticed Kaku's demeanor and offered his assistance, as he was quite adept at facilitating travel. No, thank you. I'll contemplate which fruit to request on my way, Kaku replied. Kaku waved his hand dismissively, rejecting Bruno's suggestion to accompany him back. He needed to contemplate what kind of devil fruit he desired upon completing his mission. After all, one could consume a devil fruit only once in a lifetime. Well, take your time to think about it on the way. I shall not see you off, Bruno remarked. Rolling his eyes at Kaku's premature thoughts about the fruit before their mission was even concluded. Is he really okay like this? Very well, farewell then, Kaku replied, nodding as he adjusted his cap and made his way outside, entirely oblivious to Bruno's expression. Now, I'm all alone again, Bruno murmured, gazing around the empty bar. He then began to tidy up the glasses. That rascal Frankie never heeded advice. He should have left Water 7 ages ago. Now he had been captured by Rob Lucci, and one could only hope he would learn his lesson. At the same time, Iceberg sat on his bed, sighing softly. Frankie remained as troublesome as ever, not allowing him a moment's peace. When Frankie returned, he had urged him to leave Water 7 and live a discreet life. Who would have guessed that Frankie not only ignored this counsel but also recruited followers in Water 7, establishing a shipyard and attracting attention with his flamboyant behavior, making his name known throughout the city? Now, he had even attacked a naval research expert and was captured aboard a warship by Rob Lucci. The information Iceberg had gathered indicated that Frankie would face many years in a naval facility before he could be released. Though Iceberg was aware of these developments, he felt powerless, for he was the mayor of Water 7 and the government's designated shipbuilding company. He could not be certain if the world government was still monitoring his every action. After all, Mr. Tom had once warned him that the world government had set their sights on him due to the blueprints of Pluton he possessed. Although Mr. Tom had passed away, Iceberg, as the last disciple recognized by the world, did not doubt that the world government had sent agents to keep a close watch on him. He still recalled the despicable and vile actions of the world government, and had it not been for his desire to protect the beloved Water 7, he would never have consented to become the government's shipyard. Now, he could only hope that Frankie would behave in prison and refrain from causing further trouble. After all, a prison could serve as a decent refuge from the world government's spies. Iceberg wished fervently that events would not escalate to the point of Frankie's identity being exposed, leading to a self-imposed trap. However, considering Frankie's restless nature, Iceberg felt as though he were dreaming. It would indeed be strange if Frankie did not stir up trouble. He secretly hoped that any antics would be delayed for a while. Lieutenant Rob Lucci, are you planning to send me to that prison? Why have we been taken along for such an extended period? On the deck, Frankie encountered Lotus and inquired about the duration of their stay aboard the warship. They had been sailing for several days, yet there were still plans to send him to prison. He was growing increasingly weary of life on the ship. What is it? Are you feeling anxious? As Rotas gazed at the star-studded sky from the deck, he instinctively responded to Frankie's inquiry without a second thought. However, once the words escaped his lips, a sense of unease washed over him. He shifted his attention from the stars and rose from the reclining chair, scrutinizing Frankie intently. The intensity of Roth's gaze sent a shiver down Frankie's spine. Despite his transformation into a cyborg, he felt profoundly uncomfortable. Finally, he broke the silence, asking, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Rothas replied, "It's nothing, merely a curiosity. Throughout my life, I've heard tales of people offering money, lives, or even spouses, but I have never encountered someone so eager to send themselves to prison." Rotas explained the reason for his gaze. After all, he was not inclined towards men, and there must be a motive behind his fixation on Frankie. Chapter 100. The reason. It was simply that he had grown weary of his confinement aboard the warship. Frankie responded with exasperation, noting that although Rotas had not imprisoned them in a cell, there were numerous areas of the vessel that remained off-limits to them, which was hardly different from a restriction of personal freedom. "Oh, is that so? I had assumed, Frankie, that you were eager for me to expedite your journey to the prison, so you could make your escape back to Water 7, he remarked. "If you had only mentioned your ennui sooner, it would have saved us both this unnecessary dialogue. Had you expressed your discontent earlier, I would have hastened your transfer to the prison without delay." Upon understanding the situation, Lotus crossed his arms and began to educate Frankie, believing that to subdue his opponent, one must first possess a greater aura. Lotus firmly believed in this principle, thus he chose to take the initiative. "You didn't give me the opportunity. How could I have spoken up sooner?" Frankie shouted, asserting that just because he may not overpower Lotus, it does not mean he would endure in silence. After all, Frankie had never feared anyone in his life. "Now I am giving you the chance, so do speak, Frankie." Lotus crossed his arms defiantly, eagerly anticipating Frankie's initial strike. for it would provide him with a valid reason to confront him. The days had grown rather dull, with pirates failing to make their appearance, and his fists were itching for action. Indeed, I am leaving, Frankie remarked, observing Lotus's provocative demeanor. After contemplating his combat capabilities, he deemed it prudent to exercise restraint. Although he was a man of fortitude, his strength did not permit him to confront Lotus head-on. Do you not intend to say anything further? Lotus observed Frankie's sudden timidity and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. This Frankie is behaving oddly. Isn't he supposed to provoke him, only to be thoroughly beaten in return? Why has he suddenly lost his nerve? This script is all wrong. No, Captain Lotus, I shall take my leave now. Frankie, discerning from Lotus's words that he harbored a strong desire to strike him, responded, he's not foolish. He knows he cannot match his opponent. Yet, when the other party seeks a pretext, he finds himself inadvertently walking into the line of fire. Oh, is that so? Seeing the cleverness of Frankie, Rotas couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. When did the people of the sea become such cunning tricksters? It was astonishing how shrewd he was, leaving no opportunity for Rotas to make a move. Indeed, Frankie asserted with unwavering conviction, wishing he could escape immediately. He sensed Rotas's intent to ensnare him, but found himself without a viable excuse, thus having to present himself willingly. Rotas's despondent expression only reinforced Frankie's belief that he had made the right decision. As the old adage states, patience brings tranquility, and retreat opens up vast horizons. Very well, Frankie said, I have good news for you. We are not far from Alabaston, and I shall speak with the king there to see if I can arrange for your confinement. As Rotas saw no opportunity to indulge his whims, he revealed their next destination. He would not be heading to Water 7 anytime soon. Rather, Alabasta seemed preferable. There, Crocodile, in his quest to cultivate a favorable reputation, would be capturing pirates along the coastal regions of Alabasta. At that point, all he had to do was follow in Crocodile's wake to reap the rewards. When questioned about trailing a pirate to claim credit, Rotas merely shrugged off concerns about tarnishing the Navy's honor. Rotas would slap you across the face and then kick your teeth in. Does he care about the Navy's reputation? He adheres solely to the words of Old Man Carp, executing the orders from the Navy headquarters only at face value. Expecting him to act diligently is nothing short of a dream. As a person with ambition and aspirations, how could a sorcerer like him resist the allure of seizing opportunities? It is undeniably pleasurable to take advantage of situations without expending much effort. The soldiers would also face minimal exertion. Moreover, the paramount aspect of this opportunism is safety. Rotas has no faith in Crocodile, that dark-hearted individual, showing any mercy towards pirates encroaching upon his territory. After all, Crocodile's dominion carries significant weight, and he would launch relentless assaults on intruders, provided their strengths are comparable. One cannot expect a crocodile weighing less than 300 pounds to boldly charge at a 2-ton elephant. That would be a fight for survival, not a reckless death wish. Therefore, Rotas does not believe that Crocodile would dare to engage him, especially with Old Man Carp standing firmly behind him. Although Crocodile is of the Logia type, Rotas is not convinced he could withstand Carp's iron fist of love. Thus, Rotas feels that his journey to Alabasta is indeed justified. He has brought along what that fool Crocodile has long desired. Surely, upon learning this, Crocodile would warmly welcome his arrival. If one were to ask why he does not create it himself, but instead hands the blueprints to others, Rotas would first regard you with disdain before elucidating his reasons. Firstly, although Rotas harbors grand ambitions, he lacks the necessary funds. Yes, poverty renders him powerless, and it instills a sense of righteousness within him. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Rotas does not believe that the blueprints attracting the world government's attention would require scant resources or manpower. After all, the adage you get what you pay for is not without merit. It is a lesson painstakingly learned through the blood of countless predecessors. Secondly, Rotas fears the emergence of an unexpected adversary, snatching away the fruits of his arduous labor. This is his greatest fear. In these vast seas, anything can happen. Rotas does not believe that the scenario of a cooked duck flying away occurs solely for others and not for himself. After all, there is no indication on his face that he is fortunate, compounded by the experiences of recent years. Lotus believed it prudent to refrain from risking the crafting of garments for others. He did not possess the fortune of a sovereign, and thus, he should not entertain dreams of grandeur. It was far wiser for him to cultivate his own strengths in a humble and cautious manner. For as the old adage wisely states, through careful development, victory is attainable. Thirdly, Lotus identified a significant vulnerability, the potential for information leakage. While he could ensure the confidentiality of his own knowledge, the enormity of constructing such a vessel would necessitate the involvement of numerous individuals. With so many people engaged, the likelihood of secrets escaping was alarmingly high, and it was conceivable that the world government and navy would pursue him relentlessly. Fourthly, he lamented the considerable time investment required. Lotus did not harbor the illusion that crafting an ancient weapon of a ship would be as swift as constructing a conventional vessel in mere months or weeks. Otherwise, he would genuinely be concerned about the quality of the resulting vessel. One misfire, and it could very well be rendered obsolete. Fifthly, merely having shipbuilders would not suffice. He would need to scour the seas for scientists. It is well known that scientists are often eccentric individuals, and persuading them to work diligently would require the authority of the world government. Otherwise, Lotus deemed it far more reliable to capture them and compel them to assist in his endeavors. Chapter 111, Alabasta. Thus, Lieutenant Lotus, are you conveying to me some good news? Frankie's expression was almost inscribed with the words, "Are you jesting?" Before he remarked that telling a prisoner they were to be sent to jail would hardly elicit joy. What do you think, Frankie? Do you not consider this a splendid idea? Rotas believed that Frankie had the right to be informed, which is why he confided in him. After all, what terrifies humanity the most is not the known, but the unknown. By sharing this information with Frankie in advance, he aimed to prepare him mentally. However, Frankie was infuriated by the revelation, feeling as though he wanted to lash out. The notion of imprisonment was not something to be celebrated. He harbored no peculiar inclinations to warrant such joy. Rest assured, Frankie, everything will eventually return to a state of normalcy. Seeing that Frankie remained silent, Rotas felt it was his duty as an educator to intervene and provide Frankie with some guidance. It is crucial to understand that if a person encounters turmoil in their thoughts, it can lead to the unraveling of their entire existence. Frankie observed Rotas' actions, feeling a frustration with no outlet. He, Frankie, was no longer a mere 17-year-old child. What nonsense was it for Rotas to address him in such a condescending tone? As if he were a young lad? Oh, the young man was not pleased with this approach. Very well, you may return now. As Rotas noticed Frankie rolling his eyes at him, he waved his hand, urging Frankie to leave quickly, feeling that his kindness had been mistaken for foolishness. Indeed, the nature of humanity has changed. It is increasingly difficult to be a good person. Upon seeing Rotas's dismissive gesture akin to swatting away a fly, Frankie's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from expressing his anger, instead making his way step by step towards the ship's cabin. In the rain-soaked Alabasta, the crocodile, sat in his chair late at night, savoring a cigar that sparkled with embers, lost in a state of deep contemplation. Mr. Crocodile, a voice broke the silence, revealing Nico Robin, dressed in a professional women's outfit, who delicately held a cup of coffee as she shared the latest intelligence. There are reports that the naval hero, Carp, is en route to Alabasta. Upon hearing Robin's news, Crocodile pulled the cigar from his mouth, his demeanor turning serious as he inquired, "Do you know what he intends to do in Alabasta? That old man Carp is no less formidable than Whitebeard. If he comes to stir up trouble here, all my plans will be in jeopardy. At present, it remains unclear. However, there are indications that Carp is not aboard the warship. Instead, it carries a Navy lieutenant named Rotas." Robin set down her coffee and relayed the peculiar news that even she found astonishing. Upon receiving this information, she too was taken aback to learn that the naval hero Carp was not aboard his warship. Was the information credible? Upon hearing that Carp was absent, the heart of Sand Crocodile, which had just been startled, quickly returned to its normal state. Yet, how accurate could this news be? One would not wish to be misled, only to find that Carp was stealthily enacting his own plans while rumors circulated of his absence. It should be reliable, as this tidbit originated from the black market of Water 7, specifically disclosed by the mayor during a personal visit to Carp's warship. Robin conveyed the source of her information to Crocodile. Based on her conjecture, it was highly probable that Carp had returned to his hometown to care for his grandson. After all, having navigated the underworld for so long, she possessed an understanding of the familial backgrounds of several prominent figures at sea. What left the most profound impression on her was the notion that the naval hero Garp had a penchant for idleness, yearning for retirement to tend to his grandson. Upon encountering this information, Robin nearly doubted her own eyes. She had always assumed that the naval hero would be akin to Admiral Akainu, only to discover his rather languid disposition. Oh, is that so? That is reassuring. Crocodile exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. He held considerable faith in Nico Robin's abilities. After all, she had survived in the underworld for many years, evading the pursuit of the world government. If she lacked the capacity to discern the veracity of information, she would not have thrived until now. Boss, should we cease the recruitment of personnel, or should we persist? After Robin conveyed the message, she resumed her wait for Crocodile's decision. She had gathered all available information regarding Captain Rotas, yet the intelligence was scant. Consequently, Robin remained uncertain of Rotas' capabilities and was oblivious to the motivations that brought him to Alabasta. However, one thing was undeniably clear: Rotas possessed considerable strength, at the very least. It is often said that like attracts like, and Robin found it implausible that the so-called hero of the Navy, Carp, would entrust a cherished warship to someone of dubious competence. Thus, in Robin's estimation, Rotas' prowess was at least on par with that of a Navy vice admiral. Whether he exceeded this rank and reached the status of a warlord of the sea remained a mystery to her. After all, she was merely an intelligence gatherer, not a seer. Proceed clandestinely. I wish for my endeavors to be unimpeded by a lack of personnel, Crocodile mused, puffing on his cigar. He contemplated his schemes and recognized the necessity of recruiting additional hands. Otherwise, when the time came for him to require assistance, where would he find capable individuals? It was hardly feasible to conjure them from thin air. Moreover, he needed manpower to amass berries. Relying solely on his casino's daily earnings was insufficient. Thus, additional personnel were indispensable. However, at this critical juncture, he could not afford to be discovered by the Navy, making clandestine operations the most prudent course of action. Understood. Robin acknowledged. With Crocodile's directives in mind, she commenced preparations for the recruitment of personnel. Currently, Crocodile was publicly celebrated as a hero of Alabasta, yet secretly scheming to usurp the nation's power. Once she completed the recruitment, it was certain that Crocodile would take action. Nico, Robin, execute your tasks diligently. I hope you will assist me in seizing this nation. You must realize that apart from me, who can provide you with protection, others would readily trade you for a bounty, Crocodile stated as he observed Robin preparing to depart. He was keen to avoid any complications arising from Robin at such a pivotal moment. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to sever ties ruthlessly. Betrayal was a commonplace occurrence in the shadows, and he could not afford to rely on someone who had navigated the treacherous waters of treachery and loyalty thus far. I understand. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Nico Robin trembled slightly, then swiftly retorted before turning to depart. Crocodile watched the retreating figure of Nico Robin, taking a puff from his cigar, a playful smile gracing his face. Regardless of the prey, once their weakness is exposed, they become as fragile as fish. All he needed to do was seize his quarry, and escape would be rendered impossible. Nico Robin, known as the woman who bears the title of the Son of the Devil, is also the sole individual capable of deciphering ancient texts upon the vast seas. Throughout her years of evasion, she has honed her skills in gathering intelligence and fleeing, complemented by her agile mind. This is precisely why Crocodile chose to protect her. However, this woman is exceedingly cunning. Having endured numerous betrayals, he could not afford to let his guard down for even a moment. Chapter 102, Discussion. Buggy, have you been here before? I heard you completed the entire journey with the Pirate King. Rotas sat at the bow of the ship, observing a seagull emerging from the waters, and curiously inquired of Buggy whether he recalled a historical artifact in Alabasta. It was only reasonable to assume that, having accompanied Roger, Buggy should have visited this place. Of course, this captain has been here. Just look at who I am, Buggy replied with a proud posture. When it comes to navigating the seas, especially the route to Laugh-Tale, no one knows better than the crew who journeyed with Captain Roger and completed the entire voyage. We are well versed not only in the course to Laugh-Tale, but also familiar with numerous islands along the Grand Line. One could say we are half maritime scholars. That is reassuring. I truly feared getting lost in this sandy realm, Rotas responded, feeling relieved by Buggy's assurance. He was genuinely concerned about losing his way in this desert nation. After all, no matter how formidable one's strength, one remains powerless against natural calamities. He certainly did not wish to become lost in the desert, succumbing to thirst. Rotas, I am not familiar with the paths of the desert, Buggy remarked stiffly, twisting his neck. Let us be serious. I was the one following Captain Roger, not the other way around. How could I possibly know the way? Moreover, given the prowess of Captain Roger and his crew, there was no reason to worry about getting lost. So you merely tagged along with the Pirate King then? Like a mere bystander, Rotas scoffed, expressing disdain. Although Buggy was an apprentice on the Pirate King's ship, one would expect him to remember some routes. Could he truly consider himself a mere bystander? Do not speak nonsense. I am not just a bystander. When Captain Roger battled Whitebeard, I was the first to charge in. Buggy retorted, indignant at Rotas' comments. He emphasized that even before consuming a devil fruit, he had been at the forefront during encounters with other pirate crews. While one might look down upon his current state, they could not erase the contributions he made aboard the Pirate King's ship. Well, you certainly have your merits, Buggy. Rotas pondered upon the information stored in his memory and realized that, indeed, Buggy was not speaking in vain. Prior to consuming the devil fruit, he had displayed remarkable courage. However, post-ingestion, he had become timid, akin to a fool. Surely, one must consider who I am. Buggy, noticing that Rotas had accepted his words, chuckled with delight, proclaiming that he, the illustrious Buggy, was no mere underling but the great Captain Buggy himself. Once we arrive at Alabasta, you shall be responsible for guiding the way. Esteemed Captain Buggy. Upon observing Buck's exuberance, Lothus entrusted him with the arduous task of navigation. Although there might be soldiers aboard the warship familiar with the route, Lothus deemed Buck, endowed with the luck of the conqueror's hockey, to be a more dependable guide. After all, experience can sometimes lead one astray, whereas luck remains steadfast, invariably bestowing fortuity. This was precisely why Lothus retained Buck, for the old adage that a talisman brings good fortune holds true. However, Buck, with a bewildered expression, protested. But I am not familiar with the route, Lothus. Why assign me this task? He couldn't help but wonder if Lothus intended to set him up, reminiscent of how he once manipulated Mooches into undertaking tasks beyond his capability. Whenever Mooches faltered, it provided Lothus with a pretext to reprimand him. Now, Lothus's mannerisms bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous dealings with Mooches, prompting Buck to question whether he had become somewhat complacent, leading Lothus to seek an excuse to reprimand him. Fear not, Buck. You need only to exert yourself. I shall not hold you accountable for any misdirection, Lothus reassured him. Lothus chuckled, remarking that Bucky's luck was indeed remarkable. With him leading the way, escape was assured. What did it matter if he was unfamiliar with the path? Surely, a fortunate soul like him did not require such trivialities. Really? Bucky felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. For Lotus's words increasingly echoed those of his own conversations with the scheming Mooches. Was it possible that he, the esteemed Bucky, could never elude the clutches of Lotus? Naturally. Bucky, do you doubt me still? Rotas patted Buggy on the shoulder, offering encouragement. However, he momentarily forgot the extent of his own strength, nearly causing Buggy to topple over with a single slap. Fortunately, due to Buggy's consumption of the chop-chop fruit, he instantly fragmented into several pieces upon receiving such a forceful blow, dissipating the impact. My apologies, Buggy. I may have exerted a bit too much force. Rotas swiftly withdrew his hand, scratching his head with an air of embarrassment. How could he have forgotten that his palm was nearly as wide as Buggy's shoulder? In a moment of carelessness, he almost drove Buggy into the deck like a nail. Fortunately, Buggy was an extraordinary individual, capable of splitting his body to evade harm. Otherwise, he would have had to summon Frankie to repair the deck once more. Speaking of which, Frankie's craftsmanship was truly remarkable. The places he repaired appeared entirely indistinguishable from their original state. I dare say, even Old Man Carp would struggle to discern the difference. Stay back. Let us maintain this distance. Buggy, now fragmented into several floating pieces, frantically waved his hands, his face a mask of terror as he fled from Rotas. It was frightening. He had genuinely feared being flattened by Rotas' hand. Thankfully, having consumed a devil fruit, he had gained extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, a single slap from Rotas could have reduced him to mere pulp or left him severely maimed, breaking countless bones. Ha ha ha, what a surprise. Buggy. There is no need for you to be so anxious. Rotas glanced at his hands and chuckled, remarking that he seemed to have gained considerable strength lately, attributing it all to the bounty of this maritime region. He insisted that this incident was merely an accident. No, Rotas, let us maintain a safe distance, Bucky interjected, unwilling to hear Rothas' justification and even wishing to retreat further. Though he possessed abilities, he could not withstand Rothas' forceful demeanor. After all, he, Lord Bucky, was made of flesh, not rubber, and did not possess the resilience to bounce back from such impacts. Very well, then, Bucky. Do remember to guide us when the time comes. Seeing that Bucky refused to come over, Rothas abandoned his attempts at persuasion. He remarked that Bucky's touch was quite remarkable, reminiscent of a rubber ball that, after being struck away, returns on its own. I understand. There's nothing more to discuss, so I shall take my leave. My subordinates are still awaiting their captain. At this moment, Bucky had no intention of declining. He swiftly acquiesced to Rothas and promptly made his escape. He was keen to avoid being alone with Rothas, demonstrating quick reflexes and activating his abilities. Whether he could replicate such speed in the future remained uncertain. I am no demon. Why should I be so timid? Rotas observed as Bucky fled, somewhat speechless, contemplating that to err is human. And it was merely a moment of carelessness on Bucky's part. After Bucky's departure, Rotas found himself rather bored on the deck and decided to return to his quarters. As he was soon to arrive in Alabasta, he needed to make copies of the design blueprints. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to show up empty-handed at their meeting. As Rotas re-entered his room, a sudden ringing echoed from the communications room aboard the warship. A snail phone had come to life, and the messenger hurriedly connected the call. The image of Vice Admiral Garp materialized before them. Hello, this is Garp speaking. Soldier, where is that rascal Rotas currently patrolling? Under the shade of a tree in Windmill Village, Garp held the snail phone in one hand while pinching his nose with the other. Reporting, Vice Admiral Garp. We are currently approaching Alabasta, and Lieutenant Rotas is on the deck, the soldier replied, accurately detailing their course and Rotas' location. Oh, is that so? Your speed seems commendable, Garp remarked, continuing to pinch his nose as he considered the time since his departure, the ship's location, and the current time. Realizing that the ship was indeed making good progress. Yes, Vice Admiral. Lieutenant Rotas has hardly made any stops along the way, so we have not fallen behind. The soldier explained, recalling their journey since Garp's departure. Oh, really? Has that little scamp caught any pirates? I hope he hasn't scampered off to Alabasta and brought shame upon me, Garp inquired, his concern evident. He hoped that Rotas would not only exert himself in capturing pirates while aboard the ship but would not grow complacent in his absence. Rest assured. Lieutenant Rotas captures every pirate he encounters. However, for some unknown reason, there have been very few pirates along our route lately, the soldier quickly assured. Eager to prevent any misunderstanding from Garp. They had indeed been diligently pursuing pirates, but the recent scarcity of them had been quite perplexing. Oh, is that so? You must strive harder. Please convey a message to that rascal Rotas. Next month, I shall return to assess his progress. He must not grow lax, Garp warned. His thoughts drifting to the news that might grace the newspapers, speculating on the reasons for the lack of pirates. Nevertheless, the paramount concern was that Rotas should not become lazy in his training during Garp's absence, lest he face the consequences next month. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. I shall deliver your message without fail. The soldier pondered the potential consequences for Rotas and promptly agreed. He needed to inform Rotas post-haste. That is good, Garp remarked as he hung up the transponder snail, glancing at Luffy and Ace, who were diligently training. A smile of satisfaction crept across his face. These two youngsters had made remarkable strides in their abilities under his tutelage. However, he found it quite challenging that Luffy could not train in swimming like Ace. Reflecting on the reasons behind Luffy's predicament ignited a surge of frustration within Garp. He blamed that red-haired brat for allowing Luffy to consume the devil fruit. Otherwise, Luffy would not have ended up in such a state. Ace, I think I heard Grandpa is leaving next month. Luffy, who was dragging a rock, stealthily approached Ace, sharing news that sent Ace into a frenzy of excitement. Really? Luffy? Ace exclaimed, his heart racing at the prospect of Grandpa's departure, which would mean he could finally set sail. Yet, he wondered about the reliability of such news. Indeed, Ace. Just now, while I was dragging the rock past Grandpa, I overheard him speaking with the snail. Luffy scratched his head, recounting what he had just witnessed. Had it not been for the fact that the individual conversing with the snail was their grandfather, he would have inquired further. Alas. He knew he needed to focus on his training to avoid another beating. That was a transponder snail, you fool. Ace, realizing their grandfather was indeed conversing with a transponder snail, deduced that Grandpa must be speaking with the Navy. This confirmed that Grandpa was indeed preparing to leave. And soon Ace would no longer be bound by the inability to set sail. What is a transponder snail? Is it delicious? Luffy asked, saliva unconsciously dripping from his mouth. The name alone sounded tantalizing, yet he wondered about the meat content of such a creature. Sigh. The snail in Grandpa's hands is a transponder snail. Ace held his forehead, feeling exasperated by his foolish brother. How could Luffy think such a small creature would be tasty? Even if he were to pick up a shell from the sea, it would surely taste better than a transponder snail. That snail is a transponder snail? That's really unfortunate. Luffy's enthusiasm waned upon realizing that the little creature lacked meat and was slimy, undoubtedly unappetizing. He preferred meat instead. You foolish boy, it is not meant to be eaten. Ace listened to Luffy's response, feeling increasingly speechless. The transponder snail was a device used for communication between people at sea, and it was not a consumable delicacy. Thus, who would ever concern themselves with its taste? The transponder snail is a creature resembling a snail, adorned with spots or stripes, or sometimes displaying a solid hue. Its shell is equipped with intercom or buttons. When not in use, it sleeps. When activated, it awakens and emits a peculiar gurgling sound. During a conversation, the mouth of the transponder snail moves in synchronization with the speakers, and it possesses the ability to comprehend human emotions and speech. Its operational principle involves transforming human voices into sounds recognizable by the transponder snail for long-distance communication. Those who purchase transponder snails do so to convey messages and engage in dialogue. It is inconceivable that anyone would buy them merely for consumption. Upon realization, Luffy concluded that the creature must indeed be unpalatable. He clenched one fist and struck it against the palm of his other hand, suddenly enlightened. This transponder snail must be inedible, which is why nobody eats it. Just like how people buy delicious meat and fine wine, there must be a reason no one consumes this transponder snail. You fool, Ace exclaimed, clutching his stomach in laughter upon hearing Luffy's words. Luffy's reasoning was indeed amusing, though it was not far from the truth. How delightful could a snail possibly be? Nevertheless, in comparison to the matter of the transponder snail, he was far more elated about his grandfather's return to the Navy, as it meant he could set sail without any hindrance. Chapter 104, Mooches' Loyal Intentions. Thud, 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 thud. As Lotus had just finished copying a design blueprint, he heard a knock at the door. He swiftly tucked the blueprint back into his pocket, deeming his confidentiality measures sufficient. Turning towards the door, Lotus inquired, "Who is it? Please, come in." With a click, the soldier behind the door, upon hearing Lotus's voice, pushed the door open and entered the room. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing the soldier, Lotus could not help but exhale in relief, for he had initially feared that the insufferable Frankie had discovered the modifications made to his design blueprints and had come to lurk around him. "Lieutenant Lotus, I must report that General Carp has just made a call, stating that he shall return shortly to assess your progress and training. You ought to exercise caution, lest the others resort to fishing you out again," the soldier said with a grin, displaying no trepidation towards his superior, but rather a hint of mischievous amusement. "You wretched ingrates, you wish to see the old man put me in my place, do you?" Upon hearing the soldier's words, Rotas could not help but roll his eyes. He had not treated them poorly, yet this group of ingrates wished to witness the elder being struck, truly a band of thankless wretches. "It is not appropriate to express it in such a manner, Lieutenant Rotas," the soldier interjected. "I have merely come to convey this message to you, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of a beating." The soldier insisted he would not take the blame. He had rushed over immediately upon receiving the news. Although they indeed harbored a desire to see Rotas being pummeled by Admiral Carp, it was not something they could openly admit. Very well, I understand. You may return now." Rotas waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to return, as he was presently occupied with serious matters and had no time for distractions. "Very well. I shall take my leave then," the soldier replied, nodding before turning to exit, closing the door behind him. He was well aware of Rotas's current predicament. After all, no one relishes the thought of impending confrontation. He certainly did not believe that Rotas could triumph over Admiral Carp. It appeared that the old man was once again inclined to engage in a brawl, using his training as an excuse. After the soldier departed, Rotas was enveloped in melancholy. Hadn't Carp been in Windmill Village, instructing his two delightful grandsons? Why, then, was he now intent on assessing Rotas's training progress? Was it that Luffy and Ace had become too formidable to contend with, or had Carp grown weary of battling them and sought a change of pace? Regardless of the reasoning, Rotas felt a sense of foreboding. After all, the old man's fists were not easily withstood. Days later, the warship arrived at the shores of Alabasta. Rotas disembarked alongside Buggy, Machi, Kabeji, Frankie, and a contingent of soldiers, while he instructed the remaining personnel to remain behind and safeguard the vessel. "Where exactly are we?" he wondered aloud. "Does anyone know the way?" Upon disembarking from the warship, Lotus was taken aback by the verdant landscape before him, a stark contrast to the arid desert he had anticipated. This bewilderment left him perplexed. He was certain that Alabasta was indeed a desert realm. Yet what lay before him seemed utterly incongruous. "This is Alabasta, Captain Lotus," a soldier stepped forward to clarify. "However, as for the direction we ought to proceed, I am at a loss." They were undoubtedly in Alabasta, yet the coastal expanse remained a mystery to him. "Baki, I shall rely upon your guidance." Rotes listened to the soldier's words, feeling somewhat speechless. He was well aware that they were in Alabasta, yet according to his reasoning, what difference did it make whether he spoke or remained silent? It appeared that he would need to reveal the trump card hidden within their ranks. Ah, Rotes. Surely you jest. I truly do not know the way. Upon hearing Rotes call upon him for guidance, Buggy hastily expressed his own lack of familiarity with the route. After all, even those of the Navy were at a loss, so what could a mere pirate possibly know? Buggy, you have seen it for yourself. My soldiers are equally lost. Now, we must rely solely on you. Please do not refuse. Simply lead us in the direction you deem right, and should we stray, I shall not hold it against you. Rotas assured, with a hint of absurdity, that upon disembarking, he had no intention of bringing the navigator from the warship along. For having a guide like Baki was more than sufficient. I shall take my leave now. If I stray from the path, you shall not lay a hand upon me. Realizing his escape was futile, Baki, in front of the assembled crowd, demanded Rotas' guarantee that he would not act against him should he mislead him. That is only natural. Rest assured, you may guide without worry. Rotas reiterated that if Buggy continued to prattle on, he would suspend him from a fishing line, following wherever Buggy's face pointed. For the Buggy brand human-shaped good luck navigator was surely infallible. Very well, follow me then. After receiving Rotas' assurance, Buggy felt a wave of relief wash over him and commenced leading a group towards the shore. Captain Rotas, are you certain you wish to let this fellow guide us? I believe it would be far more prudent for me to take the lead. Frankie, trailing behind Rotas, volunteered to navigate, finding Buggy's comical demeanor untrustworthy for the task. No. Just wait. He has his own skills. Rotas waved his hand dismissively, rejecting Frankie's request with jest. If that guy Buggy can't manage, we certainly won't find our way through. You pervert. How dare you question our Captain Buggy? It seems you are courting death. Upon hearing Frankie's words, Machi leaped from the crowd. Embodying the spirit of one who would defend the captain's honor to the death, his actions proved quite effective, as those hurrying along the path came to a halt. Their gazes converging upon Machi and Frankie, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Seeing the attention directed towards him, Machi felt a surge of joy. Surely, Captain Buggy would be pleased to see his reputation so fiercely upheld. You dare speak to Frankie-san in such a manner? I believe you are the one inviting your own demise. Zambai, witnessing Machi's audacity, promptly approached Frankie with his gang, ready for confrontation. What an idiot, Buggy thought, nearly voicing his frustration at Machi's reckless behavior. Initially pleased that Rotas had replaced him as the guide, he now found his hopes dashed by Machi's folly. Enough, Machi. Return to me. We must continue our journey. Rotas, observing the imminent unrest among his crew, sighed in resignation and remarked, what a foolish individual Machi is. Does he not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? With a single strike from Frankie, our entire Buggy pirate crew would be left reeling. Yet he dares to provoke Frankie, how utterly ridiculous. However, he has dared to insult Captain Buggy. Upon hearing Rotas' words, Machi felt his resolve waver. Yet he chose not to retreat, for this presented a prime opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty to Captain Buggy. Very well then, Buggy. You may deal with your subordinate as you see fit. Upon hearing the words of Rotas, Buggy turned his attention towards the front, where he was instructed to manage his own crew without interference. Machi, you scoundrel, come here. Rotas commanded. Without hesitation, Buggy seized Machi and led him away. Although Machi had previously defended him, Buggy felt emboldened by Rotas' directive to seize his opportunity. Captain Buggy, Machi thought as he was being taken away, anticipating commendation from Buggy and dreaming of one day leading the Buggy pirate crew himself. Chapter 100. No claps, just sounds. After Buggy and Machi had wandered off, Rotas could only hear the distant sounds of commotion. The others watched curiously as Buggy and Machi disappeared from sight. Moments later, they returned, revealing Machi's bruised visage while Buggy wore a look of carefree satisfaction, suggesting that the communication between captain and crew was decidedly one-sided in nature. Let us depart. There is no need to linger here. As the situation calmed, Rotas urged everyone to hasten their departure, eager to encounter civilization once more. For he was far from fond of sleeping in the desert. The thought of awakening to a mouthful of sand was hardly appealing. Indeed, replied Machi, dejectedly trailing behind Baki, resigned to the journey ahead. Kabaji observed Machi's demeanor and shook his head, deeming the fool's flattery misplaced, for he had now reaped the consequences of his folly. The others, witnessing this, followed suit. Frankie glanced at Machi, recognizing that although the pirate was somewhat dim-witted, he remained steadfastly loyal, albeit to the wrong company. Thus, the group commenced their journey once again. After a while, Rotas finally understood why Alabasta was referred to as the desert nation upon departing from the coast. He was met with an expanse of desolate sands and barren wasteland. Such desolation. Rotas crouched down, scooping up a handful of soil, only to discover it was comprised entirely of yellow sand, devoid of any moisture. He couldn't help but feel speechless. That scoundrel sand crocodile had yet to use his dance powder. This was the true nature of Alabasta, and if he had employed it, the situation would undoubtedly have been far worse. Being a desert nation, it was, of course, desolate. Speaking of which, Rotas inquired whether they had sufficient water. Baki, leading the way, could only express his incredulity at Rotas' question, but his primary concern was whether they had enough water. In the desert, neglecting to carry fresh water could prove fatal. Water? What water? Just look at our group. Who among us has brought any? Rotas crossed his arms and, tilting his head back with a serious expression, remarked, "Why bring water? Having Baki as our mascot is sufficient. Moreover, if water is carried, and Baki leads without pressure, how can we truly gauge the extent of his fortune? Therefore, I instructed the soldiers to drink their fill instead of burdening them with water. My intent is to travel light and swift." What? Baki, upon hearing Rotas's response, felt as though struck by lightning, remaining motionless for a considerable time before turning back stiffly. He saw Baki, with tears streaming down his face, trembling as he said, "You must be lying to me, Rotas. Please, stop joking and distribute the fresh water among everyone." Clinging to his last shred of hope, Baki remained unconvinced that such a cunning individual as Rotas would venture forth without water. "Baki, I speak the truth," Rotas asserted. "Soldiers, empty your belongings and show him." Rotas felt a sense of helplessness. Despite his earnestness, Baki remained skeptical. In an effort to help Baki confront the stark reality, Rotas instructed the soldiers to lay bare their possessions for Baki to scrutinize. Upon receiving Rotas's command, the soldiers promptly emptied their belongings onto the ground, revealing an assortment of items: coins, cigarettes, matches, daggers, and more, yet conspicuously absent were any containers filled with water. As Baki beheld the scattered items, his expression darkened, and he appeared to age decades, his posture hunched in despair. He could scarcely fathom that Rotas had truly neglected to bring water, although there were coins and treasures aplenty. In such a desolate place devoid of civilization, they were of little utility. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck Baki. He pivoted and seized Machi, who was trailing behind him, exclaiming loudly, "Machi, you brought water, didn't you? You must have brought water. Quickly, tell your captain that you have water." Baki, in a frenzy, shook Machi vigorously, unwilling to accept the possibility that this fellow had not brought any water. Machi felt as though the world were spinning around him. He longed to respond to Captain Baki, but the tumultuous shaking rendered him speechless. "Captain Baki, please release Machi," Kabaji interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. "I have a small flask of water." Knowing they were heading to a desert, he had taken the precaution of bringing a small supply to ensure they wouldn't run dry. However, he never anticipated that the Navy would arrive without a single drop of water. Observing Captain Baki on the verge of madness, he reluctantly produced the water. "Well done, Kabaji. Quickly hand it over," Baki exclaimed, a broad smile spreading across his face. He forcefully kicked Machi aside and dashed toward Kabaji to seize the water. "Baki, you should hurry and lead the way. That small amount of water won't suffice, trust me." As the farce came to an end, Rotas spoke up, acknowledging that Kabaji had indeed brought water, yet he could only describe the amount as a mere small jug. Rotas was well acquainted with such vessels, resembling diminutive bottles of Red Star Erguotu, albeit this particular jug was crafted from iron. He surmised that Kabaji's offering would yield at most 2 sips, after which the water would surely be exhausted. Given the sweltering heat, one could hardly blame Kabaji for trying to conserve water, though for him, a being of magic, it posed little concern. After all, he would not perish from thirst in the immediate future. However, for their group of ordinary individuals, the situation was far more precarious, and their only hope lay in swiftly locating a source of water. Rotas firmly believes that Baki can certainly achieve his goals, provided that Baki is on the move. Otherwise, the likelihood of rain falling where they stand is rather slim. Very well, very well. Baki meticulously secured his small water bottle and resumed his journey, fully aware that he now possessed water. "Brother Frankie, it seems we have not brought any water either. What shall we do?" Zambai quietly reminded Frankie as he followed closely behind. They had never considered bringing water, and in their current predicament, the absence of it would indeed cause them distress. "The Navy is not worried about water, so why should we be?" Frankie replied with a nonchalant smile. With both Rotas and the Navy appearing composed, he saw no reason for concern. After all, he was a cyborg, and if his subordinates became thirsty, it was of little consequence. He could simply offer them his invigorating cola, which would last him quite a while as long as he refrained from using his wind cannon. Indeed, Brother Frankie, Zambai exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. If the Navy was not anxious, why should they be? If the Navy were to perish from thirst here, they would be spared from imprisonment. Chapter 106. The torrential rain and the pear blossom sand ahead. Numerous birds lay scattered on the ground. Let us roast and eat them, Rotas suggested after walking for quite some time. From a distance, he spotted a multitude of birds strewn across the sand, their bodies in disarray, some even exposing their bellies. Observing them, it appeared as though they were all lifeless. However, Rotas would not hastily conclude that these birds were indeed dead. He recalled Alabasta, where a species known as the deceitful bird existed, notorious for tricking travelers and pilfering their belongings. Where? Frankie inquired curiously, scanning the surroundings. After such a long search, they had finally encountered wildlife, albeit deceased, which was certainly better than finding none at all. Right over there, Rotas replied. Lotus pointed ahead and exclaimed, do they not see it? Is Frankie not a cyborg? Did he not augment his eyes with telescopic vision? Indeed. There appeared to be a multitude of birds sprawled before them. Zanbai craned his neck to gaze into the distance, waited for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and remarked, there are indeed a plethora of birds lying on the sand as if they were dumplings, but the distance is rather far. It was only with the aid of my binoculars that I could discern them clearly. Having observed them, he suggested, then let us hasten to capture them and prepare a feast. Rotas was somewhat eager, for he had never tasted the avian delicacies of the desert. Hoping that the flavor would not be too unpalatable, otherwise, he would have no choice but to resort to the crocodile banana. Upon confirming the presence of unclaimed food ahead, the group hastened forward, and before long, they beheld a multitude of birds strewn across the ground. Observing the scene, some individuals began to crouch down, while others stood motionless, akin to statues. Captain Rotas, might there be something amiss with these birds? Inquired Kabaji. From my observations, these birds bear no wounds, and their bodies show no signs of dehydration, which indicates they are quite fresh. However, throughout our journey, I have neither seen nor heard any birds. Kabaji's words served as a cautionary reminder to Rotas, who shared his sentiments regarding the peculiar appearance of the birds. Soldiers who had initially intended to capture the feathery creatures, alongside Frankie's subordinates, swiftly withdrew their hands, adopting a vigilant stance as they scanned their surroundings. They recognized the validity of Kabaji's concerns. Suspecting that this might indeed be a trap, just as they were engulfed in doubt and suspicion, Rotas interjected, I never claimed these birds were dead. I merely noted that they lie upon the ground. Furthermore, in this desolate desert, sustenance is a rare find, and we cannot afford to overlook them. Lotus spoke softly, then took the initiative to step forward, aiming a foot at the wing of the largest and most corpulent of the deceitful birds on the ground. He paid no heed to the scrawny, twig-like birds that scattered about. His focus remained solely on this plump specimen. Observing its ample flesh, it was evident that this creature was adept at pilfering from travelers' luggage. However, it had unwittingly become the object of his desire. Envisioning the fat sizzling over an open flame, releasing its enticing aroma and producing that delightful crackling sound, Lotus found his saliva uncontrollably flowing. As his foot was about to make contact with the bird, it evaded him like an eel, slipping from beneath his foot and soaring rapidly into the sky, flapping its wings furiously while emitting terrified cries. Still squawking? What nonsense! No morsel that falls into my grasp shall escape. Lotus gazed at several fallen feathers, murmuring with an expressionless countenance. Subsequently, he scooped a handful of sand from the ground and cast it towards the soaring trickster bird. Rain of pear blossom sand. Upon uttering this pretentious incantation, Lotus felt an exhilarating sense of grandeur. The sandy flung sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, piercing the body of the fluttering trickster bird as if it were tofu. Frankie and the others witnessed a burst of crimson mist erupting in the sky, followed by the descent of a feathered creature riddled with tiny holes, landing before them. Chirp, 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 just as they stood, hearts racing in astonishment at the sight of the avian spectacle, a sudden cacophony of bird calls erupted. They beheld the previously grounded birds now soaring into the sky, frantically flapping their wings in a desperate attempt to flee. Rain of pear blossom sand. Rotas gazed at the deceitful birds flitting chaotically across the sky, once again employing the technique he had just demonstrated. As anticipated, it proved to be remarkably effective. The treacherous birds, one after another, plummeted from the heavens, much like dumplings descending into boiling water. 1, 2, 3. Soon, they all fell from the sky. Please gather these birds. I shall be roasting them shortly. Rotas brushed the dirt off his hands and addressed Frankie and his astonished companions, stating that these fraudulent birds were quite large, although not as massive as ostriches. They were comparable to large dogs. Fortunately, these creatures did not fly swiftly. Otherwise, he would have had to leap into the sky to kick them. Curiously, he recalled that these beings were supposed to run on their feet. How could they possibly be flying? Did he mistake the species? Or were they too burdened by their stolen cargo to take flight? Regardless, Rotas thought, with the meat now in hand, why concern himself with such matters? He settled down comfortably in a spot. All right. After being awed by Rotas' display of prowess, Frankie's crew quickly became his attentive aides, diligently tending to the fallen fraudulent birds. Do you see? It is not that Captain Buggy lacks strength. Rather, Rotas is simply extraordinary. Once we amass enough funds, we must keep our distance from him. With Rotas dispatching someone to gather the fraudulent birds, Buggy summoned Kabaji and Mooches for a small meeting of the Buggy pirates. Following Rotas' recent actions, Buggy believed he could forcibly redeem his reputation. Indeed, Mooches hastily nodded, appearing to agree with everything Captain Buggy said, embodying the unwavering loyalty to his captain's commands. Captain Buggy, may I inquire when we might gather the funds? Kabaji asked. I have a feeling we will be lingering on this warship for quite some time. His primary concern was how much Barry Buggy had saved up. Was it sufficient for them to purchase a ship? Otherwise, if their strength continued to stagnate while Rotas soared, he feared they would be unable to escape when the time came. This is a grand and protracted endeavor. One must not be hasty. By the way, do either of you have any berry left? Hand it over to your captain, Buggy declared upon hearing Kabaji's words. Berry is safest in the hands of the great Captain Buggy. How could you two possibly save any money? Frankie, we are not the Navy. Why should we heed his words? Zambai, who was busy tidying up the bird feathers, approached Frankie, perplexed. Though he had been momentarily intimidated into action by Rotas' power, he now felt somewhat foolish for his compliance. We are merely assisting, you know? Helping him deal with these birds ultimately benefits ourselves. You don't plan to eat later, do you? Frankie replied, attempting to maintain his composure. It was absurd. If Rotas could pierce the birds with sand, what would happen if he employed a weapon? He would be utterly overwhelmed in a single strike. Regardless, he believed there was no wrongdoing in following his instincts at this moment. That is a valid point. Nodding in agreement, I pondered over the matter and realized there truly was no issue. They, too, required sustenance. If we promptly concluded our task with these fowl, they could soon satisfy their hunger. Captain Rotas, how can we roast the meat without wood? The soldiers approached Rotas after finishing with the fraudulent birds, inquiring about the absence of timber in the desert, leaving them perplexed about how to proceed with roasting. No worries, let us take the birds with us. There should be some deadwood ahead. Lotus remained utterly unfazed. The absence of timber was of little concern. If necessary, he could resort to consuming it raw. After all, he had engaged in such practices before. Furthermore, in this sweltering heat, these deceitful birds would soon transform into dried meat, rendering the need for cooking moot. Hearing Lotus's unwavering confidence, the soldiers felt reassured and returned to relay the news to their comrades. Once the soldiers had departed, a thought suddenly struck Lotus. What had happened to their timber? Was there a pair among them capable of breathing fire? He promptly sought out the trio of Baki, who were huddled together. Captain Lotus, what brings you to us? Kabaji inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice, wondering what he could possibly want. Do not be alarmed, Kabaji, replied Lotus. Lotus chuckled, suggesting that Kabaji ease his tension, for he was not a devil to warrant such anxiety. Indeed, Kabaji, as you are aware, we find ourselves in a desert where timber is scarce. Observe how we have caught birds, yet lack wood to roast them. I recall your ability to breathe fire. So perhaps you might consider making a contribution for the benefit of us all. Lotus cheerfully remarked that they were indeed a collective, and Kabaji ought to contribute something to the group. Although carrying the deceitful bird posed little issue, he feared the potential attraction of numerous creatures drawn by the scent of food along the way. While he was unperturbed by larger prey, it was the small insects that he dreaded, especially those that might disturb them at night. Upon hearing Lotus's words, Kabaji felt an inner resistance. However, under the pressure of Lotus's influence, he could only cast a pleading glance towards Buggy, hoping for assistance and refusal. Upon noticing Kabaji's gaze, a thought suddenly struck Buggy, and he addressed Kabaji with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Kabaji, you may proceed, but I recall that aside from you, our crew has another who can breathe fire, does it not? Following this, Buggy let out a sinister chuckle, contemplating the perverse satisfaction of retaliating against Frankie. Who dared to insult Captain Buggy's illustrious red nose? It would not do to let him off easy. Otherwise, Captain Buggy would be perceived as the virtuous one. Meanwhile, Kabaji, upon hearing Buggy's words, felt as though he had turned to stone, utterly taken aback by the treachery of Buggy's suggestion. I was just about to call him, rest assured. Rotas clapped his hands, expressing how he could forget someone like Frankie. Clearly, Kabaji's firepower was insufficient, and it was essential to enlist an ally. As a cyborg, Frankie undoubtedly possessed considerable might and would excel in the culinary arts. This was splendid news. Kabaji should hurry along. Upon hearing Rotas' words, Bucky cheerfully patted Kabaji on the shoulder, urging him to swiftly join Rotas in preparing the bird. Very well, Captain Bucky, Kabaji replied, somewhat begrudgingly following Rotas in search of Frankie. He realized that even if Captain Bucky had forsaken him, he would still drag Frankie into the fray. Bucky truly remained as despicable and shameless as he had always known him to be. Frankie, there is something I must discuss with you, and I hope you can comprehend. Rotas approached Frankie, who was busy tidying up feathers with his companions, accompanied by Kabaji. Frankie adjusted his sunglasses and looked at Rotas with a hint of confusion, inquiring, "What is it?" "Well, Frankie," Rotas began, "as you are aware, we find ourselves in a desert region where timber is scarce. Consequently, we have captured these birds. Yet we lack the means to cook them. After all, you and Kabaji are the only ones in our group capable of breathing fire. I was wondering if you could assist us by roasting the food for everyone." Rotas chuckled, his face betraying no emotion. Frankie pondered his predicament and considered the starving younger members of his crew, ultimately responding with earnest agreement. Shortly thereafter, the group witnessed Kabaji and Frankie performing a fiery display in the open space, targeting a pile of fraudulent birds. "Easy now, Frankie, keep your flames a touch lower, otherwise I want to be able to sprinkle the seasoning properly. Kabaji, raise your flames a bit, otherwise the fat on these birds won't render, and they taste greasy. That's it, Kabaji, maintain that heat, let the aroma of the meat waft through. Come, Frankie, stabilize the temperature of your flames. The fluctuations will cause the meat to cook unevenly." Rotas sat before a heap of birds, a multitude of bottles and jars strewn across his lap, sprinkling spices as he spoke to the two individuals nearby. He mused that the humanoid barbecue grill was indeed a remarkable invention, allowing him to control the flames and temperature with mere voice commands. Regrettably, these two fellows were not built for endurance. Otherwise, based on the grill's standards, he could achieve culinary perfection. Speaking of which, that lucky ace, having consumed the flame fruit, could manipulate fire at will, eliminating any concerns about charring his food, unlike Rotas, who had to exert considerable effort to guide the cooking process. If only he could bind Ace, the fool, to serve as a living grill, surely Old Man Carp would be delighted. Yet, to shatter another's dreams seemed rather unkind, even if it appeared to be a form of rescue for that foolish Ace. After all, should Blackbeard dare to cross his path 3 years hence, Rotas would ensure that Blackbeard learned precisely why the flowers bloomed so red, while simultaneously sending him to impel down to savor the Navy's luxurious package. "Captain Rotas, the bird's wings are nearly burnt to a crisp." Just as Rotas was lost in thought, a soldier approached to remind him. The soldier had noticed that one of the bird's wings had turned to charcoal, and if things continued this way, they would be left with a meal of char instead of meat. Frankie and Kabaji were spewing flames, completely oblivious to the state of the bird, while the soldier could see it clearly. He was unsure how to proceed with the cooking and thus braved the searing heat to alert Rotas. "Both of you, temper the flames. If you continue, there will be nothing left to eat." Upon hearing the soldier's warning, Rotas immediately responded. Chapter 108. Who? Upon hearing this, Frankie and Kabaji promptly ceased their fiery onslaught. They glanced at the golden, glistening meat on the ground and deemed that further flames were unnecessary. Kabaji collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, relieved. "Finally, it's done. That nearly exhausted me." "Brothers, the meat is ready," Frankie exclaimed, sitting on the ground and calling out to his underlings. As a cyborg, spewing fire merely consumed some cola. He had not reached the level of exhaustion that Kabaji had. "Brother Frankie is truly impressive. Let us massage your shoulders." Zanbei and the others gazed at Frankie in admiration, then began to administer a full-body massage. Though half of Frankie's body was made of steel, the massage still brought him a sense of comfort that elicited a sound of pleasure. "The taste is delightful. Too bad there's no wine." Rotas seized a roasted bird of deception and began to savor its flavor. As the chef, it was only fitting for him to take the lead and sample the taste of the dish for his crew. After all, what if it turned out to be unpalatable? He was certainly not motivated by a mere desire to indulge. Kabaji, you have done well, he remarked, a smile illuminating his face. Captain Baki, completely at ease, picked up a leg of the bird and began to gnaw on it, all the while offering Kabaji a few faint compliments. Upon hearing Baki's words, Kabaji preferred silence. Yearning for tranquility to soothe his nearly scorched throat, breathing fire had taken a toll on him. He resolved to forsake this technique in the future. For all his troubles stemmed from his fiery abilities. Who knows, perhaps one day Captain Baki would flee, and if Rotas chose not to pursue him, he might turn his attention to Kabaji, keeping him around as a source of warmth. Aren't you going to eat? As Rotas savored the delectable barbecued meat, he noticed that aside from himself, only Baki was indulging, while the others remained untouched by the feast. Curiosity piqued, he inquired why such a delightful dish was left untasted, pondering whether they were not hungry. If that were the case, he would gladly partake further. The oppressive heat of the day rendered consuming food a perilous endeavor, as it would deplete their precious bodily fluids. Upon hearing Roth's question, a soldier stepped forward to elucidate their predicament. They too desired to eat, yet had not brought any water. Should they consume the food, their bodies would utilize their existing moisture for digestion, potentially leading them to suffer from dehydration. In the unforgiving desert, the consequences of such dehydration could be dire. The initial signs could manifest as hallucinations, and should they succumb to such illusions, their lives might very well be forfeited in that desolate expanse. Thus, even amidst their gnawing hunger, they dared not hastily indulge. For enduring hunger would at least allow them to conserve their bodily fluids, enabling them to persevere a while longer. Very well, I understand your situation. But what of you? Frankie, why do you not partake? Do not tell me you are in the same plight as my soldiers. After receiving the soldiers' responses, Lotus cast his gaze towards Frankie's group. He could comprehend the soldiers' reluctance to eat due to their fear of dehydration, but what was the matter with Frankie and his companions? Were they also apprehensive about dehydration? He distinctly remembered that Frankie had cola coursing through his veins. They want me to eat first, Lieutenant Lotus, Frankie remarked with a grin. His younger companions insisted that they would only partake in food once he had eaten, otherwise they would abstain. While Frankie understood their intentions, he was, after all, a cyborg and did not require sustenance. Oh, is that so? Rotas curled his lips in a semblance of jealousy as he cast a glance at Frankie, then turned his attention to the soldiers under his command, reflecting on the stark disparities between individuals. Frankie, an eccentric, enjoyed the unwavering loyalty of his devoted subordinates, while Rotas found himself a solitary figure. Although the soldiers obeyed his commands, the depth of their loyalty remained questionable. For he had merely inherited the legacy of the esteemed old Master Cap. Fortunately, with a lifespan that stretched long before him, he felt little concern. Observing the soldier's eyes, which were wide with hunger and nearly ablaze, he urged, "Please, eat without fear of dehydration. I shall catch a large beast shortly to aid our journey. If you do not eat now, you may very well collapse in the desert. After all, a man is like iron and food is like steel. One cannot endure hunger without dire consequences." He certainly did not wish for anyone to succumb to starvation in the desert, as he would then be compelled to carry them onward. Was that not an invitation to misfortune? Thus, it was best for them to satiate their hunger, after all. What was to fear about dehydration? Once they found a settlement, they would proceed without hesitation. Really, Lieutenant Rotas? The famished soldiers inquired, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. They were on the brink of starvation, yet fearful of dehydration. Upon hearing Rotas' words, their spirits lifted considerably. Indeed, I have spotted traces of a large creature not far ahead. I shall capture it shortly to assist us on our journey. Rotas expelled a bird's leg bone and recounted the situation he had observed. If he was not mistaken, the traces he had found were likely left by a reptile, and if his conjecture was correct, it was probably the Stendora giant lizard. From what he knew, the size of the Stendora giant lizard could easily accommodate all of them. With a little persuasion through his affectionate fists, he believed it could serve as an excellent mode of transportation. Of course, if it proved uncooperative, Rotas would ensure it found a peaceful and joyous place away from the world. How splendid that would be. Long live Captain Rotas. Upon receiving Rotas's affirmative response, the soldiers surged toward the flock of lambs like ravenous wolves, salivating at the prospect of a delectable feast. Indeed, it was delicious. The soldiers savored their food, tears of happiness streaming down their faces as they followed Captain Rotas ashore, knowing that they would finally enjoy genuine meat. They had grown weary of the fish they had consumed aboard the warship, Only this succulent texture could truly be called meat. All right, you all feast here. I shall go and retrieve our mode of transportation. Wait for me. After regurgitating a bird's bone, Rotas rose and addressed the soldiers, expressing his concern that if he consumed a bit more, there would not be sufficient sustenance left, leading to hunger once again for the soldiers. Times were indeed arduous. He, a mere wretched demon, had ventured out merely to seek a livelihood. To his dismay, he found himself enduring the same plight as in the village, grappling with hunger. Indeed, it seemed that even in these times, the malevolent still managed to thrive. He found himself reminiscing about the days spent with the scar-faced captain, where meals were abundant and labor was unnecessary. Each day merely required waiting for meal times. Alas, the scar-faced captain and his crew had proven to be heartless. Despite their initial promise to journey together over the seas, they had betrayed him and slipped away in secret. Chapter 100, The Great Lizard of Sandora. Rotas departed from his original location, making his way towards the sun-scorched dunes marked with traces of time. Before long, he encountered a lizard, its head turned towards him. The Sandora great lizard lay upon the ground, striving to avoid contact with the searing sands. Seeking to keep itself cool during the hottest part of the day in the desert, it was reluctant to move. Yet, as it gazed upon the food presented before it, a flicker of hesitation crossed its mind. Should it partake? As it tilted its head in contemplation, seemingly weighing the decision of whether to devour its potential meal, its gaze met that of Rotas. Hey there, big fellow. How about giving me a ride? If you do, I promise not to eat you. Rotas gazed upon the magnificent Sandora giant lizard, unable to suppress his salivation. Such a muscular physique, a clear testament to its daily exertions, coupled with its robust limbs, suggested a delectable flavor. The Sandora giant lizard flicked its tongue, staring vacantly at the peculiar human before it. Although this human exhibited oddities and spoke in an incomprehensible tongue, the avarice reflected in its gaze was unmistakable to the creature. Enraged, it opened its cavernous maw, brandishing its thick, elongated tongue, and launched an attack on the diminutive human. Though the Sandora giant lizard clan may not rival the formidable desert sovereign, the banana crocodile clan, it was certainly not a weakling that could be provoked by this insignificant creature. You must comply. Do not act so rashly. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to end your existence. Rotas wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, deftly evading the sweeping lash of the tongue from the mighty Sandora lizard. With a swift motion, he delivered 2 resounding slaps to the creature's forepaws. Relishing the feeling of having repelled the formidable Sandora, he couldn't help but marvel at the athleticism of such creatures. Their flesh was undeniably taut and resilient. With a thunderous crash, the Sandora lizard collapsed, only to rise again almost immediately. It paused for a moment, bewildered as to why it could not triumph over such a diminutive opponent. Suddenly, its tail swept fiercely against the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and without hesitation, it bolted away. There was no option for it. In the desert, it had learned to seek advantage and avoid danger. Faced with a formidable adversary, fleeing was its only recourse. Otherwise, how could it have grown to such a size? Bah, you great lizard, do not compel me to take lethal action. Rotas spat out a mouthful of sand, cursing, that detestable great lizard is simply too cunning. He thought that upon seeing it turn around, the creature had succumbed to his magnificent charm and was willingly prepared to serve him, just as he was delightfully preparing to mount the back of the Sandora lizard. The sly beast unexpectedly unleashed a sandstorm attack upon him. How infuriating! It left him with a mouthful of sand. Had it not been for the lack of suitable transportation in this cursed desert, he would have sent this lizard to meet Roger. As the Sandora lizard dashed away, leaving no trace, Rotas had no choice but to pursue it on foot. What alternative did he have? Could he possibly attack from a distance and force the lizard back? Soon, amidst the vast desert, 2 trails of sand were kicked up, one from the fleeing Sandora lizard and the other from Rotas in hot pursuit. Fortunately, due to the lizard's considerable size and lack of agility, Rotas quickly caught up with it. You think you can escape, you little rascal? The Rotas approached the grand Sandora lizard, delivering a swift kick that sent it sprawling onto its back, preventing any further attempts to escape. It appeared that only by taming this creature could he compel it to serve as his mode of transportation. With a resounding crash, yet another massive form fell to the ground, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. The solitary and helpless Sandora lizard rose from the sandy expanse, its eyes glistening with tears as it gazed up at the relentless human before it. Outmatched and outpaced, it found itself in a state of utter despair. All it had sought was a moment's respite upon the vast desert sands. It had not ventured forth to hunt, yet it had become the target of this relentless human. It was not as if it had gone hungry. Rather, this human had provoked it first, prompting its defensive reaction. What offense had it committed? It was merely a pitiable little lizard. Please, do not look at me in such a manner. I harbor no intention of harming you. I merely desire your assistance as a means of transport. Rotas helplessly pressed his forehead, gazing at the robust adult Stendora lizard, which bore an expression reminiscent of a pitiful puppy. What a peculiar sight. Nevertheless, one must concede that this tactic proved effective. After all, Rotas harbored a profound love for animals and a commitment to safeguarding nature. Just be obedient, and upon my arrival at the destination, I shall set you free. For now, accompany me back. Lotus gently grasped the lower jaw of the mighty Sandora lizard, uttering words of hope that this foolish creature might comprehend his intent and refrain from stubborn resistance. Otherwise, his own belly could indeed accommodate it. The Sandora lizard, lowering its proud head, signified its willingness to submit to the other's imposing authority. After all, the fact that its life had been spared indicated a glimmer of hope. As for the concern of losing face for the Sandora lizard clan, it deemed that with life at stake, preserving dignity was a trivial matter. Now, behave, he commanded. Let us proceed. Rotas gazed with delight at the sprawling Sandora great lizard, placing a foot upon its back. At this moment, he was indeed the legendary Dragon Knight. And though this magnificent creature was not a dragon, the lack of only 2 wings was a trivial detail not worth disputing. Under Rothas' command, the Sandora great lizard swayed its body and charged towards the direction of Frank and the others, leaving a long trail in its wake. Meanwhile, in the distance, Frank, Bucky, and their companions, having finished their roast, were idly awaiting Rothas' return when they suddenly noticed the dust rising in the distance. Instinctively, they stood alert, scanning their surroundings with caution. Soon enough, a colossal lizard approached them, traversing the sandy waves. Initially taken aback by the sight of the enormous creature, Bucky and the others tightened their grips on their weapons. However, upon spotting Rothas atop the lizard, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Everyone, please gather round. The desert dragon is about to embark. Passengers without tickets are kindly requested to board in an orderly fashion. Rothas reclined against the forehead of the Grand Sandora lizard, somewhat theatrically urging Bucky and the others to hasten their ascent. Where did you capture it, Lieutenant Rothas? The soldiers inquired as they climbed onto the lizard's broad back, their curiosity piqued by the sheer size of the creature beneath them. They had not encountered such a colossal reptile along their journey and were utterly mystified by its concealment. Oh, it was merely napping when I brought it over, he replied. Rothas gently patted the forehead of the Grand Sandora lizard and proudly proclaimed that, despite the remote location, he had not overlooked its presence. His eyes were keen indeed. Truly remarkable. Let us embark without delay. While the soldiers were elated, they also yearned to discover a place inhabited by people, for their thirst was becoming increasingly unbearable. Very well, Baki, come here. Lotus nodded and summoned Baki, who was scanning the surroundings. After all, how could their fortunate star, Baki, be absent when it came to guiding them? Upon being called over by Lotus, Baki remarked, "This great lizard is under your command, not mine. Calling me here is of no consequence." A sense of delight surged within Baki as he spoke. It seemed he would no longer be required to lead the way. This great lizard did not heed his words, so if it strayed from the path, he would bear no responsibility. How splendid. Chapter 110, Vivi. It's fine, you can direct us. I will simply let this great lizard run free. Rotas, unfazed, jested that if he were to lead the way, who knows where they might end up. He was no fortunate soul, after all, and finding civilization would be a daunting task. It was better to rely on Baki, who would prevent aimless wandering. Reluctantly, Baki realized that he must indeed guide them, as escape from this responsibility was futile. Thus, under Baki's guidance, Rotas and his companions officially embarked on their journey to Alabaston. Do I hear voices? Rotas pondered. Perched atop the great lizard, Saint Dora, after a few hours of travel, he believed he discerned faint sounds of conversation in the distance, though the whispers were too faint for him to confirm. Is that so? Where? Moki, upon hearing this, immediately shifted from a seated position to standing, shielding his eyes from the sun as he eagerly scanned the surroundings, striving to catch a glimpse of any signs of life. Where could it be? Lotus pointed towards the distant sand dunes, indicating that this was the direction. He also heard the sound of children's laughter, suggesting that they were nearing a town. Otherwise, it would be improbable to hear the voices of children. Is it not so? Let us hasten our steps, Baki said, panting and exhausted. Indeed, Lotus had not deceived him. The meager amount of water he possessed was utterly insufficient. After taking a sip, he found himself yearning for more, unable to quench his thirst, and before long, the water was entirely consumed. Let us proceed, great lizard. Lotus gently patted the Sandora lizard, directing it towards a particular path. Before long, the Sandora lizard dashed off. How shameful to bully children. Allow me to teach these impudent ruffians a lesson. Frankie, upon spotting a weapon-wielding ruffian in the sandy ruins attacking two young children, immediately leapt off the back of the Sandora lizard. It was utterly despicable for these miscreants to lay hands on children. Frankie, wait for us, Zambai shouted, following suit and jumping down as well. Hey, you little brat, hand over the princess quickly. It's best not to provoke an adult, sneered a man clad in a spotted robe, wielding a long knife with a malevolent grin. Capturing Princess Vivi would yield them a fortune, promising a life of luxury and indulgence ahead. In the sandy ruins, Vivi was hiding behind Guansha, who held a large wooden stick firmly, his expression resolute. I fear no such thing, he declared, ready to defend. Just as the three were locked in a standoff, a voice suddenly echoed, followed by a fist, bound in iron chains, hurtling towards the man with the long knife. Thud. The knife-wielding ruffian was sent flying, crashing into the crumbling wall. Upon landing, he felt as if a massive stone had struck him, leaving him utterly incapacitated and unconscious. Who was that? Who intervened? Guansha and Vivi exclaimed, their faces illuminated with joy as they called out towards the direction of the returning fist. Of course, it's our esteemed big brother Frankie, Zambai announced, emerging from behind the wall, proudly introducing their beloved Frankie. Frankie, delighted by the sight of his little comrades, stepped forward to Vivi and Guansha, saying, Are you all right? Thank you so much, Vivi and Guansha replied with slight bows, grateful for his timely assistance. Though this group seemed somewhat peculiar, they meant no harm. Haha, it was nothing. Frankie chuckled, scratching his head modestly. It was indeed a strange feeling for them to receive gratitude, as they were not accustomed to such warmth in the city of Seven Waters. By the way, you must be from outside, right? In that case, allow us to host you as a token of our appreciation, Vivi smiled, observing their attire. Clearly, they were unfamiliar with the area, as they hadn't even prepared cloaks to shield themselves from the sun. Is that so? How splendid. But first, let us help you resolve your troubles, Frankie replied, ready to assist. Frankie nodded in agreement with Vivi's suggestion. However, he first needed to resolve their current predicament. He gestured towards Zambai, who promptly led his group in the indicated direction. Moments later, the sounds of a scuffle echoed, followed by the sight of Zambai and his companions dragging two unconscious individuals back. Thank you once again, Vivi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the fallen foes, recognizing them as the very culprits who had attempted to abduct her. Their capture signified her safety. You rascals. As Frankie and the others were about to express their gratitude, a sudden voice interrupted, and before they could react, a flying kick came hurtling towards them. Frankie, quick to respond, crossed his arms to block the attack. The assailant, realizing their strike had failed to breach Frankie's defenses, executed a backflip and landed gracefully in front of Vivi and Crown Sand. Father, what brings you here? Vivi joyfully inquired upon recognizing the newcomer. Princess Vivi, I trust you are unharmed? Ikelam, the speaker, appeared equally relieved to see her. Ikelam, you two have come? Vivi's face beamed with delight, but she quickly shifted to a serious tone, explaining the situation to the two men. I sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused. Please accept my heartfelt apologies. Once the context was clarified, Cobra bowed deeply to Frankie and the others, hoping for their understanding, acknowledging that his rash actions were born out of concern for his daughter. Indeed, please do not hold it against us, Ikelam added, stepping forward in support. No worries. I bear no grudge, Frankie waved dismissively, adjusting his hairstyle nonchalantly. Zambai and the others understood the circumstances and chose not to pursue the matter further. By the way, it seems this is your first visit to Alabasta. Allow us to extend our hospitality to you, Ikelam proposed, delighted that Frankie and his companions were not seeking retribution, especially since they had rescued Princess Vivi, a monumental favor for Alabasta. This young lady has already mentioned it. Moreover, we have others waiting, Frankie remarked, adjusting his sunglasses and pointing towards the outskirts of the ruins. They have descended. Rotas and his group are still atop the giant lizard awaiting our return. Oh, is that so? No problem at all. Let them join us, Ikelam responded with a smile, assuring that accommodating a larger group would be no issue for the kingdom of Alabasta. Chapter 111. Frankie, your speed is abysmal. It was merely a matter of rescuing a child. How can it take you so long? If it were the great Captain Buggy, the situation would have been resolved long ago. As Frankie conversed with Icolum, Mooches suddenly appeared, mocking him with a sardonic tone, asserting that he would do anything to undermine Frankie, given that this scoundrel had caused him to be dealt with by Captain Buggy. Is this person also your companion? Icolum inquired, scrutinizing the unexpectedly arrived Mooches, finding it hard to believe they were on the same side. Not exactly a companion, merely a fellow traveler. Zambai interjected before Frankie could respond, clarifying that their crew had no such individuals, they were merely crossing paths. Oh, is that so? Then I must ask, where is your companion now? Icolum, upon hearing Zambai's remarks, displayed a knowing expression, surmising that this sudden arrival could not possibly be allied with them. No need to search. We have arrived. Just as Icolum posed his question to Frankie, a voice resonated, accompanied by tremors from the ground. Emerging from the ruins were Vivi and her group, atop a colossal lizard brimming with people. Are all of these your companions? Icolum gulped, his inquiry laced with curiosity, as this was the legendary Sandora Great Lizard, known to have been sought as a steed, albeit with minimal success. Thus, the sight of so many perched upon its back heralded a clear outcome. Close enough. Frankie adjusted his sunglasses, reflecting on his relationship with Rotas, concluding they were neither friends nor foes, but rather simple fellow travelers. So, you are also a member of the Navy? Vivi, noticing the numerous soldiers in Navy uniforms on the Great Lizard's back, presumed Frankie shared their allegiance and posed her question. While Kabura, though silent, directed his gaze firmly at Frankie. I am not a member of the Navy. I am a criminal. Frankie scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, asserting his status as a fugitive rather than a naval officer. That cannot be. You do not seem the type, Kabura expressed incredulity, having perceived Frankie's actions as indicative of a man not steeped in malevolence. Brother Frankie is certainly not such a person. The situation arose from our actions. Zambai's group stepped forward to defend Frankie, explaining that the predicament was a consequence of their entanglement with him. Is that so? No wonder. I do not know what offenses you have committed, but if it is merely property damage, I can compensate for it. Kabura's face softened with realization, understanding that they had been embroiled in misfortune, affirming his belief that Frankie was not a villain. That would be futile. We have already attempted that. Frankie shrugged, expressing that this was unfeasible. He yearned to compensate Bailey in exchange for his and his comrades' freedom, yet Rotas was exceedingly inflexible, offering them no opportunities whatsoever. Is that so? How regrettable. Upon hearing Frankie's words, Cobra's face betrayed a look of sorrow. He wished to reciprocate the other's kindness, but alas, it appeared that opportunity eluded him for the time being. King of Alabasta, Mr. Nefertari Cobra, could you refrain from disregarding my presence? After all, I am a naval captain. Must I truly feel so insignificant? Rotas observed that Kabura and Frankie were engrossed in conversation, completely oblivious to his presence. He felt an urge to assert his significance. Otherwise, he would risk tarnishing the dignity of his rank as a naval captain. My sincerest apologies, Captain, Kabura exclaimed upon realizing his oversight, expressing regret for his discourtesy in neglecting a guest. It is of no consequence. I too have matters I wish to discuss with you. Rotas, upon encountering Cobra, offered a dismissive gesture to indicate that there was no offense taken. He merely desired acknowledgement, rather than harboring true dissatisfaction. If there were matters to discuss, he encouraged Cobra to speak candidly. However, Cobra, upon hearing Rotas' words, refrained from immediately acquiescing, opting instead to listen attentively to what Rotas intended to propose. Rotas continued, I wish to request His Majesty the King to allow Francie and the others to serve their sentence here. Although their actions, albeit unintentional, resulted in an assault on a naval artillery research expert, they are nonetheless in the wrong, from both a moral and rational standpoint. I cannot overlook their misdeeds. However, considering their prior ignorance of the situation, I seek the King's indulgence in this matter. Rotas spoke candidly, expressing that he only required Frankie to remain in one place for a span of 3 to 4 years. As for the exact location, he did not impose any specific demands. Given that Frankie had rescued Vivi, Kabulak would undoubtedly be willing to assist with this request. Father, please agree to this swiftly. Vivi urged, inching closer to her father, hoping he would comply without delay. Indeed, it is an honor. However, may I inquire how long Mr. Frankie is to be detained? Kabulak, prompted by his daughter's insistence and reflecting on the gratitude he owed Frankie and his companions, readily acquiesced. Since Frankie and his associates were to serve their sentence, it would be more prudent for them to do so in his realm. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of Frankie's group, Their capabilities were certainly not to be underestimated. Approximately 3.5 years, Your Majesty. I must trouble you for this, he concluded. Lotus rubbed his hands together and spoke, offering a vague indication of time. Regardless, it seemed that this would suffice, as long as Frankie remained here. There was no issue. I would ensure everything was arranged accordingly. Kabira calculated the time and, realizing there was no problem, happily agreed. It appeared that Frankie and his companions had not committed serious offenses. Otherwise, they would not have been confined for such a brief period. I am truly grateful. During the time Frankie and his companions serve their sentence, I sincerely hope His Majesty will prevent them from leaving Alabaston. If word of this were to spread, it would indeed cause me considerable trouble, and I hope for His Majesty's understanding. Rotas contemplated for a moment, hoping that Cobra would not allow Frankie and his companions to return to Water 7. After all, why had he gone to such lengths to bring them all the way from Water 7 to Alabasta? Rest assured, Cobra responded readily after some thought. Frankie and his crew were indeed serving their sentence, and it would be problematic if they managed to escape Alabasta. Such an incident would not only tarnish the reputation of the Navy, but also reflect poorly on Alabasta, suggesting it was incapable of maintaining order. Frankie, if you wish to see your family, you may request His Majesty to send someone to bring them to Alabasta. It would be best if you remained here. Otherwise, I would find myself in a difficult position. After Rotas had dealt with Cobra, he turned to Frankie and remarked that with the connection of saving Vivi, it would be no issue for Cobra to fetch his family from the city of Seven Waters, thus avoiding any potential troubles. Really? Frankie, filled with hope, gazed at Cobra. He longed to see Kiwi and the others. If they could be brought here, it would mean a reunion for the Frankie household. This is not a problem, Cobra replied, acknowledging Frankie's hopeful eyes with a nod. It was merely a matter of picking up people, a trivial task for him. Chapter 112. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Frankie exclaimed, his joy propelling him into a jubilant dance, striking his favorite pose, and then, astonishingly, he ran about in the nude, yes, in the nude, in front of everyone, who were caught completely off guard. The first to react was Vivi, who swiftly covered her eyes and shouted at the top of her lungs. Cobra, too, reacted quickly, positioning himself in front of Vivi to shield her from the sight. Then came Rotas, who, with a swift kick, sent the eccentric Frankie soaring through the air, before turning to Cobra and his companions, saying, I sincerely apologize. Frankie is just like that. Lotus certainly does not wish to be regarded as akin to Frankie, thus he took the initiative to clarify. Oh, is that so? It's merely a trifling matter, Captain. Please accompany us. Kabira wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked to Lotus, indeed, one must not judge by appearances. It was surprising to discover Frankie harbored such peculiar interests. Brother Frankie, are you all right? Hold on a moment. We shall retrieve you shortly. The members of Zambai's group, upon witnessing Frankie being propelled away, finally grasped the situation and hurried to the spot where Frankie had fallen. They beheld Frankie, his body lodged halfway through a dilapidated wall, with only his posterior and 2 legs flailing about. Your Majesty, I wonder how the rainfall has been in Alabasta of late. After emerging from the ruins, Lotus extended an invitation to Cobra to ascend the back of the great lizard of Sandora. During their journey, he posed a question that weighed heavily on his mind, concerning whether the sand crocodile had commenced its treacherous machinations for power. Recently, the rain had been falling consistently. Cobra pondered for a moment before responding, uncertain of the reasoning behind the inquiry, yet he answered truthfully. That's reassuring. I had assumed that the rainfall in Alabaston was scarce, but it seems it has been persistent. Now I can rest easy. Rotas chuckled, suggesting that the sand alligator had not yet embarked on its treacherous plot. With the blueprints in hand, he could presumably fetch a handsome price. Rest assured, Lieutenant, our nation, despite its desert location, is not bereft of rain, Icolum remarked, smiling. Though Alabasta is a desert realm, it does experience rainfall. A drought is simply not a possibility. Captain Buggy, it is astonishing that he is the king of Alabasta. If we were to abduct him, we could surely demand a substantial ransom, and then we would have the means to purchase a ship, he continued. On the back of the great lizard, Sandora. Machi watched as Kabira conversed with Rotas, his eyes gleaming with ambition. The notion of capturing a king sounded promisingly lucrative. You fool. Are you attempting to lead me to my demise? To suggest that I should abduct a king? Buggy exclaimed, delivering a swift slap to Machi's face. The imbecile seemed dissatisfied with their current plight and yearned for a life of reckless abandon. Is the king of Alabasta so easily captured? One must realize that Alabasta was one of the 20 nations that established the world government. Should they succeed in capturing its king, It would not only be the bounty they would face, the relentless pursuit from the world government and the Navy would be an insurmountable burden. Captain Buggy merely wished to dig for treasure in peace, avoiding a life of constant flight. Captain Buggy speaks the truth. Machi, should you wish to seize the king, have you considered whether you can withstand Rotas's might? Kabaji concurred with Buggy, pondering whether Machi was perhaps overstepping. They were still under Rotas's command, and any attempt to target the king would likely result in a swift and brutal reprisal from Rotas. Machi did not seem capable of withstanding such force. I cannot withstand it, Machi muttered, cradling his face, his head shaking vigorously. It was a jest to think he could endure Rotas's blows. Had that been the case, Buggy would not be the captain, but rather Machi himself. The thought of being dispatched like the pirates dealt with by Rotas sent a chill down his spine. Thus, it would be wiser to remain compliant and not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Kabaji advised Machi to keep a low profile, emphasizing that they should await a genuine opportunity to escape. Brother Frankie, are you all right? Quickly put on your underwear. Zanbai and his crew had finally managed to extricate Frankie from the wall. Their first action was to hand him his undergarments, urging him to dress swiftly to avoid another kick from Rotas. That scoundrel Rotas. How dare he kick me away? After donning his undergarments, Frankie shook off the gravel and sand clinging to his body and, somewhat irate, remarked that Rotas was truly despicable for having kicked him away merely for removing his trousers. Big brother Frankie, I suggest you refrain from shedding your pants. Otherwise, I fear Rotas might send you off to the prison city, Zanbai quietly noted. He believed that while Frankie's antics were tolerable in the city of Seven Waters, where no one could truly threaten him, merely hurling a few insults, the situation was markedly different with Rotas. Zanbai felt it prudent for Frankie to exercise restraint, as he was no match for Rotas. Do remind me of that in the future, Zanbai, Frankie mused, contemplating the dreadful prison city and realizing, at heart, he was indeed sensible. After all, he lacked the brawn of Rotas. Yet, he pondered the pettiness of Rotas. What was the big deal about not wearing undergarments among men? By the way, where are they? I still wish to request the assistance of a gentleman to fetch Kiwi Eye and her companions, Frankie inquired after a moment of mild vexation, shifting his focus to Zanbai and Rotas's whereabouts. He had traveled a fair distance and hoped the gentleman who had just agreed to assist him would help bring Kiwi Eye and her friends over. After all, he was ostensibly the king of this land, so this task should be a simple one. It seems they left ahead of us, big brother Frankie, Zanbai reflected, recalling that by the time they had arrived at Frankie's location, the Grand Lizard had already risen, indicating that Rotas and the others were likely on their way to the palace. What? We must hasten to catch up with them, Frankie exclaimed to Zanbai and the others, realizing he had yet to inform the king of Kiwi Eye's appearance. Although there was no immediate urgency in fetching Kiwi Eye, he was eager to see her as soon as possible. All right, but please slow down a bit, big brother Frankie, Zanbai called out to the swiftly moving Frankie. He was running too fast. They needed to keep pace, despite the risk of losing their way being minimal. Given the obvious traces left by the Grand Lizard, they could easily follow its path. Chapter 113. After a period of running, Frankie and his companions finally caught up with the slowly advancing St. Dora Grand Lizard. From its pace, Frankie discerned that Rotas and the others were indeed waiting for him. Have we finally caught up? Upon hearing the sound of sand being disturbed behind him, Rotas realized that Frankie and his companions had caught up. He harbored no concern regarding whether they would flee, for he was acutely aware of Frankie's vulnerabilities. Your Majesty, I shall compose a letter to Kiwi Eye and her companions. I would appreciate your assistance in bringing them over. Frankie, having leaped onto the back of the Great Lizard, approached Cobra and spoke. Certainly, I will ensure everything is managed. Cobra nodded in agreement, subsequently instructing Icolum to engage with Frankie. Despite Frankie being Vivi's savior, Cobra felt a tinge of embarrassment due to Frankie's recent audacious display. Very well, Your Majesty. Mr. Frankie, please follow me. We must discuss the individuals you wish to retrieve. Icolum swiftly took on the responsibility assigned by Cobra and directed Frankie to accompany him to clarify the details regarding those Frankie sought. All right, splendid, Frankie exclaimed, eagerly following Icolum to the lizard's lower back. He began to describe the characteristics and appearances of his compatriots from the Frankie family. As Icolum listened, he grew increasingly perplexed, prompting him to take out a notebook and initiate a question-and-answer format. He feared that Frankie might digress into boasting about the exploits of his family. Should we not be returning, Your Majesty? The king has already departed. Indeed, those who have come from outside are quite formidable. From the ruins, two figures emerged from the shadows, Bell, and Gaka. They had been present since Cobra's arrival, but had not intervened due to the swift actions of Frankie's group, which had left them no opportunity to act until now. It's fine, we shall return later. For now, let us deal with those who dared to assault Princess Vivi. His Majesty has shown too much mercy. It is our duty to rectify these transgressions. Gaka waved dismissively, his indifference evident. As members of the royal guard, they were sometimes required to eliminate threats to the king, such as the fallen foes before them. Very well, what shall we do? Bell nodded in agreement. Accustomed to such tasks. After all, with the king's benevolence towards evildoers, it fell upon them to address the matter discreetly. Let us bury them alive. The dignity of the Alabaster royal family must not be tarnished. Gaka spoke with an unsettling calm, his eyes glinting with a cruel light. To assault the king and princess was a direct affront to their honor, and such offenders deserved to be entombed beneath the sands. Indeed, a rather straightforward and brutal method. Very well, I shall begin digging. With a wave of his hand, Bell commenced digging, and Gara's straightforward demeanor was as unyielding as ever. Fortunately, he had anticipated Gara's reaction and had brought a shovel along, which would surely facilitate the task at hand. Mr. Frankie, may I inquire if the number is accurate? Could you please recount to ensure there are no discrepancies? Icolum retracted his pen and handed the record notebook to Frankie, hoping he would verify the count to avoid complications when they dispatched someone to Water 7 to retrieve additional personnel. Are there any rivers or lakes in the vicinity? Frankie glanced over the notes, realizing they were nearly complete, and suddenly recalled the two formidable sea creatures, Sodom and Gomorrah. If they did not accompany them here, their absence would be palpable. However, being in a desert kingdom, he was uncertain if any bodies of water existed nearby. There are no rivers or lakes. But the coastline is not far from here. Why do you ask? Icolum inquired, somewhat perplexed. While the fields of rapeseed were nearby, the region was surrounded by seawater, devoid of fresh water. What purpose could Frankie have in questioning the presence of lakes? Oh, I see. In that case, could you arrange accommodations for Sodom and Gomorrah? Are Sodom and Gomorrah your sea creatures or pets? Upon hearing Frankie's intent, Icolum understood that Frankie's inquiry was to prepare for his sea beasts. Yet, there were no lakes here. Even if there were, they served as drinking water for the citizens, making it impossible to house his marine creatures. Sodom and Gomorrah are two majestic king cowfish, and they are my family, Frankie mused, contemplating the comfort of having Sodom and Gomorrah by his side. With their presence, the Frankie family would be complete. Let us do our utmost. After all, this is the Grand Line. Icolum wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing his concern about whether their vessel could accommodate the two king cowfish. If not, they would simply have to swim, for they were no ordinary fish. Do not worry. They are not very large, Frankie reassured. Considering the size of Sodom and Gomorrah, he believed a moderately sized ship would suffice, and a warship would be ideal. Nevertheless, he hesitated to ask Rotas for assistance, uncertain if Sodom and Gomorrah would survive the journey. He had witnessed how Rotas procured provisions from the sea, slaughtering immense sea beasts. The way Rotas seemed enamored with the flesh of marine creatures left Frankie apprehensive about Sodom and Gomorrah's fate. That is good to hear. Please write me a letter, and I will send someone to Water 7 to assist you in retrieving your companions. Upon learning that the two cowfish were not overly large, Icolum felt reassured that their vessel would be sufficient. Everyone should disembark here. The great lizard cannot enter. Upon witnessing a row of houses, Rotas realized it was time to release the great lizard. Otherwise, should it trample upon another's property, he would be unable to afford the consequences. How swiftly they had arrived. Frankie, taken aback by Rothas' words, momentarily hesitated, yet he eventually disembarked from the St. Dora great lizard alongside the others. As for me, I am a person of my word. Having brought you here, I shall now set you free. You may depart. Go forth. Rothas stood before the magnificent Sandora great lizard and urged it to depart swiftly. Otherwise, he would be unable to resist breaking his promise, for he had yet to taste the flesh of such a grand reptile. The Sandora great lizard, observing Rothas's demeanor, remained crouched in trepidation, fearing a potential reprimand from him. However, upon noticing Rothas's gesturing hand, it hesitated momentarily before cautiously rising and retreating a few steps. Realizing that Rothas made no further move, it promptly darted away, exclaiming in its heart, "By the heavens and the earth, who would have thought that the radiance of the Sandora great lizard lineage would finally shine upon me? That formidable creature has granted me my freedom." Indeed, the foolish lizard fled with remarkable swiftness. Rotas watched as the great Sandora lizard vanished from sight. chuckling to himself, but then reflecting on the upcoming hospitality from the Alabasta royal family, concluding that this foolish lizard would not be enjoying any delectable treats. Chapter 114. Esteemed guests, please follow me, announced a voice. His Majesty, the King, is aware of your arduous journey and has ensured a sumptuous feast is prepared for your enjoyment. Upon arriving at the palace, Icolum guided Rotas and his companions directly to the dining hall, while Cobra and Vivi retreated to change into more formal attire befitting their royal status. Is there a larger chair available? This one seems a tad small, Rotas remarked as he surveyed the seating arrangements, still in search of a suitable chair. Ultimately, he discovered that none in the dining hall could adequately accommodate his stature. My sincerest apologies, Navy officer, Icolum responded promptly. I shall arrange for a more fitting chair at once. He instructed the attendants to bring forth a larger seat. Acknowledging that it had been quite some time since the Alabasta Kingdom had hosted someone of Rotas's impressive height. Thank you very much. I shall begin my meal now. Rotas replied graciously. Upon hearing Icolum's response, Rotas joyfully joined the dining assembly. Given that they were in the Alabasta royal palace, he felt free to indulge himself in a sumptuous feast. Hurry up and eat, exclaimed Lieutenant Rotas, eager to satiate his appetite. The soldiers, perceiving the gleam in Rotas' eyes, began to converse in hushed tones, hastening to fill their mouths with food, fully aware that once Rotas unleashed his appetite, their own portions would dwindle. Captain Baki, let us take our food to another table. Rotas is about to feast heartily, suggested Kaba, noting the soldiers' chatter and observing Rotas rolling up his sleeves. Very well, Kabeji. Bring the meat. Machi, you fool, stop eating and grab the roast chicken and fine wine. We shall dine elsewhere, Baki instructed decisively. Upon hearing Kaba's words, Baki promptly directed Kabeji to gather the food while addressing the gluttonous Machi. Understood, Captain Baki, replied Machi, setting down his food to begin relocating the dishes before him. Baki, too, was busy maneuvering food away from Rotas. Once they had arranged their meal at a different table, the three of them exhaled in relief and resumed their dining. What are they doing, Brother Frankie? Zambai inquired, observing the soldiers and Baki's group with a puzzled expression. Why are they moving to eat elsewhere when the food is so good here? I'm not sure. It seems they mentioned that Rotas is about to feast. Frankie replied casually, unbothered by the commotion. He speared a piece of meat from his plate, savoring its exquisite flavor. As a cyborg, he hardly needed sustenance, but he relished tasting good food from time to time. There's no need for haste. The food will suffice for everyone, Icolum remarked with a smile, pleased by the soldiers' rapid consumption. Although Alabasta may be barren in resources, its chefs were undoubtedly among the finest across the seas. Witnessing the Navy headquarters soldiers devouring their meals with such fervor filled him with pride for his homeland. Is that so? We are truly grateful, Rotas expressed his heartfelt thanks. Having rolled up his sleeves, he admired such generosity, seeing it as a hallmark of hospitality from a great nation. If only all countries we encounter were as magnanimous. Of course, Lieutenant Rotas, please enjoy to your heart's content. Should the food prove insufficient, the maidens can fetch more from the kitchen. I have a matter to attend to. So I shall take my leave, Icolum replied with a smile. While Alabasta may lack in various resources, ensuring that their guests were well fed was a simple task. Now, he had to speak with His Majesty, delegating the responsibility of entertaining Rotas and his companions to the maidens. Not at all, not at all. You may attend to your matters first. We are of no urgency. Rotas waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it mattered little to him who served the dishes. As long as someone did. Very well, I shall take my leave, Icolum stated before swiftly departing the restaurant, making his way towards the king's chambers. I shall not be remiss in my departure. Rotas sat upon his chair, hands poised in a ceremonial manner before commencing his meal. He opened his mouth wide and began to pour the food from the plate directly into it. Some of the meat chunks were larger than his gaping maw. He tore them apart with both hands and continued to stuff his mouth. The once lively dining hall fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The patrons stared at Rotas in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Frankie adjusted his glasses, which were perilously close to slipping off, and incredulously nudged a nearby soldier, asking, "Has our captain always dined in such a manner?" "No." The soldier stammered after recovering his wits. He wasn't like this a month ago. Though he ate quickly, there was still a semblance of decorum. "Now, I can't say for certain." The soldier paused, recalling how Rotas had dined previously, with a semblance of humanity, but now, witnessing his current voracity sent shivers down his spine. As if Rotas could swallow him whole. "Frankie, perhaps we should leave the table," I feel quite unnerved, Zambai suggested, his fear palpable. He could no longer bear the sight of Rotas indiscriminately taking food before him, fearing that he too might be seized and devoured. He could forego the meal, enduring hunger rather than risk his life. The grotesque display of feasting was indeed disconcerting. Very well, Frankie replied, hearing the crunch of bones as Rotas gnawed on his meal. He touched his chest, feeling less secure in his own armor, and acquiesced to Zambai's suggestion. They hastily departed to join Baki's table. After Frankie and his group left, the remaining soldiers, still in shock, began to withdraw from the dining table. Rothas's monstrous eating habits were terrifying. It was as if a beast were consuming a mountain. Once the soldiers had departed, Rotas remained alone at the table. Save for the occasional trembling servant who brought forth more food. None dared approach him, and the servants, visibly shaken, hurriedly returned to the kitchen after depositing the dishes, fearing that Rotas, deprived of food, might turn his appetite upon them. Thus, their pace of serving never wavered. Chapter 115. Lord Icolum, you have finally emerged. As Icolum stepped out of the palace, a waiting maid rushed to greet him. What is the matter? Has something occurred? Icolum inquired, steadying the maid who seemed on the brink of collapse. Is there trouble in the dining hall? It is utterly impossible, my lord Icolum. You must come and see for yourself. That naval giant is on the verge of consuming all the royal pantry's provisions. The kitchen is devoid of sustenance. The maid, nearly in tears, implored Icolum, explaining that the giant brought back by His Majesty the King was about to deplete the palace's food reserves completely. If this continues, the entire palace will face famine. Take me there at once. Upon hearing this, Icolum's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly followed the maid to the dining hall. If the palace truly ran out of food, it would spell considerable trouble. Indeed, quite splendid. The Alabastan Palace is magnificent, and the flavors of this cuisine are simply exquisite. I wonder if the charming young lady could assist me with a bit more? I find myself still quite famished. After finishing his meal, Rotas gazed at the distant maid. Attempting to display a demeanor he considered amiably bashful. However, the maid perceived the gaping maw of Rotas, lined with rows of glistening teeth reflecting the candlelight, which sent a chill down her spine. She became rigid with fear, unable to move, and could only stammer, "The kitchen is out of ingredients. Please wait a moment." As she uttered these words, her body trembled unnaturally, terrified that Rotas might be ravenous enough to consider her as a morsel. "Oh, is that so? What a pity," he replied. Rotas gently rubbed his belly, feeling a tinge of regret. It had not been long since he had dined, yet the food had vanished all too quickly. Such misfortune. He hoped that the palace would replenish its supplies and prepare more dishes soon, for his ravenous stomach was growling incessantly. "My apologies, esteemed guests. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Icolum, accompanied by his maid, finally arrived at the dining hall. Upon entering, he noticed Rotas inquiring with the serving maid about the absence of food and promptly spoke up. "Indeed, Icolum, there is a shortage of food. I am inquiring about what can be served next, for it is rather embarrassing to admit that my growling stomach remains unsated." Upon the arrival of Icolum, Rotas immediately recognized the presence of someone responsible for the provisions and began recounting the events that had transpired. He was famished, and it was imperative that the palace of Alabastan ensured he was well fed, for he had not had a hearty meal in quite some time. Encountering a great nation, he felt compelled to seize this opportunity. "My sincerest apologies, Captain Rotas, but our palace's food reserves have been utterly depleted. To continue preparing meals, we must procure ingredients from the marketplace," Icolum explained, bracing himself for the captain's reaction. The sight of the towering stack of plates left Icolum in despair. What manner of creature had His Majesty invited to feast? The king, it seemed, was blissfully unaware of the costs associated with sustenance, and as a minister, Icolum felt the weight of the kingdom's treasury on his shoulders. He could only hope that this naval officer would depart soon, while they could manage the consumption for a meal or two. A prolonged stay would surely strain the kingdom's resources. Urgently, he resolved to report this matter to His Majesty, urging him to gauge Rotas's intentions. "Indeed, I have yet to visit the palace. I shall take this opportunity to witness the life of royalty," Rotas remarked. Rotas contemplated and realized that Icolum was indeed correct. He had never visited the palace throughout his life. This time, he was eager to witness firsthand the legendary abode of the affluent and the noble. Thus, he invited everyone to follow the maidservant and explore the palace. Icolum summoned the maidservant and informed Rotas and the group led by Baccafranchi that he needed to report to the king and arrange for the procurement of provisions, leaving him with no time to accompany them on their tour of the palace. Very well, very well. It is the perfect time to digest our meal. We appreciate your assistance, dear lady. Rotes rose and waved to Frankie and the others, then smiled at the maid standing beside Icolum. It was a delight to have a young lady accompany him. After spending several months aboard the warship with a group of rough men, he was finally ready for a change of scenery. Reflecting on the days spent on the warship, surrounded solely by men, Rotes felt a pang of longing. He remembered the times at the naval headquarters when, after a hearty meal, he could watch the naval maidens train. However, since being dispatched for patrol, he had not encountered even a single hen aboard the ship. Please, there is no need for formality. Everyone, follow me, he said. The maid, observing Rotes' demeanor, struggled to maintain her smile. Had she not witnessed the spectacle of Rotes dining, she might have treated him with the same casual hospitality she extended to other guests. Yet, having seen the entirety of his eating process, it was difficult for her to regard Rotes as an ordinary individual. She began to suspect that he might be some sort of creature transformed into human form. Come on, hurry up, Frankie, Bucky. Rotes, brimming with excitement, eagerly followed the maid, not forgetting to call upon Buggy and Frankie along with their companions. After all, Rotes was a kind-hearted individual who would never forsake Buggy and Frankie for the sake of a charming lady. Observing Rotes joyfully trailing behind the maid, Buggy, with a sigh of resignation, summoned Kabeji and Moji to join him. After all, what was so intriguing about the royal palace? Hadn't he accompanied Captain Roger there enough times? There was neither thievery nor robbery to be had, so what was the fascination? Come on, Frankie, let us hurry and catch up. I've brought my camera, Zambai exclaimed, urging Frankie as he unveiled his camera, eager to capture the essence of the palace. Remarkably, he had yet to behold the grandeur of a royal palace in all his years. All right, little ones, let us be off, Frankie responded promptly to Zambai's words, rising to lead them in pursuit of Rotes. They intended to take photographs to share with Kiwi and the others as proof of their adventure. Do we really need to go? I doubt the palace has much to offer. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Why not enjoy some drinks instead? We have some dried fruits as well. Agreed, let us drink instead. I can't be bothered to walk. Have we not seen enough of the palace with Vice Admiral Garp? After a brief discussion, the soldiers decided against accompanying Rotes to explore the palace. They had already toured the palace with Vice Admiral Garp numerous times and preferred to remain in the dining hall, savoring their drinks instead of engaging in other activities. Speaking of drinking, they were rather grateful that Rotes, after exhausting the food, did not turn his attention to the alcohol and dried fruits. Otherwise, they would have found themselves deprived of those as well. Once Icolum had dispatched Rotes and his crew, he hurried to report the situation to His Majesty the King. Your Majesty, you must inquire into this matter. Otherwise, the treasury will not sustain itself for much longer. You should have seen the piles of dishes in the dining hall and kitchen. They resembled mountains. Icolum lamented to Cobra regarding the sheer volume of dishes Rotes had accumulated. He had even sent a squad of soldiers to assist in washing the dishes, as, given the kitchen staff's limited numbers, it would take an eternity otherwise. Moreover, this was not the most pressing concern. The critical issue was determining how long Rotes intended to remain in their kingdom of Alabasta. Unless the source of the problem was addressed, they would find themselves drowning in an endless cycle of dishes, regardless of how many were washed. Given this situation, I shall personally inquire, Cobra resolved upon hearing Icolum's report. Although he found the situation somewhat exaggerated, his instincts as a king urged him to rectify the matter swiftly. Thank you, Your Majesty. I must attend to the procurement of ingredients, so I shall not linger. Icolum concluded his report before promptly setting off to manage the procurement of supplies, lest the entire palace find itself famished by nightfall. Alas, to my astonishment, as a sovereign ruler, I find myself reduced to a state of fearing destitution. It is indeed quite ludicrous. After Icolum's departure, Cobra reflected on the absurdity of his position as king, lamenting his inability to even maintain a navy. Were he to possess lands rich in resources, with such an expansive territory, even 10 Rotes could be sustained. Yet alas, it remains merely a fanciful thought. Captain Bucky, why is this place so inundated with sand? I have yet to see a single tree, Machi remarked, crouching down to grasp a handful of sand. Upon realizing it was nothing but sand, he promptly lost any desire to further explore the palace of Alabasta. If the palace itself was so impoverished, it seemed evident that the nation was not far removed from the same fate. He found it perplexing why those brigands would resort to kidnapping a princess when they could be indulging in more fruitful endeavors. Thankfully, they had not attempted to abduct the king. That would surely be a futile endeavor. This is a desert nation. You fool. The ground is not sand with the hope of it being gold, Bucky retorted sharply, incredulous that Mooches would inquire such a question, seemingly unaware of the origin of the country's name. But this place is truly destitute. Mooches tossed aside the sand and dusted his hands, directing his words at Bucky. While that may be true, could it not be said that this nation is in a dire state, to be reduced to such a wretched condition? Otherwise, do you think I am merely disinterested? Bucky shot Mooches an exasperated glance. When I accompanied Captain Roger here years ago, it was evident that this place was impoverished. It appears even more so now. Then why are we even wandering about? We might as well have stayed at the restaurant. Mooches scratched his head, realizing they ought not to have left the dining establishment. Although there was no food, they could still enjoy drinks there, which was certainly preferable to basking in the sun here. You might want to reconsider, lest you become the next meal for Rotas, Kabaji chimed in, inching closer to Mooches. Given Rotas' recent feast, they certainly dared not protest. Let us proceed then, Mooches conceded, retracting his head, feeling that it was wiser to follow Rotas. For they were not naval officers but merely auxiliary personnel, and their status relied upon Rotas' whims. Gentlemen, what do you think of my palace? If there are any items that catch your interest, do not hesitate to express it. Though Alabasta may be somewhat barren, there are still certain gifts I could bestow upon you. Cobra interjected as he suddenly appeared before Rotas and his entourage, observing Frankie and the others curiously circling a statue. No, we are grateful for your majesty's generosity, but that will not be necessary, came the polite refusal. Rotas waved his hand, suggesting a delay, and remarked that this palace scarcely boasted a few trees. Aside from the sand, all that remained were those unsightly and inedible statues. What purpose did he have for such sculptures? Could they be consumed? His teeth were hardly up to the task, and even if they were, his stomach would certainly not withstand it. Thus, it would be far more prudent to seek something tangible, like a ship laden with provisions. Oh, is that so? What a pity. These statues are the work of master artisans from Alabasta, Kabira lamented. Though they may not be treasures, they are indeed rare pieces of art. While it might seem that possessing such collectibles would elevate one's status, Rotas felt no inclination towards these artistic creations. Only those with discerning taste might appreciate them. To the average person, these statues would scarcely fetch 100 berries, and he was certainly one of those ordinary individuals. So a simple bun would hold far greater appeal than a statue. Brother Frankie, these statues appear quite magnificent. Shall we not acquire one? It seems our Frankie household could use a statue, Zanbai suggested, after listening to Kabira's remarks. He believed the statue would be a splendid addition to the grand entrance of their family home. Oh ho ho, is that so? Your Majesty, please bestow it upon us. My brothers and I would be most delighted, Frankie exclaimed, responding to Zanbai's enthusiasm. While he did not possess much understanding of art, the impression of magnificence was undeniable. Especially since his younger siblings took such a liking to it, this mattered more than anything else. Mr. Frankie, since you admire it so, take it with you. Kabira replied with a smile. He was relieved to hear Frankie's appreciation, fearing that no one would accept his offer. Thank you ever so much. Frankie expressed his gratitude to Kabira before he and his companions began to maneuver the statue, eager to incorporate it into their Frankie household, thus establishing their roots in Alabasta. By the way, Lieutenant Rotas, would it be convenient for you to discuss something with me? Kabira inquired, observing Frankie and his group tending to the statue. He was here primarily to seek out Rotas. Certainly, Rotas responded. Rotas nodded. At present, he possessed little but an abundance of time. However, he was uncertain as to the purpose of Cobra's summons. Was it possible that Cobra wished for him to remain in Alabastan to deter the sand crocodiles? If Cobra could provide sustenance, it was a notion worthy of consideration, for after all, safeguarding civilians was the duty of their navy. Indeed, Lieutenant Rotas, Cobra began. May I inquire how long you intend to stay in Alabastan? He first sought to ascertain the duration of Rotas's stay before proceeding with the subsequent discourse. Should Rotas declare that he would depart the following day, Cobra could feign attempts to persuade him to remain. Conversely, if Rotas planned for an extended stay, Cobra would need to devise an alternative strategy. This may require some time. I am curious as to what His Majesty might advise. Lotus pondered for a moment before speaking, realizing that he ought to remain here for a while to avoid the retaliation of the enemies of Lord Kapu. How about this? I kindly request your assistance. And I wonder if Captain Lotus would be amenable. Upon hearing these words, Cobra's heart sank, sensing that the situation was dire. However, he could not directly issue an eviction order, as that would tarnish his reputation in Alabasta. If there is a matter at hand, Your Majesty, please articulate it clearly. so that I may contemplate it thoroughly. Rotas was prepared to listen to Cobra's words, but he would be a fool to agree to a losing proposition. Chapter 117. It is thus that Mr. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, has opened a casino in our nation of Rainland. I would like to request your assistance in observing whether he has committed any acts that endanger the common folk. I sincerely apologize, but given our nation's current capabilities, we are unable to find anyone who can stand against the 7 warlords. I hope that Lieutenant Rotas can assist us in this matter. Cobra was nearly speaking with his eyes wide open in deception. After all, it was with his approval that Crocodile established himself in Rainland. His current statement was merely a means to hasten Rotas's departure from the palace. Rotas could go anywhere in Alabasta, as long as he did not remain in the palace. It should be noted that prior to his arrival, he had taken the time to visit the kitchen and dining hall. Upon seeing the mountain of plates as described by Icolum, he finally understood the source of the sudden sense of crisis he felt after so many years of being king. He came to believe Icolum's warning that Rotas would indeed deplete Alabasta's resources. It was not merely alarmist rhetoric. Rotas scratched his head, reflecting that had it not been for Cobra's reminder, he might have entirely forgotten that his purpose in Alabasta was to seek the sand crocodile. This oversight could be attributed to the exquisite delights of the palace cuisine. Nevertheless, upon contemplation, it seems that time is still on his side. I have pledged to protect the civilians, a duty that the Navy must uphold with unwavering commitment. Since His Majesty has expressed such sentiments, I shall embark on my journey tomorrow. Rotas contemplated that it would be prudent to depart on the morrow. After all, Alabasta was a desolate place, where even the very soil bore the mark of impoverishment. He thought it wise to take his leave for the abode of Sand Crocodile, where he might partake in sustenance and libations. The fellow, Sand Crocodile, had once dared to challenge the formidable Whitebeard. It was hard to believe he would be destitute. The casino erected in the rain base certainly suggested that it required an immense fortune to construct, certainly not a paltry sum of mere millions of berries. Moreover, with Cobra's request in mind, Rotas found an opportune excuse to visit Sand Crocodile. Had he chosen to linger at Sand Crocodile's without such a reason? Rumors could easily circulate that he was colluding with the 7 warlords, a most unflattering notion. However, with the king's summons from Alabasta, the context shifted entirely. He would be venturing into the lion's den for the safety and welfare of the people of Alabasta, a most legitimate rationale indeed. How splendid! I shall arrange a grand feast in your honor this very evening, Rotas declared. Cobra, elated by Rotas' words, promptly vowed to host a farewell banquet. At last, he would see Rotas off, and the palace would no longer be fraught with anxiety or burdened by the endless chore of washing dishes. Is that so? I am immensely grateful, he replied. Upon hearing Cobula's words, Rotas' eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. If he understood correctly, the term feast referred to an extravagant banquet, far more splendid and opulent than a mere gathering or party. This implication suggested that he would have the opportunity to indulge in a plethora of culinary delights. He was pleasantly surprised by the king of Alabastan's warm hospitality. It seemed that his efforts in assisting Alabastan with potential threats of usurpation had not gone unnoticed. Indeed, the old adage rings true. Good deeds are rewarded. This is merely my duty, Rotas replied graciously, and I shall continue to observe. Once the feast is prepared, I will arrange for someone to come and notify you. Having concluded his conversation with Rotas, Cobula intended to take his leave. This experience had imparted a profound lesson. Inviting a deity is far easier than sending them away. Henceforth, he would refrain from casually inviting guests to the royal palace. May your majesty travel safely, he added. Rotas joyfully escorted Cobra away, his delight palpable, for a grand feast awaited him that evening, within the rain-soaked casino of Alabasta. The crocodile, puffed on a cigar as he observed Robin approach. He remarked, "Speak. What news do you bring, my intelligence officer?" "Mr. Crocodile, the Navy has arrived in Alabasta. According to our informants, they are currently within the royal palace of the Alabasta Kingdom." Nico Robin leaned against the wall, relaying the information she had recently acquired. The sudden appearance of the Navy in the palace was indeed shrouded in mystery, with even the coastal informants left in the dark. "Oh, is that so? What concern is that of ours?" Crocodile inhaled deeply from his cigar, exhaling a long plume of smoke with a sinister grin. "Just an inconspicuous Navy lieutenant. If it were Admiral Carp, he would have retreated like a turtle without a second thought. But a mere lieutenant? He has no idea how many have perished at the hands of the 7 warlords over the years. As long as this lieutenant does not provoke me, all will be well. However, should he dare to cross me, my reputation as the Sand Crocodile is not without merit." "That may be true. But based on their current movements, it seems they might be heading towards Rain Base. Robin adjusted her hat and spoke. A Navy lieutenant indeed seemed unworthy of concern, and it was understandable that Crocodile dismissed it lightly. However, she was acutely aware of the ship he commanded. She did not believe that the lieutenant's presence in Alabasta was solely aimed at the kingdom itself. Oh, is that so? That is rather unfortunate news. By the way, how are the efforts to recruit personnel progressing? I trust you are not about to tell me you cannot find anyone. Crocodile showed little interest in whether the Navy would reach Rain Base. His primary concern was whether Nico Robin was aiding him in enlisting new members. His plans were still in the conceptual phase, and now was a crucial time for recruitment. He could not afford any setbacks. I have identified potential recruits and am currently in discussions with them. I believe they will join us shortly. Robin produced a photograph from her pocket and handed it to Crocodile. The individual depicted in the image was indeed someone she had encountered. Despite his icy demeanor, Robin, having discerned his vulnerabilities, was still able to engage him in conversation. I believe I recognize this individual. He appears to be a bounty hunter, Crocodile remarked. Examining the photograph she had presented, it seemed he was familiar with the man. After all, he was indeed a bounty hunter. What could possibly entice him to join their Baroque works? Desbones, a distinguished bounty hunter from the West Sea, was also known as the Killer. He possessed the abilities of the chop-chop fruit, enabling him to transform his entire body into razor-sharp blades, capable of severing anything he touched. So, Mr. Crocodile, are you not acquainted with this person? Are you satisfied? Robin held the documents and remarked, this individual is exceptionally formidable. Had it not been for some unknown reason that led to our encounter, such a powerful figure might have already been recruited by someone else. She expressed her satisfaction, eager to expedite his admission into the Baroque works. Crocodile chuckled. Indeed, Nico Robin is truly adept at gathering intelligence, having swiftly identified such a remarkable talent. Very well, Mr. Crocodile. Robin nodded, comprehending the urgency of Crocodile's demeanor. Chapter 118. The following morning, Kola accompanied the departure of Rotas and others at the gates of the Akaram Palace. I sincerely appreciate the king's gracious hospitality. I shall certainly pay another visit when time permits. Lotus waved goodbye to Kabura and Ikarim, signaling that their farewell was no longer necessary. Rain was falling in that direction, and Kabura had already informed him yesterday. The grand banquet from the previous evening left a lasting impression on him. Truly, it was befitting of a great nation. Even if it was somewhat impoverished, it possessed an undeniable grandeur that he admired, unlike the naval headquarters, which, despite its wealth, merely provided him with a few meals before banishing him to this desolate locale. In such a warm-hearted country, he was certain he would visit frequently in the future. Safe travels, Lieutenant Lotus, Kabura said, carefully choosing his words. As for Lotus's suggestion of a future visit, he dared not entertain it, only hoping to see Lotus and his entourage depart from Albana, never to return. In his eagerness to expedite their departure, Kabura felt he was exhausting both resources and patience. Thank you, thank you. Lotus clasped his fists in gratitude, utterly oblivious to the fact that Cobra had not acknowledged his words. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Cobra, Lotus, accompanied by Baki and others, made his way towards the rain-soaked grounds. Phew, he has finally taken his leave. Your Majesty, we have successfully salvaged our nation once again. Ikalam, upon losing sight of Lotus's retreating figure, let out a sigh of relief. They had managed to bid farewell to Lotus, lest the treasury be unable to sustain the expenses for procuring supplies. Indeed, I hope he departs from Alabasta soon. I would rather not host him again. Cobra wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding in agreement. Lotus incessantly mentioned his next visit, causing a chill of anxiety to run down his spine. Last night, in an effort to entertain Lotus, he had incurred significant expenses, but thankfully, the man had now been sent on his way. Are we truly going to seek out the sand crocodile, Baki inquired, recalling that he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As long as we do not provoke the Navy, they cannot touch him, can they? Otherwise, we could simply return to the ship and inform the king that he has not harmed the people of Alabasta. Baki approached Lotus, who was leading the way, articulating his concerns. There was no need to stir trouble with a warlord, especially one who possessed a natural-type devil fruit ability, and more crucially, who thrived in the most advantageous environment. It seemed futile to seek out conflict. It would only lead to self-inflicted hardship. Baki was not afraid. This was all in consideration of Lotus. Yes, indeed. Do not worry, and fear not. Lotus gazed at Buggy, fully aware that the red-nosed jester had once again succumbed to fear, undoubtedly seeking excuses to persuade him to flee. He could not comprehend how a pirate who once dared to brandish a blade at the peak of Whitebeard's might could now be reduced to such a state. Yet, despite Buggy's loss of courage, fortune had remained steadfastly by his side. Perhaps this was the price of legend. In order to ensure that this fortunate star accompanied him to confront the infamous crocodile, he had to count on his fingers to enumerate the reasons they need not be afraid. Firstly, he dared not lay a hand on me, for I am, after all, under the protection of the esteemed carp. Should he choose to act against me, he must weigh the consequences and contemplate just how many punches he could withstand from the old man. Rotas was the first to bring forth the old gentleman. If that fellow, the sand crocodile, were to test his patience, could he withstand the old gentleman's blows? It is worth noting that he was the one whom the old gentleman had recruited into the navy. Rotas had little doubt that upon hearing the crocodile's intentions to strike, the old gentleman would not remain composed in Windmill Village. Indeed, upon hearing Rothas's first point, Buggy's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement, seemingly having grasped the significance of the matter. Observing Buggy's expression, Rotas seized the moment to elaborate. Secondly, I am part of the Navy. As long as I do not strike first, should he dare to lay a hand on me, the Navy headquarters will not let him off easily. Remember to capture footage of his aggression with the transponder snail. That will serve as evidence. Rotas said as he retrieved a video phone bug from his pocket and handed it to Baki, who hurriedly accepted it and tucked it away. After all, it was Rotas who would face the repercussions, not him, and Baki was quite pleased to embrace the role of a journalist. However, after listening to Rotas's two reasons, Baki suddenly felt that perhaps they had no need to fear. Moreover, he had heard that the crocodile was running a casino. And thinking about how long it had been since he last visited one, Baki couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Rotas gazed at Buggy, sensing a flicker of intrigue within him. He understood that this fellow had likely begun to feel reassured. However, the final point was precisely the reason he dared to engage in conversation with the sand crocodile. He extended an arm, enveloped in the armor of Haki, and addressed Buggy. Thirdly, could you refrain from underestimating me, Buggy? Although I may not possess any supernatural abilities, I am adept in the art of Haki. Do you truly believe he has me at a disadvantage? I am formidable in my own right, you know. Roth's arm gleamed in the sunlight like forged black iron, nearly blinding Buggy. Yet, Buggy remained unfazed, even delighted, for the stronger Roth became, the safer he would be. Perhaps, in time, he could reap substantial rewards at the casino. Possibly even amass enough belly to purchase a ship. What do you think? Buggy now feels reassured, doesn't he? Following me ensures safety, and besides, the sand crocodile may not necessarily turn against us. After all, we are here to conduct business with him. Rotas chuckled, expressing that he was not there to engage in conflict, but rather to conduct business. It was unreasonable for the sand alligator to resort to violence upon their initial meeting. A discussion was certainly in order. What do we have to trade with him? What kind of business are we engaged in? Questioned Buggy, his mind filled with confusion. Was Rotas perhaps feverish? Conducting business with the Navy, and could it be that he, Buggy, had inadvertently stumbled upon the Navy's darker side? The thought of Rotas resorting to betrayal made Buggy increasingly uneasy, as he felt he might have crossed a line with his inquiries. I possess what he requires. It merely depends on whether he is willing to negotiate with me. Furthermore, Buggy, could you refrain from keeping such a distance? I am not the type to betray those who have outlived their usefulness. Besides, this is a personal matter, and I intend to keep it separate from the Navy. Rotas offered a brief explanation to Baki, addressing his doubts. However, Baki began to distance himself slowly, appearing as if he were preparing to flee, which left Rotas at a loss for words. He was not the type to turn on someone who had served him. Why would Baki act in such a manner? Baki was merely aware of the surface of Rotas's plans and had no justification to act against him. Really? Do not deceive me. After being exposed by Rotas, Baki displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he sought to verify the truth of Rotas's words, knowing that this directly impacted his safety. Why would I need to deceive you? Rotas felt a sense of helplessness. Despite his unwavering integrity over time, he could not fathom why Baki continued to exhibit such a demeanor of incessant verification. Did he truly appear to be the sort of individual who would betray trust? Chapter 119 Not Necessary. Baki pondered for a moment, realizing that Rotas had no reason to deceive him. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered within him, as if Rotas had laid a trap, waiting for him to fall into it. Thus, Baki maintained a cautious vigilance towards Rotas. Well, then, let us proceed. There is no need for your suspicions. Rotas expressed that since there were no problems, they should hasten their departure, for once night fell, traversing the desert region would become perilous. Oh, After a soft exclamation, Baki followed in Rotas's footsteps towards the rain-soaked area. In the Alabasta rain-soaked region, Crocodile held the papers sent by Robin, feeling quite exasperated. It seemed as though this group of Navy personnel, having nothing better to do, was indeed targeting him. Did he possess a mountain of gold or silver that attracted such attention? Was his reputation as the sand crocodile not resounding enough? Or had the younger generation become too reckless? Mr. Crocodile, what shall we do? The Navy is already en route to our location. Robin sat across from Crocodile and inquired, confirming her initial suspicion that the group of Navy officers was indeed targeting the sand crocodile. They had appeared in Alabasta yesterday and had now made their way to Rain Base this morning. Let us observe for a while. They may not be here for me. Crocodile pondered before speaking. He preferred to avoid confrontation with the Navy, especially since this particular faction was led by Garp, a man not to be trifled with. He could only hope that the Navy's presence in Rain Base was for other matters. Very well, Mr. Crocodile. I shall report back immediately should anything arise. With Crocodile's command, Robin departed the office to establish her intelligence network in Rain Base. It was imperative for her to monitor the Navy's every move upon their arrival. Go, Crocodile waved his hand, stirring a cloud of sand before vanishing from the office. He needed to attend to some unwary pirates encroaching upon the canola fields. For winning the hearts of the people was essential for seizing this nation. Soldiers, inform our men to bring the warships to the canola fields. That is the port of Alabasta. This way, I can better safeguard our vessels. As Rotas continued on his journey, he suddenly confronted a pressing concern. If he were to visit the sand crocodile, the warship would have to remain anchored at their landing site for an extended period. What if a band of pirates, having indulged in their plunder, decided to lie in wait for the warship, recognizing the lack of formidable strength aboard, and launched a surprise assault? The destruction of the vessel would be a mere trifle. However, should any soldiers come to harm, he would undoubtedly prefer to contemplate how to escape the wrath of the venerable Admiral Carp, particularly given that Zephyr and the others at the Navy headquarters would not let him off lightly. Thus, he resolved to instruct the soldiers aboard the warship to navigate it to the canola fields, allowing him to keep a watchful eye. Very well, Lieutenant Rotas, responded the soldiers. Upon receiving his command, they promptly retrieved a transponder snail to communicate with the warship. After a brief exchange, the canine-headed warship began to set course for the canola fields, navigating through the waters far from Rotas and his companions. Rotas, you actually remembered the warship. I thought you had forgotten about it. Speaking of which, since Alabasta has a port, why did you make us run? Would it not have been more efficient to sail directly to the port and then proceed to the Alabasta Palace using other means? Baki interjected, sensing that Rotas was perhaps toying with them. If Alabasta indeed possessed a port, why compel them to traverse on foot? This is to foster your resilience. Consider how lethargic you all had become aboard the warship. Once you set foot on solid ground, it is only natural to engage in some running, Rotas replied, addressing Baki's inquiry. Many soldiers cast dubious glances in his direction, prompting Rotas to feel the necessity of presenting a compelling rationale to quell their skepticism. Indeed, when Rotas articulated his reasoning, Baki and the others fell silent, realizing the validity of his words, leaving them speechless. So, are there any lingering doubts? Speak up if you have them. Otherwise, let us hasten our pace to reach the rain-drenched lands more swiftly. Lotus gazed at the startled group and could not help but feel like quite the clever one, having concocted such an excellent excuse. Indeed, he was astute. No. Book replied dejectedly, pondering what issues he could possibly raise. After a brief interlude, Lotus resumed his journey towards the Rainland. Several hours later, he and his companions, riding on camels, finally arrived at their destination. These camels, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, stood alone in the desert, exuding an air of solitude and helplessness, their eyes reflecting a pitiable vulnerability. As an exemplary soldier of the Navy, how could Rotas bear to witness these delightful creatures in such solitude? Thus, he resolved to have each soldier mount a camel to accompany them, ensuring that they would not feel lonely. In pursuit of the adage, to do a good deed thoroughly, one must see it through to the end. Rotas kindly led these charming camels to the rain-soaked area. Upon observing the pitiable sight of the homeless camels, he felt compelled to offer them assistance. Consequently, Rotas located a camel rental establishment in the rain-soaked area and made arrangements for their care. After receiving a modest fee from the proprietor of the rental business, he departed with the soldiers and Baki. But what of our camels? Who knows? Did anyone see them? No. I distinctly remember that the camels were here before we left. What shall we do? Should we report to Miss All Sunday that the camels have gone missing? Will she reimburse us for the purchase of the camels? After all, we lost them while gathering intelligence. I doubt that will happen. In my opinion, we should not have bought camels. Renting them would have sufficed, as they would have returned on their own. In the vicinity where Rotas had discovered the camels, a group of individuals was engaged in a lively discussion. They were indeed the scouts dispatched by Robin to gather intelligence on Rotas and his associates. However, it remained a mystery why they had missed their target and lost the camels in the process. Where shall we head next, Rotas? Should we proceed directly to the casino? Baki, having received his share from the sale of the camels, was eager to indulge in a few games of chance at the casino. Now that they had arrived in the rain-soaked area, it seemed only natural that their next destination would be the casino. Certainly, I will seek out the crocodile. While you all enjoy yourselves at the casino, just remember not to wager excessively. A little fun is all that is needed. Be prudent and ensure that you do not squander all the hard-earned Bailey. Lotus nodded, beginning to caution them against wagering excessively, lest they squander the wealth they had accumulated over the past few months at the gaming table, leading to further complaints lodged at his doorstep. Chapter 120. After reminding Buck and others, Rotas led them towards the casino. The casino of Sand Alligator was renowned, as the notorious Sand Alligator was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, making it nearly impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Consequently, they effortlessly located the establishment. Inside the casino office, upon hearing from Robin that Rotas and his companions had arrived at the entrance, Sand Alligator felt a surge of irritation. These Navy personnel were indeed persistent. They had come searching for him. He merely intended to usurp a nation, not to contend with the world. So why the excessive scrutiny? Mr. Alligator, I must take my leave now. It would not bode well to be recognized by the Navy. Seeing Crocodile so furious, Nico Robin wisely decided to take her leave. It was essential to remember that her bounty was substantial, and there was no guarantee that among the Navy, someone would not recognize her. If a naval officer were indeed in pursuit of her, the situation would become quite awkward. Well, you should leave for now. Crocodile replied with a nod. It was crucial for Nico Robin to remain concealed. Any revelation of her identity could only occur after he had uncovered the whereabouts of the One Piece. For the moment, he still required her assistance. Very well, Mr. Crocodile. After receiving Crocodile's approval, Robin promptly exited the office. She still needed to address the foolish individuals who had lost the camels. She had instructed them to monitor the movements of the Navy, yet they failed to report back, and the camels were sold off by the Navy. It was utterly ridiculous, and she was now contemplating whether these imbeciles should be dealt with and replaced. Good day, Navy officer. May I inquire about your intentions? Outside the casino, the group led by Lotus was halted by the patrolling security personnel. Unfortunately, Lotus's conspicuous Navy cloak drew attention. As casino security, they should not obstruct the Navy. Yet with the formidable backing of the warlord Crocodile, they felt emboldened. Nevertheless, they were aware of the Navy's authority, prompting them to speak with utmost respect. Nothing much. My subordinates wish to enjoy themselves here, while I am here to see Crocodile. Rest assured, we do not seek trouble. Perhaps your boss is currently awaiting my arrival. You should expedite my entry, or you might find yourself in a precarious situation with Crocodile. Upon encountering an obstruction, Rotas began to reason with the security guard before him. He had approached with sincerity, and if Crocodile were to learn of the matter at hand, he would undoubtedly dismiss this bothersome guard. The security personnel, taken aback by Rotas' words, found themselves in a predicament. There had been no directive to prevent entry, nor any instruction to allow them passage. They were merely fulfilling their duties. Yet they were uncertain of the veracity of Rotas' claims, leaving them in a state of confusion. Allow them entry, I, Crocodile, have yet to reach a point where I fear the Marines, came a voice from within the casino just as the guards hesitated. Upon hearing their employer's words, the security quickly parted, permitting Rotas and his companions to enter. Let us proceed. You may enjoy yourselves here while I meet the legendary 7 warlords, Rotas declared. With the guards no longer obstructing their path, Rotas successfully led Buggy and his entourage into the casino. Once inside, he made his way directly to the casino office, while Buggy and the others were captivated by the gambling tables. Outside the office, Rotas unceremoniously pushed the door open and stepped inside. There, Crocodile lounged on a sofa, puffing on a cigar. Upon hearing the doors creak, he chuckled. The Marines grace my territory. I wonder what brings you here. As a warlord of the sea, unless I have committed an offense, you have no grounds to trouble me. How audacious of you to intrude, disturbing Mr. Crocodile. However, having traveled such a distance, wouldn't it be courteous for you to offer me a cup of tea? Listening to Crocodile's words, Rotas sat down without a hint of hesitation. Although the sofa was somewhat small and did not allow him to lean back comfortably, sitting was still quite feasible. Refreshments would naturally be provided. But it would be prudent to clarify your purpose for coming here first. A mere naval lieutenant daring to intrude upon my territory, do you believe that it is the backing of Carp that grants you such audacity? Or do you assume that because I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, I would refrain from taking action against you? Crocodile was solely intent on discerning the reason for the other's visit. Other matters could be addressed later. It was indeed a rarity for a naval lieutenant to demand refreshments with such boldness. While I possess various resources, the most crucial factor remains my own strength. By the way, I have brought what you desire. You may peruse it before deciding whether to engage in further discussion with me. After Rotas finished speaking, he reached out his hand towards the table. Since Crocodile refused to offer him tea, he had no choice but to utilize the teapot as a makeshift cup. It is truly unbefitting of a formidable warlord of the sea to exhibit such pettiness. Reflecting on the past, how warmly Whitebeard had treated him, it becomes evident that comparisons between individuals are indeed futile. Oh, is that so? The Navy dares to approach me, a pirate, for a transaction? Do they not fear being the subject of ridicule? Crocodile laughed boisterously at Rotas's words, marveling at the absurdity of a Navy officer seeking a deal with a pirate. A notion that would surely provoke laughter among seafarers. Do not be so hasty in your judgments. First, take a look at this. Lotus set down the teapot and wiped the tea from his lips. He then retrieved a design blueprint of the Pluto from his pocket and handed it to Sand Crocodile, hoping that this fellow would recognize it. Otherwise, he would have to waste his breath explaining. What is this? Crocodile inquired, curiosity evident as he examined the patterns on the paper. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing with a fierce glare directed at Lotus. Do not be so tense. It appears you are aware of my intentions. So, are you now inclined to discuss further? Rotas paid no heed to the gaze of the Sand Crocodile and remarked with casual indifference that he was well aware of the reasons behind the creature's demeanor. To clarify his intentions, he had meticulously inscribed the character for king upon a piece of paper, accompanied by a drawing of a ship, which the Sand Crocodile was undoubtedly able to infer. Speak. What do you know? What do you wish to negotiate with me? Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, was keen to hear what this naval officer had to say. After all, one could glean far more information from the living than from the dead, regardless of the circumstances. He needed to uncover the source of the leak regarding his plans. If this individual was the sole bearer of knowledge, he could simply eliminate him. Being pursued by the Navy was preferable to facing the wrath of both the world government and the Navy combined. It was crucial to recognize that he was now dealing with an ancient weapon, an entity that the world government fervently wished to keep from surfacing upon the seas, for its emergence would inevitably disrupt the delicate balance. Chapter 121. I do not possess much knowledge, but before we proceed, can you ensure that there are no eavesdroppers in this office? Just as Rotas was about to speak, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to change the subject. He was aware of Robin's fruitability, particularly her formidable listening capabilities. He felt that if Robin, the master of subterfuge, were to overhear their conversation, it could lead to significant complications. After all, a cunning woman can indeed be quite formidable. Huh? Are you jesting? This room is filled with sand. Do you truly believe that no one is eavesdropping? Would I be oblivious to it? Crocodile responded with a chuckle, amused by Rotas's concern. As a user of the sand fruit, he possessed the ability to sense movements in his vicinity as long as there was sand present, and he would certainly notice if someone were watching him. Oh, that's reassuring. Speaking of which, Nico Robin's abilities are particularly suited for eavesdropping. I cannot underestimate the powers of the flower fruit. However, do you genuinely trust that woman to translate ancient texts for you and reveal the location of Pluton hidden in Alabasta? Upon hearing the words of Crocodile, Rotas refrained from divulging his own trade details. Instead, he intended to sow discord between Crocodile and Nico Robin. After all, who could say whether Crocodile would share the designs of the Pluton with Robin? If he did, one could only speculate if she might present it to the world government, which would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. You truly possess a wealth of knowledge, Crocodile remarked, narrowing his eyes to emit a menacing glimmer. Even through the haze of cigar smoke, that dangerous gaze remained unmasked. After listening to a few of Rotas's words, Crocodile had surmised that his plans were already laid bare before Rotas. As for the matter of treason, it had become irrelevant to discuss at this juncture. Naturally, if I were unaware of your schemes, I would not have come here, Rotas replied. By the way, is this matter known only to me? If others are oblivious, you may attempt to strike me now, but whether you can subdue me remains an open question. With a somewhat provocative smile, Rotas revealed his awareness of many things. He understood that the sand crocodile was attempting to extract information from him, yet he remained indifferent, though he might be at a disadvantage against the sand crocodile's abilities. Should he choose to launch a sudden attack, the sand crocodile would soon comprehend the meaning of a devastating blow, while the sand crocodile might escape with ease. Given that nature-type users can flee effortlessly, should he dare to engage in close combat, Rotas would swiftly demonstrate to him the true essence of dominance. You truly are audacious. Young man, Crocodile remarked with a sinister grin. The Navy officer seemed to regard him with disdain, had it been any other time. Such provocation would have led to the other party becoming a mere corpse. However, the timing was not right. Uncertain of the veracity of his words, Crocodile, skilled in disguise and concealment, sought a precise and lethal strike rather than a frenzied assault. Youthful arrogance is indeed a hallmark of my age, he continued. To be forthright, I possess the blueprints for the Pluton. My demands are simple. I require lodging for half a month, and you must ensure I am well fed during this period, providing sustenance for the duration. In return, I shall deliver the Pluton blueprints to you in a timely manner. You may have them verified by Nico Robin. But I must caution you that this woman is not to be trusted. You may wield a firm hand, yet lack the charisma to truly command respect. In a world rife with betrayal, to have survived for so long, I must admit I am quite impressed by your audacity in considering her. With that, he concluded his speech, leaving the decision in Crocodile's hands as he awaited a response. After Rotas finished speaking, he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, awaiting the response of Crocodile. Was it easy for a young demon like him to survive? To ensure his basic needs, he had to engage in deadly battles daily and negotiate with merciless pirates. For instance, the imposing figure before him, Crocodile, was indeed a source of intimidation. Only the strong remain unwavering. Being betrayed signifies merely a lack of strength. Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, chuckled, acknowledging the ever-present cycle of betrayal in this world. No one can guarantee the loyalty of their subordinates. Nico Robin was merely a key for him to uncover ancient weapons, and once her utility was exhausted, he would likely discard her. Nonetheless, at present, Nico Robin proved to be exceptionally capable, efficiently managing the Baroque works. Moreover, her intelligence-gathering skills were formidable, as information is invaluable on these seas. He cared little for the loyalty of his subordinates. All that mattered was their effectiveness. Crocodile had never considered relying on anyone. In Alabasta, within this desert, he was the true sovereign. Such profound words. Indeed, the boss was deserving of his title. However, Crocodile, will you engage in trade with me or not? Please, be clear in your response. Rotas suddenly realized that he was still rather superficial on the path of pretense, far inferior to these formidable figures. Just look at how these villainous magnates speak with such commanding presence and high stature. It is evident that they are driven by aspirations and dreams, unlike him, who merely scrapes by. However, after all this talk, what does the term sand crocodile truly signify? Will a transaction take place or not? If not, he must swiftly seek another opportunity, for he cannot afford to squander any more time here. A deal can indeed be struck, yet the price you propose is far too trivial for my belief. Crocodile's eyes glinted coldly as he remarked, it is simply impossible that the designs of the underworld king would not stir my interest. Yet to suggest that half a month's worth of provisions could suffice as payment is laughable. Who would believe that such a bargain exists? Alas, this is all for the sake of survival. It is my insatiable appetite that has led me to be assigned to this place. Rotas expressed a sense of reflection, pondering the reasons behind the remarkably low price of the sand crocodile's dealings. Were it not for the necessity of survival, he would never barter the design of the Pluto for mere sustenance. At the very least, it should be exchanged for berries. Oh, is that so? I shall tentatively accept your words as truth, but while you possess the conditions, what qualifications do you hold to engage in trade with me? Crocodile sneered cruelly. Even if Rotas' statements were entirely accurate, what merit did he have to negotiate with him? In the presence of the mighty, there is no place for the weak. Sand Crocodile. Can't we discuss this amicably? Why resort to violence? Upon hearing the intent of the Sand Crocodile to engage him in a confrontation, Rotas pondered. Why must they not converse amicably? Is it not preferable to uphold civility? Why resort to such brutality? In these vast seas, one's qualifications are not merely spoken but forged through conflict. Crocodile scoffed, asserting that in these waters, only strength serves as the sole measure of status. The law of the jungle prevails. Chapter 122. Very well. It appears you are determined not to let me go, and are intent on gauging my strength to ascertain my worthiness for a transaction. So, where shall we engage? Here? I believe it would be more prudent to choose another location, as this one lacks stability. However, I must stipulate that our encounter should be limited. You must not resort to deceit. Rotas understood that the sand crocodile had resolved to test his strength, and with no alternative for survival. He had no choice but to seek a location to engage in a sparring match with the creature. If you truly possess the prowess to negotiate with me, there will naturally be no issues. However, if not, our esteemed naval officer must exercise caution. Crocodile cruelly chuckled, asserting that an ant has no standing to negotiate with a dragon. Only another dragon is worthy of such discourse. Very well, you are formidable. Name the place for our contest. Lotus rubbed his temples, feeling that the sand crocodile was quite malicious, actually intent on employing lethal force. Therefore, there was no need for him to hold back. He would launch a surprise attack, catching him off guard, and then swiftly execute a series of strikes, ensuring he would not have the opportunity to unleash his powers. Just follow me, Crocodile chuckled, and then his body transformed into grains of sand, drifting through the air and escaping through the window. Damn it. Rotas gazed at the sand crocodile, who had already gone off to select a location. He promptly pushed open the back door of his office and utilized the moonwalk technique to catch up with the sand crocodile. Fortunately, the back door of the office was sufficiently spacious, otherwise, he would have had to break through the wall. Observing the sand crocodile floating in the air, Rotas could not help but admire the remarkable mobility of nature-affiliated abilities. Just look at the sand particles clinging to the lower half of the sand crocodile, so aesthetically pleasing. Reminiscent of an hourglass, effortlessly gliding with the wind, it was truly delightful. This shall suffice. Let me see what capabilities you possess as a naval officer to negotiate with me. Crocodile came to a halt in the desolate sandy expanse. His lower half, which had transformed into sand particles, reverted to its original form, standing firmly on the sandy ground, awaiting Rotas to descend. You certainly have an eye for selecting locations. After descending from the heavens with a moonwalk, Rotas surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he was enveloped by sand. The environment was decidedly unfavorable for him. If you are displeased, we may continue to seek another location, though it would still be sandy, Crocodile remarked. Alabasta is a desert nation. With the exception of a singular oasis, the rest of the terrain is comprised entirely of sand. Since Rotas deemed the chosen locale problematic, Crocodile was willing to allow him to select another spot. Very well, this shall suffice. Upon hearing the words of the sand crocodile, Rotas could not help but roll his eyes. It was evident that the sand crocodile was fully aware that they were surrounded by an endless expanse of desert, yet still suggested he choose a location. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to provoke him. Then let us commence without delay, for I find myself rather eager, Rotas declared. A scheming smile graced Crocodile's face as he addressed Rotas, for he was solely focused on the outcome, indifferent to the means employed. Were it not for the fact that Alabasta was a desert kingdom, conducive to his powers, do you think he would willingly venture into such a desolate place? Then I shall not hold back, Rotas resolved. Given the sand crocodile's shamelessness, he had no intention of engaging in a fair fight. He activated his shave technique and charged at the sand crocodile. As he approached, Rotas silently enveloped his right leg with haki, concealed by his trousers, rendering Crocodile unaware of any impending danger. Crocodile watched Rotas rush towards him with a smile, preparing to teach this young marine a lesson about the nature of his devil fruit. He anticipated that when Rotas's foot struck the sand and his attack fell short, the expression on his face would be quite entertaining. At that moment, he would easily ensnare this young marine and conclude the battle. In countless previous encounters, he had relished the terror displayed by his foes in their final moments. As Rotas reached the sand crocodile, he was pleasantly surprised to see the latter not evade his attack. Instantly, he unleashed his signature technique, and the gust from his long leg sent the sand crocodile's coat billowing. Crocodile sensed the rush of wind near his ear but remained unfazed, lacking any significant defense until Rotas's leg made solid contact with him, at which point a look of fear crossed Crocodile's face, though it was too late for him to block the strike. Afterward, Rotas shielded his eyes from the sun, searching for the sand crocodile's whereabouts. He could hardly believe that the sand crocodile had so underestimated him, allowing him to land a blow without a hint of evasion, sending him flying. Perhaps due to the excessive force he had exerted, he had yet to spot any sign of the sand crocodile returning from the sky. He could only hope that this infamous warlord would honor his title and come back. Otherwise, he might have to consider digging up the sand crocodile. After all, he had struck with considerable might. Yet, he could not blame himself. Who would have guessed that the cunning sand crocodile would stand still to take his hit? He had expected the sand crocodile to dodge and for him to be the one evading the latter's formidable attacks. Rotas stood under the sun, waiting for a considerable time, until at last he caught sight of a figure in the distance, awkwardly soaring through the sky toward him. Even from afar, Rotas could discern the bloodstains on the sand crocodile's body and the tattered remnants of his clothing. What struck him most was the fury etched across the sand crocodile's face, which instilled in Rotas a sense of foreboding. It seemed that the sand crocodile had truly ignited with rage. Under normal circumstances, one would expect an injured individual to arrive after receiving proper bandaging, yet here was the sand crocodile, dragging his wounded form with the apparent intention of seeking vengeance. Well, I concede that I underestimated you, Rotas thought. I never anticipated that a mere lieutenant could wield such formidable power. I shall not make that error again. As Crocodile descended to the ground, his gaze remained fixed on Rotas. The title of Navy Lieutenant had initially led him to presume that Rotas was merely a stronger variant of an ordinary lieutenant, adept in the Navy's 6 styles. However, he was taken aback to discover that Rotas possessed the ability to wield haki. Even more daunting was the sheer force behind his attacks. Had he not transformed into an elemental form during the assault, he would have sustained grave injuries. Yet this time, he was determined to make Rotas fully aware of his own terrifying prowess. What does it matter if your haki is powerful? He mused. As long as you cannot touch me, all of it is meaningless. Sand Crocodile, we had an agreement, he declared. Let us keep this within limits. What are you truly aiming for? Roth felt a twinge of anxiety. That sand alligator seemed to harbor ill intentions, clearly plotting something sinister. He had gained an advantage. Yet he was unwilling to continue the confrontation. Chapter 123. Since we have engaged in combat, let us determine a victor. Crocodile remarked with an air of indifference, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. Roth, having struck him, sought to cease the battle, but such thoughts were naive. Crocodile had never suffered a loss of this magnitude in his life. If Roth wished to halt the conflict, they must first ascertain a winner. Damn it, are you serious? It is now evident to Lotus that the sand crocodile is truly enraged. Goodness, how can this foolish fellow blame him for being kicked away when he was careless? This predicament is entirely of his own making. The crescent-shaped sand dune looms ominously. Crocodile has no intention of allowing Lotus to continue speaking. His sole desire now is to unleash his fury. He concentrates the sand, enlarging his arm, which transforms into a crescent-shaped sand blade poised to strike at Lotus. Oh no, this could be the end. Rotas gazed at the lethal sand blades unleashed by the sand crocodile and promptly activated his shaving technique to flee. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the sand blades. A single strike would siphon away all moisture, ultimately transforming one into a desiccated mummy. Rotas had no desire to experience the fate of a pharaoh, thus retreating was the wisest course of action. But to escape? A sandstorm loomed. Crocodile observed Rotas evading his attacks, leaving only an ephemeral shadow upon the sands. Without hesitation, he unleashed his powers, conjuring a swirling sandstorm and directing its path to ensnare Rotas within its grasp. As the tempest intensified, Rotas realized he ought to employ the moonwalk to ascend amidst the storm. Otherwise, he would be at a severe disadvantage on the sandy ground. He needed the sand crocodile to take flight and engage him, rather than descend to endure the onslaught. With the weighty sandstorm at his command, Crocodile noted Rotas soaring above. Refusing to descend, he intensified the storm's ferocity, eager to witness how long Rotas could remain aloft. The notion of engaging in combat with Rotas while suspended in the air was nonsensical. Being detached from the ground rendered many of Crocodile's techniques unusable, significantly diminishing his prowess. Coupled with Rotas's mastery of armament haki, he possessed no advantage in aerial combat, a folly he would not indulge. Damn it. Isn't Old Bull supposed to disregard the pirate world? Why am I still being dragged down by gravity? As Crocodile augmented the storm's intensity, Rotas sensed a subtle pull from the tempest. Despite utilizing the moonwalk in the skies, it appeared Old Bull's influence still reached him. Evidently, he was not high enough. Rothas sensed the underlying issue and continued to ascend into the sky, step by step, in his moonwalk. He could not believe that the stamina of the sand crocodile was limitless. He intended to descend once the creature's energy was depleted. A heavy sandstorm loomed. Coincidentally, Crocodile shared Rothas' skepticism regarding his ability to maintain the moonwalk indefinitely. He was convinced that once Rothas' strength waned, the sandstorm would sweep him away, at which point he would launch a follow-up attack, confident that Rothas would be unable to escape. Now, it was a matter of endurance. Crocodile did not entertain the notion of faltering in an environment so suited to his powers. Thus he remained patient, willing to exhaust Rothas. While Crocodile and Rothas were engaged in their sparring, He was oblivious to the fact that his casino was becoming a veritable goldmine for Buggy. Buggy, with arms full of berries, roamed the establishment unabashedly, akin to a king surveying his dominion. When Mooches attempted to assist with the berries, Buggy unceremoniously kicked him aside, jesting that no one but himself would touch his precious earnings. After being cast aside, Mooches, unfazed, approached again, flattering Buggy with praise. "Captain Buggy, your luck is truly remarkable. You've won such a fortune in berries. It seems we are not far from acquiring a ship. Indeed, that is only natural. One need only consider who I am." Buggy replied, convinced that Mooches' words held truth after all these years. With such luck, he would soon have enough to purchase a vessel. And when Rotas was unaware of their movements, he could make a hasty retreat. "Captain Buggy, it is nearly dark, and Rotas has not yet emerged. Should we not leave?" Kabaji interjected, noting the time they had spent in the casino. With the sun setting and Rotas still in the sand crocodile's office, he suspected something might have gone awry and believed it prudent to exit, especially given Buggy's substantial winnings. "Yes, it is time to depart." Buggy acknowledged Kabaji's concern with a nod. They indeed needed to leave, though Buggy, was not afraid of the seven warlords. He chose to retreat temporarily for the sake of his beloved berries, planning to return for further confrontation the following day. As for Roth's safety, Buggy decided it was best not to dwell on it. Was the sand crocodile truly this patient? It was already dark, yet he showed no signs of exhaustion. Standing at a great height, Rotas gazed down at the tumultuous sandstorm below, feeling quite exasperated. The sand crocodile had been prolonging their confrontation for half a day, exhibiting an unyielding vigor. Clearly, the environment significantly enhanced the capabilities bestowed upon the sand crocodile by its sand fruit. Otherwise, given the relentless usage of its powers, it would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago in a different setting. While Rotas could certainly match the sand crocodile's endurance, he was acutely aware of his own growing hunger. As his stomach began to drum a disconcerting rhythm, he realized that it was time to bring this skirmish to a close. Otherwise, he would be defeated not by the sand crocodile, but by the gnawing pangs of starvation. "Sand crocodile, shall we come to an agreement?" As Rotas descended with a moonwalk, he shouted towards the sand crocodile, his primary aim being to ensure the creature could hear him amidst the raging sandstorm. At such an elevation, not even a human, let alone an animal, would be able to hear. "Ah, the little rascal finally exhausted his stamina," Crocodile observed, a vicious grin spreading across his face as he watched Rotas lower himself. In an instant, he transformed into a cascade of sand particles and materialized next to Rotas, delivering a powerful hook aimed at his waist. Having waited below for so long, he was nearly drained of energy, almost convinced that Rotas would never descend. The unexpected turn of events was indeed a pleasant surprise. Feeling an unusual disturbance around him as he fell, Rotas swiftly activated his shave technique, propelling himself away from the attack, causing Crocodile's strike to miss entirely. After evading the assault, Rotas, somewhat irked, exclaimed, "Hey, no sneak attacks. Aren't you one of the seven warlords? And what of it?" "I am a pirate," Crocodile replied, unfazed by his missed attack and instead intrigued. He knew that as soon as Rotas touched the ground, an opportunity to strike would arise, for this place was filled with sand. Chapter 124 Rotas suddenly realized that the words of the sand crocodile were remarkably astute, leaving him momentarily speechless. It appeared that pirates were indeed masters of ambush. His inquiry only served to highlight his own foolishness. "What were you chattering about when you descended just now? I didn't quite catch it. Pray, repeat that for me," he implored. Crocodile, arms crossed, awaited Rotas' response with keen interest. In his own domain, he possessed ample time for Rotas to articulate his unfinished thoughts. Thus he patiently encouraged Rotas to continue. "I propose we reach an agreement. Let us refrain from continuing this futile battle. Otherwise, neither of us will land a blow on the other, and it remains uncertain how long this stalemate will persist." Rotas rolled his eyes and remarked that Xiaoyu was indeed an oddity. He expressed his reluctance to repeat himself, as he was initially ignored. Had it not been for the growling of his stomach, he would have gladly engaged in a battle of endurance with Xiaoyu to see who would yield first. Now, that would certainly be amusing. "What sort of negotiation do you propose?" Crocodile gazed at his golden hook with a smirk, asserting that if a fight was desired, it should commence immediately. He had no intention of being at a disadvantage, and thus, Rotas would be wise to refrain from foolishness. "You may strike a blow, and I shall not evade. However, after that single exchange, regardless of the outcome, you are not permitted to take further action against me." Rotas, noticing that the sand crocodile was willing to engage in conversation, seized the opportunity to speak. He expressed that he had no time to squander with the sand crocodile. After all, it was he who was hungry, not the beast. Prolonging this farce could lead to unpredictable consequences. So it would be prudent to bring this spectacle to an early conclusion. Oh, is that so? I accept your proposal, Crocodile replied, finding the suggestion agreeable. His own energy was waning, and after utilizing that particular technique, he was left with just enough stamina to ensure his own survival. What intrigued him most was Rotas' assertion that he would not ascend into the sky, rendering Rotas a mere target in the face of his fruit-based abilities. With a swift incantation of Desert Spada, Crocodile transformed his hands into 4 formidable blades of sand, launching an attack towards Rotas. He doubted that Rotas, having expended so much energy in the air, could sustain the use of haki for much longer. By the heavens, the sand crocodile truly plays by his own rules. At least allow me to finish my preliminary remarks. Lotus was taken aback by the fact that the sand crocodile launched its attack so swiftly, leaving him no opportunity to speak. He couldn't help but feel that the novels he had read were nothing but fabrications. Wasn't it said that villains often met their demise due to their excessive chatter? Yet here they were, each one more decisive than he, refraining from unnecessary banter. Had he somehow transitioned from protagonist to antagonist? After successfully blocking the initial assault of the sand crocodile with his armored arms, Rotas hastily retreated, aware of the creature's treacherous nature. Striking against the sand crocodile's sandy blade felt as futile as hitting water, leaving him with no strength to utilize. In stark contrast, the sand crocodile wielded 4 sandy blades that conjured fierce gusts, signaling a formidable attack. Rotas realized that confronting such power head-on would be folly. His agility was his greatest asset, enabling him to evade rather than engage directly. He doubted the sand crocodile could sustain the energy to relentlessly pursue him while brandishing those 4 hefty blades. As Rotas endured a blow from the desert diamond blade, Crocodile immediately withdrew, a sinister smile creeping across his face. While Rotas possessed considerable strength and skill in his armored form, without making contact, he posed little threat. Conversely, should Rotas fall victim to the desert diamond blade, even without sustaining injury, his stamina would diminish. More critically, Crocodile could manipulate the density of the sand within the blade, rendering Rotas powerless, which was precisely why he chose the desert diamond blade over other techniques. One strike has already passed. We should cease this engagement, announced the sand crocodile. As Rotas maneuvered gracefully, he did not hesitate to propose that Crocodile had already executed his move. Was Crocodile's desert blade not a legitimate strike? Who dared to contest its validity? Rotas was determined to make him taste the ferocity of Crocodile's desert blade. Yet, the move had not yet been executed. My desert blade remained intact. Crocodile, aware of his advantage, had no intention of granting Rotas a moment's respite. After all, he was the crocodile, and the name bore its weight. Seizing his prey, he would sink his teeth in, leading to a deadly roll. What he was currently engaged in was indeed a deadly roll. Damn it, Crocodile, you are truly despicable. Rotas erupted in a fit of expletives, exclaiming the shamelessness of the sand crocodile. It was the first time he had encountered such an interpretation of a single move. Logically, should not a strike be deemed concluded once it had been executed? Were all pirates this despicable? Was it his outdated mindset? Or had the world evolved at a pace he could no longer comprehend? He felt profoundly grateful for the enlightening discourse. Crocodile chuckled, deftly delivering another strike with his desert gem blade aimed squarely at Rotas' face. In this era dominated by pirates, only the unscrupulous could ultimately prevail. Those who approached piracy with a mere playful attitude had long since become mere remnants, mere bones scattered in the sands of time. Faced with the assault of the sand alligator, Rotas chose to evade without uttering a word. He had no intention of engaging in a serious confrontation with the creature, for he was not idly seeking trouble. Should the sand alligator unleash its full fury, who could predict how long the ordeal would last? He was merely there to conduct business, not to risk his life. After allowing the sand alligator to vent its frustrations, he intended to engage in a meaningful dialogue. It was evident to him that the creature retained a keen interest in the design plans he held. Do you possess no skill beyond mere evasion? Lotus skillfully evaded his attacks time and again, and even Crocodile, no matter how foolish, could discern that Lotus's martial prowess far surpassed his own. However, the sensation of his fist striking against cotton was utterly disheartening, akin to Lotus's blows landing against his blade. Crocodile, I neither retaliate nor insult you. I have already shown you considerable leniency. Lotus felt that the sand crocodile had become rather presumptuous, even daring to expect him to stand and take a beating. He spoke up, asserting that he, Lotus, had already shown considerable deference to the sand crocodile. Had it not been for the fact that he was here for a transaction, would the sand crocodile truly believe he could still stand here unscathed? Well then, let us discuss the terms of our trade. I concede that you possess the merit to engage in this exchange with me. Upon hearing Lotus's words, Crocodile fell silent for a moment, then withdrew his 4 sand blades. Addressing Lotus, he, Crocodile, was not one to shy away from defeat. Since their confrontation had yielded no fruitful outcome, it would be more prudent to cease hostilities. Now, that is the demeanor befitting a person of stature. I am utterly exhausted from this prolonged chase. Now let us proceed with our trade, shall we? Lotus was overjoyed to see the sand crocodile finally cease its relentless assault. After such an arduous struggle, he was utterly exhausted. However, it was imperative to clarify a few matters before proceeding, as the transaction remained paramount. Chapter 125. Let us return to the casino for our discussion. This is hardly a suitable venue, Crocodile remarked coolly. Through this encounter, he realized how lax he had become regarding his physical prowess over the years, finding himself outmatched even by the youth. Clearly, one must not become complacent in the art of combat. Very well, let us hasten back. By the way, does your casino provide meals? After all, we are guests. You wouldn't be so stingy as to withhold such hospitality, would you? Upon hearing the prospect of returning to the casino, Rotas felt a surge of joy. After enduring a day filled with desolation, the thought of quenching his thirst was truly delightful. His current desire was for a meal, and he dismissed any concern regarding the sand crocodile. There will be food. Let us proceed, Crocodile remarked casually, transforming half of his body into sand as he soared towards the casino. It was merely sustenance, and he possessed the means to procure it. After all, having captured a multitude of pirates in the rapeseed fields, he intended to send them into the sea to gather fish and sea beasts for Rotas. Should they fail to provide sustenance for Rotas, their existence in these waters would no longer be warranted. Sand crocodile, it appears you have hidden a treasure within your office, he mused. To think you would conceal a beauty there. TSK, such is the privilege of becoming a great boss. Upon returning to the casino office with the crocodile, Lotus discovered Robin seated within. Instantly, a playful spirit awakened within him as he gazed at the crocodile, exclaiming with a hint of amusement, "So, this is the true nature of you, Mr. Crocodile. I was right all along." Upon seeing Rotas accompanying Crocodile, Robin could not help but display a look of curiosity. It was indeed a rarity for the sand alligator to venture out and return with a Navy officer. "No worries, we have matters to discuss. You may take your leave for now and return later," Crocodile instructed Robin. Given Rotas' earlier remarks, he harbored some reservations about Robin. She had, after all, navigated the treacherous waters of betrayal and loyalty for many years, and it would be prudent for her not to be privy to the details of his dealings with Rotas. "Oh, come later? Should I perhaps vacate for a while to afford the two of you some privacy? Honestly, I am in no rush." Rotas continued to chuckle, rising as if to make his way towards the door. "Mr. Rotas, please do not misunderstand. We do not share that kind of relationship." With a polite smile, Robin explained that although she had allied herself with the sand crocodile, it was through her own abilities that she did so, and not by resorting to the same means as the women of the happy street, who traded on their allure for protection. I understand, Miss Nico Robin. There is no need for further explanation." Lotus wore an expression of understanding, as if to say that no explanation was necessary, for explanations often serve as mere veils. "Enough of your playful banter with my assistant, Lotus. Let us engage in serious matters," Crocodile interjected, observing Lotus's continued jesting with Robin. He cautioned that if Lotus persisted in such frivolity, their discussions would be rendered futile. Very well, Sand Crocodile, do temper your temper. I shall refrain from teasing Miss Nico Robin. Farewell, Miss Robin." Rotas chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned exasperation. The sand crocodile is truly something. With such leisure at present, it is a rare opportunity for jest. "Well then, I shall take my leave, Mr. Rotas." Robin turned to Rotas and, without a word, departed from the office. She was utterly astounded that the sand alligator had managed to forge an alliance with the Navy. Furthermore, the fact that Rotas recognized her indicated that Crocodile had divulged quite a bit of information. "Now, we can commence our discussion," Crocodile remarked to Rotas, who was in the midst of pouring himself a glass of water. "Since that woman has left, it is time to seriously deliberate our transaction. My terms remain unchanged. Provide me with sustenance for half a month to satiate my hunger, and in return, I shall furnish you with a design blueprint every few days. You may have it appraised for authenticity, and I assure you, Engaging in this venture with me will yield no losses. Holding a teapot in his hand, Rotas chuckled, reiterating his condition. As long as the sand crocodile provided him with meals for half a month, a few hearty servings would suffice. Alas, Alabasta was impoverished, and he needed to linger at the sand crocodile's establishment for a while. He sensed that the sand crocodile might abruptly terminate their collaboration. "Oh, is that so? Might you enlighten me on the reasons?" Crocodile remarked, perceiving from Rotas's tone that he might still be reaping significant benefits. He sought to extract more information from Rotas for his own advantage. Firstly, the royal lineage of Alabasta is one of the 20 monarchies that established the world government. They possess the stone tablet containing the true historical account of the Pluton, which is no mere secret. Should this information be discovered and disseminated, you are surely aware of the grave consequences. Secondly, you place too much trust in Nico Robin. Do you believe that upon discovering the historical stone tablet containing the location of Pluton, she would willingly translate it for you? Sand Crocodile, allow me to remind you. Others cannot be relied upon. Possessing the schematics of Pluton is undoubtedly more dependable than attempting to locate Pluton itself. Rotas presented two well-prepared arguments. Asserting his disbelief that the sand crocodile was unaware of such matters, he merely found himself devoid of superior options. Otherwise, why would he take such considerable risks to usurp a nation? Your reasoning is quite sound, and I concur. However, how can you assure the authenticity of this blueprint? Crocodile countered, tapping his fingers on the chair. He understood Rotas's perspective, and indeed, Nico Robin harbored skepticism. Yet, amidst the vast ocean, only Nico Robin possessed the ability to translate ancient texts. This was his last resort. Now armed with a more viable method, he would certainly employ it. The pressing question remained. How could Rotas guarantee the legitimacy of the blueprint? This places me in a predicament. Perhaps I could share the origins of this blueprint with you. If you deem it false, I shall take my leave. If you find it genuine, we may continue our discourse. Rotas found himself confronted with a formidable dilemma posed by the crocodile, who demanded that he authenticate the authenticity of a certain blueprint. How was he to prove its legitimacy when he himself harbored uncertainties regarding its veracity? He understood that, even if the design were genuine, it undoubtedly depicted a vessel of considerable menace. Were it not for the principle of competitive pricing, would he truly consider offering it to the crocodile at such a modest rate? And what is the provenance of this blueprint? I must lend an attentive ear to that tale. Crocodile, having listened to Rotas's account, was now partially convinced, after years of navigating these treacherous waters. He had developed a keen sense for discerning truth from deceit. Does the city of Water 7 hold any knowledge of this? Rotas intended to enlighten the crocodilian species beforehand, so as to avoid any confusion later on. Indeed, Crocodile nodded. He was well aware of Water 7, a renowned location along the Grand Line, particularly famed for its shipbuilding prowess. 800 years ago, a battleship named Pluton was crafted by the shipwrights of Water 7, and the blueprints have been passed down through the ages. In this era, these designs came into the possession of the fisherman Tom. The world government, having learned of Tom's possession of the Pluton blueprints, dispatched spies to acquire them, but as you well know, the outcome was unfortunate. Tom had passed away 5 years prior. Before his demise, Tom entrusted the Pluton blueprints to his eldest apprentice, Iceberg, who was now the mayor of Water 7. Iceberg subsequently handed the designs to his disciple, Frankie, the very individual I escorted and who is currently detained in Alabasta. You should be able to verify this. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Oh, and there is one more thing I must mention. When I departed from Water 7, the CP9 agents were still undercover at the Galley-Law Company, seeking to locate those blueprints. Rotas, feeling a slight dryness in his mouth, took a few sips from the teapot and awaited the response from the sand crocodile. Having stated his case so emphatically, it was now up to the crocodile to determine the veracity of his words. Could you enlighten me on the appearance of the undercover agents from CP9 within the Carrera Company? Inquired Crocodile, his curiosity piqued. He had begun to ascertain that the design of the Pluton in Rotas' possession was likely authentic, with a probability of 70%. Should he further verify the identities of the CP9 members Rotas spoke of, the legitimacy of the blueprint would be indisputable. He could hardly believe that the world government would idly employ CP9 as moles in a shipbuilding firm without compelling reason, apart from the Pluton blueprint. He could fathom no other justification. No problem, I can provide that information, Rotas replied. Rotas remarked that these matters are trivial, after all. They are merely selling members of CP9 from around the world, not their own kind, and he excels in such dealings. The Carrera Company employs several shipwrights, among whom stands a certain fellow who raises pigeons and dons a black top hat. He is none other than Rob Lucci, the most formidable member of CP9. Renowned as the strongest in 800 years, wielding the powers of the leopard fruit. In addition to him, another shipwright from the Carrera Company is named Kaku, easily identifiable by his white duckbill cap and prominent long nose. Then there is Khalifa, the secretary of Iceberg, a striking blonde lady fond of wearing stockings, who always displays unwavering admiration for her superior in the presence of outsiders. Beyond these three, within a tavern in Water 7, one can find a fellow named Bruno. Easily recognized by his horn-like hairstyle, he possesses the powers of the Door fruit, serving as the keymaster. These four individuals represent CP9 and Water 7. And should you wish to eliminate them, I advise you to act swiftly, for there are other CP9 members present on Judicial Island. After a brief explanation of the characteristics of the CP9 group in Water 7, Rotas did not forget to remind Crocodile that if he intended to take action, he should do so promptly. Otherwise, several CP9 members still remained on Judicial Island. I am truly astonished that you divulged this information so readily, Crocodile remarked after heeding Rotas' words. He diligently memorized the names and appearances of the four individuals, preparing to investigate them thoroughly. However, Rotas was remarkably forthright, sharing this without any preconditions. What does it matter? I am not part of their organization. They belong to the world government while I am a Navy officer. What difference does it make? Lotus expressed that he is not part of CP9, and when it comes to selling, they feel no pressure whatsoever. In any case, he harbors a strong disdain for the world government. If someone were to cause them trouble, he would welcome it. You truly are a dangerous individual. Crocodile remarked with a sly smile, his eyes narrowing. It seems that Lotus does not share the same allegiance as the world government, which explains why he would divulge such information to him. How intriguing it is that even a hero of the Navy like Garp would utter such words. As for those CP9 fellows, I must inform you that their current capabilities are rather lackluster. From my observations, they either remain stagnant or are regressing. If you have any grievances with that group, it would be wise to act swiftly. Rotes shrugged at Crocodile's words and continued to remind him that he had clearly observed the capabilities of CP9 and Water 7. Their strength was unimpressive, particularly that of Bruno and Khalifa, whom he suggested should be eliminated, although he was uncertain about the abilities of Kaku and Lucci. He reasoned that after 2 years of continuous shipbuilding, they had likely not engaged in specialized combat training, resulting in little improvement in their skills. If Crocodile were to take action, it was likely that CP9 would suffer significant losses. At that point, Spandam would find himself without subordinates, making it convenient for Rotes to act. He typically refrained from targeting individuals, but Spandam was an exception, as he had long sought an opportunity to deal with him. Do not misunderstand, Rotes clarified. I bear no animosity towards CP9. I merely wish to gather intelligence. Once the information is verified, our transaction will be established. Crocodile, upon hearing Rotes' remarks, waved his hand dismissively. He had no grievances with CP9 and questioned why he would pursue them. If the information were confirmed, his focus should be on constructing the Pluton, not on engaging with CP9. Furthermore, he was not foolish enough to provoke the world government, as being discovered while building the Pluton would bring about dire consequences. Is that so? What a pity, Rotes replied. I had assumed you held a grudge against them, which is why I shared so much with you. Upon hearing the words of the Sand Crocodile, Rotas felt a tinge of disappointment. The prospect of the Sand Crocodile confronting CP9 promised to be quite entertaining, yet alas, it was not meant to be. Whether or not I bore any animosity towards them was of little consequence. It appeared that you harbored a grudge. Crocodile stroked his golden hook and chuckled, noting that Rotas's encouragement to confront CP9 seemed akin to a treacherous ploy, especially given that he had divulged all pertinent information regarding CP9. It was hard not to perceive it that way. There was little to be done. The world government was hardly benevolent, and I yearned to witness their misfortunes. Regrettably, you were unwilling to take action. Rotas, with a sincere expression, candidly expressed his thoughts, revealing his true intentions without a hint of pretense. He had originally planned to become a pirate and create some chaos for the world government, but unexpectedly found himself as a member of the Navy. It was now challenging to confront the world government openly, so he resorted to subtle mischief instead. Upon hearing Rotas's words, Crocodile felt somewhat speechless. Should he commend Rotas for his honesty or lament his naivety? As a pirate, Rotas had divulged everything that should have remained unsaid. Announcement. Greetings, dear readers. I have an important message to share. This book is scheduled to be launched on April 1st, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I sincerely hope for your support at that time. Additionally, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the readers for their collections and recommendations, and especially to those who have not abandoned this humble author and have generously offered their contributions. Chapter 127. Not Giving Up. Crocodile remarked. I've said so much. Can we finally eat? I'm on the verge of starving. Roth leaned against the wall, resembling a desiccated salted fish. He had already informed the sand alligator of this matter. Could they finally dine? The promise of a meal surely wasn't a jest. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Please wait here while I arrange for someone to escort you to your meal. Crocodile had extracted a considerable amount of intelligence from Roth, and his spirits had lifted considerably. He then instructed the security personnel to take Roth to dine. Sand alligator. I await your good news. Before departing with the security personnel, Rotas joyfully waved goodbye to the sand crocodile, having finally accomplished the purpose of his journey. After dismissing Rotas, Crocodile took out a din mushy to summon Robin to his office. Mr. Crocodile, I must admit, I was quite taken aback to discover your connections with the Navy. It truly startled me just moments ago. Upon arriving at the office, Robin wore a constant smile. Her curiosity piqued by the nature of the transaction between Crocodile and the Navy. There was no need for futile probing. I have a task for you, Crocodile remarked, puffing on his cigar. It was impossible for Nico Robin to uncover the details of his dealings with Rotas, even if Rotas were to remain silent. Crocodile would ensure that she remained in the dark. Presently, he desired nothing more than for Nico Robin to utilize her exceptional talent, gathering intelligence. If Rotas's information proved reliable, then the agents of CP9 would undoubtedly leave traces behind. When the time comes, the authenticity of the blueprints provided by Rotas will speak for itself. Is there anything you require of me, Mr. Crocodile? Curiosity glimmered in Robin's eyes as she faced Crocodile, who appeared unusually serious for the first time. It seemed that the gravity and complexity of the matter at hand were significant. I require your assistance in gathering intelligence on a few individuals in Water 7. Please take note. In Water 7, there exists a company named Galila, which employs two shipwrights. One is a pigeon keeper adorned with a black top hat, known as Rob Lucci. The other shipwright, easily recognizable by his long nose, is named Kaku and is fond of wearing a white duckbill cap. Additionally, I need you to investigate the mayor's secretary of Water 7, a blonde named Khalifa, who has a penchant for wearing stockings and spectacles. Moreover, within a bar in Water 7, there is a character named Bruno, identifiable by his horn-like hairstyle. Please probe into any inconsistencies regarding these individuals. Remember to remain discreet. It is crucial that you do not reveal your identity, as they may potentially be affiliated with CP9. After Crocodile's admonition, he reminded Nico Robin to exercise caution during her investigation, emphasizing that while her exposure was tolerable, it was imperative not to implicate him. Very well, Mr. Crocodile. These individuals must surely be those that Lieutenant Rotas recently informed you about. Robin nodded in acknowledgement of Crocodile's words. Her curiosity piqued by the fact that the Navy would divulge information regarding CP9 to him. This revelation heightened her interest in the dealings between Crocodile and Rotas. Indeed, it was he who informed me. If you have the time now, I suggest you investigate this matter immediately. Crocodile responded with a calm demeanor, understanding that it was no surprise for Nico Robin to deduce that Rotas was the source of his information. If she were unable to make such a simple inference, he would indeed question her suitability as his assistant. Very well, Mr. Crocodile. Upon hearing the tone of Crocodile, Robin understood that she must act immediately. Otherwise, Crocodile would not regard her favorably. To genuinely safeguard herself, she realized that she must present something of value to him to avoid being cast aside. A lesson gleaned from years of experience. Crocodile nodded thoughtfully, and after Robin departed, he lit a cigar for himself. Once the news was confirmed, he would be poised to commence the construction of the Pluto. When Pluto was completed, he would reign as the sovereign of these vast seas. Thud, thud. After Robin departed, a knock resonated at the office door. Crocodile recognized it as his subordinate and beckoned, "Come in." The casino staff, upon hearing Crocodile's command, cautiously opened the door. Upon seeing Crocodile seated on the sofa, his legs trembling unnaturally, they stammered, "Boss, there is something I must report to you." "Speak. What trouble has befallen the casino?" Crocodile gestured dismissively, his gaze coldly piercing into his subordinate. This group of inept fools, trembling with fear before him, could only bring bad news. "Boss, the red-nosed man who came with the Navy today has won a substantial amount in our casino." The staff member, now even more intimidated by Crocodile's gaze, felt as though he stood at the precipice of a crocodile's gaping maw. One wrong move could spell his doom. Yet, he had no choice but to relay the truth. Concealing it would lead to a more horrific fate. How much did he win? Crocodile's eyes glimmered not merely with coldness but with a murderous intent. Everything in the casino had been tampered with, yet these imbeciles allowed someone to win. 55 million berries. As the staff member uttered this figure, a chill ran down his spine, and beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead like raindrops. When the red-nosed man had won 5 million berries, he had approached the boss. But with voices echoing from the office, he dared not intrude, leading to this calamitous outcome, though he felt no personal culpability. 50 million berries? You fool. What use are you to me? Upon hearing that number, Crocodile could not restrain his ire. Granules of sand swirled in his palm, coalescing into a small whirlwind. He was on the verge of eliminating this fool, for 50 million berries was no trifling sum, and yet this imbecile allowed someone to escape with it. After a moment's reflection on his absence, he refrained from executing the man. Boss, spare my life. The staff member, hearing Crocodile's words, immediately knelt in supplication. Too terrified to retort, hoping against hope that his pleas might hold some weight. Get out. Should such an incident occur again, you may as well forfeit your life. With a swift motion, Crocodile released the miniature whirlwind, which expanded as it swept the kneeling staff member from the office. Once outside, the whirlwind gradually dissipated, leaving the staff member bloodied, as the sand granules within had mercilessly struck him. Thank you, boss, for sparing my life. The staff member rose from the ground, kneeling as he expressed his gratitude towards the office. Though his body bore numerous scars, they were merely superficial wounds. And the fact that his life had been spared by the boss was a tremendous stroke of fortune. It was well known that those who had erred in the past had met a far grimmer fate. His survival this time filled him with overwhelming joy. Chapter 128. The requested is as follows. Mr. Crocodile, Sir of the Seven Warlords, has established a casino in our nation of Rainland. I would like to implore you to assist me in observing whether he has committed any acts harmful to the civilians. I deeply regret to say that, given our nation's current capabilities, we are unable to find anyone who can contend with the Seven Warlords. I sincerely hope that Lieutenant Rotas can aid us in this endeavor. Cobra spoke with an almost brazen audacity, for he was well aware that Crocodile resided in Rainland with his approval. His intent in making such a statement was solely to expedite Rotas' departure from the palace. He wished for Rotas to venture anywhere within Alabasta, provided he did not linger in the palace. Prior to this, he had taken a particular interest in the kitchen and dining hall, where he encountered the mountain-like stacks of dishes that Icolum had mentioned. At that moment, he comprehended the source of the sudden sense of crisis he had felt during his long reign as king. He began to believe Icolum's assertions that Rotas would impoverish Alabasta, a warning not to be taken lightly. Rotas scratched his head, reflecting that had it not been for Kabura's reminder, he might have completely forgotten that his purpose for coming to Alabasta was to seek the sand crocodile. This was indeed due to the palace's delectable cuisine. However, upon further contemplation, it seemed that it was not too late after all. I have pledged that safeguarding the civilians is an unwavering duty of the Navy. Since His Majesty has articulated this, I shall embark on my journey tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Rotas concluded that departing the following day would be prudent. After all, Alabasta was a wretched land, where the very soil seemed to bear the mark of poverty. He decided it would be best to visit Sand Crocodile, who, despite his reputation, had once challenged the formidable Whitebeard. Rotas found it hard to believe that Sand Crocodile could truly be destitute, especially considering the grandeur of the casino he had constructed in the rain base. Such an establishment could hardly be erected without hundreds of millions of berries. Moreover, with Cobra's request, Rotas now had a legitimate reason to meet Sand Crocodile in rain base. Had he simply shown up to indulge in food and drink, rumors of collusion between his navy and the Seven Warlords would have surely spread, tarnishing his reputation. However, as he was summoned by the king of Alabasta, his intentions could be framed as noble. He would be risking his safety for the well-being of Alabasta's citizens, a most honorable pretext indeed. How splendid! I shall arrange a grand feast for you this evening, Rotas declared. Upon hearing this, Cobra was overjoyed and immediately promised to host a farewell banquet for Rotas. At last, he would see Rotas off, and the palace would no longer be fraught with anxiety over the relentless chore of washing dishes. Is that so? I am truly grateful. Rotas replied graciously. Upon hearing Kabura's words, Rotas's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. If he understood correctly, the term feast referred to a gathering far more exquisite and opulent than mere banquets or assemblies. Did this imply that he would indulge in a cornucopia of delectable dishes? He was taken aback by the king of Alabastan's generosity. His efforts to safeguard Alabastan from potential threats of usurpation had not been in vain. Indeed, The old adage rings true. Good deeds are rewarded. This is merely my duty, Rotas replied. Now, please continue to enjoy the festivities. Once the feast is prepared, I will ensure that someone comes to notify you. Having concluded his business with Rotas, Kabura intended to depart. This recent experience had profoundly taught him the adage that inviting a deity is far easier than sending them away. Henceforth, he would refrain from casually inviting individuals to the royal palace. Your Majesty, travel safely, he bid as he took his leave. Rotas joyfully escorted Kabura away, elated at the prospect of a grand feast that evening. Within the rain-soaked casino of Alabasta, the crocodile, puffed on a cigar and, upon seeing Robin approach, spoke. Pray tell, what news do you bring, my intelligence officer? Mr. Crocodile, the Navy has arrived in Alabasta. According to my informants, they are currently within the royal palace of the Alabasta Kingdom. Nico Robin leaned against the wall, sharing the intelligence she had recently acquired. The sudden appearance of the Navy in the royal palace was indeed shrouded in mystery, as even the coastal informants had received no prior warning. Oh, is that so? What concern is that to us? Crocodile exhaled a long plume of smoke, smirking wickedly. Just an obscure Navy lieutenant. If it were Admiral Carp, he would retreat like a turtle without a second thought. But a mere lieutenant? He has no idea how many lives have been extinguished during my years as one of the 7 warlords. As long as this Navy lieutenant does not provoke me, he may remain unscathed. However, should he dare to cross my path, my reputation as Sand Crocodile is not merely for show. That may be. But based on their current movements, it seems likely they will come to Rain Base. Nico Robin adjusted her hat and continued. A Navy lieutenant is indeed not worthy of concern. It is no wonder Crocodile dismisses him. Yet, it is crucial to note under whose fleet this lieutenant has arrived. I do not believe his intentions in Alabasta are solely directed at the kingdom itself. Oh, is that so? That is rather troubling news. By the way, how is the recruitment of personnel progressing? I hope you are not going to tell me you are unable to find anyone. Crocodile was unconcerned about the Navy's presence in Rain Base. His primary interest lay in whether Nico Robin was assisting him in recruiting personnel. His plans were in the strategic phase, and it was essential that he did not face any setbacks. I have identified potential recruits and am currently in discussions with them. I am confident they will soon join our ranks. Robin took out a photograph from her pocket and handed it to Crocodile. The individual depicted in the image was indeed someone she had encountered. Despite his cold demeanor, Robin, having discerned his vulnerabilities, was able to engage him in conversation quite effectively. Oh, I believe I have seen this individual before. He appears to be a bounty hunter, Crocodile remarked as he examined the photo handed to him, recognizing the figure within. Wasn't this person a bounty hunter? What interest could he possibly have in joining their Baroque works? Desbones, a remarkable bounty hunter from the South Blue, also known as the Killer. He possesses the powers of the chop-chop fruit, enabling him to transform his entire body into a blade as hard as iron, capable of slicing through anything he touches. So, Mr. Crocodile, are you unfamiliar with this individual? Are you satisfied? Robin held the documents and read aloud, remarking on the impressive capabilities of this individual. Had it not been for some unknown circumstance that led to their encounter, such a formidable talent might have already been recruited by someone else. She was very pleased and eager to have him join the Baroque works. Crocodile chuckled, affirming that Nicole Robin was indeed a master of intelligence gathering, as she had swiftly identified such a remarkable person. Very well, Mr. Crocodile, he said. Robin nodded, comprehending Crocodile's urgency. Chapter 129. The greedy one within a nearby inn to the casino. Buggy sat in his room, captivated by a small pile of berries, drool involuntarily escaping from the corners of his mouth. What an intoxicating aroma these berries exuded, igniting an exhilarating fervor within him. Buggy exclaimed with delight, his entire being sprawled over the berries, declaring that tonight he would share his bed with these delightful treasures, and no one was to lay a finger on them. Kabeji. I too yearned to lie upon the berries like Captain Buggy, Machi expressed with envy, envisioning the joy of resting among such a bounty. Machi. It would be wise to abandon such dreams, Kabeji cautioned, reminding Machi of the potential repercussions of his aspirations, given Buggy's insatiable greed. Should Machi dare to entertain any thoughts regarding the berries, Buggy would undoubtedly break his legs before anything else. I was merely pondering, haha, Machi replied, his expression deflated like a punctured ball, realizing that with Buggy's avarice, such an opportunity was as distant as a parched ocean. Bang, Buggy, open the door. You little schemer. You've done well. Hurry and open the door, or I shall force my way in. Just as Buggy was lost in satisfaction, The voice of Rots echoed from the doorway, snapping him back to reality, prompting him to instruct Kabaji to open the door. Buggy, you did well. Winning 50 million berries from Sand Crocodile. He is absolutely furious now. If you go tomorrow, I cannot guarantee your safety. Lotus entered with his head bowed, addressing Baki. The crocodile has made it clear that if you venture to the casino tomorrow, he will indeed collect your lifeless body as a trophy. Baki. How on earth did you manage to find this place? Baki, unfazed by Lotus's words, thought to himself that if it came to it, he could simply refrain from going tomorrow. He had already amassed a considerable sum of Bailey today, and he was aware that continuing on this winning streak could lead to trouble, hence his intention to abstain from further gambling. What occupied his mind now was how Lotus had discovered their whereabouts, for they had left no trace. Am I so conspicuous that locating you would pose a challenge? With a hint of exasperation, Rotas gestured towards Buggy, who, while clutching an abundance of berries and sporting an exaggerated red nose, was distinctly noticeable, especially with the soldiers trailing closely behind them. As long as there were living souls along the way, he need not worry about Buggy and his entourage losing their way. So, Rotas, do you have any matters to discuss? If not, I shall retire to rest with my beloved berries. Upon realizing how Rotas had managed to locate them, Buggy was eager to conclude the conversation, harboring a suspicion that Rotas harbored ulterior motives regarding his berries. Hand over 25 million berries to me. I've spent ages wrestling with the sand crocodile. Otherwise, how could you possibly amass such a fortune at the casino? Lotus extended his hand towards Baki, stating that half of the 50 million belly rightfully belonged to him. He had battled the sand crocodile from dawn until dusk, consuming an entire half-day's worth of sand. Regardless of the circumstances, claiming 25 million belly seemed entirely justified. However, Baki let out a desperate wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. It was evident that Lotus sought not merely money, but rather to extract a piece of his very being. These precious belly, which he had yet to embrace warmly, were too dear to part with. Nevertheless, it was clear from Lotus's demeanor that the 25 million belly was a demand he could not ignore. Lotus had undoubtedly assisted him in keeping the sand crocodile at bay, for how else could he have won such a substantial amount in the casino without interference? What struck him with greater trepidation was the revelation of Lotus's combat prowess against the sand crocodile. Thus, he resigned himself to the inevitable, dutifully presenting the 25 million to Lotus. Indeed, those who recognize the shifting tides of circumstance are truly wise. Rotas joyfully accepted the belly handed over by Buggy, slipping it into his pocket. He had anticipated that it would require considerable effort to obtain the belly from Buggy, but he was pleasantly surprised by Buggy's willingness. It seemed that Buggy's ability to navigate the complexities of human interaction and avoid pitfalls had served him well over the years. 555, Rotas, you can leave now. After passing the belly to Rotas, Buggy appeared utterly dejected, as if he had sent off his own child, yearning for solitude. Moji, did you see that? To dream of achieving greatness, one must possess the strength of someone like Rotas, Kabaji remarked to Moji, who was keenly observing the scene. He had no intention of foolishly approaching either Buggy or Rotas, as neither was someone he could provoke. It was far wiser to remain at a distance. Yes. What should I do, Kabaji? Moji nodded, acknowledging Kabaji's wisdom. If he too possessed Rotas' strength, he could rest upon a pile of belly as well. Train alongside those soldiers. Alternatively, emulate Rotas' training regimen, and you shall become as formidable as he is, Kabaji advised Moji. It was best for this fool to focus on his own development. Not only would it rid Kabaji of an annoying companion, but it would also enhance his own safety, for the saying one need not fear a godlike adversary, but rather a pig-like ally was not without merit. All right, I'm off. Upon hearing this, Moji's eyes sparkled with determination. Such a simple truth had momentarily escaped him. To become powerful, one must tread the path forged by the strong. What a fool, Kabaji shook his head, recognizing Moji's gullibility. It was no wonder the Buggy pirates had fallen to such depths. Lieutenant Rotas, I wish to train alongside you. Moji's sudden declaration caught Rotas off guard, leaving him bewildered. Was this simpleton out of his mind? Normally, Moji shrank away in fear at the mere sight of him, yet now he boldly approached with such words. Indeed, Lieutenant Rotas. I aspire to be a formidable warrior like you. I hope you will allow me to follow in your footsteps. Observing Rotas' indifferent demeanor, Moji felt his resolve wavering and resorted to flattery once more. You traitor, Moji. Buggy was on the verge of eruption at the scene before him. Moji was blatantly betraying him, disregarding his authority as captain. Enraged, Buggy instinctively grasped several daggers, contemplating punishment for Moji. Captain Buggy, please. Remain calm and do not lose your temper. Kabaji quickly interjected, seeking to pacify Buggy, for any rash action would jeopardize his own plans. Buggy, your crew wishes to train with me. I shall take him with me. You have no objections, I trust? Lotus turned to Baki and Machi, pondering that although Machi was somewhat dim-witted, extracting information from him was rather effortless. Moreover, it would instigate discord among Baki's group, diverting their focus from any escape plans. This, he mused, would alleviate many of his burdens. He firmly believed that Baki and his companions harbored intentions of fleeing. It was merely that Baki had been too heavily restrained to find an opportunity thus far. Chapter 130. Thoughts a few days later. Robin arrived at the casino office, clutching a piece of paper, and rapped on the door of the eagerly awaiting Sand Crocodile. "Ah, our intelligence lady has finally graced us with her presence," exclaimed Crocodile, his face adorned with a welcoming smile. After such a lengthy wait, he anticipated that she might have some answers. "Mr. Crocodile, the investigation has yielded results." Robin smiled and nodded. Having procured a few individuals from the black market to assist her in surveillance, after several investigations, she finally uncovered some clues. "What have you discovered?" Crocodile sat up straight, eagerly awaiting Robin's report, having anticipated this moment for quite some time, hoping the news would be accurate. According to the intelligence gathered, they were indeed agents of the government, and remarkably skilled spies. The individuals assigned to monitor them reported that they were detected immediately upon their appearance. Furthermore, it was revealed that the two boatmen were adept in the art of finger gun techniques, clearly indicating they were not ordinary individuals. It seemed one of them had consumed a devil fruit, as it was impossible for them to vanish without a trace at night otherwise. Most importantly, the intelligence obtained from the black market unveiled the identity of the man wearing the black top hat. He was Rob Lucci, the one responsible for the massacre of 500 captured soldiers from the kingdom years ago. From this information, it could be inferred that even if Rob Lucci was not a member of CP9, he was at the very least affiliated with the world government. Robin crossed his arms and smirked, having confirmed the identity of the man before her. It was increasingly evident that those four individuals were undoubtedly affiliated with the government. "Well done. You may take a few days off now. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you any longer," Crocodile remarked, his form dissolving into grains of sand and vanishing from the office. With the truth of the information established, it was likely that the design plans for Hades were also genuine. He needed to hasten his search for Rotas. What a massive crab, yet so little flesh. "Aren't you embarrassed to come ashore like this? And you, foolish bird, why are you acting alone? Where are your companions? How dare you abandon them to venture here alone? Are you still a bird? How utterly selfish." In the sandy terrain, Rotas cursed as he kicked aside the gigantic crab shell, then smashed the deceitful bird's skull with a swift blow. These two selfish beings had no thought of bringing their companions along, only concerned with their own solitary pursuits. It was indeed selfish. Speaking of which, despite their size, they hardly possessed any meat. Did they not feel ashamed, wandering about without having fattened themselves first? These past few days, he had grown weary waiting for a response from the Sand Crocodile. Bailey's funds were nearly depleted, and dining at others' expense was no longer an option. Thus, he found himself scouring this desolate desert for sustenance. Fortunately, despite its barrenness, there was a modicum of food to satiate his hunger. Otherwise, he might truly perish here. "Rotas, hand over the design plans. Our transaction is commencing." Crocodile reformed amidst the swirling sand particles, landing before Rotas. Had he not known that Rotas was hunting in this forsaken locale, he would have struggled to locate him. However, such details were inconsequential now. Their trade was ready to begin. "Have you finally confirmed everything?" "I swear, I feel as though I am on the verge of starvation." Sand Crocodile. "Could you possibly have a better sense of time?" Leotes leaned against the stone, lamenting that it took so long to confirm such trivial news. He felt on the brink of starvation. Had it not been for the messenger from the Sand Crocodile urging him to wait, he would have sought other opportunities long ago. "There is no choice, Leotes. You must understand that matters of such significance require thorough confirmation." Crocodile chuckled, wholly unconcerned by Leotes' grievances. He was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating the design plans from Leotes. "Very well, here is the paper for you. Now, please arrange for a feast for me, one where dishes keep arriving incessantly." After Rotas casually tossed a portion of the design blueprints into the air, he paid them no further heed. As the transaction commenced, the Sand Crocodile ought to prepare his meal, lest he claim there was no sustenance. "You need not worry, I have long since arranged for provisions." Transforming into grains of sand, Crocodile swirled amidst the fluttering papers before reconstituting into his human form. Glancing at the blueprints in his hand, he felt a surge of delight. As for food, he had already dispatched the pirates he had captured to procure it, each compelled to gather provisions with utmost urgency, lest they be offered as nourishment to the banana crocodile. So, I shall have food to eat now, yes? Let me there swiftly. Rotas is now solely concerned with the tangible sustenance at his disposal. Mere words hold no weight without the presence of reality. He desires to see something concrete. For anyone can speak without substance. Ha ha, follow me, said Crocodile, as he transformed half of his being into grains of sand, soaring through the air. He has acquired a portion of the design blueprints, but he remains unfazed. In due time, he will possess everything he requires. Do not soar so swiftly, Sand Crocodile. As Rotas treaded lightly, he closely pursued the Sand Crocodile, determined not to let it escape, for the prospect of missing out on a few morsels of meat was unacceptable. Though the time seemed brief, considering his voracious appetite, any delay would result in significant losses. He would inevitably miss out on a substantial amount of meat. Eventually, after a considerable journey led by Crocodile, they arrived at a sand dune, a structure meticulously crafted through his abilities. To the untrained eye, even those passing overhead would remain oblivious to its hollow interior. Furthermore, he had constructed a concealed underground river connecting to the casino, facilitating the transport of provisions. At this juncture, while Rotas was anxious about their navy being accused of colluding with pirates, Crocodile harbored greater apprehension regarding the potential discovery of his construction of the underworld. Thus, in matters of secrecy, he executed his plans with even more diligence than Rotas, employing the captured pirates under the pretext of storing food for the banana crocodile. The sand crocodile indeed proved to be quite capable. Upon witnessing a door revealed in the sand dune before the sand crocodile, Rotas began to comprehend the creature's intent. This was advantageous, as it spared him considerable trouble. Furthermore, the locals were well aware of the hunting practices in the desolate expanse of the desert and would harbor no suspicions regarding his association with the sand crocodile. As Rotas gazed upon the interior of the dune, he couldn't help but marvel at the practicality of natural resources. They were truly remarkable, whether for construction or travel. And aside from being countered by sea stone and seawater, they were nearly flawless. There are 60 tons of food stored here. You may eat first. I will go capture another 2,000 or 3,000 pirates for hunting. You need not worry about the food supply. But I hope you refrain from tampering with the design blueprints, Crocodile remarked as he unveiled the provisions covered by an oilcloth. Having witnessed Roth's prodigious appetite, he had already dispatched nearly 10,000 pirates to procure food, but he knew that this was far from sufficient. Thus, he felt compelled to capture a few thousand more. Thanks to the newspaper's announcement of Garp's arrival in the early stages of the Grand Line, many pirates had flocked to Alabasta, believing the Navy would not encroach upon their territory. Consequently, this month had seen a significant increase in the presence of the oilseed flour pirates. He worked diligently to maintain their trade, hoping Roths would not play tricks with the design blueprints. Chapter 132. Conversation. Very well. I shall have someone escort you to the storage area for the food shortly. This is something I prepared after you mentioned it last time, Doflamingo responded with a nod. Glancing at the ancient script on the blueprints in his hands, he continued, now that the transaction has commenced, Bull Demon King, will you not provide me with the translated text from the blueprints? Otherwise, these ancient characters render shipbuilding impossible for me. You have sought the wrong person for assistance. I am merely responsible for sales, not translations. If you require help, you should consult Nico Robin. What would seeking me accomplish? Upon hearing this, Rotas spoke up, expressing that he had never heard of anyone selling English books while also undertaking translations. Naturally, he would not be responsible for translating ancient literature either. What use do I have for this blueprint, Bull Demon King? Doflamingo replied coldly. Without a translation, how can he construct a ship? Do not speak so dismissively, Doflamingo. Now that you possess the design blueprint, it is akin to having a treasure. You merely lack the key. The world government possesses nothing at all, does it? Are you not intent on bringing suffering and despair to this world, along with the destruction of the celestial dragons in Mariowa? You must exercise patience. Doflamingo smiled at the imposing figure of Bull Demon King, saying, well, your argument does hold some merit. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo helplessly nodded. He had merely intended to provoke the Bull Demon King, hoping to glean a translation of the design blueprints from him. However, it seemed that the Bull Demon King had nothing to offer at present. Thus, he would have to expend some time searching the vast ocean for Nico Robin. That's more like it, Doflamingo, the Bull Demon King replied. I shall provide you with the design blueprints in several installments. Do not fret. As long as you keep me well entertained within the next 6 months, I assure you, I shall adhere to our agreement. Rotas chuckled, knowing full well that he could not simply hand over the design blueprints to Doflamingo. Otherwise, Doflamingo might turn against him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to manage the situation. After all, he was merely here to enjoy the hospitality, not to engage in conflict. I understand, Bull Demon King. I never anticipated that you would so generously provide everything at once. Doflamingo nodded in acknowledgement. He had never considered that Bull Demon King would be so benevolent as to present all the blueprints in one go. Very well. Let someone take me to procure some sustenance. I am famished and require food. Now that the transaction had commenced, Rotas felt no need for formality. He was eager to dine. Understood. Torpol will have Say or Peak escort you, Doflamingo announced, raising his voice toward the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Say or Peak entered the room. Mr. Bull Demon King, please follow me, he said, bowing to Doflamingo before addressing Rotas. I shall take my leave now, Doflamingo, until we meet again. Upon witnessing this, Rotas chuckled, rising to follow Say or Picard as he departed. After Roth departed, Toripol sniffed as he entered the room, leaning on his cane. He gazed at Doflamingo and remarked, Doff, you seem quite pleased. What has the Bull Demon King traded with you? Fufufu, indeed, it is a splendid item, Toripol. Take a look, Doflamingo responded with a hearty laugh, handing over the design blueprints. Toripol, seated opposite him, trusted Doflamingo implicitly. Is this the design blueprint for Hades? Toripol exclaimed in astonishment after examining it. I never expected the Bull Demon King would part with such a treasure. Fufufu, it is indeed the blueprint for Hades. The Bull Demon King has brought me a magnificent gift. Now, Toripol, I must trouble you to search the seas thoroughly for the whereabouts of Nico Robin. Doflamingo declared with a booming laugh. Rest assured, Doff. Leave it to me. I shall handle it adeptly, Toripol replied, returning the blueprints to Doflamingo. With this document, Doflamingo had drawn closer to his objective, and Toripol would exert every effort to assist him. Moreover, keep an eye on the Bull Demon King. He seems to have acquired quite a bit of information about us. Until I can neutralize his power, it would be unwise to provoke him, Doflamingo added, nodding in agreement. I understand, Doff. I will issue the necessary instructions, Toripol affirmed. With the blueprints in hand, they felt no need to create unnecessary complications. Their focus was to maintain stability until the day Hades was completed. Mr. Bull Demon King, may I inquire about the treatment plan you just mentioned? Could you elaborate? Say or Peak inquired as he walked alongside Roth towards their destination. Having just heard Roth speak of a method to treat his wife, his heart surged with anticipation to learn more about this plan. Certainly. If you wish to know, your sister-in-law is indeed in a vegetative state, correct? Thus, if you wish to restore her health, you must treat the root of the ailment. Remember, mental afflictions require remedies for the heart, replied Roths. Upon hearing this, Rotas spoke. But Gimlet has already passed away. What am I to do? Say or Pick, filled with despair, replied, Lucian's affliction stems from the death of his son, Gimlet. This is something I am aware of. Had his son still been alive, I firmly believe Lucian would have long since recovered. Perhaps you could have another child, dear brother. Awaken your sister-in-law's spirit with a mother's love for her offspring. Upon hearing this, Rothas chuckled, remarking that Lucian had become a mere shell of his former self, not genuinely a vegetable, but rather incapable of expressing any emotions or articulating words. Yet, could such a state truly be viable, Mr. Bull Demon King? Say or Peak felt a flicker of intrigue at the words, yet he remained hesitant. How can you ascertain its feasibility without attempting it? Miracles do exist in this world, provided one is willing to embrace the endeavor. Upon hearing this, Rothas extended his finger and gently tapped Say or Pick's shoulder, offering encouragement. Thank you, Mr. Ox King, for your invaluable guidance. I shall forever be indebted to you, exclaimed Say or Pick, filled with excitement. If what the Ox King says proves beneficial, it would indeed be akin to a rebirth for me. No need for eternal gratitude. Simply remember to prepare ample provisions for me, replied Rothas. By the way, dear friend, it would do you well to refresh your appearance. While it may delight your wife, maintaining a polished exterior is essential. Furthermore, if my memory serves me correctly, there resides a highly skilled healer named Colokas at Gemini Cape. He was the ship's doctor for the Pirate King, Roger. You should consider taking your wife to consult them. I am confident it will yield fruitful results. Lotus smiled as he assured Say or Pick that arrangements had been made. Is that so? I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Ox Demon. Say, or Pick responded with heartfelt appreciation. Lucian's health has deteriorated in recent years. If what Mr. Ox Demon says is indeed true, it would be a tremendous relief. One must understand that the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, Roger, is not an ordinary physician. Oh, no need for thanks, the Ox Demon replied. I merely believe that fate has been rather cruel to you. Upon hearing this, Lotus waved his hand and said, if I can assist in any way, I shall do so. After all, it only requires me to utter a few words. I am grateful for your immense kindness. Well, no need to be so formal. My dear brother, please lead me to the place where the provisions are stored. Rotas waved his hand, expressing his annoyance at Say or Pick's habitual behavior. Yet he could not help but feel pity for the old man, understanding his predicament. Very well, please follow me, he said. Say or Pick nodded, guiding Rotas towards the storage room. That night, within the villa of the Don Quixote family, Say or Pick stood before Doflamingo. Say or, how long do you intend to be away? Doflamingo inquired, taken aback by the sudden announcement of Say or Pick's departure after many years of loyalty. 2 to 3 months at the least, or perhaps 6 months to a year, my lord, Say or Pick replied, having made up his mind to take Lucian away from Dressrosa to visit Twin Cape. Chapter 133, Joyful Days Crocodile. I extend my gratitude for your hospitality over the past fortnight. I had intended to stay a few more days, however, regrettably, the old man will be arriving shortly. Thus, I must take my leave. Rotas approached the sand alligator and conveyed that old man Carp, through the telephone bug, had informed him that he would be assessing whether Rotas had been slacking off this month. Otherwise, he hoped to continue enjoying a few more days of meals at the sand alligator's abode. You should return to the warship early. Do not expose me, Crocodile replied, puffing on his cigar and waving his hand dismissively. If you must leave, do so swiftly. I am utterly impoverished and can no longer afford to sustain you. Do you believe I wouldn't chase you out with a broom if you lingered? These past 2 weeks, in order to fulfill my end of the bargain with you, I have even let my stubble grow. Sand alligator, considering our amicable relationship, could you allow me to finish this meal before I depart? Rotas rubbed his hands together with a grin, expressing disbelief that Sand Crocodile possessed no surplus food. Since he was preparing to depart, why not indulge him with one last meal, as a gesture of farewell? Begone, Rotas, do not even entertain such thoughts. That food is reserved for the crew. Crocodile retorted vehemently. Our transaction has concluded, and you shall not encroach further. Indeed, while I do have provisions, they are meant for the sailors, not for you. You have consumed enough over the past fortnight to sustain my army. Any further requests are out of the question. Do not be so stingy, Sand Crocodile. Just one meal, my final meal. What do you say? Rotas chuckled apologetically, realizing that having come this far, he could not leave without at least a morsel from the sand alligator. No, even if there were any, I wouldn't let you have it. You should leave quickly. Crocodile waved his hand dismissively, urging Rotas to depart. The mere sight of him was irksome. As a Navy officer, couldn't Rotas maintain a semblance of dignity? The miserly reptile, let him go then. I shall return. Seeing that he would undoubtedly miss this meal, Rotas could not help but curse, vowing that the miserly sand crocodile would await his return. Then please, do leave swiftly. Crocodile remarked indifferently. He had little concern for when Rotas might next seek him out. With Cap's return, he doubted Rotas could remain so leisurely and idle. By the time Rotas found the opportunity to visit him again, he would likely have already departed. If Rotas wished to dine at his table once more, he would need to track him down first. Accursed sand crocodile, that stingy sand crocodile. Rotas stormed out in a fit of rage, slamming the door behind him. How dare this wretched door obstruct his magnificent horns? Did it truly believe that Rotas could be trifled with? That scoundrel sand alligator better brace himself. Rotas, you scoundrel. Crocodile, witnessing Rotas dismantle the door to his office, could not contain his outrage. What a rogue. Where is the semblance of a naval officer in this? After nurturing him for half a month without so much as a word of gratitude, he audaciously resorts to demolishing my door. What an insufferable wretch. Alas, he has grown taller again. What a nuisance indeed. After leaving the casino, Lotus began to tidy up his corner, inadvertently dismantling the door of the sandy crocodile. This was far from his intention. It was an accident, and he could only blame the door for being set too low. While entering, he had exercised caution, but in his exit, he paid no heed, which led to the door's destruction. Initially believing that he had reached a height of nearly 5 meters and would no longer grow, he was astonished to find himself exceeding 6 meters just half a month later. One must wonder if the life restoration entrusted to him by the venerable old Cap was truly a subpar product. Otherwise, Why would he experience such growth while others did not? Upon Old Cap's return, he must inquire thoroughly about the peculiarities of his condition. If he continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become a giant. As Rotas pondered, he treaded gracefully towards the fields of rapeseed, making his way back to the warship. He knew that if he did not return in time, Admiral Karp would surely reprimand him upon his arrival. After a short while, Rotas arrived at the port of the rapeseed fields and was finally reunited with the warship he had not seen for the past fortnight. The formidable figure of the ship remained as impressive as ever, its hull gleaming with freshness. "Lieutenant Rotas, you have finally returned," he was greeted. "Admiral Karp is currently en route. We shall likely meet in 2 days." Upon boarding the vessel, Lotus was promptly informed by a soldier that Admiral Karp's telephone had reached the ship's communication system. As soon as they received the news, they immediately relayed it to Lotus. "Very well, I understand," he replied. "Please assist me in procuring a complete set of attire, as I am currently clad in shorts and a fitted shirt." Lotus had already grasped this information. What he now truly required was a well-fitted attire. Having grown taller, wearing his previous garments felt akin to donning capri pants and short sleeves, leaving him decidedly uncomfortable. If there were suitable clothes aboard the warship, he implored for them to be provided swiftly. "Lieutenant Lotus, rest assured, we shall craft a set for you immediately. Our ship is equipped with a sewing machine," a soldier cheerfully replied. Upon noticing Lotus boarding, he realized the sewing machine could now be put to use. By the way, is it typical for members of the Demon Clan to experience such rapid growth? They had merely been apart for half a month, and yet Lotus had grown so significantly. "Oh, is that so? That is splendid news. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in creating a fitted garment for me." Upon hearing the news, Rotas was filled with joy. It was a delightful surprise to discover a sewing machine aboard the warship. While he was aware of its recent acquisition, the timing was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he would soon have new garments to wear. "Not a problem, Lieutenant Rotas," chuckled the soldiers. Having benefited from Rotas's kindness for an extended period, they had long desired to present him with a token of their gratitude. After several discussions, they ultimately resolved to procure a sewing machine along with fabric for the ship. They had observed a noticeable growth in Rotas's stature and thus proposed to personally create clothing for him. "By the way, how have Buck and the others been faring lately?" After resolving his own matters, Rotas inquired about Bucky's condition. He wondered whether Bucky, having lost Bailey to him, still appeared frail and unwell. Recently, Bucky and his group had been engaged in bomb development. Although they had not yet conducted any test launches, they had successfully completed 3 bombs. A soldier, after a moment's contemplation, spoke up, stating that Bucky's team had initially been concerned about the possibility of the bombs detonating during the development phase and damaging the warships. However, after several days of observation, they noted that there were no signs of imminent detonation from the bombs Bucky was crafting, thus they had ceased to pay them much attention. "Oh, is that so? I shall go and inspect the fruits of his labor. How has it progressed?" Upon hearing this, Rotas felt a wave of reassurance. It seemed that Bucky was finally earnest in his endeavors. He hoped that the bomb they were developing would not disappoint him. Chapter 134. Departure. As time gradually passed, the day of departure arrived. For Rotas, it was a day of anguish, yet for Sengoku, it was a moment of relief. On this day, the soldiers of the naval headquarters were taken aback to find the usually busy Admiral Sengoku standing at the dock, bidding farewell to Vice Admiral Garp. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers couldn't help but reflect on the profound camaraderie between Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. At last, he has departed. Let us hope he does not return. Sengoku, watching Garp's warship fade into the distance, silently prayed that Garp would not bring anyone back with him. In recent days, he had devoted considerable time to matters concerning Rotas and Bailey. Fortunately, Rotas had only stayed for 2 days. Had he lingered any longer, the headquarters would have had to recruit another batch of cooks. On board the warship, the buggy pirates were diligently tending to their duties, while Rotas engaged in a discussion with Garp regarding their forthcoming journey. "Old man, I believe that heading to Fishman Island and Sabaody Archipelago would be advantageous. It is a gathering place for the supernovas and a crucial route to the New World. If we establish ourselves there, those pirates will have no chance of escape." Rotas proposed to venture to these 2 locations, both notorious for their pirate presence, albeit with relatively weak pirate forces, making them suitable targets for action. Capturing a large number of pirates there would spare them the trouble of searching far and wide. However, this may not be prudent, Rotas. Although the Sabaody Archipelago is a haven for pirates, they seldom provoke trouble, as the presence of celestial dragons dissuades them. Should they incite any disturbances, They would surely attract the attention of a marine admiral. If we were to apprehend pirates there, it would likely plunge the Sabaody archipelago into chaos, potentially provoking desperate individuals to seize celestial dragons as hostages. Carp was averse to the idea of going to the Sabaody archipelago, a place rife with the darkest aspects of humanity, including human trafficking and the detestable celestial dragons. More importantly, their presence could easily incite turmoil on the island, leading to civilian casualties. What about Fishman Island, then? The old man pondered. Well, since Carp has voiced his concerns, Rotas decided to abandon the notion of the Sabaody archipelago. The celestial dragons are indeed repugnant. Since they cannot proceed to Sabaody, surely Fishman Island would be a viable option, as pirates often traverse it en route to the New World. Their mission to capture pirates should be seen as a noble endeavor. Given that the inhabitants of Fishman Island are frequently subjected to plunder, they would be acting in the name of justice. However, this too may prove unfeasible, Rotas. Unless Fishman Island formally requests assistance from the Navy, we cannot typically interfere in the internal affairs of allied nations. Additionally, Fishman Island's economy relies heavily on the presence of passing pirates. Should we apprehend all the pirates, there would be no consumers left, leading to the island's decline, and the blame would undoubtedly fall on my shoulders. I refuse to bear such a burden. Carp expressed that a mission to Fishman Island would be futile, as its prosperity hinges on the very pirates we would apprehend. If all the pirates were captured, the depths of the ocean would remain desolate, devoid of even a ghostly presence. Of course, human traffickers are not to be considered human. They are akin to beasts. Then what shall we do, old man? Where shall we go to capture pirates? We certainly cannot venture into the New World. That is the domain of the Four Emperors. Rotas found himself at a loss for words. The inhabitants of Fishman Island harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humans, yet paradoxically relied on human patronage. If they could not venture to either of those two realms, was it their intention to capture individuals within the territories of the Four Emperors? Well, I have resolved to lead you into the New World to apprehend some pirates. We shall position ourselves near the exit of Fishman Island, ensuring that none of the pirates emerging from the New World can escape. Carp, with a dismissive gesture at his nostrils, expressed that the Four Emperors were merely formidable figures, not insurmountable foes. Their objective was solely to intercept the supernovas in the New World, not to confront the pirate crews of the Four Emperors. Thus there was no cause for trepidation. The old man truly possessed a remarkable intellect. Rotas raised his thumb in admiration of Carp's plan, truly embodying the notion that one should not judge by appearances, for while the old man may appear rugged, his meticulous nature is astonishing. He had, unbeknownst to others, already devised a comprehensive strategy. Naturally, having traversed numerous locations across these vast seas, I possess a thorough understanding of the routes pirates take to the New World. Carp remarked that such knowledge is merely fundamental, as he has devoted his entire life to the ocean. In fact, throughout the Grand Line and into the New World, there exists no place accessible to pirates that he is unaware of. Therefore, whether I can apprehend the pirates hinges entirely upon your esteemed guidance. Rotas now feels that the saying an elder at home is like a treasure truly holds weight. Look at old man Carp. He is practically a living map of the sea. Wherever pirates may lurk, he can track them down with remarkable precision. Indeed, the steadfast Carp has proven to be unexpectedly reliable. Captain Buggy, where are we headed now? Kaido inquired, standing beside Buggy and gazing at the unfamiliar waters and capricious weather with curiosity. The New World, Buggy slowly articulated, his eyes reflecting nostalgia as he surveyed the strange yet familiar surroundings. In the past, he had traversed this very sea alongside Captain Roger, where they had once become part of the crew that would claim the title of the Pirate King. Isn't this the territory of the Four Emperors, Captain Buggy? Kaido expressed a hint of trepidation, recognizing the peril of sailing a warship into such a domain. The Four Emperors? That rascal Shanks is here too. I shall have my revenge on him. Upon hearing the title of the Four Emperors, Buggy's reminiscent gaze ignited into a fervent rage. He could never forget how that scoundrel Shanks had frightened him into swallowing a devil fruit, rendering him a landlubber. Even worse, the treasure he had lost was swallowed by the sea, all thanks to that despicable Shanks. If he were to encounter that rogue again, he would not let the opportunity slip by. Captain Buggy, he is a Four Emperor, although you were once a crew member of the Pirate King alongside him. Your current strength may find it challenging to confront Shanks, Kaido cautioned, aware of the vast disparity in their powers. If Buggy could contend with Shanks, they would not still be toiling as laborers aboard Carp's warship. What? You wretched fool, are you defending Shanks? Buggy exclaimed, lifting Kaido off the ground in anger. And no, Captain Buggy, I meant no offense. I was merely suggesting that the great Captain Buggy could never be outmatched by Shanks, Kabeji stammered. Fear etched across his face as he found himself suspended in the air. He had not anticipated Buggy's reaction to his honest observation. That's more like it. This time, I shall show Shanks what I'm made of. Satisfied with Kabeji's response, Buggy set him down. Although Shanks was slightly stronger, in a real confrontation, how could that fellow possibly be his match? Captain Buggy, you are quite conceited. I hope you achieve your desires, Kabeji thought to himself. Silently contemplating that Buggy might be getting a bit carried away. They couldn't even defeat a mere Rotas. How could they ever hope to take on Shanks, a Four-Emperor? Despite Buggy's past connection with Shanks, did he not have a clear understanding of their current standings? 2 days later, the warship arrived at the entrance to the New World, specifically in the waters near Fishman Island. Upon the ship's arrival, many pirates who had just emerged from Fishman Island wore expressions of bewilderment, followed by a simultaneous barrage of gunfire. To them, the appearance of the warship signified the Navy's intent to eradicate them. They were not the type to surrender easily. They were the most free-spirited and ruthless pirates upon these vast seas. Such a dismal lot, they failed to ignite even a flicker of interest in me. Rotas. You handle them all, capture the living if possible, and eliminate the rest. Carp stood at the bow of the ship, observing these pirates with a lack of enthusiasm. This group, emerging from paradise, was pathetically weak and utterly unimpressive. Aside from their cannon fire, none dared to charge forward. Very well, old man. I shall deal with them thoroughly. I will bring you glory. Lotus expressed his determination to cleanse the filth of these clueless fools, who even failed to recognize the esteemed Admiral Carp's warship. How they have managed to survive until now is beyond comprehension. Hurry along, I await your return. Carp gestured for Lotus to depart, then turned back to his reclining chair, retrieving some rice crackers from his pocket and beginning to chew. Chapter 135. The Diligent Buggy. Captain Buggy, after our extensive research, shouldn't we take a moment to rest? Kabeji advised, standing beside Buggy. They had been laboring over the creation of bombs for quite some time without any significant breakthroughs. In his opinion, it would be wise to take a break, as there was still ample time ahead, and there was no need for haste. Since returning to the ship, Captain Buggy had become taciturn, wholly absorbed in his bomb-making endeavors, which left Kabeji feeling rather uneasy. He had never witnessed Buggy in such a state before. After Kabaji's suggestion, he realized that aside from his own voice, Buggy had not acknowledged him at all, continuing his work on the explosives. Disheartened, Kabeji quietly withdrew. Almost there, almost there. I must develop the most powerful shell in the world, so that scoundrel Lotus cannot lay claim to my treasure, Buggy thought, his heart aching at the thought of the money he had lost to Lotus. If only he, Buggy, possessed a formidable bomb. Even that rascal crocodile would have to think twice about challenging his might. Alas, he did not, and thus had lost his fortune to Lotus. This experience instilled in Buggy a desire for strength, a need for more powerful explosives, to instill fear in all who encountered his greatness. Buggy, indeed. Lotus arrived at Buggy's studio and observed Buggy diligently working on the development of a bomb. It struck him as rather rare to witness Buggy exhibiting such earnestness. Get lost, and stop bothering me, Buggy exclaimed, irritated by the interruption, as he continued his work on his clandestine Buggy bomb. Very well, I shall take my leave, came the response. Rotas shrugged and silently departed from Buggy's studio. It seemed Buggy was quite earnest, daring to speak to him in such a tone. Clearly, Buggy's spirits were high lately, and Rotas resolved to encourage his seriousness, lest he dampen his enthusiasm. In Donghai Windmill Village, a group of villagers gathered by the shore to bid farewell to Ace as he set sail. Ace expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the villagers who were seeing him off. Ace, while you are out there, take care of yourself, and remember to eat, Makino said with a smile, presenting him with a parcel she had sewn for him. After all these years, Ace had finally reached the day of his departure, filling her with both happiness and a sense of loss. Thank you, Makino, Ace replied, grinning as he accepted the parcel and secured it tightly around himself. He glanced at the bouncing Luffy and declared, 3 years from now, I will be waiting for you on the sea. Yes, Ace. I will. Wait for me, Luffy responded, shaking his fist. Though Ace was setting sail before him, the title of Pirate King was undoubtedly destined for him. No one could take that from him. Well, I must be off now. It wouldn't be good if Grandpa turned back, Ace remarked, noting that the time was ripe for him to row away. After finally getting rid of his grandfather, he certainly did not wish for him to return. Being caught would complicate his dreams of sailing. Oh, the misfortune of our village, sighed the old village chief, tapping the ground with his cane. unable to suppress his dismay. The village had produced a young man aspiring to become a pirate. If word got out, their reputation would be tarnished. Not far from Ace and the others, in the forest, the Dayton family watched as Ace boarded the small boat. As they observed his departure, Megura anxiously paced, cradling his head and lamenting, "Ace is really going to sea. If Mr. Carp finds out, he will surely kill us." With a click, Dayton lit a cigarette, inhaling slowly as she reflected, "This is his own choice. If Carp comes, we cannot be blamed." Watching Ace's distant figure, she felt a bittersweet nostalgia for her child growing up, now embarking on the pursuit of dreams. As a mother, she could only silently wish for a smooth journey ahead. That said, "Mr. Carp is unlikely to heed my explanations," Kagura said, shrinking his neck. He believed the chances of Carp listening to their justifications were virtually nil. It would be wiser for them to find a place to hide. "Well then, everyone, farewell." Ace bowed and smiled at the people on the shore before rowing away from the coast, venturing into the increasingly vast sea. "Although I am not a prince and have no white horse, I truly love this outfit. Thank you all." On the warship, Rotas graciously accepted the garments crafted by the soldiers, bowing in gratitude. He held a deep affection for the white suit, despite its somewhat unappealing appearance and the evident lack of craftsmanship, which betrayed a rather inexperienced hand. Nevertheless, he cherished it dearly, for it was the first gift he had received in such a long time. "Oh, it is truly wonderful that you do not find it distasteful, Captain Roths," they replied, a hint of embarrassment gracing their smiles. They had initially intended to create a dashing suit for Roths, but as reality often proves, the disparity between dreams and reality can be quite harsh. In the fervor of their enthusiasm, what emerged was a bizarrely shaped white suit. Upon witnessing the final product, the soldiers were nearly compelled to consider erasing all evidence of its existence. However, reflecting on the time they had invested in the anticipation Roths had endured, they mustered the courage to present it. "It is nothing. I am simply delighted to receive a gift from you all," he said. "Now, I shall go and change into it." Rotas glanced at his suit and, with a smile, addressed the soldiers, expressing his eagerness to don a new outfit. The garments he wore were exceedingly uncomfortable, and he felt on the verge of bursting out of them. "Very well, Lieutenant Rotas, please do hurry," they urged. "Indeed, go ahead." The soldiers chimed in, their excitement palpable at the prospect of seeing their crafted suit adorning Rotas. After a brief interval, Rotas re-emerged on the deck clad in the suit. Visibly pleased with his appearance, it fit comfortably, at least. Upon seeing him, the soldiers initially stood in stunned silence, only to erupt into fervent discussion. "Who sewed these buttons? They are clearly misaligned. The collar is the real issue. One side is longer than the other. Who is responsible for this? Nonsense. The trousers are the true disaster. Who stitched these? There are no pockets. How is Lieutenant Rotas supposed to carry anything? Nonsense. Open your eyes. The suit is obviously oversized. Why are you all fixated on trivial details?" The soldiers animatedly critiqued one another's work, conveniently sidestepping their own faults. "No matter. It's so loose. I rather enjoy it," Rotas remarked. Rotas interrupted the soldiers' discussion with a smile, perceiving that the mismatched suit was the result of collaboration among at least 6 soldiers. Otherwise, such a significant issue would not have arisen. Nevertheless, it was the soldiers' good intentions which Rotas, the lieutenant, truly appreciated. Indeed, he affirmed, and upon hearing his words, smiles spread across the soldiers' faces. This was merely a minor setback, and they promised to perform better in the future. Chapter 136. Hard labor. Rotas, that rascal. I wonder if he has been slacking off this past month. Carp murmured at the bow of the ship, while a throng of pirates toiled relentlessly behind him. Heaven help them, they were merely a band of fledgling pirates, fresh from their village, with their pirate crew name just established the day before. Their pirate flag had barely been hoisted for half a minute before they were captured by the Navy. They had intended to abandon ship and flee, only to discover that this Navy veteran was exceedingly formidable, swiftly recapturing them. After several futile attempts to escape, they had come to the profound realization that the Navy's strength far surpassed theirs, extinguishing any thoughts of flight. "Do not dawdle, as long as you work diligently. I shall not impose any harshness upon you," Carp said, seemingly sensing the pirates' trepidation. These youngsters had only recently taken to piracy, their flag's ink still fresh. Fortuitously, they had not yet had a chance to commit any wrongdoings before being apprehended. He had no intention of punishing them severely. A few years in the Navy's branch prison would suffice for reflection. "Sir, how far are we from our destination?" the pirate captain timidly inquired. They had rowed tirelessly for 2 days, and it was time to arrive, though they were uncertain of the Navy officer's intended destination. Take your time, there is no rush. After all, you've only just set sail, Carp replied, reclining in his chair with a smile. This group was quite amusing, although their vessel was a sailing ship. They were rowing it manually to hasten their speed. Clearly, they were obedient, and he would take them to see the place they had longed for, the Grand Line. Please, do not jest, sir. The pirate captain exclaimed, his face contorting in despair. Was the Grand Line a place for fledgling pirates like them? They needed to hone their skills in the East Blue before daring to venture to such perilous waters. To go there now would be akin to courting death. Do not worry, it is merely a place where one could swim to enter, devoid of inherent danger. There is no need for such anxiety, Carp waved his hand dismissively. The Grand Line was not a den of dragons and tigers, there was nothing to fear. He had traversed the New World without incident, surely. He would not encounter trouble in this modest expanse of the Grand Line. The captain of the pirate crew listened, his mouth agape. This was the most astonishing proclamation he had ever encountered. What did it mean to swim across? If one could simply swim over. What need would they have for a pirate ship? Very well, young one, you shall soon understand. Carp, observing the captain's incredulous expression, recognized his disbelief. There was little to be done. These young pirates possessed a narrow perspective, having yet to experience the vastness of the true sea. Once they did, enlightenment would surely follow. The pirate captain nodded eagerly, though he felt perplexed. However, the gravity in the Navy man's tone conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. In the marshal's office at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku shook his head in exasperation as he perused the documents before him. That old rascal Carp had returned to Windmill Village again, and for an entire month at that, it was utterly unreliable. Fortunately, the new recruit seemed adept at evading trouble. Or else, considering Carp's notorious penchant for chaos, it would have been miraculous if their warship had remained intact. Carp had brought back a fair number of captured pirates. Perhaps it was time to promote him. Additionally, I must admit, his abilities appear commendable. Tsuru, seated across from Sengoku, smiled as she noted that as soon as Carp had departed the warship, they received intelligence. Initially, they had feared for the safety of the vessel. But it turned out that Carp's recruit was quite astute, knowing to venture into the territory of the Seven Warlords, thus instilling caution in their adversaries. Very well, let us promote him a rank. Sengoku nodded, though he found Rotas' appetite bothersome and was reluctant to have him at Navy headquarters. Nevertheless, Rotas had indeed captured numerous pirates in recent months. Failing to elevate his rank would seem unjust. I shall arrange for this matter to be addressed promptly. Carp would surely be pleased to hear of Rotas' promotion to lieutenant commander, Tsuru remarked with a smile, preparing to initiate the process. Carp had previously expressed his grievances regarding Rotas' low rank. Whether he will be pleased, I cannot say, but you must ensure that rascal remains aboard the warship. After all these years at sea, how many enemies does he possess? Allowing his ship to operate independently is a perilous gamble. Should calamity befall it, that scoundrel would certainly face dire consequences. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively, questioning whether Carp even comprehended the extent of his adversaries. Many had been imprisoned and impelled down. Others had perished. Yet could he genuinely regard the safety of Navy soldiers and warships? Rest assured, Sengoku. This time, I will have a serious talk with him. Tsuru felt it was time to admonish Carp. Otherwise, should a situation akin to Zephyr's arise, it would be too late for Carp to rectify it. It is always better to exercise caution than to act in haste when trouble arises. Very well. By the way, inform young Tsuru to let Rotas know that he need not come to headquarters for the promotion. We shall take care of it directly. In the wake of the successful resolution regarding Carp, Sengoku instructed Crane to inform Rotas of his promotion, advising him not to make a special trip to Marine headquarters for the formalities. They would ensure everything was managed on his behalf. It was best for Rotas to remain in the early segments of the Grand Line. He should avoid returning to Marine headquarters at all costs. After all, he was merely a child, and Sengoku's excessive caution seemed rather unwarranted. Crane chuckled, remarking that treating Rotas with such suspicion was overly harsh, especially considering his age was quite comparable to Carp's during their youthful days. Ah, Crane, you truly do not comprehend the insatiable appetite of that old Carp, Sengoku lamented. The individuals he brings along are akin to famished specters. A single visit to the headquarters mess hall leaves it utterly depleted. The mere thought of Rotas' conduct at the headquarters was enough to give Sengoku a headache. This child was no ordinary youth. Even the giant brigade at headquarters could not match his voraciousness. It would be prudent to minimize his visits to Marine headquarters, for it simply could not endure his presence. Crane, sensing the strain on Sengoku, decided it was best to refrain from further discussion on the matter. Observing Sengoku's near exasperation, she felt a sense of pity for him. It was indeed a remarkable situation for a Marine admiral to be so thoroughly vexed by a mere Marine lieutenant. Such an account would surely be met with disbelief if recounted. Chapter 137, Promotion on the deck of the warship, Rotas basked in the sun's warmth. When a soldier hurriedly approached him, phone bug in hand. "Lieutenant Rotas, there is a call from headquarters. It's from Advisor Crane," the soldier whispered, leaning in close. Cautious not to let Crane overhear from the other end. "Oh, how peculiar. Headquarters is actually calling me," Rotas replied, intrigued. Rotas hesitantly accepted the phone bug. Pondering what wind had blown through headquarters today to prompt them to contact him, he had thought they had forgotten about him entirely. Moses, this is Rotas." "Ah, greetings. Chief Crane, may I inquire as to the purpose of your call? If you seek the esteemed Lord Cap, I must regretfully inform you that he will not arrive until the day after tomorrow." Rost, holding the telephone bug, remarked, "The old man is not aboard the warship, logically. The personnel at headquarters should be well aware of this. Why then am I receiving a call? I am not seeking carp. I am inquiring about you," Rost replied Heron, with a smile as he held the telephone bug. "It appears this little fellow harbors quite the grievances against headquarters, speaking so plainly and directly." "Oh, you are looking for me?" Rotas was filled with confusion, pondering the purpose of this call. He had not caused any trouble recently, unless the dealings with the sand crocodile had been revealed. Otherwise, what reason would there be to summon him? Moreover, if the matter concerning the sand crocodile were indeed exposed, it would likely warrant a personal visit from Commander Crane rather than a mere phone call. "All right, enough speculation. You have been promoted. You are now a major. This is a reward for your achievements in capturing pirates over the past few months." Crane, perceiving Rotas' bewilderment through the communication device, decided to forego further suspense. Eventually, Rotas would come to learn of his promotion to major. "Oh, is that so? Then I suppose I must make my way to headquarters. I will set off as soon as the old man arrives." Upon hearing the news, Rotas immediately contemplated whether he ought to return to headquarters for training, believing it essential for the fulfillment of his mission. The thought of returning to the canteen at headquarters, with its delightful array of food beckoning to him, filled Rotas with excitement. "There's no need for such trouble," the Crane remarked with a smile, dousing Rotas with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. "We will handle your promotion to major. You need only focus on your current patrol." The Crane had already arranged for the matter of Rotas' promotion to be taken care of, and this was merely a formal notification. "Is that all, Chief Crane? If so, farewell," Rotas responded. After a few casual remarks, Rotas abruptly terminated the call. If he was not being summoned back to headquarters, then what was the purpose of ascending to a higher rank? He felt akin to a person in exile. "Major Rotas, congratulations," said a nearby soldier, cautiously taking the phone. "In this era, it seems that as long as one possesses strength, one's status will swiftly rise. And Rotas has directly attained the rank of major." "There is nothing to celebrate," Rotas replied. "You should understand that my only desire is to return to headquarters. As for the rank, it holds no significance for me." Rotas waved his hand dismissively, expressing his boredom. What was the point of merely being promoted in rank? Could it be consumed? The headquarters could not provide anything tangible? For instance, they could send a few decent uniforms or assign some charming young ladies to attend to their military doctors. What good was a mere promotion when he could instead capture a pirate ship? At least a pirate ship would offer provisions. "Major Rotas," one soldier interjected, "one should not speak so lightly. Perhaps one day you will become a general." The soldiers were well aware of Rotas' sentiments, yet could only offer their consolation. While they would certainly rejoice at his promotion, for Rotas, the significance of being a major seemed trivial when compared to the necessity of sustenance. "Enough of this," he retorted. "The three generals are still alive, and the marshal has not yet retired. It is unlikely that I will have my turn." Rotas waved his hand dismissively, stating that aspiring to become an admiral was mere folly, as all three admirals remained unscathed, and the fleet admiral had not yet retired. Moreover, even if there were opportunities for selection, he would not be among the candidates. He lacked both the qualifications and the strength compared to the likes of Peach Rabbit and others. This was no longer the period following the Summit War when the Navy's might was diminished and a grand conscription was necessary. Furthermore, becoming an admiral would only render him a caretaker for the Celestial Dragons, a position he had no interest in. He mused that if the Navy ceased to be engaging, he would resign and return home to cultivate the land, for serving in the Navy without proper sustenance was less appealing than returning to a life as a fisherman. Indeed, such thoughts held merit, yet, Major Rotas, one must not be too disheartened by the capriciousness of fate. The soldier pondered and realized that there was truth in Rotas's words. However, one must always harbor dreams. For instance, he would be content merely to attain the rank of Vice Admiral, akin to Vice Admiral Garp, without any aspirations for admiralship. Enough of your consolation, he said. Go about your business, and while you're at it, keep an eye out for any pirates in the vicinity. Let us capture some pirates to pass the time. Rotas waved his hand to send the soldiers to investigate whether there were any pirates nearby. He felt quite distressed and needed to find some pirates to vent his frustrations, otherwise it would affect his mood. The soldiers, understanding Rotas' intentions, knew that misfortune awaited some pirates. But there was little to be done. After all, they were pirates, and the Navy was dedicated to apprehending them. Once the soldiers departed, Rotas continued to bask in the sun on the deck, contemplating the time. He speculated that Old Man Carp had perhaps chosen an inappropriate moment to assess him. If he was not mistaken, Ace should have set sail while the old man was away from Windmill Village. Otherwise, once the old man returned, Ace would miss his opportunity to venture out to sea at the age of 17. Xiaohe, you have truly endured much, Rotas thought. As for that brat, I will handle him. He will certainly have no objections. Carp chuckled as he held the transponder snail, having received a call from Xiaohe, who informed him of Rotas' promotion to lieutenant, but that he should not be sent to the headquarters just yet. Rotas, that troublesome lad, needed soothing? If he misbehaved, a good punch would suffice. Carp, aside from this matter, Sengoku wanted me to remind you not to leave your post recklessly. After all, you have made quite a few enemies over the years. Without you aboard the warship, there is no telling who might take the opportunity to retaliate, Xiaohe advised. Concern evident in her voice. Carp, with his playful tendencies, could not afford to be lax. He needed to keep an eye on the ship. Xiaohe, you need not worry. That little brat Rotas is quite strong. He has no rivals at the early stages of the Grand Line. There is nothing to be concerned about. Carp laughed heartily. Sengoku, that rascal, clearly did not want to see him enjoying his retirement in Windmill Village. Why bring this up with Xiaohe? True. He had many enemies, but they were either imprisoned and impelled down or had perished. Those still alive had significantly diminished in strength. There was no way Rotas would encounter danger. Regardless, Carp, you must remain on the warship, Xiaohe insisted, immediately sensing his desire to evade responsibility. This was unacceptable. Carp could not simply indulge his whims. All right, Xiaohe, do not be angry. I shall stay on the warship, Carp relented, recognizing her tone indicated her frustration. Staying aboard was not a problem for him. Sengoku could wait. They would have their time to settle matters. A few days later, Rotas observed that Buggy, who had been engrossed in his bomb research, finally snapped back to reality. However, Buggy's current state was somewhat off. To put it simply, he seemed overly exuberant. Rotas, have any pirate ships appeared nearby? I want you to witness the might of Buggy's cannonball. Bucky approached Rotas and inquired, after days of diligent research, I, the esteemed Bucky, have finally developed the formidable Bucky cannon. Now is the moment to test its incredible power. I am certain that once Rotas witnesses the might of the Bucky cannon, he will be filled with trepidation. As for your question, it bears no significance, for it has been quite some time since we have encountered any pirates. Rotas smirked, expressing his frustration at the scarcity of pirates lately. Despite the vastness of the sea, he wondered where all the pirates had vanished. Let us steer the warship towards areas known for pirates, he suggested. However, upon hearing there were no pirates, Buggy could not contain his discontent. The Buggy cannon, he declared, had long been eager for action, and it was unacceptable to lack a suitable target. Captain Buggy, it appears a pirate ship is approaching, Kabaji remarked, pointing towards a distant speck that resembled a newly crafted vessel. Buggy eagerly seized the telescope from Kabaji's hands and directed his gaze towards the horizon. Indeed, amidst the waves, a ship adorned with the Jolly Roger was making its way towards them. A sly grin crept across Buggy's face. The arrival of this pirate ship was impeccably timed, providing a perfect opportunity to showcase his prowess. Kabaji, fetch my Buggy cannon. Machi, assist in positioning the artillery so everyone can witness the might of their captain's cannon. Buggy commanded, gesturing animatedly as he calculated the distance of the approaching ship. Buggy, I never realized you possessed such skills. Rotas, intrigued by the sight of Buggy, unconsciously drew closer to him, eager to witness the prowess of his cannon. Of course, Buggy declared, allow me to demonstrate my formidable skills. After a series of gestures, Kabaji and Machi arrived, and Buggy proceeded to load his self-developed cannonball into the barrel. He meticulously adjusted the cannon's direction, and once everything was in place, A sly grin spread across his face as he retrieved a match from his pocket to ignite the fuse. With a resounding boom, the cannon roared to life, launching a pitch-black projectile from the warship towards the pirate vessel. Cap, who had been dozing off on the pirate ship, abruptly opened his eyes, startled by the sound of the rushing wind. "That little rascal dares to fire cannonballs at me," he exclaimed. "Admiral, no time for words. We must flee. The cannonball is about to land," the panicked pirate captain urged, realizing the imminent danger as the cannonball approached, threatening to obliterate the entire ship. Without hesitation, the captain leaped overboard with his crew, hastily swimming to safety, fearful of the potential destruction that awaited them. "What a bunch of fools," Cap scoffed, observing the pirates frantically distancing themselves from the ship. Yet, he knew he must neutralize the cannonball before it could strike. Otherwise, he would have to resort to using his moonwalk to escape. Rising from his lounge chair, Cap ascended into the sky with a swift moonwalk, delivering a powerful kick to the incoming cannonball. The projectile, struck with such force, was sent hurtling back at a speed surpassing its original trajectory. After executing this remarkable feat, he gracefully descended back onto the deck, resuming his leisurely repose. "Buggy," he remarked nonchalantly, "your cannonball has been kicked away." Lotus cast a glance at the distant splashes of water and remarked to Buggy, who seemed to have misidentified his target. The opposing pirate vessel evidently boasted formidable personnel, and Buggy's aspirations to obliterate the ship appeared increasingly futile. "Kabeji, Machi, bring forth all the Buggy bombs. I refuse to believe that a pirate ship from the four seas can withstand my barrage," Buggy shouted at Kabeji and Machi, his disbelief palpable as he faced the audacity of this accursed pirate ship that dared to humiliate him before Lotus. Boom, boom, with a series of thunderous explosions, countless Buggy bombs soared toward the pirate ship. Meanwhile, Carp, reclining nearby, noticed the incoming projectiles, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. He swiftly dashed in the direction of the bombardment, exclaiming, "Just because the tiger refrains from roaring doesn't mean it has become a sickly cat. Buggy, I fear you may have stirred up trouble." Rotas gazed at the approaching figure in the distance, sensing that Buggy might soon face dire consequences. How dare he detonate the pirate ship that belonged to the old man? If the old man didn't deal with him, how could he ever justify his actions? "Rotas, what do you think? My Buggy bomb is quite formidable, isn't it?" Buggy exclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing heartily as he surveyed the spot where the pirate ship had once been, oblivious to Rotas' concerns. He was in high spirits, reveling in the thought that those wretched pirates had dared to challenge him, Buggy, and now they were all doomed. "So, you are the one who destroyed that pirate vessel?" Carp, having landed on the deck of the warship, overheard Buggy's raucous laughter. To ensure he had not mistaken the culprit, Carp decided to clarify the matter. "Of course, my Buggy bomb is invincible," Buggy blurted out without a second thought, assuming it was one of the soldiers who had not witnessed his great triumph. "What a fool." Rotas observed Carp's increasingly dark expression and couldn't help but shake his head in sympathy for Buggy. However, to avoid being embroiled in Buggy's troubles, Rotas quietly began to retreat. He was not alone in this. Many others followed suit, and soon the central deck was left with only Buggy and Carp. "Why has the conversation ceased? Are you all intimidated by Captain Buggy's cannon?" Buggy chuckled for a moment, but upon noticing the surrounding silence, he glanced around, only to behold Carp's face, as dark as a pot's bottom, and the ominous sound of Carp cracking his knuckles. "You little red-nosed brat, how dare you fire upon my ship?" Once Carp confirmed that it was indeed Buggy who had fired, he readied himself to confront him. This audacious little rascal was becoming increasingly disrespectful. He could not let this go unpunished. If that scoundrel Roger heard of this down below, he would surely be in fits of laughter. "Lord Carp, this is a misunderstanding." Buggy frantically waved his hands, eager to explain that this was never his intention, it was merely an accident. Chapter 139. The dark-faced Carp had no intention of granting Buggy ample time to clarify. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves and began to unleash a flurry of blows upon Buggy. Amid Buggy's heart-wrenching cries, Carp finally exhaled with a sense of relief. "What brings you all here waiting for me?" Feeling considerably more at ease, Carp finally inquired about why Rotas and the others were present. Shouldn't they be waiting for him in Alabasta? "To catch some pirates, my lord. You may not realize it, but ever since you graced the newspapers, the number of pirates on the first leg of the Grand Line has dwindled significantly." As Lotus observed the old man restore his composure after tidying up the deck, he quietly emerged from the corner, explaining that his presence was solely to avoid revealing his association with the sand crocodile. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you, Lotus. I am quite pleased," the old man responded, a smile gracing his face at Lotus' words. What a fine young man he is. Truly suited for a career in the Navy. It is a pity that old coot Sengoku does not recognize this. Otherwise, if Lotus were to receive proper training at Navy headquarters, he would undoubtedly contribute to the peace of the seas in the future. By the way, old man, are you planning to leave again after your return? Curiously, Lotties inquired whether Carp intended to return to Windmill Village after assessing his progress in training. If that were the case, the old man might be quite infuriated upon his return, especially since Ace would undoubtedly have fled. I won't be going anywhere, he continued. That old scoundrel Sengoku has been reporting me to Xiaoha. Carp's tone grew irate at this point. He lamented that if Sengoku had the audacity, he should personally give him a call instead of hiding behind Xiaoha like a coward. What shall we do next, old man? Rotes felt a sense of joy upon hearing that Carp would not be leaving. With a formidable ally by his side, he could afford to be languid, free from the apprehension of encountering formidable adversaries on the high seas. He certainly did not wish for a calamity to befall him, such as Kaido suddenly descending from the heavens while he was navigating the waters. Having the old man around provided him with a sense of security. Capture the pirates, Carp remarked nonchalantly, as he had been training Rotes to eventually take over his position. Since that old rascal Sengoku had not allowed him to enjoy his twilight years in Windmill Village, he had no choice but to find solace aboard the warship. Carp glanced at Rotes, feeling quite pleased with his decision to bring him back. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. Rotes appeared to have grown taller. Rotes, have you grown taller? Carp inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Indeed, I have grown a bit, old man. You see, I have hardly any clothes left to wear. This garment was sewn for me by the soldiers. By the way, I placed your justice cloak in your room. Rotes scratched his head and replied, finally. The old man has noticed that I've grown taller. I thought he hadn't paid any attention at all. It's splendid that you've grown, Rotes. Isn't it true that in the demon clan, the larger the stature, the greater the strength? When you reach the height of Oz, perhaps even I shall not be your match, Cap chuckled, clapping his hands. The demon clan believes that with greater size comes greater power. And this little fellow already possesses considerable strength. Once he reaches the stature of their kin, Oz, he will undoubtedly surpass me. Do not jest, old man. I am a half-blood, not a pure blood. Besides, think of how much fabric it would take to accommodate such growth. With a smile, Rotes explained that he no longer desired to grow taller. Further height would bring complications, particularly in the realm of romantic pursuits. More importantly, as his stature increased, so too would his appetite. Haha, worry not, Rotes. I shall ensure that our headquarters arranges a tailored outfit for you, Kapu chuckled. If Rotes were to grow that tall, he need not fret about lacking suitable attire. Our headquarters may lack in many resources, but we certainly have enough fabric to provide every soldier with uniforms. I have no doubt that even the giant brigade is well equipped. Rotes will not be an exception. By the way, my esteemed elder, how are Luffy and Ace faring during your return? Rotes felt that if the conversation continued in this manner, it would stretch indefinitely, so he hastily shifted the topic. Those two rascals are always dreaming of becoming pirates. It truly vexes this old man. If they were only half as obedient as you, I wouldn't mind them serving in the Navy. Carp expressed his frustration regarding Luffy and Ace. It was one thing for these two scamps not to join him in the Navy, but the fact that they aspired to be pirates was a source of great embarrassment for him. If only they could be as compliant as Rotes, he wouldn't be so irate. Dear sir, please calm your temper. Luffy and Ace are still just children. They are surely being led astray by nefarious influences, fixated on becoming pirates. Once they grow older, they will undoubtedly find their way back to the right path, so there is no need for you to worry excessively. Lotus advised with a smile that the old man should not compare Luffy and Ace to others. Although Luffy claimed he would not become a pirate, his current actions were far more grave. If the old man were to learn that he exchanged the design of the underworld king for food with Crocodile, he might very well be furious. Moreover, Crocodile was merely the first. Luffy had many more clients lined up. Indeed, it was all that red-haired rascal's fault. Hearing Lotus's words, Carp found them quite reasonable, blaming the mischievous red-haired youth for leading Luffy astray. After all, that foolish boy was so obedient in his childhood. How could he grow up to be so reckless? Therefore, old man, you must grant Luffy and his companions some time to realize their mistakes. Lotus could only say that red-haired Shanks had indeed earned Carp's ire, as it was he who guided Luffy onto the path of piracy. Captain Buggy, are you all right? Kabaji, seizing the opportunity while Lotus conversed with Carp, swiftly approached Buggy to inquire about his condition. Observing Carp's ferocity, he presumed Buggy must be gravely wounded. Kabaji, you should leave. Your captain is fine. Buggy waved his hand, urging Kabaji to depart promptly. He needed to lie down a while longer to avoid giving that old man Carp the chance to come back and strike him again. Had he not been cunning enough to use his fruit ability to shift his body continuously, thus dissipating the force of Carp's punch? Would he even possess the strength to converse now? Very well, Captain Buggy, Kabaji replied, recognizing the urgency in Buggy's tone. He left without further ado. Despite his confusion regarding why Buggy insisted he depart or how Buggy had withstood Carp's assault without severe injury, it was clear that lingering would spell misfortune for him. Chapter 140. The assessment now. Lotus, let me see the fruits of your training this month. Should there be no improvement, I shall show no mercy. Carp declared after engaging in conversation with Lotus for quite some time, finally recalling his purpose. That rascal Lotus had nearly deceived him, which was utterly intolerable. If Lotus failed this assessment, Carp would not hold back. Old man, that would be rather inappropriate. After such a long journey, perhaps you should rest for a few days. Lotus suggested. As Rotas listened to Carp's words, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Despite his attempts to divert the conversation, the old man managed to pinpoint that particular topic. How could he possibly contend with the elder? This was nothing short of inviting suffering upon himself. I am not yet at the stage of needing an 4 drip for survival like that Whitebeard fellow, you impudent boy, Carp jested, scolding him lightly. He was not like that Whitebeard character who required rest. Rotas was merely attempting to deceive him. Now, old man, please go easy on me. I am still just a child. Seeing that Carp would not relent, Lotus could only plead for mercy, hoping that Carp would show him some compassion. For he was but a child and should not be dealt with too harshly. You brat, you've got quite the tough skin. What are you afraid of? Carp chuckled in response to Lotus's words, unable to contain his amusement. This little fellow was remarkably resilient, after all. Even Akiji had not been as durable as he was in his youth. Nevertheless, old man, you must go easy on me. Rotes sensed the ominous undertone in Carp's words and believed it prudent to exercise caution. There was nothing complimentary in the old man's tone. All right, you little rascal. Prepare yourself for my assessment. Carp rolled up his sleeves, unwilling to tolerate any further prattling from Rotes. His patience was finite, and should Rotes continue his incessant chatter, he would not hesitate to take action. Very well. Upon hearing Kapu's words, Lotus immediately perked up, realizing that the old gentleman was growing impatient, prompting him to tread carefully. This is more like it. Allow me to see the fruits of your labor this month. Observing Lotus on high alert, Kapu swiftly extended his fist, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lotus's abdomen, a gesture of tough love, indeed, for he had granted Lotus ample time to react. This was no ambush. Rotes observed the ferocious punch unleashed by Cap, swiftly executing a shave to evade the assault. However, Cap remained undeterred, launching a relentless barrage of iron fists. Rotes continued to evade, yet it became evident that experience trumped youthful vigor. He was no match for the formidable strength of Cap. In an instant, Rotes was struck squarely in the abdomen, sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball. After being sent flying, Lotus took a few steps in the air before gradually stabilizing himself, hovering in the sky. Once he had regained his composure, he began to assess the condition of his abdomen. Upon discovering that he was unscathed, a faint sense of relief washed over him. It seemed that his use of armament hockey to harden in advance had proven to be a wise decision. At least the old man had not resorted to any deceptive tactics, striking him squarely in the abdomen instead. Enough of the warm-up exercises, the old man declared. It's time for me to get serious. Kapu approached Lotus, gliding with a moonwalk. The previous exchange had merely served as a prelude, yet it had allowed him to gauge Lotus's strength. He believed that the current Lotus would be able to endure a while under his assault. With that in mind, he felt it was appropriate to unleash his true power. Old man, do take it easy. Rotes was drenched in cold sweat, pondering whether the old man truly intended to strike him down. The warm-up had been utterly terrifying. How could he possibly withstand the real deal? Fear not, Rotes. The elder reassured with a smile. I shall inform you in advance of where I intend to attack. You need only focus on defending against my onslaught. Though he would temper his blows, whether Rotes could endure them remained a consideration, for in reality, adversaries seldom granted him the luxury of reaction time. Just don't betray my trust, old man, Rotes replied, apprehensively. Upon hearing these words, Rotes felt a slight sense of relief. If the old gentleman could have forewarned him, he believed he would be able to withstand the impending attack. He remained quite confident in his own abilities. However, Carp did not grant Rotes much time to prepare. The moment the words left his lips, he launched his assault, directing his fists toward 3 specific areas on Rotas' body: his chest, his face, and his left arm. What? Rotas, momentarily bewildered, immediately hardened his upper body to block Carp's assault. His mind was slightly muddled. The old man's attack was somewhat different from what had been agreed upon. Wasn't it stipulated that the elder would strike in only one area at a time? Now, Carp was targeting multiple spots simultaneously. Where was he supposed to defend? This was tantamount to no agreement at all. It seemed the old man intended to truly eliminate him. Carp observed Rotas successfully parrying his strikes, nodding subtly in approval, and then unleashed a series of faster, more powerful attacks. Rotas employed his armament haki to shield his back against a flying kick, bending his leg to evade a sweeping strike. However, while attempting to harden his rear, he was caught off guard and forcefully kicked by Carp, sending him crashing into the sea. The wind howled fiercely. It was time to escape. Rotas plunged into the sea, trailing a long white line behind him, and immediately realized that he was no match for the old man. The elder had previously indicated the targeted area for attack, which inadvertently distracted him, causing his body to falter in response. Now, it would be wiser for him to find a place to hide until the old man lost interest and he could emerge once more. "Rotas, you little rascal, come out. Don't act like a coward," Carp exclaimed, witnessing Rotas' prolonged absence in the water. He couldn't help but curse. This brat isn't even injured. Yet he hides in the sea like a turtle, refusing to show himself. It would be foolish for me to go out. Rotas concealed himself amidst the seaweed beneath the waves, contentedly feasting on the aquatic plants, harboring no intentions of venturing out. Only a fool would willingly subject himself to harm. Regardless of what the old man proclaimed, he remained steadfast in his refusal to emerge. He planned to remain in this refuge until the tempest subsided, replenishing his vitamins in the meantime. "You little rascal, it seems I must force you out," Carp declared, observing Rotas still ensconced in the water. He swung his fist down into the depths where Rotas had taken shelter. The force of his blow conjured a visible gust of wind, manifesting as a white fist shape that struck the surface of the sea, creating a noticeable indentation. Yet, the powerful gust did not cease. It surged forward, piercing through the water above Rotas, its target locked onto the unsuspecting figure indulging in his meal. What on earth? As Rotas beheld the colossal fist approaching with the swiftness of a strike, he hastily summoned his armament haki to defend himself. Who on earth could elucidate the nature of this bewildering phenomenon? Chapter 141. The Imprint of the Fist. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. Upon executing this maneuver, Rotas immediately began to sway his body, seeking relief from the oppressive sensation in his chest. Unable to resist, he shoved a handful of seaweed into his mouth to alleviate the discomfort. What sort of absurd technique was this from Old Man Carp, who seemed to disregard his Busashoka haki, leaving him feeling so constricted? "You little rascal, are you coming up or not? If you don't, I shall resort to this technique once more," Carp called out cheerfully from the air. Did Rotas truly believe that mastering Busashoka haki rendered him invincible? While this technique may not inflict harm on those who wield Busashoka haki, it certainly rendered them exceedingly uncomfortable during combat, causing distractions. I'm coming up. Please, old man, spare me from that technique." Rotas waved at Carp and exclaimed, "Isn't it just a beating? Can he accept that?" However, he couldn't help but think that the old man was rather cunning, resorting to such underhanded tactics. With this thought, Rotas gloomily stuffed a handful of seaweed into his mouth. "All right, Rotas, I shall continue to assess you. Prepare yourself." Carp chuckled as he noticed Rotas's reluctance to approach. With the ability to perceive the future, Carp knew that Rotas's attempt to evade in the water was futile. It would only serve to propel him out of the water. "Old man, you might as well strike directly. I cannot endure your hints." Rotas flew before Carp and said, "Old man, just make your move already." Constantly reminding him only serves to distract. It's far better for him to remain vigilant, as this way he might endure fewer blows. "Oh, you little rascal have finally shown some wisdom," Carp replied with a chuckle. "Very well, I shall refrain from reminding you. Just be cautious on your own." It seemed Carp was amused that this young one had finally recognized the issue, having thought he would need to endure several more hits before grasping where he had gone astray. "Old man, please make your move swiftly. Stop dawdling." Upon hearing Carp's words, Rotas's expression darkened instantly, realizing that the old man had been laying a trap for him all along, while he had foolishly believed that Carp would show leniency this time. With that, the old man sprang into action. As Carp's words fell away, his figure vanished without a trace. Noticing this, Rotas felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to activate his shave technique. The old man's speed was astonishing, leaving Rotas uncertain of where the next attack would come from. Thus, he wisely chose to plunge into the sea, convinced that Carp would not maintain such velocity beneath the waves. Surely, the water would hinder the old man's pace. Clever lad. Indeed. As both Carp and Rotas entered the ocean, Carp immediately discerned Rotas's intention. While Rotas had indeed devised a clever plan to utilize the water as a means to delay Carp's speed, he appeared to have overlooked a crucial fact. For the formidable, the environment holds minimal sway over the course of battle. Consequently, it was not until Carp sent him hurtling back into the sky with a swift kick that Rotas realized his strategy had been utterly futile. The old man surpassed him in the air as well as in the depths, and paradoxically, Rotas found his own speed diminished amidst the water. After Rotas received a flying kick from Carp, his expression grew increasingly grim. The old man was exceedingly formidable. Not only was his speed superior, but his strength was unmatched. Most crucially, Rotas realized that escape was futile. He finally understood why no one dared to provoke the old man on the high seas with such tenacity. It was perplexing that the four emperors would choose to trouble him. What is the matter, Rotas? Aren't you going to continue your flight into the sea? Carp, having sent Rotas soaring with his kick, pursued him closely. Remaining drenched in the water was quite uncomfortable for him, and he observed the foolish young man, wondering if he still believed he could flee into the sea. After all, he couldn't even outrun him in the air, let alone in the water. Upon hearing Kapu's words, Lotties chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he resolved to employ his unique skills, believing that an offensive approach could diminish the likelihood of being struck himself. He was confident that the old man would not neglect his defense. Thus, he initiated the Guapai Lian Huan Quan. Lotus swung his fist towards Carp's face, and then, like a slippery eel, swiftly evaded capture. As Lotus made his escape, Carp retracted his colliding fists, poised to deliver a powerful blow to Lotus, intending to impart a lesson on the true essence of a punch. However, it was evident that Lotus had no intention of granting Carp the opportunity to close the distance. The sequence was akin to a barrage of relentless fruit peels. After Ross started away, he unleashed a series of finger strikes towards Carp. Although the power of his finger strikes did not reach the formidable intensity of a grand swordsman's slash, they still possessed the force typical of an ordinary swordsman's attack. While slightly inadequate against the old man, they were potent enough to rip through Carp's clothing, and he was confident that the elder would not simply ignore them. The power may have been somewhat lacking, yet his progress was commendable. Carp casually deflected Ross's attempts, remarking that although the strength was diminished, it was still far superior to those who, after years of training, could barely muster a whisper of power. Nevertheless, it was evident that Roth's technique remained somewhat feeble, akin to a mere tickle. The sequence concluded with a series of swift kicks. As Rotas listened to Carp's words, he refrained from pausing to engage in conversation. Instead, he unleashed the Gale Step, determined to endure for as long as he could, resolute in preventing the old man from closing the distance. Should Carp manage to approach, Rotas would undoubtedly find himself battered and bruised. With the execution of his Gale Step, countless slashes surged toward Carp, yet he effortlessly dissipated the onslaught with a mere counterpunch. Observing Rotas, who was poised to strike again, Carp remarked with a grin, "Quite impressive. Not only have you honed your spear techniques admirably, but the potency of your Gale Step has also nearly reached its threshold. Allow me to witness your other skills and see how they fare." As Carp concluded his statement, his figure vanished in an instant. Rotas, who was preparing to unleash another Gale Step, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension and immediately activated all his defenses. Armored iron block. Whoosh. Rotas felt as if he had returned to the moment when his immense mother had pressed him beneath the bedsheets. And now he found himself once more submerged in the sea. Indeed, it appears that you, young lad, have been quite diligent this month, leaving no room for idleness. From where Rotas had originally stood, Carp emerged, observing Rotas, who resembled an arrow piercing through the water, with a look of profound satisfaction on his face. The fact that he could withstand Carp's assault without sustaining significant injury indicated that Rotas had truly been hard-working this month. Ouch, that hurts. My poor back. Lotus exerted himself by pressing his hands firmly against the rocky formations in the sea, striving to extricate his body. With each movement, he felt a sharp pang in his lower back. The old man had been excessively forceful. He employed all his defenses, barely managing to withstand the initial onslaught. Yet, it was evident that the old man's strength was formidable. Otherwise, he would not have found himself ensnared among the immense boulders beneath the waves. What is this object? It appears rather appetizing. As Rotas exerted himself to rise, he noticed a plethora of plants surrounding him. Some bore vibrant red fruits that ignited a strong desire within him to taste them. Thus, he summoned the power of life restoration, manipulating his long hair to pluck the fruits and bring them to his mouth. Chapter 142. Sea chili once the crimson fruits were consumed. Rotas first chewed them a few times, after which his complexion shifted from pale to red, then to a deep purple. Visible steam began to escape from his forehead. As his muscles bulged with tension, the rocks that had confined his lower body began to shatter in layers. With his eyes glowing red, Rotas bellowed towards the sky, "Spicy. So spicy. It's burning me alive." The immense volume of his voice displaced the surrounding seawater, and he began to thrash about on the ocean floor, wreaking havoc on everything within sight. He kicked a large reef aside and felled a massive sea creature with 2 powerful punches, running further and further away as he sought to vent his emotions. "What a foolish boy," Carp observed, his forehead creased with confusion as he witnessed Rotas' frenzied departure. He then descended to the ocean floor where Rotas had been, noticing a vibrant red fruit drifting before him. Initially taken aback, he quickly grasped it and soared back to the warship. "Set the ship in motion. We must catch up to Rotas. That fool has consumed something he shouldn't have." Upon boarding the vessel, Carp commanded his soldiers, placing the red fruit on the deck. He felt it necessary for the crew to learn about the diverse flora that existed in the ocean, beyond just the sea beasts and kings. "Captain Buggy, what is that?" Kabaji inquired curiously, observing the fruit Carp was presenting to the soldiers. "It doesn't resemble a devil fruit. It lacks any patterns. Sea chili, a variety that is several hundred times spicier than ordinary chili peppers. Its enticing appearance once led sailors to mistake it for a rare fruit, only to find themselves either scorched or rendered mute upon consumption. The presence of such a thing here is indeed rare. However, this chili holds considerable value. Kabaji, devise a plan to acquire it," Buggy remarked with a sly grin. Although fearsome, the sea chili was regarded as a coveted ingredient by some chefs, who would pay handsomely for it. Buggy, being who he was, could not let this opportunity slip away. "Captain Buggy, this thing is too dangerous. I think we should pass." Kabaji responded, a hint of panic in his voice. The thought of carrying such a perilous item made him uneasy. He feared that if the skin of the chili were to break and come into contact with his skin, the consequences would be dire. "What nonsense! You coward," Buggy retorted. "Do you think I would be bested by a mere chili? Once you retrieve it, simply preserve it in seawater. That will ensure nothing goes awry." Buggy chastised Kabaji, fully aware that Carp harbored a grudge against him. Otherwise, why would the cowardly Kabaki be needed? Oh, how excruciatingly spicy. This wretched sea, which surprisingly bears chili peppers, is truly terrifying. After a considerable duration of madness, the frenzied Lotus finally came to a halt. The burning sensation subsided, and he regained some clarity. Those enticingly beautiful fruits turned out to be nothing but chili peppers, and their spiciness was no ordinary affair, truly devilish. My mouth. After a bout of complaints, Rotas stumbled upon a more horrifying revelation. His lips had transformed into grotesque sausage-like appendages, and not just any sausages, but ones that were notably thick and elongated. Gazing at the reflection of his peculiar lips on the sea's surface, Rotas felt an overwhelming sense of despair for the first time. "Oh, foolish boy. The sea chili is quite delightful, isn't it?" Just as Rotas was enveloped in a cloud of gloom, Carp approached him with a graceful stride, chuckling at the sight of Rotas' comically thick lips. "Why didn't you mention earlier that this was chili, old man?" He laughed heartily. Lotus, witnessing Carp's misfortune, could not help but express his disdain, lamenting how the old man had failed to inform him of such a terrifying entity lurking within the sea. It was utterly reprehensible. "You foolish boy, I have only encountered this sea pepper twice in my lifetime, and this marks the 3rd occurrence. Who could have anticipated that you would so naively shove it into your mouth?" Carp, finding amusement in the situation, chuckled even more. This imbecilic young man was indeed fortunate to encounter a sea pepper, a rarity even more elusive than the fabled devil fruits, at such a tender age. Alas, the outcome was far from favorable. It resembled a delectable fruit. How was I to know it was a pepper? As Rotas spoke, his anger seemed almost palpable. The ocean was rife with deceit, and now even the fruits had donned a deceptive guise. Was there no honesty left upon these waters? Thus, Rotas, you remain too youthful in your understanding. Follow my lead sincerely, and I shall impart to you the wisdom of the sea. Kapu chuckled, pinching his nostrils, reflecting on how, after this incident, he wondered if Rotas, the naive lad, would still dare to indiscriminately devour whatever he saw. In the future, he would surely have to earnestly acquire some knowledge. "Old sir," he inquired, "do you think we should proceed with the assessment? I appear in such a disheveled state." Perhaps we ought to consider this assessment concluded. Rotas pointed at his sausage-like lips and, with a hint of despair, remarked that he was in such a wretched state that it would be best to cease the assessment. He felt utterly unprepared to withstand the old man's onslaught in his current condition. Even a mere glance downward revealed that his lips were nearly level with the tip of his nose. "You have already passed the assessment, you foolish boy," Carp exclaimed with hearty laughter. He was quite pleased with Rotas' performance during the evaluation and believed that, given time, Rotas would soon be capable of assuming his position. At that point, the infamous Sengoku would have no grounds for excuses. "Can we return to the warship now, old man? I long for some juice. My lips are quite numb." Upon hearing the conclusion of the evaluation, Rotas felt a surge of joy, tempered by a yearning to return to the ship. He sensed that his lips no longer belonged to him, and he longed for the solace of rest aboard the vessel, where he could indulge in a refreshing glass of juice to soothe his frayed nerves. "Let us hasten back, then, my old friend," Cap mused, offering comfort as he guided Rotas toward the ship's approaching direction. Rotas presented such a comical sight that Cap couldn't resist capturing a few photographs to share with little Crane, hoping to elicit some amusement. Unbeknownst to Rotas, completely oblivious to his own ungraceful demeanor, Cap, that irreverent old fellow, recorded the moment and transmitted it through the image phone bug to Advisor Crane. After landing on the warship, Rotas discovered that the soldiers were surreptitiously glancing at his lips, with some even covering their mouths in laughter. More importantly, this group of men was laughing so uncontrollably that they were swaying from side to side, which was utterly exasperating. Unable to restrain himself, Rotas shouted at the gloating crowd, "What are you laughing at? Get away from me. Have you never seen such alluringly voluptuous lips? You bunch of fools, disperse at once." Chapter 143, Blinded Eyes. "Now, Major Rotas, you cannot blame us. One soldier attempted to defend. We simply cannot control ourselves." "Indeed. Perhaps it will be better shortly," another chimed in. "Ha ha ha, I can't hold it in any longer. Major Rotas with those two sausages dangling from his mouth is just too comical. Yes, from now on, we could even call him Redbeard. Just look at Major Rotas in that state." The soldiers endeavored to explain themselves to Rotas. Yet the sight of the two sausages on his lips was too amusing for them to resist. They simply could not contain their laughter at his absurd appearance. "You lot. You rascals." Rotas was nearly driven to exasperation by this group of imbeciles. They did not even bother to bring over some food for comfort. Yet they laughed with such unrestrained joy. These scoundrels were utterly insufferable. "Major Rotas, do not be upset," one remarked. "Indeed, laughter keeps one youthful." Observing Rotas' growing irritation, the soldiers quickly interjected, urging him not to be so angry, for it was a rare occasion to find amusement after such prolonged monotony. "Begone, you wretches," he retorted. Rotas discerned the true nature of this group and, disinterested in engaging with them, retreated to his chamber to rest. He decided to emerge only when his swollen lips had returned to their original state. Otherwise, he would become the target of their mockery once more. 3 days later, Rotas' lips finally healed, yet the memory of the sea chili still haunted him. He resolved never to pluck fruits from the sea again. "Elder, where are we headed?" he inquired. "Are we merely to remain here at the 7 islands of the Grand Line, intercepting the pirates that venture forth from the 4 seas?" Roth lay languidly on the deck, inquiring of Carp, who was reclining in a chair, indulging in his daily donuts. He personally preferred the notion of waiting idly in hopes of encountering Ace. It was uncertain what expression would cross Carp's face upon seeing him. The world government would certainly not allow them to linger here indefinitely. Moreover, the orders I received from that scoundrel Sengoku were to patrol, thus it would be prudent for us to proceed slowly in the initial phase. Carp, chewing on his sweet treat, remarked that the world government could not possibly allow them to eliminate all the pirates along the Grand Line, without the threat of piracy. How would they extract their heavenly gold from the affiliated nations? Furthermore, the world government intended to use the pirates of the 4 seas to deplete the strength of the 4 emperors. Ah, so your implication, old man, is that we are destined to drift here for a while. Listening to the old man's intentions, it seems that Rotas is merely to wander aimlessly, akin to a ship adrift in the currents without concern for the naval vessels. Essentially, Rotas, you should focus on your training while I indulge in my daily delights aboard the warship. If there are pirates, you shall pursue them. If not, you may continue to assist with the vessel. Carp nodded and elucidated the key points to Rotas. After all, there are currently no pirates, allowing Rotas to persist in his training, while he himself could enjoy his daily indulgences. Yet, dear elder, I feel that assisting with the ship is no longer providing me with the necessary training benefits. Rotas spoke up, expressing his belief that he had reached a plateau in his abilities and that pulling the boat was no longer effective. He would be better off learning from his own skills. Why not dive into the sea and retrieve some large stones to increase the weight? Karp surmised that the reason pulling the boat was not yielding any training benefits was due to its lightness. By simply adding weight to the warship, he was certain it would indeed serve as an effective means of exercise. Lotus felt somewhat speechless, even contemplating that he might have inadvertently shot himself in the foot. He could only candidly express his thoughts. Old man, I wish to learn the observation hockey. Could you possibly teach me? Had you wished to learn that sooner? You should have said so, Karp replied with a chuckle, having just popped the last piece of donut into his mouth. After a brief moment, he rose from his reclining chair and departed, only to return shortly thereafter, this time bearing an additional item in his hands. Here you go, little fellow, he said, tossing the object to Lotus, who promptly caught it. Inspecting it closely, he inquired uncertainly, Old man, why did you dismantle the hoop of this oak barrel? Wouldn't that render the cask useless? Coughing vigorously upon hearing Lotus's words, Karp leaned back in his chair and, after several fits, straightened up to scold, You foolish lad. This is an alloy I masked for your training in observation hockey, not a barrel hoop. From now on, you are to keep it on until you master the technique, at which point you may remove it. Oh, it's an eye mask. Let me give it a try. After listening to Cap's explanation, Lotus began to don the goggle-like contraption upon his head, aligning it with his eyes and pressing the switch. Subsequently, he found himself enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, unable to perceive anything around him. Old chap, he remarked, I fear that with this device on, I may encounter difficulties while bathing and dressing. Rotas felt that dressing himself was undoubtedly a cumbersome task. He often had to first discern the interior from the exterior with his hands. Additionally, he faced challenges when walking, but his greatest fear was during mealtimes, particularly when his hand inadvertently plunged into the soup. It's quite all right, Rotas. On the warship, it's all men. You needn't wear clothes. A quick rinse with cold water will suffice for bathing, Karp remarked with a chuckle, chewing on a rice cracker. The mastery of observation hockey does not come easily. Rotas must endure some hardships if he wishes to learn. This is merely the beginning. Once he becomes accustomed to it, things will improve. But what shall I do about meals? Old man? Lotus inquired. Without the ability to see the dishes while dining, mishaps are likely to occur. More importantly, what if someone pilfers food from my plate? Fear not, for I shall keep a vigilant watch over you, Cap assured him. This is merely a trifling concern. With my oversight, you certainly won't end up with food in your nose. At most, I might abscond with a few morsels from your plate. And how long will it take for me to master this eye-covering technique of observation, my esteemed elder? After all the questions posed by Rotas were answered, he now merely wished to ascertain how long it would take for him to master the elusive observation hockey. Surely, he could not bear this cumbersome burden for a lifetime. It is difficult to say, my naive child, came the reply. Some individuals awaken it within 6 months, while others may carry it for 20 years and remain no different from an ordinary blind person. It truly depends on your innate talent. I cannot guarantee anything. Karp shrugged, indicating that such matters were beyond his control. The unmask merely served a supplementary role, as the true awakening relied on one's own capabilities. If after 3 years there is still no awakening, then I shall discard this accursed object. Rotas pondered the passage of time, deeming that 3 years could be tolerable. However, should one remain unawakened beyond that, it would merely signify a lack of aptitude. Chapter 144. The defense. Very well. You shall endure a bit of hardship this time, and lend a hand. I happen to require a few pirates to bolster my ranks back at headquarters, so I trust you will make do. With Buggy's crew rendered useless, Rotas resolved to utilize them to fill the ranks, thus saving himself considerable time. To think they could not even produce a bomb with the power of a dynamite rock, yet had the audacity to boast of their bomb-making prowess. He had foolishly believed Buggy's crew possessed some merit, only to realize that a washed-up fish remains a washed-up fish, no matter how many times it flips over. The aspiration to transform into a living fish is utterly futile. Rotas, why are you sending us back to headquarters? Buggy inquired, a palpable panic in his voice. Although he harbored some inkling of Rotas's intentions, he still yearned for a definitive response. Indeed, Rotas, why are you sending us back? Mooches and Kaido echoed, equally anxious for an answer. Surely, you have all surmised the truth by now? I intend to escort you to the charming and populous Impel Down, where you may enjoy your retirement. Rotas cast a glance at the 3 individuals, his expression one of utter incredulity. Had their intelligence diminished to such a degree? His previous statement had been crystal clear. He required pirates to fill the ranks, and aside from the trio before him, was there anyone else present? After all, he was a bona fide member of the Navy. But you mentioned that we would accompany you and enjoy the finest offerings, Kabaji persisted, unwilling to relent. For he distinctly recalled Rotas having said those very words. Indeed, Kabaji, you have reiterated this to the captain, he continued, but Rotas, you cannot be untrustworthy. Baki seized upon this as a lifeline, hastily interjecting. I did make such a promise, but Baki, you are incapable of producing bombs with the power of the underworld king. Nor can you create explosives rivaling the might of the bomb rock. Pray tell, why should I retain your services? You are indolent in your tasks and rank among the lowest echelon of pirates. It would be more advantageous for you to assist me on this occasion. Subsequently, at this time each year, I shall visit Impel Down to see you, bringing along some delectable treats. Rotas had no intention of retaining the idol. If he sought laborers, he could easily recruit KB, a diligent young man who toiled with unwavering dedication and aspired to join the Navy, thus ensuring high efficiency in his endeavors. You mustn't be so heartless, Rotas. We are all aboard the same vessel. How can you cast us into the Push City? They lamented. Indeed, once we enter, there is no escape, they sobbed. The trio, Baki included, found themselves overwhelmed with sorrow, caught in a moment where paradise swiftly transformed into despair. They had assumed that Rotas had come to recruit them, only to discover his cold indifference. No, this era, or perhaps this world, is inherently cruel. I have merely made a decision akin to that of many others, Rotas replied. Baki, you must understand, in this world, only interests remain a constant theme. Rotas enthusiastically imparted a lesson on life, asserting that only the ability to create explosives rivaling the potency of plutonium would hold any significance for him. If such a feat were unattainable, then the value of Baki and his cohorts would be rendered null. The endeavors he planned had been conceived by others before, and would undoubtedly be attempted by future generations, albeit with a history of failure. If you can procure plutonium, I might be persuaded to give it a try. At that moment, as Baki was consumed by despair, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. Although he lacked the capability to produce explosives that could match plutonium, he realized that utilizing plutonium as a material to fabricate a bomb would yield an explosive far more powerful than the original substance itself. Do you take me for a fool, Baki? Why would I need your assistance in bomb making when I can acquire plutonium on my own? Rotas pointed at himself, wearing an expression that seemed to question whether he appeared a fool. If he could procure explosives, why would he need Baki? He could very well devise the plan himself. Rotas, you underestimate my capabilities. As long as you provide me with the explosive material, I assure you that the bombs I create will possess far greater potency than the original explosives. While I may not fathom your intentions, it is evident that you desire a more powerful explosion, correct? Baki implored, fervently promoting his bomb-making skills in hopes that Rotas might consider allowing them to remain aboard the vessel. Indeed, Rotas, Captain Bucky's bomb-making prowess is truly unparalleled in the world. Kabaji chimed in eagerly, recognizing Bucky's intention and striving to bolster the persuasiveness of his claims. Are you certain? Liquid can be utilized to create explosives. Contained within a sealed environment, and once exposed to air, it will detonate. Is this something you can also accomplish? Rotas felt it necessary to issue a warning to this group, as he surmised they were entirely oblivious to the nature of explosive rocks. And he hoped they were not attempting to deceive him. Very well, there was absolutely no concern. Captain Buggy had a flawless track record in bomb making, regardless of how perilous the materials may be. Before Buggy could utter a word, Kabaji hastily assured him that every crew member of the Buggy Pirates held unwavering faith in Buggy's bomb-making prowess. Otherwise, they would not have risked the destruction of their ship and their lives by allowing him to conduct experiments on new types of explosives aboard. Very well then. I shall place my trust in you this once. Do not even think of fleeing, should I discover any treachery. I cannot guarantee your survival upon being imprisoned and impelled down. Rotas pondered over Buggy's luck with the Conqueror's hockey and deemed it worth a try. After all, the greater the explosive power, the more advantageous it would be for his plans. However, before locating the explosive rock, Rotas would not allow Buggy's crew to escape. If they found the materials but the crew slipped away, it would be a betrayal. No, Buggy and his companions shook their heads vigorously, as if caught in a frenzy. They dared not flee, for the ruthless Rotas had arrived, threatening to send them to Impel Down or to meet Roger himself. Attempting to steal a warship from Rotas was akin to courting death. This was precisely the right mindset. If they performed their tasks diligently, they would not be treated unfairly. Rotas was quite pleased with the fear exhibited by Buggy and his companions. Were they not intimidated by him? He would have to resort to physical intimidation to manage this troublesome bunch. As it stands, he maintained a considerable authority over them, effectively keeping these rascals in check. Indeed. Indeed. Everything shall be as you say, dear master. The trio nodded like chicks pecking at grain, harboring no genuine hope regarding Rotas's assurances of fair treatment. They had come to realize that this demon was even more ruthless than Carp. Carp merely utilized them as laborers, while this demon seemed intent on drawing both blood and tears from them. The very fact that he had them concoct explosives indicated that he was anything but a placid individual. Their only hope now was that this demon would not cause any trouble that might expose the Buggy pirates. Otherwise, they would truly be like rats in the street, universally condemned. After all, their strength paled in comparison to Rotas's. While he could withstand exposure, they could not. Well then, I shall take my leave. From now on, you need not toil so laboriously. Simply allocate 2 hours in the morning and 2 in the afternoon for cleaning. Remember, do not attempt to flee. Before departing, Lotus alleviated the workload for these individuals, sparing them from the incessant hustle aboard the vessel, which had become quite bothersome to behold. Very well, my lord. Upon hearing this, the trio of Bucky was nearly moved to tears. At last, they could lighten their burdens, marking this as the most favorable news in recent times. After leaving Baki and the others, Rotas ascended to the deck, pondering whether the soldiers had adequately prepared the fishing nets and ropes. He intended to plunge into the sea to salvage treasures from the sunken pirate ship, even if the berries were thoroughly soaked. The gold and silver artifacts would still hold considerable value. Although these pirates were rather feeble, one could surmise that those who ventured into the New World, regardless of their poverty, must possess some tangible assets. Captain Rotas, everything is ready. Are you prepared to descend into the depths? The soldiers maneuvered the warship to the site of the pirate vessel's demise, ensuring the ropes and nets were at the ready, now awaiting Rotas' command. The soldiers maintained a friendly demeanor towards Rotas, especially as he currently served as acting captain, which only heightened their enthusiasm. Nevertheless, their address to him now included the title of lieutenant, yet this did little to alter the camaraderie shared between them and Rotas. Thank you. I shall explore what treasures lie within the sunken pirate ship. Should we recover any gold coins, we shall share the bounty. Rotas generously addressed the soldiers, his expression radiating the satisfaction of having discovered something valuable to share. Is that so? Then I am most grateful, replied one soldier, his face lighting up with joy. Many nearby soldiers shared in this happiness. While they had joined the navy in pursuit of justice, who could resist the allure of wealth that accompanied the noble cause? Chapter 146, Alexander Cockroach. As evening fell, the warship finally came to a halt. After a prolonged struggle with the ropes, Rotas returned to the deck from the sea. Upon ascending, he noticed the elderly gentleman reclining in a chair, beckoning him over, and he promptly took a seat beside him. What brings you to seek me out, my dear sir? After drying his hair with a towel, Rotas curiously inquired. Why has the old gentleman summoned me now that night has fallen? Could it be that he wishes to inform me that there will be no need to row the boat tomorrow? The thought that he might enjoy a leisurely lie-in the following day filled Rotas with anticipation regarding what the old man was about to convey. Rotas, there is a matter I must discuss with you, the old man began after much contemplation, deciding it was time to share his thoughts. Carp, observing Rotas' eager expression, was aware of what the young man was pondering. However, he was not addressing that particular matter, but rather the resolution he had finally reached after considerable deliberation. What is it, sir? Rotas asked. Rotas listened intently, noting the old man's unusual expression. Could it be that something dire was afoot? The skills I have imparted to you, you have mastered thoroughly. However, your current prowess has reached a critical juncture. Remaining idle will not suffice. Therefore, I wish for you to leave the warship and venture into the vast ocean for further training before returning, Carp stated slowly. This was a decision he had pondered over for an entire afternoon. The dangers present in the early stretches of the Grand Line were merely trifling for Rotas. It was only in the New World that he could truly hone his abilities and achieve advancement. Yet, the orders from Sengoku compelled Rotas to patrol the early segment of the Grand Line. Thus, he had no choice but to allow Rotas to embark alone into the New World. Well, Rotas listened to Carp's words, feeling a mixture of surprise and hesitation. Indeed, he found himself unable to enhance his strength aboard the warship. Venturing into the New World would undoubtedly expedite his growth, and many of his plans would be more easily executed there. This was certainly a positive prospect. However, the new world was fraught with hidden dangers. Without the old man's protection by his side, he felt somewhat apprehensive. Do not worry, Rotes. The new world is not as perilous as you imagine. With your abilities, should you wish to flee, there are hardly any who could detain you, save for a few whose strength rivals my own, Carp remarked. Perceiving Rotes' concerns and offering reassurance with a smile, Rotes was astute enough to recognize danger and would undoubtedly make his escape at the first sign of it. For those whose strength did not measure up to his, detaining a determined Rotes would be nearly impossible. I am aware of that, old man. It is simply that leaving your side makes me a bit anxious. Rotas scratched his head and chuckled. He certainly would not provoke the formidable figures of the new world. Whenever troubles arose, he would undoubtedly choose to flee first. However, the old man's sudden directive for him to return to the new world alone left him feeling a sense of unease, an inexplicable anxiety. Fear not, Rotas. You are now a grown man. It is time for you to learn to live independently, Carp reassured him with a smile. Having spent a few months with this naive youth, Rotas had developed a sense of reliance on him, a sentiment that even Luffy and Ace had not instilled. Yet, in order for Rotas to advance his skills more swiftly, Carp felt compelled to allow him to undertake the solitary journey for training. Furthermore, since it was I who instructed you to return to the new world discreetly, your identity must remain confidential. Remember to avoid utilizing the Marine's 6 powers in combat as much as possible to minimize the risk of exposure. To further safeguard your anonymity, I have arranged for a mask to be crafted, which will be delivered in a few days. You will also need to dye your long golden hair. Carp was keen to keep this matter hidden from Sengoku. Thus it was imperative that Rotas did not reveal his proficiency in the Marine's 6 powers. Otherwise, he would be easily discovered. After all, while many in the New World employed the Marine's 6 powers, few could master them to perfection. Not even the world government, let alone the Marine headquarters, could boast a large number of such individuals. Therefore, it was in Rotas's best interest to use them sparingly. Aside from his infrequent use of the Navy's 6 style, the conspicuous golden tresses of Rotas must undergo a transformation in hue. Otherwise, he risks easy recognition by the Wano country's inhabitants. Indeed, Rotas' golden hair is remarkably distinctive, leaving an indelible impression on all who behold it. Carp can assert with certainty that among all the individuals he has encountered throughout his life, Rotas' golden locks stand out the most. Those with longer hair than Rotas lack the brilliance of his golden strands, while others possessing similarly bright hair fall short in both thickness and length. In addition to these attributes, Rotas' pair of horns requires a clever means of concealment. After all, there are certainly individuals in the vast oceans with horns. However, none possess a color quite as unique as Rotas. Carp understands that persuading Rotas to sever his horns is an impossibility. Dyeing the horns poses its own risks, as any contact with objects could lead to exposure. Therefore, he took the initiative to commission a mask adorned with horns for Rotas, ensuring his face and horns remain obscured and thus providing an impeccable safeguard. So, old man, what color do you wish for me to dye my hair? Rotes glanced at his golden locks with a hint of perplexity. To be honest, he was quite fond of his lustrous hair. However, it was also the most conspicuous feature he possessed. Were it not for the desire to mitigate the risks of future exposure, he would never consider altering its hue. After all, he harbored concerns about being discovered during future transactions involving the design schematics of the underworld. Hence, dyeing his hair seemed the more prudent choice. What about a shade of green? Rotes suggested. Old man, I find that color rather appealing. It is quite pleasing to the eye, Carp chimed in. Having been raised amidst the verdant embrace of the forest, where he developed a fondness for the color green, he believed that if Rotes were to dye his hair that particular shade, it would undoubtedly look magnificent. No, I shall opt for black instead, Rotes replied. Rotas resolutely declared that he would never engage in the folly of dyeing his hair green, even under duress. While it is true that some individuals at sea possess naturally green hair, such a trait is inherent and predetermined from birth. However, his hair was not destined to be green from the outset. Thus, he firmly rejected the notion of coloring it in such a manner. Black it shall remain, black indeed. By the way, Rotas, perhaps it is time for a name change. What do you think of Brad? Cap lamented Rotas' refusal to adopt green hair. But upon reflecting that it was indeed Rotas' hair, he ceased his attempts at persuasion and shifted the conversation to the matter of Rotas' name. If he were to venture into the new world bearing his original name, wouldn't it be all too easy for someone familiar to recognize him? Brad does not suit me. I believe a name like Alexander Cockroach would be far more fitting. Rotas found the name proposed by the old man rather unappealing. He believed that calling himself Alexander Cockroach would be far more suitable, as it complemented his golden locks and aptly reflected his current mood. Truly, the most perfect name. Chapter 148. Farewell. Wait a moment. Rotas, why are you departing from the battleship? Baki inquired with curiosity. What could prompt you to leave the vessel? Could it be that Rotas has offended Carp and is now being cast off the ship? If that were the case, it would be splendid. For Rotas has long bullied him, and now he is reaping what he has sown. As Baki pondered this, a smile of delight uncontrollably spread across his face. I am merely stepping off the battleship to undergo some training, Baki. Lotus cast a sidelong glance at Buggy and spoke with a hint of disdain. Buggy's imagination was truly extravagant. If he were indeed cast off by the old man, where would he find the time to seek him out? He should have disembarked from the warship by now, as he was merely embarking on a journey of self-discovery. Buggy was far too premature in his elation. So, how long will you be gone? Buggy could hardly contain his excitement, regardless of whether Lotus was off to hone his skills or had been unceremoniously dismissed from the vessel. Ultimately, what mattered was that Lotus posed no threat to his future earnings. That remains uncertain, but I assure you, I shall return. Rotas pondered for a moment before speaking. Uncertain of his own return but resolutely declaring that he would certainly be back within 3 years at the latest. He still had to assist Bucky in completing the bomb. There was no way he would drift aimlessly upon the sea for such an extended period. Wish you a safe journey, he added. Well then. I have finished writing the letter. Just deliver it to that scoundrel red-haired when the time comes. Bucky handed the letter to Rotas, his heart brimming with joy. The rogue Rotas was not only about to depart, but was also going to help him deal with that wretched red-haired. Witnessing the conflict between two individuals he despised brought him immense delight. All right, thank you. Lotus had not anticipated that seeking Buck's assistance would be so seamless. After expressing his gratitude to Buck, he retreated to his room. Once inside, Lotus perused the letter pinned by Buck, finding no discrepancies. He then carefully placed the letter into a waterproof envelope made of leather, recognizing its significance as future sustenance. He needed to safeguard it diligently. For days later, Lotus found himself somewhat bewildered as he held the mask that the old man had arranged for him. The mask resembled a bull's head with prominent horns. Lacking any semblance of beauty, yet exuding a distinctly wild aesthetic. He was so engrossed in examining it that he hesitated to don it. Observing Lotus's reluctance to wear the mask, Cap spoke up, expressing his curiosity about how Lotus would appear adorned with it. Very well, Lotus finally conceded. After a moment of hesitation, Rotas ultimately decided to heed the old man's counsel and don the mask, though it was far from handsome. It served to mitigate the risks of exposure. In the balance between safety and appearance, he chose prudence over aesthetics. Splendid choice, Rotas. You now exude an air of coolness, Cap praised as he beheld Rotas in the mask. With it on, Rotas appeared significantly more imposing. And the 2 pairs of steel-forged horns looked particularly striking. The mask was undeniably impressive, a testament to its unique design. Are you jesting with me, old man? I feel as though my horns are encased in a tin can, clinking with every step I take. Rotas shrugged helplessly, acknowledging that although the mask concealed only the upper half of his face, it did little to mask the bizarre appearance he now presented. It was hardly cool, especially with the horns designed to resemble bells, which seemed utterly inhumane. He mused that he might as well don a full headpiece and embody Batman instead. You must possess confidence, Rotas. This is merely an illusion. You are, without a doubt, the most dashing demon youth at this moment, Cap chuckled, having never measured the horns of Rotas. Such occurrences with the mask were inevitable, and besides, wasn't it the young demon's desire to sport robust and formidable horns? Cap had already considered this foolish lad's interest in advance. Old man, I sense that you are merely humoring me, even through the mask. Rotas could sense the old man's sincerity. Although his mask lacked eye holes, he felt the old man was merely going through the motions. All right, Rotas. You have completed all your preparations. Now, it is time for you to embark on your journey. Cap did not wish to prolong the conversation with Rotas. It was becoming increasingly awkward, and his aged visage was nearly losing its composure. He decided it was best for Rotas to leave promptly. Lotus was utterly bewildered, realizing that the old gentleman was indeed furious and intent on expelling him. It seemed he would be cast out even before having the chance to voice his grievances. Oh, what is this? You impudent lad, remove your mask and put it back on only when you are far from the battleship. Also, here is a bottle of black hair dye. Once you are on the small boat and away from the warship, you can dye your hair, Carp scolded with irritation. Lotus understood that he had to remove the mask. Otherwise, it would no longer be a secret if the soldiers spotted him. Carp tossed him a cloth bag and continued. Now, conceal the mask well. I have informed the soldiers that you will be embarking on a long-term mission, and they are quite pleased about it. Planning to bid you farewell. Remember to appear cheerful during the send-off. Very well, I shall do so. Rotas took the bag handed to him by Carp, carefully stowing away the mask and hair dye within. Accompanied by Carp, he exited the room, feeling a peculiar sense of discomfort, despite the arduous journey ahead. The atmosphere surrounding him was one of jubilant celebration. On the deck of the warship, merriment reigned supreme, with soldiers singing and dancing, their spirits high. They clutched beautifully wrapped gifts in eager anticipation of Rotas' appearance. Upon learning that Rotas was to depart the ship for an extended mission, they felt a profound sense of reluctance. Yet, under the direction of Rear Admiral Carp, they found themselves powerless to alter his fate. In the bittersweet moment of farewell, they presented Rotas with 3 meticulously crafted suits, far superior to the previously prepared garments. These suits were the result of their careful and dedicated craftsmanship, promising a fit that would undoubtedly surpass that of any store-bought attire. Thank you, everyone, for your unwavering support. Regrettably, I cannot offer you a hug, for it would surely be a burden too great to bear. Upon exiting the room, Rotas swiftly received gifts from the soldiers. With a blend of joy and melancholy, he remarked on the cruel reality that he could not bestow a farewell embrace upon them. No, Major Rotas, this is hardly a matter for lamentation, the soldiers interjected, waving their hands dismissively. It would be no jest, your size could crush us. Indeed. They expressed their anticipation for the embrace of a fair maiden, suggesting that Major Rotas's embrace was best left unconsidered. Another soldier chimed in, echoing the sentiment that they longed for the warmth of a beautiful woman's embrace, rather than one that could prove fatal. You must be dreaming. The female soldiers have their own assignments and would never come aboard our warship. Rotas scoffed with disdain, remarking that these fellows must have gone mad with longing for women aboard the warship, for it was well known that female soldiers operated independently. If they wished to embrace a lady, it would be far more pragmatic to return to the comfort of their blankets. As if you possess a girlfriend, Major Rotas, someone quipped, pointing out that even a major was still a single man. The soldiers were not one to let Rotas's mockery pass without retort. They could certainly engage in mutual jabs, each seeking to inflict deeper wounds. Well then, you rascals, thank you for your thoughtful gift. Have you prepared food and cake for my farewell? He inquired. While mutual jabs might lead to a stalemate, Rotas still favored the joys of food and farewell cake, though he pondered whether the soldiers had made the necessary preparations. Rest assured, Major Rotas, we would never overlook such a significant occasion. We have arranged a 10-tiered cake. The soldiers replied with laughter, wheeling out the cake from the kitchen, knowing well that this was an essential offering for bidding farewell to Rotas. Oh, how splendid! You truly understand me. Rotas darted to the side of the cake-laden table, inhaling the rich aroma of cream, feeling as though he might ascend into the heavens. This was his inaugural experience of indulging in cake in this realm, yet he remained uncertain about its flavor. How delightful could it be? Major Rotas, was it fragrant? The soldiers, witnessing Rotas salivating voraciously beside the cake, chuckled, remarking on his ever-present hunger. It was indeed exquisite, overwhelmingly enticing. Let us partake in this feast. Rotas wiped the corner of his mouth, unable to contain his eagerness. He was on the verge of indulging in the cake, which the young maiden had so temptingly presented to him. All right, everyone, lend a hand and pass the bottom layer of the cake to Major Rotas. The soldiers, observing Rotas's excitement, decided not to tease him further and collectively lifted the lowest tier of the cake towards him. Thank you. Ah, it truly smells delightful. Rotas gratefully accepted the cake, exclaiming how delightful it was, and vowed to cherish this unforgettable farewell. Captain Buggy, shall we not join them? Kabaji inquired, glancing toward the bustling deck, wondering why they would not partake in sending off Rotas, especially given the joyous occasion. No. Kabaji, as a formidable pirate, one must not display such warmth towards a naval officer, Buggy replied with feigned seriousness. He had sensed a hint of danger in old Carp's gaze lately, and after Rotas's explanation, he understood it stemmed from that rascal Shanks leading Carp's grandson down the path of piracy. He felt he was caught in the crossfire of their troubles. Furthermore, Rotas mentioned that Carp's eldest grandson had already set sail, advising him to refrain from approaching Carp for the time being. Should we bring Ricky back then? Kabaji pondered for a moment, gesturing towards Ricky, who was indulging in cake. As a member of the Buggy Pirates, Ricky should stand with them through thick and thin. No, he is merely a lion, Buggy replied after a moment's reflection. He would not allow the woes of Carp to resurface simply because of a lion. Kabaji fell into a contemplative silence, grappling with emotions that often brought him to tears. feeling inadequate in comparison to Ricky. All right, you little rascal Rotas, you've eaten the cake and received your gifts. Now be off with you, Carp interjected, recognizing that the time had come to conclude the affair. Rotas, that mischievous lad, needed to depart swiftly, lest the day stretch into the afternoon. Farewell, soldiers. And farewell to you, old man. After bidding farewell to the soldiers with a wave, Rotas ascended the small boat, untied the mooring rope, and began to row towards the distant horizon. Goodbye, Major Rotas. The soldiers called from the railing, waving their hands in a gesture of farewell as Rotas departed, leaving them to anticipate his return. I hope that lad doesn't stir up any trouble in the new world, Carp murmured, gazing at Rotas's receding figure. He had a premonition that this impudent youth would return with formidable strength, yet he also sensed that Rotas would undoubtedly bring considerable turmoil upon his return. What a bother. This is the first time I've ever dyed my hair. It is worth noting that I am a well-mannered young man, who neither smokes nor dyes his hair, alas. I must break that principle now. After rowing away from the warship for an indeterminate distance, Rotas halted on the shimmering surface of the sea, preparing to wet his hair in anticipation of dyeing it for the first time. He was uncertain of the outcome that awaited him. After a while of meticulous effort, Rotas' hair transformed entirely from a golden hue to a deep black. There was nothing remarkable about it. It appeared rather mundane. Lotus gazed at the surface of the sea, which mirrored his reflection, and remarked with a hint of satisfaction that he still found his long, golden hair to be quite appealing. After all, super scions were undeniably handsome. Well then, let us don the mask as well. After a fleeting moment of lament for his golden locks, Rotas promptly donned his mask once more, quickening his pace to better conceal his true identity. Gazing into the reflection cast by the ocean's depths, he perceived himself not as a mere individual, but rather as a fantastical creature. Should he wield a formidable iron fork, one could easily envision Sun Wukong addressing him as elder brother, the great sage equal to heaven. The bull demon king would then pose the question, "Are you afraid?" Rotas ran his fingers through his tousled long hair, adorned with a pair of upright black iron horns atop his head, with only a nose ring missing. He could easily step into the role of a character from Journey to the West. The small boat drifted along with the current, heading towards the Shambody archipelago. Standing at the bow, Rotas scanned the horizon for any signs of pirate vessels, hoping to recruit some laborers to assist in navigating the ship. His current vessel was not only diminutive but also sluggish. Following the course of the eternal compass needle, he wondered how long it would take to reach his destination. A larger ship would certainly be more convenient. As time passed, Rotas finally spotted a distant pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger, coming into view. He remained still, patiently waiting for the pirate ship to approach him, reluctant to board it himself for fear of frightening away the crew. "Captain, there's a small boat ahead. Shall we raid it?" A pirate aboard the ship immediately reported to the captain upon spotting Rotas' vessel. They had been hiding along the Grand Line for quite some time, wary of encountering the naval hero, Garp, and the crew was growing restless. This small boat presented an opportunity for them to vent their pent-up energy. Of course. Why did we become pirates? For the bounty and the beautiful women, of course. Move closer. The pirate captain bellowed with a raucous laugh. After all, the very reason for their seafaring existence was to acquire treasure and indulge in pleasures. The prospect of riches aboard the vessel ahead was too enticing to resist. "Understood, Captain." His crew responded eagerly, their excitement palpable as they prepared to stretch their limbs after a prolonged period of idleness. Chapter 150. The kill they finally approached. Rotas hoped that this band of pirates would be more robust, rather than resembling a collection of thin reeds. Lying upon the vessel, Rotas beheld the pirate ship drawing nearer, a gleeful smile spreading across his face. These avaricious marauders would spare no opportunity for plunder, and he had anticipated their approach, hoping they would not be too emaciated, lest they be incapable of hauling in even the fishing nets. "Hand over all your valuables, and perhaps we may spare your life," came the demand from the approaching skiff. "Otherwise, we shall consign you to the depths to feed the fish." As the pirate ship closed in, the brigands discerned the presence of someone reclining within the small boat's cabin. Was hiding truly of any use? In such a diminutive craft, evading their pursuit was but a fanciful notion. If Rotas complied and surrendered all his possessions, he might yet secure his survival. Otherwise, the fish of the sea would soon enjoy a sumptuous feast. "You've arrived, have you? Then I need not worry about the proximity. You shan't escape now." Upon hearing the words of the pirates, Rotas emerged from the small cabin with a smile. The band of pirates, drawing so near, could not convince him of their ability to flee. They were merely a disorganized bunch. "Who are you?" The pirates were startled by Rotas' sudden appearance. instinctively retreating several steps back. It was inconceivable for such a towering figure, over 6 meters tall and wearing an intimidating mask, to emerge from such a confined space. They dared not advance further. Petty minions, refrain from showing yourselves. Summon your captain to meet me, or I shall dispose of you all. Rotas leaped onto the deck of the pirate ship and declared that a horde of lackeys should attend to their designated tasks. His goal was to seek out those aboard who possessed the ability to converse, dismissing any trivial creatures that would squander his time. From this moment forth, the vessel belonged to him. However, he required an authoritative figure, one who could command respect, ensuring that the pirates aboard would heed his commands. As the words of Rotas fell, a wave of chaos erupted upon the deck of the pirate ship. Many pirates began to retreat slowly, but soon a formidable figure, a burly man over 5 meters tall, emerged from behind the crew. He addressed Rotas with a disdainful tone. You speak boldly. Do you wish to meet the captain? Allow me to assess your worth. The first mate has arrived. You're as good as dead, you insolent wretch. Indeed. You've sought your doom by crossing paths with our hyena pirate crew, the others chimed in. Upon seeing the first mate, the pirates regained their courage. Their expressions twisted into sneers as they regarded Rotas. The first mate was the strongest aboard the ship, second only to the captain himself. They had witnessed him tear apart sea monsters measuring over 10 meters with his bare hands. I offer you a chance. Submit to me. Follow my commands. And I shall allow you to retain your position as first mate. Otherwise, your existence will serve no purpose. Rotas scrutinized the first mate before him, feeling no inclination to engage in any game of reclaiming pirates. What he sought was a cadre of obedient subordinates. He perceived that this individual possessed a robust physique, which could potentially aid him in capturing numerous prey, thus igniting his admiration for talent. Young man, are you not being a tad too audacious? Or do you desire an early demise? The first mate remarked with a cruel smile, his hands already clad in gauntlets adorned with tiger fangs. It had been far too long since he had tasted blood, and he bore no objections to allowing his opponent to revel in bravado. The more arrogant his adversary became, the more excruciating their cries would be later on. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to seize it. Therefore, your existence is now rendered superfluous. Rotas did not afford the first mate an opportunity to continue speaking. He seized the mate by the throat, lifting him high into the air. Since he was so oblivious to the gravity of the situation, it seemed only fitting to eliminate him. A mere collection of scoundrels from the sea. Their demise would evoke no sorrow. Captain, save me, save me. The first mate struggled in Rotas' grasp, uttering a cacophony of disjointed syllables in desperate hope of the captain's appearance. His hands and feet flailed against Rotas, but it was as if he were striking a pillar of steel. Hurry and inform the captain, quickly. The pirates on deck shouted as they scrambled towards the captain's quarters, paralyzed by fear. It was utterly terrifying. The first mate, with a bounty of 50 million berries, had been dispatched in an instant, with no one even witnessing the attack. He was lifted as effortlessly as a mere chick. A sight that was simply too horrifying to comprehend. Is the captain not yet here? Then your life shall end here. As Rotas observed the pirates calling out in such a manner, the captain of the pirate ship had yet to arrive. He tightened his grip, ruthlessly crushing the first mate's throat. The struggling first mate's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately slumped to the ground like a lifeless rag doll, devoid of any support. After tossing the first mate aside like a rag on the deck, Rotas made his way towards the direction the pirates had fled. What a bunch of cowards! Running for so long without bringing their captain. Their efficiency is utterly deplorable. As Rotas made his way towards the cabin, a sudden shadow rushed forth. In a swift motion, he retaliated with a powerful kick, producing a resounding clash akin to metal striking metal, accompanied by a dazzling spark that illuminated the darkness of the cabin. It was then that Rotas discerned the assailant, a spotted hyena humanoid. A devil fruit, of the zoan type, perhaps the hyena fruit? Rotas spoke with genuine interest, for this was indeed his first encounter with a legendary devil fruit. Observing the creature resembling a leopard spirit, he found it quite remarkable. Knowing that I am a zoan type user, daring to engage me in direct combat truly reflects your talent. Why not join my ranks? I could grant you a chance at survival. The hyena man remarked, having learned that his subordinate had been defeated by this opponent, indicating their formidable strength. As he ventured into the new world, he was in need of a powerful ally, and if the individual displayed some wisdom, he might consider sparing their life. A mere hyena dared to roar before the king. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Rotas seized the hyena man's neck with a swift backhand, embodying the might of the bull demon king, who, after all, bestowed such audacity upon this diminutive creature to dare roar before him. Spare me, my lord. I still possess value. The hyena man implored, thrashing desperately in midair, his pleas echoing in vain. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. He harbored no thoughts of resistance, clinging only to the hope of preserving his life. The lamentations of a vanquished foe reverberated, a futile struggle against an inevitable fate. Rotas calmly declared, swiftly snapping the neck of the hyena man. A coward who could only strike from the shadows was not one to be trusted. He feared that one day he might be betrayed. Better to have the dead at his side than to risk such treachery. All of you, come forth. Otherwise, I shall slay you all. After Lotus dealt with the two ruffians, he bellowed across the entire ship, addressing the cowardly pirates, urging them to emerge from their hiding places. Otherwise, he would slay them all. After all, it was merely a matter of seeking out other pirate ships to plunder, as pirates in these vast waters held little value. Chapter 151. The Great King spare us, Great Lord. We are willing to follow you faithfully, the pirates pleaded, their voices trembling. Indeed, my lord. We still possess our worth. Upon hearing Lotus's thunderous call, the pirates tumbled out like rolling gourds, kneeling on the ground, beseeching him for mercy. They understood that Captain Hyena had already met his defeat. Otherwise, they would not be left solely to contend with the enemy's roar. Very well, Lotus declared. From this day forth, I shall be your leader. You are to obey my commands, or else you shall meet the same fate as that foolish hyena. Rotas forcefully kicked the corpse of the hyena man before them, having fully seized control of the pirate ship. This was merely the beginning. He intended to capture more pirates to serve under him. He needed to enter the new world with an imposing presence to attract the attention of the four emperors. He had no desire to be a mere worker for the emperors. He aspired to be a prominent figure among them, affording him ample time to develop his power. Please spare us, Great One. Have mercy. The pirates pleaded upon witnessing the lifeless body of their captain. With the formidable hyena captain slain by this adversary, they dared not resist any longer. Do not beg for mercy. What I require is your tangible action. Lotus grasped the collar of the pleading pirate and lifted him into the air, speaking with a cool detachment. He remarked dismissively, who cannot do that? What I require is tangible action. I demand sustenance, brought forth to me. Captain, may I inquire what we should do? The captured pirate stammered, trembling in fear. The new captain was far more terrifying than the capricious hyena captain. They were utterly at a loss as to how to appease this formidable new leader. Address me as your king, Lotus declared. I am no mere fleeting captain. Rotas bellowed at the pirates, declaring his current identity as the Bull Demon King. Not some ghostly captain, as he had no desire to become a fleeting specter. Very well, my lord. Pray tell, what may we humble servants do for your greatness? The pirates, nearly fainting from his roar, finally regained their senses and spoke in unison, realizing that their new captain might be somewhat unhinged, after all. Who in this era would dare to refer to themselves as a king? Food. Go forth and procure sustenance for me. Should you return empty-handed, I shall feast upon you instead. Rotas threatened with his gaping maw, declaring that he spared this group of miscreants not out of mercy, but rather to procure sustenance for him. Otherwise, what purpose would their existence aboard the ship serve? Very well, my lord. What further commands do you have? The pirates cautiously responded upon receiving Rotas' orders, hastening to procure food, fully aware of the terrifying nature of their new captain, harboring no doubt that they could easily become his next meal. Retrieve the fishing nets from the pirate ship and commence fishing at once. And let it be known to the crew of the pirate ship that their numbers are woefully insufficient. I require a multitude of men. A cruel smile crept upon the corners of Roth's mouth as he gradually immersed himself in the role he had undertaken. He had become the Bull Demon King. The cunning and sly Bull Demon King. Driven by an insatiable greed for wealth and sustenance, he found himself lacking sufficient minions to procure food. Thus, he resolved to capture pirates, enlisting a multitude of them to serve his purposes, much like the fearsome crocodile. Very well, my lord. We shall proceed at once. The pirates replied, their voices trembling with trepidation, their hearts heavy with the foreboding of the grim days ahead. They understood that their suffering was imminent. Yet they held on to a glimmer of hope that they might recruit other pirate crews. They believed that once they encountered these other factions, the new captain would undoubtedly seize them to take their place, granting them eventual liberation. Begone. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I shall obliterate every vessel of salvation. Unless you can swim to the shore, you would do well to obey my commands. Rotas spoke with a hint of disdain, declaring that he would not grant this scoundrelly crew an opportunity to flee. Unless they could swim to the shore, they would have to obediently submit to his commands. Yes, my lord, the pirates responded, their eyes dimmed, as if they had lost their final glimmer of hope. In the Grand Line, They possessed no ability to traverse the vast ocean. Had they possessed such skill, they would not have found themselves among the lowest ranks of pirates. A motley crew indeed, daring to contemplate escape. Did they truly think him a fool? After dealing with the pirates, Rotas immediately destroyed all the small boats. He had discerned the escape intentions of several pirates, and now he would ensure they had no means of fleeing. If they were not obediently engaged in fishing, he would make them fish food. Old Master, I have successfully captured a pirate ship, and they are now under my command. I will continue to apprehend more along the route to the New World, rest assured. After resolving the matters concerning the vessel, Rotas returned to the captain's quarters and retrieved his communication device to dial the old gentleman's number, reporting on the situation at hand. Excellent, Rotas. I indeed did not misjudge you. You must continue to exert your efforts, Caputo chuckled over the device. Rotas' swift capture of a pirate ship took him somewhat by surprise. The naval warships were undeniably too conspicuous, making them susceptible to early detection by pirate crews. However, all was now in order, as Rotas would eliminate every pirate crew he encountered. In due time, the world government would find themselves at a loss, for he was skeptical that they could manage the conflicts arising among pirates. Rest assured, old gentleman, I shall leave no pirate crew unscathed. Anticipate my commendable news. Roth held the phone with a smirk, declaring that even without the elder's admonitions, he would not spare those rascals. His current sustenance relied on the spoils of piracy and the plunder of rival pirate crews. To let those scoundrels go would mean inviting hunger upon himself. Very well, Roth. I shall keep in touch with you frequently. Remember, do not engage in any heinous acts, Carp said, both pleased and cautious. He feared that prolonged exposure to the pirate life might lead Roth to adopt their nefarious habits, ultimately transforming him into one of them. Constant reminders were essential for Carp to feel at ease. Rest assured, esteemed elder, as a formidable individual, I hold no desire to harm the innocent. Roth continued. By the way, I am now known as the Ox Demon King. It won't be long before my name echoes across the seas. If the Navy or the world government should conspire against me, I trust you will inform me in advance so that I may make my escape. Lotus was keen to avoid attracting the Navy's attention. If that were to happen, it would be akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, leading to a chaotic disarray among family ties. It would be prudent for the old man to inform him in advance, thus allowing him to make a timely escape. He had no intention of confronting the Navy, as that would risk revealing his true identity. Rest assured, my old friend. I shall keep a vigilant watch over matters at headquarters, Carp reassured him, urging Lotus to focus on eradicating the pirates. Should any significant developments arise, Carp would promptly relay them to the Navii lad. As long as it wasn't the likes of Akiji, Momonosuke, or their associates launching a coordinated assault, Lotus should be able to evade capture. Furthermore, he would be informed should such an event occur. Confronting other soldiers would pose no significant challenge for him. Very well. Old man, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. With the old man's assurance, Lotus felt a considerable weight lifted from his shoulders. No longer needing to worry about an admiral suddenly appearing to apprehend him, as he had access to the old man's intelligence network. Having settled these matters, Lotus proceeded to the hold in search of the food storeroom. Now, this pirate ship belonged to him, and he needed to assess the adequacy of its provisions. Indeed, it appeared that this hyena had made ample preparations. Rothas opened the storeroom door and beheld a bountiful array of provisions, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It seemed that this hyena, before meeting its demise, had taken the time to replenish supplies. This fortunate turn of events meant he could indulge in a hearty meal. With such serendipity at hand, Rothas resolved not to be remiss in seizing this delightful opportunity. Food is meant to be consumed. It is merely a matter of time. By partaking of these provisions now, he would prevent them from spoiling. Moreover, by resolving this abundance, he believed the ship's speed would notably increase. Rothas, driven by impulse, immediately commenced a grand feast, indulging in a sumptuous banquet within the storeroom. After savoring the meats and relishing the fine wines, he turned his attention to the fruits. Without hesitation, Rothas devoured each fruit whole, discarding the need to peel even the oranges and bananas, rationalizing that the skins were indeed edible, albeit less palatable. Rothas continued to eat fervently until he held in his hand a fruit adorned with intricate patterns. Just as he was about to bring it to his lips, he froze in astonishment. Rothas gazed at the fruit in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Surely, this cannot be the fruit of some foolish hyena." Rothas gazed at the fruit, and it seemed that only this explanation made sense. The hyena captain had been slain by him, and the devil fruit would instinctively seek a nearby vessel to inhabit. Given the vastness of the sea and the fact that their ship was the only one with fruit on board, This particular devil fruit had directly chosen a piece from their food stock. Fortunately, I had not consumed this cursed fruit. Otherwise, it would have been the end. Rotas, filled with trepidation, carefully stowed away the devil fruit, a treasure worth hundreds of millions of berries. It might prove useful in the future. Fortunately, his pace of consuming fruits had slowed, for had he devoured this cursed fruit hastily, he would have been in grave trouble. The taste was utterly unpalatable, and the abilities granted by the hyena fruit were of no interest to him. Consuming it would only serve to weaken him, unnecessarily burdening him with a disadvantage. Nevertheless, regardless of its inferiority, this fruit remained a coveted treasure of the sea, and Rotas believed that many less capable individuals would eagerly offer their berries to acquire it. It is worth noting that zoan-type devil fruits, once ingested, provide the swiftest enhancement to physical capabilities among the three categories of devil fruits. Overall, Rotas was quite pleased with the plundering of this pirate ship. With a crew now at his disposal, a pirate vessel acquired, and even a devil fruit in hand, he mused that if he were to raid a few more ships, he might yet procure additional devil fruits. Rotas stepped out of the cabin, filled with fanciful hopes. Upon reaching the deck, he felt a surge of joy as he observed the pirates diligently at work. This motley crew proved to be somewhat competent, for they had successfully captured a considerable number of fish. The lively creatures still flopped about on the deck, a sight that delighted him, suggesting that he would soon indulge in a delicious meal of fish. "Your Majesty, how may we serve you?" The pirates inquired upon noticing Rotas's presence, immediately intensifying their efforts. Yet, amidst their eagerness, they pondered the reason for his appearance on the deck. Could it be that he was hungry and harbored thoughts of feasting upon them? Rotas bent down to seize a lively fish, tearing a substantial piece of flesh from its body. As he delicately chewed, savoring the exquisite moment of flavor, he turned to the pirates and declared, "I have come to ascertain whether any of you have been idling, as well as to survey the waters for rival pirate crews. The first person to alert me to the presence of another pirate ship shall be elevated to my chief lieutenant once I capture those scoundrels." "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall expedite our search for other pirate crews," replied the pirates with gleaming eyes. "Indeed, Your Majesty, anticipate our good news." Upon hearing Rotas's words, the pirates felt a surge of excitement. Whoever could be the first to report would secure a coveted position. They reminisced about how the first mate had basked in the glory of command, a time when their lack of strength had been a mere hindrance. Now, however, the new captain appeared indifferent to such matters. As long as they could identify a rival ship, the prospect of becoming the ship's second in command was no longer a mere fantasy. "Then let us hasten our efforts. None of you wish to remain mere laborers, do you? Strive to discover as many pirate vessels as possible, and do ensure that the pirate flag is lowered for me." Rotas observed the jubilant demeanor of the pirates, fully aware of their thoughts. However, it mattered little to him. As long as they could locate the pirates and relay the information promptly, that was sufficient. The moment they heard about the positions of the officers, they became frenzied, convinced that news would soon follow. "Very well, my king, we shall promptly lower the pirate flag," they exclaimed. Without hesitation, the pirates rushed to take down the flag, anxious not to waste any time. Their motivation was not merely obedience to orders. Rather, they suddenly recalled that without the flag, those pirate crews who typically turned away at the sight of it might approach them instead. After all, Captain Hyena's reputation and bounty were formidable, often deterring many pirate crews. However, the current situation was different. They eagerly anticipated the arrival of other pirates, for it would mean the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of officers themselves. "I shall take my leave to rest now. Should you spot a pirate ship, remember to report it at once, and do ensure that the captured fish are processed swiftly. I have no desire to consume spoiled food." Rotas clarified matters and decided he would no longer accompany this band of pirates. As the captain of his ship, it was beneath him to toil on the deck. He sought the solace of the captain's quarters to rest, hoping that upon awakening, he would hear favorable news. "Rest assured, my lord," the pirates flattered, eager to leave a good impression on Rotas in hopes of securing a position among the ranks of the officers. Chapter 153. Approaching very well, work diligently. "I shall take my leave now." Rotas waved his hand and returned to the captain's cabin, harboring dreams of currying favor to ascend to a position of authority. Such aspirations were nothing more than delusions. He sought leaders with genuine talent and knowledge, not mere sycophants. However, in an effort to motivate this motley crew, he felt compelled to offer an inconsequential leadership role. For it was unthinkable to allow someone of his stature to manage every trivial matter beneath him. Upon returning to the captain's quarters, Rotas observed the deck bustling with activity as the pirates resumed their fishing endeavors. ever vigilant of the situation on the sea, fearful of losing their coveted positions. As the sun gradually sank beneath the horizon, the weary pirates, nearly despondent after a long day of fishing, felt their hands were on the verge of being torn apart by the nets. They eagerly yearned for the appearance of another pirate ship, which would elevate them to the ranks of officers, liberating them from their backbreaking labor. In the darkness of the night, the pirate ship illuminated its lights. Yet the fatigued pirates did not retreat to their quarters for rest. Instead, their eyes gleamed with anticipation as they fixated on the sea, anxious not to miss any glimmer of light. This particular hour was optimal for ambush, a truth well understood by these pirates, who thus chose to await the arrival of any passing vessel. Silently, a darkened pirate ship advanced through the night, gradually approaching the ship aglow with lights. Shielded by the cover of darkness, the pirates aboard the shadowy vessel clutched their weapons, quietly leaning against the railing, biding their time for the moment when the two ships would converge. As another ship drew near, the pirates on deck, sensing the approach, began to murmur amongst themselves. Many were eager to inform their captain, but feeling the overwhelming strength of the approaching pirates, they clenched their fists in frustration. Their sole hope was that the rival crew's newly appointed officer would fulfill their promises of protection. After all, their new captain was filled with ambition and would not be satisfied with such a small crew. As more members joined, they feared being relegated to the lowest ranks of the ship. At last, was there a fortuitous opportunity presenting itself? That would be splendid. In the captain's quarters, Rotas listened intently to his subordinate's report, cracking his knuckles in anticipation of the night's endeavors, for nocturnal activities were indeed beneficial for one's slumber. My lord, you mentioned that those who provide intelligence could ascend to officer status. Look at what I have here. The pirate who delivered the news, sensing he had completed his report, grew increasingly anxious to claim his reward. He had invested considerable effort to secure this position, and if the captain denied him, it would be a significant loss. I keep my word. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer toil alongside the other pirates in fishing. You shall have your own private quarters, and you will oversee those engaged in fishing. Your only task is to ensure they complete their duties, but I expect you to allow them some leeway. Otherwise, should I find myself without provisions, you will comprehend the consequences. Rotas assigned a position of overseer to this individual, entrusting him with the responsibility of diligently supervising the other pirates to ensure they refrain from idleness. Otherwise, he would face the dire consequence of hunger. To prevent any clandestine dealings between this overseer and the crew, a stern warning was issued. Rest assured, Captain, I comprehend, the pirate replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was acutely aware of the implications of the captain's words and had no desire to jeopardize his own well-being due to the actions of others. His interactions with the crew were merely superficial. Once he ascended to a position of authority, he would wield significant influence. Excellent. It appears you possess a keen sense of discretion. Rotas nodded. It was preferable that this pirate harbored no ulterior motives, as it would save him the trouble of seeking out another. After all, selecting a tall individual from a crowd of shorter ones could prove quite cumbersome. Now, with someone stronger than the average pirate stepping forward, he found himself alleviated of considerable effort. By the way, you mentioned a pirate ship drawing near, correct? Then let us accompany me to investigate. Remember, when the time comes, ensure that the opposing pirate ship is secured tightly. I demand both the crew and the vessel. Not a single one shall be permitted to escape my grasp. Suddenly, Rotas recalled that this was not the time for reprimanding his subordinates. He was, after all, on a mission to capture pirates and could not afford to miss the opportunity. If the pirate ship drew too close, the crew aboard might suffer considerable losses, which would inevitably diminish the efficiency of their subsequent haul. Therefore, he resolved to make his way to the deck in anticipation of the approaching vessel. Meanwhile, his men could not remain idle. They needed to secure the two ships together to facilitate the transfer of goods and the organization of the new recruits. Rest assured, my lord, I shall see to it that everything is executed flawlessly, one of the pirates promptly assured, aware that this batch of pirates served not only the captain's interests but his own as well. The more pirates he commanded, the higher his standing would rise. As the pirate crew grew into a formidable force of several thousand, he might find himself with 100 men under his command, at which point he could indulge in the thrill of being a captain himself. He was unconvinced that the ship could accommodate so many. Surely, they would form a fleet. That sounds splendid. Now, hurry along and get it done, Rotas urged. Rotas waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to hasten their preparations. He was poised on the deck, ready to surprise the band of pirates who had stealthily approached under the cover of night. In this era, one had witnessed an array of gifts. Yet the sight of a horde of laborers arriving uninvited was a rarity. He intended to create an unforgettable memory for this group of unexpected guests. As the ominous silhouette of the pirate ship drew nearer through the darkness, Rotas, seated upon the deck, could discern its outline, just as he contemplated leaping from the deck to deliver a righteous intervention upon the enemy vessel. A resounding shout erupted from the pirates aboard. "Prepare the iron chains to ensnare this ship. We must not let the plump sheep escape." In that moment, Rotas witnessed the pirate ship surge forward, accompanied by iron chains and grappling hooks. As these hooks were hurled towards them, they swiftly latched onto the ship's railings and iron posts, binding the two vessels together irrevocably. How intriguing! Seeing this, Rotas immediately returned to the deck with great interest. His ship and the one opposite had now become one. Separating the two vessels would require no small effort. It was simply out of the question. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the opposing pirate crew having any chance of escape. Rotas also intended to grant these pirates a final moment of freedom for their performance. He was eager to discern the nature of the rogues who had stealthily approached his vessel under the cloak of night. Were they merely a band of nocturnal miscreants? If so, both the day and night fishermen would be present in full force. Chapter 154. The Yellow-Toothed One charge forth, my lads. Seize this ship and claim its treasures. The pirate crew bellowed, instructing their subordinates to board the enemy vessel. They aimed to catch their adversaries off guard while they were still groggy from sleep, although their own strength was not formidable. Their prowess in nocturnal ambushes had earned them a notorious reputation in these waters. Do we even need to bind them? It seems rather superfluous, one pirate remarked, glancing at the iron chains beside them and the ropes in their hands. Indeed, I share your sentiment, his companion replied. The boarding pirates, traversing the iron chains, soon encountered the armed defenders of the ship. Both sides stood poised, weapons drawn, locked in a tense standoff. The captain of the boarding pirates pushed aside his men and, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, laughed heartily. "Ha! Who among you is the captain? Step forward, be wise and surrender all your wealth and women, and perhaps I might spare your lives." The armed defenders stared in disbelief before bursting into laughter, mocking the audacity of the opposing captain. "Ha! You amuse me. Such a pitiful wretch dares to speak so boldly, clearly unaware of his own insignificance. Indeed, a wretch like you, so brazen on our ship. Our mighty king could crush you with a mere finger. Should you possess any sense, lay down your arms and surrender. Perhaps our illustrious king may show you mercy. Otherwise, we shall be tasked with collecting your remains." The boarding captain's expression darkened as he listened to their taunts. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, dispatching the most vociferous pirate with a single stroke. Holding the severed head aloft, he growled, "Bring your captain forward, or I shall begin with you lot. You think you can slay me with a mere finger? You pathetic fools! How terrifying! We are so afraid. Bloodshed. So much blood. I might faint from fear. You truly are remarkable." The pirates, upon witnessing their comrade's severed head, responded with enthusiasm rather than fear, daring the captain further. They were oblivious to the peril they had invited. Soon, their captain would surely exact his revenge, and thereafter, only a few strong officers would remain to impose order upon them. "You miserable wretches have succeeded in inciting my wrath. Listen closely, my subordinates, and eliminate these utterly blind fools. Today, I shall ensure that the people upon the sea recognize that my renown is no mere fabrication." The pirate captain's patience has reached its zenith. He initially intended to take a life to instill fear within this unruly mob, compelling them to surrender their possessions, after which he would depart with his crew. After all, these individuals, armed and seemingly rebellious, posed a potential threat. Engaging them directly would undoubtedly result in significant losses among his ranks. Should other pirate crews learn of his diminished manpower, they would seize the opportunity to strike. To his dismay, these insolent wretches failed to grasp the gravity of their situation, repeatedly testing his forbearance. It seems they mistake his restraint for weakness, believing him to be a mere sickly cat rather than a fearsome tiger. Thus, despite the fragility of his crew, he is resolved to deliver a decisive end to these audacious miscreants. "Now, you, with your prominent yellowed teeth, surrender yourself willingly. I acknowledge your remaining strength, which is why I grant you the opportunity to serve me. Otherwise, the fate that awaits you is to hang from the prow, like the hyenas that adorn it." As the situation escalated to a perilous intensity, with blades drawn and ready, Rotas leisurely emerged from the shadows of the deck's corner. The thought of allowing these pirates to perish in such a wasteful manner troubled him. He was in dire need of laborers and could not permit them to engage in mutual slaughter. "Who are you?" the pirate captain inquired, his attention drawn to the voice. He swiftly turned to confront a towering figure, 6 meters high and adorned with a black horn mask, advancing towards him. A sense of unease gripped him. Despite his time aboard the ship, he had failed to notice anyone on the deck. "I am the great sage equal to heaven, the bull demon king," the figure declared. "You may address me as your majesty. I now present you with an opportunity to submit. Otherwise, you may seek your demise, much like that foolish hyena." With heavy footsteps, Rotas approached him, clutching the severed head of the fallen Captain Hyena, which he tossed to Big Yellow Tooth. He harbored the hope that this Big Yellow Tooth would possess enough sense to surrender voluntarily, sparing him the necessity of drawing his weapon to eliminate him. It was crucial to acknowledge that the strength of his current crew was rather lackluster. The captain of the Hyena pirate crew, Ironclaw Hyena, with a bounty of 67 million berries, had met his demise in such a manner. Big Yellow Tooth, grasping the head that Rotas had thrown, was visibly taken aback. This individual had been slain. It was noteworthy that this hyena had a bounty surpassing his own by 7 million berries and was accompanied by a formidable first mate. Typically, he made every effort to steer clear of such adversaries, for within his pirate crew, he alone possessed substantial strength. "What are your thoughts, Big Yellow Tooth?" Rotas observed that the yellow-toothed had become utterly dazed, and he felt a profound satisfaction with the reaction elicited. After enduring a long period at sea, he had finally succeeded in his pretense of grandeur. Judging by the expression on Yellow-Toothed's face, it appeared he had finally acquired a subordinate capable of holding his own, alleviating the need for Rotas to personally intervene whenever an insolent fool dared to approach. "May I inquire, my lord, if I were to surrender, what position might I attain within your pirate crew?" Yellow-Toothed cautiously asked Rotas after discarding the severed head he had been holding. He was devoid of any intention to continue battling, for if Rotas possessed the strength to slay the iron-clawed hyena, it was evident that dealing with him would not pose much difficulty. His sole desire was to ascertain what rank he might secure should he choose to ally himself with Rotas. For having a formidable leader would not only ensure his safety but also elevate his status when encountering other pirates he knew. "Your capabilities are rather lacking, however. For the time being, you may serve as a senior officer aboard the ship." After a moment of contemplation, Rotas spoke up, noting that, by his standards, the capabilities of the yellow-toothed one were somewhat lacking. However, given the current scarcity of competent crew members, he felt compelled to make do with what he had, as even the yellow-toothed one's deficiencies were preferable to those of the mere lackeys. The implication from the king was that, aside from himself, no one else could command him. The yellow-toothed one then inquired further, acknowledging that the position of a senior officer was indeed alluring, yet he yearned for autonomy, free from the dictates of others, as that would render his days aboard the vessel far more enjoyable. Chapter 155, Subjugation. You do not heed my words. Do you truly expect to listen to others instead? Rotas felt that his newly recruited subordinate appeared somewhat dim-witted. On the ship, he was undoubtedly the master, and his subordinates were obliged to heed his commands. Such inquiries seemed rather superfluous. "No, my lord," replied the yellow-toothed one, scratching his head and chuckling. Now that he had grasped the significance of his elevated position among the senior officers, he felt considerably more at ease. "Very well, if you are inclined to surrender, then hasten to instruct your men to lay down their arms." Rotas waved his hand, expressing that he had little patience to indulge in frivolities. The night was advancing, and he too required rest. Since the other party had decided to surrender, it was time to act with alacrity. "Very well, my lord," replied the grinning Yellow Tooth. Bowing slightly, he promptly addressed his subordinates, who still bore their weapons. "Lay down your arms. Our lord shall be our new captain, and I shall serve as a senior officer aboard this vessel." "Understood." Upon hearing Yellow Tooth's words, the crew swiftly relinquished their weapons. They now gazed curiously at their new captain, uncertain of his character and whether he would treat them as expendable. "Indeed, this is satisfactory." Rotas clapped his hands and chuckled, remarking on how this yellow-toothed fellow was quite adept at understanding his duties. Although his abilities were somewhat lacking, his intellect appeared commendable. He felt a surge of joy at finally having someone capable by his side. "My only principle is this: heed my words, no robbing or oppressing the common folk. Should such actions come to light, I shall not show mercy. Furthermore, anyone who can provide intelligence on other pirate crews will be generously rewarded." Rotas succinctly articulated his rules, ensuring that this group of ruffians would not take advantage of the common folk in their gluttonous idleness. He had made a promise to the elder, and should word of any misdeeds reach him, he would surely face reprimand. After listening to Rotas, the newly recruited pirates exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of bewilderment. A bold pirate stepped forward, bowed slightly, and respectfully inquired, "My lord, may I pose a question?" "Speak freely. Any questions you have can be directly expressed," Lotus replied. Lotus waved his hand, gesturing for the pirate to speak. Observing the pirate's demeanor, which was remarkably courteous, he felt a sense of pleasure and granted him permission to voice his inquiries. "Your Majesty, we pirates make our living through plunder. If you do not allow us to rob them, my brethren shall surely face starvation." Having received the go-ahead, the pirate immediately articulated his concerns. As pirates, their survival hinged upon their ability to loot, predominantly targeting civilians. Should they be prohibited from robbing the common folk, their pockets would surely run dry, which would directly impact the quality of life for all. The king had only decreed that they refrain from plundering civilians. He had never stated that they could not raid other pirate crews. Rotas subtly addressed his subordinates' concerns. From the very outset, his objective had been those pirate crews. He intended to carve a path through the Grand Line and into the New World. A venture that would not only amplify his renown across the seas, but also attract the attention of the four emperors upon his arrival in the New World. However, such an undertaking would inevitably result in significant casualties, my lord. The pirates, taken aback, were astonished to discover that their new captain possessed such audacity. Having lived on the ocean for so long, they had never encountered a pirate dedicated to preying upon other pirate crews, and they would be among the first to partake in this audacious endeavor. Surely, their reputation would echo throughout the seas in due course. Yet, the thought of targeting other pirate crews raised concerns about the inevitable bloodshed during confrontations, as they were, after all, pirates themselves. Unlike defenseless civilians, they would not surrender easily, and the potential for substantial losses loomed large. The notion that they might perish in such conflicts extinguished the fervor that had ignited within them. What is there to fear? I shall soon recruit more pirate crews, and together we will form a formidable fleet. All you need to do is lie back and collect the berries. Rotas held little hope that these inept pirates could assist him in any significant endeavors. He needed to recruit more pirates to aid him in confronting the various pirate crews he would inevitably encounter along the way. After all, he did not wish to be the sole captain embroiled in every skirmish. If that were the case, it would be quite humiliating for him as a captain. That would be splendid, thank you, my lord. The pirates, relieved at the prospect of not facing death, joyfully exclaimed. If their new captain could establish a formidable fleet, perhaps they could challenge the four emperors in the New World. Should they succeed, their crew would ascend to become one of the new powers among the four emperors. They could hardly contain their excitement at the thought of others enviously whispering about them as members of the four emperors' pirate crew. Do not rejoice too soon. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for night fishing, while they will handle the day fishing. Regardless, I expect to see food. Otherwise, you may find yourselves as the meal. Remember, there are no idle hands aboard my ship, unless you possess skills that merit my admiration. Rotas has not forgotten the purpose behind subduing these pirates. With a fresh batch of subordinates at his disposal, he is keen to assign them their duties. These newcomers clearly excel in nocturnal operations, which conveniently aligns with the existing crew's routine of fishing by day and resting by night. Thus, they can fish under the cover of darkness and repose during daylight, allowing Rotas to indulge in a continuous supply of fresh fish. Although it may not suffice to satiate his hunger, it serves well as a snack. He ventured into piracy to escape the life of a fisherman in his village, only to find himself returning to the very profession he sought to leave behind. Indeed, the life of a fisherman is exceedingly arduous. Upon hearing Rotas' words, the pirates began to murmur amongst themselves, many expressing their dismay. They had finally escaped the hardships of village life only to find themselves in a similar predicament, toiling without any financial reward. The swift oscillation between fortune and misfortune is truly bewildering. Very well, you may now take your rest. Tomorrow night, you are scheduled for the night shift. Rotas waved his hand, urging the pirates to hasten to their slumber, lest they find themselves lacking the vigor for fishing come nightfall, which would surely diminish his provisions. Furthermore, he commanded them to retire for the night, should he catch anyone dozing or idling while casting nets on the morrow. He would not hesitate to roast them for his own feast. After dealing with the novice crew, Lotus turned to the nearby members of the hyena pirate crew, who were chuckling, and issued a stern warning. It's late at night, and you all seem to be wide awake. Are you perhaps contemplating theft? Chapter 156. The Pirate Ship 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let us all exert ourselves. With collective effort, we shall hoist the net and bring in the catch. Aboard the pirate ship, the pirates toiled diligently, pulling at the net in unison, to ensure harmony in their movements. They even composed a little song. It seemed that this band of rascals was indeed earnest in their endeavors, so there was no need for me to worry any longer. Rotas gazed through the window and observed the pirates diligently at work, thus relinquishing his intention to supervise them. After all, on such a splendid day, it was far more delightful to recline in his chamber. Just as he contemplated returning to his slumber, his keen observation caught sight of his new subordinate, the toothy one. Approaching, he addressed the entrance. "Since you've come, you might as well enter uninvited." "Very well, my lord," replied the toothy one, promptly lowering his hand and pushing the door open to step into the captain's quarters. He had intended to knock, but the captain had already taken notice of his presence. "Have a seat. There's no need for such formality. Now, tell me, are you planning to rid yourself of those old adversaries?" Lotus reclined against the bed, gesturing towards the grinning figure of the Yellow Tooth. It was evident that Yellow Tooth sought him out for some purpose. And judging by the mischievous smile upon his face at the doorway, it was likely that he intended to exploit Lotus's prowess for some nefarious endeavor. Ah! The king truly possesses an astute perception. The subtle intentions of the lesser minds have not escaped his keen awareness. Rather than displaying any embarrassment at having been uncovered, Yellow Tooth continued to flatter Lotus profusely. He harbored a formidable enemy who had previously caused him considerable losses in subordinates, and now he wished to enlist the captain's aid to eliminate them. This was precisely the reason for his swift capitulation the day before. Enough of the pleasantries. Direct the ship towards your target, and simply report back upon arrival. Rotas waved his hand dismissively, sending the yellow-toothed one on his way. After all, as long as they were pirates, that sufficed for him. He cared not whether they were enemies of the yellow-toothed one. What he required was an abundance of laborers. An overwhelming number of them. The young one took his leave, Your Majesty. The yellow-toothed man, witnessing the proceedings unfold so smoothly, spoke little, yet managed to finalize everything, and could not help but feel immense joy. He immediately set about directing the ships to alter their course. "It is my hope that your enemies multiply, for that would spare me the trouble of searching far and wide." Lotus watched with delight as Big Yellow Tooth departed, hoping that his adversaries were numerous, thus sparing him the tedium of lying in wait for those laborers to arrive. After all, Big Yellow Tooth must surely possess knowledge of the whereabouts of his foes. Otherwise, he would not have rushed over so early in the morning. Half a day later, Big Yellow Tooth directed the vessels to a specific maritime region. Upon anchoring, he hurried to the captain's cabin to report the situation. "What is the matter? Have you located your adversaries? Why the haste?" Rotas took a sip of his drink and gazed at the approaching Big Yellow Tooth, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. He had not noticed any vessels on the sea. Surely Big Yellow Tooth was not jesting with him. "No, my lord. We must exercise patience. They are bound to pass this way, as this is their essential route. I have already dispatched my subordinates to investigate," Big Yellow Tooth hurriedly clarified. Anxious to avoid any misunderstanding with the captain, he had specifically sent his men to gather intelligence on those rogues. Now, all they needed was to bide their time until the ships of that group would inevitably pass by. "Very well," replied Rotas. "Instruct your men to set aside their current tasks and prepare for battle. Furthermore, I am pleased to hear that you can provide intelligence on the pirates." After listening to the explanation from Big Yellow Tooth, Lotus nodded and instructed him to allow the fishing pirates to take a brief respite in preparation for an ambush on the passing vessels. He felt quite pleased. His newly recruited subordinates displayed a remarkable acumen, significantly saving him time. "This is all I should do, my lord," Big Yellow Tooth said with a lowered head and a smile, eagerly anticipating his revenge against those scoundrels who had caused him considerable losses in crew members. This time, he intended to return the favor, striking back at them in kind. On the dark sea, 3 illuminated ships approached slowly from a distance. Standing at the ship's mast, Big Yellow Tooth smiled, for the individuals he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Did they think they could bully him simply because they possessed greater strength in numbers? With the captain present, he was eager to see how they would escape this time. Meanwhile, aboard the 3 brightly lit pirate ships, a lively celebration was underway. They had just plundered a merchant vessel and dispatched a few unsuspecting souls, now reveling in their spoils. Among the crew, one officer raised a toast, addressing the captain. "Captain, we are so powerful. Why not venture into the New World sooner? With your strength, I believe it is only a matter of time before we become one of the Yonko pirate crews." "Indeed, Captain. Those 4 individuals have held their positions for far too long. It is time for you to take your rightful place," another chimed in. "You underestimate the perils of the New World," the captain replied, waving his hand with a chuckle. "Staying here is a strategic decision to gather strength. This group of fools fails to realize that the Grand Line's first half is an entirely different realm than the New World. while they thrive here. The same cannot be guaranteed in the New World, and challenging the Yonko is no trivial endeavor. How long do you intend to accumulate strength before leading us into the New World, Captain? The crew was eager to know when they would embark on their adventure, impatiently anticipating the day they could plant their flags on the islands of the New World. Is it just these 4 ships? The numbers seem a bit sparse. Rotas surveyed the 4 pirate vessels, estimating their numbers and concluding that the crews appeared rather scant. Moreover, the ships varied in size, suggesting that it would be prudent to discard the least capable among them to preserve the fleet's reputation. Rest assured, my lord, I possess further intelligence on other pirates. The first mate, Big Yellow Tooth, interjected, sensing his captain's dissatisfaction. In this stretch of sea, he hesitated to claim omniscience, yet he was well acquainted with the local happenings. Otherwise, he would not have managed to escape with merely a few losses from the 4 pirate ships. Oh, it seems you possess quite a knack for this. Upon hearing the words of the yellow-toothed one, Lotus couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance. He had not anticipated that this fellow possessed such an abundance of information regarding pirates. It appeared he had inadvertently captured a local bigwig, alleviating his concerns about insufficient manpower. After all, was there not a navigator at hand? Generally speaking, I merely have a basic familiarity with the surrounding waters, the yellow-toothed one said with a sheepish grin. Scratching his head, he had no intention of inflating his own knowledge, for should any mishaps occur, it would be he who bore the brunt of the misfortune. Chapter 157. Instant annihilation. Once our fleet reaches 10 vessels, we shall embark upon the Grand Line, the captain remarked with a smile, indicating that their pirate crew would soon be ready to advance to the New World. It was premature to feel anxious at this juncture. While I understand that interrupting others during conversation is considered impolite, I must inform you that you lack the fortune to venture into the New World. Furthermore, I shall be requisitioning your 4 pirate ships. As Rotas stealthily boarded their pirate ship, he patiently listened to their conversation. However, upon witnessing this disreputable gathering waste his provisions, he resolved to interrupt the captain's daydream. It was evident that they would never reach the New World. All of these pirates, along with their officers and captain, were destined to perish here. Who dares to show themselves? Step forward. The pirate captain kicked the table before him, brandishing his weapon and shouting fiercely. It was a disgrace that someone had infiltrated their ship and audaciously uttered such words, tarnishing the reputation of their crew. Cowardly scum, come out and face your demise. What kind of heroes sneak around the open sea? Seeing their captain's fury, the officers joined in with vehement curses, their expressions fierce, though anxiety flickered within. The ability of their unseen foe to approach undetected was a testament to formidable strength. Despite their titles as officers, their true capabilities were woefully inadequate. I have not been hiding at all, it is merely that you failed to notice me. Rotas leaped from the ship's railing onto the deck, his hands gripping the edge tightly, his body suspended above the ship's side, his feet nearly touching the sea's surface. At last, he no longer had to worry about wet shoes. Initially, following the suggestion of the great yellow tooth, he intended to lie in wait like a hunter for his prey. However, upon noticing the 4 pirate ships adorned with festive lights, clearly hosting a gathering, he felt a sense of unease and decided to approach. His instincts proved correct. Otherwise, it would have been a shame for a group of near-death individuals to squander food. Who dares to trespass upon my vessel? The pirate captain, confronted by the intruder on his ship, felt a surge of tension. Standing at 6 meters tall, the intruder was a rare sight among humans, potentially possessing giant lineage, suggesting considerable strength. Furthermore, the mask he wore indicated that he might possess the ability of observation haki. The pirate captain, contemplating this, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. To encounter someone capable of haki in the early stages of the Grand Line was indeed unfortunate. Such individuals were expected to appear only in the New World. I am the great sage of the heavens, the Bull Demon King. I have come specifically to request your departure. With arms crossed and a nonchalant demeanor, Lotus remarked, it is time to put on a show once more. Now that you have approached, I shall indulge in it fully. He cautioned, do not be overly arrogant. While your mastery of observation haki is commendable, eliminating us will not be a simple task. The pirate captain was well aware of the implications behind the adversary's words. Though formidable, they were not without their own strengths, and he doubted that the opponent could dispatch him and his crew unscathed. He held a glimmer of hope that the adversary would recognize the futility of the endeavor and retreat. Engaging in combat with someone adept in observation haki was not a prospect he relished. He had heard tales of such individuals being particularly troublesome and possessing the ability to anticipate their foes' moves. Moreover, the captain's current fortune had been hard-earned. and he was reluctant to risk it all in battle, as he still aspired to venture into the new world. Ah, so you are aware that I possess the skill of observation hockey. It seems you possess some merit after all. Lotus was rather taken aback to discover that. At the onset of the Grand Line, there were indeed individuals aware of the existence of the Conqueror's hockey. It appeared they had diligently prepared for their journey to the new world. However, the reason for his exposure likely lay in the absurdity of his mask, which bore no eye holes, making it quite reasonable for others to harbor suspicions. Yet, this statement seemed unlikely to salvage their lives. With such prowess, he could confidently assert that he could obliterate them in an instant without breaking a sweat. If you depart now, I can pretend as though nothing has transpired, he declared. Moreover, I shall not trouble you in the future. The pirate captain, upon hearing the admission from his adversary, felt that as long as the other party vacated his ship, he could endure a modicum of humiliation and act as if nothing had occurred. Otherwise, they would be left with no choice but to engage in mutual destruction. Ah, it seems you still do not grasp the intent of this king, he added. Rotas felt somewhat bewildered. It appeared that the pirate captain's faculties were not entirely intact. He had proclaimed that none would escape today, yet where did they find the audacity to believe their words would hold any weight? It seems he must exert a bit more effort. Allow me to reiterate, with your pitiable strength. It would be as effortless for me to extinguish your lives as it is to perform this simple act. As Rotas spoke, he swiftly appeared behind the pirate captain, seizing him by the neck as one would a fledgling chick, lifting him effortlessly. Since his stature had increased, he had grown accustomed to executing such lethal maneuvers with ease. However, this technique had its limitations. For instance, employing it against Luffy was utterly futile, as Luffy could very well turn his elongated neck like a giraffe and inquire, "What seems to be the matter?" The pirate captain flailed his limbs in the air, pleading for mercy. With such formidable strength, why would he target a mere, unfortunate pirate? A figure of his might should be prowling the new world, not fixated on him. The crew members, witnessing their captain being effortlessly dispatched, were left speechless, their shock lingering. It was not until the first pirate knelt in supplication that the rest followed suit, begging for mercy. "Please spare us, great one. Indeed, noble sir. We implore you to show us mercy. We can navigate your ship and serve as your cannon fodder. Please grant us our lives." The pirates sobbed and pleaded, yearning for a glimmer of hope. Even if it meant becoming expendable, living to see another day was preferable to dying at this moment. Perhaps fortune would grant them a chance to escape in the future. "Rise, you lot," he said. "I shall not take your lives." Rotes crushed the throat of the pirate captain in his grasp, observing the weeping pirates with palpable impatience. He had no intention of slaughtering them. Their incessant sobbing was irksome. "Thank you, my lord, for sparing our lives," they cried, their voices trembling with gratitude. "We shall absolutely obey your commands from now on." The pirates, overwhelmed with relief, wept with joy, grateful to be alive after witnessing their captain's demise at Rotes' hands. "Enough," he declared. "Now, I require you to identify the officers aboard this ship. Should any of you choose to shield them, I shall ensure you join your captain in the afterlife." After Rotas disposed of the corpses in his possession, he summoned the pirates to identify the officers aboard their ship. He sought to execute a thorough cleansing to ensure that no factions would emerge among his subordinates. Chapter 158, The Merger, my lord. They are the officers, the ones seated at the table drinking. We are but mere petty pirates, one of them lamented. "Indeed, my lord," another echoed. The pirates swiftly betrayed their officers, eager to rid themselves of the pressures imposed by them. The prospect of securing their own safety by selling out the officers was too enticing, and some even rushed to do so, fearful that the officers might escape. "You wretched cowards," driven by fear of death, they scorned. Once the officers were pointed out by their subordinates, they were furious, livid at the betrayal. They had hoped that their men would show some loyalty, allowing them a chance to flee, but never anticipated being so swiftly exposed. "Do not speak so, officers. When our captain was captured, we did not witness your loyalty," one pirate retorted. The pirates grew discontented upon hearing the officers' words. When their captain was seized, these officers had not displayed any valor, instead hiding beneath the table like turtles, prioritizing their own survival. What right did they have to critique them? "You traitors." The officers sputtered, their faces flushed with rage as they struggled to contain their indignation. The audacity of these traitors was utterly detestable. "Enough," Rotas interjected. "The time has come. I have granted you the opportunity to deliver your final words. Since you have spoken your piece, I shall now send you on your way." As the time drew near, Lotes intervened to put an end to the verbal conflict. He found the officials to be dispensable and deemed it appropriate to send them on their way at that very moment. Please, my lord, spare us. We possess far greater capabilities than these worthless individuals and can accomplish much more for you. Do not take our lives, pleaded the officials, kneeling in desperation. Clinging to a glimmer of hope for survival, they believed themselves to be significantly more competent than their counterparts, certain that their continued existence would be of greater utility. Nevertheless, Lotes replied, despite your pleas, your fate remains sealed. Rotas nodded and subsequently executed the group of officials. Their arguments were indeed compelling, however. He was unwilling to acquiesce to their suggestions. He required but a singular voice aboard the vessel, and he had no need for those who might be deemed insubordinate. Ensure that the provisions on the ship are properly organized. Waste shall not be tolerated. Additionally, gather the valuable possessions from those individuals and deliver them to the captain's quarters. Lotus instructed the kneeling pirates, stating that there remained a considerable amount of untouched provisions, which must not be squandered. Furthermore, the officers and the captain likely possessed valuable items that should not be overlooked, for his modest treasury had been depleted for far too long. And it was time to replenish it. Very well, my lord. We shall execute the task with utmost excellence, the pirates hastily assured. Eager to fulfill the first command given by their new captain, they understood the importance of not failing this initial assignment. Excellent. However, I wish for you to remember one thing. Address me as your majesty. Do I make myself clear? Lotus was quite pleased with the proactive demeanor of his subordinates, however. He insisted that their manner of address required alteration. He was not merely a fleeting captain, but rather a king, and they ought to remember this distinction. Very well, your majesty, the crew acknowledged, albeit with a degree of confusion regarding the necessity of addressing their new captain as a king. Nevertheless, he was their leader, and his word was law. Now, that is more appropriate, he declared. Soon, 2 pirate ships will approach. Those are my subordinates. Do not engage in discord amongst yourselves. Remember that. Rotas was highly pleased that his subordinates had altered their manner of address. He also instructed them that when the big-toothed fellow arrived shortly, they must refrain from any internal conflict. Otherwise, in the brief moment he was absent from the captain's quarters, he could lose several men, which would be a lamentable waste. Very well, my lord. We shall not commit such an error. You can rest assured, the pirates promptly assured him. They had no desire to jeopardize their newfound surrender and risk a situation where they would be compelled to follow in the footsteps of their officers. Indeed, that is good. Now, hasten to clean the ship thoroughly, and then deliver the items to the captain's quarters. After Rotas disclosed everything, he commenced his treasure hunt in the captain's quarters. As the commander of 4 pirate vessels, it is reasonable to believe that his trove would be extraordinary. It appears that this time, he is destined for a bountiful harvest. Over 100 million berries, a considerable amount of gold and jewels, along with a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs. Truly an odd collection. After Rotas turned over the captain's quarters, he stumbled upon these items, astonishingly discovering that the individual possessed sea prism stone handcuffs. It appeared that this pirate captain intended to employ such a tool against those with abilities. However, it remains uncertain whether selling these handcuffs on the black market could yield several 100 million berries. For the circulation of sea prism stone in the vast ocean is exceedingly rare, and a pair of handcuffs would undoubtedly be quite valuable. Your Majesty, 2 pirate ships are approaching. They claim to be your subordinates. As Lotus toyed with the handcuffs, a pirate hurriedly approached to report that they were unfamiliar with the king's subordinates and requested the king's personal presence. They arrived rather swiftly. Rotas released the handcuffs from his grasp and, accompanied by the pirates, ascended to the deck. Upon his arrival, the notorious Toothless hastened towards him with a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, your Majesty possesses remarkable strength. In such a short span, you have subdued them. I am truly in awe." "Enough of your flattery," the king replied tersely. "As for these 4 pirate ships, dispose of the smallest one. Selling it would be ideal. Furthermore, I am aware of your animosity towards the former captain of this pirate crew. However, since I have dealt with their captain and officers, you must refrain from oppressing them any further. Should you fail to heed my warning, you will not escape my wrath." Rotas, disinterested in engaging in lengthy discourse with the yellow-toothed one, directly addressed the crux of the matter. Among the 4 pirate ships, one was notably diminutive and appeared entirely out of place, necessitating its disposal. Furthermore, it was imperative that the yellow-toothed one refrain from undermining these pirates. Otherwise, he would find himself deprived of a significant source of sustenance. "Understood, my lord," the subordinate acknowledged. Upon hearing of the demise of his adversary, The yellow-toothed one abandoned his thoughts of vengeance against these pirates, recognizing that they were merely the lowest tier of minions, and eliminating them would serve little purpose. He summoned all his subordinates, subsequently dispersing them to be assigned to each pirate ship, while also instructing them on their daily responsibilities. Rotas conveyed to the Yellow-Tooth that he did not wish for these pirates to remain divided like the 3 pirate crews. He hoped they could unite as one cohesive force to combat together, thus avoiding any potential disarray when challenges arose. Chapter 159. The Call 7 days later. Rotas commanded 8 pirate ships and had established the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew, setting sail toward the New World. Along the way, he captured several more pirate vessels, further augmenting his fleet. As Rotas' armada grew more formidable, whispers of his reputation began to ripple across the seas, and the moniker Bull Demon King gradually spread. Everyone became aware that a formidable figure had emerged in the early segments of the Grand Line, one who specifically targeted pirate crews, either annihilating them or subjugating them. The name Bullhead Mountain Pirate Crew began to instill fear among the pirates of the Grand Line, prompting them to inquire about the state of the waters before daring to venture out. Within the office of the Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral, Sengoku held a transponder snail to his ear and nodded, affirming, "Understood. I will thoroughly investigate the origins of this Bullhead Mountain Pirate Crew." "Sengoku, you must address this matter promptly," came the serious admonition from the 5 elders on the other end of the line. This newly emerged pirate crew has been systematically targeting others, having either subjugated or destroyed no fewer than 30 crews during this period. If their actions are not curtailed soon, the number of pirates capable of reaching the New World via the Grand Line will dwindle significantly. Such a situation would not bode well for managing our allied nations. Without the threat of pirates, will these countries still be inclined to pay tribute? Additionally, they needed a continuous influx of pirates to deplete the influence of the 4 emperors in the New World. Should the pirates vanish, the dominion of the 4 emperors would only solidify further. The emergence of this new pirate crew in the front segment of the Grand Line raised hopes that that scoundrel might possess some intelligence. Sengoku set aside the transponder snail used for communication with the world government and contemplated for a moment before picking up his personal transponder snail. Garp, whom he had dispatched to patrol the front section of the Grand Line, should have some information regarding this Bullhead Mountain pirate crew. "What do you want, Sengoku? Why are you calling me?" Upon connecting with Garp, Sengoku was greeted by the latter's impatient visage, accompanied by a distinctly irritable tone. Garp's demeanor caused Sengoku to scratch his head, finding his old comrade quite exasperating, as his childlike temperament still bore grudges. It had been months, yet Garp still harbored resentment. However, in pursuit of intelligence, Sengoku maintained his composure, stating, "Garp, it's work hours. I have a matter to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Speak quickly and don't interrupt my sunbathing." Garp, unconcerned and pinching his nostrils, urged Sengoku to hasten his words, eager to return to his sunbathing, dismissing Sengoku's presence. "You scoundrel, it's work hours. Don't be lazy." Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku immediately shouted into the den mushi, expressing his frustration over Garp's lack of decorum for a vice admiral during working hours. Such behavior would undoubtedly affect the morale of the soldiers. "Enough with the nonsense. Speak plainly. Nothing to worry about. I'm hanging up," Garp replied impatiently, dismissing the notion of work as he relished his retirement. He thought to himself that if Sengoku had something to convey, he should do so promptly. It was a miracle he had not rushed back to headquarters to give Sengoku a thrashing. "I ask you, Garp, are you aware of the Bullhead pirates surfacing in the first half of the Grand Line?" Sengoku, suppressing the urge to flip the table, inquired with restrained irritation. Could Garp not conduct himself in a more appropriate manner? This was a serious matter. "Of course I know. What's it to you?" Garp's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He was well aware that Rotas had assumed the alias of Bull Demon King and had formed a crew named the Bullhead Pirates. He had been monitoring the situation closely and felt a sense of relief upon hearing that the young man had been causing quite a stir, capturing numerous pirate crews. "Do you possess any information regarding his background?" Sengoku nodded and continued, relieved that Garp was at least aware, sparing him further explanation. "Not a clue. I'm not in charge of intelligence. How would I know such things?" Garp shook his head, wearing a bewildered expression. He realized he had foolishly claimed to know something, as Rotas was someone he had sent away. If this was discovered, he would surely face criticism from the young crane. "Then, if you have the time, perhaps you could uncover the details of this pirate crew, considering you were in the vicinity." Sengoku spoke with a hint of exasperation, acknowledging that he should not have held on to the faint hope that Garp would possess any useful knowledge. It seemed he would have to dispatch someone specifically to gather intelligence. Understood. I'll take care of it, Carp responded, promptly disconnecting the Den Mushy and immediately dialing Rotas's Den Mushy. Meanwhile, in a certain location on the Grand Line, Rotas was enjoying a delightful meal when he suddenly noticed the Den Mushy ringing amidst his hair. He quickly retrieved it. And upon seeing the face displayed on the device, he sensed something was amiss. Old man, how are you? I've been working diligently and hope I haven't disappointed you. Lotus approached the elder, seeking commendation for his recent endeavors. He eagerly asserted that he had not been idle, diligently apprehending pirates. Shouldn't the elder offer him a few words of praise? Good lad, well done. Keep up the good work, Carp responded with a smile, acknowledging that he had been attentive to Lotus's actions. His recent efforts could indeed be described as remarkably serious and efficient. So, elder, does this mean I have caught the Navy's attention? Rotas, with a hint of mischief, swiftly steered the conversation towards the matter at hand. He was well aware that the old man didn't make the trip solely to praise him. There must be something significant to convey. He was eager to ascertain whether the Navy or the world government had any intentions towards him, lest he find himself in a precarious situation. Little rascal, you've attracted too much attention. The world government has already set its sights on you. Sengoku just called me. So you must exercise caution in the coming days, Garp advised, sharing a brief overview of the situation with Rotas. He urged him to stay vigilant and avoid falling into a trap that could expose his true identity, for if that were to happen, they would be in serious trouble. Fear not, old man. If the world government dares to send agents aboard my ship to gather intelligence, they should prepare for hard labor. I could always use more fishermen on deck. With a smile, Rotas declared that he would never allow unknown individuals aboard his vessel. Those affiliated with the world government had infiltrated the pirates he had subdued, and they were compelled to assist him in fishing daily. He was curious to observe the stamina of the spies nurtured by the world government, to see if they could endure the rigors of 2 shifts. That sounds good, Rotas. Should you encounter a naval warship, show them a modicum of mercy. You may injure them, even sink their ship, but remember to spare their lives, Carp instructed at last. He understood that with a fleet as substantial as Rotas, it was nearly impossible to avoid other naval forces. He simply hoped that Rotas would be lenient. As long as no lives were lost, everything else was inconsequential. However, if Rotas went too easy on the Navy, it might arouse suspicion. Chapter 160. The Captains of the 7th Division, not a problem, old man. I shall adhere to your instructions, rest assured. Lotus was undoubtedly aware of the reason behind the old man's words. He, too, wished to avoid being discovered later, thus he would diligently enhance any potential areas of concern. That is reassuring. I can rest easy, the old man responded. Generally, you should refrain from calling me unless absolutely necessary, to avoid interception by the listening devices employed by the world government. Upon hearing Lotus's assurance, Carp felt a sense of relief and continued, stating that their communication was best minimized to prevent being monitored. Otherwise, they would find themselves with evidence against them, unable to conceal their actions. Very well, old man. I shall terminate the call now. Once I acquire devices to counteract the listening mechanisms, we shall reconnect. After a moment of contemplation, Rotas spoke up, expressing his inclination towards acquiring a bug-proof telephone. One could never be too cautious, considering the lengths to which the world government might go out of sheer boredom, eavesdropping on the conversations of others. Very well, he concluded, I shall disconnect the bug. With that, Kapu severed the connection and resumed basking in the sun. His demeanor relaxed and content. Bring in the officers, he commanded. I have an important announcement to make. After Rotas returned the telephone bug to his hair, he called out to his subordinates, indicating that he had matters to discuss. It was time to summon his cadre. Shortly thereafter, the officers arrived in the captain's quarters, taking their respective seats. Once Rotas noticed that most had gathered, he began to speak. The captains of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squads are all present. Excellent. Thus, the inaugural meeting of the Bullhead Mountain Pirates is officially underway. First and foremost, I must inform you all that our pirate crew has drawn the attention of the Navy and the world government. Therefore, I urge everyone to remain vigilant in the coming days, keeping an eye out for any suspicious individuals who may trespass on our territory. Remember, if you encounter one, do not frighten them away. Instead, assign them to fishing duties. If they enjoy masquerading, let them live their lives as fishermen. Rotas hopes that his subordinates will grasp his intentions and not inadvertently frighten away the spies. These spies are undoubtedly competent individuals, skilled in their craft, and the pirate crew is in dire need of such talent. Understood, my lord, the subordinates responded, nodding in agreement. Their fleet comprises 14 ships, and it seems entirely reasonable that they are being scrutinized by the Navy and the world government. Moreover, as a pirate crew that specifically targets their own kind, they are even more conspicuous. To be frank, receiving the news that they are under the watchful eyes of the Navy and the world government has taken them by surprise. They had assumed they had already been under observation for some time. Are there any further questions? If so, please voice them promptly. Lotus, sitting with his legs crossed, inquired of them, having shared so much, if the officials had any questions to pose. My lord, expressed the anxious big yellow tooth. Might it be unwise to retain these unidentified individuals? If they are spies from the world government, it seems rather imprudent. Should we not eliminate them immediately? What is there to fear? Lotus replied confidently. They pose no significant threat, and besides, the 7 of you are quite formidable. I have faith that you can manage them. Rotas reassured, urging Big Yellow Tooth not to worry too much, for he was, after all, a pirate with a bounty of 60 million. The bounties of the other 6 were not insignificant either. Dealing with a few spies should be a trivial matter. Indeed, my lord, he continued, you need not be concerned. Big Yellow Tooth, should they dare to stray from their duties, I shall take care of them myself. The slanted-eyed wolf unsheathed his long blade, a sinister smile creeping across his face. A pack of lackeys for the world government. One man alone can handle them. There is no need for concern about inviting wolves into the fold. Amidst this tension, slanted-eyed wolf, you must temper your bloodlust. They have merely lost their way. We must guide them back to the right path, interjected the customs monk. The spies of the world government are but misguided souls. I believe that with proper guidance, they will ultimately return to righteousness. I only wonder what kind of charming ladies they will send our way. Heh. I hope they are rather delightful. A lewd smile crept across the customs monk's face at this thought. Ah, so you wish to enlighten them in the bedroom? Our esteemed customs master. Can you not maintain the decorum befitting a monk? Scoffed the poison spider, disdain evident in his tone. What kind of monk emerges from that temple only to indulge in vice and become a pirate? Do you not fear the mockery that awaits you? Do not speak so harshly, poison spider. You must understand, this is one of the few pleasures we men can enjoy. I find the master's words quite sensible, and I am willing to assist him in this endeavor, chimed in Lei Chong, moving closer to the customs monk. I have heard that the spies of the world government are quite beautiful. I would gladly join the master in guiding them. Poison Spider may be attractive as well, but alas, her ferocity is daunting. Although I have a penchant for long-legged beauties, I do not yearn for those with 8 long, hairy limbs. Ugh, repugnant scum. Poison Spider retorted, her contempt palpable. 2 scoundrels joining forces, truly, birds of a feather flock together. They had best avoid injury, otherwise, they shall reap what they sow. Everyone. Let us not lose our tempers. We are all part of the same family. We can resolve our issues calmly, urged Abu, the dog-headed member of the fur tribe, striving to pacify the situation. We are all members of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew now. There is no need for discord. We should take a moment to converse peacefully. Abu, ignore them. They are merely bored and looking for trouble. Come, let us share a drink together. My lord, you should join us as well. The big drunkard, belching loudly, interrupted Abu's attempt at reconciliation, pouring him a cup of liquor and urging him to sit and enjoy. He then filled a large basin with drink for Rotas. Indeed, big drunkard, you have a knack for camaraderie. Abu, pay no mind to those fools. Let us partake in revelry together. Lotus, holding a drink, chuckled softly, remarking on the amusing nature of his companions, whose essence was not malevolent. Otherwise, he would not have retained them within his pirate crew. Among them, the furry tribe member Abu was a true embodiment of warmth. Embarking alongside a barrel of fine spirits from the New World in search of the most exquisite wines upon the seas. It was during this journey that he encountered Abu, extending an invitation for him to join the crew as captain. Delicious wine, delightful wine, Abu exclaimed as he gulped down his drink, resting his chin in his hands with an expression of sheer bliss. To an unsuspecting observer, one might assume he was indulging in some celestial elixir, when in reality, he merely savored a common brew. Chapter 161. Forging my supreme sword path with the blood of enemies. How is it, Abu? Does the wine taste good? Lotus gazed at Abu, whose face was blissfully intoxicated, and teasingly inquired, what enchantment does this enormous cask hold for you, Abu? Even the most ordinary of beverages seems to captivate you. Indeed. The flavor is exquisite, Abu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. This drink possesses a distinct taste. Unlike any I have encountered before, it must be of exceptional quality, for otherwise, the flavor would not be so remarkable. Fill it up for your brother, dear cask. One might think you were cradling it as tenderly as a spouse. The large barrel, aptly named for its fondness for drink, hurried to fill Abu's bowl with wine. Bring me a bowl as well, I called out to the barrel. Observing the merriment from a distance, the sly-eyed wolf approached, seeking a share of the libation. A swordsman must never be without fine wine. Such a notion is utterly unacceptable. Fear not, my friends, there is enough for all. The barrel, with a rosy countenance, chuckled heartily as it rose to fill our cups, bemused by our eagerness. Big Yellow Tooth, come and partake in a bowl of wine, the barrel suggested after serving the others. Turning to the bickering figures of the poison spider and her companions, it added, how can one enjoy a spectacle without a drink? That would be dreadfully dull. Have a bowl. Very well, Big Yellow Tooth pondered, rising to retrieve a bowl of wine before resuming his observation of the trio's quarrel. It was indeed a rare sight to witness the leaders squabbling, and he relished the moment. You three should settle down, one a monk, another a lecher, and the last a physician. Arguing together has become quite the norm. Can't you find some peace? Especially you two men, making a ruckus like a pair of women. How shameful. The spider is the ship's doctor. With your feeble skills, one wielding a half-hearted use of armament hockey, and the other merely employing observation hockey, you'll rue the day you provoke her should you find yourselves injured in the future. Rotas, unable to tolerate the incessant bickering of the trio any longer, finally reprimanded them. He particularly focused on the monk and the raucous Lei Chong, for he had only recently managed to bring aboard a ship's doctor of exquisite beauty, a sight for sore eyes. Yet, these two misfits had the audacity to disrupt her poise. One seemed to take pride in consorting with fallen women, while the other merely sought to create chaos. Their antics had thoroughly vexed the lady, who bore an icy demeanor reminiscent of a snow queen. It was a wonder how they would fare when it was their turn to receive care, for one could only imagine the mischief they would encounter when the doctor tended to their wounds. As the monk and Lei Chong listened, a chill ran down their spines. They stole a glance at the enigmatic figure of the poison spider across from them, who wore a cryptic smile that boded ill. The pair resolved that it would be prudent to secure another ship's doctor in the future. Enough, Rotas declared. Latasia, come and share a drink to soothe your spirits. Pay no heed to those two fools. I mean, it is quite unfortunate for a striking beauty like you to be burdened with such an unflattering moniker. From now on, I shall simply call you by your name. After Lotus reprimanded, he handed the bowl to the poison spider with both hands, flattering her by saying that such a beautiful young lady is far preferable to this group of fools, and urged her not to be driven away in anger. Thank you, my lord. You possess such grace, like a true man, unlike certain individuals who are nothing but scum. The poison spider accepted the drink from Lotus with a seductive smile, mockingly deriding Thunder Gun and the others, proclaiming that there are countless scoundrels in the world, with half of them aboard pirate ships. Thunder Gun, listening to the veiled insults from the poison spider, felt his face flush with embarrassment. In order to endure less suffering in the future, he decided to swallow his pride. After all, he was neither as tough as Lotus nor as charming as Abu, but rather a troublemaker with a loose tongue. Amitofu, my lord. Please pour a bowl of wine for the monk as well, the monk said with his hands clasped together, smiling as he requested a drink from Lotus. Completely unfazed by the poison spider's remarks, as they were not directed at him, so why should he be upset? Monk, you should ask the big wine barrel for it. I have entrusted all the wine to his management. Lotus waved his hand, instructing the monk of customs to fetch some wine from the large barrel. He always felt that the officials he had recruited, apart from the one with the prominent yellow teeth, were rather peculiar. Although they were not as troublesome as Luffy's crew, they seemed to be in a similar predicament, causing him quite a headache. Come, master, let us share a few drinks. Without waiting for the monk of customs to speak, the large barrel approached him, pouring the wine with familiarity, playfully draping an arm around his shoulder, embodying the camaraderie of old friends. My king, have you forgotten something you Haven T mentioned? The one with the yellow teeth interjected, sensing that the performance was about to falter. He felt that perhaps the king had only spoken half of his thoughts, questioning if such information warranted gathering everyone for a meeting. Ah, indeed. It is you who has provided a timely reminder. Rotes tapped his forehead, realizing that he had been distracted by Lei Chong and nearly forgot what he intended to say. However, it is not too late now. We may encounter naval warships, and it is my hope that when you engage with them, you focus on disabling the vessels while minimizing casualties. I certainly do not wish for us to provoke the admirals of the Navy. One is akin to a tenacious piece of gum flying in the sky, impossible to shake off, while the other possesses the ability to freeze the very surface of the sea, complicating our ship's maneuverability. If our business were minor, we might take the risk. But now we command a formidable fleet of 14 pirate ships, so it is prudent to tread carefully around them. Rotas spoke up, expressing that the three admirals of the navy, Akiji and Kizaru, were formidable foes on the seas, and he would rather encounter Akainu than the other two. Currently, the 14 pirate ships were manned by laborers assisting him in procuring sustenance, and he certainly wished to avoid any mishaps. When confronted by a naval warship, his options were either to flee or to sink it. Under no circumstances should there be any loss of life. This was not solely the old man's desire. He too did not wish to jeopardize his own legacy. Merely a naval admiral, he declared, "Allow me to slay him. With his blood, I shall forge my unparalleled swordsmanship." The rogue wolf, drawing his long blade, laughed, confident that the blood of a naval admiral would undoubtedly elevate his martial prowess. "First, go and take down Hawkeye for me. Then return to boast." Rotas, experiencing a slight headache, remarked that the cross-eyed wolf was once again indulging in his delusions. Who on earth had trained those individuals from the sword dojo? If they dared to emerge, he would undoubtedly ensure they faced dire consequences. Moreover, the idea of a general bleeding to forge an unparalleled swordsmanship was utterly absurd. The fact that the cross-eyed wolf had managed to emerge unscathed from the general's grasp was already a tale worthy of much boasting. Yet he dreamed of making the general bleed, a fanciful notion indeed. Chapter 162, Persuasion. Then I shall proceed to eliminate Hawkeye. It is said that he is the world's greatest swordsman. Your Majesty, await the news in the newspapers reporting the demise of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, he said. Setting aside his drink, the cross-eyed wolf stood up, preparing to head out. The king was correct. Before taking on the naval admiral, he needed to reclaim his title as the world's greatest swordsman. This way, when he challenged the naval admiral, the uproar at sea would not be as overwhelming. For he considered himself a person of modest demeanor. "Return here, you foolish rascal. I do not wish to see in the newspapers that the leader of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew, the cross-eyed wolf, overestimated his abilities and was vanquished in a single strike by the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye." Rotas seized the squint-eyed wolf and pulled him back. Can this fool not think rationally? Does he genuinely believe what he says? He has gone to challenge Hawkeye, as if he has grown weary of life itself. "Rita, could you possibly attend to his condition?" Rotas turned to the poison spider and expressed his hope that, as the ship's doctor, she could assist the cross-eyed wolf in rectifying his mental faculties. Otherwise, he would have to worry about such a foolish creature. "My dear, you must understand that not everything in this world can be cured. In his case, I would suggest that reincarnation might be a preferable solution," the poison spider remarked, shrugging her shoulders. Given the cross-eyed wolf's utter lack of wit, no remedy could possibly suffice. It would be best to send him for rebirth. Besides, I have recently developed a new toxin, and his abilities are marginally satisfactory. He could serve as a subject for my experiments. No, Latasia," she continued. "As a beautiful woman, you must be gentle. Such brutality is unwarranted." Rotas hastily restrained Latasia's hand as she attempted to pry open the poison. With so many people aboard, he might escape, but his subordinates would not be so fortunate. Engaging with toxins was far too perilous. It appeared that not only was the swordsman he had recruited questionable, but even the ship's doctor was no mere trifler. "Your Majesty, I must express that I can be of assistance. While the sly-eyed wolf deals with Kizaru, I shall take care of Akainu. The two of them are hardly formidable adversaries." Reikiang, toying with his firearm, approached the gathering. Wherever gossip flowed, there he was. He believed that the sly-eyed wolf could handle Kizaru without issue, and he would assist with Akainu, eager to test whether Akainu's speed surpassed that of his ammunition. "Reikiang, you fool, cease your provocations. Are you not aware of your own limited capabilities? If you possessed the strength of Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, we would not need to evade the navy." Rotas scolded Lei Chong, expressing his disdain for the meddlesome fool who thrived on chaos. One eccentric presence aboard was already irksome enough, and now there was another arrogant fool to contend with. Had they never encountered an admiral of the navy? Did they truly believe themselves to be formidable? Even if he exerted all his might before an admiral, it would merely suffice for self-preservation. Did they think admirals were appointed by mere chance? In truth, they possessed the potential. They merely required time to cultivate it. "What do you think, Fengsu?" The barrel of wine set down his large cup, his face flushed as he encouraged the two with fervor, then patted the monk Fengsu beside him, urging him to speak. "Indeed, Brother Jiotun's words ring true. Both of you need only endure the trials of time. I am certain that these challenges are surmountable." Fengsu, with his hands clasped in prayer, assumed an air of solemnity reminiscent of an esteemed Buddhist monk. Had Rotas not known the true nature of this individual, he might have been deceived by the fade. You two share a peculiar camaraderie, and I do not oppose it. However, if you could employ a modicum of wisdom, it would please me greatly. Rotas felt a sense of satisfaction watching Lei Chong and the sly-eyed wolf harmoniously engage with one another. After all, having subordinates who could coexist amicably eased his burdens. Their rapport was strikingly bold, one speaking without a filter, which was rather alarming. He had encountered figures of the Admiral's caliber before, and it was evident that they were not adversaries to be trifled with. Better to devote yourselves to diligent training. It would be ideal if you could complement each other's strengths, especially you, Lei Chong. Aside from your proficiency in observation hockey, your martial skills and armament hockey leave much to be desired. Lotus pointed at Lei Chong, who was flirting with the squint-eyed wolf, and remarked, "This foolish lad possesses a commendable mastery of observation hockey and can be deemed a competent sniper. However, his physical combat skills and mastery of armament hockey are utterly dismal. In simpler terms, he resembles a fragile ADC, the kind that even a mere minion could easily vanquish. If he does not hone his physical abilities, he may very well be the first to fall in the pirate crew. Hey, brother, rest assured, I shall train you diligently. Your sweat will not be in vain." The squint-eyed wolf replied with enthusiasm, gripping the Lei Chong tightly. The path of the sword demands relentless effort and perseverance. I will guide Lei Chong well, striving to transform him into a capable swordsman. I instructed you to teach him physical skills, not swordsmanship. Furthermore, I have already mentioned that you both should complement each other. This means you ought to learn observation hockey from Lei Chong, lest you find yourself in a state of ignorance and inadvertently harm your own comrades. Upon noticing the exuberance of the side-eye wolf, Rotas discerned his unspoken thoughts and felt compelled to interject. He emphasized that martial arts and swordsmanship are two distinct disciplines, expressing his concern that the side-eye wolf might misinterpret the essence of firearms. He pondered the impracticality of wielding a gun in one hand while brandishing a knife in the other, wondering if he would then have to exclaim that neither the searing flames nor the profound depths could claim his life. "I believe I can offer you valuable guidance on the proper utilization of firearms, my friend," he remarked, gently placing his hand upon the side-eye wolf's shoulder with a smile. He intended to convey that handling a firearm is akin to taming a fiery temptress. Both require a certain finesse to master. "Dear Rotas," he continued, "I trust you understand my intention is for you to teach him the art of observation hockey. Could we refrain from instructing him on firearms? Do you truly believe that the side-eye wolf would have the luxury of time to draw a firearm amidst the chaos of battle?" Lotus, having heard Lei Chong's words, interjected to clarify his meaning. It seemed that the two had either genuinely misunderstood him or simply failed to grasp the essence of his words. He had never suggested that they learn each other's skills. "My lord, please allow me to perform a cerebellum removal on Lei Chong." "It seems he has no need for a brain," Poison Spider remarked, brandishing a small knife. "Such scum as Lei Chong deserves this procedure. Only then might he understand the meaning of honesty. Poison Spider, we are all family here. Let us refrain from such terrifying talk." The well-meaning fur tribe member, Abu, slightly intoxicated, approached Poison Spider, eager to mediate. He believed that as members of the same pirate crew, they should coexist peacefully rather than clash with one another. "Good, Abu. This is an adult matter. Children should not interfere. Come, call me sister, and I shall treat you to something delicious." Poison Spider smiled, retrieving a piece of sauce-glazed pork rib wrapped in oiled paper from her bosom. She had prepared it specifically for Abu, but had almost forgotten amidst the quarrel with the scoundrel. "Ribs?" Abu's eyes sparkled with delight, saliva uncontrollably trickling down. What obscured his vision and haunted his dreams every night was none other than this, our delectable sauce-glazed ribs. "Call me sister, and I shall give it to you," Poison Spider teased, lifting the rib tantalizingly as Abu's head followed its movement. As he tilted his head in alignment with the rib, Poison Spider gently caressed his hair with her other hand. "Fluffy, truly adorable," she remarked, her eyes narrowing into slits as a gentle smile graced her face, relishing the soft texture of his hair. "Sister, may I have a taste of the sauce-glazed rib?" Abu, oblivious to the gentle touch on his head, was consumed by the desire for the savory delicacy. His mouth watered profusely. The aroma was irresistible. "Good, Abu. I am indeed offering it to you. Take it for yourself," Poison Spider replied, gradually withdrawing her hand from the oily paper, still smiling. The sensation was delightful. His fluffy hair was simply charming. "Thank you, sister." Abu expressed his gratitude before vanishing from sight, clutching the sauce-glazed rib. He sought a quiet spot to savor his meal slowly, lest it be snatched away by the Lord. Rita Shah, do you have any more of those sauce-glazed ribs? Could you spare me just a small piece? Just a tiny bite, I promise. Lotus rubbed his hands together and leaned closer to the poison spider, inquiring, the aroma of those sauced ribs is simply delightful. They must taste exquisite. Surely, Rita has some leftovers, right? I would be content with just a tiny taste, truly just a morsel, I swear on my life. My lord, I genuinely did not prepare an abundance of sauced ribs. What Abu has is indeed everything, she replied earnestly. The poison spider sensed Lotus's proximity and immediately felt unease. His gaze upon her was reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey, sending chills down her spine and raising the hairs on her neck. She had indeed prepared only a modest portion of ribs, and considering her lord's voracious appetite, even an entire pot would scarcely suffice for him to savor a mere bite. She had witnessed him swallow nearly 2 meters of tuna in one gulp without so much as a cough. Oh, this is truly unfortunate news. Rotas, somewhat disheartened, scratched his head, lamenting the missed opportunity to savor the delectable sauced ribs. It was truly unfortunate. He had anticipated that the poison spider might have some leftover ribs. My lord, may I inquire if the meeting has concluded? He asked. If it has, I shall take my leave. The poison spider observed Rotas's demeanor and cautiously inquired, hoping the meeting was indeed over. If so, she would hastily depart. Otherwise, if the lord demanded another pot of ribs, what would happen? Preparing a sumptuous feast for the lord was already a challenge, and being tasked with it repeatedly would mean she would become a perpetual cook. Well, the lord declared. I am about to address those matters. Those with tasks may proceed with their duties, while others may wander aimlessly. However, do remember to oversee your 2 pirate ships and ensure your subordinates do not become complacent. Rotas waved his hand and lamented the unavailability of delectable ribs. He was currently in distress, but he felt that whatever others wished to do was of no concern to him. After all, he had already conveyed most of what needed to be said. I shall take my leave with Brother Lei Chong to engage in some training. The sly-eyed wolf chuckled as he dragged Lei Chong out of the captain's cabin. The defenseless sniper, with no strength to spare, was foolish to challenge him. It was akin to inviting misery upon oneself. Presently, he was being unceremoniously towed away like a lump of clay. I am off to brew some wine, so I shall not keep you any longer. Burping, the large barrel of wine stumbled out of the captain's cabin, heading toward the hold, which was his domain filled with ample provisions and fruits, perfectly suited for his brewing endeavors. I must also prepare some potions, so I shall take my leave. The poisonous spider, observing someone leading the way, promptly exited the captain's cabin as well. She was not inclined to be a laborer and preferred to make her exit sooner rather than later. I, too, have a considerable collection of ancient texts to peruse, so I will not linger. My lord, I bid you farewell. The monk, with a respectful bow to Rotas, hurried out of the captain's cabin toward his quarters. He had yet to finish reading the latest edition of the most captivating fashion magazine featuring the sea's most alluring models. He needed to return quickly to continue his reading. Books are the sustenance of the soul, and he found himself quite famished. My lord, I shall also take my leave. The toothy fellow clasped his fists and rose from his seat, intending to exit the captain's cabin and return to his post. They were under the watchful eye of the world government and the navy, necessitating careful planning. Otherwise, with such a large fleet and numerous personnel, their movements could easily be detected. Wait a moment, Big Tooth. I have matters to discuss with you. Lotus rapped the table, urging the Yellow Fong not to depart, for he had matters of import to discuss. Though he now commanded a cadre of 7 subordinates, only the Yellow Fong proved truly capable. The likes of Customs Monk and Thundergun, with their sidelong lances, clearly lacked the aptitude for managing the fleet. The Barrel and Abu displayed no desire for such responsibilities, while the venomous spider preferred a life of leisure. Thus, although the fleet's combat strength had been bolstered, the only one fit to oversee its operations remained the Yellow Fong. Yet, his abilities were woefully inadequate. His advanced age rendered him reliant on external assistance for further advancement. It appeared that his modest treasury would inevitably fail to retain the devil fruit. Well, the king has instructed me to stay behind. Is there something you wish to command? The Yellow Fong cautiously resumed his seat, while he no longer harbored the same fear of the king as he had a week prior. The memory of the king's terrifying prowess lingered in his mind. He wondered what necessitated his solitary presence this time. I have an item for you. Your strength is insufficient. You must elevate it, Lotus casually remarked, retrieving the devil fruit from his pocket and placing it upon the table. This particular specimen was the hyena fruit, belonging to the Zoan category of devil fruits, which could fetch a price of 1 or 200 million, were it not for his disinclination to manage the fleet. He would not have revealed it. Is this truly a devil fruit, my lord? Dalwangia inquired, his voice trembling as he circled the fruit. Such a treasure of the sea, if consumed, would undoubtedly elevate one's power swiftly. He had once aspired to acquire one himself, but alas, the exorbitant prices had always placed it beyond his reach. Chapter 164. Easy had even contemplated seizing one at an auction. Yet upon recognizing the formidable backgrounds of those who organized such events, either the overlords of the Dark World or the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, he promptly abandoned that thought. His years of carefree existence were not merely the result of formidable strength, but rather a testament to his prudence. To provoke the ire of these Dark World magnates would be unwise. They would not easily let him go should he meddle in matters beyond his station. Moreover, stumbling upon a devil fruit without effort was no simple feat despite his extensive tenure as a pirate upon the seas. Fate had yet to bless him with such fortune. Little did he anticipate that he would extinguish his aspirations of gaining strength through a devil fruit, only for one to manifest before him. The unpredictable vicissitudes of life were truly exhilarating. He still found it hard to believe. Indeed, the hyena fruit, the very essence of that foolish hyena I vanquished, now belongs to you. Rotas gestured slightly as he explained to Big Yellow Tooth the origin of the fruit. This was the devil fruit he had acquired from the food stockpile, and now it belonged to Big Yellow Tooth. He hoped that upon consuming it, Big Yellow Tooth's strength would earn him a modicum of respect. Thank you, my lord. I shall dedicate myself entirely to your service henceforth. Big Yellow Tooth, filled with excitement, clutched the devil fruit and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Rotas. Although he was perplexed about how the deceased Iron Claw hyena's fruit had come into the possession of his lord, he had the sense not to question it foolishly. His singular focus fixated on consuming the fruit. Devil fruits are categorized into 3 primary types, with the natural type enticing countless individuals. However, for him, the animal type was paramount. Regardless of the creature, it would enhance his strength, accelerate his wound recovery, and bolster his physical prowess. This was the sole means to withstand the ravages of time upon his body. Once you consume the devil fruit, remember to engage in rigorous physical training to awaken its potential as swiftly as possible. You will become stronger and healthier than in your youth. If time permits, you might also learn about the mastery of Haki from the Great Barrel, as it will greatly benefit your combat skills. Lotus succinctly elucidated that the Zoan-type devil fruits, whether they be mythical or ancient, or even the ordinary variety, can experience a substantial elevation in power upon awakening. What Great Yellow Tooth must focus on now is diligently honing his martial arts skills and seeking counsel from the large barrel regarding the awakening of Haki. This will greatly assist him in his own fruit awakening. As for why he refrains from imparting knowledge himself, the reasons are twofold. Firstly, he is inherently lazy. The time he would spend teaching Great Yellow Tooth could be better utilized in consuming copious amounts of food. Moreover, the thought of instructing a male student is utterly insufferable to him. Secondly, he lacks the understanding to teach. His own mastery of Haki was achieved through personal experience, devoid of theoretical comprehension. He certainly could not expect Great Yellow Tooth to replicate his method, as their physical constitutions and potential are vastly unequal. Thus, he advised Great Yellow Tooth to consult the large barrel instead. Rotas sensed that the strength of the large barrel was formidable, at the very least. He should not be able to defeat it. This was his intuition, despite never having faced the large barrel in battle. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations, he expressed with gratitude, although he was unaware of what fruit awakening entailed. He believed that following the words of such a powerful lord, who was willing to bestow upon him a precious devil fruit, could not lead him astray. It would be wise to consume the devil fruit soon, taking advantage of the current lull in pirate activities to enhance his strength. Otherwise, when challenges arose, he would find himself with no time to spare. Hurry along now. Rotas waved his hand, explaining that he did not bestow the devil fruit upon Big Yellow Tooth out of admiration for his capabilities, but rather due to the lack of competent subordinates at his disposal. Big Yellow Tooth happened to possess the requisite skills. However, his insufficient strength left Rotas feeling somewhat uneasy. Thus, the granting of the devil fruit was a transaction that he deemed fair. As for its worth, that is a matter of personal perception. Very well, my lord. I shall take my leave now, Big Yellow Tooth said, bowing before departing the captain's quarters and hastening to his room. On his way back, he clutched the devil fruit tightly in his arms, struggling to contain his excitement. At last, it settled. I'm utterly exhausted. But now I can return to my leisurely existence. Rotas stretched lazily, feeling a significant sense of relief wash over him. As the number of vessels increased and the fleet expanded, he gradually found the management to be quite cumbersome. Now, with the formidable yellow tooth having consumed the devil fruit, his strength was barely sufficient, allowing Rotas to finally relinquish this burden. Rotas commands a fleet of 14 pirate ships, accompanied by over 1,000 pirates engaged in fishing. Their current existence is rather blissful, although they still experience hunger. They can indulge in snacks without restraint. The pirates hang their catches on the ship's railings to dry, transforming them into delectable fish jerky after 2 days. The ship's cooks also prepare the caught fish into convenient meals for Rotas. In return, Rotas does not neglect these diligent workers. They are only required to focus on fishing, while he single-handedly confronts rival pirate crews. After vanquishing other pirate factions, he typically leaves them in shambles, looting, slaughtering, and selling whatever is of value. Those pirate crews of ill repute are dispatched without mercy, while the more respectable vessels are retained. The inferior ships are sent by Big Yellow Tooth to the nearest shipyard for sale. Once all spoils are accounted for, Rotas compensates the hard-working pirates with a wage that, while modest, allows them to revel in the taverns for several days. This remuneration is not a monthly affair. Rather, it is bestowed each time they encounter a rival crew. Thus the pirates aboard are keen to fish while vigilantly scanning the horizon. After all, spotting another pirate crew results in income for their pockets. Once the pirates acquire their bounty, many of them plan to visit inhabited islands to indulge in festivities, while others choose to save their earnings for a future away from piracy, dreaming of returning home to marry and engage in small trades. Not every pirate is drawn to this life by choice. Many are compelled by necessity to venture into the seas. With newfound wealth, they aspire to return to their villages. For the ocean is fraught with peril. Their lengthy piratical existence has left them both physically and mentally exhausted. Although fishing daily is laborious, it spares them the strife of battling other pirate crews and allows them to accumulate wealth, thus sparking their desire to abandon the piratical life. Chapter 165. Seeking assistance within the office of the Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku found himself troubled by the documents in his hands. The 5 Elder Stars had been urging him for updates on his progress, yet despite gathering intelligence over several days, he had failed to uncover any information regarding the captain of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew. It was as if this individual had emerged from the depths of the sea without a trace of identity or purpose in forming a pirate crew. Lacking clarity on the adversary's background, engaging in battle with the Bullhead Mountain pirates would be reckless and likely yield disastrous results, especially given the size of their crew, which would undoubtedly cost many soldiers their lives. Kamurasaki, do assist me in contemplating a strategy. With a pirate crew of 14 ships and several formidable officers, what do you propose we do to effortlessly secure victory without incurring any losses among our soldiers? In the midst of the conflict, Sengoku hoped that Tsuru could devise a comprehensive strategy. Tsuru excelled in strategic planning, and he found himself placing his hopes entirely upon her. Let Garp handle it. Those petty pirates stand no chance against him, she remarked lightly, seated across from Sengoku. What of the 14 pirate ships? What of their capable officers? If Garp intervenes, everything will be resolved. As a longtime comrade, Tsuru understood the formidable strength concealed beneath Garp's usually jovial demeanor. Tsuru, do not jest, Sengoku replied, shaking his head. You are well aware of Garp's reckless nature. You will not heed our directives but will act according to his own whims. He expressed his doubts regarding Garp's willingness to confront the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew, as they had never harmed civilians and had consistently dealt with rival pirate crews. As a member of the Navy, Sengoku had no desire to engage the Bullhead Mountain pirates unless absolutely necessary. After all, their infighting spared many innocent lives, which he preferred to witness. Had it not been for the sheer number of pirate crews annihilated by the Bullhead Mountain pirates, which had encroached upon the world government's interests, Sengoku would have refused to confront them outright at the behest of the 5 elders. Garp, he knew, would be even less inclined to comply. Then we are at an impasse, Sengoku. Unless we deploy more warships than the enemy possesses pirate vessels, it is utterly impossible to seize them without significant effort, Tsuru stated, raising her hands in resignation. She was acutely aware of Garp's character. Should he be dispatched, he would likely allow the pirates to escape, disregarding the world government's orders, as he always operated according to his own preferences. If Garp did not participate, they would need to muster more warships than the Bullhead Mountain pirates and send several capable vice admirals to have any chance of success. I recall that Momonosuke and Chiffon have not undertaken any missions recently. Tsuru, could you persuade them to lead 3 warships to eliminate the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew? Sengoku suggested, rubbing his hands together with a smile. He was seeking Tsuru's assistance, hoping she would grant him this favor, as the 5 elders were pressing for swift action. And he had too few reliable personnel at his disposal to handle the matter with the finesse he desired. Sengoku, you have a considerable number of subordinates. Why must my sister be involved? And why drag Chiffon into this as well? I believe Anahachi and Huishanshan are currently on leave, Tsuru retorted, her tone sharp. She was protective of her sister, Momonosuke, and felt uneasy about sending her into a perilous situation. Furthermore, the sisters had not spent time together in quite a while, and she found Sengoku's request rather presumptuous. Indeed, Tsuru, I concede this point, Sengoku admitted. Sengoku hastily waved his hands in apology, noting that Shokei usually considered the bigger picture. It perplexed him that she consistently lost her composure whenever the topic of Toru arose. He had no intention of interfering with Shokei's reunion with Toru, but he found himself in a position of unavoidable dilemma. Shokei, you must understand. According to the intelligence we have gathered, the captain of the Oxhead Mountain pirate crew, known as the Bull Demon King, has a notorious reputation for engaging directly in combat, rarely allowing his subordinates to act. Furthermore, our investigations into the pirate crews he has obliterated reveal that whether their bounties are 80 million or 2 to 3 billion, none survive more than 3 minutes under his command. Thus, the likes of Ghost Spider and his companions stand no chance against him. As for Admiral Akiji and his colleagues, they each have their own missions. Currently, within the Navy headquarters, apart from you and me, only Toru and Chiffon possess the potential to apprehend him. Sengoku explained earnestly, hoping that Shokei could comprehend his predicament. He would not have made an unpleasant request unless absolutely necessary. Then let Bogart handle it. He is a grand swordsman and should have no issue dealing with foes surpassing the strength of a vice-admiral, Shokei suggested, tapping the table. Bogart should manage the Oxhead Mountain pirates without any difficulty, especially since he has been rather idle lately. Let us reconsider Bogart. Just look at Akiji's current state to understand. Sengoku replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Having followed that rascal Garp for so many years, it is likely he would hold back. Observing Akiji's lethargic demeanor, one can only imagine the effects of prolonged time on Garp's ship. Very well, I shall speak with Guion upon my return. However, I must make it clear, if this matter is not resolved within a week, Guion must return, Shokei stated thoughtfully. A week is the utmost limit. Should this issue remain unresolved, Sengoku, do not seek us out again. We have shopping to do and cannot spend our days cooped up in headquarters. Agreed. A week should suffice, Sengoku replied with a smile. We have already pinpointed the location of the Oxhead Mountain pirates, with Toru and the others on the case. They should be apprehended within 3 days. Then it is settled. Guion is waiting for me at the door, Shokei remarked, rising to exit. As she opened the door, Guion, who had been waiting outside, rushed over and embraced Shokei's arm, exclaiming, Sister, let us go shopping. It is time for a seasonal wardrobe update. That may not be possible. Guion, Sengoku has tasks for you and Chiffon, Shokei replied with a smile, though she too wished to indulge in shopping. However, certain responsibilities required Guion and Chiffon's attention, and they would have to postpone their outing until the following week. What tasks need Chiffon and me to undertake? Sengoku must be aware that I am on leave. Guion inquired. In Guion, there was a hint of displeasure in her demeanor. After all, this was her vacation time. Although Sengoku held the esteemed title of Marshal, should he not exhibit some respect for the naval regulations? Chapter 166. The message. It was an unavoidable circumstance. The headquarters had no available vice-admirals to call upon. Thus it fell upon you and Shibuda to undertake this journey. However, you need not fret, for I have assured Sengoku that if the matter remains unresolved within a week, you and Shibuda may return. Moreover, Garp is stationed at the front. You could pay him a visit. Hawk gently patted Guion's arm and remarked with a smile that a week would pass swiftly. Additionally, with Garp present at the front, it would be an opportune moment for Guion to check on him and see how he has been faring lately. Is little Garp also at the front? Does my sister have any messages for him? Guion inquired, playfully nudging Hawk's arm, suggesting that her sister must have something to convey to Garp. No, when you go, do bring him some donuts and senbei. Hawk responded with a chuckle, noting that Garp had been at the front for quite some time, and the snacks he had were likely nearly depleted. This trip would allow Guion to replenish his supplies, as Garp could hardly do without these 2 treats. Very well. Little Garp indeed cannot be without these. My sister is quite considerate of him. Guillaume laughed as she grasped Hawk's arm, acknowledging her sister's thoughtfulness in preparing Garp's favorite snacks. I have always viewed Garp as a child. Remember to deliver the items, Hawk advised, playfully tapping Guillaume's nose, emphasizing that without senbei and donuts, Garp might just wander off. At the forefront of the Grand Line, Garp held a transponder snail to his ear, listening intently to the news relayed by Bogart, nodding repeatedly. Understood, Bogart. I appreciate it. You may continue your vacation. Then I shall end the call for now, Vice Admiral Garp, Bogart replied. As the voice faded, the transponder snail reverted to its original form. Garp placed it back on the table and retrieved a black transponder snail, dialing Roth's number. Moses, old man. This is the Bull Demon King. What can I do for you? Rotes set aside the dried fish he was snacking on, holding a black telephone bug in his hand. He wondered what urgent matter could prompt the old man to call at this hour. Youngster, I must convey some unfortunate news to you, Garp said, his voice calm as he pinched his nostrils. It appeared that Rotes was making quite a stir on the high seas, as both Peach Rabbit and T-Pig had been dispatched by Sengoku. Clearly, Rotes had crossed a line, infringing upon the interests of the world government. Otherwise, Sengoku would not have sent them. What is it, old man? Please tell me that Admiral Sengoku has sent out the 3 admirals. Upon hearing Garp's words, Rotes was instantly taken aback. Surely the old man was not suggesting that Admiral Sengoku had dispatched the 3 mighty admirals of the Navy. If that were indeed the case, it would be an overreaction of monumental proportions, akin to using a laser to swat a mosquito. However, that was not the case. Akiji and the others, as admirals, were far too occupied to expend their efforts on capturing him. Rotes seemed to overestimate his own significance, believing that the 3 admirals would be dispatched for him. Did he consider himself a figure of the same caliber as Whitebeard? The admirals certainly did not have the luxury of such time. Oh, you should have mentioned that earlier. You truly gave me quite a scare, old man. As long as it's not the 3 admirals, I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Rotas could not help but exhale in relief. The absence of the 3 great commanders meant that all was well. Had one of them chosen to intervene, it would have been a stroke of luck if his Bullhead Mountain pirate fleet managed to escape intact. The Ice Age of Akiji, the 8-forked serpent of Kizaru, and the meteor volcano of Akainu, each of these techniques was akin to a large-scale area of effect skill. He truly feared the prospect of encountering even one of these formidable figures. By then, before even reaching the New World, his fleet would be utterly annihilated. Do not celebrate too soon, Rotas, Garp remarked, his voice calm through the transponder snail. This time, Sengoku has ordered the extermination of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew, and the vice admirals leading the 3 warships are Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. Their strength is on par with that of the prospective admirals. It would be wise for you to find a place to lay low. Indeed. While Akiji and the others would not be coming, Rotas was gravely mistaken if he believed he could relax. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were no trifling opponents. It would be best for him to seek refuge for a few days. I will do so, old man, rest assured. Lotus nodded in response, acknowledging that both Peach Rabbit and T-Pig possessed formidable strength. However, he believed that if he encountered them, all he need do was sink their ships. In their efforts to protect their soldiers, they would likely refrain from pursuing him. This task seemed significantly easier than contending with the other 3 admirals. Indeed, Lotus, you need only evade them for a week. After that, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig will voluntarily depart, as they have been dispatched by Sengoku during their leave. Thus, their stay will not be prolonged, Garp remarked, clearing his nostrils, assuring Lotus that he need not be overly concerned. After all, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were merely working overtime for the time being. In a week's time, they would return to headquarters to undertake other assignments. Lotus's objective during this week was to remain as inconspicuous as possible, avoiding capture by Peach Rabbit and his compatriots. Understood, old man, Lotus replied. However, I do have a question. What if they come to your location? I seem to be absent from the ship. Would they not grow suspicious? Rotas harbored concerns regarding whether his identity might be exposed, particularly given the coincidental timing of his absence from the warship and the appearance of the notorious captain of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew, Ox Demon King. If someone were to conduct a meticulous investigation, the truth would undoubtedly come to light. Had the elder not contemplated this matter? However, there was no need for alarm. Toto and Cha-Tun were not the type to actively seek trouble. Garp, nonchalantly pinching his nostrils, remarked that Toto and Cha-Tun were not the sort of individuals who, having satiated their appetites, would devote their days to scrutinizing others for flaws. As long as Rotas provided any plausible excuse for his absence from the warship, they would not harbor any suspicions. Oh, I see. That puts my mind at ease. What route are the elders taking? I would like to be informed in advance for my escape, Rotas inquired. Now preoccupied with the timing of their movements and the specific route they would take, allowing him to evade any potential confrontation. He was not a warmonger. If conflict could be avoided, he would gladly do so, for pride was of little sustenance and could not be consumed or drunk. It should be within the next couple of days. They are likely to emerge from the Sabaody archipelago. Just steer clear of that area. And I will maneuver the warship forward. Be vigilant. If necessary, you can retreat to the Four Seas, Karp suggested after some reflection. Although he was not entirely certain of Toto's and the others' precise route, it was presumed they would depart from the Sabaody archipelago. Typically, they would make a return trip within a week unless Toto and her crew possessed reliable intelligence. Chapter 167. The meeting. Are you certain they won't emerge from Eni's lobby? I am not far from there, Rotas queried. The quickest route from the Navy headquarters to the initial segment of the Grand Line, apart from the Sabaody archipelago, was indeed through the gates of justice at Eni's lobby. Rotas did not believe that if the Navy headquarters had knowledge of his whereabouts, they would opt for the longer route to the Sabaody archipelago when they might already be traversing through the gates of justice. How would I know? Just exercise caution. Karp replied. While he had numerous well-connected comrades at the Navy headquarters, he could not frivolously inquire about Toto's route without raising suspicions or drawing misinterpretation from Chadtan, as such behavior would contradict his usual disposition. Well, sir, isn't Vice Admiral Bogart stationed at the Navy headquarters? Why not simply ask him? Rotas timidly inquired whether Bogart, serving as an instructor at the Navy headquarters, could easily gather intelligence. He lamented that the old man should not deceive him so. If Peach Rabbit and her crew were to come from Sabaody, their paths would inevitably cross, as he was also heading in that direction. Conversely, if they were to depart from Judicial Island, he would encounter them just as swiftly. This clearly indicated a failure in intelligence. The news had been conveyed to the old man by Bogart, and he advised Rotas not to overthink it. Caution was paramount, and Bogart was currently on leave, so he preferred not to disturb him further. Karp flatly rejected the notion, having already concealed Rotas's situation from Bogart. Further inquiries would risk exposure. This call was merely to ascertain any movements at the headquarters to avoid disconnecting from the happenings at sea. Moreover, Rotas could not continuously rely on him for updates. He ought to learn to prepare in advance. Very well, old man. I shall take my pirate crew and make my exit. Please remember to delay Major Peach Rabbit and her team for me. Given the old man's thorough dismissal, Rotas could only hope he would indeed hinder Peach Rabbit for a few days, allowing him ample time to distance himself with his crew. Rest assured, should they approach, I will assist you. Just remember to keep a low profile these days. Do not let the sight of other pirate ships provoke your impulsiveness. If that happens, my assistance will be of no avail. Karp hoped Rotas could restrain his instinct to charge at any pirate vessel he encountered. It had been nearly 2 weeks since he returned from the East Blue to the Grand Line, and not a single pirate ship had fallen into his grasp. While Rotas had captured nearly 60, it was not that Karp disapproved of Rotas's actions, but with Peach Rabbit's impending arrival, such behavior could easily lead to capture. Do not worry, old man. They will not have the opportunity to leak any information about my crew. The moment they lay eyes on my mask, their fate will be sealed. Roth, holding the phone with a sense of triumph, declared that encountering a pirate ship without taking action was simply out of the question. He lamented his lack of aptitude for honest labor, noting that his only means of making ends meet was by capturing pirate crews. Just remember to erase all traces carefully, so no one discovers anything, he added. Given Roth's unwavering confidence, Karp chose to refrain from further comments, hoping only that Roth would exercise caution and leave no evidence that could lead to his detection. All right, old man, Roth replied. I have skilled professionals at my disposal. This is nothing to worry about. Rotas remarked that these matters were trivial, as the formidable Great Yellow Tooth was exceptionally adept at managing such affairs. Each instance of dealing with evidence was entrusted to him. The forces upon the vast ocean would soon learn of the demise of that pirate crew, and it would not be long, perhaps 3 to 5 days. Very well, I shall say no more. With everything clarified, I shall now terminate this communication. Since Rothas was already aware of the situation, Cap had no desire to intervene further. He simply concluded the conversation and hung up the phone, wishing to avoid any unnecessary inquiries from Rothas. The old gentleman hung up on me before I could finish my questions. Lotus gazed with frustration at the now silent phone. perplexed by the abrupt disconnection before he could finish his inquiry. Nonetheless, he decided to gather his subordinates and convene a meeting. Gather round, everyone. Inform the captains of the squadrons that a meeting is to commence. Rotas swung open the door to the captain's quarters and called out loudly. Shortly thereafter, the 7 captains of the divisions gathered around the conference table, gazing at the formidable king before them. Lei Chong, appearing somewhat despondent, remarked, "Your Majesty, did we not just convene a meeting a few days ago? Why must we gather once more? I feel utterly drained, my back aches and my limbs are weary." He leaned heavily against the table, raising his head with great effort. That scoundrel, the squint-eyed wolf, truly showed no mercy. He had subjected Lei Chong to rigorous training that left him beleaguered. Recently, he had endured considerable hardship, and once he mastered the observation of the color of hockey. He vowed to seek his revenge. Yet, there was no choice in the matter. Circumstances had dictated it. Everyone must understand the gravity of the predicament we face. Thus, a meeting was imperative. Lei Chong, do not be disheartened. I can see you are fatigued. Rita, after the meeting, please assist him with a few acupuncture needles. Rotas shrugged, acknowledging that the meeting was imperative and that preparations must commence early. Engaging in combat with the Navy was out of the question. And facing off against 2 Navy generals was an even more implausible endeavor. Rest assured, my king, I shall diligently fulfill the task you have entrusted to me, said the venomous spider, brandishing a long silver needle with a smile. This scoundrel thought he could evade her treatment, but fate had delivered him into her hands. This was a command from the king himself, and she would ensure he would never forget it. No, my king, you cannot do this, protested Thundergun, weakly raising his arm in objection. He was certain that this woman would resort to underhanded tactics, and he had no desire to be treated by the venomous spider. Illness must be cured, wounds must be healed. Thundergun, at your age, how do you still not understand this principle? Must I continue to worry? You will obediently go to Rita Shah for treatment, and you, slant-eyed wolf, ensure he is properly escorted to Rita Shah's infirmary. Rotas had no intention of sparing Thundergun. How dare this fool complain in front of the king? If he does not teach him a lesson, how can he command respect in the future? Very well, my lord. I shall bring him forth, the slant-eyed wolf declared, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he thumped his chest in assurance. The intertwining of love and hate between Thundergun and the poison spider was utterly captivating. Furthermore, if he failed to take advantage of this opportunity to ensnare Thundergun, he might find himself ensnared in return. He must seize this moment, for if he missed it, there might not be another chance. Chapter 168, Proposal, you scoundrel. Slant-eyed wolf, you are inhuman. Thundergun erupted in fury upon hearing the slant-eyed wolf's words, cursing vehemently. How despicable of him to kick someone when they were down. Did the slant-eyed wolf not realize the fate that awaited him when he delivered him to the poison spider's infirmary? Enough of the noise. I have important matters to discuss with you all. Lotus waved his hand to interrupt the quarrel between the two, for he had serious matters to discuss. They could save their arguments for later, as there was ample time ahead. With Lotus's intervention, Thundergun and Squinting Wolf promptly ceased their bickering and obediently settled into their chairs, awaiting Lotus's address. Indeed, quite well, splendidly so. Lotus surveyed the room and noticed that they were all seated attentively, fully prepared to listen to his address. He couldn't help but nod. These were indeed his exemplary subordinates. Since everyone was so eager, he decided not to keep them in suspense. Clearing his throat, he began, Ahem. I have received word that the Navy has dispatched 2 vice admirals along with 3 warships to annihilate our Bullhead Mountain pirate crew. I implore each of you, as captains of your respective divisions, to effectively command your teams and ensure that no mishaps occur with our vessels. Although your divisions only possess 2 pirate ships, it is imperative that you remain vigilant. Rotas felt a tinge of embarrassment when discussing his crew, for he had only 14 pirate ships and yet dared to establish a crew hierarchy, which was undeniably of a vastly inferior caliber compared to that of the 4 emperors. However, he found himself at a loss as to how to assign them roles, resorting to a haphazard arrangement. My lord, may I inquire about the identities of the 2 vice admirals who are coming? De Huangya interjected during a brief pause in Rotas's discourse. For it is said that knowing both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Only by discerning the identities of the 2 vice admirals could they effectively strategize and exploit their vulnerabilities. The visitors were Vice Admirals Mamatori and Chachan, both formidable warriors and candidates for the next admiralcy. Mamatori, a master swordsman, was renowned for her exceptional swordsmanship, while Chachan possessed the powers of a devil fruit. Though the specifics of his abilities remained unknown to me, Rotas gradually shared the fundamental details of two individuals with Big Yellow Tooth. He exhibited considerable patience towards Big Yellow Tooth, a person of both literary and martial prowess, endowed with remarkable strategy, making him exceptionally suited to serve as his military advisor. In moments when Rotas preferred to refrain from exerting mental effort, he could entrust all matters to Big Yellow Tooth, who adeptly managed to execute tasks with elegance and finesse. It remains uncertain whether the king possesses specific intelligence regarding them. If he does, I am confident we could evade them effectively. After listening, Big Yellow Tooth remarked that if he could obtain detailed information about these two generals, he could analyze their likely personalities and potential routes of appearance, thereby enabling them to preemptively avoid confrontation and eliminate the need for battle. If there were such information, I would not find myself in such a state of anxiety. Rotas shrugged, pondering how he came to possess information about the two individuals, especially since the elder had not granted him even a moment to pose a question before abruptly severing the communication. Moreover, the elder had explicitly instructed him to stay away, clearly indicating a desire to prevent any confrontation between him and Tautu. Yet, he too wished to avoid such an encounter. However, the elder ought to provide him with some timely intelligence, lest he find himself in an awkward situation should their paths cross. My lord, there is no need for concern. Everything can be resolved as long as I step in, the squint-eyed wolf declared, drawing his beloved blade and rising from his seat. He believed that his prowess no longer permitted him to retreat when the entire pirate crew required someone to break the stalemate. Was he at merely the position of a vice-admiral? Entrusting this task to the squint-eyed wolf would suffice. Excellent, very well said, squint-eyed wolf. You may take your seat now. You are not a match for Tautu. After applauding, Rotas spoke, expressing his admiration for the slant-eyed wolf, albeit acknowledging his somewhat juvenile demeanor. He appreciated the fact that the slant-eyed wolf was the first to step forward, permitting him to indulge in a bit of bravado, however. He urged him to swiftly return to his seat, as he was truly no match for the peach rabbit. No, Your Majesty, I believe I can manage. The slant-eyed wolf retorted, his face flushed with determination. He felt confident enough to give it a try, convinced that even if he couldn't win, he would surely be able to defend himself. Enough of this, slant-eyed wolf. Do not create trouble for His Majesty, Lei Cheng interjected, swiftly delivering a slap to the slant-eyed wolf's head. This provided the slant-eyed wolf with an opportunity for retaliation. He knew that failing to respond would only lead to a grim fate in the poison spider's infirmary, courtesy of this rascal. You scoundrel, how dare you strike me? It is indeed you I strike, for you are the one who sold me out first. The two engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, pulling at each other's garments while exchanging insults, reminiscent of children squabbling, utterly devoid of the gravitas and poise one would expect from individuals of their standing. Rotas cast a glance at the two dim-witted fellows, rolled up his sleeves, and approached them. The sly wolf and the thunderous gun were tugging at each other's garments, wrestling on the ground. Suddenly, they became aware of a colossal shadow enveloping them. As they looked up, they beheld Rotas, sleeves rolled, extending his hands towards them. In a flurry, they exclaimed, My lord, we were mistaken. Please, do not strike us. We were merely jesting. Indeed, my lord, we were only fooling around. Please, do not take action. Rotas paid no heed to the two individuals, effortlessly grasping one in each hand and striding towards the captain's cabin. As he walked, he remarked, You two may continue your leisurely brawl on the deck. Once you have determined a victor and have sufficiently subdued one another, you may return to the captain's cabin for a meeting. For now, amuse yourselves. Upon concluding his remarks, Rotas tossed the items onto the deck and subsequently shut the door to the captain's quarters, returning to the conference table to continue the meeting. He regretted allowing Thunder Gun and Squinting Wolf to attend. They only caused trouble and, when it came time to contribute ideas, remained utterly silent. Very well. Let us proceed with the meeting, disregarding the two of them. Rotas resumed his position and addressed the likes of Big Yellow Tooth, indicating that they could continue their discussion regarding the topics of this meeting. With the disturbances from the Thunder Gun and the Squinting Wolf no longer present, he believed that this meeting would proceed much more smoothly. Great King, I propose that we disperse the fleet and return to the Four Seas. This strategy would not only delay the naval ship's pursuit, but also, by scattering the fleet, the Navy would find it difficult to recognize our pirate crew, thus granting us ample time to make our escape. Big Yellow Tooth pondered for a moment and suggested that since the Navy was unaware of their precise movements, it would be wise to scatter the fleet and retreat to the Four Seas. This approach would not only confuse the enemy but also create a greater distance between them and the Navy. Chapter 169, Dispersal for Strategic Advantage. After contemplating for a moment, Lotus acknowledged the validity of Big Yellow Tooth's words, yet a concern lingered in his mind, prompting him to speak. While your plan is indeed commendable, have you considered that if the pirate crew disperses and ventures across the seas, they might be intercepted by the Navy? Wouldn't that spell certain doom? Rotas would not believe that after the pirate crew was divided into 7 teams and fled, they could escape upon encountering 3 warships led by Momotaro and Chaho. If they possessed such capabilities, he would have already ascended to the status of an emperor of the sea. My lord, I have devised a plan. As long as our 7 teams maintain a prudent distance from one another and deploy our subordinates in small boats to scout the waters, I am confident that this issue can be averted. Big Yellow Fong replied with a smile, if each team lowers their lifeboats and sends scouts into the sea, I firmly believe they will evade any encounters with the Navy. Your suggestion is commendable and indeed effective. However, the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line raises concerns. Are you certain that our men will return safely? This is not the calm expanse of the 4 seas. The Grand Line's weather shifts as capriciously as a child's temperament. We cannot risk sending our subordinates out for intelligence only for them to vanish along with their vessel, as that would be a grievous loss. My lord, you need not worry. The navigators aboard our ships are adept at predicting the weather, Big Yellow Fong assured. Having defeated numerous pirate crews, we have acquired many skilled navigators. So there is no need for concern regarding the weather. Should an error occur, these navigators are well aware of the consequences, thus they will exert themselves to the utmost. Oh, I had almost forgotten about this capable group aboard. I shall entrust this matter to you. Rotas suddenly recalled that his pirate crew consisted of more than a mere handful of idle navigators. Had it not been for Big Yellow Tooth's reminder, he might have entirely forgotten. This occasion presented a perfect opportunity to assess the true capabilities of these navigators, to reassign those lacking skill and merely filling numbers to menial tasks without compensation, so they could no longer deceive him. Very well, my lord. I shall execute this task splendidly, Big Yellow Tooth vowed, revealing his discolored teeth. Should he succeed in this endeavor, his position as strategist within the pirate crew would be firmly established, ensuring that no matter how the crew evolved, his role would remain secure. Since the plan was to divide and conquer, I shall allocate your brigades and simultaneously designate your respective positions for the voyage ahead. Rotas appointed the captains for his crew, yet had not yet assigned them to specific divisions. Taking advantage of this opportunity to divide and conquer, he decided to allocate their respective numbers. Very well, my king. The 5 individuals present nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with curiosity about the numbers they would receive. Abu, you shall lead the 1st division at the forefront. Your speed is unmatched, and since you lack supernatural abilities, your mastery of dual types of hockey leaves no room for weakness, which gives me great confidence. Big Yellow Tooth, you are tasked with leading the 2nd division, following closely behind Abu. This way, should he encounter difficulties, you can swiftly come to his aid with your counsel. Fengsu the monk will oversee the 3rd division, ensuring timely support whenever necessary. Litasia, you shall be responsible for the 4th division, prepared to address any potential casualties that may arise. Big Barrel will command the 5th division, remaining not far from Litasia to ensure her safety. As she is both a supernatural being and the ship's physician, I find it prudent to have a strong protector by her side. Squint-Eyed Wolf will be in charge of the 6th division to keep him occupied and prevent any trouble from arising during his idle moments. The 7th division will be led by myself, alongside Thunder Spear. Given Thunder Spear's lackluster physical prowess, I shall provide the necessary protection. After Rotas finished speaking in one breath, he picked up a barrel of wine and began to drink. Having spoken so much and so quickly, his throat felt a bit parched. He needed to properly soothe it. This arrangement was based on the interactions over the past few days, so it should pose no issues. Upon hearing their respective squad placements, Abu nodded, appearing somewhat confused, while the large wine barrel in his hand continued to deliver the liquid to his lips. The monk clasped his prayer beads with both hands, exuding an air of solemnity, while the one with the prominent yellow teeth displayed evident delight. The poison spider, cradling his chin with both hands, seemed lost in thought. Is there any further inquiry? If not, let us depart the fleet in an orderly manner, each team following the designated sequence. Rotas remained in silence for a moment, noticing the lack of conversation among the group. He then spoke up, inquiring why they were so quiet. If there are no issues, let us swiftly attend to our tasks. Understood, my lord, the 5 replied in unison, rising from their seats, intent on returning to claim their respective teams. Observing their departure, Rotas addressed the customs monk, saying, Monk, please go to the deck and ascertain whether the Thunder Gun and the Cross-Eyed Wolf have concluded their engagement. If they have, Kindly inform them about their team assignments and formations, lest they inadvertently disrupt the arrangement by occupying the wrong positions. Rotas was reluctant to expend extra effort reiterating matters to Lei, Gon, and the slant-eyed wolf. Fortunately, the customs monk shared a rapport with the two, so he dispatched him to convey the outcomes of the meeting. "Very well, my lord," the customs monk replied with a nod. His hands clasped in prayer as he made his way outside the captain's quarters, intending to speak with them to avert any potential mishaps. An hour following the conclusion of the meeting, the 14 ships of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew began to depart the fleet in an orderly fashion. The number gradually diminished from 14 to 12, before continuing to decline until only 2 pirate vessels remained. After a brief wait, these 2 ships also commenced their departure. With their exit, the once thriving Bullhead Mountain pirate fleet vanished without a trace. No one knew what had transpired or where they had gone. Save for the sight of 2 vessels bearing fresh pirate flags, which soon appeared among the 7 pirate crews at the forefront of the Grand Line. At the Navy headquarters dock, Peach Rabbit donned the righteous Navy coat and boarded a warship alongside T-Pig. Once the anchor was raised, the 3 Navy ships slowly departed the dock, heading towards the Gate of Justice. "I never expected to embark on a mission with you during my vacation. It truly brings me joy," remarked T-Pig, leaning closer to Peach Rabbit. He had assumed he would only see Guion after the holiday, and was surprised they were to undertake a mission together so soon. Alas, time was too short. Otherwise, he would have prepared 99 red roses. And then surely his confession would succeed. Chapter 170. The confession fails. "I am not pleased at all, T-Pig. I merely wish to endure this week swiftly and return to shop with Sister Crane," Peach Rabbit stated expressionlessly. "What joy can there be? I was supposed to be on vacation, and now I must work overtime. It's hardly cause for celebration." "Do not say that, Guion. It is rare to have a mission during a break. Will you be my girlfriend?" T-Pig removed his top hat, performing a gentlemanly gesture as he extended a hand towards Peach Rabbit, hoping for a response. Although this confession lacked roses, he remained confident that this time would surely yield success. "Absolutely not, T-Pig." Peach Rabbit brushed aside his outstretched hand with a wave of her own, not even glancing back. "Can't you be serious? I have told you countless times that I do not fancy your type of man." "Fear not, Guion. One day you will agree to me," T-Pig replied, replacing his hat with a smile. He was resolute in his determination. He believed that one day Guion would accept his affection, as perseverance would ultimately lead to success. "That is impossible, T-Pig. Please let me be. We are truly incompatible." Peach Rabbit sighed, raising her hands in resignation. They might be able to remain friends and comrades, but as for lovers, that was simply out of the question. T-Pig did not meet her standards for a partner. "Guion, do not speak so. I genuinely like you, and I will not give up." T-Pig wore an unusually serious expression, demonstrating his unwavering resolve. A man must never yield easily. "Very well, it's your choice, T-Pig," sighed Peach Rabbit, rubbing her forehead in mild exasperation. For many years, T-Pig had professed his feelings for her no fewer than 70 or 80 times. Yet he remained undeterred in his pursuit. She recognized the sincerity of his affection, but as the old adage goes, love cannot be forced. She truly felt no romantic inclination towards him and hoped that he would soon come to understand this, allowing him to seek his own happiness. Alas, the fallen blossoms have intentions, while the flowing waters remain indifferent. It was indeed touching to witness T-Pig's unwavering dedication despite his repeated failures in confessing to Major Peach Rabbit. Indeed, yet there is little to be done. One can only hope that with sincere effort, even the hardest of stones may yield. Perhaps Major Peach Rabbit will eventually accept Major T-Pig, another soldier mused. Observing this scene, the sailors aboard the warship were moved by T-Pig's persistence. If Lotus were present, he would have quietly remarked on the plight of these single men. Rejected by women, unaware that they were the truly unfortunate ones, while others merely faced rejection, they had never even had the opportunity to court anyone. Had they realized who the truly pitiable ones were? As the soldiers engaged in their discussions, the warship approached the gates of justice, preparing to pass through en route to the Grand Line, where they would confront the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew in a week-long mission. With a series of clanks, massive mechanical gears began to turn, and the colossal gates, reminiscent of mountains, slowly opened. An immense volume of seawater surged in as the gates parted, creating turbulent waves that engulfed the ship as it navigated through the tumultuous waters. On the opposite side, another door was gradually opening, leading to Judicial Island. Half an hour later, 3 warships emerged through the final gate, arriving at Judicial Island. Without pausing, they continued their journey towards the Grand Line, sailing toward the horizon that beckoned across the seas. "Report, Captain." All remains normal on the surface of the sea. No naval vessels have been detected. Continue monitoring, remain vigilant, and inform the other divisions to maintain a safe distance. Do not draw too close. Understood. Lotus hung up the phone and leisurely stretched. Having received the old man's message on the very first day, with nothing to attend to, it seemed that Peach Rabbit and the others had yet to arrive at the initial stretch of the Grand Line, or perhaps they had just set sail. In any case, the day was drawing to a close. BRR, 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 BRR. As Roths was contemplating a leisurely day of repose, the black communication device nestled in his hair began to emit a sound. He hastily retrieved the device and activated it. Upon connection, the device gradually revealed the visage of Carp, who was pinching his nostrils. Tautu and the others have already arrived at Judicial Island. Where are you, Roths? Carp inquired nonchalantly, having just learned of their presence on the island. He had deliberately called Roths to prevent an unfortunate encounter, as he recalled that Roths was not far from Judicial Island. We are currently navigating the seas, old man. Rotas gazed out over the expansive sea beyond the windowsill, intending to inform the elder about his location within those waters. However, he suddenly realized that he was entirely unaware of the name of that particular sea and could only say he was heading towards the vast oceans. Very well. Just take care of yourself. I shall end our conversation here, the elder replied. With Rotas already on his journey to the four seas, Carp felt reassured and promptly ended the call, returning to his leisurely repose on the lounge chair, basking in the sun. Lotus gazed silently at the black transponder snail in his hand. The old man had quite the speed. Before he could even process the conversation, the old man had already finished speaking and hung up. Well, if he hung up, then so be it. There was nothing at present that required the old man's assistance. In waters far from Lotus's reach, 3 warships were navigating the sea. On the deck of one vessel, Peach Rabbit held the transponder snail with one hand. Conversing with Crane on the other end, Sister, the naval patrols in the waters between Judicial Island and Water 7 have been ongoing for quite some time. Yet we have not sighted any large pirate fleets. Could it be that the information is erroneous? There is a possibility, Crane replied. After all, this news is a day old. However, there is no need for concern, judging by the course taken by the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew over these past few days. They evidently aim to reach the Sabaody archipelago to coat their ship. Following that, they will likely utilize Fishman Island to enter the New World. Crane chuckled lightly, urging Peach Rabbit not to fret. Based on the intelligence gathered regarding the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew, their route undoubtedly leads to the New World. Just yesterday, reports emerged of their presence in this very sea, further confirming her analysis. Then they should be appearing ahead. I will instruct the warships to pursue immediately. Since Crane affirmed the accuracy of the information, Peach Rabbit ceased her worries and commanded the ships to head towards the Sabaody archipelago, striving to capture the entire Bullhead Mountain pirate crew within 3 days, either imprisoning them and impel down or vanquishing them upon the waves. You need not be so hasty, Peach Rabbit. I have already notified the naval branch at the Sabaody archipelago to keep a vigilant eye on the recent pirate sightings. Crane reassured, there is no need for urgency. After this week, you still have 8 days of leave, so there is nothing to worry about. Still, it would be best to eliminate them sooner rather than later. I would prefer not to make another trip later on. Peach Rabbit shook her head. If they failed to capture the so-called Bullhead Mountain pirate crew this time, who knew if Admiral Sengoku would send her again? She hardly had any vacation days throughout the year, and each time she had to squander a week, she could not afford such luxuries. Very well, Peach Rabbit. Just make sure to rest adequately and do not rush, Crane conceded, hoping that Peach Rabbit would take care of herself and avoid chasing pirates under the cover of night. For such late hours were detrimental to her health. After all, sleepless nights were a woman's greatest adversary. I will, sister, Peach Rabbit replied, touching her cheek. She would not stay up late. Doing so would only ruin her skin, rendering any amount of cosmetics futile. That is good to hear. I shall hang up the transponder snail now. Take care of yourself. All right, sister. As the transponder snail transformed back into a snail, Crane's voice faded away. After placing the transponder snail aside, Peach Rabbit approached the T-Pig and inquired, is there any news regarding the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew? The branch of the Sabaody archipelago did not report any news regarding the arrival of a large pirate fleet. They have likely not yet arrived, as pirate ships are certainly not as swift as warships, my dear. The cheerful T-Pig, holding a cigarette, remarked that he had just communicated with the branch at Sabaody archipelago, and they had found no trace of a pirate fleet landing on the island. Thus, The Bullhead Mountain pirate crew must still be en route to Sabaody Archipelago. This is quite troublesome. Had we known, we should have departed from Sabaody Archipelago earlier, complained Peach Rabbit, shaking her head. The Marshal's information is rather misleading. Had they left Sabaody Archipelago sooner, they could have lain in wait and enjoyed some leisurely shopping with her sister. However, there's little that can be done, after all. We cannot be privy to every piece of news at sea at all times, the T-Pig shrugged. The ocean is vast, and their intelligence network cannot cover every corner. It is not uncommon to receive outdated information. That is true. Let us urge the warships to accelerate. We must catch up to the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew today, Peach Rabbit declared. Since the intelligence is unreliable, we must pursue them. She did not believe that a pirate fleet could outrun the warships of the Navy headquarters. Very well. Dear sister, the T-Pig responded, playfully saluting before clattering off in his wooden clogs to execute Peach Rabbit's orders. Sigh. This fellow. Peach Rabbit shook her head at the sight of the T-Pig, feeling somewhat helpless. Aboard the pirate ship of the 7th Division of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew, Rotas dialed the phone worm to contact Big Tooth. As the appearance of the phone worm began to change, Rotas inquired, "How is it? There are no incidents ahead. I've just received word that Peach Rabbit and her group have emerged from the Justice Gate at Judiciary Island. Everything is fine at present," Big Tooth replied, cradling the phone worm. "The wind is a bit strong today, but otherwise all is normal. No other pirate crews have dared to intrude. And there are no sightings of the Navy on the sea. That is good to hear. Be cautious. Do not let your men go to sea in such strong winds. Paddling out in a small boat not only draws attention but is also perilous. Given that Big Tooth mentioned the wind is strong, it must indeed be significant. Do not send your men out as scouts. If they are swept away by the waves, it would be a total loss." "Understood, my king," Big Tooth nodded in agreement, instructing his subordinates to recall the scouts from the sea. He then added, "My king, according to recent intelligence, Navy hero Garp may be ahead on our route. I wonder if you have any strategies to deal with him. I do not intend to offend, but Garp's reputation on the seas is formidable, and it would be difficult for Abu to withstand him." The yellow-toothed man, fearing to offend the king, hastily clarified that the naval hero Garp was not to be trifled with. He was a man who had repeatedly driven pirates to the brink of despair. He sensed that the king might not be his equal. "I have my own means to address this matter," he assured. "Await my news. There is no need to be so anxious." After a brief moment of silence, Lotus remarked that it would be quite impossible for the old man to triumph. It seemed necessary to make a phone call to ensure that the old man would clear a path for them. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward if they were to cross paths. However, it was prudent to first confirm the old man's whereabouts. If they were not to encounter one another, then his concerns would be unfounded. "Very well, my lord," replied the eager Yellow Tooth. "Since my lord has a solution, I can rest easy now. I was genuinely worried about encountering the naval hero Garp's ship, so it is indeed a relief that my lord will resolve this matter." Lotus nodded, disconnected the telephone insect, and retrieved a black telephone insect from his hair. He dialed the old man's number. The black telephone insect first emitted a sound, which soon transformed into a visual of Cap with his mouth agape, chewing on rice crackers. Seeing this, Lotus spoke, "Old man, please set aside the rice crackers for a moment. I have something to inquire about." "Go ahead. What is it?" Cap paused his snacking and asked, "Why are you calling me, Lotus? If you're looking for the whereabouts of Peach Rabbit and the others, you've called the wrong person. I am concerned about your current location in that sea. I fear we may cross paths." Rotas scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he inquired. He certainly did not wish for his group to inadvertently collide with the old gentleman, as such an encounter could lead to an awkward confrontation. The old man was unaware of their division into 7 pirate factions, and if Abu and Big Tooth were captured, he would be caught in a dilemma. Should he intervene or refrain? If he chose to intervene, his identity would be compromised. Many aboard the warship were familiar with his physique and voice. Conversely, if he opted not to act, he feared that his reign as king would come to an end. The captains of his factions would undoubtedly feel a sense of sorrow, though they might not voice it. Their thoughts would surely linger on this. It is crucial to maintain the loyalty of his subordinates. A scattered heart is difficult to lead. The old man was currently in the small garden, observing the duel between the two imposing figures above, and he would not be departing for at least 10 days to half a month. Caputo, holding the transponder snail, chuckled, fully aware of Rotas's underlying concerns. His worry stemmed from the potential capture of his subordinates or an unexpected encounter. In essence, Rotas was apprehensive about being recognized by the soldiers aboard the warship, which was why he had reached out to Caputo in advance, to prevent Rotas's exposure. Caputo decided to remain in the small garden until Rotas and his crew had departed, at which point he would allow the warship to set sail. Chapter 172. Inquiry. Take your time, old friend. There is no need to rush. Lotus felt quite pleased upon hearing the old man's words. With such assurances, he no longer had to worry about mishaps and could confidently display his bravado before his subordinates. Do be cautious. That girl, Peach Rabbit, is not easily deceived. You must safeguard your plans from exposure, Carp cautioned while munching on rice crackers. If she pursues the trail to the Chambord Islands and discovers that there is no trace of the Bullhead pirates, she will certainly turn back and search along the route to the Four Seas. It would be foolish of Lotus to believe that his scheme was infallible. There is no need for concern. By the time she realizes, she won't be able to catch up to us, he reassured the old man. Rotes harbors great confidence in his plan concerning the yellow-toothed adversary. By the time Peach Rabbit realizes their pirate crew has veered away from the Sabati archipelago, it is likely to be 2 days hence. At that juncture, his fleet will be utterly untraceable, rendering Peach Rabbit unable to pursue them. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Rotes. Carp can only utter words of encouragement, for Peach Rabbit is not so easily deterred. After all, having been alongside Little Crane for such an extended period, he estimates that within a day, Rotes' scheme will surely be unveiled. At that point, all he can do is wish Rotes good fortune in evading Peach Rabbit's relentless pursuit. Thank you for your concern, old man. I shall not be so easily captured. You must have faith in me. Lotus discerned the implication behind Carp's words, yet remained unperturbed. While the Rabbit of Peach was indeed formidable, Lotus was no pushover. Did he truly believe he could be so easily captured? Are you aware of the nickname he bears in the village? The Muddy Little Loach. This moniker is not without reason. He is exceedingly slippery amidst the mountains and waters, making him an elusive target. Very well, I hope you possess the prowess you claim. I shall observe the foolish giants engage in their duel and will no longer indulge in your idle chatter. Carp remarked nonchalantly before terminating the call. He had provided all necessary warnings, and whether Lotus heeded them was entirely his own concern. One could only hope he would not find himself in tears. Pursued by the Rabbit of Peach. Task accomplished, task accomplished. Now it was time to converse with Big Yellow Fawn. Having resolved yet another intricate matter, he felt truly splendid. Rotes remained unfazed as the old man abruptly ended the call. Having resolved the matter at hand, he anticipated a week devoid of further concerns. In the captain's quarters of the 2nd Division of the Bullhead Mountain Pirates, the anxious Huang Yu awaited the ringing of the transponder snail. His heart heavy with uncertainty regarding the king's situation. Just as his worries mounted, the transponder snail on the table emitted a series of beeps. Buru, 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 buru. Instantly, De Huangya snatched the transponder snail, cradling it in his palm to establish a connection. The Navy hero Carp was currently situated in a small garden, where he would remain for at least 10 to 15 days. There is no need for concern about encountering him. Simply inform the other division captains to steer clear of the small garden. Rotter, holding the phone, spoke calmly, instructing to inform the other captains to prevent the need for another call. With matters now resolved, he hoped his subordinates would refrain from troubling him further. Understood, my lord. I shall notify them at once, replied Big Yellow Tooth, relieved to finally unburden the weight on his shoulders. With the king's message, they could avoid an encounter with the naval hero, Garp, thus eliminating any concerns of complications. It seemed that this crisis had been successfully averted. Please be prompt. Is there anything else? Rotter inquired. If not, I shall terminate the call. Rotes nodded in response to Big Yellow Tooth's answer, casually checking if there were any further inquiries. With no additional questions, he promptly ended the call, finding the incessant dialing rather bothersome. Nothing more? Very well, I'll hang up then. Having confirmed the absence of any queries, Rotes decisively severed the connection. On the other end, Big Yellow Tooth, realizing the call had been terminated, immediately began dialing Abu and the others. As night descended, the ocean was shrouded in darkness, adorned by the twinkling stars. Beneath the night sky, 3 warships glided slowly, with Chatten and Tao Tu standing at the bow of the central vessel, gazing out into the inky sea. Tao Tu, observing the starlit expanse, inquired, "Have we yet to uncover any news of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew, Chatten?" "None to report, miss," Chatten replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. "If there were any leads, we would have known by now, and we wouldn't be sailing blindly for so long. Inform the intelligence departments of both the branch and headquarters in the Sabaody archipelago to closely monitor the route from Sabaody to Judicial Island. Those closely allied pirate crews may have scattered, Tao Tu suggested. After a moment of contemplation, she added, the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew, with its 14 conspicuous ships, cannot have evaded detection for this long. The only plausible explanation is that they have divided into one or two smaller vessels heading for Sabaody Archipelago. However, it is of no consequence. Our pirate crew will eventually reunite. As long as we keep a watchful eye on the lesser-known new pirate crews gathering together, we shall be able to unearth them. Understood, Miss, Chatton said, grinning as he instructed a nearby messenger to relay the information to the intelligence departments at headquarters and the Sabaody branch. You are quite the slacker. I sent you to do it, Chatton, Tao Tu remarked, teasing him. Chatton's lazy demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of Carp S and Akiji S, leading her to suspect that young Carp might have a penchant for idleness within the headquarters. I merely wish to spend more time with you, Ji Yuan. Look at the mesmerizing stars. They are as beautiful as you, Chatton said, pointing to the celestial bodies, his gaze filled with affection. The starry sky dazzled him. Akin to the joy brought forth by Ji Yuan's smile, he longed to embrace this enchanting spectacle. Enough of that, Chatton. Your flattery may work on the young ladies at headquarters, but I am not so easily swayed. Tao Tu laughed, playfully rebuking him. If Chatton sought to amuse her, he had undoubtedly succeeded. Yet if he aimed to win her over with such tactics, she could only conclude that he was overly ambitious. Ji Yuan, in my heart, you shall forever remain 18, as charming as a blooming rose. T-Pig, with an air of mystery, produced a rose from seemingly nowhere and presented it to Peach Rabbit. In his heart, Peach Rabbit remained ever enchanting, regardless of age. Now, T-Pig, be honest with me. Have you secretly cultivated a rose garden aboard the battleship? How else could you consistently produce roses? Peach Rabbit teased, taking the rose and inhaling its fragrance. For years, you've been able to conjure roses during missions. Surely, there must be a hidden rose garden on that ship. Chapter 173. Trouble descends from above while one sleeps on the ship. If you truly adore roses, I shall promptly cultivate a rose garden for you, T-Pig declared, a cigarette dangling from his lips, smiling. If you genuinely cherish roses, I could create an entire garden on the battleship. Do be cautious. Word may spread, Peach Rabbit replied, setting down the rose he had been smelling. If Red Dog hears of it, he might just unleash a meteor strike to demolish both you and your rose garden. Not a chance. He cannot intimidate me. He merely ascended to the Admiralty before I did. When it comes to actual combat, I doubt I am any weaker than he is, T-Pig asserted confidently. Before Peach Rabbit, he would never allow another to overshadow him or undermine his own aspirations. While he believed their combat skills to be evenly matched, he certainly intended to present himself favorably in Peach Rabbit's eyes. Indeed, your strength is comparable to his, Peach Rabbit remarked with rare seriousness. T-Pig, your prowess is quite commendable. It's uncertain whether you would lose in a fight against Red Dog, though it would likely be a drawn-out battle. Of course, if you fancy roses, I shall bring you one each day, T-Pig replied joyfully, pleased that Peach Rabbit's words indicated he still held a special place in her heart. I shall eagerly await your daily offerings, Peach Rabbit replied, playfully toying with the rose. Since T-Pig wished to bestow her roses daily, she saw no reason to decline, for they shared a familiar bond, and receiving gifts was hardly excessive. Very well, my lady, T-Pig acquiesced without hesitation, as long as Peach Rabbit was pleased. He had no qualms about dedicating his time. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, T-Pig appeared on the deck, observing the newsbird circling overhead. He cupped his fingers to his mouth and let out a resounding call. Hearing his summons, the newsbird swiftly descended from the sky, executing an aerial break before fluttering down onto the ship's railing. A rose, dear newsbird, he said. The T-Pig approached the newsbird with a cheerful demeanor, brandishing 30,000 berries before it, then produced a supply of birdseed and placed it upon the deck. The newsbird tilted its head, contemplating the berries in the T-Pig's hand for a moment. From a cloth bag filled with newspapers, it retrieved a rose, and upon noticing this, the T-Pig extended its hand to accept the flower. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the newsbird, it placed the berries into the small pocket of the bird's bag. Observing the berries nestled within its pocket, the newsbird fluttered down from the ship's railing to the deck, strutting towards the birdseat. After a brief interlude, the newsbird took a sip of water and took to the skies once more, continuing its delivery of newspapers. Once the newsbird had departed, the T-Pig tidied up the birdseed on the deck and returned to its quarters, where it placed the rose in a vase filled with fresh water, ensuring that it would remain resplendent when presented to the Peach Rabbit later. As noon approached, The slumbering and dreaming Lotus was roused by a persistent knock at the door. He blinked at the ceiling for a moment, momentarily dazed, before erupting in exasperation towards the door. Who dares to knock? What nonsense is this? Does this king not deserve rest? What could possibly be so urgent at this early hour? My lord, that fool, the slant-eyed wolf, has gotten himself into trouble. Outside the captain's quarters, Thunder Gun stood with a mischievous grin, relishing the misfortune. Come in and tell me exactly what that rascal has done. Upon hearing the call, Rotas immediately shouted towards the door, urging Thunder Gun to hasten his entrance, disregarding the fact that his slumber had been disrupted. His sole desire was to ascertain what trouble that fool, the squint-eyed wolf, had entangled him in. My lord, the squint-eyed wolf has just sunk a naval vessel ahead, Thunder Gun announced as he stepped through the doorway, positioning himself closely before Rotas. From atop the sails, he had been able to observe the unfolding situation from a considerable distance. That imbecile, who often bullied him, had evidently found himself in a predicament. It would be intriguing to see how the Lord would deal with him. He hasn't harmed any naval soldiers, has he? Rotas is now primarily concerned about the nefarious actions of the squint-eyed wolf and whether he has slain any naval soldiers. If he has indeed committed such an atrocity, Rotas believes he will soon face the formidable wrath of the old man. I cannot ascertain the full details. I can only grasp a rough overview, Raygun remarked. Shaking his head, although well-versed in observation hockey, he lacked the ability to perceive the unfolding battle from afar. He merely witnessed the squint-eyed wolf confronting a naval vessel, which was subsequently cleaved in two and sank into the depths. He instructed his subordinate at the helm to steer clear of the area ahead. Then, he commanded his crew to cease all activities and paddle manually from the ship's hold. Given the uncertainty of the situation, Rotas could only prepare for the worst. The pirates under his command could no longer continue fishing. They needed to row to hasten their speed. Relying solely on the wind was insufficient, and he estimated that it would not be long before they were discovered by Tontada and her crew. Understood, Your Majesty, Raygun acknowledged, sensing the gravity in Rotas' tone, and hastily set about executing his orders. After Raygun departed, Rotas retrieved his transponder snail and dialed the number for the squint-eyed wolf. Aboard the ship of the 6th Division of the Bullhead Mountain Pirates. The squint-eyed wolf had just finished wiping his seawater-soaked blade when he heard the ringing of the transponder snail on the table. A grimace immediately crossed his face. He felt he was caught in a predicament not of his own making. He braced himself for the inevitable scolding from the king, yet despite the bitterness in his heart, he knew he had to answer the call. Squint-eyed wolf, I grant you the opportunity to explain yourself. Reflect carefully before you speak. Upon connecting with the telephone worm, Rotas began to speak, asserting that he was not a tyrant. He granted the squint-eyed wolf an opportunity to explain himself, should the wolf's reasoning be sufficiently compelling. He might reluctantly acquiesce. My lord, the situation is as follows. Earlier today, a dilapidated pirate ship charged towards me, its crew shouting for their captain's salvation. I found it quite perplexing. It was only when a naval vessel appeared that I understood the intentions behind that pirate ship. You are aware of what transpired thereafter. My lord, thus, have we fallen victim to an unforeseen calamity? Have you dealt with the approaching pirate ship? After listening for a while, Lotus inquired. Diverting disaster truly is a clever strategy. If we provoke them and the slant-eyed wolf still allows them to escape, I shall be compelled to utter some harsh words. Not a single one should be spared. They should all be sent to feed the fish. At this juncture, the slant-eyed wolf revealed a sinister smile, contemplating the possibility of fleeing after having ensnared him. Such fortune is hardly to be expected. Surely, the Navy soldiers have not been absent from the toll of death. Rotas listened to the words of the squint-eyed wolf, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, that's the way it should be. Those ruffians should be dealt with accordingly. However, his primary concern remained whether the squint-eyed wolf had refrained from slaughtering the naval soldiers. Chapter 174. A call for aid? Absolutely not, my lord. I merely severed the keel of the warship. I did not harm a single soul, the squint-eyed wolf replied, shaking his head vigorously. Though he often indulged in whimsical fantasies, he was not foolish enough to escalate matters, fully aware that their current mission was one of retreat. That is reassuring. Were you able to discern who was leading the naval vessel? Upon hearing the words of the one-eyed wolf, Rotas felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that the Navy had not suffered any fatalities. As for any injuries, he found himself indifferent. By the way, whose ship was this? Surely it couldn't belong to that chain smoker. It seemed he had overheard the naval soldiers referring to her as Tina, the queen. The one-eyed wolf scratched his head, recalling that after he severed the keel, the Navy personnel had warned Colonel Tina, be cautious. The seawater is flooding in. Hurry to the lifeboats. Indeed. The soldiers aboard the warship had shouted just that. Was this Tina the striking beauty with a chic light pink bob and alluring violet-tinted sunglasses? Perhaps even with a cigarette perched between her lips? Rotas paused momentarily in contemplation before inquiring, could it be that the scoundrel, squint-eyed wolf, has indeed crossed paths with Tina? If so, they might be in for a tumultuous experience. The king replied, how could you possibly know? Surely she cannot be the lady in question? Squint-eyed wolf immediately retorted. How is it that you possess such intimate knowledge of my encounter with that naval officer? Could it be that she is your beloved? Upon reflecting on his own actions throughout the day, Squint-eyed wolf, feeling a twinge of anxiety, asked, my lord, you wouldn't be seeking retribution on my behalf for the lady, would you? Rotes nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, taken aback by the sheer audacity of the bastard's imagination. He couldn't help but curse. Where on earth is your mind wandering, you scoundrel? We are in deep trouble. Rotas was aware of the close bond between Tina and Tao Tuesday. Although their relationship did not quite reach the sisterly affection shared between Tao Tu and Crane, he could not remain indifferent upon witnessing Tina being bullied. Rotas felt that his previous efforts to gather intelligence from the old man had been in vain, rendering his endeavors fruitless. Thank goodness, said the sly-eyed wolf, feeling relieved. He had initially suspected that the naval colonel was an intimate of the king, and hearing the king's own admission to the contrary brought him a sense of ease. Such nonsense. We are in trouble. That Colonel Tina has a good rapport with Tao Tu, and all our previous efforts have been rendered futile. Upon hearing the words of the slanted-eyed wolf, Rotas could not help but exclaim in exasperation, what nonsense! How could the slanted-eyed wolf perceive anything as favorable? Did he truly believe that Peach Rabbit and the others were easy to deal with? If they were indeed easy to handle, he would not have fled in the first place. What shall we do now, my lord? The slanted-eyed wolf, sensing Rotas' fury even through the communicator, instinctively recoiled and inquired. Although this predicament was not directly his fault, it was nonetheless instigated by him. What else can we do? We must hasten our escape. Rotas instructed. Tell the crew to cease fishing and start rowing in the cabin. Our vessel is lagging, and we need to accelerate. With a sense of resignation, Lotus remarked. What else can we do? Of course, we must flee. Otherwise, we would be foolishly confronting Peach Rabbit and the others head-on. Although he held confidence in his abilities, he was not naive enough to engage in a direct clash. Understood, my lord. The slant-eyed wolf shrank his neck and promptly instructed his subordinates to hasten the ship's speed. Before long, both pirate vessels surged forth, swiftly departing the area. Once the 6th Division pirate ship had accelerated away, Tina observed the retreating vessels from a distance aboard the lifeboat, her face contorted in fury. The cigarette clenched between her teeth, almost on the verge of being bitten in half. The soldiers aboard the lifeboat, witnessing her wrath, shrank back in silence. As men, they felt ashamed to let Colonel Tina take the brunt of their predicament. Any casualties among the soldiers? After a moment of fuming, Tina inquired about the soldiers' condition. The pirates had severed the battleship's keel, and she hoped there were no fatalities among her men. Colonel Tina, aside from being drenched, none of us have sustained injuries. The soldiers, who had been cowering, quickly stood to respond. They had indeed suffered the loss of the warship but had not incurred any personnel casualties. That is a relief. Sister Guillaume and Vice Admiral Chibuta are safe, right? Upon hearing the soldiers' report, Tina exhaled a sigh of relief. The absence of casualties was a comfort. But she would not let the pirates escape unscathed for this transgression of destroying her beloved warship. Yes, Vice Admirals Peach Rabbit and Chibuta are advancing towards Sabati Archipelago. The soldier confirmed, having indeed heard news of the 2 vice admirals in the communications room. Excellent. I shall not let that despicable crew of pirates evade justice. Clenching her fist, Tina declared, then retrieved a din-din mushy from her pocket and dialed Peach Rabbit's number. On the route to Sabati Archipelago, Peach Rabbit, who was in pursuit of the bullhead pirate crew, immediately answered the call upon hearing the din-din mushy's ring. Tina, why are you calling? Missing your sister, are you? Peach Rabbit teased, surprised that Tina had reached out to her. It was rather uncommon. She suspected that the girl might be seeking her location to come join her. Sister Guillaume, the pirates have destroyed my warship, and I urgently need assistance. Please hurry, Tina implored, her tone heavy with grievance. Hearing her distress, Peach Rabbit's heart swelled with concern. Tina, where are you now? I will be there immediately. I am in the waters near Alabasta. Sister Guillaume, please come quickly. Tina pointed to the area on the map as she spoke. Once Sister Guillaume arrived, she vowed that none of the pirates who had wrought such destruction on her ship would escape. Understood, I will be there shortly. Peach Rabbit gazed at the sky and promptly replied that the hour was indeed late, as Tina was a capable individual. Remaining on the lifeboat amidst the unpredictable Grand Line could prove perilous. She must hasten to Tina's side to prevent any mishap. Very well, Shigeyama, she said. Tina is awaiting your arrival. Upon hearing that Peach Rabbit was on her way, Tina's spirits soared, her little scheme having borne fruit. After Peach Rabbit ended the call, she sought out Chibuta, requesting him to spare a warship for her to retrieve Tina and the soldiers. Shigeyama, I shall continue to track the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew's movements. Once you have vanquished the pirate crew that threatened Tina's vessel, we shall regroup, Chibuta said, puffing on his cigarette as he waved farewell to Peach Rabbit. Given that Tina required assistance, it was only natural for Peach Rabbit to lend her aid. However, he lamented the absence of her company over the coming days, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Chapter 175. Dispersal. Chibuta, fret not. Once I have resolved matters on Tina's end, I shall return, Peach Rabbit assured him, waving with a smile. This was not an act of idleness. Tina indeed needed her support. After assisting Tina, the week would likely pass swiftly, allowing her to return to headquarters and resume her leave. She intended to rendezvous with Chibuta before heading back, for she too was curious about the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew that had stirred such urgency in Admiral Sengoku. Until we meet again, sister, Chibuta called out, waving as he watched Peach Rabbit grow increasingly distant until the entire warship faded into a mere speck on the horizon. Old man, I am not to blame for this. I am but a victim. After Rotas hung up the phone with the sly-eyed wolf, he promptly retrieved his black phone to communicate with the old master. He was unwilling to wait for the old master to learn of the situation and subsequently reprimand him. He resolved to take the initiative and seize control of the situation. As long as no harm had come to anyone, Rotas pondered his next course of action. Upon hearing Rotas' explanation, Cap ceased to press further. Recognizing that this incident was merely an unforeseen event, Rotas had not disappointed him, adhering to his words of ensuring no harm befell the soldiers. However, considering Tina's character, Rotas feared that once he had provoked her, escape would prove challenging, as Tina would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. What could he do then? Perhaps he ought to flee. Rotas lamented, what choice do I have but to flee? Can Tina still be persuaded to listen to my explanations? If matters were so easily resolved, one can only imagine how many pirates would have emerged in the city by now. You may not be able to escape for much longer, Rotas. Tina must have already summoned Peach Rabbit for assistance. You had better devise a way to divert them, or else the survival of your Minotaur Mountain pirate crew is in jeopardy, Carp remarked, pinching his nostrils, noting that since Tina had yet to contact him for help, it was evident that she had reached out to Peach Rabbit instead. Rotas' pirate ship cannot outrun a warship. It is only a matter of time before they are caught. If Rotas wishes to avert the annihilation of his pirate crew, it would be prudent for him to devise a strategy to divert their attention. After all, Momotaro's kinemon is not merely an accessory to be observed casually. Listening to Cap's words, Lotus felt a surge of frustration. The notion that Tao Tu and Tina expected him to distract their foes alone seemed like a reckless gamble with his life. A formidable swordsman could unleash devastating long-range strikes and engage in close combat, not to mention having a supportive ally wielding control over the battlefield. The odds of his success appeared bleak. Old Master, couldn't you persuade them to abandon this futile endeavor and focus on their own missions instead of risking my life as a mere pawn? Lotus weakly inquired whether the old man could persuade them to abandon their pursuit of his pirate crew, which had yet to be exposed. How would you have me convince them? Should I claim that the Bull Demon King of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew was dispatched by me to eliminate the pirates at sea? Upon hearing Lotus's words, Carp chuckled derisively, expressing his disbelief at the notion of offering counsel, for he was utterly powerless to intervene. Then, old man, are you suggesting that I must rely on myself? Indeed, Lotus. Resigned, Lotus felt the profound malice of this world once more. He had abandoned all hope that the old man would come to his aid. After all, how could he confront Tasaka and Tina? Was it not preferable to simply evade them? Today, the entire ocean would learn of his reputation as a pitiful little fish. Lotus, rather than wasting time calling me, you ought to devise a plan to lure Tosaka and the others here, Carp suggested, munching on a rice cracker, urging Lotus to think quickly, for he had no means to extricate him from his predicament. It would be prudent for Lotus not to harbor overly high expectations from him. Very well, then. Farewell. Old man. After a moment of contemplation, Rotas ended the call. Although the old man's words were rather unpalatable, they proved to be exceedingly valuable. He indeed needed to devise a strategy to attract the Peach Rabbits. One must ponder, however, What are the chances of successfully luring them by presenting himself so readily? Rotas contemplated numerous strategies and concluded that his best chance of provoking them lay in confronting them directly. Otherwise, considering Tina's fury directed at the one-eyed wolf, it was uncertain whether she would even acknowledge his presence. His predicament was rather lamentable. The pirate ship sailed at an exasperatingly slow pace, and even with human effort to accelerate, it failed to reach a satisfactory speed. It was only a matter of time before they were overtaken. He had considered using the one-eyed wolf, that foolish creature, as bait to distract Peach Rabbit and her companions. However, given the one-eyed wolf's rather juvenile disposition, he doubted whether it could successfully evade capture. Rotas believed that the impulsive nature of the one-eyed wolf would likely lead to its downfall. Thus, it appeared that he must sacrifice himself as bait to divert Peach Rabbit and her companions. After careful consideration, Rotas summoned Thunder Gun into the captain's quarters. Upon his arrival, Rotas inquired, "Have you completed the tasks I assigned you?" "Yes, my lord," Thunder Gun replied, nodding. He had already contacted the other 5 squads via the communication device, conveying the lord's directives. Aside from the poison spider, who expressed some discontent regarding the message, the other 4 acknowledged receipt. "Very well," Rotas continued. "I shall entrust the 7th squad to you. Remember to keep close to the squinting wolf and allow him to safeguard you." After listening, Rotas nodded and remarked to Thunder Gun that with his fragile disposition and lack of protection, he would likely perish without even realizing how. "My lord, where are you headed?" Thunder Gun immediately sensed something amiss and inquired, aware that if his lord was not at the 7th Division, he would be in grave danger. "To divert the 2 navies." "Taro and Tina, you asked me where I should go?" Rotas cast a sidelong glance at Lagon, his voice laced with irritation. Did he truly believe that he wished to embark on this perilous venture? It was merely his reluctance to part with the bullhead pirate crew that held him back. Otherwise, would he willingly put himself in jeopardy? "You must take care, your majesty. I shall diligently safeguard our pirate crew while you are away," he declared. Lagon, upon hearing this, withdrew slightly, unwilling to utter the same foolish sentiments as that simpleton, the squint-eyed wolf, about leading from the front. The position of vice admiral was no trifling matter. He could manage the lesser navy forces, but when faced with a vice admiral, it was prudent to retreat as far as possible. "Ah, I understand," the king replied. "You guard the ship well. When the time comes for me to divert their attention, I shall summon you." After listening to a few inconsequential remarks from the lightning gun, Rotas casually briefed the situation and lowered the lifeboat from the ship. He jumped aboard the lifeboat, watching as the pirate ship receded into the distance. As the pirate vessel vanished beneath the twilight, Rotas, feeling somewhat bored, lay back in the cabin, murmuring, "I hope Momotaro and the others arrive soon to divert their attention, so I can return to my ambitions of becoming a great king. Staying in this small boat is truly tedious." Chapter 176. The sensation of flight. The setting sun resembled blood, casting a dark hue over the horizon. A warship, accompanied by a piercing sound, sped across the sea. At the rear of the ship, Momotaro extended one hand towards the ocean, her palm resembling a spinning propeller, summoning a tempestuous wind that rattled the sails of the warship like torrential rain striking banana leaves. Firmly positioned at the stern, Momotaro remained steadfast. While not a single soldier was visible on the deck, they had all retreated into the cabin, trembling in fear. The method by which Admiral Momotaro accelerated the ship was indeed terrifying. Indeed, I had never felt such trepidation even when aboard Admiral Akiji's ice skating vessel. Inside the cabin, the soldiers huddled together, passing the time with conversation. They could only wait until Momotaro concluded her acceleration of the warship before daring to emerge. Otherwise, stepping out of the cabin might lead them to soar freely into the sky. "I believe we should be more concerned about whether the sails will tear. I feel like my ears are about to be deafened by the sound of the sails," one soldier remarked, noticing the fervent discussions around him. The frequency of the sails' noise was excessive, making him feel as though he were in a beehive, surrounded by buzzing bees. "Indeed, I feel a bit of a headache coming on." "The sound of the sails is quite deafening," another soldier echoed, his head pounding intensely, convinced that his life was drawing to an end. As this soldier spoke, the conversation in the cabin gradually shifted to recounting their individual predicaments and how dire their situations had become. "Let us endure a little longer. We must be nearing our destination." The squad leader, suppressing the discomfort of a buzzing head, sought to reassure the soldiers. They should not have embarked on the dubious vessel of General Peach Rabbit, yet the prospect of encountering the charming and alluring Colonel Tina made their plight bearable. Unbeknownst to Peach Rabbit, events were unfolding in the cabin. She was presently engrossed in assessing the sail's capacity, fearful that a moment of carelessness might send both the sail and mast soaring into the air, potentially jeopardizing the ship's integrity. Reluctantly, she resorted to such damaging measures to hasten the ship's speed, driven by the desire to reunite with Tina within mere hours. As darkness enveloped the sea, Tina and her companions had been adrift in the lifeboat for half a day, gazing at the murky waters, uncertain of their course. "Colonel Tina, should we not seek a rocky refuge to rest? The winds are fierce, and some soldiers have begun to cough," the lieutenant inquired, stepping forward. Since the ship's destruction, half a day had elapsed, and several soldiers, unable to board the lifeboat in time, had fallen into the water, now showing signs of distress. Given the night's chill and the tumultuous waves, prompt action was imperative to prevent illness among the troops. "Let us wait a bit longer," Tina replied, her conviction unwavering. "Sister Guillaume will surely return soon." After pondering the lieutenant's report, she resolutely declared that since Sister Guillaume had promised to come immediately, she must be nearing their location. They had yet to find a suitable rock to accommodate the soldiers, so it was prudent to remain patient. "Very well, Colonel Tina. However, if General Peach Rabbit does not arrive within the hour, we must indeed seek shelter," the lieutenant suggested, nodding in agreement. If an hour passed without her presence, they would need to find a safe haven, for drifting aimlessly on the dark sea was perilous. Indeed, Tina acknowledged with a nod, though she firmly believed that Sister Guillaume would arrive in time. Nonetheless, she had to take into account the soldiers' health. After all, they were in the Grand Line, a far cry from the familiar seas. The sails of the warship continued to crackle violently. Peach Rabbit, standing at the stern, remained oblivious to the tumult, her gaze fixed on the compass in her hand. Intensifying her efforts to accelerate the ship, she was now quite near to Tina and felt compelled to push forward. "I can't endure this any longer." I too, upon hearing the sails of the ship fluttering with increasing rapidity and volume. The soldiers within the cabin could no longer contain themselves, one by one clutching wooden buckets against the wall and succumbing to the urge to vomit. Even the previously encouraging squad leader was unable to withstand the turmoil, joining in the retching. Half an hour later, Tina and her companions aboard the lifeboat were scanning the horizon for signs of the warship when they were abruptly startled by a thunderous sound, prompting them to turn their heads in search of its source. What greeted their eyes was the sight of a warship racing across the ocean's surface. The naval soldiers standing in the lifeboat were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances and stammering in discussion. "Is that a warship? It seems so. But our warships aren't supposed to move this swiftly." In each other's eyes, they perceived a shared skepticism. Although their own warship bore an identical appearance to the one speeding across the waters, it was perplexing that others could glide so joyfully and swiftly, while theirs seemed to crawl like a snail. "Oh, have we arrived?" Tao Tu, gazing at the distant lights of several lifeboats and then glancing at the note in her other hand, recognized their arrival and began to gradually reduce the speed of the golden wheel. At last, they had survived. "Indeed, I thought I would perish here." The soldiers in the ship's cabin, sensing the diminishing sound of the sails and the quaking of the vessel subsiding, exhaled in relief, feeling as though they had truly come back to life. "Everyone, rise quickly. We are about to meet Colonel Tina. We cannot present ourselves in this state." Suddenly recalling that the ship's halt indicated their proximity to Colonel Tina, one soldier sprang to his feet, addressing his ailing comrades with newfound vigor. "Colonel Tina." Upon hearing her name, the soldiers' eyes sparkled with affection, breath coming in ragged gasps as they clambered from the cabin, hastily retrieving combs, mirrors, hair wax, and lipstick from their garments to prepare themselves. Many soldiers even unearthed white gloves that had lain untouched for an indeterminate time. "You all." The soldier who first spoke was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment at their actions. He never imagined that his fellow combatants could be so meticulous. "Silence. Quickly tidy yourselves up." A soldier noticing his daze thrust a comb into his hands, urging him to groom himself before confidently striding towards the deck. Chapter 177. Conversation. As the warship gradually approached the lifeboat, Tina leaped onto the deck, dashing towards Tao Tu, who was waving at her, and unceremoniously threw herself into Tao Tu's embrace. "Sister Guillaume, you have finally arrived." Tina wrapped her arms around Peach Bunny's waist, nuzzling her head and expressing her concern that Sister Shigeyama might not arrive on time. She feared she would have to spend the night on the sea. "I came as swiftly as possible, Tina," Peach Bunny replied with a smile, having risked damaging the warship by forcing the speed to hasten her arrival. "Sister Shigeyama is the best." Hearing this, Tina continued to nuzzle against Peach Bunny, fully aware of Sister Shigeyama's greatness. The soldiers on the warship's deck, Witnessing the affectionate exchange between Peach Bunny and Tina let out envious howls. I wish I could be embraced by Colonel Tina like that. Even if it leads to my demise, I would have no regrets. Indeed, I too long for such a nuzzle from Colonel Tina. Oh, my heart, who has stolen it? Ah, it must be the alluring and enchanting Colonel Tina. Please take my heart away. The soldier, clutching his racing heart, fainted, overwhelmed by her beauty. How could the Navy's most stunning beauty be so breathtaking? This was the last thought that crossed his mind before he lost consciousness. Tina, summon your soldiers over here. And while you're at it, let your sister know who had the audacity to lay a hand on you, Peach Bunny remarked, stroking Tina's hair, seemingly unfazed by the soldier's plight. After years of witnessing such scenes, she had grown accustomed to them. All right, Sister Shigeyama. Reluctantly loosening her hold around Peach Bunny, Tina made her way to the bow of the ship, calling out to the soldiers on the lifeboat to hurry aboard the warship. Before returning to link arms with Peach Bunny once more. Once all the soldiers from the lifeboat had boarded the warship, Peach Bunny led Tina to the communication room. After they settled into their seats, Peach Bunny began to inquire, So, Tina, was your warship sunk by that pirate crew? Sister will avenge you, she added. Tina, unfamiliar with the name of the pirate crew, only knew that they possessed 2 pirate ships. After a moment of contemplation, Tina admitted she did not recognize the crew, only recalling that they had 2 ships and the pirate who severed the keel of her warship. That's of no consequence. The communication room is filled with information on various pirate crews and crew members. You can take your time to peruse through it, Peach Bunny replied with a smile, handing Tina a stack of wanted posters. This collection of bounties ranged from 60 million to several billion berries, as it was evident that any pirate capable of easily severing a warship's keel was not to be underestimated. So many? Tina glanced at the pile of bounty notices, her expression darkening instantly. The thought of searching through them filled her with reluctance. With so many bounties, how long would it take her to find what she needed? Nonetheless, she still recalled the direction in which the pirate crew had departed. Given that only half a day had passed, she should be able to catch up with them. Indeed, the seas were home to numerous formidable pirates. Tautu couldn't help but chuckle at Tina's dismay. There are so many capable pirates in these waters that it is virtually impossible to remember them all. That is precisely why the headquarters has assigned us to different sea regions, tasked with apprehending any pirates that appear. I really don't want to search anymore. Sister Ji Yuan, what mission have you come to the first half of the Grand Line for? After setting the pile of bounty notices aside, Tina began to inquire about Tautu's purpose for being in this region. She recalled that Sister Ji Yuan and Vice Admiral Cha Tun had been consistently engaged in missions in the New World or managing emergencies at the headquarters. It was unusual for them to be here in the first half of the Grand Line. I had planned to be on leave at headquarters during this time. Tautu replied with a shrug, her expression one of resignation. However, the Marshal assigned me a mission, so I had no choice but to come out. With so many Vice Admirals on leave, the Marshal insisted that both Cha Tun and I take action. I can't understand why, especially since Dao Berman, Gui Spider, Wuxiao Shan, and Wu Shu are all available. I doubt that the Ox-Head pirate crew could escape if those 4 work together. That must be quite an important mission, Sister Ji Yuan, Tina exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. The fact that the Marshal had dispatched both Sister Ji Yuan and Vice Admiral Cha Tun indicated the significance of the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent 2 candidates for Admiral at once. It's a mission to apprehend or annihilate a pirate crew. Marshal Sengoku insisted that Cha Tun and I handle it, claiming that Gui Spider and the others were unable to manage the task, Tautu explained, her hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. Half of her leave had been sacrificed for the capture of an obscure pirate crew. Could you share the details of this pirate crew with me, Sister Ji Yuan? Tina's curiosity was piqued by Tautu's remarks. She was eager to learn which pirate crew warranted such attention from the Marshal, as she hadn't heard of any particularly formidable crews emerging in recent times. Certainly, Tautu replied, retrieving a document stored in a folder from the communications room. She handed it to Tina before reseating herself. This pirate crew is known as the Ox-Head Mountain Pirate Crew. The captain claims to be the Ox Demon King, although his identity remains unclear. All that is known is that he wears a black horn mask and stands over 6 meters tall. He suddenly appeared in the Grand Line over half a month ago and has since subdued 4 pirate ships and over 1,000 pirates. In this past month, the Ox-Head Mountain Pirate Crew has neither plundered civilians nor targeted merchant vessels. Their sole objective has been other pirate crews. Since the emergence of the Ox Demon King, he has reportedly annihilated around 70 to 80 pirate crews, with possibly more that remain undocumented. This is indeed a troubling matter, Tina remarked in confusion. questioning why Marshal Sengoku would want to capture them. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for this pirate crew to annihilate each other, rather than being pursued by Sister Guillaume and her comrades? The reason lies in the fact that this pirate crew has encroached upon the interests of the world government. Momotori gestured towards Mariehua, whose distance from them was uncertain. After accepting this mission, she had diligently gathered comprehensive intelligence regarding the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew, thus understanding why this crew garnered the marshal's attention. It is truly repugnant, Tina scoffed, now aware of the sordid truth behind the scenes, feeling a sense of disgust. Where there is light, darkness inevitably lurks, such is the way of the world. Momotori shook her head with a smile, suggesting that Tina, still young, would come to comprehend that not everything in this world unfolds as one desires with age. Chapter 178. Exposure. Very well, Sister Guillaume, let us not dwell on that. Is the captain of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew particularly formidable? Tina, eager to shift the conversation, inquired about the captain's prowess, wondering if he possessed the strength of a vice-admiral, necessitating the involvement of Sister Guillaume and Vice-Admiral Shituru. I am uncertain, but according to the available intelligence, this Bull Demon King prefers to single-handedly confront entire pirate crews, consistently resolving battles within a mere 3 minutes. Momotori continued to elaborate, noting that such swift resolutions indeed indicate formidable strength, which explains why Marshal Sengoku specifically requested her and Shituru to intervene. He truly is impressive. Does this Bull Demon King have any other subordinates? Momotori nodded in response, her curiosity piqued. With such a powerful captain, his crew must surely be exceptional as well. He possesses 7 officers. The first is the night raiding thief with a bounty of 60 million berries. The second is the custom monk with a bounty of 70 million berries. The third is the poison spider, Rita Shah, with a bounty of 78 million berries. The fourth is the thunder spear with a bounty of 62 million berries. The remaining 3 are newcomers without bounties, the fur tribe, Abu, the drunken barrel, and the slant-eyed wolf. In the materials I provided, you will find their photographs for your perusal. Momotori concluded, pointing to the papers Tina had placed on the table, which contained the captured images of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew's officers for her to examine. Understood, Sister Guillaume. Tina nodded slightly, then picked up a piece of paper to examine it. Upon seeing the photograph of the captain in the section dedicated to him, she couldn't help but chuckle. Realizing that the name of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew was indeed apt, the captain, adorned with black bull horns, bore a striking resemblance to a minotaur. No wonder they chose such a name. As she continued to flip through the pages, she came across the image of the Night Stalker and shook her head in disapproval. His teeth were remarkably yellow, indicating a lack of dental hygiene. Pirates truly were a rather unkempt lot. Tina swiftly turned the page and encountered an introduction to the custom monk, shaking her head once more. Was even a monk in this era so unseemly as to frequent establishments of ill repute? The name was certainly fitting. What a shame, such beauty wasted on piracy. After perusing the information on the custom monk, she stumbled upon a photograph of the poison spider, gasping in astonishment. It was a pity that such a lovely person had turned to piracy. Her moniker, Poison Spider, was well earned, as many had perished by her hand over the years. Hearing Tina's lament, Peach Bunny interjected, stating that she had indeed investigated the poison spider and that the blood on her hands was far from fictitious. Yet, she was undeniably beautiful. Tina remained unconvinced, pondering whether any pirate had ever escaped unscathed from the stains of bloodshed. With a slight sigh, she turned to the next page, revealing a white-faced dog-headed man covered in yellow fur. Tina exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the fur tribe's Abu? He looks quite adorable." "Indeed. Members of the fur tribe generally appear quite charming," Peach Bunny agreed, recalling the cat folk she had encountered years ago, their fluffy fur exuding an irresistible cuteness. What a pity. Tina sighed again as she continued to flip through the pages. As another page turned, a man with long hair, cross-eyed and grinning sinisterly, came into view. The moment Tina laid eyes on him, her pupils constricted to pinpricks, and her grip on the paper tightened, causing it to twist and warp in her hands. "What's wrong, Tina? Do you know him? Why are you so enraged?" Peach Bunny noticed Tina's distress and immediately rose to comfort her. She glanced at the information inscribed on the paper, puzzled as to why Tina was so incensed. Could it be that she had encountered him before? "It's him. That scoundrel who severed my warship. I shall make him pay." Tina trembled with anger as she spoke, realizing that this rogue was indeed a member of the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew. She would remember him and ensure he faced the consequences for daring to destroy her beloved vessel. "Tina, are you certain? Are you sure you haven't mistaken him?" Upon hearing Tina's words, Peach Rabbit's expression turned grave. If Tina was not mistaken, the implications were dire. They had received intelligence indicating that the Bullhead pirates were en route to the Sabaody archipelago, yet Tina had encountered a cadre member of the Bullhead pirates here. This suggested that the Bullhead pirates were returning to the Four Seas. But what could be the reason for their retreat? Had they received news en route? Or did they anticipate a naval onslaught that prompted their return? If it were the former, Peach Rabbit could not help but worry about the number of spies infiltrating the Marine headquarters. Logically, she had only arrived here within the past 2 days since receiving her orders, and even Tina had only learned of her arrival today. It was implausible for the adversary to have discovered her presence today and hastily made their way here. The only possibility was that shortly after Admiral Sengoku issued the command, the enemy became aware of it. This suggested that there were indeed infiltrators around the Admiral, but who could they be? Far away in the flower garden, Carp was chewing on a rice cracker when suddenly he froze, squinting with his mouth agape, his forehead creasing into 3 furrows. This momentary pause lasted 4 to 5 seconds before Carp sneezed thrice. After the sneezes, he rubbed his tear-filled eyes and muttered to himself, "Who on earth is thinking of me, causing me to sneeze thrice?" Tina could not be mistaken. It was that scoundrel who severed the keel of her warship. She pointed at the photograph of the squint-eyed wolf on the paper and declared, with that sinister grin, "How could I ever forget? It was this wretch who caused the warship to sink by cutting the keel. I must instruct the tortoise to turn back, since Tina is so certain." Continuing towards the Sabaody Islands would merely be a futile endeavor. The Bullhead Mountain pirates are not on that route, as they are returning to the Four Seas. Under the moonlit expanse of the ocean, Lotus reclined at the bow of the small boat, playfully waving his hair with his hand, causing it to sway rhythmically in the water. His hair danced like serpents, undulating gracefully in the sea, soon attracting fish in search of nourishment. The approaching fish thrashed their tails, circling around the bait, all the while sizing up the enticing morsels before them, their tails flicking as they prepared for a final burst of speed. After a few spins, the fish suddenly surged forward, opening its mouth wide to seize the tail of the dark little serpent in one fluid motion, with not a moment's pause. Chapter 179. Escape. As the fish attempted to swallow the serpent's tail, it realized its sharp teeth were ensnared, rendering it incapable of further consumption. Panic set in as it desperately tried to expel the tail from its mouth, only to find that it was not a serpent's tail at all, but rather Lotus's long hair, intricately woven into the gaps between its teeth. Caught in a dilemma, the fish could neither swallow nor expel, thrashing in a frantic attempt to escape, yet it remained firmly tethered by the dark strands. Delicious, are they? Once you're done, it shall be my turn to feast upon you. Lotus's hair resembled a serpent, effortlessly lifting the fish from the water and casting it onto the boat. Subsequently, each strand of hair, akin to writhing serpents, gradually released the fish from its grip, only to cascade back in disarray upon Lotus's back. Yet another small fish. Well, better than nothing, I suppose. Rotas murmured in dissatisfaction, lamenting the number of small fish caught, after spending an entire afternoon fishing without encountering a single sizable catch. He resigned himself to the notion that even the smallest of mosquitoes could be considered sustenance. After dispatching a 3-meter-long fish, adorned with menacing fangs, he devoured it in a few bites before returning to his position at the bow of the boat, his long hair cascading like a painter's brush as he resumed his angling. With nothing but time on his hands, Rothas found solace in the act of fishing, which not only alleviated his boredom but also provided a meal infinitely preferable to idly waiting. On board the warship, Tao Rabbit contacted T-Pig, urging him to turn back swiftly. She then commanded the vessel to set sail towards the Four Seas. Driven by her urgent desire to uncover the reason behind the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew's return to these waters, Sister Guillaume, the branch in the Four Seas, has dispatched personnel to guard the route connecting the Four Seas to the Grand Line. Should more than 2 pirate ships or a significant pirate vessel return to the Four Seas, they will report immediately. Tina relayed to Tao Rabbit after hanging up the phone book. The mission to apprehend the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew was no longer solely Guillaume's task. It had become her own mission as well, and she was determined to catch that scoundrel and give him a proper reckoning. Yes, T-Pig is already en route to our location. The Bullhead Mountain pirate crew won't escape, Tina, Tao Rabbit remarked with a smile, confident that they had done all that was necessary. She could hardly believe that such a large pirate crew could find refuge anywhere. Indeed, Tina nodded with a smile, acknowledging that they had effectively laid a trap. The Bullhead Mountain pirate crew would be hard-pressed to evade capture unless they could fly. Otherwise, they would have to resign themselves to a lifetime and impel down. Finally, they have arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Latte reclined at the bow of the boat, gazing at the distant warship, murmuring to himself that he had finally awaited its arrival. A feat that had proven to be arduous. Yet now, all was at an end. Rising from the vessel, Latte executed a graceful backflip to the stern of the small craft. With a surge of strength in his calves, he propelled his foot against the stern. And the entire boat was launched as if released from a bowstring, slicing through the air towards the warship with a swift whoosh. As Roth stepped forward with a graceful moonwalk, he pursued the swiftly departing vessel, advancing towards the warship. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The naval soldiers aboard the warship, upon realizing the situation, immediately raised their voices in alarm. The soldiers on the deck swiftly formed a line, brandishing their muskets, ready to fire at the approaching boat. There's a surprise attack. We must investigate. Upon hearing the soldiers' shouts, Taudu remarked to Tina, and promptly exited the communications room, with Tina following closely behind. Once they emerged onto the deck, they beheld the vessel gliding through the moonlit night. Taudu flicked her fingers, summoning a colossal slashing strike that materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the boat and reducing it to countless splinters. As the fragments scattered across the sky, the silhouette behind the ship could no longer remain concealed. The dark horns glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the moonlight, while a mane of ebony hair remained motionless in the still night, accentuating the imposing figure that towered over 6 meters high. Kaido? Tina gazed at the figure illuminated by the moon, momentarily taken aback as she uttered the name of the formidable emperor known across the seas alongside 3 others in the New World. No, it is the Bull Demon King. Taudu corrected, shaking her head. She had encountered Kaido on several occasions, but this was the Bull Demon King. She had seen his likeness in photographs. However, witnessing him in person was an entirely different experience. The aura he emanated was reminiscent of the strength Kaido possessed before he ascended to emperor status. Is this truly the Bull Demon King? No wonder it requires your sister's intervention. Although she had mistaken the identity, Tina was still profoundly awestruck. The magnitude of his presence was so immense that even Commander Ghost Spider might find it challenging to contend with. Upon being discovered by Peach Rabbit and others, Rotas ceased his forward charge, executing a backflip that landed him directly on the deck. As his feet made contact, a resounding crack echoed. Crack, crack. From Rotas as the epicenter, fissures began to slowly emerge across the deck. The soldiers stationed there, upon witnessing this, hastily retreated, fearful of falling victim to the enemy's ploy. Ox Demon King, you come alone. Do you truly believe you can triumph over me? Peach Rabbit remarked coolly, cradling the golden Kinger as she approached Rotas. Indeed, as the intelligence suggested, this Ox Demon King preferred to act solo, indicating that our department's information was remarkably accurate in this regard. Earth Dragon, turn over. Upon hearing the words of the Peach Rabbit, Rotas chose not to utter a single word. With a swift motion, he grasped the deck, intending to overturn it entirely. His purpose was to provoke, not to serve as a mere tank. The true art lay in taunting, and then making a hasty retreat. Engaging in idle chatter with spirits was beneath him. In that moment, the Peach Rabbit, cradling the golden sword, perceived Rotas's intent to upend the deck. Without hesitation, she shouted, drawing forth the golden sword to launch a decisive strike against him. With a whoosh, an enormous slash manifested from thin air, hurtling towards Rotas. Sensing the imminent danger, Rotas relinquished his hold on the deck, leaping into the air to evade the attack. In a swift motion, he delivered a kick that shattered the bow of the battleship before elegantly retreating with the grace of a moonlit dance. Indeed, Rotas fled without a backward glance, leaving the crew of the battleship utterly flabbergasted. Such a thunderous display culminated in an anticlimactic retreat, a turn of events they could scarcely fathom. Sister Guion, he has escaped. Should we pursue him? Tina, momentarily stunned, timidly inquired. Truth be told, she remained in a state of disbelief, struggling to reconcile the drastic shift in circumstances. Yes, he is afraid, Peach Rabbit replied, still taken aback. This Bull Demon King intends to flee after kicking away the bow of our battleship. Such an affront is intolerable. The battleship is a symbol of every soldier's dignity. By demolishing the bow, he has effectively slapped me in the face. Chapter 180. The unforeseen calamity. Rotas dashed forward with the grace of a moonwalker, only pausing after a considerable distance to glance back and ascertain whether the warship was in pursuit. Upon noticing that the vessel was indeed hot on his heels, he exhaled with relief and resumed his frantic flight. He needed to lead Tautu and the others far away to ensure they would not trouble his fleet anytime soon. Sister Gun, this Bull Demon King is clearly attempting to distract us, providing his pirate crew with an opportunity to escape. Tina observed as she watched Rotas glance back from the warship, immediately grasping his intent. He was not fleeing, but rather diverting their attention. I understand. It matters not. Tauta replied dismissively. Whether he was genuinely escaping or merely seeking to mislead them was of little consequence to her. As long as the Bull Demon King remained in play, that sufficed. The orders issued by Marshal Sengoku were solely to capture or annihilate the Bullhead Mountain pirate crew. Her task would be accomplished once she dealt with the Bull Demon King. Moreover, since he had damaged the prow of her warship, it was inconceivable for her to ignore that transgression and pursue the Bullhead Mountain pirates while allowing the Bull Demon King to escape. Should we deploy cannon fire to disrupt the Bull Demon King, Sister Jiyuan? Tina inquired, considering the possibility of targeting him in the air like a bird. Believing that his speed would eventually diminish, allowing Jiyuan to capture him. That would be futile. Cannon fire cannot reach him. It would merely be a waste, Tauta replied, shaking her head. The opponent's strength was clearly beyond that of ordinary pirates, and attempting to disrupt him with cannon fire was akin to chasing phantoms. Better to conserve their ammunition. Shall we continue this pursuit then, Sister Jiyuan? Tina pondered, nodding in agreement, though she felt the need for a more dynamic approach. It was rather vexing to remain in relentless pursuit. You are too impatient, Tauta chuckled at Tina's demeanor. Have you ever heard of fishing? Though it may seem frustrating to chase after him, we hold the advantage. He is exhausting his stamina soaring above with his moonwalk, while we merely need to remain aboard the warship, expending no energy at all. Once he tires and enters a weakened state, we will be in a prime position to capture him effortlessly, without excessive exertion or effort. Isn't that splendid? Is Sister Jiyuan intending to wear him down? With Tautu's words, Tina quickly grasped her intent. Indeed, Jiyuan planned to exhaust him. Yes, precisely. He cannot remain airborne indefinitely. We shall wait patiently. He will descend in due time. Peach Rabbit nodded, then took Tina back to the communication room to rest, with the Bull Demon King's soldiers keeping watch. There was no need for them to worry about losing track of anyone. Time flowed, black and white alternating. The night gradually shed its veil, and the moon slowly descended, leaving behind a faint silhouette barely discernible. The gentle morning breeze caressed the surface of the sea, as well as the fleeing lotus. I can no longer endure this. I must devise a means of escape. Otherwise, I shall be exhausted to death in the heavens. As Rotas danced across the sky all night, he soon realized that the warship was still steadfastly pursuing him. A sense of trouble washed over him. It was evident that Tautu and her companions intended to wear him down. He needed to devise a means of escape. Given the speed at which the warship was chasing him, his pirate crew should have already evaded the threat posed by the Navy. Now, he had to address his own security concerns. Is the Bull Demon King still soaring through the skies? Indeed, Sister Jiyuan, came the response. The soldiers reported that he has been running for an entire night without slowing down. Tina, seated comfortably in a chair with a cup of tea, smiled. Now they no longer feel constrained. They are the hunters in pursuit of prey, while their adversary is merely the hunted. His stamina seems impressive. Let us continue the chase. Let us see how long he can endure. Tauta remarked with a hint of amusement, finding it within her expectations that he could still flee after such a duration. She remained unhurried, curious to see how long he could maintain his escape. She doubted he could keep it up for a month. Very well, Sister Jiyuan, Tina nodded, a smile gracing her lips. She was beginning to relish this game of cat and mouse. Sister Jiyuan truly knew how to have fun. Where's the ship? Where is it? Let it appear swiftly. I require a vessel to land. Rotas, gracefully gliding through the celestial sphere, sought a vessel to rest his weary feet and replenish his supplies of water and sustenance. Unlike the spirited Peach Rabbit and Tina, he found himself in a far less favorable state, having endured an entire night devoid of sleep and nourishment, not even a sip of water to quench his thirst. After a lengthy passage of 30 minutes, the dawn of hope finally emerged. Rotas, from a considerable distance, discerned the silhouette of a pirate ship adorned with a resplendent Jolly Roger, making its way toward him. Rotas, filled with excitement, hastened his pace, charging towards the pirate ship. Sister Guion, the Ox Demon King is quickening his speed, he remarked, seemingly intent on evading us. Upon witnessing Rotas accelerate from the deck, Tina promptly dashed to the communications room to report the situation to Peach Rabbit. Oh, is that so? How intriguing. I shall take a look, Peach Rabbit replied, seated in the communications room with a book in hand. Upon hearing Tina's report, a curious expression graced her face. Was it not a tad too late for them to attempt to shake off their pursuers? She was rather keen to discern their intentions. After a swift distance from the warship, Rotas finally approached the pirate vessel. descending from the sky and delivering a decisive kick to the pirate who was about to ascend and inquire.